Starting as a B-rank enhancer with an invincible enhancer system, not only can he see enhancement success rates, but he can also use cunning tricks to boost it to 100%. While others tremble when enhancing weapons, Lin Chen enhances gear like drinking water. He can even absorb EXP from others killing monsters, leveling up even while lying down. The 100% success enhancement shop is open for business. I, Lin Chen, will arm the entire world with enhanced equipment and avenge my parents along the way. In the new calendar year 299, 300 years after the Domain Gate invasion, the world structure had drastically changed. Lin Chen, 18 years old, on the third anniversary of his parents' sacrifice due to a catastrophe-level Domain Gate, arrived at the Profession Awakening Hall. He yearned to become a powerful combat professional to avenge his parents. At the awakening ceremony, joy and sorrow mingled. A brawny young man awakened as an A-rank magic shield warrior, attracting bids from major factions. When it was Lin Chen's turn, a silver mechanical construct symbolized by a divine stone emerged. Auxiliary profession, B-rank silver enhancer. Lin Chen's heart sank. An enhancer had only one skill, enhance. How could he go to the battlefield for revenge? Ding! Suitable host found. Invincible enhancer system binding successful. Startled, Lin Chen hastily left the stage. In a corner, Lin Chen conversed with the system in his mind. Ding! Novice gift package has been distributed. Open? Open. Ding! Congratulations host for obtaining enhancement display, soulbound. Ding! Congratulations host for obtaining 100 points. Ding! Congratulations host for obtaining unique skill, siphon. Enhancement display automatically displays enhancement success rate in mind during each item enhancement. Siphon, when others kill monsters using weapons enhanced by the host can also gain a certain percentage of EXP, up to 10%. Lin Chen was overjoyed. An enhancer's biggest fear was the success rate. With the display, plus the system's methods to manipulate probability, take out and put back to recheck, sandwich other equipment to adjust next chance, use points to increase success rate, he would be unstoppable. And the siphon skill allowed him to gain EXP and points from others' monster kills. Points could be used to boost enhancement success or gained by others using his enhanced weapons. Lin Chen returned home and checked his attribute panel. His strength, stamina, etc. were below average, leading to some self-deprecation. With the 2 million compensation money left by his parents, he decided to open an enhancement shop. He found a 60 square meter shop on the side of a commercial street near his residential area, spending nearly 600,000 to buy and renovate it. Inside the shop, Lin Chen tested the system. He placed a broken standard long saber into the silver enhancer. Enhance item, broken standard long saber. Success rate, 100%. He enhanced it all the way to +6, still at 100% success. Enhance item, broken standard long saber +6. Success rate, 100%. Clicked enhance, +7 successful. Enhance item, broken standard long saber +7. Success rate, 70%. Following the system's method, Lin Chen repeatedly took it out and put it back in. The success rate jumped between 70% and 30%. After several tries, it reached 100%. Clicked enhance, +8 successful. He continued, spending half an hour to enhance the saber to +13, which added an attack power +10% attribute. He understood that as long as his level increased and he wore +20 or higher gear, fighting in the Domain Gate was not impossible. The next day, at the end of the commercial street, the 100% success enhancement shop opened, drawing ridicule from passers-by. Lin Chen wrote on a blackboard at the entrance, "Grand opening, free enhancement with your own enhancement stones. If enhancement fails, compensation of 10 times the enhancement stones." No customers came all morning. At 2 p.m., a curvaceous red-haired woman entered. "Is what you wrote outside true?" The woman took out a flying feather longbow, advanced, hoping to enhance it to +11. Lin Chen took it and began. He sometimes took the longbow out and put it back in, sometimes enhanced other unrelated equipment to adjust the probability, baffling the woman. An hour later, the flying feather longbow +11, advanced, was successfully enhanced, with an added attack power +20%. A true genius, the woman exclaimed, amazed that he could increase the success rate this way. She introduced herself as Zhang Lingyu and asked Lin Chen his maximum enhancement level. Lin Chen was wary. Zhang Lingyu, helplessly, showed her ID, name, Zhang Lingyu, rank, Senior Colonel, affiliation, Garrison Army Headquarters. Zhang Lingyu explained that the military was seeking outstanding enhancers to cooperate with in forging powerful equipment for the troops. After some hesitation, Lin Chen stated he only had a 70% success rate for +13 and 40% for +14. Zhang Lingyu thought internally, I almost believed you, but still had Lin Chen register his information, saying someone would contact him. After Zhang Lingyu left, she immediately called to arrange for someone to bring high-quality equipment to test Lin Chen, aiming for enhancement level 15, price negotiable. She wanted to find out Lin Chen's true limit and was annoyed by the dismissive attitude of some officials in Fengjing. Lin Chen, back in his shop, searched for the official cooperation policy and found it existed. He knew that with enough points, a 100% success rate wasn't just a dream. Just then, a man in his 20s entered, demanding to enhance to level 15, his words full of distrust and provocation, claiming Lin Chen would have to compensate tenfold if he failed. Bring the weapon. But free enhancement is only up to plus 10, there's a fee afterwards. Lin Chen, irritated by the man's attitude, changed his original plan of not charging. The man contemptuously tossed his weapon and enhancement stones onto the counter. Make sure it succeeds, or you won't be able to afford the compensation. Lin Chen stretched out his hand and placed it on the weapon. Bang! His hand was pressed down. You haven't mentioned how much the follow-up will cost. I need to see if I have enough money on me. The man's eyes were fixed on Lin Chen as if trying to see right through him. Lin Chen withdrew his hand, feeling uncomfortable under the man's gaze. The look in this man's eyes was somewhat terrifying. As for the price, Lin Chen thought for a moment his price couldn't be too high or too low. Starting from 11, it's 10,000. The man looked at Lin Chen with disdain. Your price is even higher than that of a reinforcement master with a purple enhancer, and you're charging the same as a golden reinforcement master. You're quite the swindler. Lin Chen felt a black line forming on his forehead. If it weren't for your incessant chatter, I wouldn't charge you a single cent for the reinforcement. Once his reputation was established, he planned to set his prices even higher than those of red reinforcement masters. After all, a 100% success rate for reinforcement at 100,000 seems reasonable, right? And a custom service at 10 million is also reasonable. The premise for custom service is that his strength must also improve. The man took out a bank card. Swipe it. If it doesn't reach 15, you'll owe me 550,000. Wait, why 550,000? At most, I would compensate you with 10 times the reinforcement stones, just returning the money you paid. TSK, didn't get scammed. Guess I'll try another place next time, the man muttered softly. Lin Chen twitched his mouth. What kind of person is this? He took out the card machine and charged the man 50,000. If you want me to pay you, then dream on. Lin Chen reached for the weapon, and indeed, it was a good item. Excellent Knight's Longsword, purple, equipment level, LV40 durability, 34/40th damage, 356-411 additional, light attribute attack strength plus 40 critical rate plus 20% damage to humanoid monsters plus 50% with 4 additional attributes. It truly lived up to its purple quality. Without hesitation, Lin Chen directly placed the weapon into the enhancer for reinforcement. He didn't care at all about the first 6 reinforcements. The young man named Zhang Shuo was a teammate called over by Zhang Lingyu. His purpose for coming was to see if Lin Chen could reinforce the weapon to 15 in one go. If Lin Chen could really do it, then their mission would be accomplished. Up until now this year, they had only found 1 or 2 who could reliably reinforce to 13 in Fengjing. Although it was said that 60% could reach 14, most of that was just boasting. Reaching 13 was already quite rare, and that person was a red-level reinforcement master. Soon, Lin Chen completed the first 6 reinforcements, and Zhang Shua's attention sharpened as he watched Lin Chen's actions. He saw Lin Chen take it out and put it in, and the weapon was reinforced to 8. Then he took it out again, put it in, and took out other equipment, and the weapon was reinforced to 11. What on earth is the principle behind this? Zhang Shua thought the same as Zhang Lingyu, not understanding how the other party managed to do it. At first, when he received Zhang Lingyu's call, Zhang Shua didn't want to come. But the other party's level was higher than his, so he had no choice. However, seeing this, he felt that this trip was worth it. Lin Chen looked at the prompt in his eyes and couldn't help but frown. It seemed he needed to spend some time. Reinforcement item, excellent Knight's Longsword, purple, plus 11 success rate, 45% reinforce? In fact, starting from the reinforcement to 10, Lin Chen had already slowed down. Coming back and forth, the success rate displayed was hovering between 40 to 80. It should be known that a reinforcement stone increases the success rate by 5%, and even so, it couldn't reach 100%. Lin Chen didn't want to fail. After all, failing would mean compensating 10 times, and a purple reinforcement stone was worth 500 each. Now I have over 1 million in my hands, and it's still not enough to do anything. The purple level 40 equipment I have requires at least 400,000 to buy. However, after a successful enhancement, selling it for 2 million wouldn't be a problem. Lin Chen said without looking back. It might take a little while. Why don't you leave first and come back at 7 p.m.? It was already past 3, and Lin Chen estimated it would take at least 4 hours. Of course, if he used points, it would actually be quite fast. But until he had a stable way to earn points, Lin Chen didn't plan to use them. He had plenty of time. He could just take it slow. If luck was on his side, he might not even need to wait until 7 p.m. No need, I'll just wait here. Zhang Shua thought it impossible to leave. His task this time was to see how far Lin Chen could go. Lin Chen felt a bit puzzled. This person seemed strange. Normally, one would go out to handle their own affairs first. Was he worried that Lin Chen would swallow his weapon? Thinking of this, Lin Chen curled his lips. Half an hour later, the weapon was enhanced to +12. At 4:30, it reached +13. By 6 p.m., it was at +14. Lin Chen glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 6:30, and it was indeed quite difficult. At this point, he was tempted to use points to directly enhance the weapon to +15 and quickly send this guy away. Mainly, he was hungry and wanted to eat. Enhancement item: Excellent Knight's Longsword, purple, +14, success rate 80%. Enhance? This was the highest enhancement value he had encountered in the past half hour. Should he end it? Lin Chen put in 2 enhancement stones, raising the success rate to 90%. Seeing this, Zhang Shua trembled. Could it really succeed? After watching for so long, Zhang Shua had learned some of Lin Chen's patterns. As long as he put in enhancement stones, it meant the next attempt would definitely succeed. Putting in other equipment, although he didn't know why, he assumed it had its uses. But right now, it should succeed. Although it took a bit of time, the success rate was 100%. One must know that failing once would cause an irreversible damage to the equipment. Lin Chen looked at the value in front of him, gritted his teeth, and directly invested 10 points, making the success rate 100%. Enhance. The sooner it ended, the sooner he could go home to eat. With a ding, it succeeded. Lin Chen took the weapon out of the enhancer. Excellent Knight's Longsword, purple, +15, equipment level, LV40, durability, 34/40, damage, 356 to 411, +601, additional, light attribute attack strength, +40 agility, +50 critical rate, +20%. Damage to humanoid monsters, +50%, hiss. The damage increased so much. Lin Chen recorded the values added from enhancement +1 to +15, roughly calculating the increased damage. It really had a pattern. He just didn't know if the value would change again at +16. Looking at this data, Lin Chen couldn't help but think that with a full set of +20 equipment, leveling up should be quite fast. Here you go. Zhang Shua swallowed hard, took the weapon, and his eyes widened instantly. Wow. PS Enhancement device level colors: black, silver, purple, gold, red. Weapon quality: normal, white, advanced, blue, rare, purple, epic, gold, mythical. Red. Enhancement stones: white stone 50, blue 100, purple 500, gold 1000, red 5000. Seeing this weapon data, Zhang Shua was shocked inside. Although he had watched Lin Chen enhance it and knew it succeeded, actually holding it in his hands truly astonished him. To know, the highest known enhancement level is 16, but there may also be some unknown weapons and equipment. This is the first time Zhang Shua has gotten his hands on one. He himself has an enhanced weapon, but its level is only up to 10. That was after he found a golden enhancer who broke 2 weapons before managing to get it. Beyond that, Zhang Shua didn't dare to go further. At this moment, he looked at Lin Chen with fiery eyes. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly stepped back. What's wrong? I'm an enhancer. I sell my skills, not my body. The corner of Zhang Shua's mouth twitched. What the hell? Selling skills and not selling his body? He glanced at the weapon in his hand. If it weren't for the task at hand, he would want to hand his weapon over to Lin Chen right now. Let him enhance it to 16. I've already given you the weapon. I'm closing the door now. Lin Chen rubbed his stomach. He was really hungry. Ah, okay, thank you. Zhang Shua put the weapon away and pushed the door to leave. Lin Chen shook his head. What a strange person. He couldn't help but think of Zhang Lingyu from before. These two shouldn't have any connection, right? Lin Chen wasn't very sure. After all, this person came in wanting to enhance to 15, which was somewhat suspicious. After all, a normal person would come to a silver level enhancer and at most enhance to 6, while those who want to take a gamble might enhance to 8. This was unavoidable. Black enhancers accounted for about 70% of the total number of enhancers. White accounted for 18%, purple for 8%, gold for 3%, and red for 1%. This is the official data. The fees for each level also vary. Lin Chen charged 10,000 after enhancing to 10 among white enhancers, which is considered quite expensive, as this is the price of a golden enhancer. Whether successful or not, it's still 10,000 because he has that qualification. And red enhancers charge 20,000 each time. Some might think this price is cheap, but it's actually not cheap at all. One must know that red enhancers are not lacking in enhanced weapons. They can easily earn over $1 million a day. Sigh, I need to keep working hard. I hope more people come tomorrow. Today there were only 2 people, and Lin Chen was not satisfied. Only with more people could his advantages be fully utilized. Logically speaking, white enhancers should not lack foot traffic. But there's nothing to be done. Who told him he chose a bad location? Nearby, there are 2 enhancers with golden enhancers, and it would be strange if he could get by. It is said that these 2 shops have been here since the commercial street was built for over 10 years. Unless he moves to another place, looking for a location with fewer enhancement shops. Unfortunately, he has no money. Zhang Shua quickly returned to the team with the weapon. Captain, look. The moment he returned, he handed the weapon to Zhang Lingyu. Since returning to the team, Zhang Lingyu's first action was to report on the situation in Fongjing City. The higher-ups would send an investigation team down tomorrow. It is estimated that in 2 or 3 days, a batch of people would be removed, making their work much easier. Zhang Lingyu took the weapon, her whole body shook. It was indeed a level 15 enhanced weapon. As expected, Lin Chen had deceived her. How many level 15 weapons are there? Actually, quite a few. As long as there is money, one can always obtain a level 15 weapon. However, the price of a level 15 weapon is enough to buy 10 weapons enhanced to level 14, or even possibly 20. Of course, if one is unlucky, buying 100 would also not be a problem. Captain, what should we do now? Should we sign the contract directly, or report the situation? This Lin Chen, the enhancer, is really too strange. He succeeded all at once. No, let others try tomorrow, but don't ask for level 15 right away. Levels 8 to 15 are fine. Remember to let them be a bit more casual, keep their expressions relaxed, Zhang Lingyu instructed. By the way, ask the local garrison for some people, send 10 people over every day. Just strengthen it to level 8 and have them record the success. It's a success, whether there are any failures or not, Zhang Lingyu added. She was worried that all the enhancement values were too high, fearing that Lin Chen might suspect something. Alright, I'll take care of it right away. For the next week, Lin Chen was very happy. Who said this position was bad? It was simply wonderful here. People came in the morning, even if it was just for the free service. But Lin Chen didn't mind at all. He could already see the experience points and scores beckoning to him. He even continued to offer free enhancements as long as there were enhancement stones. However, the values were a bit too low. Ding. Experience plus 0.1 points plus 0.5 ding. Experience plus 0.5 points plus 0.25 ding. Experience plus 2 points plus 10. It was a bit low, but the quantity was fine. In Lin Chen's system backend, dozens of messages popped up almost every minute. As the enhancements increased, the messages multiplied. By the end of the week, Lin Chen's panel data had changed. Name, Lin Chen, Occupation, Enhancer, Potential, B grade, Level 0 Stage 5, 6 out of 100, Attributes, Strength, 9, Stamina, 8, Agility, 7. Intelligence, 9, Distributable Points, 25, Exclusive Skill, Enhancement, General Skills, none. His points had also risen to over 500, and Lin Chen instantly felt more confident, spending points without hesitation. As for the distributable points, Lin Chen didn't touch them. After all, he hadn't figured out how to allocate them yet. He was just an enhancer, not a combat profession. So there were no attribute preferences. He only had a rough idea in mind, but the specific implementation would depend on the weapon and equipment situation. After the last customer left, Lin Chen took out a longbow from under the counter. Hunter's longbow. Advanced, plus 16, equipment level, LV10, durability, 22 31st, damage, 51 to 57, plus 101, bonus, agility plus 12, penetration plus 5, with 150 damage. It was infinitely close to the damage of a level 20 ordinary knife weapon. Comparable to a level 10 rare knife weapon's damage. And this was just the bow itself, without adding the damage from the arrows. Good stuff, I'll be able to use it in a while. It wasn't that Lin Chen didn't want to use something good, it was mainly because he was poor and couldn't afford it. After all, he had been offering free enhancements lately and hadn't made any money. Otherwise, he would definitely buy a purple piece of equipment. The level didn't matter as long as the attributes were good. Even if it was level 5, he could use it and just keep enhancing it. Lin Chen put the longbow back under the counter and took out his phone to prepare to close the shop. Ding, a message popped up and Lin Chen casually clicked on it. When he saw the title, he was a bit surprised. 87 important officials from the Fongjing city government have been investigated. This investigation team. Lin Chen glanced through it. Several were high-ranking officials, and the intensity of the investigation was quite significant. It seemed the environment would improve considerably. At least for the next 2 years, no one should cause any trouble. Lin Chen closed the shop door and glanced at the time. It's really late today, it's already 7 o'clock. Running a shop means I can't rest early. Being a working person is really tough. Feeling overly exhausted, Lin Chen decided to treat himself. So he went to a barbecue restaurant near his home and ordered a table full of delicious food. Hey, did you see today's news? So many people were dealt with. If you ask me, the investigation team should have come earlier to see what the environment has become. Isn't it just going down now? Just in time. Now that the environment is better, I can finally do things more freely. You don't know, back then I managed to create a piece of armor with a plus 13 enhancement and it was forcibly taken away. Lin Chen listened to the chatter of the people behind him while eating. Sure enough, everyone was from the lower class. The enhancement master is a very popular profession, but the premise is that you need to be famous enough to be well liked. Otherwise, who would know you? Lin Chen shook his head, not wanting to think about it anymore. It had nothing to do with him anyway. I've received all the information, are you sure? Sure, this week I've arranged for 87 people to come for enhancements, with a success rate of 100%. Zhang Lingyu looked excitedly at the television on the wall. The middle-aged man on the screen couldn't help but be moved. That was a 100% success rate, something no one had achieved so far. The best in the community only had a 70% success rate. The higher the enhancement, the greater the chance of failure. Even the recruited enhancement Masters had a maximum success rate of only 78%. I will report this matter, you go contact him first. It would be best if he could join the national team, but if he is unwilling, we won't force it. Zhang Lingyu hesitated, recalling Lin Chan's attitude that day. What's wrong? Is there a difficulty? The middle-aged man felt a jolt in his heart. He expressed doubts about my identity, and I sensed he might have some dissatisfaction with the officials, so this task is a bit challenging. If the higher-ups really value this, could we ask someone of a higher level to talk to him? Lin Chen, don't talk nonsense. In fact, Lin Chen would love to have a stable source of customers, he was just worried about his safety. I'll go personally tomorrow, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Zhang Lingyu's eyes widened, she had thought he was just a level above her, but it turned out he was the highest-ranking officer in the department. This was a bit too much, wasn't it? What, do you think it's beyond the specifications? You still don't understand the strategic significance of this person. If your captain were here, he would definitely understand. Zhang Lingyu smiled bitterly, how could she compare to the other party? That was the captain. Sir, then I'll pick you up tomorrow. No need, just wait for me at your office. Woke up early, pulled up my pants to go to the toilet. Phew. Woke up early, embraced the sun, full of positive energy. A new day has begun. Hope there will be more people today. Having tasted the sweetness, Lin Chen now hoped for more people to come for enhancements. He glanced at his panel. Hey, guess what? After a nap, he leveled up again, just that. Awesome. In the shop. The whole morning passed like this. Lin Chen lay on the lounge chair, looking helplessly at the door. The entire morning he hadn't encountered a single person. Although he knew today was Monday, a workday. But what workday do professionals have? Forget it, should I just put the blackboard out? Lin Chen looked at the blackboard on the ground. Should he offer free enhancements for a while to build his reputation? After lunch, Lin Chen set up a screen at the back counter, behind which was where he placed the enhancement device. After a week, Lin Chen realized that his enhancement method was too likely to surprise people, so he decided to put up a wooden board to block it. Actually, Lin Chen initially wanted to use frosted glass, but after thinking about it, the screen was more convenient, it could just stand up. He then took out a piece of leather armor and placed it in the enhancement device. Since there was no one around, he might as well give himself a set of armor first. Half an hour later, plus 10 completed. Just as Lin Chen was about to continue, the shop door opened. Dingling Lin Chen poked his head out from behind the screen. Oh, it's you. What are you planning to enhance today? Lin Chen said while taking out the leather armor and casually stuffing it into the nearby cabinet. Do you remember what I mentioned last time? The country wants to collaborate with excellent enhancers. Each enhancer can receive corresponding orders both locally and from outside. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a toothache. Want to collaborate? Of course they do, it's a guaranteed profit. As long as these enhancements are used, he can continuously gain experience points and credits. But he was also worried, although Zhang Lingyu was from the headquarters in Kyoto, could she have other motives? The main concern was that Lin Chen had yet to hear of anyone who had successfully collaborated with the country. He doubted the authenticity of this matter. Although he had seen policies from years ago, who knows if they are still in effect now? Can I ask if such matters will be made public? Zhang Lingyu shook her head. We won't disclose such matters unless requested by the enhancers. Lin Chen looked conflicted. Should he agree? It was so difficult. If he were truly a genius, he wouldn't be so torn. Everything he had now was given by the system. What if some scientific madman had his eyes on him? The most important thing was that he could enhance to level 20, 30, or even 100. You don't need to rush your answer. A heavyweight figure will come personally later, and you might know him. If he watched the news, he would have seen him at least once. Dingling the director had already arranged with her if she didn't come out. In half an hour, he would go in. Zhang Lingyu, how's the conversation going? A robust middle-aged man walked in. Director, Lin Chen might need you to communicate personally. Alright, you can step out for now. Lin Chen was stunned. Was this really a heavyweight? He was practically a national figure. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Junjiang, and I am the director of the Town Domain Office. The Town Domain Office was formerly the military department of Huagua, but it changed its name after the emergence of the Domain Gates. Their main enemies had shifted from humans to the monsters within the Domain Gates. The Demon Suppression Office has 4 departments: the Secret Mobile Unit, Border Defense Army, Garrison Army, and a lesser-known Demon Extermination Army. Director Chen, welcome. Please don't mind the simplicity of the place. Why don't you sit here and talk? Don't be shy. It's no wonder Lin Chen was so respectful. Qin Junjiang had contributed immensely to Huagua. Despite his young age, he was very powerful. In his youth, he led troops to clear countless domain gates within the country. No need for formalities, let's just stand and talk. If you have any concerns regarding the collaboration with enhancers, feel free to express them, we can discuss. Qin Junjiang looked kindly at Lin Chen. He had carefully reviewed the information Zhang Lingyu provided about this young man yesterday and reported it. The higher-ups indicated that they must meet any of his requests. Enhancements at level 15 were indeed rare, especially at a low cost.
Even if enhancing by one level costs 200,000, it would still be reasonable. Collaboration? Of course, that's possible. Especially with the country, there shouldn't be any issues. Ha!
Chen Junzhang had prepared to do some persuasion work with Lin Chen, but the latter agreed directly.
It wasn't that difficult after all. Zhang Lingyu, since you've agreed, see if you have any requests, we can include them in the collaboration. But collaboration was very important at the national level.
As for using force to impose demands, the
higher-ups hadn't even considered it. They weren't like the Eagle Sauce, they wouldn't do such things. Moreover, that approach was unacceptable. Enhancers could easily damage equipment without putting in effort. Can I get paid?
After all, he still needed living expenses, so he had to ask for payment.
Of course, you will be paid. How could we let you work for free?
Lin Chen hesitated for a moment.
How about this? I won't ask for too much for the first 10 levels, 500 for level 1.
For levels 11 to 13, it's 10,000 for each level. For levels 14 to 15, it's 50,000 for each level. And for level 16, it's 500,000.
But all the enhancement stones have to be provided by you.
I can't gather that many enhancement stones on my own. Enhancement stones are items dropped by killing monsters, and low-level enhancement stones are plentiful.
However, the quantity
of stones above purple is significantly less than that of ordinary enhancement stones.
Not to mention the golden and red enhancement stones. Chen Juanjing's breathing quickened. Even at over 40 years old, he couldn't remain calm. What did he just hear? Level 16 enhancement, 500,000?
The amount of money didn't matter, but since the other party said it, it meant they were confident. So far, Lin Chen was the first to dare to
ask for such a price.
Even those who had enhanced their equipment to level 16 only dare to ask for level 15.
What you mean is, you can enhance it to level 16? Chen Junjing looked at Lin Chen with excitement. Yes, actually I wanted to ask you, how's your health?
I'm quite healthy. Every professional has good physical fitness.
No, I mean, do you have any heart disease or high blood pressure? Lin Chen asked, cautiously. Chen Junjing looked at Lin Chen with some confusion. Could the secret of enhancement be related to physical fitness? Or was this collaboration going to require a health check? No, I'm very healthy. Oh, then I'm relieved. Director Chen, since you're here, I definitely trust you.
So what I'm about to say, just listen, and keep it confidential. Lin Chen nodded. As long as he wasn't sick, that was good.
Don't worry.
Your file will be upgraded to S level, and only a small number of high-level officials nationwide can see it. Actually, I can enhance weapons up to level 21 with a 100% success rate. Of course, it requires some
time.
The main thing was that points were too important to Lin Chen, and he didn't want to use too many easily. He usually only used them when he saw a success rate of over 80.
What did you say? Enhancement. Chen Juanjing's face turned an abnormal red and his fingers trembled.
Lin Chen's expression changed drastically. You said you weren't sick, you can't just pass out. If you do, I won't be able to
explain. He hurriedly ran out the door.
Zhang Lingyu. With Lin Chen's shout, 3 people rushed out from the car in front, one of whom was Zhang Lingyu.
What's wrong? That Director Chen inside is about to collapse.
The 3 people's faces changed drastically, and they rushed into the room. They saw Chen Junjing trembling all over, his face red and his lips quivering. The 3 were a bit confused. This didn't look like someone who was sick, but more like someone who was overly excited. What had been said to cause this? But this wasn't the time to discuss that. 2 of the men hurriedly stepped forward to support Chen Junjing and help him catch his breath. Zhang Lingyu came to Lin Chen's side, looking at him with suspicion. If it weren't for Chen Junjing's condition stabilizing, she would have suspected that Lin Chen had drugged him.
What did you do just now? What's wrong with Director Chen?
Lin Chen looked aggrieved. What did this have to do with him? He had already asked if the other party was sick.
I didn't do anything. I just said,
I'm fine now, you all can leave.
Lin Chen also shut his mouth. The 3 exchanged glances, confirming that Chen Junjing was fine before they all exited the shop. Lin Chen, what you said just now is true?
Just thinking about Lin Chen's claim of enhancing to level 21 made Chen Junjing's heart still unable to calm down. His voice trembled as he spoke. Of course it's true, I just happen to have a level 16 enhanced piece of equipment here, just right to demonstrate for you. But it will take a bit of time, so you'll need to wait.
It's fine, I have time.
Even if there was no time, this matter had to be prioritized at this moment. If it could really be enhanced to 21, it wouldn't just be an S-level file, it could be directly upgraded to SSS level.
Even. Lin Chen casually threw his longbow into the enhancer. Behind a screen, Chen Junjing couldn't see anything, but he wasn't in a hurry, he would see it soon enough.
This time, the process was quick. Lin Chen finished in just 1 hour. However, he used quite a bit of points. Lin Chen didn't look at the specific data, he just handed it over to Chen Junjing after seeing the success.
Director Chen, take a look. When he saw the enhancement level marked as 21 next to the name, Chen Junjing's heart raced with excitement. Fortunately, he wasn't so overwhelmed that he couldn't speak. But when he looked closely, he found that the name of the weapon was in blue. Blue. What a waste of resources. When he saw the level, he felt his blood pressure rise. What did he see? A LV-10 blue high-level equipment enhanced to 21? Is this something a person can do? Chen Junjing felt a pang of pain but still looked at the attributes. Hunter's Longbow High Level plus 21 Equipment Level LV10 Durability 22 31st Damage 51 to 57 plus 197 Bonus Agility plus 12 Penetration plus 5 Critical Hit plus 20%. Looking at the displayed text, Chen Junjing's eyes widened instantly. Over the years, he had learned to remain calm even in the face of great danger. However, today alone, he had lost his composure countless times. Even when he was the captain, battling within the domain gates, his expression had never changed. Good, really good. Chen Junjing stroked the longbow in his hand as if it were not a blue-quality longbow. Lin Chen noticed the way he looked at the weapon and couldn't help but shiver. Could this person have a fetish? Lin Chen, let's sign the contract. Chen Junjing wanted to avoid any prolonged delays and prepared to sign the contract directly. He even thought about arranging for the secret mobile team to protect Lin Chen nearby once he returned. Sure. Lin Chen was also very happy. This meant he wouldn't have to spend his own money on weapons or enhancement stones. Plus, his level could still increase. He couldn't help but check his information panel. He was already level 7. These people were indeed quick. Just 3 more levels and he could equip this weapon. He didn't know what button Chen Junjing pressed, but the 3 people outside walked in and placed a contract on the counter. Here's the contract, take a look. The content of this contract wasn't much, just 2 pages. As for whether it met the standard, no one cared. As long as the contract content was fine, both parties would abide by it. After all, it was beneficial for both sides. Lin Chen examined it carefully and couldn't help but frown. Is there something inappropriate? We can make changes, Zhang Lingyu quickly said. There are indeed a few issues that need to be changed. The first is regarding the weapon equipment I enhanced. My idea is that 80% should be weapon types and the rest can be equipment and accessories. After all, Lin Chen needed to rely on enhanced weapons to kill, and equipment shouldn't be able to do that. Of course, he hadn't tested this yet, so he wasn't very clear on that point. That's not a problem. They were more than happy to let Lin Chen enhance all weapons. The second is that I will only enhance for 5 days a week. For the remaining 2 days, I want to enhance for the local people. Lin Chen didn't want to lose the market here. Who knew where these equipment would end up? If they fell into the hands of 8th or 9th tier experts, it might take a month to kill a monster and he would be at a huge loss. The lower tier groups are his most important target at this stage. This is not a problem, but we also want to make a request. That is, at least 4 pieces of equipment enhanced to level 15 and 1 piece enhanced to level 16 each month. I wonder if you can agree to this request. Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen with eager anticipation. This agreement was not written in the contract. After all, at the beginning, they only knew he could enhance to level 15. The contract stated 4 pieces of equipment enhanced to level 14 and 1 piece enhanced to level 15 each month. Lin Chen shook his head. This is not a problem. Although it would consume some of his points, he no longer cared about those points. He earned 300 to 400 every day, and it would only increase in the future. Zhang Lingyu's expression brightened, and she quickly took out a printer to reprint the contract. However, before printing, Zhang Lingyu asked one more question. Do you have any other requests? Well, there is indeed one more request. Could you find me a set of level 10 quality weapons? For armor, I want leather armor, and for weapons, I want long-range weapons like bows. This is not a problem. In fact, we can provide you with any kind of weapon you want, but the premise is that these weapons are for your use. Chen Junjing agreed directly. He guessed that Lin Chen wanted to use weapons to make up for his lack of skills. Then there's no problem. Zhang Lingyu printed the new contract and handed it to Lin Chen. Can I ask where you got this printer? Ah, you mean this? The backpack equipment? I got this by defeating monsters. The smallest backpack has 5 slots and the largest has 20 slots. As she spoke, Zhang Lingyu took a small backpack from herself and handed it to Lin Chen. The contents had long been cleared out. Lin Chen took it and naturally understood how to use it. No wonder. He had been puzzled. Since it was gamified, how could there be no such thing as a backpack? It turned out it needed to be dropped by monsters. He wondered how those people took weapons out of their backpacks and how they wore their armor. By the way, this thing can also be enhanced. Each enhancement can increase the number of slots by the same amount. That is to say, if you enhance it once, you can increase it by 5 slots. Lin Chen nodded. This was quite good. He picked up a pen and signed his name on the contract. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about not having anything to enhance. He hoped they would hunt more monsters. Since the cooperation has been established, I will take my leave now. Chen Junjing smiled. After returning this time, he would first go to the higher-ups to raise Lin Chen's file confidentiality level. Then he would send someone over. Since Lin Chen wanted to level up, it would be good to have these people accompany him. I'll see you off. Lin Chen accompanied him out the door. Zhang Lingyu, you don't need to go back to Kyoto, just stay here with Lin Chen. If he needs help with anything, you assist him, and I will give you the greatest authority. Lin Chen, this is my phone number. If there's anything she can't solve, you can also call me. Chen Junjing gave Lin Chen his private number, directly ignoring Zhang Lingyu. After all, Zhang Lingyu and Lin Chen had met a few times and could still talk. After all, the members of the secret mobile team were all quite proud. However, they would never resist orders, so there wouldn't be any problems. On this point, Chen Junjing was very confident. After all, the first secret mobile team was established by him. In terms of strength, only the demon-slaying army could compete with it. But the two teams had different focuses. One was multifaceted in combat, while the other specialized in domain gates. After Chen Junjing's car left, Lin Chen turned back and returned to the shop. Zhang Lingyu sighed and returned to the shop. How about you go back to your team? Lin Chen didn't really need someone like her here. No, since Director Chen arranged it, there must be a reason. Besides, with me here, you can have fewer troubles. Zhang Lingyu shook her head. Alright then. Lin Chen didn't care about any troubles. He picked up the backpack he had just received and went to the back to start enhancing it. After enhancing it to level 10, Lin Chen stopped. Because a 110 slot backpack was already enough. Backpack normal plus 10 equipment level, none durability, 100 additional, 110 slots. Moreover, its appearance had changed, transforming from a shabby crossbody bag into an arm bag. This was also an effect of enhancing it to level 10. When Zhang Lingyu saw it, she couldn't help but be surprised. After all, no one would enhance a white quality backpack to level 10. Even other quality backpacks were usually only enhanced to level 5 or 6 at most. It was her first time realizing that this item could actually change shape. The next day, Lin Chen opened the shop door at 8:50 and at 9 o'clock Zhang Lingyu appeared. On time, followed by 5 men. Lin Chen glanced at them curiously. Lin Chen, let me introduce you. These 5 are from the secret mobile team, but I won't say which team. The 5 stepped forward and the man in front had a serious expression. Hello, I am Ling Qi, an 8th tier level 1 gunfighter. Lin Chen twitched his mouth. Ling Qi was quite a name. Hello, hello. Lin Chen extended his right hand to shake his. This is my team. Taisun, 8th tier level 0 shield warrior. Cheng Ziyu, 8th tier level 1 priest. Zheng Ziyu, 7th tier level 8 fire mage. Gunua, 7th tier level 9 assassin. We are here to protect you. So if you have any requests, feel free to let us know. Ling Qi spoke with a serious demeanor. The other 4 teammates, however, seemed more approachable, at least like real people. Our captain is like this. Don't take it to heart. Yeah, you'll get used to it. The few of them stepped forward to shake hands, trying to win a good impression for their captain. It's fine, I think it's quite good. Aside from his stern appearance, there were no other flaws. Dingling, a man pushed open the door, and when he saw so many people standing inside, his expression faltered. This shop owner wouldn't have caused trouble. Would he? Is his enhancement level really that poor? I think I walked into the wrong place, sorry. The man turned and ran out. Lin Chen looked helplessly at the few people in front of him. Gentlemen, don't you think it would be better to find a place to rest? Standing here is a bit inappropriate. At that time, he thought this 60 square meter room was enough for himself, but he didn't expect so many people to show up. You 4 go next door, I'll stay here with Zhang Lingyu. Lin Chen opened his mouth. Actually, he preferred to let the captain go next door and keep the other 4 here. But forget it, after all, they were arranged by the higher-ups. Captain, if I may suggest, why not apply for the upstairs? We could be up there, and it would be faster to come down. No need, we can just make a door in this wall later. Ling Qi pointed to the wall on the left. Lin Chen watched them speak, unable to interject. Shouldn't you ask me, the owner, about opening a door? Lin Chen, do you think that's feasible? Feasible, of course it's feasible. There was no point in opposing. What if they dug a basement downstairs? It was better to let them be next door. The few of them moved quickly, and the 4 went directly next door. Ling Qi then came to Lin Chen and stood by the wall. Lin Chen looked at the over 1.9 meter tall Ling Qi and then at his own height of just over 1.7 meters. Looking at the other person's strong physique and then at his own frail body. Sigh, what a difference. As for Zhang Lingyu, she found this scene amusing and stood behind a counter. There are chairs over there, you can sit down. If you don't sit, I would feel embarrassed. The 2 hesitated for a moment, then took the stools and sat down. Zhang Lingyu was fine, but Ling Qi sat there with his hands on his knees, back straight. No matter how you looked at it, he seemed like someone from a regular army, not at all like a member of a covert task force. This Zhang, big brother, you come from a covert task force, but your physique is too obvious, right? Mr. Lin Chen, actually, I don't look like this when executing other tasks. Then just treat it as executing other tasks. It's really too tiring for you like this. Just call me Lin Chen. No need for the Mr. Lin Chen said somewhat helplessly. This was not what he had imagined a task force member to be like. Seeing this, Ling Qi relaxed his body, no longer looking so serious. Lin Chen sighed lightly. This would do, he thought. He recalled the person who had just left and couldn't help but sigh again. The duck that was within reach had flown away. Bored, Lin Chen opened his data panel. So refreshing. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, Enhancer potential, B grade level, first stage 0. Level 45/1000. Attributes, Strength 9, Stamina 8, Agility 7, Intelligence 9. Available points 50. Exclusive skill, Enhancement. General skills, none. His points had even reached 3400. With enhancement, what was there to be afraid of? Enhancing a full set of plus 20 equipment would be a piece of cake. According to his calculations, plus 12 could almost be done without using points, and a scattered 400 points would be enough to reach plus 20. Hiss. When he thought about it, these points were only enough for 8 pieces of equipment. It didn't seem like much. His previously good mood calmed down again after this calculation. What a waste of joy. Lin Chen thought carefully. Armor consisted of 5 parts: shoulder pads, top, pants, shoes, and belt, mainly to increase defense and attributes. Accessories were made up of 2 rings, 2 bracelets, and a necklace. Weapons were 2 slots, but generally, only one weapon would be used in combat. Most people wouldn't carry a secondary weapon. And there was a special equipment that everyone would carry: the Eye of the Mind, a special equipment that prevents the mind from being tainted by monsters. The Eye of the Mind had no level restrictions and no quality. Its acquisition method was also very simple. It was forged by blacksmiths using the bodies of monsters and could be randomly infused into an item to be used as the Eye of the Mind. With that in mind, Lin Chen needed to enhance at least 12 pieces of equipment, meaning he would need at least 5,000 points. Hiss. So poor. Big brother Ling Chi, can you show me your Eye of the Mind? He originally wanted to ask Zhang Lingyu, but thinking that she was a girl who knew what kind of Eye of the Mind she would create. In the end, he had no choice but to ask Ling Chi. Ling Chi took a faded brooch from his collar and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the design and raised an eyebrow. This method was not bad. He could make one like this later. Eye of the Mind plus 12 equipment level, non-durability 44/100 bonus, Demon Chi barrier range plus 12 meters, Demon Chi purification speed plus 120%. Was the purification of the Eye of the Mind calculated like this? If he had one enhanced to plus 100, wouldn't that increase the purification speed by 1000% with a range of 100 meters? Thinking about it like this was quite nice. Lin Chen returned the Eye of the Mind to Ling Chi and turned to look at Zhang Lingyu. Miss Zhang. Just call me Sister Zhang. Mrs. Too formal. Zhang Lingyu said, speechless. I'm sorry, Sister Zhang. I want to ask when my equipment will arrive. However, before Zhang Lingyu could respond, Ling Chi spoke up. The equipment you want is of a lower level. We're looking for something suitable. Zhang Lingyu looked at the two with helplessness. Good grief, this one can't even speak. Director Chen, please transfer me away. I can't stay in this place any longer. Lin Chen smacked his lips, somewhat understanding. After all, what he wanted was high quality, level 10 equipment. But by the time they find it, he might have to level up to 20. Thinking this way, it seemed like he was at a loss. Lin Chen once again focused on his panel. As for the system panel, he only looked at the points. On the panel, his attributes hadn't changed, which was different from what he expected. Wasn't it said that there would be a fixed increase with each level up? Why was there only free points? I want to ask about personal attributes. After leveling up, will there be an increase in attribute points with each level? And how many free points do you get for each level? Ling Chi looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Logistics, secondary professions hardly have any attribute point growth. Even leveling up only gives a symbolic 5 free points. As for the reason, it might be because they don't need to fight. Lin Chen twitched his mouth. Although he was indeed a logistics profession, there was no need to say it out loud. Even though Ling Chi rephrased, Lin Chen could still tell he was speaking sincerely. Attribute growth is related to talent. The total range for the 4-dimensional attribute growth is between 5 to 20 plus 5 free attributes. A second tier level 0 will have 1 awakening, increasing 50 free attributes. A 6th tier level 0 will have a second awakening, increasing 100 free attributes. But only combat and support professions have this, other professions do not. Hearing this, Lin Chen's heart ached. He knew that even if he reached level 10, he would only have 500 points. Look at others, they directly get 650 free points, plus fixed points for each level up. Even the worst talent can reach 1,300 points. Secondary professions are really too difficult. However, fortunately, he had a commander, otherwise, he might not be able to fulfill his wishes or complete his promise to his parents. Of course, aside from that, the more important thing was to gain experience and points. Getting this stuff by himself was much more than relying on others. Actually, you don't need to be too hung up on levels, they just have a few more skills. You can enhance your equipment, and the increase from equipment enhancement is not any worse than attributes. At this point, Ling Chi's eyes showed a hint of envy. Before coming here, Qin Jun had told him that this Lin Chen could enhance to level 21, but the price was a bit steep. But for the increase it brought, what was that little money worth? Lin Chen nodded in agreement. What a load of nonsense. Those are skills. What else does he have besides enhancement? General skills. There aren't many useful general skills. He can't just use a shovel as an enhancer. Sister Zhang, can you help me find a pistol or a sniper rifle and some grenades? No matter how good a bow and arrow is, for someone like him who has no skills at all, using a bow and arrow is just too difficult. It's better to use some firearms, that way he might have a chance. Yes, there are equipment for the gunner profession at the Fongjing base. I'll get some for you right now. 1 hour later, Zhang Lingyu placed a pistol, a sniper rifle, 5 grenades, and a pile of bullets on the counter. Wait, do firearms still need bullets?
Of course it's necessary, after all, this is something artificially made, it's just that monster components have been added to it.
With the current technology, we still can't get rid of bullets, Zhang
Lingyu said, puzzled.
That's not it.
The weapons that don't require bullets won't be sold to the public, they are used in special departments, but their effectiveness is quite average, Ling Qi added.
Well, what else could he say? Lin Chen picked up the handgun.
Thunder handgun, rare, equipment level, LV10 durability, 45 damage, 71-93 additional, lightning attribute attack critical hit plus 5%. What a good item. It even has an attribute attack. This is a rare weapon, even using it until level 20 would be sufficient. Then he picked up the bullets and grenades, which were much more ordinary.
They were all white equipment with very low attack bonuses.
Bullets, common, durability, 1-1 damage, 100 G10 grenade, common, durability, 1/1 damage, 500 additional, kill radius 5m. How to put it, they were quite average.
Probably because they were dissatisfied with the effectiveness. They didn't make too powerful ammunition.
Then Lin Chen picked up a sniper rifle.
G110 sniper rifle, rare, equipment level,
LV10 durability, 45 damage. 98-120 additional, penetration plus 50 bleeding plus 5. It can be said that Lin Chen really liked these two weapons, one for close combat and one for long range. The only pity was that his shooting skills were poor.
If someone like me, who hasn't received training and isn't a gunsmith, uses this kind of weapon, what would the hit rate be?
Lin Chen was a bit curious. After all, weapons didn't have professional restrictions.
Even various equipment had no professional limitations.
The only thing that had professional restrictions was skills. But most skills were abilities that one comprehended after leveling up. To learn skills, one needed to
hunt powerful monsters.
And those kinds of skills were clearly not easy to possess. Anyway, Lin Chen hadn't heard of many people having such skills.
To be honest, it's quite easy for an ordinary person to hit a
monster within 10 meters with a handgun. At 20 meters, about a 50% chance is about right, and at 30 meters, I suggest letting them come closer. As for the sniper rifle, at 200 meters, there's an 80% chance of hitting. At 500 meters, a 50% chance, and at 800 meters, a 20% chance.
After all, hitting still requires skill under various influencing factors. In fact, Zhang Lingyu's words were already quite conservative. It still
had something to do with the individual. Some people could miss at 10 meters with a handgun, and it was common for a sniper rifle to miss at 100 meters. However, she didn't want to undermine Lin Chen's confidence.
Moreover, with Ling Qi around, teaching Lin Chen would be more than enough, right?
Lin Chen stroked his chin.
Should he strengthen it first? Maybe he could get a better additional attribute. Without hesitation,
Lin Chen stood up, took the sniper rifle, and went behind the screen to start strengthening it.
Ling Qi approached Zhang Lingyu. Is he going to strengthen the sniper rifle? It seems so. From what he said yesterday, he wants to go out and hunt monsters.
He probably wants to use the strengthened weapon to make up for his shortcomings, but I don't know how far he will strengthen it.
To be honest, Zhang Lingyu was really envious. Not to mention a weapon strengthened to 20, even having a weapon strengthened to 15 would be something to brag about.
I wonder if I can ask him to strengthen my weapon a bit, but I'm a bit worried it
will take up a slot. It shouldn't take up a slot, you can ask him.
After spending more than 2 hours, Lin Chen finally strengthened the handgun to 20.
Lightning pistol, rare, plus 20 equipment level, LV10.
Durability, 45 damage, 71-93, plus 236.2, additional, lightning attribute attack penetration plus 10 critical hit plus 5%, plus 10, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed a purple quality equipment, and with a plus 20
enhancement, the damage increase was significant. The additional attributes were just average. As for the others, Lin Chen didn't plan to enhance them for now. He could do it in advance when needed. Mainly, it was too much of a waste of time. Hey Lin Chen, do you think you could enhance my weapon? The price is negotiable.
Ling Qi rubbed his hands together, no longer cold and serious as before.
Lin Chen couldn't help but smile inwardly. See, this was the allure of weapon enhancement.
No matter who you were, in front of a high enhancement rate master, you had to smile.
Even if you didn't want to, you had to. Originally, Lin Chen
didn't want to enhance for Ling Qi. After all, he was guarding himself, and enhancing for him wasn't very useful. But anyway, the other party was protecting him, so it could be considered a reward. After all, he was
just spending some points. No problem, give me the weapon. Thank you.
Ling Qi quickly took out a spear from his space backpack. This is something I just had made, and I haven't had the chance to enhance it yet. It's really of good quality, so I didn't dare to take action lightly. More importantly, if it broke, a piece of equipment at such a high level was not easy to handle.
Lin Chen took it in his hands and was
surprised to find it was actually an 80-level equipment with base damage that was off the charts.
How much do you want to enhance it to? Just so you know, I won't give you a discount. Of course, the money must be paid, you can't refuse. Can I enhance it to 20? If that's too much for you, 15 is fine.
In fact, he secretly wanted to enhance it to 21, which was the highest known successful enhancement value for Lin Chen. But he felt embarrassed. He was already embarrassed saying 20, but since the words were out, he can only stick with it.
Lin Chen smiled. He wouldn't be stingy with money. If it had been free before, he might not have done it. But now that he was cooperating with the country, he wasn't afraid. Even if something went wrong, the country would cover it. 20 is fine, let me calculate. Lin Chen took out a calculator and started crunching numbers. A fair price of 3.135 million. I'll just round it down to 3.13 million for you. Zhang Lingyu's mouth twitched. You really are rounding down. But more than that, she felt envious of Ling Chi for soon having a plus 20 weapon. If you didn't count the weapon in Lin Chen's hands, this would be the first plus 20 weapon in the world. Without saying a word, Ling Chi took out his bank card and swiped it for payment. Afraid Lin Chen would change his mind. Watching the money come in, he finally saw some return on his investment. It was not easy. However, there might be more money in the future. Sigh, making money really is a boring life. This enhancement took him straight to 1230 and the speed was quite fast. Unfortunately, that morning, apart from the man who had been scared away, there hadn't been a single customer. Lin Chen was wondering if changing locations would be better. But for now, it was okay. There were still occasional visitors and the country's weapon enhancements. The quantity would definitely not be small, and he didn't plan to enhance for anyone on Saturdays and Sundays. Instead, he would go out to level up. The opportunity was right there. How could he not make good use of it? He was a man who wanted to be the king of the domain gates. Here you go, take a look and see if you're satisfied. Ling Chi took the spear and looked at the data. Dark Knight Long Gun, rare, plus 20 equipment level, LV 80 durability, 51/55 damage, 701 to 823. Plus 2318, additional, strength plus 55, plus 50, bleeding plus 100, critical hit plus 10%. Ling Chi's hands trembled. The damage had increased by a full 2300, and the additional attributes were also rising. With this weapon, even facing a 9th tier monster, he would have the strength to fight back. It was simply too powerful. He took a deep breath and saluted Lin Chen. With you for the country, many warriors will be able to return alive from the battlefield in the future. Thank you. The serious Ling Chi left Lin Chen momentarily speechless. Don't be like this, you're spending money, no need for such formality. Moreover, the country is also spending money, it's a mutual benefit. Lin Chen really hadn't thought that much, he simply hoped more people would take his weapons to kill monsters. The space for human survival had been greatly compressed, and outside the isolation walls was where monsters gathered. Those places had once been habitats for humans. This is different, you can accept this courtesy. It's really important for those warriors on the front lines. Whether from the civilian side or the official side, they all had to fight against monsters, and weapons and equipment were their guarantee. The better the weapons and equipment, the greater the chance of survival. That was beyond doubt. All the enhancers capable of upgrading weapons to plus 10 were respected for a reason. Although they charged money, it was reasonable. Lin Chen stroked his chin. This hat was a bit too high. But still, the money had to be paid. Lin Chen glanced at his phone. It was Friday. He had the equipment now. Shouldn't he go check out the wilderness? Although he only had weapons, it was enough. After all, with them around, he wouldn't get hurt. As for the armor and such on him, he would deal with it once the items arrived. Tomorrow is Saturday. I plan to go into the wilderness to hunt monsters. What do you think? Since he had sent Ling Chi and the others, they must be useful. I'll arrange for someone right now. Let's set our sights on F tier and E tier monsters. These monsters are all below level 20. With your level, you should be fine with the equipment. Moreover, if it really comes to it, we can leave a half-dead one for you. They had anticipated these situations before coming, so besides this secret mobile team, there was also another garrison force. Ling Chi was responsible for protection, while they were tasked with creating a battlefield for monsters specifically for Lin Chen to use. They had also investigated Lin Chen's family situation. They speculated about his psychology, likely to go to the front lines to hunt monsters, and possibly even to close the domain gates. All of this was within their considerations. In fact, from their perspective, it would be best for Lin Chen to stay safely in the rear, and it would be better if he didn't go to the front lines at all. Even fighting the lowest level F-tier monsters was best avoided. One must know that monsters harm, not only through attacks but also through monster energy contamination. A small amount of contamination might only affect personality, and the eye of the soul could clear it away after a while. But if one were to be contaminated by high-level monsters, that wouldn't be something that could be resolved in a short time. If not cleaned up in time, it could lead to unpredictable dangers. Dingling, excuse me, can this really enhance equipment by 100%? A girl in a black combat suit, about 1 meter 60 tall, walked in, her voice soft and sweet. Of course, if the enhancement fails, all enhancement stones will be returned tenfold. This was the first customer of the day. They had to keep her. Then can you see if you can help me enhance this? The girl suddenly produced a staff from her hand, embedded with a white gem. Is it a priest or a paladin? But looking at this figure, it should be a priest. No problem. I don't know how much you want to enhance it. Do you have the enhancement stones ready? Lin Chen didn't prepare many enhancement stones. After all, he didn't have much money before, buying one each time. Can it be enhanced to 10? The enhancement stones are already prepared. Saying this, the woman placed 20 enhancement stones on the table, still purple stones. Total 5,000. Lin Chen immediately took out the card reader and handed it to her. The woman's expression stiffened. It was her first time seeing someone collect money before doing the work. Isn't it usually the other way around? But she didn't hesitate and paid directly. Lin Chen took the staff in his hand and saw the data panel above. It was still a level 40 purple equipment, quite high level. Enhancing it to 10 was too easy for him. In less than 20 minutes, a plus 10 weapon was ready. Here you go. So fast? The woman was a bit surprised. In her view, it should take at least an hour. Previously, when she went to that golden enhancer's shop, that person was checking the time and carefully observing the weapon. She didn't expect it to be so casual here. However, it was indeed successfully enhanced and she couldn't help but wonder if she should enhance it a few more levels. But she held back. If it broke, she wouldn't have another purple quality staff. Ancient Starsea Staff, rare, plus 10 equipment level, LV 40 durability, 32 41st. Damage 335 to 412 plus 266, additional 5% chance to receive star power attack on each attack, causing 20% intelligence damage, intelligence plus 75 healing effect plus 10%. The woman nodded in satisfaction. It really was enhanced to 10 and the data was quite good. Even the additional attributes were very suitable for her profession. Thank you, shop owner. I will introduce my teammates to come over when I have time. Then I must. Thank you, here is my business card. By the way, we usually only open from Monday to Friday. Saturday depends on the situation, and we are definitely closed on Sundays. Having someone introduce customers is a good thing. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? One introduces 10, 10 introduces 100, and he wouldn't have to worry about customers for his shop. On Saturdays and Sundays he would go out to the wild. That wouldn't change much. But if someone came, leaving one day on Saturday would still be fine. As for official equipment, his speed for enhancing within 10 was still acceptable. The time-consuming part was only above 13. After the woman left, Lin Chen sat in the chair and couldn't help but ponder. Does the system really only have this little ability? It shouldn't be. Just increasing damage and additional attributes, isn't there? Anything else? Anyway, he didn't believe it. However, the points in his hand weren't enough, otherwise he would enhance to 50 at once to see if he could find any clues. The next day, Saturday. The location has been chosen, the venue there has been surrounded, and we can start as soon as we arrive. The driver was Ling Qi, with Chang Ziyu and Tyson sitting on either side of Lin Chen. These two could protect him at any time. In the passenger seat sat Zhang Lingyu. Behind them followed another car with two other team members. The two cars drove north, arriving at the foot of a hill. On top of that hill stood a large black door. The door frame covered in patterns. In the middle of the door was a black mist rippling. Is that the domain gate? Lin Chen pointed to the distant door and asked. Yes, that's a disaster level gate. Inside there are a large number of F-level and E-level monsters, a small number of D-level monsters, and very few C-level monsters. It's considered the safest gate, releasing monsters once a week. This kind of gate is common all over the world, and people generally don't pay much attention to it. After all, besides the magical creatures, the things inside are also very important. Most of the items added to the weapons and equipment used by professionals come from here. It is precisely because these items are added that the weapons are endowed with attributes. At first, people did not realize this. It was only when the magical energy polluted the weapons that they discovered it. However, the batch of weapons from back then has now been suppressed, as weapons invaded by magical energy are not something ordinary people can use. On the distant grass, some low-level magical creatures are already moving, but they don't seem to be aggressive. Here, take this. You can only hunt magical creatures with it. Ling Qi handed over a black iron piece, which is the Eye of the Mind. Unfortunately, it hasn't been enhanced, but Lin Chen doesn't mind much since he is using a handgun and a sniper rifle this time. He casually put the Eye of the Mind into his pocket and took out the sniper rifle from his backpack. Lin Chen lay directly on the ground. With the current power of the sniper rifle, taking down a magical creature with one shot shouldn't be a problem. Ling Qi and the others spread out, only about 10 meters away from Lin Chen. Bang! With a gunshot, a red -411 burst forth. The magical creature that was hit fell to the ground, and the other creatures immediately scattered, but they were driven back into the area by the surrounding people. Ding! Killed first level F-class magical creature, experience plus 10, points plus 10. Lin Chen shook his head. This increase is too little. He glanced at the magical creatures clustered in the distance and roughly checked. There should be about 20 to 30 creatures in the area. It should be fine, but I wonder how strong these things really are. Brutal half-demon LV 17? The tallest magical creature appeared in Lin Chen's view. 3 skulls. It really looks quite dangerous. After all, his attributes are very low. He hasn't even added any attribute points yet. Of course, even if he had, it wouldn't make much difference. At the same level, he is still too far behind others. But that doesn't matter. A grenade suddenly appeared in his hand. That's right, the one Zhang Lingyu gave him that day. He just enhanced it a bit yesterday.
G10 grenade, normal, plus 12, durability, 1/1, damage 500, plus 577, additional, kill radius 5m, plus 10, using only enhancement stones, without even using points. Lin Chen was very satisfied with these stats. Then, he pulled the pin, leaned back, and threw it. Boom! A black object was thrown in a perfect parabolic arc, landing 2 or 3 meters in front of the magical creatures. Ah, I threw it too. Close, just a bit off. Ling Qi and the others exchanged glances. Grenades have great destructive power, but the range is too small. Although the magical creatures were somewhat clustered, the area was still a bit wide. Killing 2 or 3 would be good enough. Tai Sun, next time you go break the legs of those magical creatures and let Lin Chen kill them. However, with a loud bang, a visible shockwave spread from the scene, and a huge mushroom cloud of smoke rose. Everyone's mind had only one thought: this is impossible. They had used grenades before, how could it have such great power? No matter what others thought, Lin Chen was grinning widely. Ding! Killed first level F-class magical creature, experience plus 10, points plus 10, ding. Killed 6th level F-class magical creature, experience plus 63, points plus 63, ding. Killed 17th level E-class magical creature, experience plus 174, points plus 174. Suddenly, about 20 messages popped up, and the few creatures at the edge were not killed. After all, the range is just this big, and there are so many monsters acting as meat shields, it's normal that they can't be killed. Lin Chen took out his sniper rifle, shooting one little monster with each shot. They all fell to the ground. If he couldn't kill them now, that would be strange. Lin Chen glanced at his data and leveled up again. What a pity, if only there were a targeting function. He wondered if there was a similar ability among the universal skills. Otherwise, using a sniper rifle to only shoot nearby monsters felt somewhat wasteful. Lin Chen, was that grenade you used earlier enhanced? Although Ling Qi already knew the answer, he still wanted to hear it from Lin Chen. Yeah, but I only enhanced one. It really took too much time. That's not what I meant. I wanted to ask how much you enhanced that grenade to achieve this effect. Level 12, I guess. Ling Qi looked at Lin Chen, who was deep in thought, and his mouth twitched. You enhanced a disposable item to level 12? What about those enhancers? What about those professionals who don't have equipment enhanced above level 10? 50% of professionals have equipment enhanced to level 5. After all, there are plenty of black iron enhancers. Above silver, it becomes rare, and you have to queue to enhance. Moreover, many enhancers won't take equipment. You've already enhanced. Who knows if your weapon has failed an enhancement before? After all, a failed enhancement will drop the enhancement level but won't reset it to 0. There might even be visible damage. If it ends up in your hands and fails, causing the entire weapon to break, whose problem is that? As long as you're happy, Ling Qi said, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder before turning back to his position. Although he wanted to suggest enhancing some other equipment, he could spend money on it. But after all, it was Lin Chen's own decision. He had no right to interfere, just feeling a bit pained. Lin Chen looked at Ling Qi, who was walking away, puzzled. What was up with this guy? He glanced at the monsters moving around in the distance, picked up his gun, and continued shooting. In the distance, Zhang Lingyu approached Ling Qi. Did you just want to tell him not to waste enhancements on disposable equipment? Ling Qi hesitated for a moment and nodded. I did think that, but I didn't say it. Zhang Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good you didn't say anything. You need to understand his importance, otherwise he wouldn't have asked your team to come. My position isn't lower than yours, yet I'm still here listening to Lin Chen's orders. This shows his importance, so some things shouldn't be meddled with. We're in a cooperative relationship, not a superior subordinate one. Even if he enhances a stone to level 20, that's his hobby. Moreover, Director Shen is going to set his file to S level, so you understand? Zhang Lingyu wasn't clear about the SSS level file. If she knew it was SSS level, she wouldn't just be taking orders. Even warming his bed would be no problem. Since the domain gate descended, how many SSS level files have there been over the years? No more than 5. All of them were information released years after the individuals had passed away. And these people had all made significant contributions to the country. Warming the bed for such individuals could be recorded in the family tree. I understand. I didn't say anything earlier, Ling Qi said seriously. By the way, his equipment will arrive tomorrow, a total of 12 pieces. But I think he might prefer this sniper rifle. He probably won't like the bow and arrow. It doesn't matter, as long as we protect him, that's enough. His level seems to have increased again. Why didn't I have this treatment back then? Otherwise, I wouldn't still be at level 5. Zhang Lingyu genuinely envied Lin Chen. Back in the day, she only teamed up to hunt monsters. She never had such opportunities. Can it be compared? As you said, this Lin Chen is now a treasure. Even in the future, Lin Chen's status will definitely not be low. The highest enhancement level in history is only 16, and it has never reached 17. It's tough. At noon, Lin Chen took a break and had a simple meal with everyone. The garrison troops went to drive the monsters into the encirclement so that Lin Chen could kill them later. These monsters are relatively low level and lack the ability to sense danger. They quietly stayed in the encirclement, waiting to be slaughtered. After finishing the meal, Lin Chen continued hunting.
His points and experience kept increasing. As expected, the experience gained from doing it myself is higher. But there's no rush. Once I have more enhanced weapons, I won't need to do it myself anymore. Suddenly, a burst of data erupted from Lin Chen's system backend. Ding! Experience plus 3, points plus 15, ding. Experience plus 4.4, points plus 22, ding. Experience plus 3.6, points plus 18. Boom! Boom! Accompanying the data was a roaring sound. Ling Chi, quickly take everyone away. A disaster-level domain gate 20 kilometers ahead has gone into chaos and started releasing monsters when it shouldn't have. Many D-level and C-level monsters have escaped. Although it's not a problem for you, Lin Chen is not a combat profession after all, Zhang Lingyu shouted after hanging up the phone. It should be noted that the garrison troops that came this time were only at the 3rd tier, as it was just a disaster-level domain gate, not requiring high-level professionals. However, there are B-level monsters in the disaster level, and there might even be A-level monsters. If the numbers increase, it won't be something they can handle, mainly due to the concern of unexpected events. Alright, let's leave now. Lin Chen was still puzzled about the roaring sound when he was suddenly hoisted onto someone's shoulder and quickly taken away from the scene. From being lifted off the ground to getting into the vehicle, it took less than a minute. He was completely dazed because the speed was just too fast. The scenery on both sides flew by and disappeared in an instant. Once the vehicle started moving, Lin Chen finally calmed down. Just thinking about being carried on Iron Sun's shoulder was quite embarrassing. Actually, I can run pretty fast. Next time, I can run by myself, Lin Chen said seriously, looking at Iron Sun. Next time, definitely, next time, Iron Sun nodded earnestly. As for when that next time would be, it was hard to say. After all, in terms of attributes, Lin Chen was still far behind. The vehicle drove towards the city, and not far from the city, Lin Chen saw monsters occasionally escaping from the nearby woods. When he saw the display above, he couldn't help but gasp. Raging Predator LV-52? Perhaps because his attributes were too low, the danger level was simply outrageous. Lin Chen looked at his points and the sniper rifle in his hand. If he enhanced it to level 50, he should be able to kill it, but unfortunately, it would take too much time. However, seeing various 30 to 40 level monsters appearing from time to time made Lin Chen a bit eager. Can we wait here for a while and find a safe place? I want to enhance my equipment. At first, Lin Chen was worried that exposing himself would bring unnecessary trouble, but after cooperating with the country, he no longer had that concern. He dared to act boldly now. Ling Chi and the others exchanged glances and nodded. No problem. The 5 of them formed a circle around Lin Chen, while Zhang Lingyu did not join them. She still had to take care of the garrison's work. Without saying a word, Lin Chen directly released his enhancer onto the ground and then took out a pile of purple enhancement stones from his backpack. Although it felt a bit painful to use them on level 10 equipment, that level 52 monster in the distance was just too tempting. Lin Chen no longer felt distressed about the enhancement points, at most using them twice and then just replenishing with points. Points minus 80 points minus 90 points minus 76 made Lin Chen's teeth ache. But seeing the enhancement numbers above continuously increase, Lin Chen felt relieved. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child, and you can't catch a rogue without letting go of the wife. Let's do it. In half an hour, Lin Chen completed the enhancement of the sniper rifle in his hands at the fastest speed, instantly using up the 2,400 points he had just earned. However, Lin Chen only felt a bit of pain for a moment because in just that half hour, his points had increased by over 20,000. Just 2,000, a small amount. If it weren't for someone constantly providing him with points, Lin Chen wouldn't dare to be so reckless. The silver enhancer disappeared, and Lin Chen looked at the weapon data, unable to help but swallow. A fine sweat even trickled down his forehead. Was this damage a bit too high? But thinking that this was a level 50 enhancement, he felt relieved. If he were to enhance Ling Chi's weapon to 50, wouldn't the damage exceed 50,000 or even 100,000? Just thinking about it was terrifying. G110 sniper rifle, purple, plus 50 equipment level, LV10 durability, 45 damage, 98 to 120, plus 7,218. Additional, penetration plus 50, plus 100, damage plus 10% hit plus 50 strength plus 100 special. Let the bullet fly for a while. The longer the bullet flies, the higher the damage. Damage increase range 5%-20%. Lin Chen looked at the last line in confusion. He had never seen this on any equipment before. Perhaps it was because he had encountered few pieces of equipment, but none of the previous weapons had this. Or was it that this thing could only be obtained through enhancement? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first level 50 enhanced equipment, system level increased. Unfortunately, there was no time to look at it now. Half an hour had passed and many monsters had already run away. If he didn't take action soon, he would really end up with nothing. I finished enhancing, let me try shooting. Upon hearing this, the 5 people changed positions, revealing the muzzle of Lin Chen's gun. The level 52 monster had disappeared somewhere, but it didn't matter because Lin Chen had found new prey. Double-headed predator LV-41? Lin Chen adjusted His breathing, at a distance of 500 meters, he could hit the body even if he missed the head. Bang! The bullet shot out and a red number -8433 flew up. Oh, what a pity, I clearly aimed for the head, how did I miss? Ling Chi didn't care where he hit, it was that 8433 number that mattered. Is this for real? To get 8433 from a level 10 weapon, even he couldn't achieve that with this weapon. Ling Chi looked at Lin Chen, who was lying on the car roof, wondering how much this weapon had been enhanced. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The number -16,888 lit up. It was obvious this was a critical hit from hitting a weak point. The 5 exchanged glances. Absurd. Feels good. If only there was an auto-aim feature. Ding. Killed a level 41 B-class monster. Experience plus 550. Points plus 550. It's a bit of a pity that the experience points were so low. It instantly felt less appealing. Seeing this data, Lin Chen put away the sniper rifle. Let's head back. The group got in the car and continued towards the city center, and no one mentioned Lin Chen's gun damage issue. Some things are better left unasked, just report it directly. On the way. Brother Ling Chi, how many monsters did you kill to level up to the 8th tier? Lin Chen was genuinely curious, although he could level up by killing 4 or 5, these were B-class monsters. Normally, how many first-tier people would dare to kill B-class monsters? None at all. Going to kill B-class monsters is just asking for a quick death. I haven't really calculated that, but I've been hunting monsters for almost 350 days out of 365, and it's only in the last 2 years that it started to decrease. As for the numbers, maybe around 20,000? Or 30,000? Ling Chi fell into thought for a moment. Who keeps track of how many monsters they've killed? Do all monsters provide experience? Lin Chen asked. Not really, if they are 10 levels below you, you get no experience at all. As for those above your level, there's a slight bonus, but it's almost negligible. I understand what you mean, but this is reality, not a game. There's no such thing as getting multiple times the experience for defeating higher level monsters. The so-called lack of experience just means that compared to the experience needed to level up, what they provide is almost negligible. Ling Chi tried to explain Lin Chen's question in a way that was easy to understand. Lin Chen thought about it and agreed. If monsters gave enough experience, wouldn't leveling up be much faster? How many people, after reaching the 8th tier, start to stagnate? Isn't it because the experience they give becomes less and less, and people don't have the energy to level up anymore? After all, this isn't an online game where you level up just for the sake of leveling up. It's to protect the land behind them from the monsters invading through the domain gates, and their ultimate goal is still to close those gates. The time it takes to close the gates is longer than one might imagine, and the number of people needed is countless. Approaching the isolation gate, the monsters that had chased them were no longer in sight. Even if some slipped through, they would be eliminated by the professionals near the isolation gate. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. The city and the outside world were truly two different realms. Lin Chen, are you going home or to the shop? I'll go home. It was getting late, and there was no point in going to the shop. What about tomorrow? Tomorrow I'll go to the shop. You don't need to come pick me up. It wasn't far, just a few hundred meters, a matter of a few steps. That won't do. Our task is to protect you. Our room is right next to your house, so call us anytime if you need anything. Lin Chen twitched his mouth. Since you said that, why ask me? However, it did feel nice to be protected. After returning home, Lin Chen immediately opened the system to check his panel. The system said his level had increased, but he didn't know what had improved. Lin Chen opened the crude system panel, which didn't show his level, but there were indeed changes. Host, Lin Chen, age 18 points, 26131 skill, absorb enhancement success rate, plus 10%. Wow, this thing is impressive. It can actually increase the success rate. Just don't know how it adds up. If it's on top of the original base, that would be great. But if it's like turning a 70% success rate into 77%, that's just a little bit better. I'll find out by trying. Lin Chen took out the enhancer, casually tossed a weapon inside. After enhancing to +6, the numbers appeared. Enhanced item, broken standard shield, normal, +6 success rate, 99% enhance? It really wasn't that easy, but it was still okay. A little increase is still an increase, and it could save quite a few points. Then he put his sniper rifle inside, moving it back and forth several times, and finally got a more satisfactory number. Enhanced item, G110 sniper rifle, rare, +50 success rate, 55% enhance? So he only needed 45. What? It's actually 450 points. Lin Chen rubbed his eyes, confirming he wasn't mistaken. It really was 450 points. Alright then. After all, it's been enhanced to +50, so it should increase a bit. In the end, Lin Chen still couldn't bring himself to enhance it. One is that the cost of points is too high, and the other is that this weapon is only level 10, which is really a waste. I'll talk about it when my level goes up. He opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, Enhancer. Potential, B level, first stage 5th level, 1211/1800. Attributes, Strength, 9 Stamina, 8 Agility, 7 Intelligence, 9 available points, 75 exclusive skill. Enhancement, General skills, none. He leveled up
5 times in one day, which is something so difficult for others, but for him, it was incredibly easy. However, more importantly, 2/3 of this experience was provided by those people before. Without them, Lin Chen would never have leveled up so quickly, even if he worked himself to death. What a pity, there are still too few enhanced equipment. If more people came, my level would be even higher than now. As for the points, Lin Chen planned to allocate them. Strength plus 15, stamina plus 25, agility plus 35. He didn't have any skills, so he didn't need intelligence. As long as his physical fitness was good, that was enough. As long as he could run fast, he would be safe. Zhou Tian. Lin Chen arrived at the shop on time, of course, still delivered by Ling Qi and the others. Zhang Lingyu was also waiting at the door. You came too, don't you need to be over there? After such a big deal yesterday, he thought Zhang Lingyu would continue to oversee the work there. No need, I'm from the headquarters in Kyoto, someone else is in charge here. Originally, her task was to find a suitable enhancer and take over a local garrison responsible for guarding a domain gate. However, after meeting Lin Chen, the higher-ups changed her assignment. After all, she had been in contact with Lin Chen for a longer time, and with Ling Qi, they formed a male-female pair, making communication with Lin Chen more convenient. That's good. Lin Chen pushed the door open and walked to his position, lying down directly. Zhang Lingyu opened her mouth but still didn't say that sentence. She didn't know how to say it. Ling Qi glanced at her, shook his head, signaling her not to rush. Lin Chen lay there, eyes slightly closed, and noticed the small actions of the two. He had thought about this issue while enhancing yesterday. However, it seemed that the higher-ups were very urgent but also considerate of his feelings, not asking him immediately. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen spoke up. Sister Lingyu, do you know when the equipment that needs enhancement will arrive? The first batch will be delivered tomorrow, and there are quite a few, 40 weapons. If you think that's too many, let them send fewer next time. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. How could he complain about too many? As long as they weren't enhanced beyond 15, he would prefer to have more. These would all provide experience and points in the future. What level are those weapons, and who are they for? The levels are basically around 40. This batch is all for the garrison. Level enhancement 2. 12 is fine, but if you think that's too high, enhancing to 10 is also okay. No, 12 is fine. Lin Chen suddenly thought that his maximum experience gain was 10%, but now he was basically getting 1%. He wondered if this was related to his weapon enhancement. After all, previously most were below 10, and very few exceeded 10. With so many numbers every day, Lin Chen hadn't looked closely. That's great, those equipments will be delivered tomorrow morning, Zhang Lingyu said happily. Although they were just weapons, it was enough. Other equipment could be enhanced to 10 by other enhancers. As for the source of the equipment, it was forged by the official blacksmith. After a while, Lin Chen glanced at the two. Are you two wanting to ask me about that equipment from yesterday? If it's convenient for you to say, then say it. If not, then forget it, Zhang Lingyu quickly said. After Ling Qi finished his report yesterday, she was pulled into a video conference. You remember everything I just told you, right? The purpose of keeping you there is to communicate with Lin Chen. As for Ling Qi, just pretend he doesn't exist. With his personality, he can't even express himself clearly, Chen Junjing said with a smile. Boss, you can't blame me for this, after all. I've been fighting since my awakening. This kind of roundabout stuff is not my strong suit. Ling Qi expressed his dissatisfaction with Chen Junjing's words. Ling Qi had the right to be dissatisfied, after all. He was at the 8th level and a member of the secret mobile team, and she had to listen carefully. Understood, Director Chen, I will communicate well. It's just, I'm a bit worried it might cause dissatisfaction. On the other side, after all, capable people are somewhat different. Chen Junjiang waved his hand. No, let him speak for himself. I believe he will. Since he chose to cooperate with the country, he should trust the country. A large part of my sending Ling Qi over is based on his trust in the country. Otherwise, he could just say he can enhance to 15 and keep the rest for himself. What could you do? Okay, I understand. Zhang Lingyu nodded. I believe you can handle this well. The equipment Lin Chen needs will be sent over tomorrow. If he needs anything, just fulfill it directly. That shop is a bit small. If it doesn't work, find him a bigger one with good foot traffic. Chen Junjing noticed that Lin Chen actually wanted to enhance equipment for others. Even though he had already cooperated with the country, he still didn't want to give up on outside people. Chen Junjing didn't understand the reason. After all, other enhancers who cooperated with the country had almost no demand from external clients. After all, a stable money-making channel is much better than an unstable one. Most people are too lazy to put in the effort. Then I'll arrange for someone to take care of it tomorrow. Zhang Lingyu took out her notebook and wrote this down. It's nothing inconvenient, this isn't a big deal. Moreover, I now have the backing of the country, and the country has sent people to protect me. I'm very content. Lin Chen glanced at Ling Qi. In fact, Lin Chen was very satisfied with this. After all, if the country didn't send people, he really wouldn't dare to enhance recklessly. At least when his own strength hadn't risen, he wouldn't dare to do so. There are no walls that don't let the wind through. This matter will be known sooner or later. Do you think the whole world is united in the disaster of the domain gates? Wrong. Completely wrong.
There are still people who, like the capitalists of the past, will keep all resources in their own hands. Lin Chen didn't want to become an enhancement machine. You two better be mentally prepared. If you both go down together, I won't be able to handle it. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu swallowed hard, realizing that things were a bit complicated. I'm ready, just say it. Me too, Ling Qi echoed. Ahem, that level 10 sniper rifle from yesterday. I enhanced it to 50. Lin Chen looked at the expressions of the two, and sure enough, they were as he expected. Zhang Lingyu's face instantly flushed, and she was so excited that tears were about to come out. Ling. She was even more exaggerated, trembling hands, mouth slightly moving. Wanting to speak but unable to, just gasping for breath. If someone didn't know better, they would think these two were up to something. Especially Zhang Lingyu, her legs were shaking so much she could barely stand. You said you enhanced it to 50? Didn't you say you could only enhance to 21? Ling Qi looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. What does 50 mean? If applied to a level 90 weapon, wouldn't the damage be astronomical? When did I ever say I could only enhance to 21? I just took a weapon enhanced to 21. Actually, Lin Chen also forgot what he said at that time. Anyway, he didn't care, just take what he said now as the standard. Ling Qi didn't dwell on it either, but this answer was indeed hard to accept. Can I take a look at that weapon, Lin Chen? Zhang Lingyu said, calming her emotions. No problem. Lin Chen took out the sniper rifle from his backpack and handed it to Zhang Lingyu. After receiving the weapon, Zhang Lingyu observed it carefully. The gun was brought by her. She couldn't say she remembered its style very well, but she had some memory of it. She remembered that when she brought it, it had a shiny black surface with a bit of purple pattern, and overall, there was nothing special about it. However, now this gun had more purple patterns, and there was a golden edge around the patterns. In addition, there were many more carvings on the gun body, especially some special patterned symbols on the barrel. Zhang Lingyu was very sure that these were not there when she brought it. This meant that as the weapon was enhanced, its appearance would undergo certain changes, but the changes weren't that obvious. When she saw the attributes, Zhang Lingyu was stunned. The damage increased by 7,200. This was a level 10 equipment, wouldn't it add 70,000 at level 90? Zhang Lingyu's breathing quickened, her mouth opened and closed, wanting to say something but not knowing how. Stealing a glance at Lin Chen, she saw he didn't notice her and breathed a sigh of relief. Let me take a look. Ling Qi was somewhat curious about how much the enhancement to 50 would add. Hiss. After getting it in his hands, he couldn't help but gasp. This enhancement was invincible. In the end, there was an additional special attribute, something he had never seen before. Moreover, it was an increase in damage. If this attribute were added to his weapon, wouldn't he be invincible? Lin Chen, is it very difficult to enhance to 50? Zhang Lingyu asked curiously. She remembered that when he enhanced it the day before yesterday, it didn't take much time, and the attributes at that time shouldn't be like this. Did he enhance it again when he went back at night? Of course. It's difficult. This is enhancement to 50, not 15. Ling Qi, hearing this, twitched the corner of his eye. If he remembered correctly, it only took about half an hour in total. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, not something that was enhanced from the start. You call that difficult? But he didn't say anything. If Lin Chen said it was difficult, then it was difficult. After all, he wasn't an enhancer. Then, can this weapon be provided? Zhang Lingyu said this somewhat shyly. After all, Lin Chen said it was difficult, and she still wanted one. Lin Chen rubbed his chin. How should he give a weapon enhanced to 50? The highest he had given before was only a weapon enhanced to 16. If he gave a 50, would it be one a month or one every 3 months? Or maybe one a year? Lin Chen felt a bit of a headache. To be honest, he only needed to spend 4,000 points and 3 hours of time, and that would be enough. But then, he would be very busy. After all, his main goal was still to enhance equipment more to provide himself with experience points. But thinking about it, it wasn't impossible. Consider it a gift to the country. It's not impossible, but the price. You said it, whatever you want. Zhang Lingyu quickly said. In her view, this weapon would be worth even 100 million. Lin Chen took out a calculator and started pressing buttons. Seeing the number he calculated, he wondered if he was asking for too much. So he cautiously said, if it's enhanced to 50, the price is 100 million. Can you accept it? To be honest, he didn't even know if this price was right. After all, in this world, let alone enhancement to 50, there wasn't even enhancement to 20. Deal. Zhang Lingyu immediately agreed. Yesterday, Chen Junjiang mentioned that as long as it was not more than 500 million, it could be agreed upon. What a loss. This was Lin Chen's first thought, but then he recalled what the other party had said before. As long as it was something he wanted, the country could satisfy it, so it didn't matter. In Lin Chen's view, this price was merely a formality. How many of this weapon can you provide in a month? How many do you want? One a month is fine. I can't produce too many. Lin Chen still needed to prepare a full set of equipment for himself, but aside from the weapons, it was enough to enhance everything else to level 30 at most. Alright, one is enough. In fact, Zhang Lingyu thought that having one a year would be good enough. She didn't expect it to be one a month. It seemed that Lin Chen was quite patriotic after all. After
They reached an agreement. Zhang Lingyu walked out of the shop to report to Chen Junzheng.
What? Only 100 million. So cheap.
Chen Junzheng was also surprised. He had originally aimed for 500 million, but
unexpectedly saved costs. What? One a month? That's great.
It seems Lin Shen's treatment needs to be improved. Make sure to choose a better address for him, a larger area, and arrange for more people to go over later. Besides that, as long as it's not something too serious, agree to whatever he wants. Chen Junzheng was very happy. With these weapons, he was confident that even if it was a disaster-level domain gate, he could
send the demon-slaying army to take a shot at it. What if someone provokes him and he wants to kill the other party?
Zhang Lingyu prepared for the worst. After all, it was not uncommon for some big families to bully others with their power. If there really are such people, then let him kill them. I want to see who dares to rebel. At that time, even if he doesn't kill, I will uproot that person's family and treat it as treason. Chen Junzheng's words carried a coldness. It should be noted that Lin Chen's current file was placed in the SSS-level archive room, indicating its great importance.
The next day, Monday, Lin Chen arrived at the shop with the Ling Qi team. Zhang Lingyu didn't come today?
Lin Chen looked at the empty doorway, somewhat surprised. Usually, Zhang Lingyu should have arrived by this time.
She went to pick
up the equipment. She'll be here soon. By the way, it includes that piece of equipment that needs to be enhanced to level 50. I wonder who is so lucky.
Even someone as strong as Ling Qi couldn't help but feel a bit sour.
Just thinking that he wasn't the first to use the level 50 enhancement made him uncomfortable all over. Lin Chen smiled and said nothing. It would be foolish to turn down money. It was impossible to get his enhancement for free. He opened the shop door, waiting for customers to arrive. The customers didn't show up, but Zhang Lingyu returned.
Where should I put the items? I'll organize them for you. Just put them on the table. I'll pack them into my backpack later. Zhang Lingyu nodded.
These 12 pieces of weapon equipment are yours, all level 10 purple equipment.
Actually, they wanted to get you some gold and red equipment. But gold equipment requires at least level 40 and red requires at least level 80.
So there's no way, you'll have to make do. In fact, it took a long time to find these level 10 purple equipment. The level was
too low.
If it were level 20, it could have been delivered long ago. These 40 weapons need to be enhanced to level 10, these 4 need to be enhanced to level 14, and this one needs to be enhanced to level 15. These weapons were not high level, all being level 40 to 45 equipment, which were the weapons of the garrison army. Then Zhang Lingyu took out a light blue longsword from her backpack and gently placed it on the table. This
one is a level 90 weapon that needs to be enhanced to level 50.
I'm sorry, the quantity is a bit much, so it can take a little longer. It doesn't have to be finished in a week, 2 weeks is also fine.
Zhang Lingyu
felt a bit embarrassed. After all, other enhancers can only manage a little over 20 weapons a week and they usually enhance them to level 11 or 12, not to mention that some of those weapons might be damaged. Lin Chen looked at the table full of weapons, his eyes brightening. These were all things that could bring him experience and points.
How could he possibly complain about having too many?
If he could just get a few more batches, he would be able to own a weapon enhanced to level 100. Just thinking about how after reaching level 50, 1% would require 100 points made Lin Chen's heart ache. Enhancing one level would start at 5,000 points. Ouch. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, full of enthusiasm. There's enough time, but I should calculate the money first. Lin Chen took out paper and pen to start recording, then pulled out a calculator. 40 weapons at enhancement level 10 cost a total of 200,000. One weapon enhanced to level 50 costs 100 million. 4 weapons at enhancement level 14 cost 340,000. And 1 weapon at enhancement level 15 costs 135,000.
In total,
Lin Chen added all the numbers together, a total of 106,750,000. Let's round it down to 106 million. Lin Chen placed the card reader in front of Zhang Lingyu, smiling.
Zhang Lingyu's mouth twitched.
She knew it would be this rounding down.
Ding!
Payment of 106,750,000 received.
Okay, I can enhance it now. Let's start with the most difficult one.
You have to give me the stones, otherwise, there will be an extra charge. Zhang Lingyu silently handed Lin Chen the small backpack containing the enhancement stones. It was very small, only 10 slots, and each slot contained 999 stones.
That's fine then, please keep an eye on the shop for me and have someone attend to the customers.
After saying that, Lin Chen went behind the screen to examine the weapon in his hand.
TSK Tisk, it's actually a golden quality longsword. Flowing.
Lightsword, epic, equipment level, LV90 durability, 88/90th damage, 1233-1437 additional, critical rate plus 20% agility plus 88 damage plus 10% 3 basic additions.
Lin Chen nodded. This meant that blue had 1 addition.
Purple had 2, gold had 3, and red had 4. The damage looked pretty good, adding 10% damage combined with the strength attribute of the class. This damage was not bad at all, especially since there were also some accessories that could increase damage. Lin Chen couldn't help but smack his lips. It seemed that the person using this weapon was quite strong. Lin Chen shook his head and began to focus on his work.
One by one, The enhancement stones disappeared, and from time to time, white equipment was fed into the enhancer, with the longsword's enhancement level continuously rising. Outside the screen, his speed is so fast, didn't he say it was very difficult? Zhang Lingyu looked at the figure in surprise. Just listen and don't take it seriously, Ling Qi said, having followed Lin Chen for a few days and getting to know him quite well. When Lin Chen spoke, one shouldn't believe everything. By the way, did you check the place Director Chen asked you to find? I sent Zhang Shuo to check, he should be able to find it in the next couple of days. But it's a bit far, since it's in the city center. Zhang Lingyu had to be here every day and had no time at all. So she left this matter to her teammate. That's good, as long as we take good care of Lin Chen, I think we won't lack for high-level weapons. It's no wonder Ling Qi had Lin Chen figured out. If they just asked Lin Chen to enhance, even if they paid, it might not work. After all, for Lin Chen, points were very important and he wouldn't easily enhance weapons to a high level. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Chen was already planning to enhance a weapon to level 20. He wanted to conduct an experiment. How exactly was this ratio calculated? 3 hours passed. The entire morning, no one had entered the shop. Lin Chen looked at the enhancer in front of him. Enhanced item, Flowing Light Sword, Epic, plus 49 success rate. 37.4% enhance? Finally got a decent number. Enhance. A flash of light passed, enhancement successful. Lin Chen took the weapon out of the enhancer and was startled by the number above. Flowing Light Sword. Epic, plus 50 equipment level, LV 90 durability, 88/90th damage, 1233 to 1437, plus 83,964, additional, critical rate plus 20%, plus 10, critical damage plus 20% agility plus 88 strength plus 125 damage plus 10%, plus 10, special, one sword opens. The Heavenly Gate, 1% chance to summon a 40-meter giant sword from the sky, dealing 1000, plus 50% damage plus 20 strength, stunning for 100% for 2 seconds upon hit. 84,000 damage, who else can compare? This weapon would make any level 90 class invincible. Without any skills, it can deal tons of damage, simply a divine artifact. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel envious. Unfortunately, this weapon has a level restriction. He also thought the effect in the special column was good, the damage didn't matter, but the stun effect was 100%. The faster you swing, the higher the chance to trigger it. So, this weapon is more suitable for a high agility class. This is for you, I'll take a break first. Lin Chen felt quite tired. After all, he had been standing for 3 hours, how could he not be tired? He wasn't a shop assistant. Zhang Lingyu swallowed hard and took the weapon. When she saw the data above, her eyes whitened instantly. Is it real? Ling Qi looked at Zhang Lingyu's state, feeling like a cat scratching inside. He wanted to take a look, but the weapon was still in Zhang Lingyu's hands. He guessed that the enhancement damage increase must be over 70,000. Then Zhang Lingyu carefully handed the weapon to Ling Qi, afraid of damaging it. Lin Chen was speechless. A weapon of this level wouldn't be damaged by a bump, let alone being hit with something. If it were a regular weapon, one without an attribute panel, it would indeed break with a hit. But weapons made with monster materials or using or from the domain generally wouldn't have any issues unless forcibly destroyed with a hydraulic press. Of course, there are also staves made from trees in the domain, which are the same. Although science can't explain it, science also can't explain the domain. Lin Chen looked up at the two and was almost startled by Ling Qi. Goodness, why is this guy getting all worked up? Sister Zhang, is Ling Qi okay? Don't let him be a goner. Last time that Director Chen scared him, and now there's another person. He's fine, just scared by your equipment. Zhang Lingyu recovered, but her face was still flushed. A plus 50 weapon, this is truly a legendary existence. If Lin Chen knew what she was thinking, he would definitely tell her. What's this? Once he has more points in the future, not to mention plus 50, there could be plus 100, plus 200, and more. Of course, that's his secret. Well, you guys take a look, I'll go get busy. Dingling, hello, boss, I'm back. The previous woman came again, but this time she brought her teammates. Hello, what equipment does the lady want to enhance this time? No need to be so polite, my name is Zhan Hongying. I want all my teammates' equipment enhanced to level 10. Zhan Hongying smiled, this boss is quite interesting to call people lady. Miss Shun, just give me the weapons, the price is still the same, 500 for each level up to 10. That's fine, I want to ask, can you enhance the weapon to level 12? No problem. Just 12, it's a simple task for him. Zhan Hongying hesitated for a moment and took out her staff. Hongying, enhancing a level 12 weapon is prone to breaking, you only have this one handy weapon. Another woman in leather armor behind her couldn't help but speak up. It's fine, this is my first time with this weapon, even if it fails, it won't be a big deal. If it succeeds, you can all give it a try. In truth, she was also quite worried, but trying once shouldn't be a problem. Although the success rate would decrease after a failure, there was always a glimmer of hope, right? Boss, can you enhance it for me? How much will it cost? 10,000 for a level. Zhan Hongying frowned, this price was a bit high and didn't match the rates of white enhancers at all. Boss, this price is too expensive, how much do other white enhancers charge? The woman behind Zhan Hongying expressed her dissatisfaction again. Lin Chen wasn't angry. After all, what she said was true, but he just didn't want to change it. He was different from others. He could guarantee a 100% success rate. Madam, you can see the name of my shop, 100% success, otherwise I wouldn't charge this price. The woman snorted lightly. It better be, or we'll only pay 2,000. Lin Chen couldn't hide a failed enhancement because to enhance again, one would have to wait 24 hours, which eliminated the possibility of hiding a failure. Moreover, the sound from the enhancer could also indicate the outcome. Lin Chen shook his head and looked at Zhang Hongying. That's the situation. Do you need the enhancement? Zhang Hongying hesitated for a moment and nodded. Swipe your card. After the payment was made, Lin Chen took the weapon and went inside. Sister Hongying, you, Xiaoyu, don't say anything. My weapon is being enhanced here. You should know that white enhancers have a 100% success rate for the first 6 levels, and the later levels still have a probability. But he succeeded in one go, and it was quick. That says it all. Nie Xiaoyu wanted to say something more, but knowing Zhang Hongying, she chose to remain silent. She turned to the 2 silent men beside her and kicked them both hard. Why aren't you saying anything? The 2 men exchanged glances. Xiaoyu, when has sistering ever been wrong? If she says it can be done, it can. If she says it can't, it can't. Just listen. You guys, I'm really defeated by you. How can you have no opinions at all? Nie Xiaoyu understood, but this was a level 12 enhancement. Even a golden enhancer wouldn't dare to be so confident. Thinking of Lin Chen's confident expression, she wondered if he had taken a liking to Zhang Hongying and wanted to show off in front of her. Just wait until you reveal your true colors. I'll make sure to take you down. However, in less than 10 minutes, Lin Chen came out holding the weapon. Enhanced successfully. The place fell silent. No way. Even a golden enhancer has to be careful and serious when enhancing to level 10. You enhanced to level 12 in just 10 minutes? Nie Xiaoyu's mouth fell open slightly, unable to believe it. But she indeed didn't hear any breaking sounds. The other 2 men also found it hard to believe, but since the weapon was already out, they had no choice but to accept it. Perhaps they had really found a treasure shop. Zhang Hongying picked up the weapon and looked at the panel. It really had succeeded in the enhancement. Boss, can you continue enhancing? What's the highest level you can enhance to? Although she believed in Lin Chen's success, she didn't expect it to be this easy. So she wanted to continue enhancing. Lin Chen stroked his chin and glanced at Zhang Lingyu and the others. Seeing this, Zhang Lingyu directly lowered her head. They wouldn't participate in such matters. Lin Chen wanted to enhance as much as he could, and whether someone would come to trouble him was something Ling Qi was responsible for. Their purpose was to protect Lin Chen's safety, and they wouldn't interfere with anything else. How much do you want to enhance? Is 15 okay? Zhang Hongying looked at Lin Chen with a tense expression. It should be known that in their private team, the highest enhanced weapon was only 14, and the quantity was extremely rare. Those were weapons enhanced by red enhancers, and 15 was something they couldn't even dare to think about. They couldn't afford that kind of money. Lin Chen nodded. 15 is no problem. Raising from 12 to 15 costs 110,000 no problem. It was indeed a bit expensive, but if it really succeeded, the money would be worth it. He swiped his card to pay. Lin Chen turned back behind the screen again. This time, it took a bit longer, a full half hour. Lin Chen was just trying to use fewer points. When Lin Chen handed the weapon to Zhang Hongying, her expression was just like Ling Qi's earlier, fidgeting. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Did everyone like to fidget? Was it really necessary? It was just a weapon with a slightly higher enhancement. Sister Hongying, let me take a look. Nie Xiaoyu's heart was like a cat scratching. Could it be that this shop owner really succeeded in enhancing? If so, it would be even more impressive than the golden enhancer she had found. Her previous weapon had been ruined by that golden enhancer. After the weapon was repaired, it would be even harder to enhance it again. The other 2 men, although they also wanted to see, didn't speak up. Here, you. As Zhang Hongying handed over the weapon, her eyes were vacant, murmuring, I actually have a plus 15 weapon. I actually have a plus 15 weapon. No wonder she was like this. Her level was just a little over 4. To have a plus 15 weapon at this stage was simply a fantasy. What she didn't expect was that a small shop she casually found actually raised her weapon enhancement level. Who would believe that she had a weapon enhanced to the same level as those big shots? When Nie Xiaoyu got the weapon, she gasped, and the other 2 boys couldn't help it either. They all wanted to take a look. Lin Chen stroked his chin, doubting whether he had set the price too low. To him, a price of 50,000 was already not low. He moved his feet, originally wanting to ask Ling Qi, but thinking of his experience, it probably wouldn't be useful to ask him. So he went to Zhang Lingyu's side. Sister Zhang, do you think my price is too low? Charging 50,000 for 14. And 15, am I losing a bit? Zhang Lingyu's mouth twitched. Low? It was indeed quite low, but that was based on others knowing you could enhance successfully. However, according to market conditions, it wasn't low. It could even be said to be high. Zhang Lingyu organized her words and said, purple enhancers charge 5,000 per level, golden enhancers 10,000, and red ones 20,000. The white or silver enhancers you belong to charge 2,000 per level, while black ones charge 1,000.
So if we say it's low, your first 10 levels are indeed low. As for after level 10, it's not low at all. In fact, I think it's a bit high. After all, not everyone dares to try like these people in front of you. Of course, the specific pricing is still up to you. Lin Chen stroked his chin, unable to help but think. Should he adjust the price? Seeing the expressions of the people in front of him, Lin Chen decided not to change it and stick to his current pricing. However, he would adjust the price for the first 10 levels to 2,000. Let's do it this way, but for the first 10 levels, my price will change to 2,000 and the equipment you bring next time will have to follow the current price, okay? No problem. After all, it wasn't her money. Boss, I want to upgrade to level 15 as well. And I want to upgrade these defensive gear to level 10. Suddenly, a flash of light surrounded Nia Xiaoyu and her leather armor vanished, replaced by a tight black outfit that perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure. Lin Chen took a look and was surprised that the little thing was quite well endowed. Me too. The two men also flashed with light. Lin Chen quickly turned his head, unable to look. It was just too eye-catching. Women look good in transformations, but men, well, that's another story. Lin Chen looked at the equipment on the table, clicking his tongue in frustration. What was the use of upgrading this equipment? He just wanted weapons. Forget it, let's just consider it a way to make money and build a reputation. Once more people come knocking, he would only upgrade weapons. No upgrades for armor. After collecting the money, Lin Chen went inside to start the upgrades. It took over 3 hours, but he finally finished. He picked up a piece of chest armor and examined it. Thick magic wolfskin robe, advanced, plus 10 equipment level. LV40 durability, 32/44 defense, 867 to 995 plus 689 bonus, stamina plus 16 damage reduction plus 5%. The increase in defense value was similar to the increase in weapon damage, the only difference being the bonuses. The added bonuses were related to defense, which was quite user-friendly. However, even if the bonuses were related to damage, it didn't matter, they could still be used. Alright, all your weapons and equipment are done, check them out. Everyone joyfully donned their newly upgraded gear, feeling their strength had improved. Now we can take on A-rank monsters. Yeah, the defense attribute has doubled, I should have upgraded earlier. Sigh, I was always worried about messing up the upgrades, otherwise I would have done it sooner. The upgrades for defensive gear and accessories weren't that people didn't want to, but because there were too few of such items and their quality varied greatly. Generally speaking, if one piece of equipment was missing, it would take a lot of time to find a suitable replacement, and waiting took even longer than selecting. Professionals didn't want to settle for less. But weapons were different. While not abundant, they were definitely not scarce. For instance, for mage weapons, any staff would do, though some were affinity-based with wind and others with fire. So, even if a weapon broke, it was no big deal. Thank you, boss. No problem, just make sure to introduce more customers to me, but it's best if they want to upgrade weapons, forget about the gear. After the equipment upgrades, Lin Chen also gave up on making money. It was just too troublesome. The main issue was that it wasted time. Although it was just upgrading to level 10. Each piece of equipment took at least 15 minutes. By the time he was done, it added up to a lot of time. Alright, I'll definitely promote you well. There are quite a few teams leveling up with us. I think they'll definitely ask about our weapons when they see them. Then thank you. Dingling, a young man walked in, surprised to see so many people in the room. He thought to himself, it's really not easy to have people come here. Zhang Shua, you're back. Did you find a place? Found it, Captain. We can connect the two shops in between, with a total area of 300 square meters. Zhang Shua quickly took out his phone and handed it to Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu looked at the photos and nodded in satisfaction. How's the foot traffic? Although it's a bit far from the city center, the foot traffic is definitely much better than here. Not bad. Lin Chen looked at the two curiously. You two know each other? Although Zhang Shua had some doubts when he first came to a shop, it was just doubt. But seeing the two of them talking like this, now, it was clear they must know each other. Moreover, the man named Zhang Shua actually called her Captain Zhang Lingyu. No wonder this kid came in with such a high level of enhancement. He thought he was really just here for a free ride. Lin Chen, I'm really sorry about that, but we had no choice, Zhang Lingyu said with a face full of regret. Lin Chen shook his head. It's fine, I can understand. After all, he felt he hadn't lost anything. By the way, the higher-ups want to help you find a larger shop. My colleague has already found one for you. When do you want to move? That's not good at all. Lin Chen was a bit confused. Why was the talk suddenly about moving? Regarding the enhancement equipment, they had already signed a contract, and getting a new shop felt a bit inappropriate. This is a benefit for all enhancers working with the official side. You don't need to worry too much about it. Upon hearing Zhang Lingyu's words, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Since everyone else was getting it, he didn't mind. In fact, the benefit Zhang Lingyu mentioned didn't really exist, it was just arranged because of Lin Chen's uniqueness. I actually don't have much stuff, let's move soon. Lin Chen hadn't taken the time to stock up, and aside from some enhancement stones, there was nothing on the shelves. Logically, an enhancer's shop should be similar to a blacksmith's, filled with equipment. However, enhancers displayed enhanced items, while weapon shops had regular gear. The few people still in the shop quickly stepped forward upon hearing this. Boss, where are you planning to move? Where will we find you next time? Not to mention bringing others over, just in case he got some good equipment next time. It would be good to come back for enhancement. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Lingyu, who picked up her phone and said, let's exchange contact information. I'll send you the address. After they left, Lin Chen and the others began moving things. He didn't need to worry about it. With a phone call from Zhang Lingyu, 2 military trucks were called in, along with over 20 guards. In no time, everything was loaded onto the trucks. When they arrived at the new place, Lin Chen looked at the shop in front of him and felt it was huge. Walking into the shop, he asked, isn't this too big? His previous shop was only 60 square meters, while this one was a full 150 square meters. According to Zhang Lingyu, the next door was also his. However, there was only a small door in the middle for now. According to them, this wall could be taken down. Your business will only get bigger from here. This is just a head start. Zhang Lingyu thought the size was just okay. After all, the red enhancer shops were much larger than this. Lin Chen smacked his lips. He had never thought about how big his business could get. To him, he was just enhancing equipment and occasionally going out to hunt some monsters. He had never considered such a large shop. Besides, the counter and shelves he brought over, Zhang Lingyu had prepared quite a bit for him as well. The shelves and counters in the next room were also set up. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't pretend he hadn't noticed. It's getting late, let me treat you all to a meal. That's not necessary. It's fine, I just made $1 billion today. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but glance at Ling Qi. The two of them could definitely be good brothers. Speaking without thinking, that $1 billion was still swiped from her hands. Then we're going to eat lavishly today. Only Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi's team were having dinner with Lin Chen. As for the guards who had helped earlier, they had long since left. Lin Chen had wanted to call them back, but Zhang Lingyu stopped him. They definitely won't come. The garrison is disciplined and won't appear in such situations. Over the next 2 days, Lin Chen completed the enhancement of all the equipment brought by Zhang Lingyu and handed it over to her. That night, Zhang Lingyu took these items to Kyoto. Although there were domain gates everywhere, transportation was not significantly affected. It was just a matter of changing the routes to continue using them. Since Lin Chen moved here, business had improved quite a bit. In just 2 days, more than 10 customers had come to his door. This was much better than his previous location, and Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, one must spend money to find a good place. Friday was the last day of the week for Lin Chen, and he planned to visit the domain gate again tomorrow. In these few days, Lin Chen's level had increased and his points had also risen significantly, making him feel restless. Each time, it was just a gain of 1 experience point, which was frustrating to watch. Occasionally, he would get a jump of 2 or 10 experience points, and Lin Chen suspected that it was due to Shan Hongying and the others. This meant that after enhancing beyond 10, he could gain 2% experience and up to 10% points. He couldn't help but think that he should enhance equipment for others to level 16 or 21. Perhaps he could reach 3% or 4%. In Lin Chen's view, the system's calculation should be that enhancing within 10 gives 1%, and then every additional 5 points gives an extra 1%. Points should work similarly. At this moment, he couldn't help but glance at Ling Qi. The weapon in his hand was enhanced to level 20, which should give 3% points. He would try it tomorrow. Dingling boss, I've brought people over. Zhan Hongying walked in with a beaming smile. There was no reason not to be happy. With the weapons and equipment enhanced by Lin Chen, they were making a fortune. It's worth noting that some claws, teeth, and fur from monsters could sell for a good price. They even entered a disaster level gate and mined quite a bit of ore, which sold for nearly 100,000. This was something they had never dared to imagine before. Level 4 was indeed very strong. Killing F and E level monsters was simple, but the number of monsters within the domain gate was considerable. Once inside, the important thing was not to kill monsters but to resist the erosion of demonic energy. The only way was to keep the monsters at bay and improve the level of the Eye of the Mind. Their Eye of the Mind enhancement level was all plus 10, greatly increasing safety. Lin Chen's thoughts were pulled back. Oh, you guys are here. At the door, besides Zhan Hongying and the 4 others, there were also 10 people behind them, likely 2 small teams. Yes, they are a team we are familiar with and want to ask you to enhance their equipment, but they want to know if you can enhance it to a higher level. The 2 teams behind, upon seeing Zhan Hongying's weapon, were envious. They all wanted to enhance to level 15. After all, 15 was the highest equipment level. However, one person, after hearing Zhan Hongying's explanation, had a thought. Perhaps this boss was extraordinary. So, with the idea of testing the waters, he said this. No problem, how much do you want to enhance it to? Now that there was a country backing him, Lin Chen didn't mind enhancing to level 20. The 14 people were taken aback. The shop owner was so confident, directly asking how much they wanted to enhance instead of stating how high he could enhance. Hiss. Could he really enhance to 16 or 17? I wonder if enhancing to 1/8 is possible, said a burly man standing behind Zhan Hongying. He originally wanted to say 16, but for some reason he changed it to 18.
After saying it, he regretted it. 18 wasn't even a legendary level. What was he thinking? No problem. I know it's not possible. I just said it casually. Actually, enhancing. What did you say? The burly man, who had been looking regretful, suddenly widened his eyes. No problem, Lin Chen shrugged. Just 18. The burly man cleared his throat. Boss, how much? I'll pay by card. As for the question of success, he hadn't considered it. After all, the previous Zhan Hongying had already succeeded, even if it was just 15, but that was enough to indicate the unusual nature of this boss before him. Even if he failed once, it didn't matter. He had 2 weapons in hand, and if necessary, he could just enhance the other one to 15. Just to be clear, the price for the first 10 levels of enhancement will return to the normal price, 2,000 for level 1, and the rest will still follow the previous pricing. No problem. Whether it was 500 or 2,000, it didn't matter. Compared to being able to enhance to 18, what did that count for? Lin Chen took out a calculator. A total of 1.65 million. Just 1.65 million. If he could enhance to 18, he wouldn't care if it was 1.65 million or even 16.5 million. The burly man swiped his card directly. Ding, payment of 1.65 million received. Lin Chen took the weapon, raised his eyebrows. He was still a 5th-tier warrior. He then went to the back. More than an hour later, Lin Chen returned with the weapon. The burly man was surprised. The boss is so fast. Lin Chen paused, looking at the burly man in disbelief. You're fast, your whole family is fast. Here you go. The burly man took the weapon and then started to show off. Lin Chen couldn't help but look at the others. You all don't have any diseases, right? If you have heart problems or something, it's better not to do it here. I'm afraid I might end up with a death on my hands. Everyone quickly shook their heads. Even if they had an illness, they wouldn't dare to admit it. Just by looking at the burly man's expression, it was clear that he had succeeded in the enhancement. To be honest, this shop owner was really impressive. He could even produce weapons enhanced to 18. One tall, thin person hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Boss, after we finish enhancing, you really shouldn't enhance for others so high. If it weren't for seeing the other person's expression, he would have thought they wanted to monopolize it. What do you mean? Boss, you can tell you're a newcomer. There's a purple enhancement shop nearby and 2 golden enhancement shops. All 3 are owned by the same boss. Although you're not stealing their business now, once word gets out about you here, it will eventually reach him. That boss is not easy to deal with. He might come looking for trouble. At this moment, the burly man also came to his senses. That boss has a bad reputation. He has ruined countless enhancement shops. Either you join them and pay a cut, or he will ruin you and not let you operate. Anyway, within a 5-kilometer radius of the city center, there are only those 3 shops. Others can only go elsewhere. Now that you mention it, I remember. That enhancement shop is indeed powerful, but the person is not so great. Everyone chimed in. In short, for professionals, that shop was not bad, but for enhancers, it was a roadblock. Lin Chen glanced at Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu behind him, wondering what kind of outcome they would face when that person came looking for trouble. Hey, having connections in the court makes things easier. Thank you all, I'll be careful. The few exchanged glances, and it was clear that Lin Chen didn't take it seriously. However, since they had already said this much, it was not appropriate to say more. Then, Lin Chen enhanced weapons for the others again, but they did not choose to enhance to 18. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they had just spent their money on weapons. They only enhanced to 15 and then stopped. We'll come back when we make some money. No problem. After everyone left, Lin Chen approached the 2. By the way, if someone comes looking for trouble, how will you handle it? Lin Chen was quite curious. Of course, we just beat them until they submit. Lin Qi said nonchalantly. In his view, having a bigger fist is the hard truth. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. Lin Chen's eyelid twitched. He couldn't argue with that. It perfectly matched Lin Qi's character, though it was a bit unreasonable. Don't listen to his nonsense. If that were the case, we would follow the normal procedures. Zhang Lingyu shot Lin Qi a glance. As Director Chen said, such matters shouldn't be left to Lin Qiu. What kind of procedure? Lin Chen asked curiously. Actually, it's quite simple. Identify the other parties' issues and treat them according to the highest standards of national law. Well, they will basically end up in prison, considering these people are not clean. So, you can rest assured. Zhang Lingyu gave Lin Chen a reassuring look. Lin Chen glanced at Lin Qi, and he now felt that Lin Qi was rather merciful. A beating would only mean getting hit. But Zhang Lingyu was prepared to send people in, and it would be according to the highest law. This meant that the original sentence was 3 to 10 years, but she was directly arranging for 10 years without considering anything else. TSK, this is the procedure she mentioned. It really is a terrifying process. The next day, Saturday, Lin Chen got up early and went with Lin Qi and the others to the quarantine zone. This time, they didn't go to the disaster level gate but to a higher disaster level. Here, the lowest were E-level monsters, mainly D and E-level monsters, with a small number of C-level and scattered B-level monsters. The guarding army had been waiting here early, enclosing an area of about 5,000 square meters, enough for Lin Chen to use. Lin Qi, you try using your weapon first to see the situation. Okay.
Lin Shi stepped into the circle and casually killed 3 monsters. Lin Chen looked at his information and nodded in satisfaction. Ding. Experience plus 6 points plus 30. Ding. Experience plus 10 points plus 50. Ding. Experience plus 7.5 points plus 37.5. Just as he thought, the enhancement at 20 was at 3% and the points were 15%. By this calculation, enhancing to 51 should yield an experience increase of 10% and points plus 50. Was the price he wanted a bit too high? Lin Shi immediately assumed a listening posture. It's fine, I'll just ask Sister Zhang. Lin Shi's movements stiffened. He didn't even ask him. He was an 8th tier after all. What question could he not know? It's fine, you ask. I definitely know. Alright, does Lin Shi know at what level a professional can save up 100 million? Lin Shi, you're not following the script. Lin Shi was speechless. He really didn't know this. If he were asked about the domain gates and monsters, he could give Lin Chen a clear answer. What kind of serious person would think of this question? See, I knew you wouldn't be able to answer. Lin Chen shrugged. He went to Zhang Lingyu's side and repeated the question. This question of yours is somewhat different. Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen speechlessly. But I do know a bit. First, it's about the materials. If you want the selling price of materials to be high, it must start from A level. Even B level materials won't be priced too high. So, to have a lot of money, you need to be at least 5th tier, and it must be a high 5th tier person. But to have 100 million, you need to be at least 7th tier. However, even if they have it, it's still an asset. Only 8th tier individuals can truly possess 100 million in liquid funds. They can easily take out 100 million. Lin Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed like he had set the price a bit too high. Speaking of 8th tier, he couldn't help but glance at Lin Shi, but since Lin Shi didn't answer the previous question, it meant he didn't know. Sister Zhang, do you think setting the price of equipment with enhancement 50 at 100 million is too high? Lin Chen's question really caught Zhang Lingyu off guard. To say 100 million is high? Not at all. Even 1 billion wouldn't be considered high, because no one can enhance to such a high level. But in the circle of enhancers, this price is simply outrageous. Even a red enhancer only charges 20,000 for level 1. However, they don't care about the success rate, which is where they fall short compared to Lin Chen. In Zhang Lingyu's view, 100 million is not much. It's not much in Chen Jun's eyes either. After all, he was mentally prepared for it at the time. Zhang Lingyu organized her thoughts and said, I think this price is very reasonable. If it were any lower, it would be worse. Moreover, besides the 8th level, there are also 9th level experts and various families, and they have even more money. Don't say it's 100 million, even 500 million, they would jump at the chance to buy, even buying 5 at a time. You have to know that weapons they don't use can still be passed down to the next generation. They are not consumables. Hearing Zhang Lingyu say this, Lin Chen felt relieved. It seems he should stock some weapons in the shop. The quality doesn't need to be too good, just purple rare grade will do. He could price each weapon at 100 million. As for golden and red weapons, Lin Chen didn't plan to prepare those. One, such weapons are hard to obtain. And the other, the price is something Lin Chen cannot accept. Don't think that golden and purple are just one level apart. The price difference is actually 6 to 10 times. But for Lin Chen, this doesn't matter. His enhancements can make purple stats catch up to red. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly felt that his price of 100 million seemed cheap. Forget it, no need to think further. Let's set the price like this. What he wanted was experience and points, not money. Then Lin Chen took out his sniper rifle and began to aim and shoot. Ding! Killed a level 22 D-class monster. Experience plus 253, points plus 253. Ding! Killed a level 18 E-class monster. Experience plus 187, points plus 187. Ding! Killed a level 29 D-class monster. Experience plus 488, points plus 488. As the numbers dwindled, the garrison troops would circle over from a distance, allowing Lin Chen to continue his kills. Ling Qi looked at the monsters that were killed in one shot and couldn't help but envy the weapon in Lin Chen's hands. How great it would be if he had a plus 50 weapon. What's wrong? Are you tempted? Don't you have money? Just spend it to have Lin Chen forge one for you. After spending some time together, Zhang Lingyu felt that Lin Chen was actually quite easy to get along with. Compared to those proud golden and red enhancers, Lin Chen was really approachable. As long as they interacted on equal terms, Lin Chen was straightforward about ordinary matters. As long as money was involved, everything was negotiable. TSK, what a pity. I only have less than 60 million left now. Otherwise, I would have asked already. Ling Qi shook his head. He regretted how much he had spent. Wait, what are you doing? I remember you. Guys from the covert mobile team, aren't you all loaded? We are rich, but I just upgraded to level 8 and I've already replaced some of my gear. Especially the accessories, each one is over 5 million, not to mention the armor. Of course, there was one thing he didn't mention, which was that Ling Qi had previously found someone to enhance his gear and ended up ruining his only golden weapon. It was the kind that even a blacksmith couldn't repair, and that weapon had cost him nearly 100 million. Alright, as expected of someone at level 8, spending money like water. Zhang Lingyu was still a bit envious.
You have to know she was only at level 5, level 2, and had just over 10 million on hand. For professionals like them who joined the country, the salary wasn't actually that much. The reason for joining was the benefits and related conveniences. Most of the money comes from materials they produce themselves. That stuff is their main source of wealth. Maybe later, when we have time, we can go to a higher level domain gate to make some money. Ling Chi had this confidence. Their team had entered disaster level gates before, where the resources were countless, and as long as they brought back enough to sell for a good price. But it wasn't a safe place to be. Although the monsters inside were generally B in a level, ranging from level 40 to 60, their numbers were in the tens of thousands. Even Ling Chi and his team had to be extremely cautious when entering. Moreover, there were also some special A-level monsters, with levels above 70. Do you think being level 80 is definitely better than level 70? Don't forget about the demonic energy. Within the domain gates, the demonic energy is rampant, and monsters are much stronger in that energy than outside. For example, if a monster has all its stats at 10 outside, it could reach 12 to 15 within the domain gate. In general, all professionals would choose to go to domain gates lower than their own level for safety. They would never choose gates that matched their own strength, except for those with exceptional talent. Only they would choose gates of the same realm. Only you guys have that confidence. Look at our garrison, we only guard such domain gates. A higher level requires even higher level professionals to guard. Zhang Lingyu still envied Ling Chi. Everyone has their own duties. Lin Chen had been killing here for a whole day, and even during lunch he just had a quick bite without resting. After all, the bullets he fired weren't skills. If he were a gunner, he wouldn't even need to prepare bullets. He could directly condense bullets using his own energy and even add various effects. Name: Lin Chen. Profession: Enhancer. Potential: B level, second stage 0 level. 18/6000. Attributes: Strength 24, Stamina 33, Agility 42, Intelligence 9, Distributable Points 25, Exclusive Skill Enhancement. General Skills None. Lin Chen looked at his stats and felt a bit of a headache. If it were other professionals, not to mention all attributes breaking 100, at least one attribute should have broken through. But what about his? Aside from having 25 extra free points, his attributes didn't even budge. This is the difference between a secondary profession and other professions. But it's still okay. After all, it's much stronger than those miscellaneous professions. What more could he want? He then looked at his points. Host: Lin Chen. Age: 18 points. 42310. Skill: Absorption Enhancement. Success rate plus 10% with over 40,000 points. It should be enough for about 10 enhancements, right? Lin Chen wasn't very sure. 1% required 100 points, assuming leveling up needed 8,000 points. Alright, that would only be enough for 5 levels. Lin Chen shook his head. He wouldn't touch his weapon for now. Plus 50 was still acceptable. As night fell, Lin Chen followed Ling Chi back to the community. After getting home, Lin Chen took out his mind's eye. He was curious about what would happen if he enhanced it to level 50. Lin Chen glanced at the time. There were still over 3 hours until bedtime, which was enough. He released his enhancer and placed the mind's eye inside. The sound of clinking rang out continuously as the enhancement level of the mind's eye kept rising. 3 hours later, Lin Chen took out the mind's eye. Eye of the Soul plus 50 equipment level. None. Durability 97/100. Additional magic barrier range plus 50 meters. Magic purification speed plus 500%. Special concealment. Monsters not exceeding the holder's level by 10 will not detect you. It seems to be of no use. A barrier of 50 meters is almost useless to Lin Chen. As for purification, there's no need to mention it. He won't engage in close combat with monsters. The concealment ability is somewhat useful, but not much. In short, it's something he can do without. This thing probably can't be sold for more than 100 million, right? What a loss. Lin Chen felt a bit pained looking at his points reduced by over 4,000. It was too disappointing. Fortunately, the points were still occasionally increasing. Otherwise, he would have lost hope. The next day, Lin Chen came to open the shop as usual. Ling Chi and Zhang Lingyu sat in their spots, acting as ordinary shop assistants. Both of them had changed into normal clothes, no longer wearing combat gear. The other 4 were in another room, idly passing the time. Dingling. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. It seemed like it was the first time someone came in right after he opened the door. Hello, what do you need? The visitor didn't rush to speak but looked around, his mouth slightly downturned in disdain. Does your sign really say it can enhance 100%? Of course it's true. I have a weapon enhanced to plus 10. Can it be enhanced further? Of course, no problem. How much do you want to enhance it to? Can it go to plus 20? The man's mouth curled into a smile, clearly not believing Lin Chen could enhance it to plus 20. Swipe your card. The total is 3.13 million. Please swipe your card. Lin Chen took out the card reader and placed it in front of the man. The man frowned at Lin Chen. Isn't this too expensive? Even if a red level enhancement only increases by 1 level, it's only 20,000. Your 300 million is excessive. Can a red enhancer enhance to plus 20? Lin Chen grinned. He felt this man was suspicious, so he wasn't very polite. The man curled his lip, took out his card, and swiped it directly. If it doesn't succeed, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Chen looked deeply at the man. He didn't seem like someone genuinely there to enhance. No problem.
Lin Chen took the weapon, a +10 long knife, and then placed it into the enhancer. However, upon seeing the success rate displayed, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown.
Enhancing item, Ghost. Face long knife, rare, +10 success rate, 41.8% enhance?
Logically, enhancing from +10 to +11 should have a minimum success rate of 60%, and with his own ability, it should be at least 66%. But this was barely
over 40.
This indicated that this weapon had already failed enhancement once. The visitor was not here with good intentions.
Normally, someone coming in for enhancement would recount the weapon's history, whether
it had been enhanced, how much it had been enhanced, and what its current state was. You need to let the new enhancer understand the situation so they can gauge whether it can be enhanced.
But what did the man just say?
He only mentioned it was enhanced to +10 but didn't say whether it had failed before.
What was the point of that?
Lin Chen peered through the gap in the screen at the man outside. He wasn't concerned about his weapon but was instead looking around and walked to the doorway between the two rooms. He shook his head. Analyzing such matters wasn't his forte. It was just a weapon that had failed before. At worst, he would
spend some points. Lin Chen took out some ordinary equipment and set it aside as a backup. Enhancement began.
As the clinking sounds rang out, the man's gaze was drawn back.
Listening to the sound of successful enhancement, the man felt invigorated. This shopkeeper was truly talented.
Not long after, in less than half an hour, after all, it was a weapon that had failed enhancement, and the success rate couldn't be raised
much.
Most of the time, Lin Chen still spent his points. Sir, please take your weapon. After receiving the weapon, the man widened his eyes.
Wow, it really succeeded. This is enhancement level 20, something I've never seen before. Moreover, it was a second enhancement on the equipment. This shopkeeper is really impressive. No way.
This person must be brought under my wing, otherwise, it would be a huge blow to my family's business. Enhancement level 20 has strategic significance. You should know that the highest known enhancement level in the world is only level 16.
Boss, what's your name, and how long have you been in this business? My name is Lin Chen. I just started. If you need anything in the future, you can come to the shop to find me.
The man was even more shocked.
What the heck, he just started, meaning he just awakened this year? What a joke. Boss, this isn't funny.
I know golden enhancers who have been in the business for 10 years and don't have your skills.
And it's enhancement level 20, this is unprecedented. It's not that exaggerated, I'm just making a living.
Lin Chen squinted at him, feeling increasingly that the other party had ulterior motives.
I am Gu Chen, the owner of the Xingyue enhancement chain. I don't know if you're interested in working with me.
I'll find you customers, but you have to give me a 30% commission. Gu Chen had a confident look. As long as he mentioned the two words Xingyue, there was no failure.
If it didn't succeed, then he shouldn't even open.
Oh, I'm not interested. I prefer to do it myself. The man squinted, his eyes filled with danger.
Are you sure? You should know that this is the Xingyue enhancement chain, not some other shop. Are you sure you want to go against me?
His voice turned cold.
Gu Chen looked at Lin Chen with a shadowy gaze.
In recent years, his name had echoed throughout the enhancer community.
Who would not show him respect?
He said that if someone wasn't allowed to open a shop, then they couldn't.
If he wanted to recruit someone's shop, even if they were unwilling, they had to join.
A few days ago, so many officials were taken down, and he had a few days of peace. He thought someone was coming to trouble him, but it turned out to be just targeting those officials. Today was his first day out, and when he heard there was a strange shop here, he came with a try-it-out mentality. Who was this person to be so bold? He didn't expect the other party to really succeed. If he didn't take action, wouldn't that be a disservice to his name?
Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Are you joining my Xingyue chain or not?
The unique aura of a 6th-tier powerhouse emanated from him.
Lin Chen's body shook, almost losing his balance. Not joining. If you have the ability, go ahead and make a move.
Lin Chen crossed his arms and looked at him. Anyway, someone would deal with him, and Lin Chen also wanted to see how they would handle it.
You've got guts. I want to see
if your mouth is really that tough. Then a baseball bat appeared in his hand, and he raised it to smash the counter. However, a long gun appeared at his neck, and 4 men from the next door came over, surrounding
him. TCH, do you think putting a weapon to my neck means you can beat me?
You know nothing about 6th-tier powerhouses. Today Boom waves of energy slammed against Gu Chen's face, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his temples. When they came out, Zhang Lingyu pulled Lin Chen's arm and retreated directly to the corner. Even so, the two of them were still hit by the shockwave, but compared to Gu Chen, they were merely the residual waves.
8th tier or 9th tier? He could sense the power of these people. It was definitely not the feeling a 7th tier could give him. This was at least 8th tier, or even possibly 9th tier. But isn't this just a white enhancement shop? As for 8th tier people staying here, big brother, since you have such a strong backing, you could have just refused me directly. No, it
seems the other party has already refused him.
But at least say something. Why take out a baseball bat? He put the baseball bat back into his backpack. It's all a misunderstanding. I was just teasing. The little brother, The 5 looked at Gu Chen with cold indifference. Gu Chen also knew that this matter couldn't just end like this. Brother, just name a number. This time I admit defeat. We have 8th tier professionals in the Gu family too. I advise you not to go too far. Gu Chen forced himself to sound calm as he spoke loudly. You don't need to talk to me, you should talk to them instead. It has nothing to do with me now. Lin Chen shook his head, looking at the other party with some sympathy. You've exposed all your family's secrets, who can you blame? Cough, cough. Zhang Lingyu lightly coughed and stepped forward, taking out her identification. Hello, I am Zhang Lingyu from the garrison headquarters. You are suspected of endangering national security and treason, and I will arrest you according to the law. Wait, Gu Chen was sweating profusely. Wait a minute, I just came to buy a shop. How is that endangering the country? How is that treason? And you are just the garrison, you can't convict me. He thought of Zhang Lingyu's identity and quickly spoke loudly. I don't know if this is enough. Ling Qi opened his identification. Gu Chen saw the words secret mobile unit written on it and collapsed onto the ground. How reckless. Anyone protected by the secret mobile unit is not to be trifled with. This isn't just kicking a steel plate, it's like kicking a titanium alloy. Tai Sun and Gu Nuo lifted Gu Chen out of the shop and brought him to a small, inconspicuous store on the side. This is for you. Handle it according to the charge of treason. Yes. The 4 men in the shop stood up. After Tai Sun and Gu Nuo completed their task, they returned to the shop. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was still a bit dazed. Wasn't it supposed to go according to the process? Wasn't it supposed to follow the highest national laws? And now it's treason right off the bat? Wait, it seems there's no problem. The highest national law seems to be treason. So, no problem. Is it okay to go straight for treason? No problem. First, he verbally insulted you, and second, he took out a baseball bat intending to beat you. Although it was unsuccessful, he made a move, Zhang Lingyu said casually, as if it were a minor issue. Wait, wasn't he going to smash the counter? Yes, but the counter is made of glass, so there's a chance it could cause you harm. Therefore, it's equivalent to directly using a baseball bat to harm you. So he intended to harm you, so he intended to kill you. Lin Chen, good eloquence. Zhang Shua, check the phone Jinggu family and pull out all the information. After Zhang Lingyu hung up the phone, she turned to Ling Qi, I might need to trouble you later. The garrison doesn't have enough authority for some matters. Once the Gu family's information arrives, I need you to run an errand. Whatever sentence needs to be given, let it all be resolved according to the highest law. No need, right? For Gu Chen's matter, there's no need to sentence his whole family, Lin Chen said, feeling reluctant. Lin Chen, do you believe that if we don't take action, the Gu family will come knocking on our door tomorrow? Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen calmly. She was all too familiar with the behavior of these families. If they didn't come knocking, she would write her name backward. Then let's go, it's best to wipe them all out, Lin Chen said hurriedly. Zhang Lingyu's mouth twitched. She had thought Lin Chen was being kind-hearted, but it turned out he was a living Yama. Gu Chen and the others could be charged with treason, while the rest of the Gu family could only search for evidence, at most just facing a few years in prison. Goodness, Lin Chen was directly aiming to kill someone. His heart was ruthless enough. Cough cough, I'll give it a try then, Ling. She replied awkwardly. It wasn't that Lin Chen was cruel, but he didn't want any trouble. If there were no national protection now, Lin Chen might have directly agreed, then found a place to blow the other parties head off with a single shot. Zhang Shua was efficient. Within an hour, he had sent over the information about the Gu family. Zhang Lingyu read through it carefully and raised an eyebrow. Lin Chen, your idea can be realized. About 90% of the people in this family can probably be executed. Ling Qi took the phone and looked it over. Goodness, this family really is treasonous. They actually engage in arms trafficking. They must not want to live anymore. Tax evasion is just a minor crime. It seems some families need to be thoroughly investigated. The Gu family's history was not long, only 50 years, but they had been in the arms trafficking business for 10 years. If the officials here didn't know, that would be strange. 50 years is indeed short, but the domain gate has only been around for 300 years, so this family is already considered long-standing. Ling Qi took the documents and left with his team members. After they left, only Lin Chen and Zhang Lingyu remained. In the afternoon, quite a few professionals trickled in, but most were just upgrading their weapons to level 10, and a large portion were scared off by Lin Chen's prices. TSK, these people really don't understand. This isn't just casual upgrading, you know? Lin Chen felt somewhat disappointed. Gear distribution, come gather. An officer guarding a gate placed a bag of weapons on the table. Is our gear back? That was fast. Fast is good. We need to clear out those monsters during this time, and we should close this broken domain gate as soon as possible. The results of the domain gate exploration had come out. There were actually quite a few resources inside, but the monsters were just too annoying. They could actually split. In just a week, they could split out 100,000 monsters, and although they were all A-rank, the sheer number was still bothersome. Most importantly, these monsters didn't have suitable materials for people to use. Such a gate was the least favored by people. Alright, these are your weapons. Weapons upgraded to level 10. Did we find a golden or red enhancer this time? Should be. Otherwise, how could there be level 10 weapons? TSK, the weapons we used before were only level 7 or 8, and now we can actually use level 10. It's no wonder they were so happy. After all, waiting for golden and red enhancers to upgrade was a long queue. By the time their weapons were upgraded, they would be too late. This one is yours. An officer took out a weapon that was stored separately. You even packaged it separately. The man in front shook his head. However, upon receiving the weapon, he froze. Are you sure this is my weapon? Although the name and attributes were his, he didn't dare to believe it. What's wrong, Captain? Does your weapon not even have a level 10? It's actually no big deal. After all, there's always a chance of failure. Yeah, Captain, actually level 7 is fine, even level 6 is okay. However, when the man selected the data panel to show everyone, the scene fell silent. Level 15. It was actually level 15. A weapon only the wealthy could possess. In fact, they could use their money to arrange for a plus 15 enhanced weapon. But you never know whether your luck is good or bad. If luck is on your side, a weapon can be successfully enhanced in one go. If not, it's possible to spend tens of millions without success. I've decided I will use this weapon until it reaches level 7. This attribute can definitely reach level 7, the man said excitedly. The officer in charge of distributing equipment shook his head. The next day, after Lin Chen arrived at work, he learned from Zhang Lingyu that almost all members of the Fengjinggu family had been arrested, having participated to varying degrees. The only survivors were a few women and children. Lin Chen stroked his chin. They shouldn't know I'm involved, right? If they did, he planned to eliminate the root of the problem. Zhang Lingyu shook her head. They don't know, not even your information is clear to them. They probably came to you on a whim, most likely having heard about this shop. Alright, Lin Chen felt a sense of regret for some reason. It wasn't until 1:30 in the afternoon that the Ling Chi team returned. All done? Lin Chen asked, opening his eyes on the lounge chair. All done. Besides arresting the Gu family members, we also had to deal with their company and those chain enhancement shops. If it weren't for these matters they had to intervene in, they would have returned by 10 in the morning. Dingling, a tall girl with a slim waist and long legs, walked in. She approached the counter, looking hesitant. Is there anything I can help you with? Lin Chen asked as he stepped forward. I want to ask if you can enhance special equipment here? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Was luck this good? There was actually special equipment? Of course, no problem. How much do you want to enhance it? Are you sure? This is special equipment, the woman asked worriedly. It's important to know that the reasons for the formation of special equipment have yet to be found, only that they are influenced by demonic energy. Tests have been conducted, but no patterns have been discovered so far. The most important thing is that enhancing special equipment is very different from enhancing ordinary equipment. Enhancing ordinary equipment has patterns, at least the first few times are guaranteed. But special equipment is different, it might succeed after 3 attempts. Or 5, and some can even be enhanced up to 15 times. Of course, there's also a chance of failure. But after a failure, that special equipment can no longer be enhanced, it will be ruined. Don't worry, you see. The name of my shop? If the enhancement fails, I'll compensate you. The girl nodded. Can you let them leave first? I'll take out the item afterward? Lin Chen looked at her in confusion. Is that necessary? Very necessary, the girl nodded vigorously. Alright, Sister Zhang, you guys go next door for a bit. Zhang Lingyu and Ling Chi exchanged glances and nodded. As for safety, with Ling Chi's strength, he could instantly appear in this room. After the two left, the girl let out a sigh of relief. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Qianyu. Lin Chen, you can take out the special equipment now. Zhao Qianyu's face turned red as she produced a pair of black stockings. Black stockings? Lin Chen looked at her suspiciously, doubting that this woman had good intentions toward him. You mustn't misunderstand. This is indeed a pair of stockings I wore, but it really is a piece of special equipment. You know, the reasons for the formation of special equipment are unknown. Lin Chen's mouth twitched as he took it from her hand. Whether it was psychological or not, holding the stockings gave Lin Chen a strange feeling. Soon, the attributes of the special equipment appeared before his eyes. Original flavor black stockings of the sensual girl. Equipment level, special durability 8/12 bonus, attack speed plus 20%, agility plus 20. When Lin Chen received it, Zhao Qianyu's face turned even redder, like a steam girl. The name of this equipment made her feel quite ashamed. Lin Chen unconsciously loosened his grip, finding the name even stranger. How much do you want to enhance it to? Special equipment does not conflict with ordinary equipment, and there has yet to be a clear statement on how much special equipment one can wear. It is simply too rare. If possible, I hope to enhance it to the highest level, as long as you are confident. May I ask how much money you have? Does the enhancement have anything to do with how much money I have? Zhao Qianyu was a bit confused. In her view, the enhancement price was actually quite cheap. The success rate was the biggest issue. Lin Chen placed the stockings on the table. He couldn't help but take a glance, feeling somewhat strange. My shop's prices are different from other shops. I still suggest you take a look. Lin Chen took out a handwritten price list and handed it to her. Next door, a few people peeked through the door at the two, their expressions somewhat odd. By the way, is Lin Chen trying to find a girlfriend? He actually asked for Stockings, Zhang Lingyu, why don't you just give him a few black, white, flesh-colored, netted, send him a few of each, and get some different perfumes so he doesn't repeat any every day? TSK, I didn't expect Lin Chen to have this hobby. If it were me, I'd take him to a club after work, I'll treat him to the full package. The four men became more and more ridiculous. Ling Chi was okay, just a bit suspicious, but thinking that the other party had just turned 18, this situation should be considered normal, right? After all, back in the day, forget it. Zhang Lingyu ignored what the others were saying. She didn't believe Lin Chen would have such thoughts. If he did, there would definitely be something in his gaze. But Lin Chen looked at her with clear eyes, without any other thoughts. Ling Chi, what do you think those stockings are? Ah, stockings are just stockings, what else could they be? Ling Chi looked at Zhang Lingyu in confusion. Zhang Lingyu was defeated by this mini version of Ling Chi's brain. So she said, first of all, when we met him, he had just awakened a few days ago. Secondly, I've seen his information. Do you have any impression of this girl? Even if they contacted each other later, when did you hear about him reaching out? Even if he did, was it just for a pair of stockings? And he personally delivered them? Moreover, now that Lin Chen has handed over the price list, it indicates that this is a piece of equipment, but regular equipment doesn't include stockings, so the only possibility is that this is a special piece of equipment. Zhang Lingyu felt exhausted. She increasingly understood why Director Chen wanted her to stay. If Ling Chi were responsible for these scattered matters, who knows what kind of joke would happen? But it was just too tiring, a bit taxing on the brain. Ah, you mean this? It does seem to be special equipment. However, it's the first time I've seen special equipment in the form of stockings. Everyone has indeed seen little special equipment, but there is one type of special equipment that everyone has, which is the eye of the mind. Its formation method is the same as other special equipment, but because the eye of the mind is so numerous, no one considers it special equipment. Even its own attributes do not mention that it is special equipment. But you have to admit, it is indeed a piece of special equipment. But why would it be a pair of stockings? Ling Chi couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. Moreover, this girl didn't seem to be very strong. What's the big deal? I've seen underwear as special equipment too. It's said to enhance healing effects and is quite powerful. At this point, Zhang Lingyu had a strange expression. She was quite suspicious that the special equipment was related to itself. Otherwise, why would the underwear increase healing effects instead of combat power? On the other hand, Zhao Qianyu looked at the price list and couldn't help but swallow hard. The prices were somewhat outrageous. The enhancement for the first 10 levels was quite normal. However, starting from level 11, it became ridiculous. So, is your high price because you are sure you can succeed? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't ask for this price, Lin Chen said confidently. After much hesitation, Zhao Qianyu's expression became firm. Then help me enhance it to level 15. This equipment suits me very well. Attack speed, such an important attribute. The cost is 150,000. Zhao Qianyu took out her phone, looked at the remaining balance of 200,000, and gritted her teeth to make the payment. Special equipment could be used indefinitely, but she wondered if these stockings could last that many years. After receiving the money, Lin Chen grabbed the stockings. Feeling the texture of the stockings in his hand, Lin Chen felt a bit awkward. Wait here for a moment, it will be done soon. He walked behind the screen and placed the stockings inside, frowning deeply. Enhancing item, original flavor black stockings of a sexy girl. Special, success rate 81.4% enhance? The initial success rate wasn't 100%, no wonder they said special equipment was hard to enhance. But who was he? In and out. Ding ding. Half an hour later. Enhancing item, original flavor black stockings of a sexy girl, special, +7 success rate, 51.4% enhance? Phew, this was indeed quite difficult. It was much harder than enhancing other equipment. Lin Chen felt that he had set the price too low. In the future, if he encountered special equipment, he should double it. No, it should be 10 times to be worth it. Of course, he was just thinking, an enhancer might not encounter a piece of special equipment in a year. Listening to the occasional sounds of successful enhancements, Zhao Qianyu looked tense. She didn't expect that they would all succeed, but his speed was much slower than others. However, suddenly, the sounds of successful enhancements became frequent. What was happening? In just 10 minutes, it rang over 20 times. But she didn't rush. Time passed, and it wasn't until 6:30 in the evening that Lin Chen walked out from behind the screen. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was indeed quite difficult. Here's your equipment, the effects are really good. Zhao Qianyu nervously took the stockings, as if she were holding a sacred object. Original flavor black stockings of a sexy girl +15 equipment level, special durability, 20 seconds bonus, attack speed +20%, +20%, agility +20. +20, tide surge, attack speed +300% within 3 seconds, 10 minutes cooldown. It really succeeded, and it was +15. It was as if it was tailor-made for her. With this speed, her archery frequency could increase significantly. This meant she could deal more damage. Thank you, Lin Chen, your skills are truly amazing. I've never been this happy before. Your way of complimenting is quite unique, Lin Chen said, not knowing
What else to say? Zhao Qianyu's way of speaking was really strange. The person was also very strange. I'm sorry, I got too excited. Zhao Qianyu quickly bowed in apology, a flash of holy light almost blinding Lin Chen's eyes. No wonder. Lin Chen was initially puzzled about why they called it sexy girl stockings. It turned out to be for this reason. No need to be like this, you pay, and I serve, it's that simple. Then I must thank you. If I have equipment to enhance in the future, I'll come find you again. Zhao Qianyu waved her hand and walked out of the shop. Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi also walked over. This is the first time I've seen you spend so long enhancing a plus 15 piece of equipment. You can't be doing it on purpose to impress someone, can you? Zhang Lingyu asked with a smile. How could that be? It's a special piece of equipment. Very difficult, Lin Chen replied. He had never encountered a 100% success rate, always searching for the highest values and spending points to enhance it. For him, it was incredibly hard. Zhang Lingyu exchanged glances with him. It really was a special piece of equipment. What attribute does it enhance? Attack speed, Lin Chen said with a strange expression. In the following time, Lin Chen's life became more comfortable. He opened his shop during the week, occasionally enhancing equipment for others. On Saturdays, he would go to the outskirts to hunt monsters, gaining a bit of experience and points. Sundays depended on the situation, he would either rest or work. And so, a week passed. Host, Lin Chen, age, 18 points, 325,610, skill, absorb, enhancement success rate, plus 10%. Recently, there had been no riots at the domain gates, so the points weren't increasing much. Fortunately, the equipment Zhang Lingyu had given him was fully enhanced and all delivered to the garrison. Lin Chen's points were also slowly increasing. Besides that, there were Lin Chen's shop customers. Although the customers provided a bit less, they consistently brought him clients. From initially gaining only 1,000 points a day, he was now earning around 7,000 points daily. It could be said that nowadays points were enough for Lin Chen to enhance a plus 50 weapon. Lin Chen opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Chen, occupation, enhancer, potential, B grade, level, second stage, 5th level. 241/16,000 attributes, strength 24, stamina 33, agility 42, intelligence 9, distributable points 50, exclusive skill, enhancement, general skills none. The leveling speed was so slow, he still hadn't enhanced enough equipment. Why not? Lin Chen turned to Ling Qi. Brother Ling Qi, how about you take me to a disaster level domain gate? Ling Qi looked at Lin Chen in confusion. You want to go to a disaster level gate? There are generally monsters around level 20 in large numbers, with the highest being A-grade monsters at level 50. But your team is there, so it should be fine. In the past few Saturdays, he had mostly killed E-grade monsters, and if he was lucky, he might encounter a few D-grade ones. As for C-grade, he had hardly seen any. No, your situation is different. Even if I agree, Zhang Lingyu won't allow it. At that moment, Zhang Lingyu was not in the shop but had gone to Kyoto to collect equipment. Oh come on, she's not here. If you don't say anything, how would she know? It wasn't surprising that Lin Chen wanted to go. The points looked plentiful, but to achieve higher values, this amount was really insufficient. Let's just... Dingling, what are you doing? Zhang Lingyu returned. Lin Chen wants to go to a disaster-level domain gate, Ling Qi said without hesitation, selling Lin Chen out. There was no way he could take responsibility for this. Although protecting Lin Chen wasn't a big issue, what if something happened? He couldn't bear that blame. What? You want to go to a disaster-level domain gate? Zhang Lingyu exclaimed. Lin Chen quickly covered his ears. Hey, Sister Zhang, your reaction is exaggerated. Zhang Lingyu also felt her reaction was a bit too much, but she couldn't make the decision about going to a disaster-level gate either. Wait for me a moment, I'll ask for you. Zhang Lingyu turned and left the room, picking up the phone to start contacting people. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Lingyu's back, somewhat speechless. This was a bit too exaggerated, wasn't it? I just want to visit a domain gate, it shouldn't be that serious. His parents have been to the domain gate and they went during a disaster level. He only went to a calamity level, not a disaster level. Your situation is different. What you have done cannot be replaced by anyone to this day. Not to mention enhancement 50, even enhancement 16 is already irreplaceable, Ling Qi advised. To be honest, I find it hard to believe. If you say black and white enhancements are impossible, I can accept that. But gold and red should be achievable. After all, their foundation is still very high. It's different. Starting from enhancement 14, the success rate becomes very low. I'm not an enhancer, so I don't understand this area very well. But I can tell you one thing, I know that there are no more than 50 pieces of Enhancement 16 equipment in the country and less than 10 pieces of Enhancement 17 equipment. As for whether there are any above that, I don't know. But this matter should not be spread, these things are secrets. The message we released is that there is only one piece of Enhancement 16 in the whole country. Lin Chen nodded. If that's the case, he could accept it. He thought, how could there be only one piece of Enhancement 16 equipment in the whole country? So, does that mean what they say abroad about not having Enhancement 16 equipment is a lie? Ling Qi scoffed. Of course it's a lie. They think they are hiding it well, but from what we have investigated, there are already 20 pieces of enhancements, 16 weapons and equipment. This is thanks to the disunity of their country. Such things can be obtained with just a little cost. From this, you can see how important you are. You should know this has been accumulated over 300 years. Perhaps some families have hidden high enhancement weapons, but the number will definitely not be too many. Lin Chen nodded but still felt a bit gloomy. Although being protected felt good, excessive protection made his actions somewhat restricted. Dingling Zhang Lingyu returned, and from her expression, she seemed fine. You want to go to the disaster level gate? That's not impossible, but you need to enhance all your equipment to 20 first. If you can enhance it to 50, that would be best. Don't worry, we will provide all the enhancement stones. Zhang Lingyu immediately called Chen Junzheng. After all, Lin Chen's file level had been adjusted to the highest, and the safety level was naturally the highest. In fact, besides Ling Qi's team, there was also a garrison army nearby. The place where they caught Gu Chen that day was where the garrison army was stationed. There was also a small team of the demon-slaying army in this city, which could arrive within 20 minutes of a call. Chen Junzheng's meaning was very simple. As long as it was within the protective capability of Ling Qi and the others, they could agree to all requests. But there was one thing they had to do. If they encountered danger, they must take Lin Chen away at the first opportunity. If anyone was to die, it should be them, and Lin Chen must not have any accidents. Zhang Lingyu had long been prepared for this, and Ling Qi and the others had already been notified when they came. Compared to a calamity level, there shouldn't be much of a problem. No problem, I value my life very much. Lin Chen patted his chest. If it weren't for the fact that his points were still too few, he would have insisted on enhancing his equipment to 100. By the way, if possible, could you prepare a box of grenades for me? If possible, I would like a grenade launcher, and it would be best to get me some grenades too. After all, safety first, I prefer firearms. Lin Chen showed a friendly smile. Compared to cold weapons that require skills in various enhancements, Lin Chen felt that firearms suited him better. No problem, I'll prepare it for you tomorrow. Zhang Lingyu's eyes twinkled. How about you use firearms in the future? I'll have the higher-ups prepare more good stuff for you. Is that possible? Of course. Zhang Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. She finally managed to get Lin Chen sorted out. As long as cold weapons are not used, everything else is fine. Disaster level is disaster level. As long as the personnel are arranged properly, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Zhang Lingyu acted quickly, preparing everything by the next day. Anyway, you have a backpack, so take a few more of these. 500 grenades, and if that's not enough, I'll get more. 1 grenade launcher, 50 grenades. 1 RPG, 10 shells. Lin Chen swallowed hard. That's enough. That's definitely enough. This is enough to support a small-scale war. Lin Chen picked up a grenade, the same model as before. It seems that there are no high-quality consumables for this kind of hot weapon. The others were the same, all ordinary quality equipment. You don't need to try. Consumables won't have too good a quality. They just added a little bit of or from the domain gate during production. Of course, there are high-quality consumables, but those are used to deal with larger domain gates. For example, some large missiles are generally of rare quality, but such things are rarely used. Although one shot could kill a large number of monsters, the production cost is simply too high. Generally speaking, it is still the professionals who are the main combat force. As for Lin Chen, he can only be considered an exception. This is already enough for me. As long as I strengthen it a bit, it will be fine. Lin Chen took a grenade behind the screen, and after 15 minutes, a strengthened grenade appeared in his hand. L88 grenade, white, plus 20 durability, 1/1 damage, 3000 plus 9763, additional, kill radius 10m plus 30m. I have to say, this damage is absolutely off the charts. The only pity is that this thing is a one-time use. Lin Chen was very satisfied with this. At 1 every 15 minutes, at this speed, he could almost finish in a week. Should, right? Lin Chen glanced at the 500 grenades. The difficulty was a bit high. He then picked up a rocket and strengthened it to 20. Our 101 rocket, white, plus 20 durability, 1/1 damage, 10,000 plus 33,085, additional, kill radius 20m plus 60m. This damage, even an A-level monster should not be able to withstand it. As for the launcher, Lin Chen did not strengthen it. How is it? Are you satisfied? Zhang Lingyu smiled. Pretty satisfied. Lin Chen handed the recently strengthened rocket to Zhang Lingyu. The smile on Zhang Lingyu's face froze. 43,000 base damage. This is almost comparable to a small bomb. An 80-meter radius, isn't that a bit excessive? Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen. This strengthening is really quite reckless. Why strengthen it to 20? Wouldn't that mean it would be gone in one shot? Isn't that a bit wasteful? Zhang Lingyu felt a pang in her heart. Their weapons only reached a maximum of 16 in strengthening, although there was one at 50, but there are too many people. It simply isn't enough to share. Now that weapon with a strength of 50 is still in Kyoto, and there is still a huge disagreement about who to share it with. Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but pick up the items Lin Chen had just strengthened from the table, feeling a heartache with every glance. 3 consumables. Strengthened to 20. Just to hunt monsters in the disaster level gate. This is enough even for disaster level.
Even to close the domain gate at the disaster level, this is sufficient. Hard take. Zhang Lingyu now only felt pain. She really wanted to communicate with Director Chen to see if she could switch places. She was worried that if she stayed here any longer, she might end up in the hospital one day. Ling Qi curiously picked it up to take a look, then silently put it back down. Sitting down on the chair by the wall, he took out his long spear, which had been enhanced to level 20. In an instant, he felt that enhancing it to 20 was just SOSO, nothing particularly impressive. Lin Chen scratched his head. What's wrong with you guys? Is the damage not enough? If it's not enough, I can enhance it a bit more. As he spoke, Lin Chen picked up the items, preparing to go in. No, it's already high enough. I really think it's unnecessary. The damage has already overflowed a lot. My suggestion is to enhance it to 10, and that would be sufficient. Zhang Lingyu quickly grabbed Lin Chen's arm, worried that if he enhanced it further, she might not be able to control her hands. Yeah, the damage is definitely enough, and it's an area attack, absolutely sufficient. Ling Qi also had to speak up to persuade him. This type of area attack wasn't a one-hit finish but rather a multi-hit attack, so a single monster might endure the same damage 2 or 3 times, and it could even result in critical hits. Damage overflow was quite normal. Alright then. Lin Chen looked at the consumables with some regret. He still wanted to know what would happen if this item was enhanced to 50. Once he had the items in hand, Lin Chen no longer mentioned going to the disaster level domain gate, mainly because there was no time to go now. On one hand, there were new equipment that Zhang Lingyu brought that needed enhancement, and on the other hand, as his reputation grew, more and more people came to Lin Chen to enhance their equipment. Lin Chen's free time was becoming increasingly scarce. Looking at the consumables in his backpack, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel anxious about when he would finish enhancing them. However, seeing the rapidly increasing energy points, Lin Chen finally felt a bit better. Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi's lives weren't as easy. The two sat at the counter, their eyes fixed on the screen behind. How many is this today? It should be the 12th one. Sigh, another 20, but it's a one-time use. Every time Lin Chen enhanced a consumable to level 20, the two would deeply sigh. How great it would be if it were a weapon. Yet they couldn't stop it. After all, this was Lin Chen's freedom. The two could only slowly endure a kind of inescapable suffering. After more than 2 weeks, Lin Chen finally got all these things ready, not even going out to hunt monsters on Saturday. Just for today. Sister Zhang, brother Ling Qi, let's set off tomorrow. I've already prepared everything, Lin Chen said happily while tidying up the room, and the other two were helping. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhang Lingyu's broom shook, scattering the dust she had finally gathered. Okay, we'll go tomorrow. I'll arrange it. She knew this day would come. Haven't you gotten used to it? Ling Qi asked, somewhat puzzled. At first, the two felt a bit pained, but when Lin Chen enhanced over 200 items, they accepted the reality. Over 200 enhancements to level 20. That's right, in the end, Lin Chen did not listen to Zhang Lingyu's advice to only enhance to 10. According to Lin Chen, safety was the priority. But have you thought about one problem? Zhang Lingyu looked at Ling Qi with a hint of melancholy. Have you thought about the problem that when a consumable enhanced to level 20 shatters before your eyes, wouldn't it hurt even more? Ling Qi's expression stiffened. He couldn't help but think that his long spear had cost 3 million to enhance to 20, meaning that each of Lin Chen's items was worth 3 million. And a solid 3 million at that. If it were to be lost, how painful that would be. I get it, you might as well not tell me. Let me find out a day later, it would be a bit easier on my heart. I feel like this is just the beginning, not the end. I'm wondering, will he enhance bullets one day? Probably, maybe not? Ling Qi was becoming a bit unsettled. If Lin Chen really did that, he would be unable to do anything at all. Early the next morning, in front of a disaster-level domain gate. Report, 20 guarding military squads entered an hour ago, and the safe zone has been delineated, each side measuring 500 meters. A man in combat gear reported to Zhang Lingyu. I understand. Let's set off now. A group of 7 followed the man into the gate. This was Lin Chen's first time entering the gate. Inside the domain gate, there was sunlight, but it wasn't very strong. It appeared extremely dim due to a layer of thin mist covering it. Occasionally, Lin Chen could see some objects emitting a black aura in the air. Is that black stuff? The demonic energy? Yes, that's demonic energy. The eye of the mind we have is to prevent this thing from invading. But you must remember one thing, the defense of the eye of the mind is limited. It's best not to touch that smoke-like stuff that resembles flames. Although the eye of the mind can block it, a portion will still seep through the barrier and come to you. Of course, theoretically, the larger your barrier range, the less demonic energy will reach you, and the purification speed will be better. In theory, as long as you stay within 20 meters. At this point, Ling Qi fell silent. Since his grenades were all enhanced to level 20, there was no reason for his eye of the mind to be any weaker. Brother Ling Qi, what happens at 20 meters? Lin Chen looked at Ling Qi with curiosity. He was genuinely curious, with no other intentions. Ling Qi took a deep breath. Theoretically, 20 meters is an absolute safe distance, meaning the purification speed can perfectly balance with the invasion speed. Besides that, the resources here are attached with
A small amount of demonic energy, so when obtaining resources, you must place them at the edge of the eye of the mind's ability and slowly disperse them.
Only after dispersing them well can you put them into your backpack.
Lin Chen glanced at his eye of the mind. Plus 50 should work well. Since they were at the entrance, the effect of everyone's eye of the mind was very weak, almost invisible.
However, when they moved forward
about 100 meters, a powerful wind suddenly spread out from Lin Chen's center. If the others felt a gentle breeze, Lin Chen's was a gale. In an instant, all the demonic energy vanished without a trace.
Watching
the effect Lin Chen displayed, Ling Qi and the others fell silent.
People can really be infuriating. With this, who would still fear the invasion of demonic energy? In battles within the domain gate, what one truly feared was not the demonic creatures but the demonic energy. You could kill the creatures, but you could only rely on the eye of the mind to disperse the energy. Even a priest's dispel skill was merely a temporary measure. True purification was impossible. Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen and couldn't help but think, if Lin Chen could get more eyes of the mind, would there be no demonic energy in this domain gate? It actually seemed possible.
But this range looked a bit enormous. 100 million for one eye, and a domain gate would need at least 100, which seemed a bit expensive.
This matter was better left for the higher-ups to worry about. After walking a kilometer, an area appeared before everyone. This is the withered jungle. The demonic creatures here are mostly of medium level, mostly D rank. After the man finished speaking, he greeted Zhang Lingyu and returned to his team. Lin Chen surveyed the woods. It seemed to be low shrubs. However, the trees had turned black and even the ground was black, occasionally emitting a wisp of demonic energy. Are all the trees here like this, black and withered? Lin Chen asked while pulling out his weapon and gear.
Most of them are like this, but there are also some that are thriving. Those trees are
very good materials.
Of course, these withered trees can also be used as materials, but it just takes a longer time to wait.
Lin Chen nodded. Since that's the case, I don't feel any pressure using them. He held
the grenade launcher and fired around without giving Ling Qi and the others any time to react.
Boom!
A fire column with a diameter of 80 meters shot up into the sky and a wave of heat rushed towards them.
Staring
at the towering 20-meter fire column, Lin Chen was stunned.
Is this definitely a grenade and not a flame bomb?
Hey, your grenade design is pretty good. It even has a fire column.
The fire column lasted for 4 to 5 seconds before gradually weakening and extinguishing. Zhang Lingyu murmured, it doesn't have this effect, it's just an ordinary explosion, at most a small fireball, right? After seeing Lin Chen's grenade, Zhang Lingyu couldn't even be sure what the grenade looked like at first.
As for Ling Qi, he had no idea either. Since becoming a professional, he had only used a long gun.
Who would use firearms for no reason? He was also unclear about Lin Chen's question. Might as well try it out. Zhang Lingyu took a similar grenade launcher from his backpack and loaded the same ammunition. Bang! The sound was much weaker, and it exploded, but there was no fire column, just a burst of fire that extinguished instantly. It seems that only the one you enhanced has that effect. Just thinking about using this weapon to hunt the monsters in the disaster level domain made Zhang Lingyu feel heartbroken.
If he had known, he might as well have brought Lin Chen to the disaster level domain. Maybe they could have cleared out the monsters and then arranged for
someone to close the domain. Regret.
Seeing the comparison, Lin Chen laughed. He didn't expect there to be hidden special effects.
Boom, boom, boom.
Grenades were fired off one after another, each creating a fire
column that shot up into the sky. Watching the numbers continuously appear in his mind, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000.
No, Lin Chen couldn't even keep up. Every time a number jumped out, he couldn't add it all up.
Compared to Lin Chen's laughter, Zhang Lingyu and the others were in immense pain.
Every time a fire column lit up, their faces twitched.
The ammunition wasn't expensive, but after enhancement, it was costly.
Even if it was a disposable item, its virtual value was 100 million.
Even with a discount, the price was still 20 million per shot.
In just 1 minute, Lin Chen had already fired 10 rounds. And he wasn't slowing down at all. However, after firing 20 rounds, Lin Chen finally stopped.
Oh my god, what is he trying to do?
Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen in horror.
There weren't many monsters left in the encirclement, just a few scattered ones. He actually pulled out an RPG?
That's such a waste. However, to Lin Chen, it wasn't about waste, it was just an ordinary rocket. Whoosh, a trail of fire flew out and struck
the ground. Boom!
This time, it wasn't a fire column, but a small mushroom cloud. Ling Qi and the others weren't mistaken. A rocket had produced a mushroom cloud effect, and a stronger shockwave rushed towards
them. My eyes aren't deceiving me. Am I actually seeing a mushroom cloud?
Ling Qi was really a bit dazed. That was a rocket, for goodness sake, this was somewhat outrageous. It really is a mushroom cloud, but it doesn't seem to have that much power, Zhang Lingyu said, surprised but more focused on the power aspect. No, maybe it's because the quantity is too small, so the effect isn't noticeable.
Ling Qi didn't
believe that a weapon that produced a mushroom cloud would have such low damage. After all, he had seen the data for this rocket. Fixed damage of 43,000 with a kill radius of 80 m and the size of the mushroom cloud. In front of them definitely had a kill radius of around 110 meters. You should know, this is just an ordinary rocket shell. If it were to be enhanced with a nuclear bomb, well, nuclear bombs are not allowed. But N2 shells can be used. If the N2 were enhanced to 20 or even 50, Ling Chi couldn't even imagine what kind of effect that would have. Zhang Lingyu, contact Director Chen. Ask him if he wants to try an enhanced N2 shell at 50. Ling Chi looked at Zhang Lingyu with excitement. Are you crazy? The N2 shell doesn't have any products from the domain gate added to it, so it can't be enhanced at all. Moreover, that thing has been invented for over 100 years and not a single one has been used. Even in the domain gate, it has never been used. Who knows what kind of effect using such a thing in the domain gate would cause? Closing. The domain gate is an important matter, but no one would joke with their life. Every practitioner's life is precious. Right, I forgot about that. They should try it out. Let Lin Chen enhance it once. That's a high-precision weapon. How could it be casually modified? Zhang Lingyu was speechless at Ling Chi, although there were a few prototypes. If it were really feasible, she would have suggested it long ago. Lin Chen, stop! Zhang Lingyu shouted urgently. She saw Lin Chen once again shouldering the rocket launcher, his hand already on the trigger. Ha! Whoosh! Boom! Seeing that Zhang Lingyu had not said anything further, he thought he had misheard. Watching another mushroom cloud rise, Lin Chen was exhilarated. He couldn't help but glance at his sniper rifle. If his gun could create a mushroom cloud with every shot, how great would that be? It didn't seem impossible. If it was enhanced to 50 now, what if it were enhanced to 100? Lin Chen nodded. It wasn't out of the question. While Lin Chen was pondering, Zhang Lingyu hurried over. The remaining monsters don't require such a high damage weapon. You wanted to see how powerful this thing is, right? I'll have them find another place. Zhang Lingyu was genuinely afraid Lin Chen would continue to waste it. Although the item belonged to Lin Chen, her psychological endurance was still somewhat strained. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Alright, the more the better. He had also passed that curious phase. Under Zhang Lingyu's arrangement, the guards began to gather the monsters again. However, while gathering, they were also discussing what had just happened. What was that weapon just now? Is it newly developed? It seems to be a grenade. I saw Lin Chen holding a grenade launcher, so it should be a newly developed grenade launcher. I've used grenade launchers too, but none had this effect. You saw the fire column. But I'm more curious about the rocket launcher he used later. What model is it? How could it create a mushroom cloud? It shouldn't have radiation, right? They were incredibly curious about Lin Chen's weapons. They hadn't even thought about enhancement. After all, no one would enhance a shell. If one had to enhance a disposable item, it would definitely be a high-quality, high-level disposable item. The speed of gathering monsters was quick. After all, this was a disaster-level domain gate. Not only was the level high, but the area was also large and there were many more monsters. In half an hour, a group of monsters was gathered in the center, and the people around occasionally used skills to drive them away. Without saying a word, Lin Chen directly shouldered the rocket launcher and fired a shot. Ling Chi and the others focused intently on the center of the field. Whoosh! Boom! A mushroom cloud rose. Ling Chi squinted, looking at the ground as he thought the center was completely dead. Not just dead, but completely vanished. Not even a trace remained, as if it had evaporated. Around the central position, the monsters were all injured to varying degrees, some severely and some lightly. The kill radius is indeed 80 meters, but the severe injury radius is between 80 to 120 meters, while light injuries occur within 150 meters. Listening to Ling Chi's words, Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The panel of this rocket launcher stated the kill radius, not the effective radius. This indicated that the information provided was accurate. Lin Chen assessed the quantity inside and then fired another rocket. Looking at the remaining 6, he did not act. Instead, he chose to launch grenades, and after using those, he switched to hand grenades. In short, it was a heavy firepower cover, followed by light fire bombardment, and finally, a sniper rifle for precision strikes. He wanted it all. Lin Chen was thrilled, but Ling Chi, Zhang Lingyu, and the others were tangled up from start to finish. Tyson was pained to the point of contorting his face. I think I won't come next time. This is a bit heart-wrenching to watch. He still didn't even have a weapon enhanced to level 20, while others were taking them out by the basket. Who could stand that? Gu Nuo glanced at the level 10 dagger in his hand inside. I understand you, but if you don't come, the captain might just tear you apart, believe it or not. Tyson nodded. I believe it. Although their captain could be unreliable at times, he was meticulous when executing missions. If he said he would hit you, he would. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the hand grenades were empty, the grenades were gone, and the rockets were depleted. Within a 5-kilometer radius, there were large and small craters, and the number of dead monsters was countless. Are these monsters still useful? They were originally useful, but now they are of no use. With this destructive attack method, only those large monsters could survive a bit. But clearly, it seemed that nothing was left now. Lin Chen scratched his head. It shouldn't be. Didn't they say many weapons would add monster materials? This level shouldn't be low, right? He had just killed quite a few sea-level monsters. Although the quantity was small, it was still something. Ling Qi sighed lightly. Each type of monster has different usable parts. Some have claws, some have fur. However, the monsters you killed are already in tatters. Even the ones you shot with a sniper rifle have suffered damage akin to anti-material attacks. In this situation, the materials are basically gone, so you understand. Alright, what else could Lin Chen say? It turned out to be because his weapon's lethality was too great. But he couldn't be blamed, after all, safety first. If his weapon wasn't powerful enough, he wouldn't dare come here. However, looking at the distant magical aura and the monsters that occasionally appeared, he couldn't help but think of his parents. They had been fighting against such creatures, and one could imagine how arduous it was. Of course, his parents were different from Ling Qi and the others. They were part of the national team, while his parents were simply in it for the money. Different methods, but the end result was still the same. Will this place be closed in the future? Lin Chen was somewhat curious. He didn't understand how the closure of the domain gate was determined. This place will most likely be closed, partly because it is somewhat close to the city, and partly because the quantity and quality of materials produced here are quite average, not worth wasting time on. At this point, Ling Qi shook his head. There are many such domain gates in the country, and closing them requires a lot of manpower. So every year, whether it's the garrison army, the demon-slaying army, or our secret mobile team, personnel will be allocated, otherwise it would be hard to close even 30 domain gates in a year. Moreover, the order of closing the gates also needs to be investigated, based on the criteria of harm and practicality. However, even so, the number of domain gates is not decreasing but increasing, simply because the speed at which they appear is just too fast. If it weren't for the fact that new professionals emerge every year, the world would have long been occupied by the domain gates. Some might wonder, with new professionals appearing every year, why is it still so difficult? This brings us to the topic of sacrifice. With new people, there are sacrifices. The situation within the domain gates changes rapidly, although each domain gate has a rating. The rating is based on the size, patterns, and colors of the gates, but it's just a rating. Otherwise, why would it be said that disaster levels mainly consist of DE-level monsters mixed with CB-level monsters? Sometimes A-level monsters can even be encountered. The professionals responsible for clearing disaster-level domain gates when faced with A-level monsters will escape at the first opportunity, fleeing as quickly as possible. Because their levels simply cannot compete. Of course, such situations are rare, but when they do occur, dozens or even hundreds of professionals may sacrifice themselves. Besides that, the greatest sacrifices are made by the border defense forces. Their sacrifices are not in combat against monsters, but against humans. They not only have to combat the monsters that emerge from the domain gates but also prevent invaders from breaching the borders. Although internationally it is said that everyone is jointly resisting the invasion of monsters, some countries are still secretly engaging in aggression. These are unavoidable matters. Is that so? At this moment, Lin Chen felt that the garrison troops, who came for his safety, were truly great. He couldn't help but think that his restrictions on the official enhancement quantity and the prices seemed problematic. At that time, he had focused on the locals, as they would surely rush out to fight as soon as they received their weapons. But he was uncertain about what he provided to the officials, which is why he set the rules. Of course, there was another point. He didn't want to spend all his time on weapon enhancements. He wanted some free time for himself. Otherwise, wouldn't he just become a weapon enhancement machine? What meaning would such a life have? I've decided to relax the restrictions on weapon enhancements for the officials. But I must clarify first, 1. I will still only enhance weapons, and 2. Although the quantity restriction is lifted, I will do my best. I also want to have my own life, so I'll set a rough number. A week. 100 weapons, that should be enough. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and provided this number, averaging 20 weapons a day, while for his shop's customers, 10 a day should be about right. Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu exchanged glances, their expressions brightening with joy. They hadn't expected that explaining this to Lin Chen would yield such a big surprise. They should have done it sooner. They also hadn't anticipated this. Of course, if they had mentioned it earlier, it might not have had the same effect. Everything can only be left to nature. The enhancement level. Zhang Lingyu had been coveting the enhancement of 20 for a long time and wondered if Lin Chen would agree. Lin Chen glanced at his points. He had quite a lot. Let's start with enhancement level 15. All weapons will be at least 15. For enhancement level 16, 20 weapons. For level 18, 10 weapons. For level 20, 5 weapons. And for level 50, it will still be 1 per month. As for the price, I'll give you half off. Free is impossible. It will never be free in this lifetime. Otherwise, wouldn't his labor be very cheap? Moreover, for a country, this amount of money really isn't much. Additionally, Lin Chen planned that after he raised his level, this number could still be adjusted upwards. It wouldn't be fixed. Ah, that's great. I'll notify Director Chen as soon as I get back. If he hears this news, he will definitely be very happy, Zhang Lingyu said. Happily? How could he not be happy? This number is simply astonishing. Each person gets a plus 15 weapon, which is unimaginable. If each border guard holds a plus 15 weapon while the opponent only has plus 7 and plus 8 weapons, how painful it must be for them. Let's go back. Lin Chen smiled. He had only spent some points to bring them such happiness. Thinking about it, perhaps this system was meant for him to save Huagua.
Lin Chen glanced at his points again. It was time to enhance his weapons, but should he still use this sniper rifle? Let me ask, what is the lowest level golden epic firearm you currently have, and what level is it? After returning to the city, Zhang Lingyu parted ways with them. She needed to report this matter immediately. Director Chen. Surprise or shock? Chen Jun was sitting in his office handling documents when he saw the name on his phone and felt a headache coming on.
He was now afraid of Zhang Lingyu's calls.
Either she didn't call, or when she did, it was a big deal. Given the timing, shouldn't she have just returned from the disaster level domain? Did something happen inside?
This time it's good news, Zhang Lingyu said helplessly. At first, their conversation was normal, but in recent calls, Director Chen's mood had been like a roller coaster. But that had nothing to do with her, it was all Lin Chen's problem.
Tell me, Lin Chen has relaxed his conditions. Zhang Lingyu detailed the situation to Chen Jun. Good news, really good news.
Chen Jun's face lit up with excitement. This was a huge boon for the country. This greatly increased his operational capacity.
Besides this, there's one more thing. Hearing Zhang Lingyu's words, Chen Jun's heart skipped a beat. Don't worry, it's neither good nor bad.
I just suspect that he will go to the disaster level domain next time.
Chen Jun's eyelid twitched. How could that be neither good nor bad? Let's finish this in one go.
Although I'm in good health, if you keep exhausting me like this, I'll end up in the hospital sooner or later.
Zhang Lingyu pouted. If that were the case, if Lingqi called you, you'd probably have to be hospitalized.
There is a golden epic firearm, but it's not a sniper rifle, it's a level 25 revolver.
I'll have someone send it to you.
By the way, there's also a level 20 crossbow on the way, see if he needs it. There weren't many low-level golden epic weapons in the national treasury. The levels were too low, and the country's blacksmiths were unwilling to waste time on them.
Golden epic weapons generally started
from level 50, and there were very few below that. On Sunday, Lin Chen arrived at the shop on time.
As for resting, Lin Chen hadn't thought about it.
Mainly, he didn't know what he could do after resting.
For him, fighting in the domain might be the only form of rest. Besides, running a shop wasn't that tiring.
It was just enhancing weapons, he just needed to put them in for enhancement.
As for mental fatigue, where would the mental pressure come from with a 100% success rate? If he could see the success rate, how could he possibly fail? Is Sister Zhang not coming today? She wouldn't have gone to pick up weapons, would she? There's no need to be in such a hurry. It seemed a bit too eager to go pick them up the very next day after agreeing. He had promised and wouldn't go back on his word. She told me she wanted to give you a surprise. A surprise? Is she going to give me 10 billion in cash?
Ling Qi directly ignored his words, not wanting to talk to him.
Your speed of making money is faster than robbing a bank. What use is cash to you?
It just saves the process. At 10:30, Zhang Lingyu arrived.
These two are your equipment.
There isn't a golden epic sniper rifle, but there is a hand crossbow and a revolver.
If you're not satisfied, there are plenty of purple sniper rifles. No, I want this.
Lin Chen grabbed the revolver. This revolver is not one of those small ones, but a large one. The barrel is about 25 centimeters long, and the total length of the gun reaches an astonishing 0.45 meters. The grip is wooden, with a silver-patterned metal plate affixed to it, giving it a very vintage feel. The caliber of the muzzle is quite large, and it looks like it should be using
12.7 millimeters bullets. It's simply a killing machine.
The only pity is that it doesn't have a sight, but that doesn't matter anymore. As long as it looks good, the caliber doesn't really say much about its lethality.
As long as you like it, here are 500 rounds for this gun. The bullets are nothing special, just ordinary ones, lacking even in quality. Lin Chen didn't care.
As for the crossbow, Lin Chen directly put it into his
backpack. Aren't there any bolts? This crossbow uses energy bolts, and theoretically, as long as there is enough energy, it can keep firing. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. The amount of energy is closely related to intelligence.
Even if he allocated all his attribute points to intelligence, his physical energy wouldn't be much, which is why he wasn't in a hurry to acquire universal skills. Even if he got them, he wouldn't
be able to use them. Of course, the main reason is still because it's troublesome. However, he wasn't afraid of trouble with this crossbow.
You all do as you please, I'm going to work in the back.
Lin Chen went
behind the screen, directly started the machine, and began to enhance the revolver. Ling Qi then spoke to Zhang Lingyu. Why did you take out that pistol? That's a gun tainted with demonic energy.
Did you forget about his mind's eye?
That little bit of demonic energy is of no use to him. Zhang Lingyu shrugged. If it weren't for that mind's eye, she wouldn't dare to give him this weapon. She would rather hand him a purple
sniper rifle.
Ling Qi was momentarily speechless. That was a good point. Half an hour later, Lin Chen took the pistol out of the enhancer, frowning as he looked at its attributes. He had been too excited earlier and hadn't checked the name of the pistol. Now that he looked, he noticed the difference. Demonic, SM500 revolver, epic, plus 20 equipment level, LV30 durability, 67/70th damage, 356 to 412, plus 1175 additional. Critical damage plus 10% plus 5%. Critical rate plus 20% plus 5%.
Explosive attack. Each bullet has an explosion radius of 0.5 meters. Why does this weapon have a demonic character in front? What does it mean? Magical weapon? Monster weapon? Lin Chen shook his head and put the weapon back into the enhancer. Enhancing item, demonic, SM500 revolver, epic, plus 20 success rate, 31.1% enhance? The success rate is still so low. This is different from other weapons, but somewhat similar to that special weapon. Could it be that this weapon is also considered a special weapon? Lin Chen couldn't think of any other explanation. He tried to minimize the points spent but still ended up using nearly 6,000 points. However, compared to his current points, it was just a drop in the bucket. A brand new plus 50 weapon appeared in Lin Chen's hands. Demonic. SM500 revolver, epic, plus 50 equipment level, LV30 durability, 67/70th damage, 356 to 412, plus 24,332, additional, critical damage plus 10% plus 5%, critical rate plus 20% plus 5%, explosive attack, each bullet has an explosion. Radius of 0.5 meters plus 0.5 meters, rapid fire, 6 shots per second, CD-10s, special, psionic bullets, the user's energy automatically replenishes the magazine. 1s/shot. Lin Chen grinned. This damage is already invincible. Especially that psychic bullet. What's the use of a scope? Sister Zhang, I need to trouble you with something. Looking at Lin Chen's honest smile, Zhang Linyu swallowed. What is it? Can you find me some accessories that increase intelligence? Rare quality will do, level 30. Zhang Linyu nodded. So that's all he wanted. That's simple. Wait, it will be delivered in half an hour. In the Fengjing warehouse, these accessories were still available. Accessories are generally easier to obtain than weapons. Most accessories are not crafted but made by directly embedding a material from the domain gate into metal. So, rare quality is more common. However, to get golden ones, crafting and engraving are required. Half an hour later, a pile of intelligence-increasing accessories was placed in front of Lin Chen. These few have the best effects, you can try them. Lin Chen picked up a ring inlaid with a black gemstone. Black crystal ring, rare, equipment level, LV30 durability, 32 attributes, intelligence plus 10 additional, magic damage. Reduction plus 10% defense plus 2%. So this is how the attributes are added? It was somewhat different from what Lin Chen thought. In his mind, the main attribute of the ring should be defense, but it seems not to be the case. Lin Chen browsed through the options, some added intelligence, some agility, some strength, and even some attack. There was quite a variety. Lin Chen picked out 2 rings and 2 bracelets. He didn't want the others. If possible, he wouldn't even want the bracelets. But to have more intelligence points, Lin Chen endured. Sister Zhang, these are enough for me. You can take the rest back. I'll go work now. Lin Chen stepped back behind the screen. Aren't you curious about the power of that handgun? Ling Qi walked over. Not really, just enhanced damage and a few more additional attributes. It's basically the same situation. I've gotten used to it. Mainly because he had seen too much. Well, I'm still quite curious. If he strengthens the weapon to 50, it will have an additional special attribute. I'm a bit curious about what kind of special effect this weapon will bring. Zhang Linyu was taken aback. Right, what if it has a really good special attribute? She shook her head, wondering what she was thinking. She looked at Ling Qi and said softly, better not be curious. What if you think that attribute is great? You would only feel worse. Ling Qi took a deep breath. You make a good point. I better not be curious, or it's too easy to get discouraged. He thought about his weapon strengthened to 20. If he hadn't run out of money, he would have insisted on asking Lin Chen to strengthen his weapon to 50 to see. Lin Chen said the official reduction is half, so he should count as official too. That means 50 million would be enough. It seems not impossible to gather. The more Ling Qi thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. The only problem was that he needed to protect Lin Chen here and had no time to return to Kyoto. 2 hours later, Lin Chen looked at the ring on his hand with satisfaction. Black crystal ring, rare, plus 50 equipment level, LV30 durability, 32 attributes. Intelligence plus 10 plus 150, additional, magic damage reduction plus 10% plus 5%. Intelligence attribute plus 20% defense plus 2% special, overload, intelligence attribute doubles, CD, 10M, nice. A total of 160 intelligence. Plus an intelligence attribute increase of 20% and an active ability to double intelligence. With this ring, that revolver would be invincible. Lin Chen quickly put on the ring and then opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, Enhancer potential, B level, 3rd stage, 1st level, 2.1%, attributes, Strength, 24 stamina, 33 agility, 42 intelligence, 9 plus 203, distributable points, 75 exclusive. Skill, Enhancement general skills, none. If he uses the ability of the following ring, he would directly have 400 intelligence, not bad at all. Sister Zhang, how many levels does it usually take to reach 200? Intelligence? Lin Chen was very curious. His attributes should be stronger than those of the same level, right? If it's a magic-type profession, aside from the attribute points gained from leveling up plus the free points, it should be between level 25 to 30 to reach that. By the way, I'm talking about S-level professionals.
As for SS level and above, it might be even faster since intelligence is the main growth attribute. Lin Chen glanced at his intelligence and instantly felt that number was not appealing anymore. Unless he enhanced the other 3 accessories as well, then the values should surpass those of SS level professionals of the same rank. Of course, that would be for a single attribute. Thinking of this, Lin Chen stroked his chin. Yes, why should he worry about personal growth attributes? He could just replace all his accessories and defensive gear with those that increase attributes. That way, wouldn't his attributes improve? Besides, he only needed intelligence and strength. Stamina could be a bonus, and he didn't need agility at all. Even if he wore heavy armor, he just needed to stand still and shoot. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. So he took all his accessories inside for enhancement, and all reached level 50. His intelligence attribute also reached an astonishing 1000 points. This was still because these were low-level purple rare equipment. Switching to high-level, high-quality gear would normally double the values. Lin Chen looked at his weapon, his eyes darting around, and approached Zhang Lingyu with an innocent expression. Don't look at me like that, just say what you need. I'm in good shape and can handle it. Sister Zhang, I just want to trouble you with a small, very small matter. Zhang Lingyu felt a bit anxious. Lin Chen had never spoken to him like this when asking for help before. It couldn't be something difficult, could it? As long as it's not too hard, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, with Director Chen around, they could just get help from the whole country if needed. Well, I want a set of armor that is at least purple rare with base attributes that include increased strength and intelligence. Oh, and preferably plate armor. As for the level, 45 would be fine. Besides that, could you craft me a weapon, a Gatling gun? The faster the firing rate, the better, and if the quality could be golden epic, that would be best. If not, then purple rare. And grenades, if you have small missiles, I wouldn't mind either. Lin Chen's mouth didn't stop, listing various firearms. Zhang Lingyu felt her blood pressure rising sharply. A Gatling gun? Small missiles? Missile launchers? Are you planning to go to war? This would be enough for a 3-round bombardment of a 10,000-man team. He wouldn't want to enhance all the ammunition, would he? My goodness. Zhang Lingyu's pupils trembled. In the end, Zhang Lingyu agreed to Lin Chen's request. After all, he was Lin Chen. If it were someone else, she would never agree. Lin Chen didn't rush to try out his weapon but first helped the country enhance the weapons they needed. Life became mundane. Every day was a stable enhancement, with occasional customers coming in. No wonder they said this was the city center. There were just so many visitors. Almost every day, 4 or 5 people came in needing enhancements, but their levels were not high. Although it is said that all of Lin Chen's guests have a 100% success rate in enhancement, those above the 5th tier still choose to go to golden enhancers. Even if they fail, they would still go. After all, it's better to trust a golden enhancer than a white one. Who knows what might happen? Lin Chen was not in a hurry. As he enhanced more and more equipment, his experience growth increased from 10% a day to 20%, allowing him to level up almost once a week. After Lin Chen handed over the higher level enhanced equipment to Zhang Lingyu on the 3rd day, his experience growth turned into 30% a day. Lin Chen lay on a lounge chair in the shop, feeling that life was truly wonderful. For the first time, he felt that being a salted fish wasn't so bad. No work, just lying down was enough. Lin Chen, you've been working in the shop for 2 weeks now. Tomorrow is Saturday again. Should we go out once more? How about I take you to the disaster level gate this time? Zhang Lingyu was somewhat worried about Lin Chen's mental state, as other enhancers found enhancing equipment quite taxing. However, she hadn't noticed this in Lin Chen and didn't know if he was different from other enhancers or if he was just suppressing himself. In any case, she had to take Lin Chen out, otherwise she wouldn't feel at ease. Over the past 3 weeks, it could be said that 80% of the enhanced equipment was from the state, with customers only accounting for 20%. A disaster level, huh? That's fine, it's just right to test the effect of this revolver. Whether in terms of damage or additional effects, it should be stronger than that sniper rifle. She didn't know what kind of results it would yield. You agreed? That's great. I'll arrange it right away. Zhang Lingyu directly called the local garrison. 40 people at tier 5, prepare 60 at tier 6. This time the target is the disaster level domain gate. Safety must be guaranteed. Lin Chen turned to Ling Qi and asked, is it really necessary? Isn't the disaster level mostly C and D tier monsters? Isn't a team primarily composed of tier 6 a bit exaggerated? Not exaggerated at all. C and D tier monsters are between levels 30 to 50, and to safely deal with them, you need to be at least 10 levels higher. Of course, this is all situational. Not every squad is called the mobile team or demon-slaying army. You might be boasting a bit, but thinking about it, it made sense. Without some strength, how could one possibly join those two teams? Zhang Lingyu hung up the phone. Alright, we'll set off at 6 in the morning. It's a bit far. Driving will take about 2 hours. Why is it so far this time? Upon hearing that he had to get up at 6 in the morning, Lin Chen felt somewhat resistant. Life was so good now, having to wake up early felt a bit excessive. During this time, he had pushed his opening hours from 9 to 9:30, and he planned to change it to 10 in a few months, closing the shop at 5 in the afternoon. He would retire once he reached tier 9.
That's quite normal, considering it's a disaster-level domain gate. Every time the monsters in the domain gate move out, there will always be some that escape. This distance serves as a buffer zone. The high-tier domain gates that were initially close to the city have long been closed, and although the losses were heavy, it had to be done. Zhang Lingyu had a thought she didn't express. If there were higher enhanced weapons, the difficulty of closing the gates would be greatly reduced. It could be said that the weapons in the hands of the demon-slaying army were basically enhanced weapons, and the lowest were enhanced to level 12. Without these higher attribute weapons, their speed in closing the gates would also decrease. I see. Yeah, theoretically, disaster-level gates should be no less than 200 kilometers from the city, while calamity-level gates should be 300 kilometers away. As for natural disaster-level gates, they need to be surrounded by reinforced walls, but unfortunately, the effect isn't very obvious. But what if this domain gate is between two cities? This situation won't occur. First, those small cities have already emptied out. Everyone has gone to the big cities. Second, even if it does happen, it will be placed at the top of the list of targets to be eliminated, so there's no need to worry too much. Lin Chen didn't understand much about this. A lot of it was theoretical knowledge. The next day, Saturday, knock knock knock, coming. Lin Chen opened the door with a toothbrush in hand, and outside stood the Ling Chi team. Why are you all here so early? Isn't it because we were worried you wouldn't get up? Besides, the sleep requirements for professionals are actually quite low. Lin Chen really wanted to roll his eyes at him. Although professionals have low needs, he preferred to get a good night's sleep. Wait for me, I'll be right there. 5 minutes later, Lin Chen checked the things he needed to bring, and followed Ling Chi to the car. Wow, Sister Zhang, you're really early. This isn't considered early. The garrison team went over last night. They should be setting up the perimeter in the domain gate by now. Lin Chen smacked his lips. It felt a bit embarrassing to mobilize so many people. Don't feel pressured. This is the treatment you deserve. Though that was said, Lin Chen still felt a bit uneasy. What if there were sacrifices? Wouldn't that be on his head? However, when he arrived, he realized he had overthought it. After reaching the location, there were still people leading them into the domain gate, arriving at the encirclement. Looking at the imposing garrison soldiers, Lin Chen knew he had worried for nothing. These were seasoned professionals. Safety was definitely not an issue. Then I'll start. Aren't you going to use bullets? Seeing Lin Chen pull out a revolver but not take any bullets, Zhang Lingyu quickly said. If the bullets weren't prepared, those monsters would attack. She remembered she had brought 10 magazines. Who said you need bullets to shoot? Lin Chen raised the revolver, over 40 centimeters long, squinting his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Each bullet hit a monster, causing at least a large part of its body to vanish. Minus 34,532, minus 31,223, minus 38,726. The numbers of 30,000 plus kept jumping, each bullet taking away a victim. Is this the combat style of a strength enhancer? It's so plain and unadorned? Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but sigh. If she fought these monsters, she wouldn't be able to deal this kind of damage without using skills. Maybe only Lin Chen. Fights like this, I haven't seen other strength enhancers in battle. After all, not everyone can have a plus 50 weapon, that's just unfair. Zhang Lingyu didn't even want to express her envy. It was simply impossible to say. While Lin Chen shot, he also observed his energy. Although each bullet consumed very little energy, Lin Chen's shooting speed was fast, so the energy consumption was also quick. Fortunately, all of Lin Chen's accessories were focused on increasing intelligence, which meant his recovery speed was super fast. While shooting, Lin Chen walked toward the encirclement. Ling Chi didn't dare to be careless and quickly led the team to follow closely behind him. Under Lin Chen's shooting, no fierce beast could get close. Half an hour later, there were hardly any monsters left in the entire encirclement. Who said firearms were useless? Lin Chen directly gave them a volley. Taking advantage of the garrison soldiers regrouping the monsters, Lin Chen approached Zhang Lingyu. Wait a moment, we're counting the items and they'll be here soon. The weapons that need enhancement will arrive next week, giving you plenty of time to rest. Also, Sister Zhang, I'm not in a hurry for the items. I just want to ask if there are any more pieces of equipment with the magic character. Lin Chen felt that equipment with the magic character would have better enhancement effects. Of course, he still had very few pieces of equipment enhanced to level 50, so it wasn't very reference-worthy. What if, after all, the special equipment has also been enhanced? There is equipment, but as for the quality, it may not be epic. If she remembered correctly, there seemed to be a pile of locked equipment in the Kyoto warehouse, and that warehouse was surrounded by the eye of the mind. Those things were not good for ordinary people. As for throwing them away, that was impossible. Perhaps there was a way to make that demonic energy disappear. It should be known that weapons tainted by demonic energy are slightly stronger in attributes than ordinary weapons, and all weapons are at least purple. Rare equipment. For practitioners of the same level, having a bit more attributes can lead to a bit more damage. In battle, such a small difference can often change the course of the fight. In the eyes of some, this equipment is an alternative special equipment. Some people rely on the highly enhanced eye of the mind to temporarily use these weapons. However, subsequent treatment may take some time. That's fine, just get me another one, preferably this kind of revolver. Lin Chen had grown fond of this nearly half-meter-long revolver. Its lethality was significant. Is there anything else? Zhang Lingyu asked cautiously. No. Lin Chen felt a bit depressed. Was he really that terrifying? Why were both of them speaking so carefully? He then picked up the weapon and returned to the encircled area, starting his frenzied shooting journey. Zhang Lingyu relaxed, casually wiping away the cold sweat that had just appeared. Isn't it just about getting weapons? Do you have to be like this? Heh, what if he wants a nuclear bomb? Ling Qi fell silent. Given Lin Chen's nature, it wasn't impossible. In his eyes, as long as it could be enhanced, it should be taken. Who knows, one day Lin Chen might suggest arranging some materials to make a small nuclear bomb with attributes. Thinking of this, Ling Qi seemed to remember that there indeed was one. I remember there seems to be a specimen numbered HM09 in the special weapons warehouse. That seems to be the smallest at 1 ton. Normally, 10 tons is the minimum. However, with everyone's efforts and the materials from various domains, this 1 ton super small nuclear bomb was produced. To be honest, if the ammunition content could reach 200 kilograms, that would be good. Due to its poor effectiveness, the project was eventually suspended. However, there were still 4 or 5 left stored in that warehouse. Shoo, keep your voice down. If Lin Chen hears this, he will definitely want it. Although the explosive power was small, it was still higher than that of an ordinary missile. If Lin Chen enhanced it, who knows what the result would be, and most importantly, the radiation. Oh, I'll keep it down. Ling Qi quickly shut his mouth. The two stood at the back, trembling as they watched Lin Chen display his might in the distance. Do you think we could buy the weapons? He retired. Ling Qi rubbed his chin, increasingly feeling that this possibility was high. Although the level was a bit low, it shouldn't be a problem for 6th-tier people to use. Oh, you really can't say that. It is indeed possible. Zhang Lingyu also thought it was possible, as long as the price was right or if they offered some other things. It wouldn't be impossible to acquire them. With this in mind, Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen's weapon effects with increasing seriousness. According to Lin Chen's upgrade speed, of course, she didn't know why an enhancer's upgrade speed was so fast. Perhaps it was because he was an enhancer, so the experience points required were lower? Anyway, no matter what, Lin Chen's weapon replacement speed would definitely be fast. Especially in the later stages, the attribute differences of weapons at each stage were still somewhat obvious. Lin Chen spun the revolver around, stylishly inserting it into his side, in the air. TSK, what a pity, I should get myself a gun holster. That would look so much cooler. After a whole day, Lin Chen had leveled up 3 small levels, which was not bad at all. The experience required for the next levels would only increase. He didn't say this out loud. If Ling Qi heard it, he might really get physical. However, Lin Chen wasn't worried at all. As long as he had enough enhanced weapons, his leveling speed would definitely not be slow. He glanced at his points. After I go back, I'll enhance this weapon to level 100 and see what kind of effect it has. If one shot could deal the damage of a missile, even if it was a disaster level, he would dare to venture in. At that time, one shot would cause an explosion. All done, let's go back. Then let's go. As for the garrison troops and their mission, it was to clear out the remaining monsters and, if possible, close this domain gate. Of course, this would take a long time. However, the demon-slaying army was already on the way and would arrive tonight. Helping Lin Chen was just a matter of convenience. Back in the city, Lin Chen returned to the shop. Today ended quickly and he just stayed home out of boredom. Lin Chen, are you selling that sniper rifle? Zhang Lingyu asked immediately. That gun? Of course I'm selling it, I have no use for it. Anyway, how much? As long as it's for sale. Well, just give me 20 million, it's not like the level is that high. Zhang Lingyu pursed her lips for some reason. That sounded so awkward. But that price was indeed cheap. This weapon, placed in a disaster-level domain, was definitely a killing machine, a divine weapon against those higher-level monsters. Another batch of enhanced equipment was sent off, and Lin Chen returned to his leisurely life. He felt that this way of living was actually quite nice. Experience and points continued to grow every day, and he didn't have to fight for his life. However, life was still too bland. Sigh my strength is still too weak. Ling Qi's movements of wiping the weapon froze. Your strength is still weak? Killing 5th-tier monsters with 3rd-tier strength, and you can't even get close. Since that test of the weapon, the encirclement had expanded again, and the restrictions on the monsters had been lifted. For Lin Chen, the invader, the monsters chose to fight back. However, under Lin Chen's unreasonable weapon attacks, none of these monsters could withstand a single shot. Even if they managed to take one shot, the second shot would come immediately. Even 5th-tier monsters inside wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly against so many C and D-level monsters. Dingling, I'm back. I brought you what you wanted. Take a look. A 6-barrel weapon appeared on the counter, and Lin Chen jumped up from the recliner and hurried to the weapon. Wow, you really made it? Yes, it's made with purple rare quality. As for the magic energy weapon, it's still being processed. That might take a bit longer. That's not just a bit longer, it's incredibly slow. The golden epic pistol was not stored in the special warehouse, so it was taken out quickly. But the other weapons were all in the special warehouse. She had gone to see it that day, and when the special warehouse door opened, the magic energy inside had materialized. Now 10 6th tier Holy Profession members were in the process of clearing it out. As for higher level Holy Professions, they had long gone to the battlefield. These 6th tier ones were all reassigned. Holy Professions were the most effective against monsters, although their lethality was immense, the consumption was equally huge. Therefore, all Holy Professionals were engaged in national teams, with none in personal squads. Moreover, they could enter domain gates at higher levels, and of course, the number of team members would also increase. After all, the profile levels of all sacred professions are S level, or even SS level, which shows their importance. It's fine, no rush. I think this is pretty good. What's the firing rate of this rapid fire machine gun? Save your Gremlin machine gun, rare, equipment level, LV35 durability, 243/340 damage, 220-287 additional, penetration plus 15, burn chance, 1% is for the low attack. Power, Lin Chen didn't care at all. 12,000 rounds per minute. Zhang Lingyu was quite proud of this. It was a spur-of-the-moment creation, and she didn't expect it to succeed. That's 4,000 rounds more than normal. 4,000 rounds mean a massive firepower net. So this time, Zhang Lingyu brought bullets by the box, stacking 99 in her backpack, enough for Lin Chen to use. Hearing this, Lin Chen was even happier. Of course, it wasn't just Lin Chen who was happy, Zhang Lingyu was, too, because she knew they could once again purchase the weapons Lin Chen had eliminated. Although it sounds unpleasant, it didn't matter. As long as it could be used, she would ask for it even if it meant begging. I'm going to work now. Lin Chen carried the weapon behind the screen. Good guy, you really brought it. Of course, I figured it out. As long as it's a weapon Lin Chen wants, I'll get it all. As long as it's something that can be reused, I'll take as many as I can. Let him experiment freely. You're really calculating. I should keep my distance from you. Who knows, you might sell me out. After pondering Zhang Lingyu's words, Ling Qi shivered. You're completely inhuman. Before, Lin Chen would get whatever she gave him, but it was just one. But what she just said was to get everything. Not to mention, bringing over 20 at once, Lin Chen would surely pick and experiment. Even if it was just to enhance one more, Zhang Lingyu could send one more high-enhanced weapon to the top. If Ling Qi did it herself, it would definitely be whatever Lin Chen said. TCH, as if you don't have your own calculations? Zhang Lingyu glanced disdainfully at Ling Qi. I really don't have any calculations. Zhang Lingyu looked at Ling Qi's serious face, recalling his actions and what Director Chen had said, and she fell silent instantly. Forget it, after all, everything she did was for the country. If both sides were satisfied, wasn't that great? Lin Chen didn't care what they were talking about. He was feeling very conflicted inside. Savior Gremlin machine gun, rare, plus 50 equipment level. LV35 durability, 243/340 damage, 220-287 plus 11,583 additional, penetration plus 15 plus 30, firing rate plus 20%, burn chance 1% plus 1%, special, universal salvation. Increases firing rate to 36,000 rounds per minute for 1 minute, CD 30M. The attributes were good, and the special attribute was quite nice too. Moreover, it stacked with the firing rate in the additional attributes, and the quantity could increase further, making it indeed a powerful weapon. But what Lin Chen wanted was psychic bullets, but there were none. However, if he used bullets, he couldn't utilize the universal salvation. He couldn't just go out carrying a huge ammo box, could he? Unless he modified a vehicle to be filled with ammunition to support him in finishing a set of skills. That wouldn't be pleasant. He thought for a moment, just treat it as an experiment. Continue. Lin Chen placed the weapon back into the enhancer. Enhancing item, Savior Gremlin machine gun. Rare, plus 50 success rate, 9.88% enhance? Lin Chen's eyelid twitched, his heart ached. Enhance, enhance. Ding ding, the sound of successful enhancement kept ringing. The two outside looked at the screen in confusion. If I remember correctly, it should have sounded 50 times just now. No, it was 60 times. He always adds other equipment each time. Although they knew the method, no enhancer could claim they would definitely succeed. You mean, he doesn't plan to continue enhancing, does he? Zhang Lingyu was startled by her own words. After all, plus 50 was already quite abnormal. What would happen if it continued to enhance? Well, it's not impossible, but is there really no limit? Although Zhang Lingyu's words seemed a bit absurd, the sound that came from it made Ling Qi have to admit. If Lin Chen was enhancing other equipment, Ling Qi wouldn't believe it. Lin Chen had already enhanced everything that needed enhancing these days. Moreover, why enhance now, of all times? The sound is still continuing. Zhang Lingyu's voice began to tremble. Lin Chen was definitely someone who would overturn the enhancer profession. A person who created history. Plus 50 is not the limit. Plus 60 is not the limit. Plus 70 is still not the limit? What exactly is Lin Chen's limit? What is the limit of the equipment? Every successful enhancement made Lin Chen's heart ache. The funds are burning. Points minus 8,914. Points minus 8,322. Points minus 8,822. With good luck, it
only requires a little over 6,000 points. With bad luck, it's over 8,000. The main issue was that Lin Chen was too anxious. If he took his time, he might save over 1,000 points each time. But he couldn't wait. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first enhancement of plus 100 equipment. System level upgraded. New feature.
Refining function has been activated. Lin Chen quickly opened the system's personal information. Host Lin Chen, age 18 points 192,310. Skills absorb.
Refine, enhancement success rate plus 110%. Lin Chen gasped in shock, not because the success rate had increased. It was purely because his nearly 600,000 points had
dropped to less than 200,000. 200,000? Did he just spend 400,000 points? Lin Chen quickly looked at the enhancer.
Enhancement item, Savior Gremlin Machine Gun.
Rare, plus 100, success rate 11.66%. Enhance? Lin Chen clicked to enhance. Will consume 44,170 points for enhancement.
Lin Chen silently calculated every 1%.
Required 1,000 points? As expected, the points required for each system upgrade doubled. Indeed, the so-called plus 999 is a bit difficult. Savior Gremlin Machine Gun. Rare, plus 100, equipment level, LV35, durability, 243/340, damage, 220 to 287, plus 1.909 million, additional, penetration plus 15, plus 60, rate of fire plus 60%, burn chance, 1%, plus 5%, special, universal salvation, rate of fire increases to 36,000 rounds per minute for 1 minute, CD, 30M, 6 pure bullets, weapon comes with ammunition. Blessed with holy light, dealing 500% damage to monsters. When he saw this damage value, he confirmed he hadn't miscalculated. 1.9 million? Enhancement plus 100. Actually has 1.9 million damage? Then what equipment should he change to? What epic weapon, mythical weapon? Isn't this enough? No epic, forge an epic. No myth, forge a myth.
Lin Chen fell silent for a long time, suddenly feeling that this world didn't seem so dangerous anymore.
As long as he pulled out this weapon, there shouldn't be any monster that could withstand this damage, right? One bullet 1.9 million. How many millions is 12,000 bullets?
Lin Chen took the weapon out of the
enhancer.
The originally pitch-black weapon now glowed faintly, as if covered in holy light. He leaned out and asked, Brother Lingqi, what's the highest damage
you've dealt in one hit?
Lingqi, though a bit puzzled, thought carefully and replied, it should be around 880,000 damage when fighting a special-grade monster. But that only took out a quarter of its health.
Lin Chen gasped. 880,000? He glanced at his own gun, not afraid at all. This bullet dealt 1.9 million damage. Just
4 bullets could kill a special-grade monster. With 12,000 bullets, he could take down 3,000 special-grade monsters, meaning he could hunt that many in just
1 minute. Just thinking about it made him excited.
Brother Lingqi, Sister Zhang, let's go to the catastrophe level gate.
I want to show you my latest weapon. Lin Chen pulled out the silver Gatling gun that emitted a glow. Cough 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 cough. The two were nearly choked by their saliva.
What did Lin Chen just
say? Wait, what level of domain gate did you say we were going to? The catastrophe level. This gun has tremendous power. It won't show its might in lower level areas.
Zhang Lingyu looked at the gun in Lin Chen's hand, which had already changed its form. Not only had its color changed, but there were also many mysterious
patterns on the gun's body.
You don't need to worry about that, but we can go to the outskirts to find a D-grade monster.
They set off immediately, with Lin Chen urging them to hurry up and drive. Lingqi felt helpless. Was it really that urgent? But he also wanted to know what this gun was all about. Listening to the
sounds coming from inside, there were at least 80 or 90 shots, maybe even 100.
But could a weapon really be enhanced to that extent? It shouldn't be, right? Lingqi drove while Zhang Lingyu controlled the car remotely via phone. Go to the outskirts 30 kilometers south. There are 12 D-grade monsters that just came out and haven't started being hunted yet.
Lingqi turned the car towards the destination.
Half an hour later, they arrived at the designated spot. Lin Chen
jumped out of the car and immediately took out his weapon.
Hee, let me see its power. Da-da-day. Ka-da. Ka-da.
Lin Chen sat on the grass, looking at his gun
and feeling his energy.
With over 200 points of intelligence, he had fired 3 shots. Although the power was substantial, creating a 1-meter deep pit with each shot,
it was only 3 shots. So he had enhanced a flashy but useless item? That couldn't be, right?
Lin Chen couldn't understand how he had spent 400,000 points
to get such a weapon. A decorative item? Even a 9th-tier professional wouldn't have that much intelligence, would they? 8,000? 10,000? With 200 points, 3 bullets would only amount to 150 shots.
And this gun had a firing rate of 12,000 rounds per minute, plus firing rate bonuses and skills. Lin Chen felt utterly
depressed. Zhang Lingyu and Lingqi's team stood not far from Lin Chen. What's wrong with Lin Chen? Isn't that gun supposed to be powerful?
Lingqi stroked his
chin, somewhat confused. Although the bullets hadn't hit any monsters, the holy light energy attached to the fired bullets was exceptionally impressive. Moreover, the 1-meter deep pit left on the ground indicated the weapon's tremendous power. It seemed great, so why did he look so unhappy? You should consider what kind of gun that is, what its firing rate is. Did you see him loading bullets? Zhang Lingyu was almost exasperated with him, truly questioning how her teammate could stand being around him. It was such a simple matter. Alright, I get it. Should I go over and take a look? Yeah, just talk to him nicely and don't provoke him again. Lingqi nodded, don't worry. With that, he walked towards Lin Chen. Zhang Lingyu could only pray that Lingqi could lift Lin Chen's spirits, at least to not be so sad. This was a national treasure, it couldn't suffer even the slightest harm, not even emotionally. Then, Zhang Lingyu saw Lingqi squatting beside Lin Chen, seemingly saying something, and Lin Chen handed the weapon to Lingqi. Lingqi started to fidget. Then he picked up the gun and fired. Lin Chen's head drooped even lower. Zhang Lingyu slapped her forehead. She shouldn't have let Lingqi go over. She hurried over, took the weapon, and Lin Chen became even more dejected. Lingqi approached Lin Chen. Is the weapon not to your liking? Lin Chen sighed lightly. You'll know if you try. He casually handed the weapon over, and Lingqi casually took it. However, when that gorgeous panel appeared before Lingqi's eyes, he knew he was in trouble. What did he see? Plus 100. Lingqi's hands trembled uncontrollably, a sign of excessive excitement. He couldn't control the muscles in his entire body. What the hell was this 1.9 million number, and what was that 36,000 in a minute? Rate of fire increased by 20%. 500% damage to monsters. Are you sure you're not joking? 1.9 million times 5? No. Wonder Lingqi found the glow on the panel so familiar. Wasn't this the effect of the holy light infusion for holy professionals? Close to 10 million damage. Nothing could block that. Can I shoot? Lingqi asked excitedly. Lin Chen waved his hand. Feel free to try, but I advise you not to have too high expectations. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. I'm the best example. Rat-a-tat-tat, it was just pulling the trigger and it was over in an instant. Lingqi stood there as if frozen, his body devoid of energy, feeling completely empty. Less than a second? It was over? Lingqi looked at the weapon in his hand. 1.9 million damage, but what use was it if he couldn't shoot it out? He was at the 8th level now, even using a 7th level skill over 100 times wouldn't be a problem. Although the damage wasn't this high, it was accurate. He hadn't even aimed, and the bullets were gone? And where was the magazine? There wasn't one. Seeing this, Lin Chen sighed again. One shouldn't be greedy. Now, great, he had a weapon he couldn't use. Not only could he not use it, but even if it were given to a 9th level, 9th rank, the other party might not be able to use it either. What a failed attempt. It wasn't without a solution, though. He could find intelligence-enhancing accessories and strengthen them to 100. 4 accessories would definitely support this weapon. But 1 cost 400,000, so 4 would be 1.6 million. Where would he get that much? Now his daily growth rate was just a little over 10,000. Zhang Lingyu walked over from behind and pulled Lingqi. What's wrong with you? Didn't I ask you to see what was going on with Lin Chen? Why are you like this too? Lingqi said nothing and handed the weapon to Zhang Lingyu. 3 minutes later, the 3 stone sculptures just quietly stayed there. In the distance, the Iron Patrol team exchanged puzzled glances. What's going on? Should we go take a look? I think we shouldn't. 3 is enough. We still need to keep an eye on the nearby monsters. True. Lin Chen sat for about an hour and finally came to a conclusion. Strengthening to 50 would be enough. He shouldn't consider 100 for now. He would think about it when his daily point growth reached 100,000. As for plus 999, Lin Chen didn't even dare to think about it. He turned around and was startled. Lingqi looked into the distance with a worried expression, while Zhang Lingyu held his disdainful weapon, looking quite uncomfortable. What happened to you guys? Hearing Lin Chen's voice, the two came back to their senses. This weapon has a bizarre attribute, but it can't be used. Not to mention the additional attributes, just the damage value alone was enough. But a rapid-fire machine gun is a rapid-fire machine gun. It can't be used for single shots. As long as you pull the trigger, it will definitely fire continuously. This was also due to the manufacturing method. According to the old way of making it, an electric motor would be needed to assist, and there would be no way to stop. Monsters wouldn't give you any chances. Yeah, if this were an ordinary rifle, at least there would be a few chances to shoot. A rifle? Lin Chen rubbed his chin and then shook his head. Even with a rifle, he couldn't handle the consumption. Moreover, he didn't have the points to make one. No, I won't be enhancing equipment to level 100 for now. Today, he had been careless, overly excited for a moment. If he had thought it through seriously, he would have realized this issue. The two of them also understood. Having something that couldn't be used was a waste. No one could use such a weapon unless they had an extremely high intelligence attribute to support it. Since the test was over, the group drove back. Dingling Director Chen. Lingyu, has Lin Chen come up with any weapons recently?
Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu glanced at Lin Chen, who was sitting in a chair, recalling the Gatling gun from 3 days ago.
He did come up with one, and its lethality is astonishing, but Lin Chen doesn't want it. Not just Lin Chen, Zhang Lingyu didn't want it either. Who could use this? Oh, then ask him if he wants to sell it? Director Chen's voice brightened at this. He had recently encountered some trouble. A new domain gate had appeared, and they were at a standstill. I suggest it's best not to think about it. That weapon consumes a lot of energy. Ling Qi only fired over 150 rounds before it ran out of energy. Zhang Lingyu was also quite helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy it, but he really couldn't. Director Chen tapped the table, closing his eyes in thought. High energy consumption? That didn't seem like a big deal. It's fine, we'll buy it. As long as Lin Chen is willing to sell, we'll buy. But that energy, ordinary professionals can't use it. Director Chen chuckled. Who said a weapon has to be used by one person? Can't it be used by 100 or 1,000 people? Zhang Lingyu's mind raced. As someone who could be sent by Chen Junzhang, how could he just be doing simple communication work? You mean? That's right, it's that seemingly useless forbidden item Echo. Echo was actually a golden conch. Once activated, it could allow everyone within its range to concentrate their energy on one person. Indeed. In their view, this was a useless ability. Gathering all energy on one person didn't enhance damage. The consumption of releasing skills was fixed. At the time, people unanimously suspected that this forbidden item was mislabeled, but the data panel wouldn't lie. Therefore, this forbidden item had been gathering dust. In the forbidden item display room, unexpectedly, it became useful starting today. If it were this forbidden item, it could really work. It was said that its coverage could accommodate 10,000 people, not to mention a minute. Even 10 minutes would be no problem. Okay, I'll go ask. What? You want to buy this? Lin Chen looked at Zhang Lingyu in shock. Someone actually wanted this junk? He was ready to throw it away, as it was completely useless. The higher-ups do want to buy it, so I'm asking you how much. Zhang Lingyu couldn't stand being stared at with that expression. Yes, who would buy something useless? Then just give me 10 million. Lin Chen didn't ask for much. After all, to him, it was just something optional. So cheap? Cheap? Should I add a bit more? If he could use it, Lin Chen wouldn't sell it. It was just annoying to look at. Swipe the card. After paying, Zhang Lingyu quickly left the store with the item, not saying a word. Lin Chen still held the card reader. What's wrong with her? Is she afraid I'll regret it? The transaction was successful, so why run? I don't know. Ling Qi shook his head. Since taking on the task of protecting Lin Chen, he wasn't very clear about the missions issued by his superiors. But he knew one thing, something big must be happening. Could it be that kind of domain gate again? But wasn't the last one just 3 years ago? Logically, it should be another 2 years before it appears. But who knows? Zhang Lingyu drove swiftly to the garrison base. Is the plane ready? Ready, can take off at any time. In the distance on the runway, a C-32-seater fighter jet was already parked there. Zhang Lingyu put on her helmet and got in. The plane accelerated down the runway, soaring into the clouds. At 1 p.m., the plane arrived punctually at the Kyoto garrison base. Zhang Lingyu smoothly made her way to a 7-story building in the city center where there were no less than 100 security personnel within a kilometer radius. Report. Come in. You really got here fast. I wanted to see the true power of this weapon with my own eyes. The three of them failed to demonstrate the weapon's power, which made Zhang Lingyu a bit curious. Alright, they are preparing to depart this afternoon. It's a disaster level gate. Chen Junzhang, dressed, led Zhang Lingyu outside. Disaster level? That shouldn't be a problem, right? The demon-slaying army or the secret mobile team should be able to handle it. If only it were that simple. This disaster level gate has demonic energy surging and is evolving into a myth level gate. To be honest, I was shocked when I learned this result. All myth level gates are generated out of thin air. This is the first time I've seen one evolve. Chen Junzhang shook his head. Who knows how he felt when he first received this news? The domain gate can evolve? Zhang Lingyu was also a bit confused. Domain gate evolution? That sounds so absurd. If it were about monsters evolving, she could understand, as many monsters can evolve over time. But domain gates, shouldn't their levels be fixed? After getting into the car downstairs, they drove north of Kyoto, while behind them, off-road vehicles emerged from the corners, slowly surrounding Zhang Lingyu's vehicle. Of course, that's not the main point. Even without this weapon, it could be eliminated. It's just for safety's sake that we had you purchase it. Our current focus is whether other domain gates will also experience this situation. The number of disaster-level domain gates nationwide is actually not many, but there are plenty of calamity-level gates. If calamity-level gates could be upgraded to disaster-level gates, the professionals in the country would be very busy. No, they would be overwhelmed. The number of garrison and border troops is large, but the demon-slaying army and secret mobile team are pitifully few. After all, suitable talents are really hard to find. The car stopped 150 kilometers away from Kyoto. After getting out, Zhang Lingyu noticed that The guards' uniforms here were not from the garrison but from the demon-slaying army. It seemed the problem was indeed serious. No need to rush, the garrison will arrive soon. Once they get here, we can start. After Chinjun got off the car, the person in charge of the demon extermination army walked over. Is that weapon really that powerful? There are quite a few demons inside, and the concentration of demonic energy is also quite dense. The higher the level of the gate, the more intense the demonic energy becomes. Zhang Lingyu, give him the weapon. Zhang Lingyu handed over the weapon that no one could use. The other party took it casually, but when he saw the values on it, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Damn, it's actually real. Let's go in now. Even if there are 100,000 inside, it's fine. Even if there are 1 million demons. Xian Duo, don't be anxious. It's said that this consumes a lot of energy. The Echo and the Guard army will arrive soon and will go in after they get here. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Lingyu struggled to hold back her laughter. Her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Director Chen, can you please call me by my position next time? Don't call me by my name. Even calling me by my code name would be fine. The name was given by his parents and he couldn't help it. His parents wanted him to live a life of wealth and honor, so they gave him such a name. Who would have thought he would end up in the demon extermination army? But it could be considered a life of wealth and honor, just in a different way. Alright, gold coins. Ha ha ha. Sorry. Zhang Lingyu quickly lowered her flushed face. Xian Duo, gold coins, how interesting. No, forget it. Chenjun smiled. Gold coins were his original code name. After joining the demon extermination army, that code name disappeared, and his current code name is Golden Eagle. Soon, a large convoy approached. One by one, transport vehicles filled with the guard army arrived. Half an hour later, all 10,000 members of the guard army were in place. A golden conch was handed to Chenjun. Alright, the items have arrived, let's set off. Director Chen, you really shouldn't go in, it's too dangerous inside. Chenjun waved his hand. With you all here, what danger could there be? I just want to go in and see how powerful this weapon really is. Xian Duo stopped persuading. If necessary, he could just arrange for a few more people to protect him. This was Zhang Lingyu's first time entering a disaster-level domain gate. The entire domain gate was not dim but dark. Being able to see 10 meters ahead was already Zhang Lingyu's limit. As one by one, the eyes of the mind lit up, the demonic energy was dispersed, allowing Zhang Lingyu to see the situation in the distance clearly. Only then did she realize that it wasn't darkness, but rather the result of the demonic energy reaching a certain density. Now you know what they are facing and why the demon extermination army has the least number of people, right? I understand. This kind of demonic energy, once infected, would either drive one insane or leave them crippled. Xian Duo stood at the front holding the weapon, while another person held the golden conch, the binding device, standing at the back, perfectly encasing him within. As the binding device was infused with energy, a burst of golden light spread out, enveloping all the members of the guard army. Hands rested on the shoulders of those nearby, with the last person resting on Xian Duo's shoulder. The binding device was not only limited to this one function. Another reason it was called a chicken rib was that everyone had to connect with each other for it to work. Xian Duo's face slowly turned red. Damn, I can't hold back anymore. It's starting. The trigger was pulled, and lines of fire continuously shot out. The demons hit by the bullets almost instantly turned to ashes. Wherever the lines of fire passed, the demonic energy vanished in an instant, leaving a clear path. Under Chen Duo's barrage, the demonic energy before him disappeared completely, and there were hardly any demons left. Zhang Lingyu stared blankly at everything in front of her. Were those numbers that just appeared real? Over 9 million damage? Even over 10 million critical damage? Did she miss something? Lin Chen is truly a talent. You must take good care of him. As long as the requests aren't excessive, fulfill them all. Looking at the effects of the weapon, Chen Jun was genuinely pleased. With this, he wouldn't hesitate to let the demon-slaying army sweep through, even if it were a myth-level disaster. The only pity is that this forbidden device can only be used once, and it takes at least a month to use it again. Otherwise, he would have directly eliminated all the disaster domain gates across the country. But even so, closing one domain gate a month is already quite good. In the past, it would have taken not just a month, but even 2 months to close a disaster domain gate. No, Director Chen, how am I supposed to take care of him? Zhang Lingyu said, speechless. I just said that. You can handle it as you see fit. At this moment, Lin Chen was lying on a lounge chair, enjoying a leisurely life. The matter of the Grelin machine gun served as a lesson for him. It was quite a significant lesson, as he had invested almost all his points into it. However, it was fortunate that his level had increased, and he had also gained a refining skill. He took out the revolver and used the refining ability on it. Please insert the enhancer and select the attributes. To retain. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He could understand needing an enhancer as a medium, but he didn't expect to be able to retain attributes, which was quite impressive. Lin Chen quickly stood up and walked towards the screen. Ling Qi glanced back and shook his head. It shouldn't be that he was going to enhance some weapon again.
All the weapons Zhang Lingyu had were purple, none were gold, and clearly Lin Chen looked down on these. Lin Chen placed the weapon into the enhancer, putting the revolver inside. He then discovered that he could only retain one attribute. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen took it out. Never mind, let's try something else. He took off a black crystal ring from his hand and placed it inside. Locking the intelligence attribute at plus 20%, he then began the refining process. Black crystal ring, rare, plus 50, cost 5,000 points. Do you want to refine? He knew it. It cost him over 8,000 points to enhance it to 50, but refining it once costs 5,000. Are you kidding me? But what can he do? Forget it. After spending 5,000 points, the enhancer flickered, and with a ding, the refining was successful. Lin Chen took it out and saw it was garbage, almost the same as the previous attributes. He put it back in and refined it again. Garbage. Garbage. Each time Lin Chen refined, the additional attributes he obtained were not good. His expression grew increasingly grim. This was purely a matter of luck and not useful at all. By this point he had already spent 50,000 points, 10 refinements, and not a single one was good. But since he had started, he couldn't just stop. Again and again. Finally, after spending 90,000 points, an attribute that satisfied him appeared. Black crystal ring, rare, plus 50, equipment level, LV 30, durability, 32. Attributes, intelligence plus 10, plus 150, additional, holy light attribute attack intelligence plus 20% intelligence plus 50, special, overload, intelligence attribute. Doubles, CD, 10M. The holy light attribute is the best attribute for dealing with monsters, and intelligence is the attribute he desperately needed. Through this ring, Lin Chen understood that the luck factor was indeed too high. If he could choose the attributes himself, it would be different, but as it stands, it was too much of a hassle. But then he thought of the energy consumption minus 20% he had just refined. If he could add that to the Grelin machine gun, wouldn't that forget it? Lin Chen shook his head. Even if it were minus 20%, he still couldn't use it, let alone minus 80%. Instead of wasting time on that, why not focus on other weapons? Lin Chen, someone just came to deliver an invitation to the Enhancer conference. Do you want to go? Ling Chi handed a red invitation card to Lin Chen. Ha? What? Enhancer conference? Lin Chen blinked. He really didn't know anything about it. It seems to be an exchange meeting, inviting all enhancers to research how to improve the success rate of enhancements. Ling Chi took out her phone to ask Zhang Lingyu. Success rate of enhancements? What's there to research? With his cheat, he didn't need any of that. I still don't. I heard the stakes are quite high this time. The first prize is a golden epic level firearm, but they didn't specify what it is. I guess I'll participate. It's good to exchange insights with others. It's better than working in isolation. Lin Chen said sincerely. Ling Chi's mouth twitched. If he heard correctly, wasn't there a nod in there? So you're only going for that epic weapon, huh? Of course, Ling Chi wouldn't say that out loud. You can go without worry. All the security on site will be handled by our people. That's unnecessary, right? My safety in the city should be fine. Thinking about how everyone else would be alone while he was with Ling Chi and the others, didn't that seem a bit too showy? No, the city isn't necessarily safe. If possible, I'd want the demon-slaying army to join as well, but unfortunately, they can only handle the perimeter. The demon-slaying army fought against demons all day. After returning to human society, they weren't so accustomed to interacting with people anymore. The main reason was still due to the demonic energy. However, if Lin Chen could enhance a powerful purification equipment for demonic energy, it would definitely be useful. What he didn't know was that even if Lin Chen wanted to enhance something now, he wouldn't be able to. Dingling bang. Hu Zhanglingyu was breathing heavily. Lin Chen, can you help enhance a piece of equipment? I know this puts you in a difficult position, but there's been an incident at the domain gate. Sister Zhang, what equipment do you need to enhance? As long as I can do it, I'll definitely help. The rules he said were just to avoid exhausting himself every day and to leave some time for himself. But in an emergency, he wouldn't hesitate. He knew who treated him well. The eye of the mind, it's the eye of the mind. We urgently need a highly enhanced eye of the mind. Zhang Lingyu's voice was urgent. The demonic energy at the domain gate in Kyoto suddenly erupted, and no one knew what was going on. A crack on the ground suddenly spewed forth liquid demonic energy. No, it should now be called demonic liquid. Give me the item, I'll enhance it for you right now. Lin Chen took the item and hurried to the enhancer. He didn't care about wasting points anymore, he just got to work. Ling Chi came to Zhang Lingyu's side. He didn't know what had happened in Kyoto. He only knew it was a disaster-level domain gate. But even a disaster-level gate shouldn't cause anything too serious. What exactly happened? Liquid demonic energy. Ling Chi's heart sank. It was actually liquid demonic energy, something that might not be encountered for years. Liquid demonic energy only existed in myth-level domain gates, yet it appeared in a disaster-level gate. Could it be the domain gate has successfully evolved? Zhang Lingyu shook her head. Not yet. They've called upon almost all the eyes of the mind. But you know, the enhancement level of the eyes of the mind in the hands of ordinary team members isn't very high. After all, it's not a weapon. No one would specifically enhance it. Even the eyes of the mind in the hands of the demon-slaying army were only enhanced to level 12, which was already sufficient for a distance of 12 meters.
20 minutes later, Lin Chen walked out holding the eye of the mind.
Here you go. Take it quickly.
There's no need for me to say thank you. When I return from Kyoto, I'll introduce my good sister to you as a girlfriend. Brother Ling Qi, what did Sister Zhang just say?
Lin Chen dug at his ear, confirming he hadn't misheard. She said she would introduce you to a girlfriend.
Ling Qi said seriously,
feeling that this matter was quite feasible.
But I'm only 18. 18 is not young.
The legal age is 18 now. Finding someone in their 20s is no problem.
Are you married? Ling Qi fell silent, quietly returning to his seat, pulling out his weapon to clean. This is my wife. Lin Chen was speechless. So you're not married, but you want me to get married, right? If he remembered correctly, Zhang Lingyu should also be unmarried. Two unmarried people actually want to introduce
him to a girlfriend. It was quite amusing. Zhang Lingyu arrived at the adjacent 8-lane road, which had already been closed off. A fighter jet was parked there. Zhang Lingyu jumped into the fighter jet and put on her helmet. The fighter jet didn't need to run, it took off vertically and accelerated towards Kyoto. Besides her, other nearby cities also dispatched fighter jets towards Kyoto. They carried only one item, all the soul eyes they could carry. Due to the special nature of the soul eyes, only one could fit in each slot of the spatial backpack. So everyone was carrying 3 or 4 backpacks, which was their limit. The fighter jet was fast. In almost an hour, Zhang Lingyu arrived at the Kyoto garrison base. She then rushed to the hospital. Qian Duo lay on the hospital bed, his face dark, demonic energy swirling around him. Surrounding him were 10 soul eyes, glowing and hissing every time they touched the emerging demonic energy. This showed how severe the demonic energy was. On this floor, over 200 demon extermination soldiers lay, all surrounded by soul eyes. Chen Junzheng arrived at the hospital. Looking at Qian Duo through the window, his voice urgent. Old Zhao, is this going to work? Old Chen, calm down. The only thing we can do now is this. At least the situation isn't too dire, right? Their rate of demonic energy erosion has slowed down, and some have even come to a standstill.
Zhao Guanyuan pressed Chen Junjing's shoulder, his voice calm.
He had seen too many cases of demonic energy erosion. He had also seen people infected by demonic liquid a few times, but it had been a long time since then. He still remembered those people eventually turning into demonic creatures, different from the monsters from the domain gate. They had consciousness, but it was evil consciousness. Their goodness had vanished. By the way, those people. Don't worry, that place is very remote and quite safe.
That's good. Chen Junzheng looked at Qian Duo's feet, which were as dark as ink.
The position of the red line seemed to have shortened.
Old Zhao, look at his feet. Has it spread? Zhao Guanyuan nodded. Everyone has spread. If it reaches the head. Director Chen, I'm back. Zhang. Lingyu ran in, and then a brush appeared in her palm.
The moment it came out of her backpack, the brush shone brightly.
So strong. Zhao Guanyuan's eyes lit up.
This range, this brightness definitely surpassed all the soul eyes.
Did he do it? Yeah, I finished speaking, and he didn't say anything. I think he must have sacrificed a lot.
Don't worry, after this matter is over, I will personally visit.
Chen Junzheng looked excited.
These were all demon extermination soldiers. They were one of the foundations of Huagua.
Every single one was important to the country. Zhao Guanyuan took the brush from Zhang Lingyu's hand, his body stiffening,
and his eyes widening.
He swallowed hard. This couldn't be a joke. Plus 50? What kind of enhancer is this? Could it be that there are levels above red, cyan, orange, rainbow?
He was not clear about the information regarding Lin Chen. Or rather, most people were not clear. Only a small circle of individuals had any
understanding of him.
Zhao Guanyuan steadied his mind. This was not the time for such thoughts. He pushed open the door to the room. Once inside, the glow of the brush
intensified.
Meanwhile, the demonic energy emanating from Qian Duo had ceased, and even his somewhat darkened face was slowly changing.
Based on the current
situation, it seemed that within a day, the demonic energy in his body could be expelled. As for the area around his feet, it would likely take more than 2 days. After all, that was demonic liquid. He placed the brush directly above Qian Duo and then exited the room. After closing the door, Zhao Guanyuan grabbed Zhang Lingyu's shoulders, his expression excited. Quick, tell me, where is this enhancer from? How can they have such a high enhancement level?
Zhang Lingyu did not
expect that the seemingly refined Director Zhao had such strength.
Director Zhao, please calm down.
Zhang Lingyu could certainly find a way to break free, but Zhao Guanyuan was not a professional. With her strength, she could injure him.
Old Zhao, let go first. Don't be so agitated. Director Chen could no
longer watch. After all, Zhang Lingyu was still a young lady.
What was this grabbing her arm about? Hearing Chen Junjing's words, Zhao Guanyuan decisively released
horror. But then he turned and grabbed Chen Junjing's arms.
You must know, right?
You've always been in charge of enhancers. You definitely know what the situation is. Introduce me. I want to discuss cooperation with them.
Do you know the significance of that eye of the mind just now? As long as we have it, everyone infected by the demonic liquid can be saved. Zhao Guangyuan paused for a moment and then continued, most importantly, those who are imprisoned might be able to recover. Thinking of Zhang Lingyu behind him, he ultimately held back from saying it out loud. Recover. Chen Junzheng was taken aback and then became excited. Are you saying those people might still recover? That's impossible. Infection is irreversible. How could they possibly recover? Zhang Lingyu was somewhat confused, but guessed it might be a secret she couldn't touch. Old Chen, calm down. I know you don't want to believe it, but if there's even a slight possibility, shouldn't we pursue it? Zhao Guangyuan patted Chen Junzheng's shoulder. He certainly understood what Chen Junzheng was thinking, but now that it had come to this, what could be done? Old Chen, who exactly is this enhancer? How can they enhance weapons and equipment to +50? This clearly defies logic, doesn't it? He's a genius, or rather, he can't be judged by common standards. His current confidentiality level is beyond what someone of your rank can know. Ah, Zhao Guangyuan's eyes widened. After all, he was someone who could access even SS level files. Could this person be SSS level? But that wasn't important. He wasn't looking at the other person's file, he just wanted to cooperate with them. No, I just want to cooperate a bit. There's no need to look at his file. No, you don't understand. Our approach to him is negotiation, not orders. I can talk to him about your matter, but whether he cooperates or not depends on him. With Chen Junjing saying this, Zhao Guanyuan understood. He completely got it. After all, someone who could create +50 equipment, what was wrong with giving a little privilege? Then help me mention it. Not much, just 10 will do. Chen Junjing looked at Zhao Guanyuan as if he were an idiot. Zhao Guanyuan then reacted. Aren't I thinking about the +50 effect? What about the others? Do they have no effect? In the outskirts of Kyoto, a group of people wearing masks and dressed neatly gathered in a desolate mountain area. Spade A, are you sure this is the right location? There's nothing here, just a few dilapidated houses. Spade K, you have to trust me. The location is right here, and it's about 50 meters underground. He, then I'll trust you this once. Spade K led the team towards the dilapidated houses. Below, Spade A shook his head and shouted in silence, aren't you going to ask me about the guard situation below? Don't worry, with my abilities, I can handle it easily. Spade K replied nonchalantly. Spade A shrugged, since you say so, then let's go with it. After the others entered, Spade A took off his mask, revealing the face of a man in his 30s. A long scar ran across his cheek, from which faint black mist occasionally seeped out. Mysterious dark patterns appeared on his forehead. Hiss. How had these dogs endured this? After all these years, I still haven't gotten used to it. He turned to look at downtown Kyoto. I wonder how they are doing. Dad, don't blame me, I just released a few demons. Anyway, the mobile team reacts quickly. At most they'll bring out 4 or 5 people. The place he came to was an old factory area where 100 demons were imprisoned, and their levels were not high. It was a low-risk prison. Boom! Boom! A rumble came from below, and then Spade K led the team out. Spade A quickly put on his mask. Are you crazy, making such a big noise? Are you worried that the secret mobile team won't find you? You're really asking for death. What can I do? A light, agile female voice came from behind Spade K's mask. Spade A was taken aback. You're a woman? Ah, I accidentally exposed myself. You have to help me keep it a secret, or else. 5 black spears emerged from Spade K's hand, killing everyone behind her. Don't worry, I definitely won't say anything. But you're really a crazy woman. Thanks for the compliment. Spade K's voice returned to a normal male tone. Spade A looked at the 4 corpses on the ground and shook his head. Anyway, they had just joined, so if they died, they died. Let's go. The secret mobile team reacts very quickly. I hope we can escape. Spade A was a bit worried. What? You want to cooperate with me? Cooperate on what? Lin Chan listened to the phone, looking confused. He was just an ordinary enhancer. What could he cooperate on? It's like this, the effect of the enhanced mind's eye is very obvious. At the current rate, the infection problem can be resolved in a day. Of course, whether to cooperate or not is up to you, based on your own thoughts. Lin Chen stroked his chin. It wasn't impossible. No problem. Ah, you agreed. That's great. I'll be back soon. Lin Chen looked at the already hung-up phone and shook his head. Wasn't it just +50? Why get so excited? On the other side, Zhang Lingyu hurried back to the corridor where people were everywhere. The ones delivering the mind's eye had all arrived. Now every room was filled with mind's eyes. Unfortunately, the effects were not as good as the one Lin Chen brought. Director Chen. Lin Chen has agreed. If there's nothing for me to do here, I'll head back first. Then hurry back. As for when it will be ready, it depends on him. Don't rush him, you know? Hearing this, Zhao Guanyuan looked conflicted. Wasn't it better to use it sooner rather than later? I know what you want to say, but you have to understand his uniqueness. This thing can't be rushed. Sooner or later, it will be useful, right? Chen Junzheng was certainly anxious as well. But for Lin Chen, his suggestion had always been to maintain an equal position in communication rather than giving orders. Report. A young man in combat gear rushed in. sweat beading on his forehead.
Seeing so many people present, he hesitated to speak directly.
There are no outsiders here, just say it. The low-risk prison in the North City has been attacked. Half of the demon prisoners have escaped. The covert task force is pursuing the culprits. They request support. Although it was just a low-risk prison, it housed demon prisoners. While demons have consciousness, under the influence of demonic energy, 98% of them would develop in a negative direction. Only 2% could resist the interference of demonic energy. However, even these individuals could not fully gain the trust of the higher-ups.
Chen Junjing and Zhao Guanyuan's expressions changed drastically. Just moments ago, Zhao Guanyuan was discussing the treatment of these individuals, and now the prison had been breached. Fortunately, it was only a low-risk prison. If it were a high-risk prison, then Kyoto would be in danger.
Zhang Lingyu looked confused. What was a low-risk prison? What were demons?
From their expressions, it seemed very dangerous. Chen Junjing's face was dark and inscrutable. The guarding force there was not weak at all, but it was clear that the attackers were very familiar with the situation there. Who could it be?
He quickly took out his phone. Hello, this is Chen Junjing.
The Demon Extermination Army is sending 3 teams to assist the northern prison. We must retrieve all the demons.
After hanging up, Chen Junjing
contacted the covert task force again. Northern prison, send people over.
If the demons cannot be retrieved, detonate the bombs, leave no survivors. The demons absolutely could not be left unchecked. Zhang Lingyu remained silent. At this moment, she couldn't be of any help. After Chen Junjing finished speaking, Zhao Guanyuan finally voiced the words he had been holding back. I remember the northern prison was supposed to be abandoned soon, right? The plan was to transport the prisoners away by the end of the year. How could someone attack there?
The main issue is that very few people know about this matter. Only those with a certain
status could possibly know about the demons.
Zhang Lingyu leaned against the wall, trying to minimize her presence.
Big shots, could you speak a little more discreetly?
I'm still here.
I don't want to be silenced. However, Chen Junjing ignored the weak and helpless Zhang Lingyu and continued, you're right, but don't
forget that there were some obscure figures who also knew about it. Although some had signed confidentiality agreements and others had been monitored for a long time,
there were still those who might betray the country for some benefits.
He already had a few candidates in mind, but it still felt unlikely.
However, the
investigation still needed to be conducted. An hour later, a burly middle-aged man walked in. Director Chen, most of the demons have been recaptured.
But, Chen Junjing's heart sank. Guli, what happened? Your son has not been found, and as for what you mentioned, I did not implement it. Where is it? Give it to me, I'll do it myself.
Chen Junjing trembled as he extended his right hand. Guli did not hand it over. Director Chen, I believe your son wouldn't do anything
else. I said, hand it over. Chen Junjing's tone was fierce. However, everyone present knew, yet no one dared to say anything. Guli took out a phone, which
displayed numbers from 1 to over 100 along with corresponding names, with only a dozen or so names highlighted in red. Taking the phone, Chen Junjing looked at the names, a wave of bitterness rising in his heart. I hope you won't blame me.
The red lights went out one by one.
However, only 4 red lights remained lit, one of which belonged to Chen Junjing's son, Chen Xiaoming. It seems their bomb was disarmed and damaged. It looks like the other side has some skilled people. For some reason, even though a problem had arisen, Chen Junjing felt a sense of relief in his heart. He then became puzzled. Who were these demons, and what did they want from them? Ding-ling-a-ling. Director Chen, Dean Zhao, I'm sorry, I need to take a call, Guli said apologetically as he walked into the nearby stairwell with the phone. Old Chen, your son. Humph. Ungrateful brat, just wait until I get him back. I won't spare him a beating, Chen Junjing said with a dissatisfied expression. Zhao Guanyuan curled his lips. Alright, stop pretending. I didn't expect you to actually press the button. Luckily, it didn't explode, otherwise, you'd be done for. Chen Junjing looked bitter. If I didn't press it, Guli wouldn't dare to. That would be breaking the rules, wouldn't it? Since we said we would detonate it, we must detonate it. But this kid really has a charmed life. He actually disarmed it. I have to say, the people behind this case are quite impressive. I just don't know who they are. There are indeed many strange organizations, but most are abroad. There are very few domestically because they don't dare. But Chen Junjing didn't expect that these people would dare to come to Kyoto. He wouldn't believe it if no one was guiding them. But he had no clue who was leading them. Zhang Lingyu's face turned pale. Could she really be hearing this? She had said she wanted to leave, so why hadn't she? If she had known, she might as well have run away directly. Now, she had heard so many secrets. At that moment, Guli walked in with a strange expression. Director Chen, there's something I need to tell you. What now? It's not that something happened, but it's about Chen Xiaoming. Through surveillance, we found that the Chen Xiaoming released today is not actually him, but a shadow or a clone. Chen Junjing looked at Guli with a strange expression. If it were a shadow or clone, how could the guards not notice? Are you trying to make a joke at my son's expense? I know you might not believe it, but it's true. After extensive investigation, we found that during His third year of imprisonment in a low-security prison, which was last year, he seemed to have transformed into a different person. Every day, as if programmed, he would do corresponding things at the appropriate times. This indicates that at this time, Chen Xiaoming should have escaped from that prison. How he escaped is still unclear. Chen Junjing was stunned. His son actually escaped? And he had escaped a long time ago? How could that be possible? Your son is quite impressive. The security system of that prison is formidable. How did he get out? Zhao Guangyuan suddenly became interested in Chen Xiaoming's abilities. Professionals have their own abilities, and demons also possess different powers. Moreover, the abilities of demons are even more bizarre, which is why they are imprisoned. Impressive, my foot. Since he has run away, why did he leave things behind? Was it for me to see? Chen Junjing suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Director Chen, I believe you've thought of it too, Gu Li suddenly said. Zhao Guangyuan looked at the two, wondering what riddle they were playing. Zhang Lingyu, listening to their conversation, had a rough guess in her mind. And when this guess appeared in her mind, she only wanted one thing. She wanted to return to Fengjing. This incident might have been caused by my son. He needs to be familiar with the situation in Kyoto, know the nearby guards, and be aware of the prison's location. I think no one would be more suitable than him. I just can't figure out why. Why? Brother Lingqi, what exactly is this magic liquid you mentioned? It's liquefied magic energy, or you could say it's high concentration magic energy. You can think of it like liquid nitrogen. Their states are similar. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and asked, is there solid-state magic energy? Lingqi's eyelids twitched. What kind of question was that? Liquid state was already enough of a headache, and now solid state? Wouldn't that mean it couldn't even be accessed? No, so far, liquid magic energy is the highest concentration of magic energy. But I haven't seen it yet, my level isn't high enough. Have you tried using magic liquid to create weapons with magic inscriptions? Lin Chen immediately thought of his revolver, wondering if such weapons could be mass-produced. Lingqi was taken aback. He really didn't know about that. No one has researched this because weapons infected with this kind of magic energy can't be used by anyone. Not everyone had the mind's eye like Lin Chen, and they simply couldn't endure the magic energy infection for long. Since no one had done it, it meant it was possible. Lin Chen felt increasingly that this idea was feasible. After all, in terms of attributes, the difference between the two types of weapons wasn't that significant. But in terms of additional attributes, the difference was truly vast. And for Lin Chen, this gap would be magnified infinitely. After all, no one could enhance a weapon to 50 like Lin Chen could. So they didn't know how much additional and special attributes a weapon could increase. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, Lingqi knew what he was thinking. That's too dangerous. You absolutely can't go there. Didn't you see that even Kyoto was requesting support? If Lin Chen wanted to go in, he would definitely be stopped. Lin Chen's expression stiffened. To die before achieving success? That wouldn't do. What a good weapon. It would be such a waste to leave it there. You can help me get it. Lingqi shook his head. No one dares to touch that thing. Getting infected is almost synonymous with death. Lin Chen's eyes shifted. Then let's discuss the cooperation matter again. Zhang Lingyu, please come back. This job isn't suitable for me. Lingqi felt that talking to Lin Chen was less effective than letting him work in the disaster level gate. Seeing Lingqi silent, Lin Chen didn't mind. He felt more and more that this matter was feasible. Didn't he want the mines? No problem at all. Not to mention 10, even 20 or 30 he could provide. But the premise was to exchange it for magic energy weapons? If not, then create them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any at all. He thought that such conditions should be agreeable. Moreover, he could supply them in advance, letting them wear these equipment to do it. Safety would definitely not be an issue. Lin Chen glanced at Lingqi and then shook his head. Discussing this with him was of no use. Sister Zhang, please come back and let me communicate properly. At night, 3 figures sped through Fengjingai. Phew, I can't go on anymore. How can a man say he can't go on? You're still the Spade, if you ask me. Just forget about your reputation. A plump woman wearing a mask looked disdainfully at Spade, also known as Chen Xiaoming, looked helpless. It was over 2,000 kilometers from Kyoto to here, and this speed was already quite fast. If that's the case, then you can cross the border yourselves. Don't rely on my abilities. Chen Xiaoming sat down at the base of a large tree, leaning against its roots. The two women exchanged glances. Heart's-K was just joking with you. It wasn't that serious. Chen Xiaoming pouted, blaming the chef while eating. Is that how you joke? I've used my abilities 4 times on this journey, crossing 1,000 kilometers. What more do you want? Anyway, I need to rest. You can go if you want. I'm sorry, I was just joking. Please forgive me this once, won't you? Red Heart K said as she approached him and bowed in apology. Chen Xiaoming swallowed hard as he looked at her. Aren't all of you in this organization so uninhibited? Forget it, I was just venting. But we really do need to rest. At this point, we are still at least 3,000 kilometers away from the best border to leave, and I need to use my abilities at least 6 times to get out completely. Chen Xiaoming really needed to rest. He didn't have much energy left in him.
Then let's go to the city. Don't come to spy on me, I'm going to change my clothes. I suggest you change too, as for Red Heart K, that outfit looks good. After saying that, Spade K walked into a nearby grove. Chen Xiaoming's eyes flickered a few times before he also walked into the grove. 10 minutes later, the two returned one after the other. Spade K had transformed into a youthful and beautiful girl in a tracksuit with a ponytail. Chen Xiaoming appeared as an ordinary young man in his 20s. The girl squinted her eyes. Did you change your appearance? Yeah, didn't you? Of course. He had to change his appearance, otherwise his face would definitely be recognized in the city. No, I'm lazy. Also, once we get into the city we must call each other by our names, otherwise don't blame me if we get exposed. Among the three, Spade K was the strongest while Chen Xiaoming was the weakest. Since no one has any objections, you can just call me Chen Tian from now on. Spade K flashed a sweet smile. Chen Xiaoming twitched the corner of his mouth. Just call me Chen Lu. Oh, why do you all have the surname Chen? Then I'll also take the surname Chen. What should I be called? Let's go with Chen Mei. Red Heart K lifted her mask, revealing a delicate face. With red flame-like lips and casually styled curly hair, she gave off a fiery vibe, though the outfit was somewhat mismatched. Is it really okay to have 3 people with the surname Chen? Chen Xiaoming was speechless. What's wrong with that? She's your elder sister and I'm your younger sister. It's that simple. Chen Tian said nonchalantly. 3 sisters, siblings who looked nothing alike? Time to clock out, let's go home for dinner. As soon as it hit 6 o'clock, Lin Chen called out to Ling Qi, don't you still have a lot of equipment that needs enhancement? A regular customer had just come in with over 10 weapons. Ling Qi thought Lin Chen would at least finish enhancing them before leaving, but he was surprised that they were leaving so soon. It's fine, this is my shop, I make the rules. I'll do it in the morning. Right now, let's hurry and get home for dinner. Lin Chen didn't want to work overtime. Of course, if it were his own equipment, he would have to finish it even if it meant working late. Alright then. Ling Qi's team cleaned up the area and left the shop with Lin Chen. Iron Patrol drove the car over and they got in, heading towards Lin Chen's residential area. Once they arrived, Ling Qi got out of the car and looked across the road behind him. What's wrong? Lin Chen followed Ling Qi's gaze, but all he saw were people. Ling Qi shook his head. Nothing. Maybe I just saw it wrong. Why don't you chase after and take a look? No, that person should have sacrificed themselves. The next day, Lin Chen opened the shop on time. Sister Zhang has been gone for quite a while, she still hasn't returned. It seems like things are serious. Zhang Lingyu thought, I want to leave. But how can I? Yeah, the time spent away is indeed quite long. Ling Qi felt a bit worried. Was something else happening? Since he was assigned here, the secret mobile team hadn't passed on any information to him, as his current task was to protect Lin Chen. He wasn't clear about what happened in Kyoto, and even if he knew, he couldn't leave. Ling Qi looked at the phone in his hand. How about giving Zhang Lingyu a call to ask? Go ahead and ask. Sister Zhang isn't here, but I really miss her. Ling Qi looked at Lin Chen with a strange expression. You don't like older women, do you? Or do you have a crush on Sister Zhang? Come on, if she doesn't come back, you better get me some weapons. Lin Chen looked at Ling Qi speechlessly. Why did every mention of a woman lead to thoughts of a girlfriend? Can't there be something serious? Upon hearing this, Ling Qi fell silent. If he had to go find weapons, it would be better to send him to clean up monsters in a disaster-level gate. Beep beep beep. After 6 or 7 rings, no one answered the phone. Maybe her phone is on silent. Let's wait a bit longer. Ling Qi shook his head. Normally, during meetings, phones would indeed be on silent. But Ling Qi's phone wouldn't be silent when it came to Zhang Lingyu, as his call represented that Lin Chen had something important. Even during a meeting, she would pick up. Since no one answered, it meant the situation was quite tricky. Not just tricky, but extremely tricky. In the office of Chen Junjing in Kyoto, Zhang Lingyu sat upright in her chair, only daring to sit on a third of it. Zhang Lingyu, you heard what was said yesterday, right? Well, it wasn't that I wanted to hear it. I was actually about to leave, but you all wouldn't let me go, Zhang Lingyu said cautiously. What she heard yesterday was a shocking secret. Relax, the matter of the demon prison isn't really a big secret. Especially this low-risk prison, most people know about it, it's just that everyone signed a confidentiality agreement. So you don't need to worry, just be at ease. Easy for you to say. Your son just escaped. As for my son, if he ran away, then let him be. We can just catch him again. What I wanted to discuss with you is about collaborating with Lin Chen. Seeing Zhang Lingyu's expression, Chen Junjing knew what she was thinking. This child is good at everything, but she thinks too much. However, it was precisely because of this that he placed Zhang Lingyu by Lin Chen's side. Otherwise, relying solely on Ling Qi, they would probably still be at the initial stage of the contract. Let me give you a heads up about the collaboration. From what I know of Lin Chen, although he has agreed now, he will definitely put forward conditions later. Who knows, he might want to go to some domain gate. If he wants to go, then let him go. As long as it's not too dangerous, he can go wherever he likes. If he really doesn't want to, I can send more money to support him. With their team around, there isn't a domain gate that can trouble them except for the one that had issues. Chen Junjing didn't care at all. What was a domain gate? At worst, he could redeploy some of the demon-slaying army. Before leaving, Zhang Lingyu signed a confidentiality agreement stating that if any information about the demon prison was leaked, she would be sent directly to a military prison. She knew it. Forget it, she couldn't be bothered. After stepping out, Zhang Lingyu opened her phone and called back Ling Qi. What's up? Is there something going on with Lin Chen? Ling Qi looked at his phone. This was his own phone. Can't it be that I have something to say? What could you possibly have? If you have something, just say it quickly. I'm not in a good mood today. Originally, it had nothing to do with her, but because she left a bit late, she ended up with an extra confidentiality agreement. Why was this so urgent? It's nothing, just that Lin Chen noticed you weren't back today and missed you a bit. At least that kid has a conscience. Tell him when I get back to introduce my best friend to him. Ling Qi hung up the phone with a sigh. What happened with Sister Zhang? No, I sighed. And you ask what happened with Sister Zhang? Shouldn't you be asking me what's wrong? Why didn't these two consider him at all? What could you possibly have? You live so freely every day. Sister Zhang is running around everywhere. How tiring. Lin Qi's mouth twitched. You make a good point. I don't even know how to refute it. She said she would come back to introduce her partner to you for marriage. She enjoys the feast. Thud. Lin Chen fell directly from the lounge chair to the ground. No. Why are you still thinking about this? I'm only 18. I don't want to enter the grave of love. Let's talk about it when I'm done having fun. He definitely didn't want to get married. Dingling, 2 girls and a boy walked in. Boss, your plaque really has a big tone. It's the first time I've seen someone dare to say 100%. The woman froze when she saw Lin Qi. How did he end up here? Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Qi looked up, locking eyes with her. It turned out he hadn't been mistaken yesterday. It really was her. Wasn't she supposed to be sacrificed? But he didn't say anything, just silently lowered his head as if he didn't recognize her. Lin Chen wasn't blind. The moment this woman saw Lin Qi, her expression changed drastically. Saying she didn't know him was a lie. But he was polite and didn't speak. What if she was Lin Qi's ex-girlfriend? That would be so awkward. Miss, since I dare to say this, I have my reasons. And I guarantee if I can't do it, I'll pay you. Aha, is that so? Then I'll give it a try. The woman seemed a bit flustered and casually took a weapon from her backpack and handed it to Lin Chen. The man behind her narrowed his pupils and rushed forward to stop her. Chen Tian, are you crazy? Taking this weapon? However, Chen Xiaoming was too slow. The weapon was already in Lin Chen's hands. Lin Chen looked at the weapon in surprise. Is this really your weapon? Can you use it? At this moment, Chen Tian also reacted, a hint of killing intent flashing in her eyes. Bang! Lin Qi tapped the long spear in his hand, and a smile returned to Chen Tian's face. Yeah, I feel it's quite good to use, hee. Lin Chen glanced at Chen Tian, then at the other two. His gaze fell back on the panel. Magic, Black Crystal Long Knife, Rare, +8, Equipment Level, LV85, Durability, 122/144, Attributes, 855 to 980, Additional, Magic Attack. Power +2% Bleeding +10%, a magic equipment, and it's level 85, which means this big sister in front of him actually has a strength above level 8 and 5. Truly, one cannot judge by appearances. She looks even younger than Lin Qi. This big sister is much stronger than you. Her weapon is level 85. Her level is higher than yours, and she's younger too. Hearing Lin Chen mention the weapon, Chen Tian felt a bit flustered, but when she heard it was just about the level and nothing else was said, she relaxed. However, her two teammates didn't think so. Chen Mei and Chen Xiaoming's muscles tensed up, ready to act at any moment. That indeed is stronger than me, indicating her talent is better than mine. As long as she continues to work hard, reaching level 9 is only a matter of time. Don't ever give up, you know? Chen Tian nodded repeatedly, her face full of joy. I will definitely work hard. Chen Mei and Chen Xiaoming exchanged glances. Chen Mei, is this Chen Tian really that good at acting? Chen Xiaoming, who knows? She's always been quirky. This is good, we won't have to make a move. Chen Mei, that weapon of hers. Chen Xiaoming, if the enhancer didn't say anything, just ignore it. Find a way to escape at any time. Chen Tian didn't know what her two teammates were saying behind her. Her eyes were only fixed on Lin Qi. How much do you want to enhance the weapon? +20 is fine. How much will it cost? If she was going to enhance it, she might as well make it a bit harder so she could stay here a little longer. Wait a moment, let's discuss it first. Chen Xiaoming pulled Chen Tian outside. As for Chen Mei, she stayed behind. Chen Mei had long been cursing in her heart. Why didn't they take her along? No, I can go out too. She hurriedly walked out of the shop. Chen Tian, are you crazy? Level 20 enhancement? How long will that take? Chen Xiaoming lowered his voice, his expression dissatisfied. He didn't care whether it would succeed or not. What he cared about was the time. The higher the enhancement level, the more time it took. But this person said it's 100% success rate. If it's true, wouldn't that be a huge profit? What's wrong with that? Do you know? that this city has the demon exorcism army?
After saying that, Chen Xiaoming regretted revealing this information.
Chen Tiantian looked at Chen Xiaoming with suspicion. How do you know there's a demon exorcism army here?
It was well known that the demon exorcism army was usually found within domain gates and was rare
in cities. He was indeed so certain.
Of course I know, because yesterday I saw someone wearing the demon exorcism army uniform.
Chen Xiaoming steadied his mind.
Alright, stop arguing. As long as we keep a low profile, we should be fine. It's not like we haven't stayed in other cities before.
Seeing their voices
getting louder, Chen Mei quickly stood between them, wrapping her arms around their shoulders.
Chen Xiaoming quickly dodged. Oh, why are you dodging? Do you not like your sister anymore?
Chen Mei looked at Chen Xiaoming with a smile.
What do you want?
I know you have so many male corpses in your room every day. If you want me dead, just say it. Chen Xiaoming shot her a glance.
Alright, just let him enhance. Once it's done, we'll leave, no lingering. Chen Xiaoming nodded. Just this once, and then we leave. Chen Tiantian nodded and hurried back into the shop.
Chen Mei also prepared to go back but was stopped by Chen Xiaoming. If anything unexpected happens, just knock Chen Tiantian out and leave Feng Jing immediately.
Chen Xiaoming would never let anyone ruin his plan. Don't worry.
Watching Chen Mei walk into the shop, Chen Xiaoming looked around, not seeing any high-level professionals. When he returned to the shop, Lin Chen had already entered behind the screen with a weapon, and Chen Tiantian occasionally glanced at Ling Qi. Chen Xiaoming frowned. Could this girl have developed feelings for this man? He was dressed simply, but that weapon looked quite good. Ling Qi was feeling very flustered. She was indeed a living person. What should she do? Should she call someone to capture him for questioning? But how could she possibly do that? As the continuous clinking sounds rang out, Chen Tiantian's attention was drawn. Over. How many sounds was that just now? 8 sounds, but only 5 minutes have passed. Chen Mei looked at the screen in disbelief. 8 successes in 5 minutes, starting from level 8 enhancement. Their organization only had 1 purple enhancer, and they couldn't find any gold or red ones. Even if they did, they couldn't take them away. So their weapon enhancement levels weren't high. Ding, another sound. Chen Tiantian looked at Ling Qi, her eyes filled with reluctance. Once the enhancement was successful, she would have to leave. Although Chen Xiaoming's strength was lacking, without him, she and Chen Mei alone wouldn't be able to leave Huagua. Chen Lu. What is it? Chen Xiaoming looked at Chen Tiantian in confusion. Chen Tiantian hesitated for a moment and shook her head. It's nothing. Chen Xiaoming continued to turn his gaze towards the back of the screen. When did such a strong enhancer appear? Could it be stronger than a red level enhancer? Ding, another sound. After 10 minutes, Lin Chen took the weapon out of the enhancer. Looking at the displayed attributes, he was very satisfied. As expected of the weapon type I chose, the enhancement effect is indeed good. I just wonder if there's a corresponding weapon, the effect would probably be even better. Lin Chen was not clear about the news regarding forbidden devices, and both Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu had also forgotten about this matter. The main thing is that forbidden items are a very peculiar category of equipment, but they all have one thing in common: there are no level restrictions. Anyone can possess them. Lin Chen took the weapon and went outside. The enhancement is done, take a look at it. Chen Tiantian looked at Lin Chen with a face full of resentment. Thank you so much, master. Lin Chen scratched his head. What was going on? She was saying thank you, but it felt like she wanted to kill him. You're welcome. It's a fair trade. Chen Tiantian rolled her eyes. Was that really what she meant? Then she looked at the panel in her hand, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. It's really enhanced to 20. How is that possible? She quickly raised her head, her eyes blazing as she looked at Lin Chen, wishing she could drag him back to the organization. You see, they earn contribution points from missions, which can be exchanged for equipment or skills within the organization. And Lin Chen, as an enhancer, represented a contribution value that was absolutely sky-high. Even if the 3 of them split it, it would be enough to exchange for a higher grade piece of equipment. Lin Chen felt uncomfortable under her gaze and quickly covered his chest with both hands. Let me tell you, I sell my skills, not my body, so don't look at me like that. Put. Who wants your body? Cough cough. Ling Qi cleared his throat, and Chen Tiantian quickly shifted her gaze away from Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at Ling Qi and Chen Tiantian. These two were definitely up to something. What's going on? Let me see. Chen Xiaoming extended his hand. Did it really succeed? He was really curious. Could a weapon really be enhanced to 20? Although he hadn't heard the sound of a failed enhancement, this was still too outrageous. With the weapon in hand, Chen Xiaoming had to believe that this man could really enhance it to 20. A genius. Absolutely a genius. Chen Xiaoming's expression was ambiguous. Chen Tiantian was definitely eyeing him. What should he do? Let me see. Chen Mei snatched the weapon from Chen Xiaoming's hand. Looking at her. Empty hands, damn. Sure enough. Chen Mei was also stunned by the weapon in her hand, her eyes occasionally glancing at Lin Chen. Clearly, she was also having thoughts. Chen Xiaoming quickly whispered, "You guys better not have any other ideas. We are currently in Huagua. It's very dangerous." Hearing his words, Chen Mei
stopped looking at Lin Chen.
They knew their current situation, it was better to keep a low profile. Right now, only Kyoto and a few nearby cities were under martial law. If they dared to make a scene here, the whole country would probably go under martial law.
Hey, boss, I also want to enhance my equipment. Chen Mei took out a magic wand and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What was this situation? Another weapon with a magic character? Chen Tiantian's eyes lit up. Then she looked at Ling Qi, wanting to step forward to speak. But thinking of the two people beside her, she suppressed that thought. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoming's heart tightened again, pulling Chen Mei back. Are you crazy? One piece of equipment with a magic character could be explained, but how could two be justified? Everyone knew that magic character equipment was not something just anyone could use. Oh, it's fine, look, the boss hasn't said anything, which means it's not a big deal. In fact, Chen Mei was also taking a gamble. If worst came to worst, they could just run. With their strength, escaping was still possible. Chun. Tian pouted. She probably didn't know that the inconspicuous man was from the secret mobile team. Just wait, it will be fine soon. Lin Chen took the weapon and went back behind the screen again. Chen Xiaoming finally understood. These two women were determined not to let him off the hook. Dingling, a woman dressed in the exclusive combat uniform of the garrison army walked in. Ling Qi, you don't know, this time going to Kyoto, I almost didn't come back and was forced to sign an agreement that Chen Junzheng is really something. As soon as Zhang Lingyu entered the door, she started ranting wildly, clearly filled with resentment. When she saw Chen Xiaoming and the other two, she stopped. Oh, there are guests, then I'll tell you later. Upon seeing their outfits, the three tensed up. After all, they were outsiders, but when they realized it was the town's guard uniforms, they relaxed. As long as they weren't from the demon-slaying army, it was fine. Chen Tiantian looked at Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi standing together, her eyes narrowing. Ling Qi cleared his throat lightly, and Chen Tiantian returned to her usual demeanor. What's wrong with you? Caught a cold? You don't seem like it, Zhang Lingyu said, and Chen Tiantian controlled herself. Chen Xiaoming also looked at Zhang Lingyu, finding her quite familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere, but he couldn't remember. However, since she had just called his father old, dang, it was clear they were acquaintances. He just didn't know in what capacity. For a moment, the room fell silent, and Zhang Lingyu curiously glanced at the three, who were silent. These three gave her a strange feeling. Normally, when there are more people in the shop, they would at least discuss something. It was unusual for them to not say a word. Could they be socially anxious? But they didn't seem like it. Moreover, why did the woman in front exude hostility? Hey, don't you think these three are a bit strange? Zhang Lingyu leaned against Ling Qi and whispered. Ling Qi replied without thinking, what's so strange about them? They're just ordinary customers, right? But I feel like that girl has hostility towards me. Look, after I came to your side, her hostility increased. She wouldn't have developed a crush on you, would she? Cough cough, what nonsense are you talking about? She's a customer, how could she possibly like me? Also, what hostility? I don't feel anything. TSK, you wouldn't have developed a crush on her, would you? You got all excited as soon as I mentioned it. If you really like her, you can go after her. With your status, it should be easy. As for hostility, that's a woman's sixth sense. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Zhang Lingyu glanced at Ling Qi and Chen Tiantian, and surprisingly, they seemed quite compatible. Soon, Lin Chen came out with a weapon. Take a look. Chen Mei took the weapon and nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, she really wanted to take Lin Chen away. Unfortunately, there was a town guard here, and that man clearly had some status as well. Thank you, then let's go, Chen Mei said to the other two. Chen Xiaoming and Chen Tiantian nodded, greeted Lin Chen, and walked outside. Their pace was neither fast nor slow. Even after stepping out of the shop, they strolled leisurely into the distance. Zhang Lingyu looked at the three through the window, feeling that something was off about them. Ling Qi, why do I feel like there's something wrong with those three? Are you sure there's no problem? Zhang Lingyu sensed an unusual aura from the three, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. Hee, Sister Zhang, I know what's going on. Lin Chen shot a suggestive glance at Ling Qi. Ling Qi looked puzzled, but his heart was filled with worry. Zhang Lingyu noticed that things seemed different from what she thought. Quick, tell me, what's the situation? Who are those three? I don't know who they are, but I can guarantee that the first girl definitely has a connection with Brother Ling. Ling Qi's heart began to race. That girl likes Brother Ling Qi, and Brother Ling Qi likes her too. It's definitely first love. First love. Zhang Lingyu looked at Ling Qi in shock. You actually have someone you like? No, someone likes you. Wait, you actually have a first love. Ling Qi's face stiffened. Her words were so unflattering. That girl just now looked so delicate. How could she possibly be interested in Ling Qi? Wait, no, that's not the feeling I'm talking about. It's a kind of energy that the body emits. Zhang Lingyu was almost led astray by Lin Chen. Energy? If that's the case, it does seem problematic. Both of their enhanced weapons carry the character 4 demon. Zhang Lingyu's pupils constricted sharply, and she quickly turned to Lin Chen, her tone urgent. What did you say? Their weapons are demon-infused weapons? How is that possible? There shouldn't be anything impossible, right? If they are above level 8, Tier 5, they should be able to use them, right? Lin Chen said uncertainly. Not to mention level 8, even level 9 cannot be used normally unless one is wearing a highly enhanced mind's eye. But clearly, that is impossible. Zhang Lingyu looked sharply at Ling Qi. Do you know something? If it was really as she thought, Lin Chen's situation would be dangerous. She would never let Lin Chen fall into danger. That was the purpose of her coming here. Tai Sun, you all go check the situation around. Ling Qi did not speak but sent Tai Sun and the others away. The four exchanged glances and nodded. Captain, we will patrol and return in an hour. Bang! After the four left, Ling Qi sighed softly. I only know the girl who is the leader among those three. Her name is Chen Tianyi. She was once a member of my squad. At that time, I was still at Tier 7 and Tai Sun and the others were in other teams. During one mission to a disaster level gate, our squad encountered danger and only I and another person escaped. The others died inside, including her. But wait, isn't she alive and well? Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled. She had definitely been a living person just now. Ling Qi shook his head. I'm not very clear either. At that time, they were all infected by demon energy and had lost consciousness to attack us. But as teammates, we did not take action. Ling Qi grabbed his hair with both hands, his eyes red. According to regulations, once infected by demon energy, if it is determined that the other party cannot recover, one must either bring them back or kill them on the spot. And they did nothing, allowing them to be tormented by the demon energy inside. Later, the demon extermination army entered and only found 2 identifiable corpses. Chen Tianyi's body was missing. At that time, everyone thought she had been dragged away and eaten by a demon, never considering that someone could come out after being infected by demon energy. According to a study at the time, once a person is infected by demon energy, it takes at least a week for their consciousness to recover. No one would think that a person could wake up the next day. The most realistic thought was that they had been taken away by a demon. Zhang Lingyu's face grew increasingly grim. So, Chen Tianyi is now a person infected by demon energy, which means a demon person. Ling Qi said in a low voice. Those who survive after being infected by demon energy are called demon people. They are humans filled only with evil thoughts, a new kind of humanity that opposes humans. Ling Qi slowly raised his head, his red eyes looking at Zhang Lingyu. Maybe she is a demon person. Lin Chen is right, she is indeed my first love, the one I have always loved. I don't know what to do. He was in great pain, but it was impossible for him to capture his lover of 2 years. Moreover, he saw love in Chen Tianyi's eyes. She had not forgotten him. He could not take action, but Zhang Lingyu represented Director Chen, and he could not remain silent. Lin Chen just wanted to grab a bag of sunflower seeds. This story was too twisted. Former lovers, now opposing sides. Was this a movie? Zhang Lingyu patted Ling Qi's shoulder, saying nothing. If she were Ling Qi, she would probably choose the same way, perhaps not even speaking it out loud. But these 3 people might have something to do with Kyoto. One must know that the abilities of demon people are very strange. In other places, there were no encounters or discoveries of demons, but here, they had to be on guard. Or rather, it was possible that there had been no information about demons all these years. Zhang Lingyu turned and walked out of the shop. Ling Qi watched Zhang Lingyu's back, letting out a soft sigh, feeling considerably dejected. Brother Ling Qi, things aren't as bad as they seem. Maybe there are other ways, Lin Chen mused, stroking his chin. There was still potential for this thing, but it depended on the emotional state of both parties. Ling Qi forced a grim smile. Lin Chen, you don't understand. If they appeared in another city, it would be fine, but appearing here complicates things. Especially since they had reinforced their weapons here, this matter wouldn't be easy to resolve. No, I think there's a chance. Lin Chen whispered a few words in Ling Qi's ear, and Ling Qi's eyes gradually brightened. Lin Chen, if it really works out, I will definitely thank you profusely. Lin Chen waved his hand. What are we to each other? No need for thanks. Since you say that, can you help me reinforce my weapon to +50 for free? With Lin Chen's method in mind, Ling Qi began to joke. Impossible, money must be spent, that's the bottom line. Trying to get something for nothing was out of the question. Even a symbolic payment of 10 million would be acceptable. Ling Qi's mouth twitched. He was adamant about money. What do you need so much money for? Didn't the country give you an unlimited card? Not long after, Zhang Lingyu returned. I need to tell you something. She had just gone out to discuss the confidentiality agreement with Chen Junzheng. She could share some information with Lin Chen and Ling Qi regarding the trip to Kyoto. Aside from the demon liquid erosion issue, the low-risk demon prison in northern Kyoto was attacked, and the attackers were likely demons from the outside world, one of whom might be Director Chen's son. So I suspect these 3 people came from Kyoto, and that one man is Director Chen's son. Zhang Lingyu only realized this point after finishing her call with Chen Junzheng. Lin Chen was increasingly confused. What was a demon prison, and what was the situation with Director Chen's son? He felt his mind was in chaos. Indeed, this organization was a mess, and he couldn't understand anything at all. I understand now, I'm going to chase after them. Ling Qi stood up, his face resolute. Are you really going to confront your ex-girlfriend? Zhang Lingyu looked at Ling Qi with skepticism. Not an ex-girlfriend, we didn't break up. It's not about capturing her. Lin Chen gave me an idea that might work. Ling Chi called back Iron Patrol and instructed them to protect Lin Chen here. You're not going alone, are you? There are 3 of them. Zhang Lingyu stopped Ling Chi. No, I only need to face one person. Even if she's 5 levels higher than me, I'm confident I can handle her. Only that woman, Chen Mei, was the one he needed to be cautious of. Brother Ling Chi, take this. Lin Chen handed his plus 50 mind's eye to Ling Chi if the opponent really attacked. Using demonic energy, this mind's eye should be very effective. Ling Chi nodded. Zhang Lingyu, help me find their location and send it to me. After saying that, Ling Chi rushed in the direction Chen Xiaoming had left. At that moment, Chen Xiaoming and the others had already returned to their residence. Shouldn't we leave here? You two are too conspicuous today. It's fine, we didn't do anything, just took out our weapons, Chen Tiantian said nonchalantly, her mind filled with Ling Chi's figure. Seeing him safe and sound, Chen Tiantian felt inexplicably satisfied. This time, I agree with Chen Xiaoming's view, it is indeed very conspicuous. Even if no one comes to investigate us today, someone will tomorrow. I suggest we leave here at dawn tonight. Chen Mike didn't want to die young, although she had died once, she was still alive now, wasn't she? Fine, you guys are really boring. I haven't had the delicious food here in a long time. Don't you want to have a big feast? You know our base has nothing, and even the food in the mission areas is so limited. Just thinking about going back and eating the same monotonous food made Chen Tiantian a bit unhappy. She hadn't even had milk tea or hot pot yet. This time I'm siding with Chen Tiantian. Actually, it's not a big deal to delay for a couple of days. Chen Mei's face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. But it was really hard to resist delicious food, even being wanted. She still wanted to eat. Chen Xiaoming twitched his lips. You guys are doing this for food. You don't care about your lives. Tomorrow afternoon? No. The day after. Tomorrow afternoon, we must leave. Just 2 days, it should be fine. At worst, we can go to a more remote place and find a cheap hotel, Chen Tiantian pleaded. Without Chen Xiaoming, it would be really hard for them to leave. Alright, we must leave the day after tomorrow afternoon. The 2 girls nodded repeatedly. Chen Xiaoming shook his head, really unable to understand their thoughts. He left the girl's room and returned to his own. As soon as he walked into the bedroom, he saw Ling Chi sitting on the sofa in his room. You trespassing into my room could have legal consequences. Alright, Chen Lu, I'm Ling Chi from the secret mobile team. No, I should call you Chen Xiaoming. I want to know why you want to go to the low-risk demon prison. You've got the wrong person, I'm not Chen Xiaoming. Chen Xiaoming maintained a calm face, but inside he was extremely anxious. The secret mobile team. And they said they were leaving tomorrow. What the hell? The whole hotel was probably surrounded. He needed to open a passage using the power of the domain gate. Did I get it wrong? Fine. Sigh, I even told Chen Junzhen that I saw Chen Xiaoming. He's now with a rich woman preparing to have a big baby, probably attracted to that rich woman's impressive figure. Chen Xiaoming's lips twitched. Where did you learn to talk such nonsense? Just thinking about going home and seeing his dad whipping him with a belt made him feel uncomfortable all over. What do you want from me? I had a hard time getting into this organization. In the end, Chen Xiaoming had to lower his head. There was no way his dad would definitely beat him to death over a rich woman. No, since you chose to go to that organization, I won't stop you. I believe Chen Juanjing's son won't do anything harmful to the country, so I will help you. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be an attack on a low-risk prison. That's good. Remember to tell the old man that I can't be filial to you anymore. Then help me call Chen Tiantian over. Chen Xiaoming looked at Ling Chi suspiciously. You don't have a crush on someone from the demon organization, do you? I tell you, Chen Tiantian is not easy to deal with. She's a crazy person full of violent tendencies. Ling Chi couldn't help but wonder, was it really Chen Tianyi? Chen Tianyi was clearly a gentle, lovely, quirky little girl. Just get her for me. Okay, but you only have 5 minutes. That Chen Mei has been following us all along. Chen Xiaoming dialed Chen Tiantian's number. Come over, I have something to discuss with you. Chen Mei doesn't need to come, this is something only you can know about the demons, right? Not long after hanging up, there was a knock on the door. What is it? Can't I bring Chen Mei? You'll know when you come in. What do you want? I'm still young, I don't like older guys like you. Damn, he knew this person wasn't good. Tianyi, long time no see. Chen Tianyi looked at Ling Chi standing inside, her mind blank, and quickly closed the door. Why are you here? Did Chen Lu discover your identity? Do you want to kill him? A long spear made of black demonic energy appeared in front of Chen Xiaoming, pinning him against the wall. Hey, stop. We're comrades, we're from the same organization, do you have to be so ruthless? Chen Tianyi coldly stared at Chen Xiaoming. I won't allow Ling Chi to be in any danger, do you understand? Big brother, help. Tianyi, we're all on the same side. Just because we're on the same side, you want to kill him? You don't know the situation in this organization. No, I mean he and I are on the same side. All the black spears dissipated, and Chen Tianyi blinked her big eyes. Looking at Ling Chi, you know, I'm not really that violent of a person, I'm just a bit worried about your safety. Ling Chi's mouth twitched as if something was off. He. Chen Tianyi shot a cold glance at Chen Xiaoming, who quickly lowered his head. You can't provoke them, none of you can. One is talking nonsense, the other is ready to fight. Why is my fate so miserable? Ling Qi Ge, why did you come out? Did you find us? We're leaving the day after tomorrow. No. We can leave tonight too. We definitely won't make it hard for you. Chen Tianyi's voice shifted from cold to a teasing tone, and Chen Xiaoming looked at the affected girl in shock. Is this really the ruthless Black Spade K? The contrast is too great. Could these two have been a couple before? Hiss. Big brother, you are truly a warrior, daring to like such a brutal person. Ling Qi stroked Chen Tianyi's hair. I noticed a long time ago. I just didn't expect those two to be demon people as well. The higher-ups really want to capture you. After all, what you did is too big. Oh come on, it's not that big. We chose a low-risk prison. Chen Xiaoming looked at Chen Tianyi in astonishment. How do you know that's a low-risk prison? I can't be bothered to explain to you, you idiot. Chen Tianyi rolled her eyes at him. Ling Qi smiled. Alright, I don't have much time left. I think you should have the same thoughts as Chen Xiaoming, right? You're also an undercover in this organization. Chen Tianyi glanced at Chen Xiaoming and nodded. I was born as a member of the secret mobile team, and I will die as a ghost of the secret mobile team. I won't forget my duty. Chen Tianyi's face was resolute. Even though she was tormented by demonic energy every day, she remained unfazed. Let me introduce you to each other. He is Chen Xiaoming, the son of Chen Junzheng. She is a member of the secret mobile team, so you are actually on the same side. The two exchanged glances. So that's how it is, no wonder. Ling Qi glanced at the time. You can discuss things among yourselves and find a way to pass on information about this organization to me or to your own contacts. I have a mission now, and it's inconvenient for me to take this on. Even if it's given to me, I would pass it on to someone else. He looked at Chen Tianyi with a gentler expression. You've worked hard. If you're really too tired, come back. I will talk to Chen Junzheng. It's not hard. I feel like this life is quite exciting. Maybe it's because of the influence of the demonic energy. Sometimes I slightly enjoy a thrilling life. Chen Tianyi said shyly. Chen Xiaoming's expression almost broke. Is that what you call excitement? What you have is not excitement, but creating excitement. God knows how long he has been anxious on this journey. After all this, they are on the same side, and you're still causing trouble. One last question, and then I'll leave. Why are you not controlled by the demonic energy? This has been a long-standing question troubling Huagua. Although some demon people can achieve what Chen Tianyi and Chen Xiaoming have, the higher-ups are always worried about problems. As long as the evil thoughts are low, it can actually be resisted. But I think it's best not to release the demon. Our task this time is to bring out the demon, but unfortunately, they are all dead. Chen Xiaoming couldn't help but say, isn't it because you insisted on killing them at that time? You clearly spoke in a woman's voice on purpose. If you didn't care about these things, we could have brought back a few demons to report. Brother Lingqi, he bullied me. The high-pitched voice reappeared. Lingqi's eyes twitched. Speak properly. Okay, do you want to die? Do you believe I can cut you into pieces and take you back? Chen Tianyi showed no mercy to Chen Xiaoming. Chen Xiaoming sighed lightly. See, Brother Lingqi, I can't even speak the truth. But this mission is really important to us. Failing it could lead to demotion. They had worked hard to level up. Chen Xiaoming had spent over a year plus his special ability to achieve his current level. Chen Tianyi had also advanced step by step. Let's see who dares. I'm currently at level 8, soon to reach level 9. Whoever dares to touch me, I'll tear them apart. Lingqi shook his head. This little girl was indeed different from before. Alright, I'll report the matter of the demons to the higher-ups. At that time, I'll create an accident to send them to your location. Knock 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 knock. Your teammates are here. I'll take my leave. Lingqi opened the window and jumped down. Lingqi, Chen Tianyi approached the window, watching the figure falling away, looking desolate. Enough, Chen Mei is here. Don't show it. We are on the same side now, so don't always contradict my decisions. You're wrong. Of course, I have to contradict. Chen Xiaoming was too lazy to deal with her and directly went to the door to open. What were you talking about for so long? You wouldn't be interested in her. You're overthinking it. How could I like an airport? Chen Lu, if you want to die, just say so. I will fulfill your wish. A cold voice sounded from behind Chen Xiaoming. After Lingqi landed, he quickly left. Lin Chen sat behind the counter, looking outside the door. Brother Lingqi has been gone for over an hour. Nothing should go wrong, right? Zhang Lingyu smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, he is a special member of the covert mobile team. What is a special member? Someone who can fight across ranks. Remember, it's across ranks, not levels. There is a difference. If Lingqi's team didn't have some special skills, how could they be sent here? And those level 9 powerhouses all had their own tasks, which they couldn't leave. The world was far from as simple as imagined. Dingling, I'm back. Brother Lingqi, is my method feasible? Feasible. They were thinking that way all along, they just never had the chance to contact. Or rather, their position isn't very stable yet, so they haven't reached out. Zhang Lingyu looked at the two. What were you discussing behind my back again? Lingqi recounted Lin Chen's plan, the undercover matter. Zhang Lingyu nodded.
As expected of the mobile team, they have awareness. Even after becoming demons, they can still think about these things. As for Qin Xiaoming, she completely ignored him. Since the matter is perfectly resolved, I need to call Director Chen. Didn't you call him Old Deng? Lin Chen said with a mischievous smile. Cough cough, that was just a moment of excitement. Director Chen Junzheng is someone I have always admired. How could I call him Old Deng? Zhang Lingyu hurriedly fled the shop. Brother Lingqi, let me show you something good. Lin Chen took out his phone and pulled up the shop's surveillance, showing the scene of Zhang Lingyu shouting Old Deng. You should send it to Director Chen, Lingqi urged Lin Chen. After all, Chen Junjing didn't mind, it was just a bit of fun for the two of them. Let's forget it, Sister Zhang has been so good to me, how could I possibly harm her like that? Whoosh, Lin Chen's phone was taken away. Ha, you actually checked the surveillance. Zhang Lingyu had returned without anyone noticing. How come you walk without making a sound? Where's your bell? The three chatted and laughed, and soon it was time to leave work again. Today had been a day full of drama, and Lin Chen had also heard some untold stories. Ling Qi, you have to treat us to dinner today. It's not every day you get to meet your ex-girlfriend. It's girlfriend, not ex-girlfriend. Ling Qi emphasized loudly. Alright, girlfriend is still good, you have to treat us to dinner. Zhang Lingyu rolled her eyes. Did it really matter if she was a girlfriend or an ex-girlfriend? No problem, I'll treat. Is it just here? Why not arrange it in Kyoto? The security there is much better than here. Zhao Guanyuan looked at the shop in front of him with some concern. After learning that Lin Chen could enhance weapons by +50 and produce that kind of effect, Zhao Guanyuan had been thinking about Lin Chen constantly. Do you think I don't want to? But Lin Chen wants to stay here and doesn't want to go to Kyoto. However, staying here isn't bad, at least there are fewer rich kids, otherwise Lin Chen wouldn't be able to have any peace. Chen Junjiang was thinking more than Zhao Guanyuan. You're right, with those unruly kids, if they knew there was such an enhancer, they might come to bother us every day. Let's go in and take a look. It had been 2 days since the magic liquid contamination, and after the treatment from the Eye of the Mind, all members had regained control. Xian Duo had also woken up, showing no signs of being tainted by the magic energy. Without Lin Chen's Eye of the Mind, they would have faced the risk of turning into magic beings. Dingling, oh, Director Chen, what brings you here? Lin Chen looked at Chen Junzheng in surprise. He didn't expect him to come. Clearly, Lin Chen had forgotten Zhang Lingyu's words. Director Chen. Director Chen. Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu hurried over to greet him. Zhao Guanyuan stood aside, scanning Lin Chen up and down. He had always thought such a powerful enhancer would be someone in their 50s. He never expected them to be so young, which was completely beyond his expectations. But this was better, it meant Lin Chen would have more time to enhance equipment. Lin Chen leaned closer to Zhang Lingyu. Sister Zhang, who is this person next to you? Why does it feel like he wants to eat someone? The way he was sizing people up felt like he was evaluating livestock. He is the person who wants to collaborate with you, the director of the Kyoto Magic Energy Treatment Center. He is responsible for managing the National Magic Energy Treatment Centers, one rank below Director Chen. Director Chen quickly walked up, shaking Lin Chen's right hand without any airs. I must thank you. If it weren't for the enhancing eye you sent, this mission wouldn't have just been a simple failure. You're too polite, I just did it casually. Lin Chen scratched his head. He really hadn't thought that much about it. After all, it was a +50 enhancement, not +100. If it were +100, even if he wanted to help, he wouldn't be able to. I came here mainly to thank you. You have no idea how dangerous this mission was. A disaster level gate actually evolved, which has never happened before. It wasn't a big deal, but who would have thought there would be liquid magic energy? Although the evolution of the domain gate was unexpected, the risk hadn't increased much. The only thing that was somewhat beyond expectations was the liquid magic energy. Lin Chen could only smile awkwardly. What use was it for him to hear this? He wanted to go but couldn't. Wait, isn't this just perfect? Liquid magic energy. Director Chen, are you saying that there is liquid magic energy in that disaster level domain gate, and is it still there? Yes, of course. That thing is not easy to clean. Even for a holy light practitioner, it takes about half a month to a month to clear it. If there is too much liquid magic, it could take 2 to 3 months. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the opportunity he was waiting for? What do you think about the +50 mind's eye? How fast is it at clearing liquid magic? Pretty fast. Its effect is even better than that of a holy light practitioner. Then how about we make a deal? Lin Chen glanced at his own panel information and said, deal? Upon hearing these 2 words, Chen Juanjing's eyes filled with vigilance. He had heard some stories about Lin Chen from Zhang Lingyu. Although they weren't exactly deals, they were close enough. Before Chen Junjing could speak, Zhao Guanyuan couldn't hold back. He wasn't here to listen to Chen Junjing reminisce, he was here to collaborate. What kind of deal do you want to make? I'm here to seek cooperation, so you can tell me. As long as I can do it, I can agree to you. The deal I mentioned is actually a form of cooperation. After all, cooperation requires both parties to contribute. It's quite Simple, I want to use liquid magic to produce a batch of weapons with magical inscriptions. I know you have them in your warehouse, but those are random products. I want directed products. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, the room fell silent. Ling Qi covered his forehead, he knew it. Zhang Lingyu looked at Chen Junzhang and Zhao Guanyuan with sympathy. This time, the headache would be on them, she could finally relax. Even if Chen Junzhang hadn't come, Zhang Lingyu would have had to notify them in the end. After all, this kind of thing was beyond her authority. Zhao Guanyuan smacked his lips, this method was unheard of. Using liquid magic to make weapons, is that reliable? Chen Junzhang, you should handle this. I'm getting old and can't quite accept such new ideas. Zhao Guanyuan shook his head. The Demon Exorcism Army and the secret mobile team were both under Chen Junzhang's control. If he disagreed, no one could do anything about it. Not that others couldn't do anything, but at least he couldn't. Chen Junzhang felt a toothache. Only Lin Chen could come up with using liquid magic. Any normal person would run away upon encountering liquid magic, let alone think of using it. He organized his thoughts. Lin Chen, you need to understand that this incident was caused by liquid magic. This shows how deadly it is. It's not that I don't want to do it, it's just that there is no way. He didn't want the plus 50 mind's eye, but of course he wanted it. But clearly, this thing wasn't so easy to obtain. Let me say a few words. As the director of the Magic Treatment Department, I have the most authority to speak on liquid magic. As long as this liquid magic touches someone, they will faint immediately. Compared to gaseous magic, its harmfulness is extraordinarily high. Your idea is really hard to realize. No matter how much Zhao Guanyuan wanted the mind's eye, he couldn't risk lives for it. Lin Chen's mind's eye was useful this time, but what if it had already infected the whole body? What if it failed? This was not something to gamble on. Don't rush, let me finish. I didn't say to let people go empty-handed, right? Director Chen and Director Zhao, you both said that the plus 50 mind's eye is very powerful and can deal with liquid magic, right? Lin Chen was calm and unhurried. I understand your point, but that doesn't mean that this mind's eye has a definite effect on pure liquid magic. It only works on those infected by liquid magic, nothing else has been tested yet. Lin Chen waved his hand. No, I'm not talking about the plus 50 minds. I'm talking about the plus 100 mind's eye. Plus 100? Chen Junjing thought of that Grelin machine gun. If it really was plus 100, it might actually be feasible. Zhao Guanyuan scratched his ear. What did he just hear? Plus 100? Plus 50 is already outrageous, and now there's plus 100. Zhao Guanyuan was not clear about the matter of the green machine gun. Although he was somewhat shocked, thinking back to the previous plus 50, he felt it seemed reasonable. Reasonable my ass. Although he wasn't a enhancer, he had a few enhancer friends. Enhancements starting from 10 became exceptionally difficult. He had barely accepted the plus 50 setting, and now you give me a plus 100? Zhao Guanyuan's complexion was rosy, but he wasn't about to throw a fit. Lin Chen, can you really enhance the eye of the mind to 100? Lin Chen nodded. They've seen it, but it's a pity it's completely useless, not as good as plus 50. Zhao Guanyuan's mouth twitched. Is this something a person would say? Useless at plus 100. Forget about plus 100, even plus 51 is slightly better than plus 50. Brother Chen, agree to it, this is plus 100, it might really work. Aren't there still criminals in that prison? Ahem. Chen Junjung coughed forcefully and Zhao Guanyuan quickly shut up. They had discussed the prison matter on the way. They planned to find some serious offenders from a regular prison and have them use the eye of the mind to interact with the magic liquid to see the effects. But such things must be conducted secretly, as this kind of experiment violates the moral bottom line of humanity. If it were in the beginning, it would just be said and done. But now, during the stabilization period, doing such things is somewhat inappropriate. Lin Chen had no idea what prison they were talking about, he just wanted magic energy. Weapons. We agree, but first we'll conduct experiments. If it works, we'll create the magic energy weapons you mentioned. But we're not sure if these weapons can succeed. Although the magic weapons are indeed caused by magic energy contamination, there is a certain randomness to it. As long as you agree, I want a level 50 golden firearm this time. I also want accessories with intelligence bonuses, preferably golden, if not, purple will do. As for red, Lin Chen hadn't considered it. How many red ones are there in the whole country? Just look at Ling Qi's weapons, they are 8th tier secret mobile members, and they use purple ones, not even golden. This shows how rare golden and red are. As for armor, Lin Chen had no requirements, he didn't need it for now. In fact, he only wanted weapons for self-defense. As for going to the domain gate, he hadn't mentioned it for a long time and didn't want to bring it up. It didn't matter whether he went or not. The more weapons he enhanced, the faster his level increased and the more points he earned. Since that's the case, why bother looking for trouble? No problem. Chen Junjung readily agreed. It's just equipment. If it's not in the Kyoto Equipment Depot, are there no other provinces' equipment depots? Aren't there any in civilian teams? Chen Junjiang and Zhao Guanyuan didn't stay here long, they returned after just 2 hours.
Whether it was Qin Junjiang or Zhao Guanyuan, they had many things to do in Kyoto. Brother Ling Qi, sister Zhang, do you think I'm a genius for producing magic weapons on my own? The success rate should be very low. Ling Qi shook his head. If it were high, there wouldn't be so many random weapons in the special warehouse. Lin Chen disagreed with Ling Qi's statement. No, I believe the success rate will be very high and it will definitely succeed. The two looked at Lin Chen in confusion. This was too confident. Have you forgotten about your girlfriend? Ling Qi rubbed his nose. How could he forget? What does this have to do with my girlfriend? Zhang Lingyu immediately reacted. Are you saying that the weapons they use are all magic character weapons, so they must have mastered the method? Is that what you mean? Lin Chen nodded. When they gave me the weapons, these magic character weapons had no effect on them at all. This shows that the demons in this organization should all be using magic character weapons. But if they don't have the production method, how can they meet the needs of so many demons? It was precisely for this reason that Lin Chen thought of magic liquid. According to Ling Qi and the others, the domain gate would infect some weapons into magic character weapons, but it was random. However, the concentration of magic liquid would not be random. It would most likely become a magic character weapon. It was just a matter of time. He had previously asked if there was solid magic energy, as solid might be better. But clearly, liquid was already the limit. After hearing Lin Chen's words, the two felt it made a lot of sense. Lin Chen, why are you so fixated on magic character weapons? Aren't ordinary ones good enough? It's not that I'm fixated on this kind of weapon, but the damage and additional attributes of magic character weapons are better than ordinary weapons. Since they were all enhancements, why not choose the better one? Other enhancers could only enhance weapons to levels 10 to 14 and then stop. With just one additional attribute, ordinary weapons would be enough for them. But Lin Chen could keep enhancing, and the variety of additional attributes he obtained increased. Moreover, now he had a refining ability, which made the importance of additional attributes rise even more. As long as he fixed the attributes he liked, the others could be re-refined. Ling Qi stroked his chin, understanding. But this was probably something only Lin Chen could use. Others wouldn't be able to. Magic character weapons were not to be trifled with. On the third day after Qin Junjiang and Zhao Guanyuan returned to Kyoto, the phone rang. When will the plus 100 Eye of the Mind be delivered? We can help you get the magic character weapons now. But you also need to get us the plus 50 Eye of the Mind first. How about 10 of them? As soon as he returned to Kyoto, he pulled 2 life-sentenced prisoners from a regular prison. He had them hold the plus 50 Eye of the Mind and walk around half a meter from the liquid magic. In the end, they even reached their hands into the magic liquid. When they were wearing this Eye of the Mind, the magic liquid did not infect them as it moved up their bodies. And when they pulled their hands away, the magic liquid had already infected the areas they touched, but it was just a thin layer. It was cleaned up in half an hour. But this still represented a certain danger. Because one of the criminals experienced mental confusion while wearing the Eye of the Mind, which was a result of weak willpower. But this also confirmed that the Eye of the Mind was effective. At least they didn't turn into demons. With the plus 100, not only could Lin Chen get weapons, but it would also be enough to purify the magic liquid pool. A week later. Why is he here? Chen Junjiang looked at Zhang Lingyu with a face full of distress. What can I do? Can I stop him from coming? If I don't let him come, not to mention the plus 100 Eye of the Mind, even the plus 50 might not be obtainable. Zhang Lingyu looked aggrieved. Lin Chen was coming. And it wasn't just her urging, even Ling Qi had urged him. But he also said he was just coming to take a look, absolutely not to take action. Sigh, he doesn't want to test some new weapon at the disaster level gate, does he? No. That's good. Chen Junjiang immediately felt relieved. He's going to the disaster base gate to watch you work. He's worried you won't get the magic character weapons. Chen Junjiang's mouth twitched. Were they that kind of people? How could they possibly not get it? As long as we don't take action, everything can be discussed. At that time, I will have Qian Duoduo lead the team and stay by your side. His safety won't be a problem. As long as Lin Chen doesn't cause any trouble, there shouldn't be a big issue. On the other side, Ling Qi brought Lin Chen to a special warehouse, looking at the glowing eyes of the soul around them. Are those weapons inside? Lin Chen asked, puzzled, as he looked at the unremarkable warehouse before him. Yes, these weapons haven't been used by anyone, so they were just casually thrown in here. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen reached out to push the door. The main door wasn't locked at all because no one would come to touch these weapons. Don't open the door. As soon as the main door opens, the accumulated demonic energy inside will surge out. Ling Qi quickly stopped Lin Chen. He didn't want to be contaminated by the demonic energy. Lin Chen took out the Eye of the Soul from his arms. I'm wearing this. I don't think any demonic energy can break through, right? The plus 50 Eye of the Soul was Lin Chen's confidence. Ling Qi withdrew his hand as long as he was happy. Ling Qi, where's Lin Chen? Chen Junjiang and Zhang Lingyu found their way here. Well, isn't he just inside? Inside the room, Lin Chen was shining like a light bulb, and the accumulated demonic energy in the room instantly dissipated upon encountering the light. Chen Junjiang watched Lin Chen rummaging through equipment with his butt sticking up, his eyelids twitching.
Your target isn't the disaster-level domain gate but rather a sweep, right?
Lin Chen, we're going to the disaster-level domain gate soon. Do you want to come? If you don't want to go, we'll leave. Here, Chen Junjing wasn't
worried about Lin Chen's safety. After all, there were plenty of people from both the demon-slaying army and the secret mobile team.
Of course, I want to go. Director Chen, I'm not saying this, but your equipment is really too poor. The number of golden-level weapons was simply too few. Most were blue and purple, and he hadn't seen a single red one. This isn't an equipment warehouse, it's a special warehouse for demonic weapons, so of course there are fewer. Others can't use them, and he would prefer there to be less stuff inside. That's true. Unfortunately, Lin Chen no longer had any feelings for ordinary equipment. By the way, how did you use that Grelin machine gun last time? Lin Chen was quite curious about this. After Zhang Lingyu returned, he forgot to ask. We used a forbidden device, otherwise we really couldn't use it. Forbidden device, another new term. What is a forbidden device? A forbidden device can be seen as a special piece of equipment, but it's different from ordinary special weapons and has certain side effects. If it weren't for the side effects, these people wouldn't have been contaminated by the demonic liquid to that extent.
Upon hearing this, Lin Chen instantly became interested.
Can you give me a forbidden device? Chen Junzheng really wanted to slap himself. Why explain what a forbidden device is? Now look what happened. Giving you one isn't impossible, but only one, okay? There are only over 100 forbidden devices in the country, and only about 20 can be used.
Not all forbidden devices can be used. Some have side effects that don't match their abilities, and such forbidden devices are usually sealed away. It's fine, I'll pick one myself when the time comes.
He might not necessarily use it, it could just be a decoration.
If Chen Junjing knew his true thoughts, he would do anything to send him back to Fongjing.
Following the main force, they arrived at the disaster domain gate.
Before entering, Lin Chen saw the surging demonic energy at the entrance, which was a manifestation of the energy's abundance.
As they approached
the gate, one by one, the eyes of the soul lit up, and one eye of the soul, shining like an incandescent bulb, stood out exceptionally.
The person holding the eye
of the soul quickly put on the prepared sunglasses, and just like that, his eyes kept watering. In just a few short seconds, his eyes couldn't take it anymore. It truly deserves the plus 100 mind's eye. This effect is simply invincible.
I'm really curious how you did it.
If you had been born 50 years earlier, perhaps Huadhua
wouldn't be like this now. Chen Junjing looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of hope.
He saw something called hope in Lin Chen. Perhaps he was the one to break
the current pattern.
Lin Chen shrugged. It's just intuition. What else could it be? Chen Junjing shook his head and continued walking inside.
I have to say, that mind's eye really suits this situation. I wonder if this attribute is fixed or unique.
Ling Qi said with a look of emotion.
In his view, that mind's eye was
simply born for this domain gate, or rather, for the magic liquid.
Who knows? I'm just an enhancer, not a prophet. Lin Chen couldn't help but recall the attributes of the mind's eye.
Mind's eye plus 100 equipment level, none durability, 97/100 additional, magic barrier range plus 150 meters, magic purification speed plus 1500%. Magic corruption speed dash 50% special, concealment, magic creatures not exceeding the holder's level 10 will not detect you.
Baptism causes a 3x purification effect.
On magic liquid, duration 10 minutes, 24h. I have to say, it is indeed a suitable equipment for this place.
But fortunately, it is an active ability, otherwise, no matter what Lin Chen said, he couldn't give it to them. If he cleansed all the magic liquid, how would he get more? As soon as they entered the gate, the magic energy retreated as if it had encountered its nemesis. For a moment, not to mention magic energy, even magic creatures were nowhere to be seen nearby. Hey, this is the first time I can't see any magic creatures.
The last time I came, those magic creatures were not like this.
Shen Duo couldn't help but laugh at the scene. He didn't expect this thing to be so effective.
Does this mean that their demon extermination army can just take this mind's eye and freely close various
domain gates?
Of course, he was just thinking. Those magic creatures would block them even if it meant death if they dared to touch the energy body controlling this place. They arrived at a low-lying area, and in the center, a patch of black liquid lay in the middle. It wasn't very large, only about 100 square meters. But this little over 100 square meters of magic liquid was more terrifying than the magic energy of the entire disaster space. If this magic liquid turned into magic energy, no one would be able to enter this space again. But clearly, this magic liquid wouldn't all turn into magic energy at once.
Alright, this is the place. Let's first test the effect of this mind's eye. Chen Junjing stepped forward to take charge.
Wait, I suggest you better take something to contain some of the
magic liquid first and leave the rest here for now.
Lin Chen was worried that the magic liquid couldn't withstand mishaps. If it all disappeared, where would
he get more magic liquid? Without magic liquid, where would he get magic character weapons?
Chen Junjing nodded. He still had to consider Lin Chen's words.
Accompanying
them was Zhao Guanyuan, who held a large 5L glass bucket with a scale on it. He personally filled it with 5 liters of magic liquid using the plus 50 mind's eye that Lin Chen had given him earlier.
Ready, use that mind's eye to try purifying. As the person approached, ripples began to form in the magic liquid in the bucket. Even before officially starting, the purification had already begun solely from the ability of the mind's eye itself. Those nearby had already noticed the changes in the magic liquid in the bucket, their eyes widening in an instant. This thing, like a halogen lamp, has such a good effect? Unfortunately, the person holding the mind's eye couldn't see it at all. Even with sunglasses, the light was still dazzling, and he had no choice but to squint. As he activated the active ability baptism, a 1-meter-wide beam of light fell onto the bucket. The magical liquid slowly began to steam, and then it started to boil like water coming to a boil. The liquid level gradually dropped. 5 liters, 4 liters. 5 minutes later, the liquid in the bucket had completely disappeared. Zhao Guanyuan took out his pen and paper to start calculating. Right now, there should be about 300 to 400 liters of magical liquid here. Based on this effect, it can be completely eliminated in a month. Of course, this is just relying on the effect of this Eye of the Mind. If we combine it with the Eye of the Mind formation, this speed could be completed in about half a month. Looking at the results of his calculations, Zhao Guanyuan was filled with excitement. This was magical liquid. Since its discovery, it had been a difficult problem to deal with. Which country in the world dares to say they have found a way to deal with magical liquid? None. Not a single one. They could only rely on the Eye of the Mind to slowly erode it, and it was still a very slow process. The existence of demons was not unique to Huagua. Every country had them. Some countries had even been destroyed due to an excess of demons. And now, Huagua had found a method, and this method had already proven effective. But this was just one of them. The most important one was to close the domestic disaster level gates. The number of disaster level gates in the country was not many, but the manpower and resources required to close one were not a small number. The manpower mentioned here does not only refer to the number of people involved but also to sacrifices, death. No, you can't start purifying now. Lin Chen quickly stepped forward. Don't get close. Absolutely don't get close. Chen Junzheng hurriedly stopped Lin Chen. If anything happened to Lin Chen, he would be finished. The higher-ups all knew about Lin Chen. They treated him like a treasure. If they weren't worried that their appearance would cause unnecessary trouble, they would have gone to pick him up when he arrived. A considerable number of covert troops had been dispatched from Fengjing, and the people from Lingqi in the demon-slaying army were completely unaware of it. Alright, I won't get close. But you promised to make me a level 50 golden epic weapon. You can't go back on your word. Otherwise, you can go into the disaster level gate and get it for me. He had used all the points he had recently accumulated to make this plus 100 Eye of the Mind, all for a weapon starting with the character for magic. If it got purified, there would be nothing left. Don't worry, I've brought the weapon. I definitely won't forget you. A shotgun appeared in Chen Junzheng's hand. Seeing the weapon, Lin Chen finally calmed down. Chen Junzheng quickly handed the weapon to the person holding the new Eye of the Mind, urging him to put the weapon into the magical liquid. That person did not dare to be slow, although he didn't know Lin Chen's identity, the background of someone who could speak like that was definitely high. He hurriedly placed the weapon inside. As soon as the weapon touched the magical liquid, it emitted a hissing sound. After the weapon sank, a few bubbles emerged before it vanished without a trace. Lin Chen stroked his chin, doubting whether this thing was useful at all. He approached Lingqi. If you have time, why not ask your partner where their magical weapons come from? They have so many people in their organization, they must have a way. Although he had some reservations about the term partner, Lingqi still voiced his doubts. When you asked me to use your method, you must have had plans for this area long ago, right? Lin Chen remained unfazed. How could that be? I was just doing it for your own good. Really? Lingqi looked at Lin Chen with suspicion. It was known that Lin Chen usually had no interest in such matters. Of course it's true, how could it be false? Lin Chen said calmly. Seeing Lin Chen's demeanor, Lingqi chose to believe him. When I get back, I'll see if there are any channels to obtain information. But don't get your hopes up too high. By now, they should have already reached the border, or perhaps they have already left. Lin Chen nodded. As long as he could make contact, it was fine. Time was not urgent. Today's matters were nearly complete, and Lin Chen's tasks could be considered finished. It was time to return to Fengjing. There was still a strengthening master conference in Fengjing that he needed to attend. Golden weapons were still quite attractive. However, before leaving, he had to take the forbidden items with him. Lin Chen, actually, the forbidden items are not that useful. How about I get you some golden armor instead, or maybe some golden jewelry? On the way to the forbidden items display room, Chen Junzheng was trying every means to persuade Lin Chen to give up this idea. After all, there were only a few usable ones. Equipment and jewelry, normally you should provide those for me. Besides, I just want to see if this forbidden item can be strengthened. Chen Junzheng shook his head. Don't even think about strengthening. So far, it has only succeeded once, and that was just +1. Strengthening forbidden items is harder than special equipment. You have to believe me, since there is a possibility of strengthening, I can do it. It would be unreasonable to come here without bringing something back. Chen Junjing really couldn't argue with Lin Chen and had no choice but to take him to the place where the forbidden items were stored. You guys keep the forbidden items in a place like this? Lin Chen pointed at the ordinary 3-story building in front of him. This building looked like it had been around for decades. Don't underestimate it. The security of this building is very strong. Pushing open the large door, a musty smell hit him. Lin Chen waved his hand, dispersing the dust in front of him. Bah, Director Chen, if you don't want to give it to me, just say so. There's no need to treat me like this. Chen Junjing smiled and pressed a button on the wall. Then the entire room changed from a dusty, dilapidated space to one filled with metal. One of the guards here is an 8th-tier illusionist. If outsiders come in, they will only get lost in the illusion array and ultimately be killed by the guards. They made their way to the 3rd floor, passing through 6 large doors. Come on, let's go in and take a look, but you can only take one, Director Chen emphasized. It would be fine if it was something they didn't use, but if it was something they needed, that would be a real loss. These forbidden items had surprisingly good effects. Lin Chen pushed open the door, and a display room appeared before him with shelves filled with various items. From large spears and cellos to small ashtrays and lighters, Lin Chen even saw a pack of cigarettes. He went straight to the cigarettes and picked one up casually. Lucky cigarette quality, forbidden item level, none effect, increases luck by 10 points for 3 minutes. Cost, bad luck for 1 month. Lin Chen. What a piece of junk. Then he picked up a lighter. Fake lighter quality, forbidden. Item level, none effect, once lit, no one will notice you. Cost, reduces lifespan by 1 hour per second. Are all the effects of forbidden items this bizarre? Chen Junjing looked helpless. Indeed, they are all this bizarre, but some side effects are actually acceptable. Those that aren't acceptable can only be left here to gather dust, otherwise they would have been sent everywhere long ago. Lin Chen put down the lighter and started looking around. Which forbidden item did you use for that greener machine gun? What do you want it for? Chen Junjing looked at Lin Chen warily. That thing was useless at first, but with Lin Chen's plus 100 weapon, it suddenly became useful. He couldn't let him take it. From the looks of you, I'm just taking a look. Even if you give it to me, I can't use it. Lin Chen looked at Chen Junjing in disbelief. Was it really that serious? It was just a forbidden item. Chen Junjing took a golden conch from the innermost shelf. Oh, it's the color of rich gold. You guys are really interesting. Lin Chen took the conch in his hand. Golden echo quality, forbidden artifact. Level, none effect. One person designated within the area of light can receive all energy from others and increase the limit. Cooldown, 1 month. Cost, all attributes of the person covered minus 80%. Weakened for 72 hours. Lin Chen shook his head. It really was a rather useless existence, usable only once a month. If it could be used once a day, he might find a way to play with it for half a year. But now, forget it. Lin Chen looked at the other forbidden artifacts, scanning around, but found nothing appealing. He suspiciously looked at Chen Junjing. Director Chen, you didn't hide the good stuff because I was coming, did you? How could that be? It's just a forbidden artifact. I wouldn't go so far as to hide it. Although it's called a forbidden artifact, not all of them are good. Then how is this thing formed? I don't know. Chen Junjing shook his head. These things are discovered in all sorts of strange places, some found just outside the domain gate, some in unknown locations, some within the domain gate, and some fell together with the domain gate. There are all kinds of them, and no one has been able to study the principles behind them. If they knew the rules of how forbidden artifacts appeared, they wouldn't only have a few of them. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen lost interest in searching for forbidden artifacts. They were less practical than magic weapons. He casually picked up a necklace from the shelf and, seeing the displayed text, couldn't help but stroke his chin. This seemed a bit useful. Crystal of wisdom quality, forbidden artifact level, none effect, intelligence. +2, value doubles for each level of enhancement. Cost, Constitution-100x, enhancement level until it reaches 0 cost? Is this really a cost? Maybe for others it is, but for Lin Chen it hardly counts as a cost. Because he has no constitution at all. As soon as he enhances it to 1, his constitution will drop to 0, but that doesn't matter. With so many people protecting him, does he need to care about constitution? What he wanted was intelligence. As long as his intelligence was high enough, he could use various weapons. Below this weapon panel, there was a line of small text. If you want to gain wisdom, throw away that useless muscle, though. Wise Lin Chen's mouth twitched. This is a bit extreme. Director Chen, I want this one. Chen Junjing looked at the equipment in his hand, surprised. This is the most useless forbidden artifact. You should know that enhancing forbidden artifacts is very difficult. And even if the enhancement is successful, the side effects are quite significant. Lin Chen shook his head. Will you withdraw Ling Qi and the others? Will I be in life-threatening danger in Fongjing City? Of course not. Unless he was crazy. Then that's settled. So what use is this side effect to me? As long as you're happy. Chen Junjing was left speechless. But enhancing forbidden artifacts, how does that sound so unreliable? Even if Lin Chen could enhance magic weapons and special weapons, this was a forbidden artifact. And it was different. Lin Chen thought about the attributes he had just seen. Chen Junjing probably wouldn't let him enhance these things. an enhancer appeared behind Lin Chen, and then he threw the necklace into it. After that,
Lin Chen suddenly realized a problem. It seemed this thing didn't have a corresponding
enhancement stone. Crystal of Wisdom success rate 21.11% enhance? No wonder it couldn't be enhanced. The initial value was only 20%. How could it possibly succeed? It was purely based on luck. But could it work without an enhancement stone? Director Chen, what enhancement stones do you use? You're using a golden enhancement stone. Give me one.
Director Chen called someone over, took out a golden enhancement stone, and handed it to Lin Chen. Maybe it's better to forget.
Even if it's a golden enhancement stone, it won't be of much use.
Lin Chen didn't say anything, took it, and directly put it in. Seeing the numbers displayed again, the corners of his eyes twitched incessantly.
Is this reasonable? Wisdom crystal success rate 21.12% enhance? Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable?
The golden enhancement stone only increased it by 0.01%.
Is it really that absurd?
Lin Chen thought for a moment and casually tossed a purple enhancement stone in.
Well, the success rate increased by another 0.01%. It seems this enhancement stone is completely useless. Lin Chen tried to click on enhancement. Consume 7,887 points. Alright, the price is still reasonable. But this isn't suitable for him. Well, if it doesn't work, let's forget it. We've called many enhancers, and it's actually quite normal for enhancements to fail. Chen Junjing didn't want Lin Chen to be discouraged over an unrelated piece of equipment. It was originally a piece of equipment with a very low success rate. Why bother? How could that be?
Lin Chen wouldn't be discouraged by such things. There must be a way to solve it.
So, system, how can I increase the success rate of forbidden items?
The host can try using a rainbow enhancement stone. Not
rainbow enhancement stone? He had never heard of such a stone. Lin Chen looked at Chen Junjing. Director Chen, have you ever seen a rainbow enhancement stone? Chen Junjing looked at Lin Chen in confusion. How do you know about rainbow enhancement stones? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. So you must have some, right? I don't need many, just give me 100 pieces.
Chen Junjing's mouth twitched. There are only about 900 of them left in the entire Huagua, and you want so many at once.
It's impossible to give you that
much, at most 20 pieces.
Don't be so stingy, you have over 900. Giving me 100 won't hurt you.
No, at most 20.
It's not that I don't want to give them to you, but we really have use for these things.
The production rate of rainbow enhancement stones is extremely low. They only exist in disaster level gates, and there are only about 100 pieces a year. These enhancement stones are not available on the market because private teams cannot enter disaster level domain gates. They
can only go to calamity level ones at most.
Therefore, the products from disaster level domain gates are not available to the public and are all in the hands of the
state. But you guys have no use for these stones, right? Isn't it just a stone?
In Lin Chen's view, the rainbow enhancement stone could at most increase the
success rate by 30% to 40%, which isn't very useful for those enhancers.
No, it's very useful. This one stone can almost increase the success rate by 80%.
Chen Junjing was proud when talking about this stone. Then doesn't that mean you actually have quite a few high enhanced weapons?
No, still few. After
all, it's not 100%.
Chen Junjing glanced at Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu beside him. It didn't matter if they knew about these things.
Actually, we don't have a
small number of plus 16 weapons. Over the years, there are about 60 of them.
But you have to know how many weapons were used to get this many. Roughly estimated, there are about 1,000 weapons above level 90, with the lowest being purple rare quality. It's not that they don't want to keep enhancing, but the cost is just too high. We more commonly have plus 15 weapons, which are about 400.
Hearing this, Lin Chen was puzzled. Since you have so many, why are you still looking for me to buy
high enhanced weapons?
Chen Junjing had a bitter expression. Stones are hard to obtain, weapon enhancement failures, these are all problems.
100 stones
a year, and being able to have a plus 16 weapon in a year is already a huge blessing.
These weapons are the result of years of accumulation, not something you just pull out at once.
But Lin Chen was different. He could almost achieve plus 16 with every weapon, and even say plus 20, plus 50.
This was simply not on the same level. If that's the case, aren't your colorful enhancement stones even more useless?
Just give them to me, and I'll give you a plus 16 weapon.
Deal. Chen Junjing, who had been wearing a bitter expression, instantly turned into a smiling face.
Lin Chen blinked, feeling like he had been tricked.
Did you trick me? How can this be called a trick?
The country has never treated you poorly in this regard. Whether in terms of money or guard strength, you haven't lacked anything, and they even
wanted to give you a position, but you didn't want it, right?
We're just trading, exchanging colorful enhancement stones for enhanced weapons.
Although Chen Junjing's reasoning was sound, Lin Chen felt something was off. So how do you plan to exchange
50 enhancement stones for one plus 16 weapon?
Normally, 100
stones could roughly create a plus 16 weapon, so exchanging for 50 stones was a bargain for Chen Junjing. In a trade, one must always leave some room for negotiation.
No way, it has to be at least 80 stones. Lin Chen thought for a moment and gave a number. Deal. Lin Chen Sister Zhang, is your director Chen bullying a newly adult child like me? The speed of this deal was too fast, it seemed like it had been premeditated. Zhang Lingyu glanced at Chen Junzhang and then at Lin Chen. Well, Lin Chen, I can't help you here, or else Director Chen might give me a hard time. Although Zhang Lingyu didn't mention the price, she indirectly expressed her opinion. Hey, how is this bullying? This price was quoted by Lin Chen himself, and I agreed. Isn't this just a normal transaction? Chen Junzhang was unhappy, feeling like he was the one bullying someone. Lin Chen shook his head and sighed. I just have bad luck with people. Brother Ling Qi, can you help me contact your connections? Ask them what the demon organization can provide. I'll go work as their enhancer. Of course, he was just saying it. The demon organization was clearly not a good thing. Lin Chen, is it possible for you to have such an idea? It's just enhancement stones. You see, you usually enhance our equipment too, and we pay for it. These stones are just extra payment. That seems to be true. In the end, Lin Chen left Kyoto with 100 stones in a forbidden item. After Lin Chen left, Chen Junzhang returned to the office building and went to the Elder Council's office. Lin Chen has left? Yes, he has left. Everything has been arranged in Fengjing. His safety is not a concern, Chen Junzhang said with a serious expression, as if he were a different person from just moments ago. Well, in addition to the guard strength, send the intelligence group as well to gather all the local information. In short, we must eliminate all dangers in the cradle. There must not be the slightest risk. The elder sitting at the head of the table looked solemn. The abilities Lin Chen possessed no longer represented just himself but the strength of the country. Lin Chen, do you remember you have an enhancer conference? Ling Qi took out an invitation from the drawer. The event was scheduled for tomorrow. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Since returning from Kyoto, Lin Chen had been studying the wisdom crystal in his hand. The effect of the colorful enhancement stones was very obvious. One piece could increase the success rate by 40%, which was simply excellent. Moreover, the most important point was that whether it was blue high-level equipment or golden epic level equipment, one could use these colorful enhancement stones to enhance the weapons. This aspect is unmatched by other enhancement stones. Other enhancement stones can only enhance corresponding weapons and equipment cannot be downgraded and cannot be upgraded. After returning to Fengjing, Lin Chen realized that Chen Junzhang must have lied to him at that time. There must be enhanced forbidden tools, just not in this room. But Lin Chen didn't care. Whether it was enhanced or not didn't matter, as long as it was useful. By the way, Brother Ling Qi, what is this conference for? He didn't understand much about enhancement masters. After all, he relied on external aids rather than his own understanding. He had never studied the series of matters related to enhancement masters. Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled expression. Aren't you an enhancement master yourself? Don't tell me you haven't looked at the basic knowledge about enhancement masters. If he hadn't studied systematically, then his situation would need to be reassessed. This would indicate that his method of enhancement was self-created. Does this mean Lin Chen could form a school of enhancement masters? The significance would be different. I really haven't looked at it. I think I might not need those things. The most important reason he didn't look at these was that he was very lazy and really didn't want to waste too much time on this. You really are something, Lin Chen. You can think of the enhancement master conference as an exchange meeting. Of course, generally speaking, the main characters are red enhancement masters and gold enhancement masters, mainly explaining some basic knowledge. After that, there will be competitions among the younger generation, and the winners can take away prizes. It's that simple. It really wasn't interesting. If it weren't for a gold weapon sitting there, Lin Chen wouldn't want to go at all. If I, a silver enhancement master, win, will they swallow the prize? They probably won't. After all, the quality of the prizes may not be that good. Zhang Lingyu shook her head. Although this was just an exchange meeting held in a city, it shouldn't be that bad. The next day, Lin Chen brought Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi to the venue of the exchange meeting. Aren't Brother Tieshuan and the others coming? The other members of Ling Qi's team were not with them. They've already come here ahead of us. You can rest assured about your safety. Ling Qi thought Lin Chen was worried about his safety. No, I'm not worried about my safety. Lin Chen trusted Ling Qi and the others. If Ling Qi and the others couldn't protect him, then he had his own ways to leave. Is everyone here? A burly man said in a deep voice. Boss, don't worry, the invitations have been sent out, and we've also told them that the prize is a gold epic level weapon, so they will definitely come. Manhwa 10, are you sure this matter is foolproof? A masked man sat in a chair, fiddling with a dagger in his hand. Manhwa J, you still don't trust me when I do things? Manhwa 10 looked at Manhwa J with dissatisfaction. Manhwa J shrugged. It's not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust you people from the numerical series. There were a total of 5 people in the room, 3 standing, 1 sitting, and another lying on the bed, fast asleep. What do you plan to do with this person? Kill him? Manhwa J pointed at the man on the bed. Of course, he has to be killed, but not now. I've already prepared the drugs. When the time comes, just send these drugs through the ventilation ducts, and everyone in the hotel will die. Manhwa 10 looked at Manhwa J with a cruel expression. Manhwa J narrowed his eyes. I advise you not to look at me like that, otherwise you're dead. Humph. Let's go.
Manhwa 10 led the three out of the room.
Manhwa J sat in place and sighed. What have I become day by day? It's really annoying.
A black space appeared and a figure fell to the ground.
Woo 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 woo. The figure was bound with iron chains and a look of terror was on his face.
Manhwa J, I don't want to do this either, but someone forced me to come here. I have no choice.
Chen Lu, what do you mean? You don't want to do it? Chen. Tian walked out of the passage. Of course I don't want to do it. We've come all the way to the border and now we have to go back. Do you want to squeeze me dry?
Chen Lu was already fed up. Who knows how much time and energy he spent opening so many passages. Fortunately, the energy and effort consumed to reopen the
same location is much less, but of course he can't let Chen Tian know about this. Humph. I can't see how you've been squeezed dry. Stop talking nonsense and go find Brother Ling Chi.
Brother Ling Chi, all you see is Brother Ling Chi. Women in love are truly terrifying. He just wants to hurry back to headquarters and never be in the same team as this woman again.
Let's go, they should be downstairs. What about those Manhwa? Just leave them alone? Of course, they're for Brother Ling Chi as a contribution. Don't you understand that?
Chen Xiaoming rolled his eyes behind her. Ever since meeting Ling Chi, it was all brother
Ling Chi this and Brother Ling Chi that. He was fed up.
The two walked out of the room and directly locked the door behind them, while the Manhwa J on the floor
had already fainted. In the conference hall,
Lin Chen sat in a corner with Ling Chi. In front of Lin Chen were 3 plates, one with 2 steaks, one with small cakes,
and the last one with half a lobster. As for Ling Chi and Zhang Lingyu, they only had 1 plate in front of them. Why aren't you eating? You eat, I'm on a diet. This is enough for me.
Ling Chi's plate only had 1 steak, nothing else.
Lin Chen looked at the two with disdain. Are you trying to maintain your image? Why not eat when there's food? I'm starving.
Compared to others who symbolically nibbled on food, Lin Chen was eating heartily. It wasn't that Lin Chen hadn't seen the world, he just didn't like wearing a hypocritical mask. He had just listened to those people outside for a while.
What double pressure enhancement method?
Single pressure enhancement method, material method rotation, a bunch of terms, whether they are useful depends entirely on one's mouth.
As long as a golden
enhancer says it, people applaud. If a black or silver enhancer says it, they nitpick. It was pointless. He even doubted whether the rewards this time were
predetermined.
The situation was much like Lin Chen thought. After the conference started, the worst on stage were all purple enhancers,
but their treatment wasn't much
better than silver ones. At most the ridicule wasn't as severe. As long as a golden one went up, the applause was thunderous.
People leaned forward, trying to hear more experiences.
Meanwhile, Lin Chen sat in the back, eating.
This is so pointless, it's not even as good as my business.
Lin Chen shook his head and casually
ate a small cake.
Ling Chi didn't think Lin Chen was pointless at all. Since he arrived, he had been eating.
By now, didn't he feel like he was eating a bit too much? Lin Chen really didn't feel much, because he was wearing the wisdom crystal around his neck. After returning, the first thing he did was upgrade the wisdom crystal by +50.
Of course, his initial goal was to get +100, but the number of points he had was simply not enough. Even +50 cost him over 300,000 points, and that was after he had been very careful with the enhancement. Wisdom crystal +50 quality, forbidden device level, none effect, ascension, intelligence plus. Duration 3H, each enhancement level doubles the value, 7D, storage, can convert food into physique with no upper limit. Daily -10 physique, cost physique. -100x, enhancement level, until it returns to 0 the intelligence value was no longer displayed as it was too high, and the side effects had now disappeared.
But Lin Chen didn't show this forbidden item to anyone. In everyone's eyes, this thing couldn't be successfully enhanced at all. Even if it succeeded, it would only be at most +2 or +3, which wasn't very useful. After obtaining this, if that +100 weapon equipment appeared again, he wouldn't have to worry. However, there was still a problem. When enhanced to +20, the intelligence increase turned into an active skill. This meant he could only use it once a week. If he had known, he would have only enhanced it to +19. Brother Ling Chi.
Hearing that familiar voice, the three turned around in unison. In the shadow of the corner, Chen Xiaoming and Chen Tianyi
stood there. Lin Chen and Zhang Lingyu didn't move, giving Ling Chi some space. What are you doing here? Didn't you go abroad? In response to Ling Chi's question,
Chen Xiaoming explained speechlessly, it's because of this one from your family.
She ran into someone from our organization and insisted on coming to see you, saying she was worried about your safety. Chen Xiaoming, don't make me slap you when I'm at my happiest. The black demonic energy behind Chen Tianyi solidified,
aiming at Chen Xiaoming, causing the temperature nearby to drop significantly.
Chen Xiaoming quickly ran to the side. Hey, that sounded a bit strange just now. He quietly walked back, believing that with Ling Chi here, his safety was still well assured. What about your other teammate? Sent them off. We said we would come to help. Now, let's not talk about that.
The person hosting the conference on stage is from our organization, and they are really in the room upstairs. They plan to use a drug to poison everyone in the building.
Ling Qi's pupils constricted. So ruthless? Where are they? He. Don't worry, those few have already been taken. Down by me, their arms and legs are broken. I didn't touch this one, leaving it for you to handle. Chen Tianyi handed a glass bottle containing blue potion to Ling Qi. I've given you everything. Chen Xiaoming and I will leave first. Chen Tianyi smiled as she grabbed Chen Xiaoming's collar and headed outside. Looking at the potion bottle in his hand, Ling Qi was a bit dazed. Is it really over just like this? Tianyi, Lin Chen asked me to ask where your magic weapons came from. Lin Chen had thought it would take a long time to handle this matter, but unexpectedly, it was resolved as soon as he returned. Those weapons? I don't know. Ling Qi looked at Chen Tianyi. Yes, this was still the person he knew. The main thing was that this matter was resolved so well, which didn't quite fit Chen Tianyi's character, making him feel strange. If Ling Qi had known that all of this was orchestrated by Chen Xiaoming, he wouldn't have had so many thoughts. Magic liquid can be used to create magic weapons. As for how to operate it, I'm not sure, but it definitely has to do with the magic liquid, Chen Xiaoming added. Although the posture of being grabbed by the collar was a bit awkward since the other party asked, it meant they needed information in this area. Ahem, you did well, so I'll forgive you. Chen Tianyi released her grip. As long as it could help her brother Ling Qi, she could overlook the small grievances. I really thank you. Let's go. It's time for us to return to headquarters, right? Let's go. Chen Tianyi turned around and waved her hand, then followed behind Chen Xiaoming as they left the hotel. Looking at the little girl who once needed his protection, now she had started to protect him. Ling Qi stood there in a daze, wondering when he would be able to protect her again. Brother Ling Qi, are you still watching? They've been gone for 2 minutes. Lin Chen and Zhang Lingyu stood beside Ling Qi, one on the left and one on the right. Zhang Lingyu, notify the garrison. Tianyi and their organization are right here. They have already dealt with them, so capture them and interrogate them directly. As Ling Qi walked, he contacted Tai Sun and the others through the intercom, blocking the door at the side of the podium. Standing on the stage, Manhwa 10 glanced at Ling Qi without paying him any mind. The disguise equipment in his hand was something he had obtained from the Spade, and it was definitely unrecognizable. Zhang Lingyu was also in contact with the guards who had been waiting near the hotel. As soon as the call came in, they arrived in less than 3 minutes, searching each floor and finding the 3 individuals in a restroom. In the lounge upstairs, they found another demon and the unconscious enhancer. Report. All criminals have been apprehended. Lin Chen, who was watching the stands, was startled by the voice beside him. Manhwa 10 also saw the man in the guard's uniform and couldn't help but wonder if his activities had been exposed. But that shouldn't be the case. The people who came this time were all reliable, and no information had leaked out. They were all demons who couldn't survive in human society, who would expose themselves. Gradually, he sensed something was off. Among the crowd below, there were several individuals who were clearly not enhancers. He narrowed his eyes, and dark, bat-like wings extended from his back, leaking demonic energy. Energy arrows instantly pierced his wings, pinning him to the wall. It's over. It's the standard equipment of the Demon Extermination Army, the Demon Extermination Arrows. You are under arrest, please come with me. A tall, slender woman with purple hair walked in from the entrance. Looking at the man pinned to the wall, Lin Chen gritted his teeth. Just looking at it hurts. This woman speaks softly, but she's really ruthless when she acts. That woman is called Ziyang. She is the captain of a small team from the Demon Extermination Army sent to Fongjing. Don't be deceived by her pretty face, she is a true powerhouse at the first level of the 9th rank. Zhang Lingyu was wary of Ziyang. She hadn't informed the Demon Extermination Army about the situation here, so how could this team appear? The members of Ling Qi's team, who were preparing to carry out the arrest, also looked puzzled at the newcomer. How could they show up? Ziyang, this area is under the responsibility of our secret mobile team. Ling Qi, this is a demon. Demons have always been jointly managed by our 2 units. Ziyang looked at Ling Qi with a smile, feeling no problem with her involvement in this matter. Ling Qi wanted to refute but found no way to do so. Initially, the secret mobile team had always been responsible for guarding the demon prison. However, in the latest demon prison, both low-risk and high-risk cases were managed by the 2 units together. Ziyang's statement was not incorrect. But now that Lin Chen was involved, it was different. However, your task is to prevent any external threats to Lin Chen, not to handle internal matters. We can take care of this, you don't need to interfere. Ziyang shook her right hand back and forth. No, I believe we should work together. Lin Chen's location needs to be secure. Ziyang waved her hand, and her team members stepped forward to pull Manhwa 10 down from the wall, leaving his wings behind. Then a pair of silver handcuffs were placed on his wrists. Beep. The red light on the handcuffs lit up. Boss, it's done. Take him away. Hand him over to the guards. Ling Qi looked at Ziyang speechlessly. I mean, is it really necessary? In the end, he still has to be handed over to the guards. What's the difference if we handle it? He thought Ziyang would take this demon back to Kyoto directly, but in the end, it was still handed over to the guards. You don't understand. Ziyang turned and walked towards Lin Chen. Damn. You're not here for the wine, are you? Ling Qi realized that Ziyang was coming for Lin Chen.
The Ziyang team was sent to protect Lin Chen after Ling Qi, but they usually spread out in the city and wouldn't get close to Lin Chen.
However, after learning about Ling Qi's weapons and the weapons Lin Chen provided to Kyoto, Ziyang became anxious. But without meeting, they had no way to act. They couldn't just show up at his door. This time was an opportunity for Ziyang. Zhang Lingyu stood in front of Lin Chen, watching Ziyang warily. She knew a bit about this woman Ziyang. She was straightforward and never cared about others' opinions. Hello, Lin Chen, I am Ziyang, the captain of the demon-slaying army team. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Ziyang smiled and extended her right hand. Lin Chen also reached out his right hand to shake hers, still unsure of the situation.
Now that we've met, you should return to your post, Zhang Lingyu suddenly said. Ziyang glanced at Zhang Lingyu. It's my first time meeting Lin Chen. How can I leave so soon? Yeah, Zhang Jie.
After all, she just subdued the demon. Lin Chen thought Zhang Lingyu was a bit too tense.
Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen and pulled Ziyang away. Ziyang didn't resist and followed. What are you going to do? Lingyu, no matter what, I'm still your good friend. Why are you so guarded against me? It's precisely because we're friends that I'm cautious. Who doesn't know your personality?
But remember, Lin Chen has a reputation to uphold. Watch your words.
Ziyang smiled. Lingyu, I know the situation well, don't worry. Of course, I won't replace your position. I can't do what you do. What I'm good at is fighting.
Zhang Lingyu rolled her eyes. If you could replace my position, that would be great. I haven't leveled up in a long time. Then rest assured, I won't take your place.
I'm here to ask Lin Chen to
help upgrade our team's weapons.
So that's how it is. It seems she was overthinking. Zhang Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't anything else, it was fine.
In the distance, Lin Chen and Ling Qi stood together.
Brother Ling Qi, why does Zhang Jie seem so nervous? What's up with this Ziyang sister? Ziyang. Sister?
I hope you dare to call her that later.
He certainly wouldn't.
I'm not very familiar with Ziyang, but I've heard of her. She's very strong, but she's direct in her speech and actions, and she's been complained about countless times. I remember once when a domain gate appeared in the city, she flattened all the buildings within a 2-kilometer radius.
Lin Chen's eye twitched. What does being direct have to do with it? It's clearly a destructive urge. That shouldn't be the case. He had clearly seen Zhang Lingyu's serious vigilance just now. I don't know about that.
Although our several teams belong to the same department, we
don't actually interact much. Each task is done separately.
Not to mention the secret mobile team and the demon-slaying army. Even within the secret mobile team,
not every squad is familiar with each other. Soon, the two women returned. Although Zhang Lingyu's expression was still serious, it was much better than before. Lin Chen, I have something I need your help with. Don't be polite, I'll definitely help as long as I can. You see, could you help strengthen the equipment for our team? Of course, the payment will be made, you can rest assured about that.
After Ziyang finished speaking, she looked at Lin Chen anxiously.
No problem, just
come to my shop tomorrow. He thought it was something serious, turns out it was just this. What they didn't know was that Lin Chen had never said he wouldn't help them strengthen. He just didn't want to help the upper management too much. After all, he also needed some free time.
But in Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu's eyes, they were considered people at the national level, so they never thought of asking Lin Chen for help with the enhancement.
So when they heard that Ziyang's request was
approved, Ling Qi quickly looked at Lin Chen. Can my team members also be enhanced?
Lin Chen looked at Ling Qi strangely. Of course they can.
When did I say they couldn't? I thought your team members didn't want to enhance at all. Ling Qi. He looked at Zhang Lingyu, and Zhang Lingyu looked at him. The two of them raised their heads as if something had gone wrong somewhere. But anyway, this matter was settled, and it was a good thing for them. A grand meeting just ended like this, and in the end, we still didn't get the golden epic weapon. Sitting in the shop, Lin Chen was very dissatisfied with yesterday's meeting. Aside
from having a meal, he gained nothing and almost encountered danger in the end.
If there isn't one, then there isn't.
When Sister Zhang has time, she'll go back and
look for you. Zhang Lingyu put down her phone. Can you get me a red myth level weapon?
Lin Chen suddenly sat up.
I think yesterday's meeting was indeed not great. Zhang Lingyu picked up her phone again. Scared, finding a golden epic weapon is already difficult enough, and now you want a red myth? You might as well just kill me. Dingling Ziyang, whom they met yesterday, came with her team members. Lin Chen, do you have time now? I have time, give me the items, and I'll enhance them for you right now. How much do you plan to enhance them to? 20 is fine. In fact, Ziyang was still a bit anxious, knowing that the upper limit was only 20.
As for 50, she didn't dare to think about it. She wouldn't make such a request before these weapons became widespread.
Ziyang placed the weapon on the
counter, and Lin Chen took it. When he saw the bow, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. It was actually a myth-level longbow.
Although it was only level 85, its attributes were
indeed quite splendid. Explosive longbow, myth, +5 equipment level, LV 85 durability, 51/55 damage, 921-1108, +276, additional, critical hit chance +50%. Critical damage plus 20% penetration plus 40 agility plus 40 special, explosive arrow, energy arrow explosion radius 5 meters, damage at 0.5 asterisk, agility, CD 30s. Can I ask if you can still get this kind of red myth level weapon? Xiang shook her head. Such weapons are very rare. There are less than 100 in the country, and it's hard to obtain. These weapons are difficult to forge. They are not easy to come by. Such weapons rely entirely on luck. What kind of materials are needed to forge weapons of this quality? At least products from the catastrophe level gate are needed to forge them. As I said before, it's very difficult to forge. Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed. If only he were a blacksmith, he could just make a red myth weapon, right? But then again, the weapons made by blacksmiths might not necessarily be better than those he enhanced himself. However, the fact that it initially had special attributes was indeed attractive. I'll enhance them for you first. Brother Ling Chi, please collect the money for me, 3 million each. Okay. Ling Chi took out a card reader and placed it on the table. Swipe it. Without anyone else paying, Xiang paid all the money herself. After Ling Chi went behind the screen, Xiang approached Zhang Lingyu. Why does Lin Chen want a myth weapon so much? Didn't you tell him that such weapons are already in circulation? I didn't say, but I feel like it wouldn't be of much use if I did. I mentioned before that no one uses magic weapons and they appear randomly. You see, he even made magic weapons for himself, but who knows if he can succeed. But even if he does succeed, only he can use it. Regarding this matter, Xiang does know, but she does not agree with Zhang Lingyu's statement. I think you've forgotten one thing. He is supposed to provide some plus 50 mind's eye. If I didn't have this mythical weapon now, I would want to try making a magic weapon. Zhang Lingyu was taken aback. Yes, the mind's eye. The reason Lin Chen could use the magic weapon was precisely because of his plus 50 mind's eye. But this is different from mythical weapons. You also said that these materials are all obtained from the catastrophe domain gate. What I'm worried about is that once Lin Chen learns this news, he will head to the catastrophe domain gate. This was what she was truly concerned about. They couldn't possibly send a team to accompany him every time. There simply weren't that many people. Xiang glanced behind the screen. I don't think you need to worry at all. I believe he won't put himself in a dangerous situation. With his current abilities, he could just lie flat and do nothing and still live well. Xiang was not wrong. After all, given Lin Chen's current situation, even if he only enhanced one weapon a week, he would be well taken care of. Every additional enhanced weapon was a step forward for the country. You guys stop chatting for a moment. Did you hear? There's no sound coming from inside. Ling Chi had been paying attention to the screen behind him. Usually, the sound of Lin Chen successfully enhancing a weapon was quite frequent, but today it had suddenly stopped. This was unreasonable. After entering behind the screen, the first thing Lin Chen enhanced was Xiang's weapon. It smoothly reached plus 20. The reason he stopped was that there was a problem with the attributes. Explosive longbow, mythical, plus 20, equipment. Level, LV85, durability, 51/55, damage, 921-1108, plus 733, additional, critical hit chance plus 50%, critical damage plus 20%, plus 10%, penetration plus 40, agility plus 40, special. Chain explosion arrow fires 10 energy arrows in succession to form a circular explosion area of 50 meters, damage adds 5 asterisk, agility, CD, 5M, indeed, the ability in the special attributes had changed. This had never happened before. After all, the highest he had enhanced previously was just a golden epic weapon. Even a forbidden weapon only had that one ability. Lin Chen couldn't help but ponder whether it was because the mythical weapon initially came with special attributes that led to changes during the enhancement process? Aside from this explanation, Lin Chen couldn't think of any other. And this once again ignited his desire for mythical weapons. I wonder how things are going in Kyoto now. It's been almost 4 days, right? Achu still in that catastrophe domain gate. Chen Jun was rubbing his nose. I don't know why, but I suddenly started sneezing. There hasn't been any flu recently, right? At our level, an ordinary cold doesn't affect us anymore. It's probably the influence of the magical energy here. Zhao Guanyuan looked at the magical liquid in front of him and then said, today was the 4th day since the weapon was placed in the magical liquid, and he had no idea about the weapon's condition. Let's take a look. The professional with the plus 100 mind's eye reached into the magical liquid, and the liquid hissed and emitted smoke. A hot weapon was pulled out from the liquid, and some black patterns had already appeared on the weapon, but they were very faint. It really works. It seems that organization is indeed using magical liquid to create this kind of weapon. Old Chen, you should find a way to trade more mind's eyes with Lin Chen, and then we can organize a team to use this kind of weapon. Chen Jun glanced at Zhao Guanyuan. Is that so easy to get? If possible, he would like to, but one must give people time to rest. Although Lin Chen's speed in enhancing weapons is fast, he hasn't reached the point of dozens in a day. If he really spoke up, Lin Chen wouldn't refuse, but he still has his pride. Use it first and later exchange it for a magic weapon with him. Or say to reduce the number of other weapons first. Getting a few more of the eye of the mind isn't impossible. Chen Junjun was also tempted by the
Effective the eye of the mind. But this is a plus 100 equipment, not plus 50. Just looking at it, wanting to get such a weapon from Lin Chen is out of the question. Plus 50 is still possible. However, he has a big doubt in his heart. How exactly did Lin Chen do it? Chen Junjing is not unfamiliar with enhancers. In fact, he knows many. After all, his status is there. Even a red level enhancer has to give him face, and he understands some knowledge about enhancing equipment. The later the enhancement level, the lower the success rate. The poorer the quality of the enhancer, the lower the success rate. But Lin Chen's enhancer looks silver, logically enhancing. To level 9 should be about it. Unless his enhancer is not silver level at all, but a higher level that has never appeared before. But it shouldn't be like that. In short, there are too many things he doesn't understand. But Chen Junjing never delves into these things, whether it's a higher level or Lin Chen having his unique method. As long as there can be a higher output of enhanced equipment, that's enough. Being able to use these equipments to conquer higher domain gates is all that matters. Chen Duo, arrange some manpower, take this plus 100 eye of the mind, and go to a disaster level domain gate if feasible. Chen Duo nodded. Then I'll arrange a batch of demon exorcism army to go tomorrow. Wait, I haven't finished using it yet. There are so many demon people in the high-risk prison that haven't been dealt with. Zhao Guangyuan was unhappy. As the director of the Demon Chi Treatment Institute, demon people are his important subject. You just take the plus 50, they need it more than you do. Chen Junjing pointed at Chen Duo. Zhao Guangyuan opened his mouth but could only reluctantly accept. Demon people can be dealt with at any time, but if they don't handle the domain gate now, there won't be another opportunity later. The fact that disaster level can evolve has already appeared. Who knows if there will be any problems with the disaster level gate after existing for a long time. In short, their research on domain gates has always remained superficial. After all, manpower is limited. Your equipment is ready, take a look. In less than 2 hours, the weapons of Xiang and the others have been enhanced. The one that took the longest was Xiang's myth-level weapon, not because of the enhancement process, but after it was finished. Xiang took the weapon and nodded in satisfaction. She decided to shrink the defense circle a bit, just within a 2-kilometer radius around Lin Chen. When Lin Chen goes home, they must also guard around him. The significance that Lin Chen represents is too great. Thank you very much. With such weapons, our strength will increase by about 20%. It's nothing, payment on delivery. Lin Chen didn't think it was a big deal, just a casual task. After Xiang left, Lin Chen came to Zhang Lingyu's side. What is it? Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen warily, hoping it wasn't a red weapon. There really isn't one. Sister Zhang, your attitude really makes me sad. Lin Chen was speechless. Was it really necessary? As long as you don't mention myth-level equipment, everything is negotiable. One sentence left Lin Chen completely blocked. Lin Chen turned to look at Ling Qi. It's not that I don't want to help, but there really isn't any myth-level equipment. It's all years of accumulation. Ling Qi shook his head repeatedly. He didn't dare to take this bait. If Zhang Lingyu can't handle it, how can you expect this combat personnel to manage? Isn't that just making things difficult for him? Sai Lin Chen sighed, lying on the lounge chair, looking troubled. Zhang Lingyu felt a bit reluctant. It's not that I'm not trying to find you red equipment, but the worst red equipment is above level 85. Moreover, what you want are hot weapons, which simply don't exist. After all, weapons are meant to be used by people, and the number of professions that use hot weapons is too few, especially those who can reach level 85 to join the demon-slaying army. Most red mythic weapons are in the hands of the demon-slaying army, as their tasks are different from others. High-quality weapons can enhance their combat power and increase their survival ability. A small portion is in the hands of the covert mobile team, while the rest are in the other two teams. However, the combined number of those two teams might not even reach 20. Level 85 isn't that high. Give me 2 years, and I can definitely reach it, Lin Chen muttered softly. As long as there is enough time, he can allow all the enhancers in the country to use the weapons he has enhanced. By then, his leveling speed wouldn't be slow at all. Ling Qi sat in a chair beside him, looking up at the ceiling in silence. He felt somewhat hurt. But thinking about Lin Chen's current level, it didn't seem impossible. It hasn't been long, and Lin Chen's level is already close to the 5th tier. He remembered that it took him a whole year to reach the 5th tier back then. Moreover, he is an enhancer. Could it be that enhancing allows for leveling up? But other enhancers haven't leveled up either. They generally hover around level 20. They haven't thought about leveling up, but the benefits of leveling are simply too poor. These enhancers level up to their 20s just for a slight increase in physical attributes, allocating their gained attributes to strength and constitution. He remembered that the highest enhancer was a red quality enhancer who reached level 4, tier 2, and then stopped. They still allocated their attributes to strength and constitution, simply making it a bit easier when working. How about this? Once your level goes up, I'll talk to Director Chen. How about asking him to research a red level hot weapon for you? But don't get your hopes too high. The disaster level gate isn't that easy to deal with. Are you sure? Lin Chen sat up straight. Red weapons inherently come with special attributes, and if a red weapon could be turned into a magic weapon, those attributes would increase even more. If he could learn the method of crafting forbidden weapons, Lin Chen shook his head. That possibility was too low. The patterns of forbidden weapons are chaotic, not as clear-cut as magic weapons. Of course I'm sure, given your situation, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Chen stroked his chin. So you mean if we start crafting red weapons now, I should be able to craft one by the time I reach tier 8, right? Theoretically, yes. Zhang Lingyu nodded. It could take a year to craft one or two, and even if the success rate for hot weapons is low, crafting one in 2 or 3 years is still possible. If there are enough materials, crafting one in a year isn't impossible either. Then can you say I want a demon-slaying army squad that belongs to me? What do you want that for? Zhang Lingyu asked curiously. Even 2 fully equipped demon-slaying army squads would only be 20 people, which isn't enough in the disaster level gate. Just say whether it's possible or not. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Lingyu replied, 2 squads should be fine. The Xiang squad is currently responsible for your area. We just need to add one more squad. Since you say so, then it's settled. Lin Chen thought, isn't it just a lack of materials? I can just gather them myself. He directly took out his phone and dialed Chen Junjing's number. The phone rang 6 or 7 times without anyone answering. Lin Chen took down his phone, and the name on the screen was indeed Chen Junjing, no doubt about it. Far away in Kyoto, Chen Junjing looked at the number on his phone, his face full of conflict, wondering whether to answer or not. Old Chen, what are you doing? Pick up the phone, Zhao Guangyuan urged as he saw Lin Chen's name. You don't understand, he never calls, and when he does, it must be for something important, something big. Zhao Guangyuan directly snatched the phone and answered, Lin Chen, what's the matter with your call? Lin Chen listened to the familiar yet strange voice. Who is this? Zhao Guangyuan sighed with a hint of grievance. I'm Zhao Guangyuan, the director of the Demon Energy Treatment Center. Uncle Zhao, of course, I know it's you. I was just joking with you. Lin Chen's voice was filled with embarrassment. Zhao Guangyuan didn't mind. Lin Chen, is there something you need? Did you finish enhancing the Eye of the Soul? I haven't started on that yet. Is the demon equipment ready? You asked me about the Eye of the Soul, but you're asking if my weapon is ready. The demon equipment, Lin Chen anyway. He opened his panel and his level had actually reached the 5th tier, and that will take some time, but it looks like it should be soon. By the way, can you pass the phone to Director Chen? I need to talk to him about something. Old Chen, here's your call, you take it. Zhao Guangyuan handed the phone to Chen Junjing with a heavy heart. Why did Lin Chen have to speak so unpleasantly? Couldn't he just make a decision himself? Why did it have to be Chen Junjing? What do you need the demon troops for? Didn't I already send a team over? Alright, no problem, I'll send you 2 more teams today, and if that's not enough, I'll send some from the covert mobile unit too. Chen Junjing went from confusion to beaming with joy. This change left Zhao Guangyuan dumbfounded. How did he not know when Chen Junjing learned this skill of changing expressions? After hanging up, Zhao Guangyuan quickly asked what was going on. It's great news. He wants 2 teams of demon troops to go gather materials at the disaster level. Zhao Guangyuan shook his head repeatedly. That won't do, the demon energy there is no joke. But Lin Chen said all weapons will be enhanced and a plus 50 Eye of the Soul will become standard equipment for the entire team. Zhao Guangyuan stared intently at Chen Junjing. You really have good luck. Remember to let me use them after Lin Chen is done. Chen Junjing looked smug. Don't even think about it, that's our demon troops equipment. Old dog Chen. Done. Lin Chen happily hung up the phone. Hey Lin Chen, what do you think of me? Although my strength isn't great, I actually know quite a bit about materials. Zhang Lingyu swallowed hard and approached Lin Chen to promote herself. That's a full set of plus 50 equipment, plus the Eye of the Soul. Anyone who joins the team will have such a set of equipment. This is an opportunity. That won't do. Your level isn't higher than mine yet. You can't use that equipment. Zhang Lingyu's face instantly turned red. But I'm already level 4, level 8. How could that be? Sorry, I'm at level 5. Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen in shock. I'm 24 years old, level 4, level 8. You're 18 years old, level 5. Is this reasonable? Is it reasonable? Beside them, Ling Qi pulled Zhang Lingyu aside and leaned closer. Our team's level is all at level 8. We've been to the disaster level domain gate and have rich experience. It should be fine for us to go, and I'll have Iron Patrol be your personal bodyguard. The plus 50 charm is just too great. Don't worry, brother Ling Qi, there will definitely be spots for you guys. After all, I have to go in at that time, and there's no need to open here. The room fell silent, and Zhang Lingyu no longer wanted to think about weapons. What? You're going in too? Does Director Chen know? Did he agree? Zhang Lingyu's tone was urgent. The disaster level gate and the calamity level were 2 different matters. He should have agreed. Anyway, he didn't oppose it during the call just now. Zhang Lingyu nodded. No, wait. You didn't even mention it during the call. No, I need to call Director Chen. Zhang Lingyu had always prioritized Lin Chan's safety. She took her phone and walked outside. Sister Zhang. However, Zhang Lingyu's footsteps did not stop as she walked out the door. Let's wait until she finishes the call. Your safety is the most important. Alright, but brother Lingqi, do you know how many abilities a reinforcer has? Just one reinforcement, right? I haven't heard of reinforcers having other abilities. Unlike our combat and support professions, a new skill appears every 10 levels. Lin Chen rubbed his chin as he looked at his panel information. Name: Lin Chen. Profession: Reinforcer. Potential: B level 5th stage 0 level. 0.04%. Attributes: Strength 24, Stamina 33, Agility 42, Intelligence 9 plus 203, Distributable points 175. Exclusive skills: Reinforcement, Inlay. General skills: None. Inlay can inlay runes into weapons to gain different abilities. To be honest, Lin Chen found this skill a bit confusing. Shouldn't this be the job of a blacksmith? Why is it something a reinforcer does? Lingqi reacted. Wait, don't tell me you got a new ability after leveling up to 50. If that's the case, he would feel sorry for that red reinforcer just 8 levels away, and with a little time he could reach the 5th stage. Well, I did gain an additional ability, but I haven't seen what it mentioned. What is it? Runes. The skill I got at the 5th stage is Inlay, which allows me to inlay runes into weapons and equipment to gain different abilities. He hadn't come into contact with runes for such a long time. Lingqi shook his head. I'm not sure either. You should ask Zhang Lingyu about this. She should know. Outside, Zhang Lingyu was still unaware of Lin Chen's situation. She was on the phone with Director Chen. What? He's going in too? Chen Junzheng almost choked on his saliva. He thought it was just the demon-slaying army and the secret mobile team going in, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to go in as well. Chen Junzheng felt a bit flustered because he knew that if he didn't let Lin Chen in, everything he said later might not happen. What plus 50? Weapons? What plus 50? Mind's eye. Yes, he wants to go along. He said with so many people protecting him, there would definitely be no problem. Sometimes he has some strange ideas. What I'm worried about is that he might do something odd, like using demon liquid to create demon word weapons. Zhang Lingyu wasn't worried about safety, but some dangers didn't come from others, but from Lin Chen himself. Lin Chen, no need to worry, I value my life even more. Zhang Lingyu was overthinking. Lin Chen would never put himself in danger. Just be careful, I can't just agree and then backtrack. At a critical moment, forcibly take him away and not let him stay inside. In the face of absolute power, no matter how much you resist, it's useless. After hanging up, Zhang Lingyu sighed lightly. Why has this task become increasingly difficult? The child has grown up and is harder to manage. Zhang Lingyu still missed the early days when she was so carefree. How did it change to this? In just over 2 months? Dingling, what are you two discussing? Sister Zhang, can I go? Lin Chen looked at Zhang Lingyu anxiously, genuinely worried that he might not be able to go. He actually already had a way to cope, which was the crystallization of wisdom. With that, he could wield any weapon with ease. Zhang Lingyu rolled her eyes. Is that what you're discussing? Don't worry, you can go, but at the necessary moment, I will have Lingqi knock you out and take you away. Lin Chen's eyes widened. Knock out? Is it really that harsh? No, that's unnecessary, right? Just let me go, I value my life. Valuing your life is good. Zhang Lingyu returned to her seat and Lin Chen leaned over. Sister Zhang, do you know about runes? Runes? I really don't know about that, but I can ask for you. On the 3rd day, 2 teams arrived in Fengjing. Chen Luo, I didn't expect to see you here. Feng Yu, I can't believe they sent you here. That prison. Feng Yu waved his hand. Don't worry about the prison. 2 new teams have replaced us. The 2 teams made their way to Lin Chen's shop. This is the shop, right? I can't wait. Feng Yu held a pitch-black dagger, its blade dull and dark. This opportunity was something he had fought for. If others hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known about it. Me too. Chen Luo held a magic wand with a white crystal on it. The 2 walked into the room, where a team was already present. Oh, Xiang, you're here too. Yeah, I'm part of a team as well. You arrived just in time. Xiang greeted the 2 with a smile. We can catch up later. I'll meet Lin Chen first. Lin Chen's basic information had already been sent to the 2 teams. Hello Lin Chen, I am Chen Luo, captain of the 2nd team of the demon-slaying army, a 9th tier. Level 5 spatial practitioner. Hello. Time is fleeting, space is king. The personnel dispatched this time were indeed quite powerful. Hello Lin Chen, I am Feng Yu, captain of the 2nd team of the secret mobile unit, a 9th tier level 4 assassin. Hello. Lin Chen was a bit stunned. How come they were all 9th tier practitioners? Wasn't it said that 9th tier practitioners were rare? These 2 didn't look like they were even 40. Should I reintroduce myself? Seeing them so formal, Xiang looked at Zhang Lingyu. She knew that Zhang Lingyu was responsible for external matters, and as for Lingqi beside her, it was better not to bother. Those familiar with him knew that there was no need to say too much. No need, I know your information. Lin Chen waved his hand. He found it hard to accept such an overly formal occasion. Lingqi stood by, lowering his presence. He didn't expect that all of them would be from the 2nd team. Whether it was the demon-slaying army or the secret mobile unit, the team numbers represented their strength, and the numbers changed every 6 months. The smaller the number, the stronger the strength. The first 5 teams were always responsible for the safety around the capital, and they had many responsibilities. His own team number was 18. Although it was strong, it couldn't compare to these two teams. Can I curiously ask about your ages? Little brother, a girl's age is a secret, but I can tell you I'm 26 this year. Lin Chen muttered, she's not small at all. Chen Luo is 29. Fang Yu is 29. Lin Chen exclaimed, you're all geniuses, reaching above 9th tier at this age. However, I remember it was said that there are very few people at the 9th level, so why do I feel like there are quite a lot? Whether from news reports or what he learned in real life, he recalled that the number of 9th level individuals in the country was only a little over 100, and they were all well-known figures. The younger generation had almost no 9th level professionals. There was a program that discussed the matter of professionals called the Lonely Generation. That's all for show. Other countries like ours also hide the number of 9th level professionals. Chen Luo shook his head. This was very much in line with Huagua, always keeping something back, no matter what. Lin Chen had forgotten about this. Ahem, regarding the situation here, I think everyone is clear. So I'll just say a few simple things. Weapons and the Eye of the Mind are the first batch of enhanced equipment. Once the equipment is enhanced, we will head to the disaster domain gate. Before these teams arrived, Lin Chen had spent 2 days discussing this issue with Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu. His point was that the higher the enhancement, the longer it took, and his mental energy consumption was also significant. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't have that many points. Calculating based on 3,000 points per piece of equipment for 40 people, that would be 120,000 points. So his plan was to first resolve the weapons and the Eye of the Mind, and then enhance 1 or 2 other pieces every few days. This way, he could basically get everything done in about a month. In fact, he didn't want to enhance equipment and accessories. For Lin Chen, enhancing these for others was of no help to him, but to obtain materials for crafting red equipment, these efforts were necessary. Moreover, he did not plan to return these 4 teams to Qinjunzheng, at least not at this stage, because he didn't know when he would need these teams again. It was better to keep them for now. In the next 3 days, Lin Chen hung up a closed sign and focused on enhancing their weapons. After the last piece of equipment was successfully enhanced, Lin Chen lay in his chair, weakly staring at the ceiling. I will never enhance so many high-level weapons at once again, it's just too exhausting. Since he could see the success rate, he always wanted to spend the least amount of points. Once the weapons reached plus 30, he would take each piece out a dozen times or use a few ordinary pieces as a cushion. Because of this, he spent much more time than usual and was even more tired. But the benefits were also clear. He gained a clear understanding of the average success rate at each enhancement level. Now, as long as he reached that number, he wouldn't take any other actions and would enhance directly. The next day, Lin Chen called everyone to the shop. All weapons have been successfully enhanced. Take them. Next, we will head to the disaster level gate to find materials. The group nodded after glancing at each other. The location has been chosen. There is a disaster level domain gate near Fengjing. Lin Chen looked at them suspiciously. Don't lie to me. How could there be a disaster level domain gate near Fengjing? Shouldn't such places have been announced long ago? Disaster level domain gates are a very dangerous type of gate, and when such gates appear, the city is usually informed to prepare for evacuation. He had never heard of it. Normally, that's the case, but the location of that gate is in the mountains, so the danger isn't that great. Moreover, the demon-slaying army had already cleared it out years ago, and now there are people from the demon-slaying army guarding it. Although the resources inside aren't plentiful anymore, they are enough for one person to use. Resources are mostly non-renewable. Once they are nearly depleted, such gates are usually dismantled. Every year, the demon-slaying army has the most work. Low-level gates are managed by the garrison, mid-level ones by the covert mobile teams, and high-level ones by the demon-slaying army. Hazardous items must be cleared and dismantled, useless ones must be dismantled, and any unstable factors must also be dismantled. One could say that the demon extermination army spends the whole year either dismantling domain gates or on the way to dismantling them. Alright, let's set off then. Lin Chen took out his revolver and checked it, nodding in satisfaction. The reason for the extra effort to enhance it was mainly that Lin Chen wanted to strengthen his revolver to 100. Demon SM500 revolver epic plus 100 equipment level LV30 durability 6170 its damage 356 to 412 plus 3.09 million. Additional critical damage plus 10% plus 30%. Critical rate plus 20% plus 10%. Explosive attack. Each bullet has an explosion radius of 0.5 meters plus 1 meter. Rapid fire 6 shots per second. CD-10s special psionic bullets. The user's energy automatically fills the magazine. 1S/shot death revolver. Each attack stacks a 10% critical chance, stacking up to 5 times. If no attack occurs for 1 minute, the stacking effect disappears. Although it was slightly inferior to that Grelin submachine gun, Lin Chen was still very satisfied with this attribute. The firepower might be lacking, but the damage was still sufficient. As for energy consumption, Lin Chen was not worried at all. The wisdom crystal around his neck was no ordinary item. For vehicles left in succession heading towards the distant mountains, after leaving The city. Lin Chen looked at the occasional professionals and asked, are the resources from these domain gates unlimited? Why do I feel like so many people are going to these gates?
Not exactly unlimited. A large amount of resources have already been cleared out, and some are already on the destruction list, Zhang Lingyu
said, taking out her phone to check the information.
Low-level domain gates are generally left alone as long as there are no major issues, otherwise, low-level
professionals would have nowhere to upgrade.
However, resources are a significant problem, and leaving too many useless domain gates can also be a disaster.
Soon,
Fongjing City was no longer visible, and there were hardly any professionals around. The trees along the road began to increase, and the distant mountains were getting closer. By around 4 in the afternoon, Lin Chen and his group arrived at the nearest disaster-level domain gate to Fongjing, which was 400 kilometers away.
This was Lin Chen's first time seeing a disaster-level domain gate, but it felt not much different from the calamity-level domain gate in Kyoto. The only difference
might be the thick demonic energy continuously surging out and the numerous eyes of the mind placed around, along with the 5 individuals radiating a holy light.
Chuyu, we're here, Ziyang greeted as he stepped forward.
Just be careful, after all, this is. Before Chuyu could finish her sentence, a huge light
suddenly erupted from Lin Chen and his group, illuminating the entire area.
The surging demonic energy instantly dissipated. The whole sky seemed to brighten.
So, what were you going to say just now? Ziyang looked at Chuyu with a face full of curiosity.
Chuyu's mouth twitched. Was it really necessary to hold a grudge over
her stealing your ex-boyfriend from ages ago?
It's nothing, have fun, Chuyu said, glancing at Lin Chen in the crowd.
He was the legendary enhancer, right? She
also wanted to join this team, but the higher-ups did not agree. After all, guarding the gate was equally important. Yet, she had a feeling that this gate probably wouldn't need guarding in a few days. With such a team going in, the monsters inside would likely suffer.
Lin Chen, let's go in, Ziyang said, leading the team to enter the gate first.
As Ziyang's team entered, the range of their light gradually expanded, and the demonic energy slowly retreated back into the space.
Then the
others followed in, with Lin Chen standing in the middle, flanked by the Ling Qi team and Zhang Lingyu.
Why do I feel like Sister Ziyang was doing that on purpose? Just now? Lin Chen was all too familiar with Ziyang's expression. Wasn't that just passive showboating? Well, maybe there's some conflict between the two, Ling,
she said after thinking for a moment. Women's matters are too complicated. That's all adult stuff, you shouldn't pry into it, Zhang Lingyu said with a smile. She was well aware of the situation with these two. After entering the disaster-level domain gate, the distant monsters opened their crimson eyes, shimmering with
a seductive light in the dark environment.
These monsters don't look easy to deal with. Lin Chen swallowed hard, feeling uncomfortable under their gaze.
Monsters
are called monsters because they attack without regard for cost or pain. Even knowing they might die, they will still attack you, but with the mind's eye, they don't dare to be too reckless, Chen Junjing said, explaining why he dared to let them in.
Strengthening a weak mind's eye doesn't achieve this effect, but a strong one is exceptionally powerful, especially in such circumstances. With over 20 enhanced eyes, the safety level is still quite high. Don't attack the monsters yet. Let's find other materials first and deal with the monsters last, Chen Luo reminded. Don't worry. Disaster-level monsters are different from those in other places.
Low-level monsters don't have high intelligence, but high-level monsters do possess some intelligence. Although this intelligence is tainted by demonic energy, at least they know that this group of people is not easy to mess with, especially those with such protective shields. They won't attack, but these monsters will follow Lin Chen and his group. As they moved, the number of monsters increased.
Is it really okay to let them follow us like this?
Lin Chen looked at the growing
number of monsters, feeling uncertain. This wasn't what he had in mind.
In Lin Chen's view, they should be advancing step by step. Why were they just walking in without
caring about the monsters?
If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have come. Don't worry, we've always done it this way, it just looks a bit scary. Besides, your mind's eye is much stronger than ours before. Chen Luo patted Lin Chen's shoulder, reassuring him.
Lin Chen's eyelid twitched. How could he relax?
There were probably hundreds of monsters behind him, the lowest being B-level, with most being A-level.
He even spotted a few special A-level monsters. Crying. Face monster LV-68?
That looked quite terrifying. One swipe from it and Lin Chen would be done for.
How could he relax? The reason they said entering a
disaster level area required at least level 8 or even 9 was that the monster's attacks carried demonic energy, which could affect a person's mind.
If you entered with too low a level, you wouldn't stand a chance.
Seeing Lin Chen still looking worried, Fan Yu comforted him. Although special A-level monsters have their
unique traits, they are not invincible. You should have confidence in your plus 50 mind's eye. If you didn't have that, we wouldn't dare bring you in, not to mention
you also have a plus 100 mind's eye on you.
Fine.
Lin Chen had already decided that next time, he would clear all the monsters first before starting to look for materials. Along the way, Lin Chen used the light from his mind's eye to survey the environment. The entire world within the domain gate was shrouded in black tones. Both the ground and the dead trees were pitch black, with no other colors visible.
By the way, what are we looking for?
Lin Chen knew there were materials here, but
he wasn't clear on what exactly.
or wood crystals. These can all be found in the environment. In addition, there are items on the monsters such as their fur, claws, eyes, and bones, which can all be used as materials. Chen Luo took out his magic wand, which was embedded with a somewhat transparent white crystal. When illuminated by light, some patterns could be seen inside. The crystal on it was found in this place, and its effect is to increase the power of spatial abilities. The only regret is that the amplification is too small, only 5%. Chen Luo shook his head, feeling a bit disappointed. This time, he also planned to find a new crystal for himself to replace it later. We've arrived. Xiang halted the team, and in front of her was a pile of scattered rocks. Ling Qi, you are responsible for protecting Lin Chen. The rest of you search for materials, and the captain should pay attention to the movements of the monsters. Be ready to act at any time, and leave directly if necessary. 7 or 8 team members approached the pile of rocks, using tools to break the boulders and search through them. Some took out shovels to dig and sift through the ground. Others examined the surrounding trees, looking for suitable wood. Lin Chen blinked. Sister Zhang, is this how materials are found? Why not use weapons? Wouldn't weapons be more effective? It depends on the nature of the materials. Some can be found this way, while others cannot. So in this case, using the most primitive method is actually the best. As they searched for materials, the monsters continued to wander restlessly in the distance. Chen Luo frowned as he observed the gathering monsters. Do you have the feeling that their movements are becoming more frequent? Fang Yu observed carefully and nodded. Indeed, the frequency has increased. Could it be that there is something important here? Could it be an energy entity? Xiang suggested. Chen Luo shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. Energy entities are generally located near the center of the domain gate, and we've been moving sideways all along. What if we are actually walking towards the center? Fang Yu's words made the other two ponder this possibility. The surroundings were dim and visibility was poor. Even with the light from the mind's eye, they couldn't see far. It's important to know that the location of the domain gate opening is random, and the so-called energy entity is at the center of the domain gate. This creates a problem. Any of the 4 directions could potentially be the center. This domain gate had been developed but not completely, and the path they were on had never been traversed before. As they advanced, the monsters grew increasingly agitated. Everyone, stop. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, everyone working immediately put away their tools and surrounded Lin Chen in the center. Lin Chen, who had thought he was safe watching the monsters from a distance, was startled by Chen Luo's shout. Seeing the people around him protecting him, he began to panic. Is something wrong? Not sure. I've never been to such a high-level place before. Zhang Lingyu looked at Chen Luo and the others with a worried expression, wondering what had happened. Chen Luo looked at the monsters in the distance. They were still wandering, their eyes shining even brighter. Moreover, the number of special-grade monsters had increased. What's going on? We've already stopped, so why are they still surrounding us? Not sure. You know monsters can't talk. It's probably because we've been here too long. Should we leave or fight? Fang Yu glanced around. There were no monsters behind them, and while there were quite a few on the sides and in front, the numbers weren't overwhelming. They just didn't know what was lurking in the distance. Ling Qi's team is responsible for protecting Lin Chen. The rest of you enter combat mode. Quickly eliminate and gather materials and prepare to leave immediately. Originally, they had planned to spend the entire afternoon, but unexpectedly, they had to leave after just over 2 hours. Except for Ling Qi's team and Zhang Lingyu, everyone else stood at the front. The 3 captains faced the monsters head on. As the formation shifted, the range of the mind's eye changed, causing the monsters to retreat with whimpering sounds. Not good. They are summoning other monsters. We need to finish this quickly. Xiang's expression changed. The sound meant they would soon face thousands of monsters. This was not an ordinary gate, but a disaster level 1 containing S-class monsters. Even as 9th tier professionals, they had to be cautious. It should be noted that in their team, only the captains were 9th tier, while the other members were still 8th tier. Swords, shields, and wands were drawn, and various skills were unleashed upon the horde of monsters. Minus 32,438, minus 33,543, minus 61,323. Different numbers lit up, and everyone was momentarily stunned. Right, their weapons were plus 50, so what were they afraid of? With this round of bombardment, 4 or 5 dozen monsters died on the spot. The monsters looked on in terror at the scene before them, their sounds growing increasingly frantic. Boom, 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 boom. One by one, monsters appeared, and the original monsters regained their composure. War was about to break out. The weapons in the hands of the 3 captains, Chen Luo, eased their minds. As long as no absurd creatures appeared, they were not afraid. Steady advance, don't rush. We have the advantage in weaponry, Lin Chen said from the back, eager to try out his revolver. My dear brother, please don't be impulsive. Ling Qi stood beside Lin Chen, terrified. He feared Lin Chen would act recklessly. This was a disaster-level gate filled with A-class monsters. He knew Lin Chen's gun had been enhanced to 100, but it needed to be used properly. The last weapon had left Ling Qi with a shadow of fear. A plus 100 firearm was far less effective than a plus 100 melee weapon.
However, he soon miscalculated. I think we should hurry and retreat, Ziyang said, feeling the energy within him and having to speak up. What's wrong? Fong Yu pulled back from the monsters. You should feel your energy consumption. I suggest you all play it safe. Due to the weapon enhancements, everyone was throwing out skills as if they were free, especially the magic classes. Fong Yu and Chen Luo sensed their energy and exchanged glances. A third of their energy had been consumed. In just 10 minutes, the rate of consumption was too fast. Everyone, pay attention to the frequency of skill usage. Melee should prioritize attacks and magic. Classes should be aware of the battlefield. Chen Luo quickly adjusted their combat strategy. Although the frequency was reduced, the consumption rate against the monsters did not slow down much. Chen Luo slapped his forehead in frustration. I got carried away by the weapon enhancements and forgot about energy. In the gate, the air was filled with demonic energy and they could not absorb energy. Amid the joy of enhanced weapons, everyone's skill intensity had increased significantly, leading to excessive consumption, but the impact was still within a controllable range. An hour later, all the newly arrived monsters were eliminated, leaving a field of corpses. Collect materials. Speed up. Collecting materials from over 1,000 monsters was no easy task. Lin Chen felt disappointed that he hadn't fired a single shot. It was truly a failure. Is it safe now? It seems so, as long as no higher tier monsters appear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Ling Qi could finish his sentence, a series of black spears shot over and the group collecting materials quickly retreated. 2 of them did not react in time and were each hit by a spear. Enduring the excruciating pain, they hurriedly retreated, fortunately wearing plus 50 Mind's Eye, which kept the demonic energy lingering only at the wounds and not spreading to other areas. The black long spear on his body did not last long before being dissolved by the Eye of the Mind. Chen Luo and the others changed their expressions as they looked into the distance. Step, step, step. Demon Armored Black Knight LV 88? There were a total of 5 knights riding horses exuding demonic energy. Lin Chen looked at the newly appeared symbol, glanced at the revolver in his hand, and thought it should be able to help. The weapons damage should not be affected by attributes, right? Even if it were affected, dealing hundreds of thousands in damage should not be a problem. It's a special S-class demon. Fong Yu's face changed dramatically. The highest known level of demon. To be honest, as a support team, he had been to many disaster level gates, but this was the first time he had seen a special S-class. Chen Luo took a deep breath and his expression gradually calmed down. Even with a weapon at plus 50, it might not be able to contend with the creature before them. Everyone listen up. Please prepare for a fight to the death. We are facing a special S-class demon and its abilities are unknown. The 3 of us captains will stand in front. You will assist in the attack. Just seize the opportunity and do not hesitate. The Ling Qi team is responsible for taking Lin Chen away. Remember, you can die, but Lin Chen must live. Chen Luo, Fong Yu, and Ziyang were indeed at a higher level than their opponents. But one must know that this is the domain gate space, the home ground of the demons. Low-level demons might not show much, but the differences with high-level demons would become immediately apparent. Demonic energy is not just demonic energy, it is also the best medicine for demons to heal their wounds. The higher the level, the faster the healing speed. Hoo hoo ha ha ha. The 5 demons emitted sounds similar to laughter, clearly not optimistic about the opposing team. No matter how powerful the Eye of the Mind is, as long as damage is dealt, it is of no use to them. Lin Chen swallowed hard. Was this thing really that strong? It felt like a last word. No, this might not even count as a last word. Ling Qi looked at the people preparing to fight ahead, feeling admiration. He also wanted to fight, but he had his own mission. Zhan Lingyu, our team will escort you 2 to the door and then we will return. What? Are you crazy, Ling Qi? Zhang Lingyu looked at him in shock. This was the first battle with such a disparity in strength. If it were just 2 special S-class demons, they could manage to retreat unscathed. But 5 made it seem hopeless. Brother Ling Qi, I don't think the situation is that dire. Lin Chen, I know your weapon is powerful, but special S-class demons are hard to kill. And how many shots can you fire? 3 or 4? Even if you give it to me, it would be at most a dozen shots. No, maybe there will be more. Lin Chen took 2 steps to the side and raised his hand through the gap between the 2 teams. Ling Qi shook his head and did not stop him. He wanted Lin Chen to give up so he could take him away later. Bang, 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 crash. Minus 3.2 million, minus 3.8 million, minus 3.3 million, minus 3.23 million. A series of 6 numbers lit up, and one of the demons fell to the ground, its demonic energy slowly dissipating to reveal the black armor and the demon's true form underneath. The scene fell silent. Someone rubbed their eyes, confirming they were not dreaming. Damage exceeding 3 million? Is this real? Chen Luo immediately thought of Lin Chen. That rapid-fire machine gun of his was registered with the Demon Extermination Army. Losing one meant there was hope, but it was still not enough. That weapon consumed an extraordinarily high amount of energy. They had already consumed most of their energy and there was less than a quarter left in their bodies. Could they even fire another shot?
The demons in the distance were becoming restless, making hissing sounds, unsure whether to advance or retreat. They were frightened that damage looked too terrifying. Lin Chen, are you okay? Ling Qi looked at Lin Chen with concern. After those 5 shots, his body's energy should be depleted, right? It's fine, I said we might not need to escape. Lin Chen sensed his energy, boundless and infinite. He then asked, who else is there? Ling Qi, get ready to take Lin Chen away. We might really succeed. Yeah, let's take Lin Chen away first. They didn't echo the matter of the forbidden device. Once this energy was exhausted, it would be over. Who said we have to leave? Lin Chen looked at them in confusion. I've already dealt this damage, why don't you believe me? No, Lin Chen, this isn't that time to show off. Ling Qi and the others need to conserve energy and can't shoot. We can't shoot anymore either. You should leave with them. Fong Yu hurriedly said. No. Alright, Lin Chen, let's go. They'll handle the remaining 4. Zhan Lingyu hadn't forgotten what happened last time with Lin Chen in a second. Was it 4 bullets or 6? Even if Lin Chen's level had increased, what could that little bit do? Ling Qi exchanged glances with Tai Sun and the others, and they gathered closer. Lin Chen, do you want me to carry you or hold you? Tai Sun looked down at Lin Chen. Lin Chen tilted his head back. That's unnecessary, let's deal with these monsters first. Seeing that they weren't attacking, the monsters thought that their previous assault was their last resort. With a roar, 4 monsters charged down. Prepare for battle. Ling Qi looked for an opportunity. Lin Chen felt a bit frustrated. Why did no one believe him? He had the wisdom crystal of the forbidden device. How could he possibly lack energy? Lin Chen raised his revolver and fired a 6-shot burst. After reloading, he fired another 6 shots. In less than half a minute, the remaining 4 monsters fell to the ground. Chen Luo, who was gathering skills, froze in place, turning to look at Lin Chen's smoking gun and swallowed hard. Doesn't that gun consume energy? He was certain that the weapon in Lin Chen's hand was definitely a plus 100 weapon and not using bullets. Such guns consumed energy. But Lin Chen could shoot continuously. Not just Chen Luo, everyone else turned to look at him. I think we should gather the materials first. As for safety, leave it to me. No monster should be able to escape from my hands. Lin Chen's words felt strange to them. It seemed like they were the ones there to protect him. How had the roles reversed? But that wasn't important now. Gathering materials was the priority. Everyone, speed up. Only take high-level materials. Leave the rest. The quantity of materials suitable for red equipment was actually very small, so it was quite simple to collect. Chen Luo, look what I found. Fong Yu picked up a red crystal from an S-class monster. You're really lucky. Unfortunately, it's a fire attribute crystal. It's of no use to me. Fong Yu shrugged. This kind of thing was only useful for fire mages or other fire-related professions. As an assassin, it was of no use to him. Can I take a look at that? Lin Chen looked at the crystal, feeling that it should be what they called a rune. Here. Lin Chen quickly caught it. Fire attribute crystal alpha attribute fire. Damage plus 5%. It should be a rune. After all, it has a symbol on it. Can you see the attributes on this? Of course, but the effect doesn't reach at all. It only increases by 1%, which is useless. Fong Yu shook his head. Are there many of these things? Yes, there are plenty. No one wants them, and everything except high-level ones gets thrown away. What? Thrown away? Lin Chen was very sure this was a rune. As for how to embed it, he took out his revolver. Open the inlay. Do you want to proceed with the opening? It must be opened. Opening successful. 4 empty slots appeared at the bottom of the weapon bar, and Lin Chen tried to inlay the crystal into them. Is it really that simple? Lin Chen looked skeptically at the information on his revolver. This was too smooth. A very small red crystal appeared on the grip of the revolver, less than 1/10 the size of the original. So this is the correct use of this crystal. Fong Yu thought Lin Chen was storing the crystal in his space and didn't pay much attention. Where can I get this kind of crystal? I want a batch of crystals. Lin Chen wanted to do some research. He felt that this function couldn't possibly be so simple. Ding! Detected that the host is using the inlay ability. The system has activated a new function. Lin Chen was shocked as he looked at the interface that suddenly appeared before him. There was actually a new function. He quickly opened the system and immediately saw the so-called new function, synthesis. Opening the synthesis bar, there were 4 boxes on it. As someone who had played games like Brothers Just Chop Me, this was too familiar. 3 in 1. In other words, he could use this to synthesize runes and obtain higher-level runes. Invincible. That's not a problem. As long as I call Director Chen, I can get a batch. No, when I say a batch, I mean a ton. Cough cough. Xiang beside him choked on his own saliva. A ton of crystals. How could that be possible? Fong Yu was also shocked by Lin Chen's statement. No, you must not have understood my meaning. A high-level crystal, a team might not even be able to get one in a day. I meant for Director Chen to notify the team heading to the domain gate to collect. They might only get about 10 in a day. A crystal weighs about 100 g, 200 g. How many crystals would that be for a ton? Any quality of crystal is fine, just give me all of them. With the synthesis function, even the lowest level ones could be synthesized into higher ones.
He didn't care about the level, he just didn't know if ordinary equipment could be synthesized into higher level equipment. Lin Chen tried it, but it didn't work. Half an hour later, the materials to be collected were ready, and it was time to leave. Outside the door, Chiyu saw Xiang first snort softly and then upon seeing their condition hurried over. Xiang, are you okay? Xiang felt warmth in his heart. I'm fine. Just encountered an S-level monster. What? An S-level monster? That's impossible. Xiyu shook her head repeatedly. She not only guarded this place but also occasionally went in with other teams to check. The highest level she had encountered was only a special A-level monster. How could there be an S-level monster? I know you don't believe it, but we really encountered one. Xiang patted Chuyu's shoulder. Such gates usually undergo a certain cleaning in the early stages. High-level monsters are cleared out, leaving behind lower-level creatures. Perhaps the monster they encountered this time had advanced through demonic energy, or maybe it was a hidden monster. In any case, the rating of this gate would rise. Then no one sacrificed, right? 5 monsters and you were able to escape completely. That's really lucky. Even in peak condition, fighting an S-level monster in the domain gate is filled with danger. Although Chuyu didn't know the situation inside, she was aware of the general conditions of the monsters inside. A-level monsters would definitely target them from the start, so being able to retreat unscathed among so many monsters was no easy feat. Moreover, Chuyu glanced at Lin Chen in the center of the team who still had to protect others. This situation made it even harder. The situation might be a bit different from what you think, Xiang said with a bitter smile. Even she felt like she was dreaming right now. At that moment, she was fully prepared for death, but she didn't expect things to take a bizarre turn. No, can you just say it all at once? What exactly happened? Shu Yu said angrily, concerned for her, yet she was still giggling. Lin Chen used. Lin Chen looked at Chu Yu, who was scrutinizing him from a distance, and quickly hid behind Ling Qi. What's wrong? I saw that woman looking at me with sparkling eyes, and I'm worried she might abduct me. Ling Qi opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. How could he not have seen the thought in her eyes? Was it because he was too weak? Regarding what happened in the domain gate, Xiang recounted everything to Chu Yu. And that's how we returned safely. That equipment. It's the legendary one. The time spent in the domain gate wasn't long, but the gains were substantial, with no less than 10 types of materials suitable for crafting red weapons and over 30 types for golden weapons. Lin Chen, even if you can't craft red equipment, at least you can get a golden one. Chen Luo looked at these materials with uncontainable envy. It's important to note that all these materials belong to Lin Chen, while if they entered the space, most materials would have to be submitted, leaving only a small portion for themselves. In fact, even if they were given some, they would still have to hand them over, because the blacksmiths capable of forging red mythical weapons were all controlled by the state, and the success rate was also a factor. Even if you wanted to, you would have to wait. The distribution of weapons depended on your level, your contributions, and finally your profession. You couldn't just hand a spear to a mage, could you? After organizing the materials, the group returned to Feng Jing, and Zhang Lingyu brought the materials, escorted by Feng Yu's team, to the capital. Before leaving, Lin Chen specifically emphasized, Sister Zhang, I want all the crystal stones. They don't want, regardless of level. Zhang Lingyu nodded, as she was aware of Lin Chen's new skill. However, she wasn't optimistic about the usefulness of low-level crystal stones. Not everyone had high-quality weapons, and a weapon with just one socket that increased damage by 5% was really not that useful. By the way, can you announce that you unlock your second ability at level 50? You all can decide, I don't mind. For Lin Chen, whether this ability was announced or not really made no difference. If it weren't for the synthesis function provided by the system, Lin Chen would just study it a bit. As for embedding runes, he probably wouldn't even bother. Those who were willing to do it could go ahead. After all, high-level crystal stones were hard to come by. As for now, he was even less concerned. With the ability to synthesize, wasn't it easy to obtain high-level runes? Regardless, it had no impact on Lin Chen at all. Zhang Lingyu immediately regarded Lin Chen with newfound respect, surprised that someone so young could be so selfless. If people knew that reaching the 5th tier would unlock such an ability, they would have kept it hidden long ago. This matter had to be reported to Director Chen to treat Lin Chen a bit better. Lin Chen's casual words surprisingly made Zhang Lingyu think so much. In the days that followed, Lin Chen did not go along. Once was enough to feel it. His main job remained enhancing equipment in the shop. The task of protecting Lin Chen was still handled by Ling Qi's team, primarily because of their own lack of strength. Lin Chen sat at the counter, holding pieces of runes in his hands. The properties of the runes were not what Lin Chen had imagined. In his view, the so-called runes were merely various types of magic and physical attacks. But in reality, there were also reductions in cooldown time, increases in strength and intelligence, reductions in personal weight, increases in speed, and so on. In short, there were many types of runes. He had tried throwing the runes into the enhancer, but unfortunately, it couldn't be enhanced. He could only synthesize them, step by step, to create higher-level runes. The rune in his hand was one of the higher-level runes he had synthesized, but he didn't know of it.
was the highest level or if it could continue to be synthesized. Attack speed rune epsilon attribute, attack speed plus 25%, melee, a rune very suitable for melee professions. Brother Lingqi, give me your weapon and I'll make something for you. Lingqi casually handed over his spear. Lin Chen immediately opened a slot without saying a word. Lingqi's weapon was still that purple weapon with only 2 slots opened. Lin Chen embedded the rune into it. After 2 days of testing, Lin Chen found that opening slots and embedding runes had not failed. Perhaps in this world this should be considered a benefit. A light blue round crystal appeared in the middle of the spear. Lin Chen handed the modified weapon back. Brother Lingqi, try swinging the weapon. Lingqi, puzzled, practiced his spear technique, but the more he practiced, the stranger he felt. Had his spear technique improved recently? I can thrust 4 times in 1 second now? I haven't improved recently, though. Lingqi had just checked the panel. The enhancement level hadn't changed. Even if it had changed, it shouldn't increase his thrusting speed. He continued to thrust. 3 fast, 1 slow, 4 fast, 1 slow. A combination of fast and slow. Lingqi had never experienced such a smooth thrusting speed. The effect is quite good. What did you do to it? How did it increase my thrusting speed? Didn't you look at the weapons data panel? Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. That panel was visible if one just looked down. Lingqi quickly brought up the weapons panel and looked at the data above. There was nothing. At the very bottom, there were 2 more slots, one of which had a crystal name added, with attack speed plus 25% written next to it. This was unreasonable. How could it increase so much? Back then, he had thought about having the blacksmith embed such things into weapons, but the effect was too poor, so he had given up. Could it be that only enhancers could do this? Lin Chen, is this the ability of a 5th tier enhancer? This is too strong. You don't know that before. We always had tailors or blacksmiths forcibly add such things. They could only exert 1/5 of their ability, so aside from high-level crystals, other crystals were useless. Not to mention a 25% increase. Even a 10% increase would be a huge boost. Moreover, this thing could be embedded not only in weapons but also in other accessories and armor, right? But you have to know that high-level crystals are very hard to find, so don't expect too much. Lin Chen shrugged. He needed so many crystals for himself. After all, synthesizing a level 5 crystal, which is an epsilon level crystal, required 81 of the most basic crystals. Lin Chen had to satisfy himself first before he could satisfy others. Of course, if someone brought crystals to him, he wouldn't refuse to help, but they would have to provide a crystal of the same grade. In the future, for embedding, Lin Chen didn't plan to charge money. He would exchange everything for crystals. He wanted to see what this crystal, this rune, would eventually turn into. As his level increased, the things he encountered also grew, and he increasingly felt that the domain gate was more like a treasure trove filled with many useful things that people had overlooked. For example, this crystal. If Lin Chen hadn't upgraded to the 5th tier, no one would have known that this crystal was actually the so-called rune. Lin Chen couldn't help but think of forbidden devices. Could this also be mass-produced? Or were there materials for making forbidden devices hidden within the domain gate? Unfortunately, he still doesn't have any inspiration in this regard. If he thinks of something, he must create a weapon for himself. The lack of crystal stones is not a problem. Crystal stones are quite common in any level domain gate. It's just that higher level crystal stones have a higher probability of appearing in higher level domain gates. He believes that once Director Chen learns this news, he will definitely send out all available forces. Kyoto. Knock. Knock, knock, come in. Recently, Chen Junzheng has been living the most comfortable time. He never thought that a reinforcement master would actually gain special abilities upon reaching the 5th tier. If that's the case, do other life professions also gain special abilities upon reaching the 5th tier? Director Chen. Lingyu, are you planning to return to Fongjing? Zhang Lingyu has been here for 3 days, and Chen Junjing just wants her to hurry back to Lin Chen's side. He is not very reassured with Ling Qi there. Director Chen, you can't just abandon me after I've just prepared a plan and the announcement is ready. Are you really going to chase me away? Zhang Lingyu looked at her superior speechlessly. How can this be called abandoning you? This is letting you return to an important position. You want Ling Qi to be there alone. Can you really feel at ease? I certainly can't. Regarding Chen Junjing's words, Zhang Lingyu nodded in agreement. Ling Qi is indeed unreliable. It's fine to have him protect Lin Chen, but asking him to do other things is somewhat difficult. No, it's Lin Chen. Has Lin Chen's magic weapon been completed? I need to take it back. Chen Junjing's movements froze. Zhang Lingyu's heart sank. You didn't give the weapon to someone else, did you? I just used it a bit to test the difference. I'm quite curious why this weapon makes Lin Chen so obsessed. Chen Junjing hadn't thought about keeping it. With magic liquid, he could make as many as he wanted, so there was no need to keep it. Moreover, it's a hot weapon, so there was even less need. That's good. Lin Chen is now at the 5th tier, just in time to use it. I'll also bring back the mythological weapon Lin Chen wants. Hurry up and find someone to make one. Chen Junjing squinted at Zhang Lingyu, looking at her suspiciously. Why are you so supportive of Lin Chen now? You don't have a crush on him, do you? If you do, I can be your
Matchmaker. Zhang Lingyu rolled her eyes. I say, my dear director, weren't you the one who told me to do this? Lin Chen is actually easy to get along with. You just need to let him feel your sincerity. As for liking him, let's forget about that. I'm already 24 years old, 6 years older than him. Isn't it said that a woman 3 years older than a man is like holding 2 gold bricks? It's not bad to have 2 gold bricks in hand. Alright, as for the weapon, I'll send someone to Fengjing tomorrow. As for the mythological weapon, you tell Lin Chen not to rush. He also wants the mythological weapon, but it's not something you can just have whenever you want. 4 p.m. Lin Chen, look at the information released by the official. Ling Chi handed his phone to Lin Chen. This is a nationwide promotional message that pops up on any phone. Generally, anyone who sees such information will click to check it out, as this news is very important to them. The content is not much. The first piece of information is about reinforcement masters, stating that reaching the 5th tier can unlock new abilities, which is Lin Chen's ability to embed runes. However, there is no mention of Lin Chen's news. In addition, it also mentioned a speculation about the 5th tier abilities of other life professions. Of course, it didn't encourage others to try, but the country would lead people from various life professions to level up. They believe that Lin Chen, relying on a secret mobile team, can reach the 5th tier, so it shouldn't be a big problem for others to level up to the 5th tier. However, the reality is much more difficult than imagined. They don't have equipment as good as Lin Chen's. To gain more experience from a monster, one must deal a significant amount of damage. Of course, if you can kill the monster yourself, that's fine too. The officials provide equipment similar to Lin Chen's for those needing to level up, such as the hot weapon sniper rifle. However, the result is that against high-level monsters, it is impossible to deal a fatal blow. The injured monsters will run around, which increases the difficulty of killing them. Many people find their experience hovering around 30%. After all, the final kill is made by the accompanying professionals. The desire to quickly level up as a life professional is directly dashed. It is clearly impossible to level up to the 5th tier as quickly as Lin Chen. After reading the information above, Lin Chen shook his head. Things are not that simple. With so many professionals nationwide, how many can truly reach the 5th tier? Even if they do level up, obtaining crystal stones is not easy. As for resource enhancers, they either have to buy them themselves or have the professionals provide them. It is estimated that after a while, these crystal runes will start to be priced, and the prices may not be low. Zhang Lingyu has returned. Lin Chen, your magic weapon is ready. It will be delivered the day after tomorrow. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Is it finally coming? Although he really likes the revolver he has, he likes higher level weapons even more. Is the mythic weapon forged? Zhang Lingyu helplessly replied, it won't be that quick. If one can be produced within half a year, that would be good. Don't rush, you need at least 6 or 7 years to reach level 5 of the 8th tier. Ling Chi is only at the 8th tier now. Lin Chen did not refute. 6 or 7 years is not too much, a year should be about right. The further along, the more experience is needed, and the more weapons he needs to enhance. The more experience he gains, the more it becomes a virtuous cycle. Alright, indeed, there's no rush. How long until the next batch of crystal runes arrives? The last batch was simply not enough. The last runes were too few to be of any use to him. About a week, all the people we could send out have been dispatched, so wanting more time will definitely take longer. Lin Chen nodded. He could understand that. Does this mean he has nothing to do again? Life is as lonely as snow. He glanced at his slowly increasing experience bar. In just a few days, he had leveled up 3 times, all thanks to Xiang and the other 2. These 3 teams have been searching for materials in the disaster level domain gate, and battles with monsters are unavoidable. This has provided Lin Chen with quite a bit of experience and points. He is now considering whether to equip other high-level teams with the same gear. This way, he might reach max level in half a year. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. Originally, these people wouldn't go to the disaster level gate. There are dedicated personnel responsible for that. If some people were to sacrifice themselves because of him, he couldn't bear that responsibility. The last time he went, he encountered 5 S-level monsters and felt he almost died in there. You did well, Spade A and Spade K. You actually brought back a batch of demons. The man sitting on the high platform wearing a clown mask said with satisfaction. It is our duty to serve Lord Clown. Spade K, Chintiani said with his head lowered, his tone calm. But how did Red Heart K sacrifice himself while assisting you? Every titled individual is a valuable asset to the clown. The higher the level, the more important. As for the deceased club, although it is painful, it is not as painful as for Red Heart K. When we were at the border, we encountered snipers from Huagua. Red Heart K chose to sacrifice himself to allow us to escape. She dedicated her life to the organization. In fact, I advised her to give up on these demons, but she sighed. Although Chen Tianyi's expression was calm, there was still a hint of sorrow on her face. Chen Xiaoming, standing nearby, felt his mouth twitch uncontrollably. How could Chen Tianyi's level of nonsense be so high? They are all actors. If he hadn't seen Chen Tianyi personally kill that Red Heart K, he would have believed it. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the better she can deceive.
Chen Tianyi glanced at Chen Xiaoming, her eyes filled with warning.
Chen Xiaoming quickly lowered his head. The clown,
sitting in the chair, turned to Chen Xiaoming. Spade, you did well to bring someone out of Huagua, which shows how precious your abilities are.
I hope you can continue to work hard. You may need to go to Huagua again soon.
The clown straightened up and turned on the projector. The strength of the professionals at the Huagua border has increased significantly, and many of the weapons in their hands are enhanced to level 15, which is quite abnormal.
So you need to investigate the
source of these weapons and, if possible, bring back that enhancer. Besides, you should also be cautious of people from other organizations. There are about 6 or 7 world organizations, some composed of ordinary professionals and some like us, demon organizations. In short, avoid unnecessary conflicts. This time, the team will still be led by Spade, with others assisting.
After the clown left, the two exited the Great Hall. In front of the hall was a path leading down, and in
the distance was a town surrounded by trees, which was their place of residence. They were only 200 kilometers away from the Huagua border.
Chen Xiaoming glanced around. Spade K, how do you plan for the next mission?
Let's rest first, Chen Tianyi said,
continuing to walk down. Chen Xiaoming understood there must be someone monitoring them nearby. Indeed, that clown was not easy to deal with.
Chen Xiaoming stopped talking and the two walked down to the town, returning to their house. Not long after they returned, a figure slowly appeared on a large tree nearby. It seems there are no problems, that Spade A is still so low in level and Spade
K is still so indifferent.
Diamond Q, the clown is right to be suspicious. After all, the strength of the Red Heart K is still very powerful.
Humph. Everyone knows you like Red Heart K.
But we are investigating now, so don't bring personal feelings into it. The clown doesn't like that. Be careful.
From the shadow above,
a pool of black liquid slowly rose, eventually taking on a human form.
I know, no need to remind me.
Let's go. We've been following for a week and there's
nothing to report.
The two figures slowly disappeared, heading towards the great hall above. After they left, in the shadowy corner under the wall, a snake's eye
watched them,
and in the shadows of the surrounding trees, there were quite a few of these black snakes.
Is it finally over? It really wasn't easy. Chen Xiaoming
opened his eyes, looking at the snake crawling out of the shadow in the room.
Did they all leave?
Yes, they left.
The monitoring period should be over.
This clown is really quite vigilant, came Chen Tianyi's voice from the snake's mouth. It was the first time Chen Xiaoming realized her ability could be used this way. They had been together for so long and never knew. Indeed, he had underestimated her.
What now?
It seems that not only the clown is watching, other organizations are
also keeping an eye on us.
They underestimate the power of the border defense forces. Perhaps they are not very capable against the domain gate, but against
people. This I know too, but what should we do now?
Their ultimate goal is definitely that Lin Chen, and I believe the official protection for Lin Chen is
sufficient. However,
there's a saying that you can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against a thief for 1,000 days.
Forget it. Let's tell Brother Ling Chi and let him think of a way.
Brother Ling Chi, you only have eyes for Brother Ling Chi. The voice of the speaker was almost turning into a squeak, and Chen Xiaoming's gaze was filled with disdain.
The black snake in front of him reared up. What do you mean by that look? Are you asking for a beating? Chen Xiaoming widened his eyes, hands clutching his chest. You can actually see.
It was hot here, and the first thing he did when he returned to his room was to strip off all his clothes, wearing only a pair of big shorts.
TCH, not even any chest muscles. Who would want to look at that? I'm afraid of getting needle eyes.
Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoming immediately became displeased and struck a muscular pose with his hands, his chest slightly puffed out.
Yes, just slightly puffed out.
Heh, useless.
Latest news, frequent outbreaks of war in our country's western border regions. Latest news, the foreign organization
of the Shura Hall has launched 3 assaults on our country, all of which have been blocked by our most beloved border soldiers at the national gate.
The situation at the western border is tense, and today we will dispatch.
Lin Chen was scrolling through his phone, noticing that the border conflicts had increased
recently. If he remembered correctly, it hadn't been this frequent before. Brother Ling Chi, was it like this at the border before? Ling Chi glanced at the news on Lin Chen's phone. It was like this before, but it wasn't reported.
Since it has been reported, it means the situation is more complicated than what has been
reported.
It seems there's a problem at the front line, but it shouldn't be the case. There hasn't been anything worth the other side taking action recently.
Ling
She was quite puzzled. He had once supported the border, but that was always due to new domain gates or the appearance of forbidden artifacts.
An unprovoked attack
like this had never happened before.
Lin Chen, the stuff has arrived. Zhang Lingyu pushed the door open and placed a backpack on the table.
This morning, she had been waiting at the base for the items sent from Kyoto. As soon as the items arrived, she rushed to deliver them. Lin Chen grabbed the backpack and the contents
appeared in his mind.
Wow, there were indeed a lot of items, various kinds of crystal stones. Some had dozens, others hundreds, and they were of all levels.
In addition,
there was a micro submachine gun. Lin Chen immediately took out the micro submachine gun.
Magic Phantom Stealth Epic Equipment Level LV 50 Durability 88 damage 555-635 additional critical damage plus 20% recoil minus 50% stealth silent and flame free when not in sight. The additional attributes weren't too strong, but Lin Chen really liked the last stealth ability. Wasn't this just an old school weapon? If he could get a ghillie suit to hide himself, well, the effect would be he was already a bit impatient. In the future he could use this weapon as his main weapon, while that revolver would serve as his secondary weapon. Perfect. You two chat, I'll go get busy first. Lin Chen went to the back room and locked the door. The previous screen was gone, replaced by a small room. This was something Lin Chen had just set up a couple of days ago, specifically for synthesizing crystal stones. It was purely to improve his focus. Of course, it was also to prevent others from seeing that he had the ability to synthesize, at least for now. As for how to explain this ability later, he would deal with that when the time came. Seeing that the back door was locked, Zhang Lingyu looked seriously at Ling Qi. Have you seen the news about the western border? I have. I didn't expect it to be this serious. No, it's even more serious than you think. According to the latest information we've obtained, these people from different organizations and countries are here to get our secrets on enhanced weapons. Ling Qi looked at Zhang Lingyu in confusion. How could such a thing be known so quickly? According to their estimates, it would take at least a year for anyone to find out. It had only been 4 months. It's spies. Just a week ago, 3 members of the border guard who had been hiding for 20 years crossed the border. Ling Qi nodded silently. Spies were hard to guard against, especially from the largest group, the border guard. It was also the unit with the least stringent checks and the least contact with information. The border guard responsible for clearing the domain gate for Lin Chen had all been selected after strict scrutiny. Even so, they had to undergo a month of secret surveillance after the operation. During this time, 3 individuals with wavering resolve were discovered, but they should have been detained by now. Is the Border Defense Force okay? The Border Defense Army is fine. All the professionals in there, from the previous and the generation before, are from the Border Defense Army and they can be trusted. As for the new generation of border defense professionals, they have all undergone several years of monitoring before truly joining. The assessment for the Border Defense Army was quite strict. If spies appeared in such a place, it would be a big deal. Forget it, this isn't something we should be concerned about. At that moment, a black snake pushed open the door. Dingling, the two closed their mouths. Ha, why is it a snake? Brother Ling Qi, that voice. T-on-e. Ling Qi's eyes widened as he looked at the black snake, which could actually speak. Brother Ling Qi, this snake doesn't have much energy left. I'll keep it brief. The organization is very interested in the sudden emergence of so many high-quality enhanced weapons in Huagua and wants to know the source. Besides that, there are 7 or 8 other organizations that will also send people. They are all large organizations with strong capabilities, so you need to be careful. After saying this, the black snake fell to the ground and dissipated into magic energy in the air. It seems the problem is even more serious than we imagined. The two didn't delve into Chen Tianyi's abilities. I need to call Director Chen. Zhang Lingyu turned and walked out of the shop. She took out her phone and dialed. Far away in Kyoto, Chen Junjing was in a meeting with the senior officials of Huagua. Seeing the name on the phone, Chen Junjing frowned. A call from Fengjing. The elderly man sitting at the head nodded. Answer it, it might be something important. They were discussing the situation at the western border, and a secret mobile team had already set out, expected to bring those 3 back within 2 days. What? Chen Junjing was shocked. This was completely different from what they had guessed. This information was brought by Chen Tianyi, the demon from last time, Ling Qi's girlfriend. I understand, I will handle it on my end. Remember, we must ensure Lin Chen's safety. Recall those 3 teams, they shouldn't go for now. Understood. Just as Chen Junjing hung up the phone, the elderly man at the head quickly inquired about the situation. We have received news from an undercover agent within an organization. They will send people here to look for information on enhanced weapons. In addition, about 7 large organizations will also be entering. They had originally thought that only a few countries and small organizations knew about the enhanced weapons, but now it seemed that this information had been known by many countries. It was likely because their operation had failed a few days ago, causing the information to spread. If it were just the current situation, it would be fine, but if the whole world knew, then things would get troublesome. In that case, we should bring Lin Chen to Kyoto. Compared to Fengjing, Kyoto has the strongest defensive forces. Chen Junjing shook his head. That would be counterproductive. I think those organizations would first consider that we would keep people in Kyoto for protection, so their target should be Kyoto. The others pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. If it were them, they would also think to place people in the area with the strongest defenses. Then do we need to strengthen the defenses in Fengjing? No, it's not necessary. The 2 demon-slaying armies and the 2 covert mobile teams are already sufficient. Although Ling Qi's strength is somewhat lacking, he is a special team member and that is enough. Moreover, there is a city garrison there, so the safety issue is not significant. If we strengthen the defenses, it would instead attract the enemy's attention. If possible, Chen Junjing would want to withdraw the two teams, but he was worried, what if the enemy guessed it? No, during this time, Lin Chen must not be allowed to strengthen his weapons too much, and that plaque should also be taken down. Eldest elder and all the elders. I need to make some arrangements. Excuse me. It's fine, go ahead. Lin Chen's safety is of utmost importance. Whether our country can resolve these domain gates depends on this young man. The eldest elder waved his hand. After Chen Junjing said his goodbyes, he hurriedly left. After watching Chen Junjing leave, the meeting came to a temporary conclusion, and those who needed to leave did so. There were still 12 people remaining, the youngest being over 60 years old. Elders, what do you think about Lin Chen's situation? His situation is special right now. I think we should hold off on our thoughts. At least we should wait until we have absolute strength before discussing this matter. I agree. I believe the importance of Lin Chen goes without saying. Moreover, regarding the 5th tier matter, the announcement has been retracted, and those who have already seen the news have reached Kyoto. Subsequent arrangements are also being coordinated. The eldest elder nodded. 300 years, a full 300 years, and we finally see hope. In these 300 years, Huagua has experienced too much, with internal turmoil, external domain, gates attacking, and wolves circling outside. 6th elder, have you seen the future? An old man sitting near the door opened his eyes. His pupils were gray, and his voice was like a blade. Eldest elder, the river of time is shrouded in an impenetrable veil. I can only see part of the content. The only thing I can confirm is that Lin Chen is the hope of Huagua, not the hope of rising, because Huagua itself is the leading existence in the world. It is the hope of breaking out of the current predicament, the hope of overcoming the domain gates. Cough, 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 cough. The 6th elder quickly covered his mouth with a handkerchief, coughing incessantly. 6th elder, do not use your abilities lightly. The 6th elder removed the handkerchief, which was stained with black blood, and casually shook his head. It's fine, my time is almost up, and a new diviner will soon appear. You must seize the time to lay out your plans and start searching as soon as I die. Regarding his own death, the 6th elder was very indifferent. This is something every diviner must face. A short lifespan, so short that one might die in their 60s, and some may not even live to 60. It should be noted that he is currently a 9th tier practitioner whose normal lifespan can reach 200 years. And this is the fate of a diviner. Sigh. The eldest elder's words turned into a sigh. The so-called 12 elders are not elected by the people, rather, their profession's nature determines that they must become the 12 elders. As they die, a new generation of 12 elders will emerge, entering the elder group after 10 years of study. The profession of the Grand Elder is fortune. They can subtly adjust the direction of the national fortune, and even the slightest change can have a significant impact on a country. Similarly, this is a unique profession. Only death will bring about the next fortune. Don't worry, everything has already been arranged, the Grand Elder said with difficulty. The 6th elder officially joined the Council of 12 Elders at the age of 30 and has worked together for 30 years. When he learned that the other party was a fortune teller, he had already anticipated that such a day would come. It was just hard to accept. After Chen Junjing returned to his office, he quickly called Zhang Lingyu. Tell Lin Chen that starting today he should enhance his equipment, but not beyond level 12. And it should be done intermittently, not all at level 12. Also, have him change the plaque. The current one is just too attention-grabbing. Zhang Lingyu glanced at the phone and looked through the window at the small room at the back. This is somewhat difficult. I believe you can do it. Lin Chen's safety is the top priority. The seriousness of the situation didn't require Chen Junjing to say much more. I'll do my best. You must. Chen Junjing believed Lin Chen would agree. He had seen through Lin Chen long ago. Although his ideas were sometimes unreliable, he was very strong in terms of self-protection. Zhang Lingyu hung up the phone and returned to the room. What's wrong? What did Director Chen say? Ling Qi was seeing such a troubled expression on Zhang Lingyu's face for the first time. Even when Lin Chen had previously raised some difficult issues, Zhang Lingyu had never looked this troubled. Could it be that another problem had arisen? Zhang Lingyu took a deep breath. Director Chen asked me to tell Lin Chen not to enhance his weapons too high recently, not exceeding level 12, and to change the name on the plaque. The current one is just too eye-catching. Ling Qi nodded. This indeed needed to be changed. Don't worry, Lin Chen will definitely agree. You've seen his equipment, whether for survival or counterattack, it's very strong. In fact, Lin Chen currently did not have survival capabilities. It wasn't that he didn't want to use them, but he hadn't found anything suitable. But why not let Lin Chen go to Kyoto? The defensive power there is much stronger than here, Ling Qi said, somewhat confused. Zhang Lingyu shook her head. In this situation, we can't let Lin Chen go to Kyoto. If you can think of sending him there, do you think the other side can't? That's right, if I can think of it, they can too. They would also think that we wouldn't let Lin Chen go to Kyoto, but would keep him here. Zhang Lingyu sent the information and turned to Ling Qi. Although this sounded a bit convoluted, Zhang Lingyu understood the core message. Yes, the other side would also anticipate this day.
And they were all powerful organizations, there was no reason for them to lack intelligence. If even Ling Chi could think of it, there was no reason others couldn't. In the room, Lin Chen was satisfied as he looked at the new weapon he had just acquired. Magic, Shadow Stealth, Epic, plus 100 equipment level, LV50 durability. 88 damage, 555 to 635 plus 4.82 million, additional critical damage plus 60% critical chance plus 60% recoil minus 100% damage plus 10% stealth, no sound, no flames when not being observed, disguise, stay in place for 5 seconds, blending into the environment, not attacking or revealing. Special, psionic bullets, the user's energy automatically fills the magazine. 1s/each, stare at whoever gets pregnant. The target being stared at will suffer 500% damage, with a maximum of 3 targets at a time. CD, 60s, inlaid, lifesteal plus 20%. Lin Chen only inlaid 1 crystal stone, not because he didn't want to add more, but because the other effects weren't very good. Of course, this one effect wasn't very useful for him, but it was enough. However, he just found out that he could open a slot in the forbidden device, which he didn't know before. Although he could only open one, it was sufficient. He inlaid a special rune crystal into it. Wisdom crystal plus 50 quality, forbidden device. Level, none effect, ascension, intelligence plus. Duration 3h, each level of enhancement doubles the value. 7d, storage, can convert food into physique with no upper limit. Daily minus 10 physique, cost, physique-100x, enhancement level, until it returns to 0 inlaid, shield, 100 plus 0.01 intelligence, can only be reopened after 10 minutes of being broken. This crystal stone is a level 3 crystal, and it is the only one among the many crystals given by Zhang Lingyu. It may be useless to others, but for Lin Chen, it is definitely a life-saving artifact. This means that as long as Lin Chen uses it, he will be invincible for 3 hours. Unless Lin Chen is still in danger within those 3 hours. But no matter how he thinks about it, it seems impossible, at least that's what he believes. However, for safeties sake, Lin Chen still plans to get some better magical armor or forbidden devices. It seems I need to call Director Chen. It's a bit unreliable to leave safety in someone else's hands. Although the weapons of the 4 teams have been enhanced to 50, Lin Chen still doesn't feel secure. He pushed open the door and saw Ling Chi and Zhang Lingyu whispering together. Brother Ling Chi, you have a girlfriend, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Lin Chen teased. Ling Chi. Lin Chen, there's something I need to tell you. Zhang Lingyu organized her words and explained the situation to Lin Chen in detail, clearly outlining the pros and cons. Looking at Lin Chen deep in thought, Zhang Lingyu had already prepared 3 plans. If he disagreed, she would spend the day with him. She must get Lin Chen to agree. Change, this signboard must be changed. Change it to Diligent Enhancement House. The name was chosen just to attract customers, and now he no longer needed it. Not just changing the name, we don't need this shop anymore, let's go back to the original one. Zhang Lingyu's mouth dropped open. Was it really that simple to agree? I don't even need to prepare my arguments? You agreed? Lin Chen looked at Zhang Lingyu in confusion. How could we not change? Didn't you say someone was eyeing the high enhanced equipment? In such a dangerous situation, it would be foolish not to change. Sister Zhang, have someone help with the move. This signboard should be taken down and burned. Brother Ling Chi, give me the boss's phone number. He has records to help destroy it. I estimate he probably doesn't remember me anymore. When it comes to his safety, Lin Chen's intelligence instantly took the lead. Not only should the signboard be burned, but even the records at that time should be cleared. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. Ling Chi left alone, leaving the other 4 members behind. Lin Chen, there's one more thing. I just discussed with Ling Chi, and I think we should go to a smaller city. That's unnecessary. Although Fongjing City is a big city, it only ranks in the top 10. Even if they can find this place, they shouldn't be able to find us there. Lin Chen shook his head. He didn't want to go to a city smaller than this one. Moreover, you all need to consider one issue. The smaller the city, the smaller the population, and there will be fewer enhancement shops there. Then wouldn't my chances of exposure increase? I think Fongjing is actually the most suitable. Whether it's a big city or a small city, neither is appropriate for him. Big cities are definitely the main targets of those organizations, and in small cities, those organizations might send people as well. Instead, this city that ranks neither high nor low is the safest. Zhang Lingyu thought about it and realized it made sense. She looked at Lin Chen in surprise. I didn't expect you to think of so much. I feel like I need to get to know you again. The corner of Lin Chen's eye twitched. So in your eyes, I had no intelligence before? Zhang Lingyu instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head. No, I just feel complimenting someone is really hard to say. Lin Chen stood in front of the shop he had worked at for a few months, feeling a bit reluctant. But in the face of unknown dangers, it was better to be cautious. Let's go. Arriving at the original shop on that street corner, Lin Chen sighed inwardly. Back again. Just put things down casually, no need for decoration. It's fine as it is, shabby and worn. The more worn it is, the weaker the enhancer's ability, making it easier to hide. He really is a clever little rascal. Not only did he not decorate, but he also had the members of the Ling Chi team age the walls, making it increasingly shabby.
Half an hour later, Ling Qi arrived at the shop, looking at the changes inside with disbelief. Is this the same shop as before? What happened to this shop? The once white walls and ceiling had turned slightly yellow, and some areas were even darkened. The wooden structure had some unknown holes, and the counter was a greasy yellow. Many of the floor tiles were cracked. Although Ling Qi hadn't spent many days in this shop, it definitely didn't look like this in his memory. What did you do to the shop? Ling Qi approached the counter to examine it closely. These were all new marks. Just aged it a bit. Doesn't it look very shabby now? It really does look shabby. Ling Qi's eyelids twitched. He took out a freshly made sign from his backpack. The simplest iron sign. This looks the cheapest. As for those lightbox signs, no shop would make those anymore. This is good. Let's continue aging it. The fire and water knife tip went up, and the final effect was very satisfying, even missing a piece of one character. Zhang Lingyu looked at the sign, momentarily unsure of what to say. Lin Chen was even more cautious than she had imagined. After everything was done, Zhang Lingyu asked the question that had been on her mind. Since you value your life so much, why do you still want to go to the domain gate? Zhang Lingyu had always thought Lin Chen was a person full of adventurous spirit, which was why he would go to the domain gate. But recent events made her realize that Lin Chen valued his life. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, one reason is that my parents died in the domain gate, so I want to take revenge. The other is that I'm curious about what the domain gate is like and what the differences are between different levels of domain gates. Of course, the most important reason was to test the power of some weapons. He needed to determine what kind of weapons he should use to protect himself. This world is dangerous. Even ordinary people can encounter danger without going to the domain gate, so how could he not find a safe way to live? Zhang Lingyu nodded, accepting Lin Chen's explanation. Every time Lin Chen went to the domain gate, he was accompanied by a group of people. The last time he went to a disaster-level domain gate was also because he had a powerful weapon in hand. So it seems, Zhang Lingyu reflected on the past. Lin Chen had always carried life-saving weapons, whether he was going to kill monsters or heading to the domain gate. Indeed, from the very beginning, Lin Chen had always valued his life, something she had not noticed herself. Outside the borders of the western region, for different teams were racing towards the border of Huagua. Spade K, we have people from other organizations on both sides. What should we do now? Chen Xiaoming looked at the teams on either side, both of which had considerable numbers. It hadn't been long since they returned, and now they were setting out again. However, this time there were many more people, especially the core members, who were significantly more than last time. Spade A, just open the passage and take us over, said a man wearing a mask. Diamond J, watch your tone. Chen Xiaoming was somewhat displeased with the way the other spoke, even giving him orders. He was Spade A, one of the 4 core members of the organization. Of course, the reason he was valued was solely due to his abilities, not his strength. Diamond J shut his mouth. Chen Tianyi glanced at the people beside her, dissatisfied, and pouted. There were so many people this time. How was she supposed to meet her brother Ling Qi? They don't need to worry, although there is a conflict in the mission. We are currently outside the borders. The others remained silent. After all, in terms of strength, no one present could compare to Chen Tianyi. As for the 9th tier professionals, in their organization, there were certainly some, but it was unclear where they had gone. 50 kilometers from the border, Chen Tianyi stopped the group. Spade A, it's up to you from here. Got it. Chen Xiaoming pouted and glanced at the others. It seemed they were going to take a troublesome route again. He closed his eyes to sense the surroundings and found a domain gate just 10 kilometers away. Head to the right. The group directly veered away from the planned route. Although the other teams were puzzled, they continued towards the border. In a forest, a disaster-level domain gate appeared before everyone. Follow me in. Chen Xiaoming led the way. Once inside, they did not go deeper but began to exert their abilities right there. The demonic energy in the space surged towards Chen Xiaoming, forming a large black door that looked like a mirror. The center of the door shattered, revealing a black space. The disaster-level gate provides too little energy. It can only traverse about 300 kilometers, but that's enough, Chen Xiaoming casually remarked after sensing it. He stepped through the door, and the others followed closely behind. After a 10-minute journey, they emerged. One number took out a phone and pulled up a map. Yes, we have entered Huagua. The others looked at Chen Xiaoming with shock. They really had made it over. Chen Xiaoming felt nothing about it. If they knew he could cross 500 kilometers without relying on the gate, he wondered what they would think. Alright, from here on out, it's up to you. My energy can only support this distance. Chen Tianyi looked at Chen Xiaoming. Pleased, this was exactly how she wanted him to support them. A black snake slithered down Chen Tianyi's back and directly rushed into the domain gate. Mission accomplished. How about that? No one should suspect it was me. A dilapidated sign and a shabby entrance. The room was also in tatters. How could this possibly be discovered? Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu exchanged glances, further understanding Lin Chen's value for life. Who would go to such lengths? I don't think anyone will discover it. Even if people from major organizations search in Fengjing, they won't find this place. Hearing Ling Qi say this, Lin Chen was even more satisfied. That means my efforts were not in vain.
By the way, Sister Zhang, please help me get some 5th tier defensive gear, preferably with demonic inscriptions.
Ah, well. But I can't be sure if it will work.
Last time it was successful, but whether it was a fluke, no one knows. Zhang Lingyu spoke cautiously.
It's fine, you can. Give it a try. I think the problem shouldn't be too big.
If that demon organization can mass produce it, it means this method is feasible. Lin Chen glanced at his
points. He had unknowingly accumulated nearly 5 million points.
It was time to see if he could upgrade the system. One time it was plus 50, another time plus 100, but he didn't know if plus 150 could also be upgraded.
It would be even better if another ability appeared. Brother Lingqi, why did you change places? I had a hard time finding this spot. Chen Tianyi controlled the snake to find this location. If it weren't for her ability to sense Lingqi's aura, she really wouldn't have found it. Tianyi, did something happen again? Lingqi's heart skipped a beat.
Last time, he had been told such a significant matter. This time, it couldn't be more serious.
Could it?
It's nothing, just that our organization has arrived in Huagua and is now in the western regions. Our target is Kyoto, and I think other organizations are also targeting Kyoto, so you can prepare more people to wait for opportunities.
Don't worry, we can handle that. Once I finish my business, I'll find a way to come to Fongjing. Can we go shopping?
Lin Chen's eyes widened. He actually saw shyness from the snake's body.
Of course. Lingqi nodded. As long as it
didn't affect work, he certainly wanted to spend some time with Chen Tianyi.
Okay, I'm leaving. The black snake instantly transformed into a puddle of black water, and then dissipated.
It seems that I'm still quite safe here.
Lin Chen was no longer worried at all.
That's true, but we still need to be extra careful.
Zhang Lingyu didn't think things were that simple.
Besides the common professionals, there were also some special professionals with bizarre abilities. If someone capable
of locating Lin Chen appeared, it would be troublesome.
Lin Chen thought it made sense, so he should hurry up and strengthen his equipment.
I need to get to work. Are you going back or staying here?
Of course, we're staying here.
They would stay wherever Lin Chen was. Besides them, Ziyang's 3 teams had also returned, now less than a kilometer away from this location, guarding 3 different directions. Alright then.
Lin Chen went to the room and the screen returned to
its position.
However, this room was quite small and there was no counter arranged directly opposite.
Lin Chen took out the enhancer.
He took out the Phantom Stealth. That had just been enhanced to plus 100.
Demon SM500 Revolver Epic plus 100 success rate 16.51% enhance? Ding! Minus 83,490 points. Enhancement successful. It hurt so much. Really too painful.
Enhancing once cost over 80,000 points. For 50 times, it would take at least 4.5 million points. Lin Chen looked at his points
somewhat nervously. Over 5 million should be enough, right?
If Chen Junjing knew that Lin Chen used something that could enhance 12 plus 100 weapons to enhance a plus 150 weapon, he would probably hold onto Lin Chen's leg and cry loudly.
Minus 82,000, minus 83,000, minus 74,000. An hour later, the weapon reached plus 110. 3 hours later, the weapon reached plus 120.
Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock at night.
Gulp, forget it, I'll do it tomorrow. Sister Zhang, Brother Lingqi, let's go. Eat.
The next day, Lin Chen arrived at the shop early. Based on yesterday's situation, it would probably take a whole day to successfully enhance today. Of course, Lin Chen could disregard the points and then the speed would be faster. He wanted to, but his strength didn't allow it. He thought that having over 5 million points would be enough, but who would have thought that even enhancing a piece of equipment would be so painstaking? Lin Chen increasingly felt that the level of
equipment enhancement actually had a limit, and that limit was the cap on his points.
The Lingqi team had already bought the house next door, just like before.
With those 4 people next door, while Lingqi and Zhang Lingyu accompanied Lin Chen in this room,
Lin Chen took a deep breath and began his journey of spending points. He had considered using the colorful enhancement stones, but those stones were too special, and he didn't have many left.
Of course, if he asked Chen Junzhang,
the other party would definitely give him some. But he didn't want to. Perhaps he would encounter suitable forbidden items in the future, and he had already reserved
spots for those colorful enhancement stones in his mind.
Due to the change of the sign and the house being aged, coupled with the geographical location, people
outside wouldn't even glance at it. Have you noticed that Lin Chen's enhancement speed has slowed down a lot this time? Listening to the sound of successful
enhancement that echoed after a long interval, Zhang Lingyu was a bit puzzled. Lingqi stroked his chin. Not sure, maybe it's because the weapons are of a higher
enhancement level.
Thinking of this, Lingqi couldn't help but recall that weapon he couldn't even use. It was simply ridiculous.
This time, he had to enhance it even further. Who could use such a weapon?
At noon, Lin Chen was still standing behind the screen, showing no intention of coming out. At this point, the weapon had already reached level 130. I hope what I'm thinking is right, otherwise, this weapon would be for nothing. After all, it cost over 5 million points. This was not the first time Lin Chen thought about the points. Every time he successfully enhanced, he would think of that hard-earned 5 million.
It really wasn't Easy. How many pieces of equipment had he enhanced and how many had contributed to him? Until 7 p.m. with the last sound of a ding, a plus 150 weapon was successfully produced. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully enhancing a plus 150 equipment for the first time. System level upgraded, refining function upgraded.
What a wonderful sound.
Luckily, he guessed right. If he was wrong, he would probably cry in the bathroom.
Lin Chen quickly opened the system's personal information.
Host, Lin Chen, age 18 points, 66,123, skills, absorb, refine, enhancement success rate, plus 310%. He didn't know what the refining function had upgraded to, but he only knew that this success rate had directly increased by 200%. That is to say, the original success rate was 10%, but for him, it was 41%. Just ask. Who else? The most important thing was that it could save him a lot of points. Now points were his life. Lin Chen opened the refining function and clicked on the introduction. Wow. Is it that awesome? What's so awesome? Zhang Lingyu stood behind him with a puzzled expression. Zhang Lingyu's voice startled Lin Chen, making him shiver all over. Sister Zhang, scaring someone can kill them. Please go out first, I still have work to do, and we can go eat together later. Lin Chen hurriedly pushed Zhang Lingyu out. I just saw you staring at the weapon, thinking you were done. Zhang Lingyu looked a bit embarrassed. Usually, when Lin Chen enhanced equipment, they wouldn't disturb him. But just now, Lin Chen's dazed look made Zhang Lingyu a bit worried. After all, enhancers sometimes fall into self-doubt due to failed enhancements. And for someone like Lin Chen, who had always succeeded, failure was the most dangerous. No, almost done. After Zhang Lingyu went out, Lin Chen looked at the system interface. Refine, up to 2 attributes can be locked for refinement, including but not limited to additional attributes and special attributes. Any weapon can be refined, regardless of its grade. Hiss. Damn. Lin Chen's eyes widened.
If the initial refinement was just a somewhat useful ability, then this was a god-level ability. He casually took out a blue piece of equipment and threw it into the enhancer, selecting refinement. Deep blue blade. Advanced plus 50 cost, 50,000 points. Do you want to refine? It's just 50,000, let's do it. Lin Chen locked onto 2 additional attributes, bringing his hands together. It must be just as I imagined, I beg you. 50,000 points deducted. A flash of light, and Lin Chen quickly took out the weapon. It succeeded, it really succeeded. The skill in the special attributes section changed. Although it turned into a rather poor ability, it truly changed. Although this system upgrade did not provide a new ability, the enhancement of the refinement ability excited Lin Chen even more than gaining a new ability. The enhancer is quite impressive. From now on, he would be a unique refining enhancer. Well, that doesn't seem right, but whatever. In the face of refinement, that embedded ability is nothing. Lin Chen took out the weapon and placed his spiritual eye into it. He could still lock onto attributes. Then he placed the forbidden item inside, and he could still lock onto it. This means he could refine away the usage cost. Damn, isn't this invincible? However, when he saw the number displayed above, Lin Chen was stunned. Wisdom Crystal. Plus 50 cost, 500,000 points. Do you want to refine? Big brother, are you serious? 500,000 points? Does it cost 500,000 to refine once? If luck is bad, wouldn't it be possible to reach hundreds of millions? Lin Chen really didn't know how to complain anymore. He thought his spring had come, but it turned out to be a cold spring. Lin Chen took out the forbidden item and placed his golden epic weapon worth 50,000. The purple equipment was also 50,000. This means the forbidden item is 500,000. The red myth could be 500,000 or 50,000. The golden epic and purple rare are 50,000. Blue is 5,000, and green and white don't matter. It seems it's not unacceptable. Sigh, it's just a bit expensive. As long as it's real, everything can be discussed. Last time in the warehouse in Kyoto that had the forbidden item, Lin Chen saw a forbidden item. To be honest, he really liked the function of that forbidden item, but the side effects were a bit too much. So Lin Chen didn't even take it, but this time he was determined to get it. Sister Zhang, I need to go to Kyoto. Put. Cough cough. Zhang Lingyu, who was drinking water, almost choked to death at Lin Chen's words. There could be battles happening there at any moment. What did you say? You want to go to Kyoto? Can't you wait a while? I could not go, but I'm worried Director Chen won't give it to me. Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Impossible, whatever you want, Director Chen will give you. If he doesn't give it to you, he's just joking. As long as you want it, he will definitely give it. Zhang Lingyu quickly said. She wasn't wrong. As long as Lin Chen had something useful, even if it meant robbing, Chen Junzhang would find a way to get it. Really? Really? Zhang Lingyu nodded quickly. As long as he didn't go to Kyoto, everything was fine. Lin Chen certainly didn't want to go to Kyoto. It was just that the forbidden item was a bit special, and he was worried that Chen Junzhang wouldn't give it to him. That was a teleportation item. Although it could only be used once a month, being able to save one's life even once a year would be worth it. It's a forbidden item pendant called the Traveler's Pendant. Can you see if Uncle Chen can send it over tomorrow? Zhang Lingyu nodded. I'll call him right now. She pushed the door open and walked out. Ling Chi came to Lin Chen's side, eyeing him curiously. Brother Ling Chi, why are you looking at me like that? Ling Chi said, while looking into Lin Chen's eyes. Is there something wrong with that jade pendant? Ha, you could guess that? When you heard someone was looking for you, Reforger, you thought about going to Kyoto for that forbidden artifact jade pendant? I think the pendant's ability is excellent, but its cost must be very high. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect Brother Ling Chi to be so clever. Ling Chi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Why did that sound so unpleasant? What do you mean by so clever? He was already clever, just too lazy to think. When he did think, he still couldn't compare to Zhang Lingyu. Why, with his intelligence attribute raised, couldn't his brain just move a little? Outside the door, Zhang Lingyu frowned and held her phone as far from her ear as possible as Chen Juanjing's roar came from the other end. This script was not what she expected. Why was there such a big reaction when the forbidden artifact Traveler Jade Pendant was mentioned? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Lingyu? Zhang Lingyu? Ah, I'm listening. This jade pendant cannot be given to Lin Chen. But if you don't give it, Lin Chen will have to go to Kyoto himself. Chen Junjing fell silent. Going to Kyoto was not a good thing. If Lin Chen went to Kyoto, Chen Junjing couldn't possibly give him the jade pendant because the cost of that pendant was a reduction in lifespan with each use. Letting someone as important as Lin Chen use this pendant would be harming him. Ask him if he has a way to deal with that side effect. Is the side effect of that forbidden artifact really that big? It reduces lifespan. What do you think? Zhang Lingyu was stunned. It actually reduced lifespan. No wonder Lin Chen wanted to go to Kyoto himself. No wonder he specifically asked her if it was true. It turned out he already knew. I'll ask him, since he didn't take it last time. It must be because the side effect was too great. This time he should have a way, which is why he's asking for it. That was the only possibility. That side effect, don't worry, I've already thought of a way. He had tested the refining ability. Although it wasn't refined, being able to specify the problem wasn't a big deal. Even if it didn't succeed, it was fine. He could just not use it. Alright, I'll have Director Chen send it over. Zhang Lingyu hesitated for a moment before agreeing. She believed Lin Chen wouldn't joke with his life. Lin Chen looked at his continuously rising points and nodded in satisfaction. At the current rate, 500,000 points would only take a week. On the third day, a milky white jade pendant appeared in Lin Chen's hand. Traveler's Jade Pendant quality, forbidden artifact level, none effect, random teleportation within a specified distance range of 500 kilometers. CD, 1 month, cost. Each use deducts 3 to 10 years of the user's lifespan based on distance dot. This was also why Lin Chen didn't take it last time. The cost was simply too great. If there were no negative costs, Lin Chen would definitely choose this life-saving forbidden artifact. Ignoring the current situation, being able to teleport within a specified distance range was incredibly powerful. But with the side effect of the cost, Lin Chen decisively chose the wisdom crystal that enhanced attack power. All fear came from insufficient firepower. As long as the attack was high enough, the safety of life would be sufficiently high. But now that his refining had leveled up, this forbidden artifact was just right for him. If it weren't for Lin Chen's repeated assurances, Chen Junjing wouldn't have given it to him. Dingling. Lin Chen looked at the name on the screen, feeling a headache coming on. After getting the item, this was already the third call from Chen Junjing. The phone call kept circling around the same issue. Director Chen, what's wrong again? Lin Chencheng lay languidly on the lounge chair, listening to Chen Juanjing's rambling. Lin Chen, can you really eliminate that side effect? You actually don't need this. After all, there are so many teams protecting you. If you feel unsafe, I can send you more teams. Don't worry, I have a way to solve it. Lin Chen had already lost count of how many times he had said this. How about I get you a different one? There's a shield-type forbidden item that's not bad, and it costs less, just a bit of weakness. No need. I think this one is just fine. Mainly because he already had a shield, and it was a 3-hour invincible shield. Alright then. Chen Junjing had nothing more to say. After hanging up, Lin Chen looked at Chen Juanjing's phone number on his phone and asked Ling Qi, what if I blacklisted his number? Then you'll see him in person tonight, Ling Qi replied without a second thought. Lin Chen sighed and casually tossed his phone onto the small round table beside him. The place was too small, there wasn't even a counter in front of Lin Chen, which made him quite uncomfortable. At this moment, outside Kyoto City, in a remote area, a group of people dressed in black robes emerged from a domain gate. No organization should be faster than us, right? The speaker had a hoarse voice and a wide grin. Fu Tianwan, can you not smile like that? It makes me want to hit you, a woman beside him said with some dissatisfaction. Widow, I can smile however I want. Who are you to care? Alright, you two stop messing around, hurry up and get into Kyoto. Look for the enhancer who can strengthen weapons to +16. A burly man stepped between the two, blocking their line of sight. Will the person really be in Kyoto? I feel like they shouldn't be here. If it were me, I would definitely arrange for this person to be in another city, not here. The widow shook her head, unsure of what the higher-ups were thinking. I know they won't be here either, we just came to go through the motions. Sending 3 Tianwan level is just to make others think our target is Kyoto. A team of 8 also appeared on the west side of Kyoto with the same target, Kyoto. Almost on the same day, 7 or 8 more teams gathered near Kyoto. In a conference room in Kyoto, an elder opened his eyes. A total of 12 teams, the weakest are all 8th tier professionals, and each squad has at least one 9th tier professional. Second elder, are you sure? The second elder nodded, sure, at least that's the situation in Kyoto. Qin Junjing held the second elder up. Thank you, second elder, I'll take you back. The second elder waved his hand. No need, you all go prepare. In the elder council office, the second elder swayed back in. How's the situation? Don't you trust my abilities? This little matter is nothing to me, the second elder said with a smile as he sat back down. The second elder's divine eye is still reliable. The divine eye, the eye of the god, had a grasp of everything within a 300-kilometer radius of Kyoto. While it couldn't observe in detail, the divine eye could see energy changes, and as long as the second elder observed where energy changed, he could discover anomalies. Sigh, I'm getting old, can't do it like before. If it were earlier, I could have finished it in 10 minutes. Can't deny I'm getting old now. The second elder shook his head. Everyone present was aging, the oldest among them already 80 years old. It wasn't that they didn't want to retire, but due to the special nature of their profession, retirement was impossible. Feng Jing remained calm, not a single outsider in sight. Lin Chen played with the jade pendant, watching the increasing points, though the speed was still a bit slow. I want to work. Lin Chen stood up and looked at Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu blinked at Lin Chen, wondering why he suddenly wanted to work. Hadn't the weapons for this week already been completed? Sister Zhang, I need a batch of weapons. I want to start strengthening now. The higher-up said not to strengthen for now. At least for the next 2 months, there won't be any weapons for you to strengthen. All the weapons have been given to other enhancers, and you don't have any. Here. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Lingyu speechlessly. This wasn't protection, was it? How could this be? He needed points. I won't strengthen to a high level. Just to level 10 is fine. Enhancers need to maintain their touch. If I don't strengthen for a long time, it might be much harder when I want to strengthen to level 50, Lin Chen said seriously. Zhang Lingyu wasn't an enhancer and didn't know if what Lin Chen said was true. But even if only 10% of it was true, it was a gamble she couldn't take. You can only strengthen to level 10, understand? Don't worry, I'll only strengthen to level 10. Lin Chen hadn't planned to strengthen too high anyway. After all, there weren't many weapons at plus 16 or plus 20. The next day, a batch of weapons arrived in Fengjing. Zhang Lingyu handed the backpack to Lin Chen. This batch isn't urgent, take your time. If possible, the higher-ups didn't want Lin Chen to act at this time. But thinking it was only level 10, it shouldn't be a big problem. Lin Chen looked at the backpack in his hands, his eyes filled with light. Points were beckoning to him. Due to the system upgrade, strengthening to plus 10 was something Lin Chen could do with his eyes closed. This batch had a total of 200 weapons. If Lin Chen went all out, he could finish in a day. However, he still took a long time, as usual, spending 4 days on it. Sister Zhang, here, please distribute these as soon as possible. These are the equipment for the garrison troops. There's no rush. What? Don't they fight against monsters? They do, but not as frequently as the other 3 departments. Generally speaking, the garrison troops just need to control the monsters within a certain range. As long as they control a certain number and area, they don't need to worry. Lin Chen looked at the backpack. What was the use of strengthening these things himself? He couldn't help but shift his gaze to Ling Qi. Ling Qi quickly shook his head when he saw Lin Chen's gaze. You don't need to look at me. This has always been Zhang Lingyu's responsibility. I'm just a bodyguard. Lin Chen felt deflated. Wasn't this just a wasted effort? Zhang Lingyu was somewhat puzzled. What difference did it make whether the weapons were used or not? Forget it, let's just send these weapons away first. Alright, we've arrived in Kyoto. Chen Xiaoming felt relieved as he looked at the familiar buildings in the distance. Finally, he had delivered these people to their destination. Split into groups of 2 or 3 and enter from 4 different directions. If anyone gets discovered, sorry, but no one will save you. Remember, the goal this time is to find that enhancer. Don't do anything unnecessary, Chen Tianyi warned. Understood. The group had already divided into teams and scattered. Only Chen Xiaoming and Chen Tianyi remained, standing there watching the 3 small teams leave. Quick, open the passage. We're going to Fengjing. Chen Tianyi urged with a happy smile. We're just leaving like this? What else? Am I still doing a mission here? But it's too far to Fengjing. It's over 1,000 kilometers away. My energy is almost depleted. I need to rest for a day. Chen Xiaoming spread his hands. Chen Xiaoming, if you want to die, just say so. They will only stay in Kyoto for 3 days. You better not waste my time. Don't think I don't know your abilities. You used them last time. Even Joe Poppy wouldn't dare to use people like you do. Chen Xiaoming took a deep breath and clasped his hands together. A surge of energy emanated from him, and his gaze sharpened. As he spread his hands apart, a black crack slowly opened. A minute later, a portal large enough for 2 people to enter side by side appeared before them. Let's go, Mississippi.
Chen Xiaoming wiped the sweat from his forehead. Opening this door felt like it required at least 3 more buns. It was too exhausting. He could open such a passage 3 times a day, but he wouldn't use it within this organization. The last time he used it was only because he learned about Chen Tiany's identity. The two stepped through the door and emerged on the other side in Fengjing. Ah, this feels great. The passage you usually use can only teleport 500 kilometers at a time, which is really too short. By the way, how far can you actually open the door? She was clear about Chen Xiaoming's strength, but she knew very little about his ability to open spatial passages. All she knew was that his 500-kilometer door could only be used twice a day, with a long interval in between. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken them so long to reach Kyoto. Well, that's a secret. Chen Tiany didn't mind, as long as she could use it, it was fine. If necessary, she could just increase the effort next time. Sooner or later, she would find out. After entering the city, Chen Tiany headed straight for Lin Chen's shop. Oh, they changed locations? Why is it so off the beaten path? When she saw the sign, Chen Xiaoming began to doubt his life. Is this the shop of the enhancer Lin Chen? It's so shabby. He had never seen an enhancer shop in such a state. Even the lowest level enhancer shop was much better than this. Chen Tiany looked at the door with some suspicion. Although she had come through with a snake last time, she hadn't paid attention to these details. If it weren't for Ling Qi's aura lingering in the room, she would have doubted whether she had come to the wrong place. That's right, this is the place. Chen Tiany pushed the door open, and what came into view was Lin Chen lying on a recliner. Lin Chen lifted his head and glanced over. It turned out not to be a customer, so he continued to lounge. Tiany, why did you guys come here? Is your organization's target Fengjing? Ling Qi hadn't expected them to come to Fengjing. No, those team members are looking for someone in Kyoto. I just missed you, brother Ling Qi. Chen Xiaoming rubbed his arms behind her. He spoke coldly to the people in the organization. But when it came to Ling Qi, his tone softened. Women are really scary. A black snake formed beneath Chen Xiaoming's feet, slithering up his body and wrapping around him. Hey, that's very dangerous, sister. The black snake disappeared, and the oppressive feeling vanished. Chen Xiaoming quickly fled to Lin Chen sighed and crouched down. This crazy woman was not to be trifled with. Zhang Lingyu found this scene amusing and kept her phone aimed at Chen Xiaoming. After Lin Chen noticed this, he glanced at the somewhat handsome Chen Xiaoming. Brother Chen, did you use a disguise? Ah, why do you say that? I think you shouldn't be less handsome than me. Chen Xiaoming took a careful look at Lin Chen. His nose was a nose, and his eyes were eyes. He twitched his mouth. What gave you the confidence to think I wasn't as handsome as you? Sorry, this time I didn't use a disguise, I just look this good. Lin Chen shook his head. It was impossible to chat with this person. Zhang Lingyu must have taken a liking to him, otherwise, why would she keep filming him? Zhang Lingyu, Tiany just told me that most of the organization's targets are Kyoto and Magic City. As for Fengjing, currently, no organization has set its sights here. Is that so? That's great, at least our thoughts are correct. Zhang Lingyu put down her phone and then pulled up the messages with Chen Junjing to report the matter. Got it, but don't let your guard down. The information from the border doesn't match the number of people found in Kyoto and Magic City. Chen Junjing immediately replied. It seems there are still people from other organizations heading to other cities. She wondered if anyone had come to Fengjing. Ling Qi and Chen Tiany stood outside Lin Chen's shop, watching a few people inside through the window. Is this really okay? Chen Tiany felt a bit at a loss. Just a moment ago, they were chatting inside, but then Lin Chen and the others pushed them out. They had finally managed to get out of the organization, so they should enjoy a good shopping trip. After all, they only had 2 days. They needed to cherish it. It should be fine. Ling Qi was also quite tempted, but Lin Chen's safety was a concern. Ding. Ling Qi picked up his phone. Zhang Lingyu had sent him a message. Don't worry about the date, the 4 of Iron Patrol are here, along with Fang Yu, Chen Luo, and Xiang's 3 small teams. 1 more person doesn't make a difference, so go ahead. Since Zhang Lingyu said so, what else could he say? Let's go shopping. I've never taken you to see a movie. We'll shop and eat first, then watch a movie. Since they were going to have fun, they should enjoy it fully. Upon hearing this arrangement, Chen Tiany's face turned red. Wasn't this a couple's date? She was so happy. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Inside the shop. Hiss. This woman can actually blush. That's really something rare, Chen Xiaoming exclaimed, his eyes wide. Was this Chen Tiany the same person he knew? What's wrong? Isn't she usually like this? Lin Chen asked. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. Who blushes in that kind of place? Indifference and ruthlessness are her trademarks. Decisiveness in killing is her principle, Chen Xiaoming said quietly. In the organization, she didn't even know how many demons she had killed. When Chen Xiaoming didn't know her identity, he thought she was just this unpredictable character, which had scared him at the time. But once he learned her identity, he understood. This woman was just taking the opportunity to kill. She wasn't unpredictable at all. Unfortunately, with a codename, she didn't dare to act, only able to kill those who had just joined. Better than nothing, he supposed. What kind of organization is yours, anyway? Zhang Lingyu had come across some information about foreign organizations. This information was mostly public and transparent, accessible to anyone with a bit of status. However, there were no records of Chen Xiaoming's organization. Chen Xiaoming shook his head. I'm not very clear on the specifics. I haven't been in for long, less than 2 years. I only know it's called the Poker Club, the boss is called the Joker, and there are a total of 54 core members. As for the organization's goals, I don't know. Zhang Lingyu twitched her mouth. So you've been a lonely undercover agent for 2 years? Not knowing anything? You don't have to look at me like that. Even though my codename is Spade A, I'm not the strongest. The Joker has never acted, so I don't know the strength of the others. Currently, Chen Tianyi is the strongest, but her codename is only Spade K. As for the other 3 A's, I haven't seen them, but I believe they should be stronger than Chen Tianyi. In the organization, there were no wrong codenames, except for him. So it seems your organization isn't that impressive. Ha, you're very mistaken. This organization is ranked 15th in the world, which is quite impressive. Zhang Lingyu stroked her chin. 15th? Then why was there no record? No, as long as there are names, there should be records. Your poker club doesn't have any at all. Compared to the information from Chen Xiaoming, she trusted the records more. The intelligence personnel of Huagua have never made a mistake. Because the intelligence personnel of Huagua are directly led by the Elder Council. Anything associated with the Elder Council has never gone wrong. Well, I don't know about that. The next noon, Chen Tianyi and his companion had to leave Fengjing as 2 members of the organization in Kyoto had died. Brother Lingqi, I'll come find you when I have time. Lingqi nodded. I'll wait for you. Chen Xiaoming opened a large door and the 2 stepped inside, the door closing behind them. What did they just say they were going to do? Zhang Lingyu murmured, looking at the closed passage. Kyoto, right? Lin Chen said uncertainly. So, they went to Kyoto through this passage? Just like that? Zhang Lingyu's voice gradually grew louder, her face filled with disbelief. Among the known professionals in Huagua, there shouldn't be anyone with such abilities. Even space-type ability users couldn't create a passage for others to use, right? Chen Luo, can you construct a passage to Kyoto? Without hesitation, Zhang Lingyu called Chen Luo. In a distant building, Chen Luo answered the call, looking bewildered. What are you talking about? How could you possibly construct a spatial passage? If you asked him to do something like a dimensional slash or spatial division, that would be fine, but establishing a passage? What kind of ridiculous idea is that? Alright, goodbye. Zhang Lingyu hung up the phone and looked at Lin Shan and the others. It seems he has a codename in the organization, which makes sense. This kind of ability is really effective for infiltration and decapitation. Yeah, I didn't expect the demon's ability to be so unique. Can we get a batch of people out of the demon prison? Lingqi immediately thought of the demon prison. It should be possible. Didn't Lin Chen get a batch of plus 50 mind's eye? I think it should work. Days passed and most of the organizations that entered Huagua were eliminated without causing much of a stir. Everything was so calm. Lin Chen also awaited the exciting moment. His points finally reached 600,000. He took out the enhancer and placed the traveler's pendant inside. Effect locked, refining. Minus 500,000 points. The light flickered. Ding. Lin Chen quickly took out the forbidden item. Traveler's pendant quality. Forbidden item level. None effect. Random. Teleportation within a specified distance of 500 kilometers. CD, 1 month cost. After the user selects a single target in sight, the corresponding random lifespan of the target is deducted based on the teleportation distance. How lonely it is to be invincible, how empty it is to be invincible. As long as it doesn't deduct his own lifespan, this forbidden item is invincible. The random lifespan deducted based on distance, Lin Chen guessed it should be a maximum of 10 years, but that doesn't matter. He can enhance it. After enhancement, the teleportation distance will increase and the deducted lifespan will also increase. This is no longer just a simple life-saving forbidden item, it is a dual-purpose forbidden item for both survival and attack. Lin Chen's breathing quickened, he didn't expect to succeed so easily. Lingqi and Zhang Lingyu exchanged glances and shook their heads. They had already gotten used to Lin Chen's occasional whims. If Zhang Lingyu saw the changes in the information on the pendant, she would probably react the same way as Lin Chen. Of course, if this matter were to be known by Chen Junzhang, he would likely come here in person. This ability represents those forbidden items gathering dust in the warehouse, which will see the light of day again. However, Lin Chen didn't want to mention this for now. He didn't have enough energy points yet. He would talk about it after he got his equipment sorted out and saved up 10 million points. Keek, it's right here. Bang. Woman, don't test my bottom line. Humph. King Fu, I told you not to smile like that. If you keep laughing like that, I wouldn't mind giving you a stab. The widow glanced at Fu Tianwan's lower body, her expression cold. She slowly withdrew her legs. Fu Tianwan looked regretful as the vibrant spring scenery was lost just like that. You two behave. Che Tianwan looked at the two with dissatisfaction, unsure what the higher-ups were thinking, allowing these two to act together. Che Tianwan, this has nothing to do with me, it was the widow who made the move. Fu Tianwan shrugged.
Che Tianwang didn't respond but looked towards the distant city. Are you sure those weapons came from here? You have to trust my abilities, I am the Supreme Soul Emperor. Fu Tianwang felt quite displeased with Che Tianwang's doubts. As a special profession, the owner of the Soul Emperor title querying soul information was incredibly simple. It should be noted that Soul King was his true title, Fu was just his name. I understand, Che Tianwang nodded. However, getting in wouldn't be that easy. Fu Tianwang, you go look for the target. If you can find it, we will force our way in. If not, it means the other party has likely left the city. With so many organizations acting together, Huagua would definitely have countermeasures. The most effective would be to take this enhancer to another city. So, he didn't hold out too much hope. Leave it to me. The widow frowned, her hands clenched tightly. Fu Tianwang shot her a sidelong glance and directly sat down on the ground. Then an invisible figure left Fu Tianwang's body and floated towards Fengjing. I'm going to stroll around the city, you keep an eye on him. Che Tianwang reluctantly instructed, be careful. Don't worry, my target is much smaller than yours. The Shura Hall was recorded in Huagua, but there was almost no information about the widow, simply because those who had seen her were all dead. Che Tianwang watched the departing widow and then glanced at Fu Tianwang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. What is this? Next time, don't let the two of them come out together. He couldn't help but think of the group left in Kyoto, wondering how things were going. Lin Chen was in a very good mood all day, even without customers, he was still happy. Today the common people are really happy today. Lin Chen sang while sipping tea, feeling quite content. Ling Qi was still polishing his weapons, while Zhang Lingyu played with her phone. As long as the other three pairs didn't speak, it meant there wasn't much of a problem. A string of inexplicable messages appeared in Zhang Lingyu's ear, and she was momentarily stunned. She quickly opened an app to confirm the information. Crash! Zhang Lingyu suddenly stood up, her chair bumping against the wall behind her. She then looked at Ling Qi. Be on the lookout for strangers, I'm stepping out for a bit. Ling Qi looked at Zhang Lingyu with some confusion. What's wrong? Not sure, just keep an eye out, Zhang Lingyu said as she put on her coat and walked out of the shop towards a nearby street. The December air was a bit chilly, and there were fewer people on the street. Zhang Lingyu turned left and right, arriving at a rarely visited alley. In the darkness, a figure flickered in and out of sight. 8343, no shadow. The figure's voice was strange, indistinguishable in age or gender. The figure's voice was filled with confusion. A fourth-tier person doing this work? What are the higher-ups thinking? Zhang Lingyu almost choked on her breath. Did you call me here just to insult me? I'm just the contact person. In Fengjing, others are handling the matter. The figure nodded. The people from Shura Hall have arrived in Fengjing. They found the source of the enhanced weapons. Zhang Lingyu's pupils trembled slightly, and cold sweat began to form in her palms. So quickly, an organization has found the location, even though they had been very careful. The transportation of goods was solely the responsibility of Zhang Lingyu, and the only ones who knew the information were the Ling Qi team and the garrison. There's no doubt about the Ling Qi team, but the garrison is indeed a possibility. How many of them came? 3 people, all at the 9th rank. And each has their own characteristics. Zhang Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. 3 people were manageable. Are you one of them? What if we accidentally hurt you? When we act, the air was filled with a tranquil atmosphere. You're overthinking it, Wu Ying finally managed to say after a long pause. How could someone who could become a king be hurt by someone of the same rank? That wouldn't be a king at all. But we're using enhanced weapons, No need to say more, we've seen enhanced weapons before, they're of no use to us. I don't have much time left, I have to go. Wu Ying walked into the darkness of the alley and disappeared. Zhang Lingyu reached out to call out to him, but he was already gone. But we don't have plus 16 equipment. If it were plus 16, Zhang Lingyu wouldn't have to worry about him. After all, those who could blend in wouldn't be too weak. But now, 3 teams, no, it should be 4 teams, all equipped with plus 50 gear, which has a high damage bonus. Moreover, there's also Lin Chen, an uncertain factor. She was genuinely worried that he might die here. Zhang Lingyu hurriedly took out her phone and dialed Chen Junjing's number. Director Chen, Wu Ying contacted me. What Wu Ying? Chen Junjing was somewhat baffled. For a moment, Zhang Lingyu didn't want to speak. She took a deep breath and explained the situation regarding the Shura Hall to Chen Junjing. Really? So we still have people in the Shura Hall? You didn't know? Zhang Lingyu was genuinely surprised. Of course not, I'm already responsible for 4 teams, how could I manage everything? Don't worry, I'll check. With the Elder Council, this kind of thing has always been handled by them. I'll contact you once I have news. Chen Junjing hung up the phone and headed straight to the Elder Council office. This was related to Lin Chen. Zhang Lingyu also hurried back to the shop and called Chen Luo and the others. What? People from the Shura Hall have come. Chen Luo looked at Zhang Lingyu in shock. It wasn't that he was shocked that the Shura Hall came to Huagua, but that they could actually find Fengjing. After all, Fengjing wasn't a particularly famous city, there were many cities ahead of it. The fact that they could find this place showed that this organization had some means. Are there any other organizations besides them? Fong Yu asked. If it were just the Shura Hall, it wouldn't be a big problem. But if there were other organizations involved, that could be troublesome. Zhang Lingyu shook her head. As far as I can tell, there shouldn't be any, but Director Chen has already gone to inquire, and we should have an answer by tonight. She was actually quite anxious. If there were people from other organizations, they might need to leave directly with their people. Even if there were undercover agents, not every organization that came could have one, right? Kyoto. After receiving Zhang Lingyu's call, Chen Junjun hurried to the Elder Council office. Undercover agents were mostly from intelligence organizations, which had always been controlled by one of the elders in the Elder Council. Knock knock knock, come in. After entering the room, Chen Junjun got straight to the point. Another person named Wu Ying contacted Zhang Lingyu, saying that people from the Shura Hall are heading to Fongjing. The members of the Elder Council looked at the second elder. You don't need to look at me. The person was still there when I was observing. Besides, my coverage is only this big. I can't cover the whole country, the second elder said with a bitter smile. Although he has the ability of divine sight, he cannot cover everything. Elder 8, this matter still needs to be handled by you, the Grand Elder said, looking at an old man sitting in the corner. Elder 8 nodded, his jet black hair indicating that he was not very old. Let me ask about the situation. A wave of energy emanated from him. Seeing Elder 8, Chen Junjing felt a pang of envy. If he had such an ability, wouldn't it make things much easier? Moments later, Elder 8 opened his eyes. I've already spoken to him about the matter. You can attack boldly, he will escape directly at the right moment. Then I can rest assured. I'm worried that Lin Chen and the others might accidentally injure him. After all, you all know Lin Chen's situation. After Chen Junjing left, several elders looked at Elder 8. Are there others besides them? Elder 8 shook his head. Wu Ying said he hasn't encountered any other organizations. Even if he did, he would help resolve it. The Grand Elder looked at Elder 8 with envy. Your ability is really useful. You can communicate regardless of distance. Elder 8 shook his head. My ability is only useful for communication. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be an F-level ability. When I awakened this ability, I once doubted my life, really not understanding why such an ability would be a unique one, until I took over the intelligence organization. He could only build a spiritual path in people's minds, and everyone's spiritual path had to pass through him. He was like a relay station receiving information from various regions. Unfortunately, even though he is now a 9th-tier practitioner, his strength is still quite weak. The number of people who can connect to the spiritual path has not exceeded 1,000, but that number is already sufficient. Rank is not important, practicality is the hard truth. The Grand Elder shook his head. Is his ability strong? Very strong. But it is only strong for individuals. For this country, to be honest, his ability does not have a significant impact, yet he still sits in the position of an elder. Of course, all of this cannot be separated from everyone's cooperation and professional guidance. After Chen Junjing returned to the office, he informed Zhang Lingyu of the information. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Lingyu looked at the others. The higher-ups mean to just proceed normally, so you can use plus 50 weapons. As for Lin Chen, you probably won't have a chance to take action. Lin Chen looked disappointed. He hadn't tested the micropulse yet. That effect of making anyone who stares at it pregnant looked quite satisfying. With 500% damage, a single shot could deal 1,500 damage. A one-shot kill should be possible, right? However, 9th-tier practitioners actually have quite a few life-saving skills. After all, humans are not monsters standing still for you to shoot. Outside the city, King Fu opened his eyes and glanced at King Che. I've already investigated. That shop has closed. There are probably two possibilities. The first is that they have moved to a small city, and the second is that they are still in the city. Personally, I lean towards the first option, as staying in Fongjing is too dangerous. King Che frowned, and he also leaned towards the first option in his heart. But which city would they go to? Due to the appearance of the domain gate, most small cities in various countries have almost disappeared. Even so, in such a large country as Huagua, the number of small cities is countless. Let's wait and see. A scouting practitioner will arrive here shortly. Hearing this, King Fu nodded. If there is a scouting practitioner, it will be easy to find out if that enhancer is present. What about that old woman? King Che's mouth twitched. Old woman? You're not afraid of her poison, but I am. She went shopping in the city. She probably won't be back until tonight. Ha, she's a person from the Shura Hall, and she dares to enter the cities of Huagua. If she gets exposed, I wouldn't mind taking action to understand her. Fu Tianwan licked his lips. Clearly, he was extremely eager for the widow to be exposed. Che Tianwang shook his head. That woman was not so easy to expose. The next day, a person in a black robe arrived at Che Tianwang's base. Use your abilities to check. Yes. The black-robed man waved his arm, and countless flying insects flew out from his clothes, heading towards Fongjing City. The three Tianwangs ignored this directly. What kind of abilities did they not have in their Shura Hall? Just insects. However, next, the black-robed man opened his mouth, and another swarm of insects flew out. Fu Tianwang's eyes twitched as he looked at the widow. Are all of you who play with insects this disgusting? As the poison Tianwang, insects were something the widow inevitably dealt with.
Soul Tianwang, I advise you to speak less. I wouldn't mind having the organization replace you with another Tianwang.
The widow snorted coldly. Old women
Are just old women, their tempers are bad.
Fu Tianwang muttered under his breath.
The widow clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and slowly relaxed her grip. Her eyes were fixed on the distant city. Lin Shen still opened his shop on time, but there were no customers, and the three of them played their own games in the shop. Chen Luo and his team also moved their position just 100 meters away from Lin Shen's shop.
Captain Chen, there's a weak spiritual energy response. It should be a probing method.
A team member in front of Chen Luo pointed at a 10-inch television screen. This was a spiritual energy detector.
It could only detect
spiritual energy changes within a 1-kilometer range, but its sensitivity was the highest.
Do you know what profession it is? Chen Luo hurried to the machine.
The spiritual energy on the screen was dotted, and the number was not small at all. It's highly likely to be an insect master, but the number of these people is a bit too much. Based on this quantity within a 1-kilometer range, the number of spiritual insects in his hands might be in the tens of thousands.
Chen Luo
took out his phone and quickly contacted others.
Outside the city. Found it. The target is in a corner of the city's second ring.
The man in the black robe said.
Weakly. Controlling so many spiritual insects to find a target was not an easy task.
His spirit and body were both extremely weak at this moment.
You did well, go. Rest now. Che Tianwan waved his hand. Fu Tianwan glanced at the member with some confusion. Do you think he looks thinner? Maybe. Let's go. Insect master. Zhang Lingyu looked at the insects clinging to the window, feeling terrible. Okay, I understand. You all come over. It's too late to leave. The spiritual
insects have locked onto this place. Once spiritual insects find a target, they will follow it until the master revokes the order.
As for killing the spiritual insects,
that's not a good idea. Even the most ordinary insect master has hundreds or thousands of spiritual insects.
How can you ensure that all the spiritual insects are eliminated unless you burn them on a large scale?
But this is a city, and clearly, that method is not feasible. Ling Qi, protect Lin Shen for a while. The
battle outside will be left to Chen Luo and them. To prevent any accidents, Kyoto sent another team.
However, this team was not one skilled in combat.
Suddenly, 3 powerful auras descended.
Then Chen Luo and the 3 appeared, while their team members arrived at the front of Lin Shen's shop. This level of battle was not
something they could intervene in. You 3 dare to block our way. Do you not regard the people of our Shura Hall? Fu Tianwang's hoarse voice rang out. I already
think highly of you. One is called the Soul Emperor, a Soul King. Another is the Giant Power King who has mastered the power profession to perfection. And there's
one more.
Chen Luo looked at the widow, momentarily unsure of who she was.
You don't know, do you? Want to know? I won't tell you. Chen Luo's eyes twitched. Was this really the Soul King who toyed with souls? Why did it feel a bit foolish? Don't you know that villains die from talking too much? Just start fighting.
The Car King's energy overflowed, his muscles instantly bulging, his clothes bursting. Ignoring Chen Luo and the others, he charged straight towards the shop.
Where Lin Shen was, Chen Luo did not stop him.
The Car King was halted by a yellow barrier 10 meters from the shop.
Barrier master.
The Car King quickly retreated.
Why was there a barrier master here? Shouldn't they be guarding against monsters? First deal with these 3, then we'll break this barrier. The Car King quickly adjusted his battle plan.
They had originally planned to abduct directly, but unexpectedly encountered a special situation.
The other 2 nodded, and the
widow extended her right hand, sending a green mist flying towards Chen Luo and the others. A black space appeared instantly, sucking the green mist into another
dimension. Fang Yu vanished from his spot, reappearing behind the Soul King. Have you forgotten my title? An invisible force struck Fang Yu, but a shield surrounded him, dissipating the energy.
This is really troublesome. There's actually a protective artifact for souls.
Giant power and old woman, hurry up and deal with those 2. I'll hold off this assassin. With that, the Soul King took Fang Yu and directly moved the battlefield to a corner to fight. Xiang took out a bow and arrow.
Chen Luo, you handle the one with poison. I'll take care of this strong man. An energy arrow shot out instantly, heading straight for the Giant Power King's face at incredible speed. The Giant Power King didn't care, casually reaching out to block it. The moment he touched the arrow, a tremendous force hit him, knocking him back 6 or 7 meters and breaking his palm.
The Giant Power King looked at the opponent in shock. What was going on? Why could a 9th tier, 5th level person push him back and break through his defense? This was simply unreasonable. Although he was called the Giant Power King, defense was his greatest asset. Not to mention a 9th tier 5th level, even a 9th tier 9th level person might not be able to break his defense. Suddenly, he had a feeling that this time he might be in trouble.
In the room, Lin Shen watched the distant battle with great interest, but the outcome seemed different from what he had expected.
Is this the so-called Shura Hall? Their strength doesn't seem that impressive.
It's not that their strength is lacking, but the difference in weapons is too great.
Otherwise, why would everyone be so obsessed with high enhancement weapons?
Individual combat awareness greatly influences the battle situation, but in the face of
absolute strength, they are all paper tigers. Moreover, as a team with a higher ranking, were their strengths really weak? The three kings of the Shura Hall were completely restrained, even showing signs of defeat. This is impossible. The giant Power King gasped for breath, covered in wounds. These wounds were not fatal, but they were hard for the giant Power King to accept. The information about this woman, Xiang, did not appear on the Shura Hall's list, indicating that her strength was just average. Yet, this person not on the list was actually suppressing him. Now is not the time to talk about this, we need to find a way to leave here. Forget about the enhancer. Compared to the enhancer, the widow wanted to survive more. She glanced at the distant Soul King, who was actually being held back by an assassin. Indeed, high enhancement weapons were different. On the other side, Xiang came to Chen Luo's side. Aren't the barrier masters ready yet? Sealing barriers are advanced skills that take a long time to prepare. After all, this isn't a battle against monsters, but against people. Chen Luo also hoped the barrier masters would be quicker, but this couldn't be rushed. 5 minutes was already considered very short. The giant Force King glanced around, took a deep breath, and a round stone appeared in his hand. The widow's pupils constricted. She didn't expect him to bring that. How did you bring this? I was worried there would be problems, so I asked for one from above, and I didn't expect to actually use it. The Soul King is preparing to retreat. Upon hearing the giant Force King's words, the Soul King paused his movements and instantly left the battlefield. When he saw what the giant Force King was holding, he opened his mouth. It's actually a domain gate breaking positioning stone. Zhang Lingyu in the room suddenly froze and rushed out, shouting, "It's a breaking positioning stone. Quickly remove the barrier." Unfortunately, she shouted too late. The giant Force King had already crushed the stone, and a violent aura suddenly appeared, shattering the barrier in an instant. The barrier masters instantly spat out a mouthful of blood from the backlash of the barrier breaking. A black shattered spatial gate appeared. The giant Force King glanced at Zhang Lingyu and turned to the other two. "Let's go, we don't need this enhancer anymore." "What level of breaking stone did you use?" The Soul King frowned. Disaster level." A cold smile appeared at the corner of the giant Force King's mouth. The Soul King stiffened. Was it destroy what you can't have? In his view, this place was practically waiting for destruction. The three quickly retreated, or they would also be dragged in. They managed to leave, but Chen Luo and the others couldn't escape. First, settle the barrier masters. Ling Qi, take Lin Shan and retreat from the battlefield. We'll handle this. As he spoke, a massive head emerged from the gap in the black fragments, and the crack widened further. A 3-meter-tall giant monster landed on the ground, followed by one monster after another. Chen Luo was alarmed. It's an SS-level monster. Lin Chen had just been brought out and was startled by this statement. SS level? What was going on? Could it be caused by the breaking stone Zhang Lingyu mentioned earlier? Ling Qi, take Lin Chen away. This time it's an SS-level monster, different from S level. Wait, let me take a shot first. Lin Chen immediately took out the Phantom Stealth. I know your weapon is powerful, but this is an SS-level monster, and its defense is already astonishing, Zhang Lingyu said earnestly. In the distance, Xiang and the others had already engaged. Weapons that could previously deal tens of thousands of damage to S-level monsters were now only dealing around 7,000. The damage had been reduced by more than half. But this was still much stronger than their initial weapons. The previous ones could only deal over 2,000 damage at best. The expressions of the three were exceptionally grim. Encountering an SS-level monster was rare throughout the year, yet 5 appeared here at once. Domain gate breaking positioning stone. How could they be so lucky to have such a thing? What do we do now? The breaking stone attracts high-level monsters. There shouldn't be anything higher than SS level, right? Xiang said with a worried expression. This was no joke. There shouldn't be, it's already SS level. Ling Qi, quickly take Lin Chen away. Zhang Lingyu, have the garrison sound the alarm and evacuate everyone nearby. Okay. Rat-tat-tat, a line of fire swept towards the three monsters in front. -49,210,000, -44,412,000, -52,130,000. Lin Chen immediately used the weapon's built-in ability. With plus 150 additional damage and the ability to make anyone pregnant with a glare, the damage reached 50 million. The first three monsters didn't withstand even a second and fell directly to the ground. Strictly speaking, they didn't withstand a single shot. What good is high defense? Can your defense reach tens of millions? After the skill was used up and the damage decreased, Lin Chen did not stop. Ding! Killed an 87-level SS-class monster. Experience. Plus 88,000 points plus 88,000. Ding! Killed an 83-level SS-class monster. Experience plus 36,000 points plus 36,000. Ding! Killed an 81-level SS-class monster. Experience plus 21,000 points plus 21,000. How could he not be excited? He wished for more monsters to come out of this passage. Chen Luo, who originally planned to command, put down his hands, unsure, and rubbed his eyes. Did you see the numbers that jumped out at the beginning? Xiang and Feng Yu silently nodded. We saw it, an average of 50 million damage.
They had never seen such high damage in their lives. No, they had seen it before, during a supernuclear explosion where the damage could reach 70 million in chunks of 70 million. But that was a nuclear bomb. Could it be that every bullet from Lin Chen's gun was a small nuclear bomb? Next was Lin Chen's personal showcase. As long as a monster appeared, it would instantly turn into a corpse on the ground. 5 minutes later, over 50 monster corpses lay on the ground. Chen Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead, thankful for Lin Chen. Without him, this area within a 5-kilometer radius would be impossible to secure. At this moment, there were only some issues on the ground, but the impact wasn't significant. Seeing the space passage's door close, Lin Chen looked disappointed. In just this short time, he had already reached level 6 of the 6th tier, and his points had directly soared to 2.8 million. To think, this was only in 5 minutes. His eyes burned with desire. If he could get one of those things, wouldn't it be? Unfortunately, Chen Junjiang would never give him such a thing, but it was worth a try when the time came, just in case. This so-called dimensional positioning stone was likely a strategic item, and they probably didn't have many. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so shocked. Chen Luo and the others watched the whole time as Lin Chen outputted alone. Hiss. It's terrifying. If I had such a weapon, I wouldn't just challenge SS class. I dare to take on SSS class, Fang Yu said with envy. Of course, this weapon could allow anyone to take on a challenge, but thinking about getting such a weapon is out of the question. If it could be mass-produced, we would have gotten our hands on it long ago. Chen Luo saw through it clearly. After they arrived, Lin Chen was able to arrange a bunch of plus 50 weapons, which showed that plus 50 was no challenge for him. Anything above that was difficult for Lin Chen. Otherwise, why weren't their weapons plus 60 or plus 70? But in the end, they still needed to take action. Clean up the battlefield and collect all usable materials. Zhang Lingyu stood silently beside Lin Chen while Ling Qi looked doubtful about life. They were probably not real professionals. Chen Luo and the others approached. Lin Chen, can I try your weapon? Since the ground was already like this, a few more shots shouldn't be a problem. Here you go, Lin Chen said nonchalantly. This thing should be unusable by anyone else besides him. After all, not everyone could possess a crystal of wisdom, and even if they did, they couldn't enhance it to plus 50. Chen Luo took the weapon. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the plus 150 enhancement level. While they were still feeling pleased with their plus 50, Lin Chen had already moved on to plus 150. Although there is a plus 100 above now, that weapon requires a forbidden device to be used. I don't know if they can use it. Did they do with 5 gunshots? Chen Luo instantly deflated. The corner of Chen Luo's eye twitched. He was a 9th tier almost max level practitioner, yet he only fired 5 shots. Moreover, he was a space-type practitioner, a magical profession, the strongest category in terms of energy. 5 shots and it was over. Let me see. Fang Yu thought Chen Luo had just casually fired a couple of shots. However, when he got it, the gun only fired twice. Fang Yu fell silent. As an assassin, energy was already scarce, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. 2 shots drained 90% of the energy from his body. Fang Yu looked at Lin Chen as if he were looking at a monster. Is this really a 5th tier practitioner? At this moment, they still didn't know that the other party had already advanced to the 6th tier. Ziang also curiously tried it out, and silence became synonymous with the three of them. Ahem, well, it seems we shouldn't need to relocate, right? Lin Chen cleared his throat, waking the 5 people beside him. Ah, indeed we don't need to. By the way, Zhang Lingyu, how did you know that the other party was holding a boundary positioning stone while in the room? During the battle, they only knew that the other party was holding something, but they weren't clear on what it was. Yet Zhang Lingyu somehow knew while in the room, which piqued their curiosity. It was Wu Ying. He told me that the Giant Force King was holding a boundary positioning stone. At that time, in the room, that voice had sounded in her ear, and Lin Chen and Ling Qi hadn't heard it. This voice could only be heard by Zhang Lingyu. Chen Luo led a few people to the side, so that informant is the undercover, right? Yeah. In that case, Wu Ying should be one of those women or the Soul King. Who could it be? Chen Luo rubbed his chin. This was impossible to determine. When they struck, the other party was ruthless, showing no mercy at all. I think it should be the Soul King because when we fought, it seemed like the other party didn't use their full strength. Feng Yu said. The others looked at him in unison. Really? You can't be wrong about this. It should be, right? During our battle, his gaze was always on his 2 teammates. I think he probably didn't want to go all out against us, right? Under the scrutiny of the others, Feng Yu felt a bit uncertain. After all, this involved whether they would go all out or hold back when they met again in the future. If one of the 3 is, I also think it's the Soul King. After all, he was the first to leave the main battlefield. Anyway, the Giant Force King I fought definitely wasn't. From the expressions of the other 2, it was clear they didn't know about the boundary positioning stone. Feng Yu agreed with Ziang's statement. Chen Luo slowly spoke. That woman, the Poison King, should be a newcomer. We have no information about her. She acted decisively, but she just happened to be countered by me. Of course, maybe she was worried about collateral damage, so all the abilities she used were visible. From the battle, it seemed the Poison King also had some suspicious leniency, but judging from the Giant Force King's reaction, he clearly had no objections to the Poison King's actions. Forget it, let's not think about this anymore. We might not encounter them again. Such matters should be left to others to handle. Now we need to consider one question: should Lin Chen stay here or change to another shop or even another city? Zhang Lingyu interrupted the discussion. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Lingyu in confusion. They probably won't come back, right? They might not come back, but it doesn't rule out the possibility that they will inform others. Unless they think you're dead, but I think that possibility is quite low, after all. Outside the city, King Che, are we heading back to headquarters now, or looking for another opportunity? King Fu's hoarse voice sounded. When there were no outsiders, they preferred to use each other's surnames. In front of outsiders, they would use their famous codenames. However, King Fu still called the Poison King Widow back to headquarters. We've already been exposed. They will either relocate or send more personnel. But either way, we can't succeed. King Che shook his head. He chose to give up on this mission. There was no choice but to give up. They simply couldn't match the lethality of the opponent's weapons, which had exceeded his expectations. I agree. There's no need to waste time here. Instead of this, we might as well expand our territory and recruit more members, the widow echoed. King Fu's gaze was like a venomous snake fixated on the widow. Widow, I haven't even mentioned you yet. Did you just hold back? Why is all the poison colored? Afraid the opponent won't see it, right? The widow snorted lightly. If I had used other abilities, would you all still be alive now? And you were the first to leave the battlefield, didn't you also not put in any effort? King Che rubbed his temples, wondering how it had started again. He didn't care at all about what they were saying. Asking the widow to go all out was like seeking death. Even he didn't dare face the widow's poison. Alright, stop arguing. We're heading back to headquarters now, but before that, let's spread the news. I believe that broken boundary positioning stone will keep them busy for a while. By then, with those organization members added in, it will definitely be a spectacular scene. Is your spirit insect still around? King Che asked the member who looked withered. Report to Lord Giant Force King. The spirit insects in that area were all killed when you crushed the boundary stone. As for the spirit insects in other regions, they have long been retrieved. Mentioning the killed spirit insects, the person couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. That was 1/10 of his spirit insects just gone like that. Don't worry, when we return, I'll have the organization compensate you. That night, information about the enhancers spread among various organizations. Except for those who died in Kyoto, everyone else headed to Fongjing. Lin Chen and the others began relocating that day, but Lin Chen didn't go to another city. Instead, he moved from the east of the city to the west. Sigh to give up the house I just finished. What a pity. Lin Chen looked at the increasingly distant shops, feeling a bit heartbroken. He had put a lot of thought into aging those things, although most of it wasn't done by him. He had thought it through. It's fine, that place has always belonged to you. Once this storm passes, it will be fine. As long as we hit those organizations hard, they won't easily enter Huagui in the future. Zhang Lingyu comforted. A batch of teams will arrive in Fongjing tonight, and those organizations will surely be wiped out. Huagua hasn't taken action for over a decade. These organizations have clearly forgotten Huagua's dominance. Huagua had always hidden its strength. Only major powers understood what Huagua's true strength was. And that true strength was merely what Huagua had deliberately revealed. At 7 o'clock that night, 3 transport planes took off from Kyoto and landed at the airport guarded by Fongjing's military. 3 small teams walked out of the planes. TSK, I didn't expect your team to come for something like this. This time it's still up to you. We're just assisting. After all, being exposed is never good. A man wearing a silver mask said softly. I didn't expect even the hunter team to show up. The higher-ups really do value Lin Chen, a burly man said with a serious expression. I said Lin Dazhuang, Lin Chen is, in short, his life is more important than yours. Another captain spoke seriously. Lin Dazhuang smiled and nodded. Fu Chenyu. Of course I understand, although the possibility of death in this mission is negligible, I am still prepared to sacrifice my life at any moment. He didn't know the situation of the hunter team, but before Lin Dazhuang and Fu Chenyu came, they had both been called for a private conversation. In short, if anything happens to Lin Chen, they would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives. Of course, the likelihood of that happening is almost zero. The organization in Fongjing is not very strong anymore. Most of their personnel have been lost in Kyoto. No more nonsense, let's hurry and meet up with Chen Luo and the others. Lin Dazhuang glanced at the captain of the hunter team, the most secretive team in Huagua, not participating in any domain gate battles. They are only responsible for external operations, running around abroad all year round. No one knows how many teams the hunter team has. These mid-level personnel only know the team name and are almost completely in the dark about them. At 8 o'clock, Lin Chen's temporary residence. This is a villa in the western suburbs. TSK, I never expected that one day I would actually be able to live in a villa. Lin Chen surveyed the room's decor. One word, truly extravagant. In fact, if he wanted to live in a villa, it could be arranged at any time. But Lin Chen was alone, and living in a villa felt somewhat uncomfortable. And this time, due to the incident, they directly took this villa out for Lin Chen to live in. Ling Qi and the others could also move in to provide close protection, and even Zhang Lingyu had moved in. If it weren't for the fear of exposure, Director Chen would have wanted to let Chen Luo and their 3 teams all move in. This villa is too luxurious in its decoration, it must cost at least 2 billion, right? When he arrived, Ling Chen saw that a villa's yard was several hundred square meters, and the backyard even had a standard swimming pool, definitely a super luxurious villa. Moreover, on the antique shelf in the hall, there were even antiques displayed. Although Lin Chen couldn't tell their authenticity, there must be a few real ones in such a villa. Zhang Lingyu shook her head. This villa didn't cost any money. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Lingyu in shock. The state wouldn't have done something like forced acquisition, would it? This thing doesn't cost money? Zhang Lingyu was somewhat exasperated by Lin Chen's line of thought. Do you remember Gu Chen? Gu Chen? Who is that? Is he famous? He tried to recall, but Lin Chen genuinely didn't remember such a person at all. Zhang Lingyu wore a hint of helplessness on her face. He's the one who wanted you to join his chain enhancement store, and in the end, his entire family was wiped out. This house belongs to his family, and everything here has remained untouched. I wanted to give it to you a long time ago, but I was always in the East, so I never mentioned it. Oh, it's him. I have a bit of an impression. His family really made a lot of money, being able to afford such a big house. Could they not afford it? After so many years of accumulation, earning so much dirty money, how could they be short on cash? Ding dong. Zhang Lingyu hurried to open the door. 3 teams stood at the entrance. Hello, we are the team from Kyoto. Besides the masked individuals whom Zhang Lingyu didn't recognize, she had received information on the others. Please come in. The 3 teams walked in. Hello Lin Chen, I am Fu Chunyu, captain of the secret mobile team, level 9, level 5 fire mage. Hello Lin Chen, I am Lin Dezhuang, captain of the demon slaying army, level 9, level 6 warrior. After the 2 introduced themselves, they looked at the masked members of the hunter team, curious about what kind of strength they represented. In the hunter team, the masked man stepped forward, his tone gentle. Hello, I am the captain of the silver team, codenamed Silver Wolf. Lin Chen nodded in confusion. Hello, nice to meet you. Teams 3 and 2 had also arrived in Fongjing, which seemed a bit outrageous. Regarding the team rankings, Lin Chen had heard some things last time. The earlier the number, the stronger the team. This meant that aside from Team 1, the 2 strongest teams had come. As for this hunter team, Lin Chen was unclear about their situation, and they hadn't said much. Anyway, Team 1 was impressive. Fu Chunyu and Lin Dezhuang exchanged glances. Team 1 was indeed formidable, but they wondered if there were other teams ahead of Silver 1. We came to greet you. We'll be heading east shortly. Thank you for your trouble. Lin Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for his words, these people would either be in Kyoto or fighting at some domain gate. Because of him, they had given up their tasks, and he felt quite guilty about it. Fu Chunyu smiled and said, you don't need to worry too much, this is our job. The 3 teams didn't stay long, chatting briefly before leaving. The eastern suburbs were their battlefield. As they exited the community, they encountered Chen Luo and Fang Yu. Oh, I didn't expect it would be you 2 leading the way. If Fang Yu can come, why can't I? Fu Chunyu. Next time, I will definitely earn the title of Team 2, Fu Chunyu said, looking dissatisfied at Fang Yu. He had already lost to Fang Yu 3 times in a row. Heh, you should first figure out how to withstand my attack before talking. Fang Yu shook his head. Alright, enough small talk. Those from the organization are expected to arrive around 10 tonight, and I and Team Fang Yu will also head over to assist you. Fu Chunyu and Lin Dezhuang nodded seriously. Although the number and quality of the incoming people might not be very high, there would definitely be quite a few 9th-tier professionals among them. Silver Wolf, I didn't expect you to be leading this time. That makes things even more stable. Silver Wolf humbly replied, you are still the main force this time. We are just here to assist. Chen Luo nodded and said nothing more. After they left, Fang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, the hunter team actually mobilized. They must think highly of those organizations, considering they are all survivors. Fang Yu was puzzled. I didn't expect it either. I thought the arrival of the 2 teams' 3rd team was already strong enough. I didn't expect the hunter team to come as well, and it's Silver 1 at that. Are there other teams above them? There should be, but I'm not sure. Chen Luo shook his head. No one knew how many teams the hunter team had or their team numbers. Sister Zhang, brother Ling Qi, is that hunter team really strong? Lin Chen was quite curious about the hunter team. All 5 of them wore silver masks, and the leader's mask under the light faintly revealed the silhouette of a wolf's head. Ling Qi shook his head. I don't know. Our team ranking is too low to deserve to know. He felt quite bitter. He had originally been the strongest team in Fongjing, but with the arrival of the Ziyang team, he was immediately pushed to 2nd place. However, it wasn't too big of a problem since he was still providing close protection. But when 2 second teams arrived, they directly fell to the bottom. Now, with 2 more 3rd teams coming, and 1 team he didn't even know about, his situation was worrying. Ling Qi looked troubled. Although he was a special combat personnel, he still felt somewhat lacking compared to these people. Sigh, it was tough. Zhang Lingyu beside him also shook her head. I haven't heard of the hunter team either. It might be a secret team. Her rank isn't actually that high. It's only because of Lin Chen that she can know so much information. Without Lin Chen, she might not know more than Ling Qi. I don't know, but it seems like the other party is quite strong. It should be. After all, those who can be sent are not weak. Not only did Lin Chen and the others not know, but even Chen Luo and his group were unclear. Chen Luo knew about Silver Wolf because he had fought alongside Silver Wolf abroad, but he only knew about Silver Wolf's strength. He hadn't seen the other party's teammates in action, or if they did act, Chen Luo was unaware. The living room of Lin Chen's previous home in the eastern suburbs was brightly lit with shadows moving inside. Those people shouldn't be stupid, right? This trap is just too obvious, Lin Dazhuang said, looking at the distant lights with confusion. Anyone could tell it was fake. These organization members shouldn't be that foolish. Fu Qinyu shook his head with a smile. You still don't understand these organization members. As long as there's a 1 in 10,000 chance, they will take the risk. What if? Lin Dazhuang really couldn't understand. Perhaps it was just a matter of perspective. Anyway, if his team were to carry out such a task, they definitely wouldn't come here first but would investigate thoroughly before making a move. He then looked at Silver Wolf. What do you think? Silver Wolf, with his hands behind his back, replied, they will come. Even if they don't come here, they will check the shops. Even if they can't find Lin Chen, getting a few weapons is still a gain. As for investigating Lin Chen's information, they don't have the time. Lin Dazhuang thought for a moment and gave up. Indeed, thinking was not suitable for him. At 10 o'clock at night, a message came through the three's headsets. The first batch of organizations that arrived in Fongjing has entered the city, targeting the eastern suburbs, with a total of 18 people. Received. Continue observing. Outside the city. Fang Pianjie, I advise you not to enter the city. That information was deliberately released, Gentiani said impatiently, looking at Fang Pianjie. A total of 8 people went to Kyoto, and only 3 survived, with 2 of the codename holders dying inside. If more die, they would have to face the Joker's interrogation upon returning, and Shen Tianyi didn't want to be monitored again. Spade K, you know the person is inside, why not go in? That enhancer can't be your lover, right? Chen Xiaoming, with his head down, shrugged his shoulders slightly. It was indeed a lover, but not that enhancer. Chen Tianyi's gaze turned cold. You can go if you want, but we won't. Knowing it's a trap and still going in is foolish. Fang Pianjie scoffed at Chen Tianyi. It's better if you don't go. Once I succeed, I'll rise in rank and then, He turned and rushed towards the city with the other 2 organization members, moving quickly, afraid that other organizations would get ahead. Did you record it all? It's recorded, but is this really okay? What if the Joker asks us why we were recording? Just say, we're worried about ending up on China's blacklist in the future, leaving a memento. Is that reliable? Chen Xiaoming looked at the 3-minute video on his phone, all featuring Fang Pianjie, with no scenery at all. Forget it. Anyway, his rank is low. Even if he spoke up, it wouldn't matter to him. The first place to discover members of other organizations was Lin Chen's previous shop. I'll go ahead, you guys take care of this. Fu Chunyu extended fiery wings from his back and flew towards the shop in the eastern suburbs. I really envy him. He can actually fly now. Watching Fu Chunyu leave, Lin Dazhuang couldn't help but feel a bit envious. The fiery wings were a relatively rare skill, considered a universal skill. Unfortunately, only fire-type professions could use this skill. Even a fire-type magic warrior could use it. He was just an ordinary warrior profession and had no flying skills. Fu Chunyu arrived above a low building near the shop. How's the situation? There aren't many, only 5 people scattered around. It seems to be 2 small organizations, with a rank of only level 8. Fu Chunyu nodded, just as they had anticipated. A strong organization would choose the house where Lin Chen previously lived, while a weaker one would only select a shop that was empty at night. Although they were weak, Fu Chunyu still came over. Tonight, they must capture all the members of the organizations. This was their main objective for coming here. Huagui is not a place where just anyone can come. Notify the others, 1 person each. I want a crushing victory. If anyone makes me take action, I will personally train them when we get back. A teammate beside him swallowed hard. Personal training. Better not. He quickly relayed Fu Chunyu's words to the others, and the communication device fell silent as he looked at the outsiders with intense killing intent and resentment. The people beside Fu Chunyu hurried down. In front of the shop, Square J arrived with 2 members. TCH, does Spade K think I'm stupid? Do they think I wouldn't come to this shop? He looked at the shop, his eyes blazing. As long as he brought back 2 enhanced weapons, his status could rise. That Spade K was really overly cautious. How could there be anyone in a place like this? They would definitely protect their residents. Boss, it seems we are surrounded. Square J was still watching one member open the door when another member nudged his shoulder. Boss, we are surrounded. Surrounded? Square J turned his head and saw, damn, how could there be anyone here? 3 professionals formed a circle, trapping them inside. The newcomers were not friendly.
The one opening the door also stopped their actions, taking out a weapon from their backpack, ready to fight. Square J's eyes darted around. He should be able to escape. After all, he was an 8th level professional. Run! As soon as he spoke, Square J instantly accelerated, charging towards the gap. The members of the mobile team had anticipated this. One of them produced a bow and arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were fired in quick succession, blocking the opponent's escape route, and then an energy arrow shot out first, aimed directly at Square J's back. Thud. 9th level. Square J staggered 2 steps and knelt on the ground. He truly did not expect to encounter a 9th level professional here. Shouldn't they be protecting the house? Isn't this just a shop? The other 2 members were easily taken down. Square J looked at the energy arrow in his chest, confused. Why hadn't it disappeared? Then he saw the arrow glowing. His pupils contracted as he trembled and said, "Explosive arrow." Boom. I told you, Zhang Di, can you not use such disgusting abilities next time? Look, it shattered and almost hit me. One of the covert mobile team members looked at Zhang Di with a face full of complaints. Zhang Di scratched his head. Isn't it to worry about the opponent having a backup? Who knew they were this weak? He really hadn't thought that much. By the way, Zhang Di, are you about to lead a team on your own? After all, many squad leaders were still 8th level professionals. It was quite normal for Zhang Di, a 9th level, to lead a team alone. Zhang Di shook his head. I think it's actually pretty good to follow Captain Fu, and I'm not suited to lead a team. Team members are team members and leaders are leaders. He still had self-awareness. Soon, all 5 people here were dealt with. As for interrogation, that was not their responsibility. Once they captured the people, they would directly hand them over to the local garrison. Fu Chunyu looked at his team members and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the possibility of securing the number 2 spot had increased significantly. At exactly 12 o'clock in the morning, all invading organizations were completely eliminated. From start to finish, Silver Wolf's hunter team did not take action. They came here merely to prevent any unnecessary issues. Silver Wolf, it's a pity I didn't get to see you in action this time, Fu Chenyu said with some regret. This was his first encounter with a hunter team. It's fine that we didn't take action. Silver Wolf smiled and said no more. Let's go to Lin Chen's place now. We'll wait for 2 days, and if there are no other issues, we can return to Kyoto to report. You all go ahead. I need to return to Kyoto first. Our mission this time was just to assist, and now that the situation is resolved, it's no longer our concern. Silver Wolf waved his hand, indicating that he had no further ties with them. Lin Dazhuang and Fu Chunyu watched each other leave. I'm becoming more and more curious about this mysterious team. I'm curious too. Although this hunter team didn't take action during the battle, they still kept those people within their encirclement. I was thinking of letting 1 or 2 of them go to see their strength, Lin Dazhuang said with a face full of regret. If he had known they were leaving, he would have let a few go. It wouldn't have affected the battle situation anyway. Silver Wolf's team arrived at the garrison base and took a transport plane back to Kyoto. Upon returning to Kyoto, Silver Wolf arranged for his teammates and then went directly to the Elder Council's office through a secret passage. Hello, elders. Silver Wolf slightly bowed his head, showing respect. You're back. How is the situation over there? The Grand Elder asked quickly. With the 2nd and 3rd teams of these 2 units, we can handle any incidents. I believe the hunter team doesn't need to get involved. We really don't need to intervene. The Grand Elder nodded. That's good. You can return to your posts now. This time your target is Sakura Country. By the way, take the newly modified H-033 nuclear bomb with you. They've been a bit arrogant lately. Silver Wolf was taken aback. A nuclear bomb? Internationally, what does the actions of the Wild Hunt have to do with our Huagua? I understand. I will carry out this task in the name of the Wild Hunt. Silver Wolf blinked. He seemed to understand what to do. By the way, when you go, find Lin Chan and ask him to help reinforce a bit. How much to reinforce, let him decide. If he doesn't take action, tell him we can give him another forbidden weapon. Silver Wolf's mouth twitched. Wasn't that a bit too ruthless? He was aware of Lin Chen's weapon reinforcement situation. After all, he was considered a high-ranking figure. But reinforcing a nuclear bomb was a bit. The next day, Lin Chen arrived at the new shop as usual. The shop was larger than the old one but smaller than those in the city center. However, it was sufficient for him, and the name remained the same ordinary name. After this incident, Lin Chen decided not to seek the limelight anymore. As for last night, Lin Chen slept soundly. The invasion by other organizations did not affect him at all. Dingling less than an hour after opening the door, someone came to visit. When Lin Chen saw the visitor, he was taken aback. You just waltz in like this, is that really okay? Silver Wolf shook his head and pointed to the off-road vehicle outside. I came by car. No one will see my mask. I'm here to ask you for a favor. Could you help me reinforce a weapon? No problem. I can help with this little thing. How much do you want to reinforce it? Lin Chen thought it was something else. After all, the person had come to help yesterday. Reinforcing equipment was no big deal. Silver Wolf breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen was still easy to talk to. The higher, the better. This thing, is very important, extremely important. He couldn't disclose the specific details of the operation.
Even though Lin Chen was very important, such things were not suitable to be said out loud. Well, it's not impossible to enhance it to a higher level, but some weapons, if enhanced too much,
can't be used by ordinary people.
Melee weapons were actually fine, but for melee weapons with a certain energy consumption, Lin Chen actually did not recommend
enhancing them too high.
Don't worry about this, it's a one-time item, it won't matter if it's higher.
Alright then, I'll make an exception for you and give you a plus 100.
It should be noted that the highest he had enhanced for the upper management was only plus 50, and that plus 100 for the Gatling gun was just an exception.
Moreover,
his system level had increased, so the points consumed had decreased quite a bit.
Really? That's great.
I thought I would need to exchange something with you. Silver Wolf was stunned to hear plus 100. He had thought that 20 or 30 would be enough, but he never expected it to be 100.
Wait, what did you say you needed to exchange?
Lin Chen felt like he had missed something.
Silver Wolf's expression stiffened. How did he let that slip? It must have been the excitement from hearing plus 100. Didn't you agree? I think it shouldn't be necessary now. Silver Wolf regretted his earlier excitement. Ahem, I think a plus 100 might indeed be a
bit difficult, it might take some time.
If it takes half a month, wouldn't that delay your time?
Lin Chen wasn't really wanting it, he was just curious about what the other party would offer. Even if he didn't get anything, he would still enhance it for the other party within a day.
Silver Wolf's mouth twitched. It was definitely intentional.
Forget it. Anyway, the upper management originally planned to use a forbidden item to get the other party's help.
It's a forbidden item. I thought it was something else. I just asked.
I think if I had a forbidden item, I could get it done in 3 hours.
When Silver Wolf mentioned the forbidden
item, Lin Chen immediately wanted to explain. However, after realizing it, Lin Chen quickly said the latter part of his sentence.
After obtaining the traveler's
pendant, Lin Chen had indeed tried to find Chen Junzheng, but Chen Junzheng refused to give it no matter what. To put it bluntly, he was still worried about the cost. After all, Lin Chen had not shown them the pendant, and Chen Junzheng had always been skeptical about Lin Chen's claim of having a way. Lin Chen also had no plans to tell them for now. At least he would wait until his points were sufficient. That ability to reduce points was only applicable to enhancement, and it was of no use for refining. Silver Wolf sighed inwardly. This was not what he had expected. Just a moment ago, he was still a very noble person, but how did he turn into this? Upon hearing about the forbidden item, thinking of the cost of those forbidden items, he was even more confused. Forget it, such matters should be left to the upper management to handle. He should focus on enhancing his equipment and leaving. Bang! A silver warhead, 1.5 meters tall and 1 meter thick, was placed on the ground. Lin Chen looked at the object on the ground and fell into deep thought. If he guessed correctly, this should be a warhead. But what did the numbers on the panel mean? And that red button? This can't be a nuclear warhead, can it? He had seen such plots in movies and TV shows, but it was his first time seeing it in person. Yes, it is indeed a nuclear warhead. But don't worry, the materials of this nuclear warhead have been infused with materials from the domain gate, so enhancement is definitely possible. Various improvement experiments on nuclear bombs had always been ongoing. However, the number of successful cases was extremely rare, so information in this area had always been kept confidential, with very few people knowing about it. Lin Chen walked out from behind the counter and placed his hand on the warhead, and information about the warhead appeared before his eyes. H033, rare, durability, 1/1 damage, 50 million additional, effective. Kill radius 15 kilometers, explosion power plus 20%, flame attachment time plus 1h. Wow, it's actually a purple rare equipment, much better than the grenades he used before. And this damage is indeed beyond Lin Chen's imagination. This is currently the strongest nuclear bomb developed, and purple rare is already the highest level. Silver Wolf said proudly. It's probably the first of its kind in the world. After all, to have attributes appear, all the parts must be made with materials from the domain gate. The number of parts for the nuclear bomb is enormous, and achieving this takes a considerable amount of time. Do you have any more? Let me play with one. Silver Wolf was still feeling proud, but froze instantly upon hearing this. Play with it? This thing, if mishandled, could destroy a city. Is it something to play with? Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Can I ask where you plan to detonate this thing? Silver Wolf hesitated for a moment, mentioning a location should be fine. Sakura. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Don't worry, I'll make sure your forbidden weapon won't be wasted. Lin Chen glanced at his points. All in. He had to go all in. His points had almost been exhausted last time, but he wasn't afraid. He had gained quite a bit in recent days, especially with the big gift from the Shura Hall last time. Just those 5 SS level items contributed nearly 200,000 points, and miscellaneous items added up to over 300,000. Plus the system's capabilities, it would definitely be enough. Lin Chen rubbed his hands and stored the warhead in his backpack. You wait here for me, it might take a little while, but the power will definitely exceed your imagination. Silver Wolf nodded, unsure of just how strong it would be. Lin Chen went behind the screen, took
out the warhead and placed it directly into the enhancer. Next, let me see your limits. Ding ding, the sound of successful enhancements rang out, continuing for more than 20 times before finally stopping. Even when it stopped, that speed was not something an ordinary enhancer could possess. Silver Wolf became increasingly alarmed. Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu stood at the door, looking helpless. After Silver Wolf entered, the two were driven out. Although they didn't know much about Silver Wolf, since Chen Luo said there was no problem, they didn't dare to say anything. What exactly is Silver Wolf here for? But we can't even listen. Ling Qi felt a bit helpless. He increasingly felt that his level was too low. There were so many things they couldn't hear about, it was too frustrating. I don't know. As long as the other party is one of us, what's the point of asking so much? Zhang Lingyu turned to glance through the glass. But why does Lin Chen smile? Look so strange? She didn't see the warhead, only Lin Chen smiling. She initially wanted to say it was a smug smile, but thought better of it. Don't peek, since we can't know, it's better not to look. Otherwise, be careful of getting called in for a talk. The two stood guard at the door, like two gatekeepers. In a distant building. You said Silver Wolf returned to Kyoto last night. At that speed, it should take at least 2 hours, right? It would also take time to report back. Yet he came again today, heading straight for Lin Chen's shop. What is he here for? Fan Yu was puzzled. If he was enhancing equipment, he could have just waited until today to finish. Why go through the trouble again? Chen Luo looked thoughtfully at the shop below. Maybe there's some task. Remembering the last overseas mission, Chen Luo speculated that this matter might be related to abroad. Listening to the sounds around him, Silver Wolf was already dazed. He had lost count of how many successful enhancements there had been. He only knew that Lin Chen was really fast. When the enhancement reached 50, Lin Chen took out the warhead, looked at the numbers displayed on it, and nodded in satisfaction. Up to now, he had only spent a little over 1,000 points. Perhaps the final enhancement would yield numbers even higher than he imagined. Go all in, he had to go all in. After all, the target was Sakura. If he didn't prepare a big gift, he would absolutely be letting himself down. H033, rare, plus 50 success rate, 36.9%. Do you want to enhance? Enhance. Minus 6,310, minus 5,210, minus 6,630. Points were rapidly decreasing, but Lin Chen was unafraid. As the enhancement level increased, the success rate began to drop. To reduce point consumption, Lin Chen slowed down. Silver Wolf was not in a hurry, just sitting there waiting. The longer it went on, the longer Lin Chen's intervals became. Eventually, the points were still not enough. Lin Chen took the warhead out of the enhancer, looked at the enhancement value, and sighed. Sigh, still not enough, I guess I'll have to make do. He put the warhead into his backpack. It was definitely too heavy to carry. He really couldn't move it. Outside the counter, Lin Chen placed the warhead on the ground. Come take a look and see if you're satisfied. Silver Wolf stepped forward, placed his hand on the warhead, and when the information came up, his eyes widened in shock. This is really enhanced. He knew Lin Chen could enhance it to 100, thinking that 100 was his limit, but he never expected it could go even further. And wasn't this value a bit too terrifying? Originally, he wanted to find a small city to establish the reputation of the Wild Hunt. But now it might not be a reputation, but infamy. Wouldn't this explosion make half of Sakura disappear? H033, rare, plus 111 durability, 1/1 damage, 50 million, plus 734.17 billion, additional, effective kill radius. 15 kilometers plus 30 kilometers, explosion power plus 20% plus 20%, flame attachment time plus 1 h, flame spread plus 50 kilometers, shockwave intensity plus 100%, radiation range plus 100%, radiation intensity plus 50%. Special, blazing flame, flame temperature increased to 7,000 degrees. Radiation solidification, radiation remains permanently and cannot be eliminated. To be honest, Silver Wolf was a bit afraid to use it. The power was beyond imagination, and it could easily sink half an island. Moreover, the radiation range had also widened, making the initially selected location unusable. If it exploded at the pre-selected location, it could very likely affect the territorial waters of Huagua. How about it? Are you satisfied with this effect? It took me a long time to enhance it. I'll go to Kyoto tomorrow for the forbidden weapon. Remember to open it for me. Lin Chen emphasized quickly, worried that the other party wouldn't acknowledge it. Don't worry, the higher-ups promised you they will definitely give it to you. Silver Wolf was helpless. Did they look like people who owed debts? That's good. After tasting the sweetness of the forbidden weapon, Lin Chen was no longer as obsessed with the magic weapons as he had imagined. If possible, he hoped to get 100 or 80 forbidden weapons. After all, this thing had no limit on quantity. When using it, he could just take it out from his backpack. How great. Silver Wolf packed the nuclear warhead. Thank you, Lin Chen. I need to head back to Kyoto now. You can go tomorrow. All right. Lin Chen watched Silver Wolf get into the car. Fortunately, he let it slip, otherwise I would have missed the chance to get the forbidden weapon for free today. Even without the forbidden weapon, Lin Chen would still enhance for the other party, and he would still go all in.
He believed that as long as he heard the mission location, no one could refuse to give their all. Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu no longer needed to stand guard. They all came in. However, there was no inquiry about the matter between Lin Chen and Silver Wolf. After all, some things are better left unknown. The off-road vehicle was filled with members of Team Silver 1, and Silver Wolf directly took out his phone. Originally, he planned to report back after the mission was completed and then head to the headquarters of the manhunt. But now he had changed his mind. The nuclear bomb attribute exceeded expectations. Elder Lin Chen has completed the enhancement of the nuclear bomb, and he has agreed to the matter of the forbidden device. He will go over tomorrow. He hoped Lin Chen wouldn't say it was because he was excited that he revealed it. I will make arrangements then. There's one more thing. Silver Wolf reported the enhanced data to the Elder one by one. After listening to Silver Wolf's report, the other side fell silent. Continue the mission. The Elder's voice became excited. But that range, the location is set to a city close to the pickled vegetable country. Gifts cannot be given to just one person. Remember, you must leave enough time for your team to escape. The coverage area was indeed too large. It could easily lead to casualties, especially with the various attributes that emerged after the enhancement. That feeling would definitely be intense. Don't worry, we will be careful. After hanging up, Silver Wolf tapped the armrest with his right hand, thinking about the map of the cherry blossom country. The location couldn't deviate too far from the city and had to be close to the pickled vegetable country. There were only 2 or 3 options. Captain, are we going back to Kyoto? No, we will fly directly to the cherry blossom country. The next day, Lin Chen prepared to set off with the Ling Qi team. But as soon as he stepped out, he was stopped by Chen Luo. Our team will accompany you. That shouldn't be necessary. You can wait for us in Fengjing. I believe those organization members should have already left. After this incident, no organization members would dare to stay in Huagua. No, I think it's better to follow along. Don't worry, this won't cause us any trouble. Then I appreciate your help. In fact, Lin Chen did feel a bit troubled by this. After all, the other party was also a team too, usually executing what kind of missions, and now they were actually acting as his bodyguards. The group headed straight for Kyoto. Back again. I wonder when we can go to Fengjing. Chen Tianyi looked at the distant buildings inside. Hey, can you help me out? This is over 2,000 kilometers. I'm almost dead tired. Chen Xiaoming sat on the ground, his face pale. I thought this would be easy for you. Chen Tianyi shrugged and then pulled Chen Xiaoming up from the ground. I said, big sister, you should carry me. I can walk just a bit slowly. Faced with Chen Tianyi's expression, Chen Xiaoming directly gave in. After walking a kilometer, Chen Tianyi looked at the time on his watch. You're too slow, let me help you. A group of black snakes appeared out of nowhere on the ground. Seeing Chen Tianyi's actions, Chen Xiaoming's pupils shrank. No or not, we have to go, otherwise, we won't make it back before dark. Chen Tianyi didn't care about Chen Xiaoming's resistance, directly pushing him to the ground, and then a long snake bound Chen Xiaoming, the snakes on the ground carrying him. Alright, full speed ahead. What the hell? Slow down. My scalp is on the ground. Chen Xiaoming felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Hearing Chen Xiaoming's voice, Chen Tianyi had the black snakes lift him a bit higher and provided support for his head. They sped along and quickly returned to the main hall. Upon reaching the main hall, the black snakes dissipated. Thud. Chen Xiaoming fell directly to the ground, looking at the sky with a sense of despair. Why does he have to be teammates with Chen Tianyi, both here and in Huagua? Isn't that tormenting? Hurry up, I want to go back and rest after meeting the person. Chen Tianyi kicked Chen Xiaoming's calf with his foot. Chen Xiaoming helplessly stood up. The 10-kilometer distance felt like the farthest distance in his life. The two walked side by side into the great hall, which was empty at that moment. Isn't anyone here? Should we go back first and come when we're summoned? As soon as Chen Xiaoming finished speaking, a black mist appeared in the seats above, and a figure emerged. It's the Joker. This was the first time he had seen the Joker appear this way. He opened his mouth but ultimately chose to remain silent. Why are only you two back? The Joker's tone was low, clearly dissatisfied with this outcome. They had sent 3 operatives to Kyoto this time. This made him recall the last operation, and suspicion filled his eyes. Diamond J acted on his own and insisted on going to Fengjing. The information there was leaked by the Shura Hall. There was a trap, but Diamond J insisted on going. We waited a day without seeing him, so we too came back. Chen Tianyi had already thought about how to explain. The Joker's frown relaxed. This was indeed something Diamond J would do. Chen Xiaoming had already reached into his pocket, preparing to take out his phone. At that moment, the Joker waved his hand, and 2 figures slowly materialized. Chen Xiaoming's pupils constricted. It was Heart Q and Diamond Q. Is what Spade K said true? The Joker looked at Chen Tianyi with a smile. Chen Tianyi looked at the Joker expressionlessly, as if the question had nothing to do with her. It is indeed as Spade K said, but as soon as they arrived in Kyoto, these two disappeared. I'm not sure where they went. Heart Q looked at Chen Tianyi with a sinister expression.
The Joker quietly watched Chen Tianyi. Chen Tianyi
nonchalantly said, my ability detected the enhancer in Fengjing, so I took Spade A to check it out. But there were too many guards around that enhancer and we couldn't get close at all. During that time, I was just gathering information in Fengjing, otherwise I wouldn't have worn Diamond J.
Chen Xiaoming was shocked.
It seemed Chen Tianyi had known these two were following them all along, or she wouldn't have prepared her explanation so well.
However, he was also relieved that
these two didn't have the ability to traverse space, otherwise they would both be dead because of the events in Fengjing.
You two have done well enough. As
for Diamond J's death, he brought it upon himself.
You can go now and rest well.
Yes.
The two left together. Is what they said true, Diamond Q? It should be.
True, I stayed outside Fengjing and indeed saw them go to Fengjing.
As for what happened inside, I'm not sure, I couldn't get close. The demon-slaying army and the
secret mobile team were all inside, and I was worried about being discovered. The Joker nodded. The assessment for these two can be concluded. From now on, they
will be your true teammates. Afterward, inform Heart Q and the others to fill the vacant positions quickly.
Outside the Great Hall, in the shadows, a black snake
transformed into a pool of black water. After Chen Tianyi and the others walked far away, Chen Xiaoming whispered, no one followed us, right? No, they are all in the Great Hall.
And now we can truly consider ourselves part of this organization, Chen Tianyi said, looking relaxed. For the past few years, she had been in a tense state, fearing that she would be discovered at any moment. Although she wasn't sent by the Huagua government, her heart had always been with Huagua.
What do you mean? Chen Xiaoming looked at Chen Tianyi in confusion. Weren't they already part of this organization? Chen Tianyi rolled her eyes at him, wondering how he
managed to survive in such an organization. It was truly a miracle. She briefly explained to Chen Xiaoming, I can't believe I've been living under surveillance all
this time? Then I'll just make dumplings.
Chen Xiaoming quickly stopped himself.
What dumplings? Nothing. I just mean that no one is watching me now, right? That's really great.
At this moment, Lin Chen and his group had already arrived at the Kyoto garrison base, where Chen Junjin was standing in front
of the plane to greet Lin Chen. Welcome back to Kyoto. Director Chen, you're not going to stop me from taking the forbidden items, are you? This is something the Elder Council promised me. You can't go back on your word. Chen Junjing felt a headache coming on. Was he really that kind of person? The reason I didn't want you to take them before is that the side effects of those forbidden items are just too severe. Actually, I still don't recommend you take them. Can you tell me one honest thing? How do you plan to deal with the side effects?
The mountain man has his own clever plans. In short, I have my ways.
Looking at Lin Chen's confident expression, Chen Junjing could only trust him. Although he believed him, his mouth didn't stop. Let me tell you, many functions of these forbidden items are really useless. There's really no need to use them. And the cost. From the garrison base to the forbidden item warehouse, Chen Junjing's mouth didn't stop the entire way. Although he knew Chen Junjing was worried about him, he really couldn't take it anymore. Aren't you the one in charge of the 4 major armies? Why are you being so fussy? Upon arriving at the forbidden item warehouse, Lin Chen rushed to the shelves and began to check each item. Chen Junjing shook his head, looking helpless. Director Chen, you really don't need to say so much. Lin Chen knows. Zhang Lingyu's mouth twitched. She had also suffered along the way. I know, but I'm worried. Lin Chen's safety is just too important. Lin Chen was unaware of the conversation behind him. He was fully focused on the shelves. He didn't plan to look at the items he had seen last time. His target was on other shelves. Bloodstained sanitary napkin quality. Forbidden item level, none effect. Throwing it at the opponent causes 100% bleeding effect, lasting 1 hour. Cost, anemia for a week. Lying doll magical toilet paper. A bunch of strange forbidden items. Lin Chen took a glance and immediately dismissed them. Then a theatrical mask appeared before him, and upon reading the description, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Yama's mask quality. Forbidden item level, none effect. After being attacked, 50% of the damage is reflected back to the opponent. Cost, 4. Every 10 instances of damage accumulated, it inflicts 200% of the accumulated value as damage to oneself. How should I put it? The effect is very good. It reflects damage. Hitting me is like hitting yourself. This effect is simply unbeatable. As for the cost, it's a bit excessive, definitely hurting the enemy 500 while self-harming 1000. But that's not important, he just needs to refine it a bit. If once doesn't work, then twice. If twice doesn't work, then 3 times. There will definitely be a suitable cost for him. Moreover, with the appearance of the cost from the Traveler's Jade Pendant, Lin Chen believed it would definitely refresh to a suitable cost. No need to say anything else, he wanted this one. When Lin Chen took the mask in his hands, Chen Junjing looked terrified. Lin Chen, this thing is very dangerous. We had someone use it before, and halfway through that battle, the practitioner died instantly. There was no way to save him. At that time, it was thought that the damage wouldn't be fatal, but the monster's damage turned out to have a lethal effect. Since then, this item had been left here and never used again. It's fine, I have a way to deal with it. How could he let go of such a good item? Zhang Lingyu quickly advised, Director Chen, you Have to trust Lin Chen, he never does anything without confidence. And think about those plus 100 weapons, can't Lin Chen use them now? Maybe he really has a way. After all, he wouldn't joke about his own life. He knew that Lin Chen could use plus 100 firearms, but he actually wanted Lin Chen to forge a cold weapon for them. Because, as long as cold weapons don't use active skills, their effects are quite good. However, he couldn't say this, after all, the plus 50 effect was already very good enough for these professionals to use. If he brought out the plus 100 again, wouldn't that be a bit too much? Lin Chen didn't stop his steps. Since he was here, he might as well see if there were any other suitable forbidden items. If there were, he could always trade for them. He actually knew that if he really wanted something, the other party would definitely give it to him, but Lin Chen didn't want to do that. The other party definitely wanted the plus 100 weapon, but had never said it out loud. The reason Lin Chen hadn't provided it was also due to the points issue. However, he didn't mind providing a plus 100 weapon now, but the premise was that it had to be exchanged for a forbidden item so that the other party could understand how hard it was to obtain a plus 100 weapon. He then walked around the shelves, but unfortunately, he wasn't very satisfied with these forbidden items. Director Chen, are all the forbidden items really here? They're all here. Chen Junjing nodded. Hesitantly, indeed, all the unused ones were here. But the forbidden item echo isn't here. Lin Chen clearly remembered that the echo was here last time. The only explanation was that Chen Junjing had taken some away. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Junjing felt awkward. After receiving the news from the Elder Council last night, he immediately moved those 20 or so usable forbidden items to another place. He couldn't be blamed for this, after all, those were too useful for them. Director Chen, you can't do this. You promised I could pick freely, and you actually took them away. That's too ungrateful. Seeing that Chen Junjing didn't speak, Lin Chen knew what was going on without thinking. It's just that there are too many forbidden items in this room, and we couldn't fit them all, so we moved them. Come on, I'll take you there now. Chen Junjing looked helpless. The forbidden items were really not very useful in Lin Chen's hands. Chen Junjing led a group of people to a small room across the way. There was only one shelf here, and it held more than 20 forbidden items, all of which they could currently use and were within an acceptable cost. Lin Chen looked at each one. Both the effects and costs were within an acceptable range. Among them, one forbidden item immediately caught Lin Chen's eye with a rather peculiar name. Sprayer's keyboard quality. Forbidden item level, none effect. Sometimes words can be lethal, causing psychological damage to the target after use. Pseudo rule, use with caution. Cost, the higher the psychological damage caused to the target, the more negative emotions the user will experience. This includes but is not limited to sadness, crying, self-harm, violence, brain death, etc. After impulse comes guilt. I advise you to be careful. This was a peculiar keyboard, equipped with an approximately 8-inch display and 2 small speakers. The term sprayer was indeed powerful enough to become a weapon's name. Lin Chen held the keyboard in his hand. It wasn't very heavy. Then a selectable target appeared in his mind, which was everyone present. It seemed that this also required seeing the person to use it. Lin Chen directly set Ling Qi as the target, then typed on the keyboard and pressed enter. The display showed the words he typed, and the speakers emitted a sound. You're really ugly. Even the voice was filled with disdain. Ling Qi heard this voice and, for some reason, a wave of sorrow suddenly surged within him, but it passed quickly. Lin Chen was already in tears. Brother Ling Qi, did you feel anything just now? Lin Chen said while crying. Damn, is this thing so effective? He only said you're ugly. Why is he crying so sadly? It shouldn't be like this. I felt very sad just now, but I don't know what happened. Ling Qi looked at Lin Chen in confusion, wondering why the child was still crying. Lin Chen, just hold on, it will pass. We've used this forbidden device, and the intensity of its effect is still unknown. But we've figured out the cost. Crying is the most basic response. Even if the words are mildly insulting, you'll cry for at least 5 minutes. The harsher the words, the more intense the negative emotions and behaviors they bring, which is completely disproportionate to the effect. Chen Junjing was trying to hold back his laughter. This forbidden device had only been obtained a few days ago, and they were still testing it. However, every tester after each trial swore they wouldn't touch that keyboard again. It was too uncomfortable. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to test this forbidden device. Lin Chen, while shedding tears, looked at Chen Junjing, convinced he was doing it on purpose. I want this too, and give me some rainbow enhancement stones. Chen Junjing quickly shook his head. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. A month later, I'll give you a plus 100 cold weapon. You provide the weapon. Deal. Chen Junjing hurriedly said, fearing Lin Chen would back out. Even if Lin Chen didn't trade a weapon, Chen Junjing still intended to give it to him. After all, to be honest, the effect of this forbidden device wasn't that strong. It had no effect on monsters and was not great on people either, but rather a torment for the user. If Lin Chen had come a week later, this forbidden device would have been tossed into the warehouse, left to gather dust. Chen Junjing thought this way, but Lin Chen wouldn't think so. The current effect was indeed quite average, but this was a spray device. As long as it was enhanced,
properly, Lin Chen believed the effect would definitely change. Even if it only enhanced the effect, he would still profit. When the time came, he could refine it, washing away the cost, and it would become a lethal weapon that kills invisibly. Unfortunately, he still had to wait until he had enough points to try. Thus, Lin Chen had 4 forbidden devices in his hands. Silver Wolf, have you reached the location? Elder 8, we have arrived at the designated location. The warhead is placed in the suburbs of this city. However, the nearest city to pickled vegetable country is at least 80 kilometers away, so the effect may not meet expectations. At most, it will cause radiation to its ocean. Silver Wolf looked at the map in his hand, clearly dissatisfied. I'll talk to you again in 10 minutes. Elder 8 cut off the connection in his mind and opened his eyes. How's it going? Since Elder 8 had been communicating with Silver Wolf in his mind, they were unaware of their conversation. The location Silver Wolf found can only affect the cherry blossoms, but it can only impact a small part of the land on the pickled vegetable countryside, mainly affecting the ocean. The ocean is fluid, which requires careful consideration for Huagua on whether to detonate there. It's fine, the 2 bombs that exploded earlier also affected the ocean. But you must know that under the influence of ocean currents, it has almost no effect on us. This is the advantage brought by geographical location. Alright, I'll notify Silver Wolf to detonate it 12 hours later. Maybe we'll see a big firework at 5 a.m. tomorrow. I'm really curious about the power after Lin Chen processes it. Just thinking about that data panel, Elder 8's eyes were filled with strangeness. That damage was simply outrageous. Looks like we need to get up early tomorrow. Let the tech department aim the satellite at that location. The Grand Elder also smiled. This operation in the land of cherry blossoms is purely to give the Wild Hunt a reputation. It is a very important part of the plan. After receiving the instructions from Elder 8, Silver Wolf entered a series of numbers on the digital panel and set the time. With a beep, the numbers on the display began to count down. Hurry up, the speedboat is right on the coastline. We must leave here at the first opportunity. On the ground in an alley, a manhole cover was pushed open, and 5 plainly dressed youths climbed out. They then got into a car on the street and sped westward. Boss Silver Wolf, do you think this power will work? It looks a bit too small, doesn't it? Will the power work? Just take away that will. This power is definitely off the charts. That panel is incredibly strong, okay? 2 hours later, a speedboat swiftly left the waters of the land of cherry blossoms. The next morning, Lin Chen was still in a deep sleep when he was suddenly awakened by a knock on the door. Ah, it's brother Ling Chi. Why are you up so early? I have something amazing to show you. It's simply a spectacle. Lin Chen was puzzled but still put on a piece of clothing and followed Ling Chi to the rooftop. Here, Jiang Lingyu and Ling Chi's team were already present, and even Chen Luo and their 3 teams were there. The task of guarding must be done, but there was no rush. Upon reaching the rooftop, Lin Chen was stunned. A pillar of fire shot straight into the sky, reaching heights that could very well be considered outer space. In fact, from the position in Fengjing, it wasn't very clear. The pillar of fire was only as thick as a chopstick, but the brightness was simply too conspicuous. When did this happen? Lin Chen looked at the scene before him, his mind racing. Could it be that the warhead he enhanced exploded? Around 5:10 this morning, suddenly a flame shot up, Ling Chi casually remarked, gazing at the distant pillar of fire. I just don't know where this place is. If it were in the country, we should have received a notification by now. Chen Luo glanced at his phone. As a top-ranking team, they would usually receive official notifications about significant events. Since there was no information, it meant the incident did not occur. Domestically, do you think it's possible that the location is in the land of cherry blossoms or the land of kimchi? Are they researching some weapon that had an accident? I think someone should investigate, Fang Yu speculated, stroking his chin while looking at the pillar of fire. It really could be possible, but what kind of weapon could explode with such power? Chen Luo's expression was serious. If it was indeed a newly developed weapon, they had to be on guard. Lin Chen was not worried at all. After all, he was also part of it. He thought to himself, you really don't need to worry. I bet a city in the land of cherry blossoms has already disappeared. In the office of the Elder Council in Kyoto, 2 large displays were set up on the front wall. Several elderly men put on their reading glasses. This shows that even professionals are not immune to age-related ailments, let alone those who are not in combat professions. The width of this flame should be over 20 kilometers, said one. The left screen showed real-time images from a satellite in space, while the right displayed footage from a destroyer. 20 kilometers is conservative. I think it should be around 40 kilometers. As for the height, the satellite images showed that the flame had already reached over 10,000 meters in altitude. If it weren't for the lack of oxygen in space, it felt like this flame could even fly out into space. Is this really their warhead? The power is indeed a bit too great. Moreover, this flame has been burning for about 20 minutes and still shows no signs of ending. It really is conservative. It seems we misjudged. Lin Chen, the Grand Elder, sighed, feeling that the effect was simply unbeatable. Listening to Silver Wolf, Lin Chen enhanced the nuclear warhead to plus 100 in just a few hours, and even exceeded that by quite a bit. Yes, that's indeed the case.
Elder 8 nodded. If that's the case, why didn't he enhance it further? If all the weapons were plus 100, I think no country in the world could compete with us. The emergence of the domain gate has made countries around the world united. At least on the surface, it seems that way. As for what happens behind the scenes, only the leaders of each country understand. Take those organizations, for instance. Who dares to say they don't have state support behind them? Otherwise, where would those weapons come from? Would they forge them all by themselves? No one would believe that. Just look at the border of Huagua. Countless battles of various sizes have occurred over the year. Maybe there are some limitations, otherwise, all his equipment should be plus 100. But it's said that only the weapons are plus 100, while the others are just simply enhanced. Perhaps there are restrictions, only Lin Chen knows the specifics, and as for the rest, let it be. When dealing with Lin Chen's issues, the Grand Elder preferred to let things take their course. It's truly spectacular. If I had known it would be like this, I should have kept him. Lin Chen looked at the flames gradually disappearing, feeling a bit regretful. If he had a little more time to refine his attributes, wouldn't the effect be even more explosive? That warhead was just a purple rare weapon, and refining it only costs 50,000 each time. What a pity. The other party seemed to be in a hurry. What do you mean keep him? Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen with some confusion. It's nothing, just if only this flame could last twice as long. Zhang Lingyu looked worried. Is Sakura country researching some super weapon? If I remember correctly, they started developing super weapons 50 years ago. Don't worry, given their current population and level, even if they develop a super weapon, it won't be that strong. Fang Yu shook his head. Based on the current situation, Sakura shouldn't have that level. I'm sending you an official live stream link. This doesn't seem like an experiment. Ling Chi sent a link to the small group. Everyone clicked on the link and an official live stream appeared before them. The video seemed to be shot from a high altitude, and they could faintly hear the sound of propellers. It should be a drone. In the lower right corner of the video, a female reporter was speaking. We are currently in international waters. From the drone's perspective, the explosion occurred in a city in Sakura country. The explosion created a massive pit, which is now filled with seawater. We are not sure which city this is, but what we do know is that such a powerful explosion should have left no survivors. Let's switch the camera to see the situation in other areas. Thank you. After 5 minutes, the drone flew rapidly, reaching a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Wow, is this drone really that fast? Lin Chen was shocked by the speed. It was faster than some cars. It's normal. The drones used by the official are specially made and can be considered a type of weapon, but unfortunately, they are not special equipment. Special equipment? Hearing this familiar yet strange term, Lin Chen recalled the stockings he had enhanced before. However, it had been so long since then, and he had not encountered any special equipment again. Isn't special equipment also a product of demonic energy erosion? Why does it feel like the quantity of special equipment is so scarce? That's right, it is indeed a product of demonic energy erosion. When weapons and equipment are eroded by demonic energy, they are likely to become demonic weapons. However, special equipment is not weapons or equipment eroded by demonic energy, but rather items. It can be clothing you carry with you or various other items. So, special items are very rare. Chen Luo had only seen 3 special items himself. It can be said that special items are a weakened version of magic weapons. Their attributes are somewhat lower than those of magic weapons but higher than ordinary equipment. Unfortunately, such things are hard to come by, and the official quantity is only about 2 to 300, which is far too few compared to the number of professionals. Moreover, special weapons are the only magic corrupted weapons that professionals can use. However, with Lin Chen, this problem has greatly improved. As long as they have Lin Chen's enhanced mind's eye, they can also use magic weapons. So that's how it is. No wonder Lin Chen felt an inexplicable familiarity when he saw the magic weapons. Dear viewers, our drone's camera is now focused on other cities. This location is nearly 80 kilometers away from the core area, but we can see that the windows of the buildings here are already shattered. And through these windows, we can vaguely see human figures. To clarify, the core I mentioned refers to the range of the flame pillar, not the explosion's core. According to experts, this location should be about 120 kilometers away from the explosion's core. What kind of thing could explode and shatter glass from 120 kilometers away? We cannot know. Seeing this, Ling Qi shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Even a nuclear warhead couldn't achieve such power. 120 kilometers is simply too far for that effect. If it could achieve such an effect, that warhead would have to be massive. The Sakura nation isn't foolish. How could such a large target go unnoticed? Lin Chen nodded in agreement. That warhead was indeed not large, just about half a person tall, easily concealable. However, he was somewhat puzzled. The distance displayed on the panel wasn't that great, so why such power? Not necessarily. If that flame pillar is still so clear here, it indicates that its explosive power is definitely off the charts. And it's not impossible for the shockwave from such an explosion to reach over 100 kilometers, Chen Luo said though.
He wasn't a weapon expert, he had some understanding of these matters. Regardless of whether Ling Qi understood or not, Lin Chen did. The panel only displayed a part of the reality. After all, this wasn't a game but a real world, and one had to consider real issues. If that nuclear warhead were placed in the sea, the resulting waves could submerge the Sakura nation, and the damage would be different. He felt as if he had opened another window. Perhaps the use of weapons wasn't singular. For example, Lin Chen had seen a fork in the official forbidden weapon warehouse that continuously emitted a weak current. If enhanced to the extreme, it could become a device generating tens of thousands of volts per second. It could be used for infinite power generation or as a weapon for attack. Quite promising. The official live broadcast continued for 3 hours, with the drone reaching a location 200 kilometers from the core, where almost no impact could be seen. Today's live broadcast ends here, exclusively reported by reporter Bing Bing. Lin Chen turned off his phone, gaining a new understanding of the power of that half-person-sized nuclear warhead. He had actually thought about playing with it. What a foolish idea. He could have easily gotten himself killed. Small in size, yet quite powerful. He didn't mention anything about his enhancements. Lin Chen, Fang Yu and I should return to Beijing to report, Fu Chenyu said, looking at Lin Chen. Their mission was complete. The organization that had come this time had effectively eliminated 99% of the people, with a portion escaping. It could be said that they had intentionally let some go. After all, some matters still needed others to help publicize. Otherwise, how could others know the situation and make the other party feel fear? So soon? Lin Chen was taken aback. Had they really left after just 2 days? He thought they would stay here longer. Lin Chen had already planned for 2 teams to stay in Fongjing to protect him while 2 teams went into the disaster-level domain gate to earn him points. After the last unexpected situation, Lin Chen did not intend to take risks himself. Although the points earned by others from killing monsters were halved, it was already enough for Lin Chen. After all, safety comes first. Our mission this time is actually to deal with foreign forces. Your safety is sufficient with those 2. Fu Chenyu glanced at Chen, Luo and Fang Yu. These 2 could firmly suppress him and Lin Dazhuang. Oh, I see. I thought you guys would stay. Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed. If they were leaving, then he could just have Chen Luo and their 3 small teams rotate to earn points for him. At 9 in the morning, Fu Chenyu and Lin Dazhuang left. Chen, Luo, Fang Yu, and Xiang disappeared from Lin Chen and the other site, returning to their posts. Lin Chen stretched lazily. Clean up and get ready to open the store. Although the name issue had led to a pitiful number of customers, they still had to operate. At noon, Lin Chen and the others were eating takeout while the television in the store played the news. We interrupt this program to bring you a news report. A video has been released on an international website. Let's take a look. The video showed a man in a black combat suit with a black mask on his face. I wonder how everyone feels about the fireworks in Sakura country. If you don't think they're good, I can set off some for you around the world. Our Wild Hunt organization is very willing to accept various tasks. Wild Hunt organization. Have you heard of it? In response to Lin Chen's inquiry, Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu exchanged glances and shook their heads. Never heard of it. All the well-known foreign organizations are documented, but this Wild Hunt seems to be a new organization. I just didn't expect that the incident in Sakura country was actually done by them. Right, wasn't that incident in Sakura country enhanced by him? No wonder that mask looked so familiar. Lin Chen thought about the mask. If it were changed to silver, wouldn't it just be Silver Wolf? So this Wild Hunt organization was the one where Silver Wolf belonged, and it was an organization from Huagua. Hiss. The implications were chilling. So, does that mean the foreign forces are backed by various countries? Is this a game between major powers? But what about the Shura Hall? Those people looked like they were from Huagua. Could it also be an arrangement from above? Lin Chen felt completely numb. He now suspected that his information had already appeared on the desks of intelligence organizations in various countries. Why don't you call and ask? Lin Chen looked at Zhang Lingyu. He wanted to know if Zhang Lingyu and the others had the right to know about such matters. If not, he would keep this to himself. He rubbed his chin. There were many fireworks. Should he help out? Alright, I'll ask. But don't hold out too much hope. After all, new organizations usually don't have much information. In Zhang Lingyu's view, this organization only had the Sakura fireworks as a notable event. The television then switched to a press conference in Sakura country. The spokesperson was a short man with gray hair and triangular eyes. We strongly condemn this so-called Wild Hunt organization because they have deployed a nuclear bomb. Shenzhen City suffered a nuclear attack hundreds of years ago and has only just recovered. We cannot tolerate being attacked again. According to our observations, crystalline structures have already appeared in the explosion's core area, and the entire area that was hit has completely disappeared, with an area reaching 2,000 square kilometers. The official channel kindly posted a satellite photo. From the sky, a large, regular half-circle had appeared at a certain coastline, and the seawater had already flooded in, forming an inland sea. In addition, the radiation in the core area has reached 3,800 roentgens. 1 roentgen equals 10,000 microsieverts. and the human body begins to suffer at over 100 microsieverts.
One can imagine the situation there.
The old man on the television continued speaking. At a distance of 100 kilometers, the radiation is still at 3 Roentgens. Such weapons are immoral. I suggest a global manhunt for the Wild Hunt Organization.
For Sakura country, the nearby areas could almost be abandoned.
The radiation range was simply too vast. However, things were far from simple.
Lin Chen watched the television, recalling
a data point he had enhanced at that time.
Radiation range plus 100%, radiation intensity plus 50%.
No wonder they could still measure such a value at 100 kilometers
away.
Without those 2 enhancements, it should be less than 0.1 at that distance. And there was also a radiation solidification.
Lin Chen looked at the man on
the television with sympathy. He really had no reason to blame him. He hadn't even used the refining properly. If he had known it would lead to such results, he
should have kept Silver Wolf for another day to enhance another plus 50. Wild Hunt? What do you want to ask them for?
Lin Chen said, somewhat curious.
Zhang
Ling Yu was not curious. The more she knew, the more confidentiality agreements she had to sign.
She had lost count of how many agreements she had signed, violating.
Even one could cost her life.
Wait for me 2 minutes. 2 minutes later.
The Wild Hunt is considered a partner, so try to help them as much as possible when you encounter them in the future. They might come to Lin Chen to enhance weapons, and as for payment, that depends on Lin Chen.
By the way, I've sent you the confidentiality agreement. You and the Ling Chi team need to sign it.
Chen Junjing did not tell Zhang Lingyu the truth. It was said that this nuclear bomb was enhanced
by Lin Chen.
He didn't believe Lin Chen couldn't guess after watching the news, but it was probably because Zhang Lingyu and Ling Chi were with him and he didn't know if he could say such things. Zhang Lingyu looked helpless. She knew it would be like this. It didn't matter. She already had over 40 confidentiality agreements,
so one more didn't make a difference. After returning, Zhang Lingyu relayed Chen Junjing's words to the two. Lin Chen stroked his chin, realizing that his weapons were about to be aimed overseas.
However, for safety's sake, he still needed to be cautious with the weapons for the Wild Hunt. One misstep could attract a
swarm of organizations, and who could handle that?
5 days later, an international wanted notice for the Wild Hunt was issued, and of course, the higher-ups in the country were aware of such matters. Chen Junjing sent a photo to Zhang Lingyu. Since you've already signed so many confidentiality agreements, this one is a free gift for you. Lin Chen can look at it too. The photo was the wanted notice for the Wild Hunt Organization, and below it were other organizations.
Ranked by strength, there were many names Zhang Lingyu recognized.
Poker Club, Azura Hall, Fool's Crowd. If you want to see it, you need to sign a confidentiality agreement.
Lin Chen could look for free, but Ling Chi could not.
Ling Chi looked at Lin Chen, who was holding the phone, wanting to say something, but it seemed he didn't
have the right.
Lin Chen glanced at the list and clicked his tongue in secret.
Wild Hunt, ranked 35th, with a threat level of only A?
They had already used a nuclear
bomb, yet it was only an A level. What kind of heinous acts had those above done?
The list had only 50 entries, and the Wild Hunt could only rank at the back,
not even making it to the middle.
Poker Club, Demon, ranked 9th, threat level S. Azura Hall ranked 3rd, threat level SS. Unknown, assassination focused, ranked 1st, threat level SSS. Lin Chen looked up from below, his face filled with question marks when he saw the organization ranked 1st.
How could there be an unnamed organization that is actually SSS level? Sister Zhang, what's the situation with this organization? How can it be so powerful? Lin Chen thought Azura Hall was
already very strong. If they hadn't been prepared, they might have really fallen for their tricks. It should be noted that at that time, Chen Luo and the others were using plus 50 weapons, yet the damage they caused was very limited. This shows the strength of the opponent.
Zhang Lingyu glanced at him and shook her head. I'm not
very clear about this organization either. I just heard that they mainly assassinate key figures of some countries, and their success rate is 100%.
Ling Chi, after
signing the confidentiality agreement, looked at the phone in Lin Chen's hand. This organization is very famous abroad. The bodyguards of key figures in all countries are there to deal with this organization.
As long as you pay, this organization dares to assassinate anyone.
5 years ago, the president of Eagle Sauce was
killed by them, but until now, no one knows their name.
This organization is really strange. Other organizations are afraid that others won't know they did it. It should be noted that Silver Wolf released a video on the external network shortly after detonating the nuclear bomb, promoting the Hunter organization.
Lin Chen
suspected that if he hadn't given them a boost to create such a huge sensation, he probably wouldn't even make it into the top 50.
Moreover, he never expected that
there were as many as 50 such organizations abroad, or even possibly more than 50. I don't know about that. Anyway, this organization has never committed crimes
in Huagua,
so I haven't paid much attention to it. You could even say that among so many organizations, very few have entered Huagua to commit crimes.
There isn't much focus on foreign organizations.
If there was focus, even a small team like Ling Chi's should know.
But in reality, this information only circulates among
higher-ranked teams. They are not qualified to know, which indicates that the problem is not serious.
Never acted in Huagua?
Lin Chen stroked his chin. After all,
This is a 100% successful organization, and he didn't believe there were no key figures in Huagua that someone wanted to kill. The only explanations are two. One is that this organization knows Huagua's strength is formidable and doesn't want to provoke it at all. The second is that this organization has intricate ties with Huagua. Of course, Lin Chen believed more in the first. However, the strength that Huagua has currently shown can only be said to rank 5th in the world. It is far inferior to the first-ranked Eagle Sauce, yet Eagle Sauce still suffered an assassination. This is clearly somewhat unreasonable. Forget it, it has nothing to do with him. As long as they don't come looking for him, everything is negotiable. You all did well. In the future, try not to let the hunter people return to Huagua. Your task is to attract attention on the surface. You don't need to worry about anything else. The words of Elder 8 echoed in Silver Wolf's mind. Understood. If you have any needs, contact me later and I will send someone to deliver it to you. Elder 8, should we drop another H033 on Eagle Sauce? Silver Wolf asked cautiously. The effect was just too strong. It should be noted that in Silver Wolf's view, it was already good for their organization to have some fame. He never expected to directly enter the top 50 ranking, which was beyond his expectations. A minute-long silence. H033 has only succeeded once. 033 is just its number, not its model. The previous 32 all failed. If there are any successes in the future, I will notify you. To be honest, I also want to see the scene of this thing exploding there. Elder 8 certainly wants to take a look at Eagle Sauce. At the beginning of the Domain Gate's arrival, Eagle Sauce caused quite a bit of trouble for Huagua with his dog sons. Generations of the Elder Council have wanted to find an opportunity for revenge, but there has never been a chance. With internal and external troubles, Huagua can only resolve internal issues before addressing external ones. Huagua is different from other countries. They can abandon a city at any time, but Huagua cannot. Cutting off communication, Silver Wolf arrived at the leader's office. Leader, the higher-ups want us to act according to plan and need assistance. The person sitting in the office chair looked up, his face covered by a golden mask. The rest is up to you. If the silver team can't handle it, then go find the gold team. Yes. On the other side, Elder 8 had just cut off contact with Silver Wolf when someone else approached. Seeing this communication line that hadn't been used in years, he was somewhat surprised. A man's voice came through the connection. Elder 8, it's been a long time since we last contacted. Yes, the last time we spoke was about 5 years ago. Is something wrong this time? Elder 8 felt a bit uneasy. This person rarely contacted him, and when he did, it was usually for something significant. Elder 8, rest assured, everything is fine here and life is going well. The reason for reaching out is to acquire some enhanced equipment. We've also heard about that person. I helped eliminate quite a few members of organizations abroad, otherwise, the number of organizations entering Huagua would have at least doubled. Enhanced equipment? I can't respond to that, as our relationship with Lin Chen is one of equality. However, I can give you a tip. The other party's fondness for forbidden devices is beyond imagination. You can use this to trade with him. When the time comes, you can mention your identity. I believe he won't refuse. Elder 8 recalled the data on the nuclear bomb. In his expectations, enhancing it to 50 to increase its power would suffice, but Lin Chen didn't follow the norm. Alright, I understand. I will return to the country soon. I'll sneak in and won't use the regular channels. That's best. The two exchanged a few more words before cutting off the connection. Great Elder, is he preparing to return? Who? The genius who left 50 years ago, the one with SSS level talent. The Great Elder was taken aback. Oh, him? Not bad. In January, light snow began to fall. I didn't expect it to snow in Fongjing. It's been many years since I've seen it. Lin Chen stood by the window, watching the snowy scene outside. Perhaps this snow wasn't significant for other northern cities, but for Fongjing, it was a heavy snowfall. If there's a chance, I'll take you to the northern region to see. The snow there can reach your waist. Ling Qi stood beside Lin Chen, looking out the window. If possible, I really want to see it. I've never seen such heavy snow in my life. Lin Chen had always lived in Fongjing, and the farthest he had been was the suburbs. He hadn't even left the city of Fongjing. With Chen Luo and Fang Yu accompanying you, it shouldn't be a problem. As long as there were no foreign individuals appearing within Huagua, Lin Chen was actually safe wherever he went. With the weapons he carried, he believed no one could get close, especially with those forbidden devices. Although he had never seen Lin Chen use them, he believed Lin Chen must have thought of a way to minimize the cost. Not for any other reason, but simply because Lin Chen, as an enhancer, couldn't be judged by common standards. After all, which family's enhancer could reach the 7th tier? During this time, Chen Luo and their 3 teams rotated to the disaster level gates, and Lin Chen's level and points grew rapidly. In just a month, his points had reached 1,120,000 even after consuming a portion. For this reason, he opened a custom service. Any team that frequently fought at the domain gates could prioritize having their weapons enhanced by Lin Chen. Chen Junzheng was almost overjoyed when he heard the news. Without a second thought, he directly threw the weapons of the 10 small teams to Lin Chen.
During this time, Lin Chen had already returned the weapons of 5 small teams, and the remaining ones were expected to be sorted out within half a month. Moreover, all of them were plus 50 weapons. As for the plus 100 weapons promised to Chen Junjiang, he still hadn't provided them. Since he wasn't in a hurry, Lin Chen wasn't either. After all, once he reached plus 50, his experience gain had hit a ceiling. Dingling Zhang Lingyu returned. Phew, finally back. Let me tell you, after I returned this time, I met a 5th tier enhancer who, like Lin Chen, also had a second ability embedded. However, the difficulty of enhancing to the 5th tier is just too high. There has only been this one 5th tier enhancer during this time. Mainly, they were afraid to let enhancers use melee weapons, otherwise, using the weapons provided by Lin Chen would make leveling up a matter of minutes. But the risk of melee weapons was just too great. As for firearms, forget it, one shot would probably drain all the energy. Spirit bullets are not something ordinary people can use. If it were regular bullets, it would be possible, but there was only that 1 plus 100 firearm, which couldn't be used at all. Lin Chen, I need you to enhance these weapons first. The level doesn't need to be too high, just 20 will do. Besides, Director Chen took a weapon, this is the one he wants to be plus 100. Zhang Lingyu handed the backpack in her hand to Lin Chen. Inside were the weapons prioritized for enhancement this time. Lin Chen casually took out a few, all of which were firearms, mostly sniper rifles. Lin Chen immediately guessed that these were prepared for those enhancers. It seemed that the 5th tier enhancer had made the higher-ups determined. What about the other secondary professions? If he remembered correctly, professions like blacksmiths and tailors also needed to reach the 5th tier, right? Zhang Lingyu shook her head. It's still early for that. There are relatively few teams that can be mobilized, and progress is slow. Other secondary professions are currently only at level 3, level 8 at most. It seemed that progress was indeed slow. They hadn't even reached the 4th tier yet. He took out the last weapon from the backpack, and when he saw the attribute panel, Lin Chen was taken aback. Whose weapon was this? Weren't red myth level weapons supposed to be hard to come by? How come there's another one? These are all weapons that have already been allocated. This weapon is the one you agreed upon with Director Chen. He wants you to enhance this weapon. Your red myth weapon is currently being crafted, and since you want a firearm, the process is more complicated. For Lin Chen's myth weapon, the higher-ups had even dispatched 3 small teams to gather materials near the disaster gate in Kyoto. They hadn't informed Lin Chen about these matters because it wasn't necessary. Thunderblade myth plus 10 equipment level, LV 95 durability, 87 91st damage, 1665 to 2108 plus 1324 additional lightning attribute attack lightning chain, 2% chance to trigger on each attack, adding 1000 points of lightning damage, can attack up to 5 targets at once. Bleeding chance 5% plus 5%. Strength plus 60 special thunder punishment summons a 10-meter long lightning giant sword dealing 5000 plus 5 asterisk strength damage to the target with a paralysis effect. Duration depends on the level difference. CD 1H compared to this weapon, Xiang's myth weapon was simply incomparable. Perhaps this was the difference. In initial attributes, if Xiang's longbow were refined a bit, the effect might be even better. Looks like there's some work to do. Those firearms were all blue equipment and only plus 20 at that, so the speed would be very fast. The only difficulty lies with this mythical weapon, which will take at least 3 hours to complete. Thank you, Lin Chen. I heard from Ling Qi that you want to go to the northern region to see the snow. I'll make sure to arrange everything clearly for you, ensuring you have a perfect trip. I'll be looking forward to it. The idea of seeing snow in the northern region sounds quite nice. In the afternoon, this red legendary weapon was successfully enhanced. Thunderstorm Longsword mythical plus 100 equipment level, LV 95 durability, 87 91st damage, 1665 to 2108 plus 14.45 million additional lightning attribute attack paralysis, 5% chance to paralyze for 1 second with each attack. Lightning chain, 10% chance to trigger with each attack, adding 3000 points of lightning damage, can attack 10 targets at once. Bleeding chance 5% plus 5%. Strength plus 60 plus 120 special thunder punishment summons a 20-meter long lightning giant sword dealing 10,000 plus 10 asterisk strength damage to the target with a paralysis effect. Duration related to level difference. CD 6H. Thunder God summons a 50-meter high Thunder God Phantom, increasing own attributes by 5 times, dealing 500% damage to enemies, lasting 20 seconds. CD 7 days. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The attributes that appeared were a bit too powerful. Not only had the original attributes been enhanced, but the new attributes were also ridiculously strong. Lin Chen was increasingly looking forward to his mythical weapon, but unfortunately, his level was still far from sufficient. The next day, Lin Chen handed all the enhanced equipment to Zhang Lingyu. So fast. Zhang Lingyu was a bit surprised. If she remembered correctly, Lin Chen hadn't been this fast before. Could it be that the higher the level, the faster the enhancement speed? But the capital hadn't provided such an answer. How can you call this fast? This is clearly the result of my hard work.
Usually, Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry. After all, there wasn't much to do in a day, and a little enhancement was enough, which also helped save points better. But now that he was going to the northern region, of course, he needed to speed up a bit. Alright, you work hard, I'll go deliver it right now. After I come back, I'll take you to the northern region, don't worry. Zhang Lingyu immediately guessed Lin Chen's thoughts and headed straight to the garrison base with her backpack. She returned that evening after leaving in the morning. I've arranged everything for the northern region today. We can take a flight directly at 8 tomorrow morning. Of course, you can also choose to take the train, but it's a bit slower. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Can we take the train? Won't those monsters attack the train? Don't worry, the train routes have been changed for many years. There are no monsters near the train tracks. Even if there are, they are just low-level monsters. The professionals on the train will handle it, so you can rest assured. In a hotel in Fongjing. Boss, when can we come to Fongjing openly? We've wasted quite a bit of time on this journey. A boy wearing glasses, holding a computer, watched as the characters on the screen kept jumping. Yahoo, the time isn't right yet. Don't be impatient, said a tall, thin man standing by the floor-to-ceiling window with a smile. Yahoo shook his head. It was always about time, and he didn't know when it would end. Yahoo, just listen to the boss. Once we complete the mission, it won't matter anymore. Another man in the room, playing with a dagger, said. That's easy to say, but isn't it too difficult? It's all about effort. I believe with his help, it shouldn't be a big problem. After we meet tomorrow, everyone should tone it down a bit and not use those foreign tactics. Don't worry, boss, we understand this. Duke, is everything ready? It's ready, and I even brought 4. The poisonous snake put down the dagger in his hand and replied. The man looked out the window. I hope everything goes smoothly. The next day at 9 o'clock, the 3 arrived at the location of the target, staring silently at the tightly closed door. After a moment, the poisonous snake broke the silence. Boss, didn't you confirm it? Last time we contacted, it was said to be here. What about yesterday? The man scratched his messy hair and said awkwardly, I thought I would just come today, so I didn't call. I'll call to check the situation. The fox remembers to ensure the line is safe. Don't worry, boss. The fox took out a tablet and began to operate. It's better to take a plane, it gets us there in no time. Lin Chen stretched lazily, stood up from his seat, and the thick snow outside reflected the sunlight, making it exceptionally dazzling. But to Lin Chen, it was indeed a nice view. We're quite lucky we didn't encounter a blizzard. The group gradually disembarked from the plane. This time, besides the Ling Qi team, Chen Luo's team was also accompanying them. As for Fang Yu and Xiang's 2 teams, they stayed in Fongjing, their task still to fight within the domain gate. They were not averse to such tasks at all. During this time, Lin Chen had enhanced all their jewelry and defensive equipment to plus 50. Now in the domain gate, let alone encountering S-class monsters, even if they faced SS-class monsters, they could easily escape. As for Lin Chen's safety, they were not worried. The Northern Territory had the demon-slaying army and the secret mobile team. Moreover, these teams that had been stationed here for a long time were more suited to protect Lin Chen in this environment than they were. Exiting the airport, 5 off-road vehicles were waiting at the entrance. Sister Zhang, your arrangements are quite thorough. Of course, I promised to let you enjoy this time, and I must keep my word. In Zhang Lingyu's view, Lin Chen was simply too tired. Since he became an enhancer, he had been enhancing continuously. The number of pieces of equipment he enhanced was more than what other enhancers would do in a year. However, what she didn't know was that Lin Chen was enjoying it. If it weren't for so many enhanced pieces of equipment, Lin Chen's level would definitely not have reached this high. However, after reaching level 7, Lin Chen's leveling speed had suddenly slowed down. But there was no way around it. The experience points required were just too many. An hour later, the 5 off-road vehicles stopped in front of a 5-star hotel. Let's take a break first, then go for lunch. Lin Chen, is there anything you want to eat? Iron pot. Stewed goose? Alright, it's settled. While Lin Chen and the others went to eat, the 3 from Fongjing also boarded a plane heading to the Northern Territory. Boss, can we be a bit more reliable next time? Why do we have to go through this every time we go out with you? The poisonous snake leaned back in his chair, feeling hopeless. This shouldn't have anything to do with me. Who knew he would go to such a remote place in the Northern Territory? The man looked helpless. Boss, let's not talk about this time. Just talking about the previous missions, which one was not found by me? But every time it was me who took action. You can't handle it. Lin Chen comfortably leaned back in his chair, his stomach full. I have to say, this dish really tastes amazing. After all, it's a local specialty. Of course, it's delicious. Dingling Zhang Lingyu took out her phone, surprised to see the name displayed. Hadn't they just met yesterday? You all eat first, I'll take a call. Stepping outside the private room, Zhang Lingyu answered the phone. Director Chen, you are in the Northern Territory now, right? Yes. Didn't I tell you yesterday? That's good. In a bit, 3 people will go find Lin Chen to handle some matters. You don't need to worry about these 3 people. Nor should you listen to them. Let Lin Chen make his own decisions. Zhang Lingyu frowned tightly. Who were these people? The last time it was the Silver Wolf and now it was like this again, and they seemed even more formidable than the silver wolf. Should we inform Lin Chen about this in advance? Otherwise, it feels a bit inappropriate. Chen Junjing pondered for a moment. Let's give Lin Chen a heads up. Just tell him these three people are very important. After hanging up the phone, Chen Junjing's brow remained furrowed. He had been working when he was suddenly called to the Elder Council and informed of this matter. He had inquired about the identities of the individuals, but the Elder Council surprisingly did not disclose this, indicating that these three were not ordinary and were directly under the Elder Council's command. Not to mention Zhang Lingyu wanting to know their identities, even he was curious about who they were. Lin Chen, 3 people are coming to see you tonight. It should be about enhancing weapons, Zhang Lingyu said while organizing her words. Ah, they came all the way to the northern territory to find me? Lin Chen was genuinely surprised. They actually made a special trip here. Was it really necessary? Yes, they went to Fengjing and didn't expect us to come here. They took the nearest flight and are expected to arrive in the afternoon. However, they should come to see you in the evening. These 3 individuals have somewhat special identities and I don't have the right to know who they are. But rest assured, there is definitely no danger. Oh, I'm not afraid of danger. With the traveler's jade pendant, Lin Chen believes no one could outrun him. Before leaving, he could still deal a heavy blow to them. Thinking this way, the refinement of that mask should be put on the agenda. He just didn't know if he had enough points. If it succeeded in one go, that would be best. If not, the cost would be significant. Director Chen means they will offer reasonable compensation. Whether you want it or not is up to you. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, I'll give Director Chen a call. He wanted to ask about the identities of these 3. However, Lin Chen's call was in vain. Even Chen Junjing didn't know their identities, only that it was a message conveyed from above. Lin Chen stroked his chin. Interesting, let's go back to the hotel and discuss this after it's settled. At 7 in the evening, there was a knock on Lin Chen's door. Inside the room were Zhang Lingyu, Ling Qi, and Shen Luo. Zhang Lingyu opened the door to reveal a tall and handsome young man. Hello, I'm the one coming today. You can call me Qinglong. Qinglong smiled at Zhang Lingyu. Please come in, please. Come in. How could this person be so handsome? Zhang Lingyu's heart raced. Behind Qinglong were a snake and a fox, and when Zhang Lingyu heard their words, she really wanted to leave quickly. Sigh, another woman has fallen. I told you not to be with the boss. I suspect my romantic luck has been ruined by him. With the way you are now, where's your romantic luck? After the 3 entered, they didn't speak right away. Ling Qi and Shen Luo were also perceptive and directly walked out of the room with Zhang Lingyu. They had no choice, they weren't qualified. Outside the door, Shen Luo was puzzled. Even Director Chen doesn't know their identities? Well, that's what he said. He shouldn't be lying to me, right? Zhang Lingyu had a small doubt in her heart, but it should be unnecessary. Ling Qi couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? This is the first time everyone is in the dark, not just me. Listening to this, how much sorrow and tears were contained in those words. I'm really sorry to disturb your vacation, Qinglong said apologetically. It's fine. I'm a bit curious. Why can't Chen Junjiang know your information? I should be considered at the same level as him, and besides, we are part of a secret unit. Qinglong couldn't help but think back to the earliest time he left, which should have been 40 or 50 years ago. Can I know who you really are? Lin Chen knew that the other party must have come to him to enhance their equipment, and he needed to assess their situation before deciding. If it was like the silver wolf, the fox demon and the poison snake exchanged glances. Could this thing really speak? We should be considered an organization that promotes international balance, Qinglong said after some thought. Hearing their leader's words, the fox demon and the poison snake were momentarily stunned. But upon reflection, it didn't seem too far-fetched. The smile on Lin Chen's face froze as he looked at the other party's sincere expression, momentarily unable to discern whether they were telling the truth or lying. How? Had he never heard of such an organization? Could you explain a bit? Because I really don't understand what kind of organization this is. In Lin Chen's mind, he had already sentenced these people to death. What kind of organization enhances equipment? The only SSS level wanted organization in the world is us, Qinglong said candidly. Thud. Lin Chen slid directly off his chair. What did he just hear? An SSS level wanted organization came to him for equipment enhancement, and it was introduced from above. This meant that the top-ranked force was from Huagua, which was simply unbelievable. A country that wasn't highly ranked in the world actually had the world's #1, the only SSS level organization. Are you sure you're not joking? Of course, I'm not joking. Our organization is very strong. Until now, no one knows our organization's name. However, I can't tell you that name, the poison snake quickly added from behind. This couldn't possibly be false. I'll take your job. Lin Chen felt excited inside. Just a couple of days ago, he had seen that wanted notice, and today he encountered it. It was simply fate's arrangement. Really? That's great. By the way, we've already prepared the enhancement fees, which are this fee thing, actually, for forbidden items. Hearing Qinglong's words, Lin Chen swallowed the rest of his sentence and quickly changed his tone. Actually, that's enough. The fox demon pushed up her glasses and whispered to the poison snake beside her. If I guessed correctly just now, Lin Chen probably wanted to say he didn't need them, but the moment he heard forbidden items, he instantly changed his mind. I noticed too, it's just our boss who didn't catch on. Lin Chen's eyelid twitched. If you two want to whisper, could you please keep it down? This room is so quiet, as if no one has good hearing. Don't mind those two. Whether you want them or not, I will give you these 4 forbidden items. Even if we encounter more forbidden items in the future, I will send them to you. For Qinglong, the function of forbidden items wasn't very significant. If there were no costs, he might even keep them for his own use. Then I appreciate it. I wonder how many weapons you want to enhance. For Lin Chen, the usefulness of forbidden items was immense. They were useful for both use and experimentation. If possible, I would like to enhance all the weapons of everyone in our organization. All the weapons of the organization? Lin Chen felt like flipping the table. Don't worry, there are only 12 weapons. Our organization only has 12 members. No need to flip the table, this was a huge profit for him. No problem, give me 3 days to get it all done. Is plus 50 enough? If not, you may need to wait a bit longer. That's enough, that's our expectation. Qinglong wasn't greedy. Even if Lin Chen said to enhance 30, he would be able to accept it. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. I have one last question. What is your level? 10 levels. Lin Chen sat on the sofa looking at the 4 forbidden items and 12 weapons in his backpack, most of which were daggers. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that all 12 weapons were red mythic grade. Chen Junjing said that red mythic grade items were rare. Should he believe it or not? However, upon careful thought, it seemed somewhat reasonable. After all, these weapons had been left behind by these people, so they were indeed rare. Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu returned, while Chen Luo stayed in the 2 rooms next to Lin Chen with the team members. He didn't need to be in this room. That person. Don't ask me. Lin Chen waved his hand. He still had some principles. Since Chen Junjing didn't know the other person's identity, it was better not to say anything. I'm going back to my room. I won't be going out these next few days. After saying that, Lin Chen returned to his room. He needed to study the 4 forbidden items first to see if any were suitable. When he received the forbidden items, Lin Chen only took a quick glance and didn't examine them closely. He placed the forbidden items on the bed. They were all small things. Ordinary blind stick quality. Forbidden item. Level, none effect. A light tap on the ground blinds enemies within a 100-meter radius for 10 seconds. Cost, each use decreases vision by 5%. Blindness after 20 uses. Wow, this is quite a peculiar item. Magical mirror quality. Forbidden item level, none effect. Can replicate the same target under the user's control for 10 minutes. CD, 1 week. Cost, level decreases by 1. Among these 4, these 2 were somewhat useful. Especially the second one, which had great utility. As for the cost of lowering the level, it was practically nothing for Lin Chen. Just 1 level, it would recover after a while. After all, he didn't have to do anything to level up. As for the other 2, Thief's Gloves effect. Touching can steal 1 item from the target. Cost, deducts corresponding money from oneself. Empathy Doll effect. After selecting a target, whatever the user does to the doll will be reflected back to the target, lasting 1 hour. CD, 1 week. Cost, sensitivity increases by 100%. When Lin Chen saw the last forbidden item, he couldn't help but swallow. This thing looked quite inappropriate. His thoughts must be wrong. This was clearly a very useful forbidden item. He put the 4 forbidden items into his backpack, took out a weapon, and then pulled out the enhancer. It was only enhanced to 50. He could complete it tomorrow. 3 days later. The items are ready for you. This transaction is complete. Qinglong took his dagger. Poison dagger, mythic, plus 50 equipment level, LV 100 durability, 81/111 damage, 2245 to 2882, plus 167,000. Additional poison attribute attack paralysis. 20% chance to paralyze for 3 seconds with each attack. Attachment, poison effect increased by 200% bleeding plus 1500 agility plus 100 plus 200. Special, poison mist. Releases a semi-transparent mist covering a 100-meter radius, reducing the 5 senses of enemies caught within. CD, 1 hour. Abnormal state, 5% chance with each attack to put the target in an abnormal state for 3 seconds. In Lin Chen's view, this attribute wasn't very strong. When he got it, the weapon hadn't been enhanced, probably out of concern that it would be ruined by enhancement. The attributes weren't much different from now. Even after Lin Chen's enhancement, the attribute changes weren't significant. It merely added the special attribute of an abnormal state. To be honest, Lin Chen was somewhat disappointed with this level 100 mythical weapon. But for the Azure Dragon, it was the best weapon. This was simply because his target was not monsters, but humans. This attribute was deadly for humans. Thank you, I'm very satisfied with this. As for the other weapons, the Azure Dragon took a quick glance. They were all pretty much the same, far exceeding his expectations. It could be said that these mythical weapons might not be as glamorous in attributes as some epic weapons, but for people like them, they were the most practical.
As long as you're satisfied, you can come to me again if you need anything in the future. I will come if I need something, the Azure Dragon nodded solemnly. Lin Chen's eyelid twitched. He was just being polite, yet the other party took it seriously. It wasn't that he didn't want to enhance the other party's weapons, but their target was humans, which wasn't very helpful to Lin Chen. After sending off the Azure Dragon and the others, Lin Chen returned to his leisure activities. Snowball fights, watching snow sculptures, admiring ice lanterns. Lin Chen stayed in the northern region for half a month. In February, a week had passed since returning from the northern region, and Lin Chen returned to his mundane life. After experiencing the excitement of the previous life, Lin Chen became more stable. For anyone coming to enhance their weapons, Lin Chen would only enhance them to level 12 at most, and it would still take 2 days. Not for any other reason but for safety. Lin Chen lay on the lounge chair, his left leg crossed over his right, resting directly on the counter. Just one word: comfortable. Lin Chen reflected on what he had done recently and realized he had done quite a bit. The matters of the Wild Hunt organization were related to him. He had also enhanced equipment for the top-ranked organization. The recent invasion by foreign organizations was also related to him. Thinking about it this way, it seemed he was still a key figure. It wasn't until now that Lin Chen realized he had participated in so many things. In another half a month, it will be New Year. How will Lin Chen spend it this year? No one understood Lin Chen's situation better than Zhang Lingyu. He was now all alone. Spending the New Year alone was the most boring. New Year. Lin Chen really hadn't thought about it. He didn't expect the New Year would come so soon. How did he spend last year's New Year? He bought a roast chicken, a few steamed buns, and a cucumber, and that was how he spent the New Year. What about this year? I don't know, just casually get some food and watch TV. It must be said that the Spring Festival Gala was really resilient. Even in this era, it still existed. It was just getting harder to watch. Why don't you come with us to Kyoto? The atmosphere in Kyoto during the Spring Festival is still very strong, Zhang Lingyu suggested. Lin Chen shook his head. Forget it, I'm not familiar with that place at all. It would be even less interesting to go. Although he didn't know many people in Fongjing, at least he was familiar with the architecture here. This was his home. Seeing this, Zhang Lingyu didn't persuade him further. It was the same wherever one spent the New Year. Buzz, buzz. The shop's windows creaked. The glass at the counter trembled. What the hell? What happened? Lin Chen quickly sat up from the chair, wondering what was going on. Ling Qi rushed out of the shop to the outside, and the 3 from Iron Patrol next door also ran out. Chen Luo's 3 small teams also arrived at the shop. It's a domain gate, a falling domain gate. The appearance of a domain gate comes in 2 forms. One is a falling light column. This type of domain gate gives people some reaction time. Generally, it takes 2 to 3 days for the domain gate to truly open. The other type is a falling domain gate, which means the domain gate falls from the sky. This type of domain gate is generally of a higher level, with the lowest being a disaster level domain gate, and once it lands, monsters will rush out immediately. The potential harm is unimaginable. Zhang Lingyu asked the garrison about the location of the domain gate's landing. The domain gate in the sky is still just radiating light, and it will take a few more minutes to descend. This period of time is enough for them to determine their position. 1 minute later, Zhang Lingyu had a strange expression. I think we don't need to move the location. The range is within a kilometer nearby. We just need to transfer Lin Chen, and this matter can be left to me and the Ling Qi team. Then let's arrange it this way. You all take Lin Chen away now. Go a bit further. Lin Chen, still dazed in the shop, was taken out by Ling Qi and the others. Wait, what happened again? It's nothing much, just that a disaster-level domain gate is about to fall, and we need to retreat first. Looking at Ling Qi's calm demeanor, he doubted if he had misheard. Then what about it? We're moving to a safer location. This time the domain gate is descending nearby. Lin Chen's heart sank, and he glanced back at his shop. Although he had only used it for a short time, it was still his shop, and he had some feelings for it. Don't worry, the domain gate will at most smash things within about 20 meters, of course excluding buildings. I think your shop shouldn't be that lucky. The range is within a kilometer. A kilometer? Then it's fine. As Lin Chen and the others retreated, the garrison was also evacuating the crowd, and the domain gate in the sky began to descend. In fact, the garrison didn't need to do much for the evacuation. When the glass started to tremble, people had already begun to flee. After all these years, people had long gotten used to it. They just didn't expect that this time it would be their turn. As the domain gate descended, the demonic aura above became increasingly apparent. It's a disaster-level domain gate. Xiang's expression changed, and things became tricky. If it were an existing disaster domain gate, they wouldn't be worried, but now it was a newly appeared disaster-level domain gate. This time, they didn't know how many demons would emerge. 300, 500, or even 1,000. Chen Luo, relying solely on our 3 teams won't work. Let's call in the demon-slaying troops and the secret mobile teams from other cities as well. I'll contact them right now. They just needed to hold on for the first half hour. Ling Qi brought Lin Chen to a place 3 kilometers away before stopping.
Should we go to a higher place to take a look? Lingqi thought for a moment and it wasn't impossible. They took the sky ladder straight to the rooftop. On the rooftop, Lin Chen looked at the increasingly large domain gate in the sky. This thing looks quite imposing from up here. He wasn't skilled at distinguishing domain gates. To Lin Chen, domain gates only differed in size and color. He didn't know anything else. Zhang Lingyu looked worriedly at the domain gate. This one seemed a bit too large. Lingqi, this domain gate can't be. That's right, it is indeed a disaster-level domain gate. It seems that evacuating just the nearby residents is no longer sufficient. At least everyone within a 5-kilometer radius must be evacuated, otherwise, the garrison was already doing this, but there were too many people and they simply couldn't keep up. Lin Chen had no good solutions for this. His things only protected him but were of no use to others. 10 seconds later, boom! A loud noise and the domain gate landed on the ground. Lin Chen's mouth and eyes twitched uncontrollably. If he wasn't mistaken, that was his shop. This was the third one already. The three people standing not far in front of Lin Chen's shop also looked speechless. Well, they didn't even need to move, they could just prepare for battle. On the rooftop, Lin Chen squinted. Was his home gone? He glanced at the forbidden items in his backpack, none of which could be of any use right now. As for weapons, the sniper rifle had already been sent away, and the pistol and submachine gun were not enough in range. Although it is a special weapon and has been enhanced, the maximum range is only 500 meters. This is already far beyond normal weapons. But achieving the effect of a sniper rifle is clearly impossible. Sister Zhang, do you have any high-quality sniper rifles? If possible, he would prefer to crush all the monsters that destroyed his home at close range. But he knew that this was simply not possible. There should be some, but it might take a little time. It's fine, I can wait. He glanced at his points. No matter the success rate, he would enhance it directly. Just then, the portal below lit up and monsters began to emerge from it. Void Pioneer LV-77, Void Pioneer LV-79, Void Pioneer LV-76. One after another, they appeared, and Chen Luo's three small teams formed a semi-encirclement, trapping these monsters within a 100-meter range. Most were S rank, followed by a mix of special A rank and SS rank creatures. As more and more monsters appeared, Chen Luo's expression grew increasingly grim. The sheer number was numbing. Fortunately, their weapons and equipment had all been enhanced by Lin Chen, or they might not have been able to withstand such a wave of monsters. On the other side, Lin Chen also got his weapon, a level 70 blue quality sniper rifle. The attributes were nothing to write home about, quite ordinary. Lin Chen wasted no time and directly took out the enhancer, tossing the weapon inside. Ding! Ding! Ding as he enhanced, Lin Chen muttered, just when I finally got used to this place, you come to cause destruction, thinking I'm easy to bully. Ha! Watching Lin Chen succeed every 2 seconds, Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi were completely stunned. Because in the past, Lin Chen's speed would slow down to some extent. He would have to put in other equipment and check the enhancer. But now he was just going for it. Do you think the enhancer's emotions affect the success rate? Ling Qi asked, looking at the furious Lin Chen. I don't know, but we can let the higher-ups try it. But why is he angry? I don't know why he's angry. I just know Lin Chen's speed is a bit frightening, right? How long has it been? And he's done enhancing already? Ling Qi was puzzled. It used to take a whole day to enhance to 100, and now it was finished in just a few minutes? Maybe anger really works? Or other emotions? Zhang Lingyu couldn't think of any other explanation. It couldn't be that Lin Chen was 100% successful, even with his eyes closed. 8 minutes had passed since the portal appeared, and the number of monsters emerging from it was almost too much to fit on the street. This was still due to the fact that the three small teams had already eliminated some. Chen Luo, when will the other reinforcements arrive? Fang Yu's face was somewhat pale. They didn't need to consider the defending army. The ones left on site were barely at the 6th tier, which was not enough to deal with these monsters. As for the high-tier defenders, their numbers were few, and their impact was less than that of the few of them. In another 3 minutes, they should be arriving soon. Chen Luo was also helpless, but this was already quite fast. With such a large national area, who would have thought a disaster-level portal would suddenly descend? The energy of the three small teams was continuously declining. They did have equipment enhanced by Lin Chen, but some of the gear consumed energy, and increased strength also meant increased consumption. Unless all their weapons, equipment, and accessories had no energy-consuming attributes, but that was clearly impossible. Monsters continued to pour out of the portal, and the pressure on Chen Luo and the others grew heavier. This was no ordinary portal, it was a disaster-level portal. The lowest are all over level 60 special A-class monsters, while the most common are still S-class monsters. There are even quite a few special S-class monsters above level 85 and SS monsters in the 80s. Fortunately, there are no SSS-class monsters. Otherwise, this area would probably be completely ruined. The three small teams are almost at their limit, having to kill and control the situation, consuming an extraordinary amount of energy. How much longer until you arrive? Chen Luo asked through the headset. 2 more minutes, just hold on a bit longer. What? 2 more minutes?
We can barely hold on for 1 minute at most, and there are already over 500 monsters on site. The area has expanded to over 200 meters.
Chen Luo said bitterly. Just hang in there, it won't be long.
Chen Luo hung up the call, looking at the monsters in front of him with a changing expression.
What do we do now? Fang Yu glanced at his energy, unable to take action anymore.
For an assassin to reach this point, he had already done his best.
Let's retreat, pull back to a kilometer.
As for this place, we can only wait for them to rebuild after it's over. They were controlling the area, partly out of concern for the safety of other civilians, but that was no longer a worry since there were no people nearby.
The second reason was to protect the buildings from destruction. Even though
Huagui is known for its infrastructure prowess, it would take at least a year to complete the construction of these buildings.
Then we can only retreat. Bang! Minus 6.88 million. Bang! Minus 14.22 million.
2 S-class monsters fell instantly, without a chance to resist. It must be Lin Chen, only he would use such firearms, he should
be able to hold on. Bang! 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 Lin Chen on the distant rooftop fired shot after shot. What's wrong with the blue equipment? Enhanced to 100, it can still deal high damage. It's just that the attributes are quite average and it hasn't enhanced the psychic bullet attribute. After every 10 shots, Lin Chen had to reload. Fortunately, he had learned how to do it, otherwise it would have been quite difficult. Damn, what's up with your weapon? How come it's 6 million one moment and over 14 million the next?
Ling Chi looked through the telescope at the strange numbers popping up, mixed with some other numerical values.
It was completely different from normal weapons. Of course, it's an attribute issue. Although most attributes are quite average, there are still 2 that are considered excellent.
M1001 Sniper Rifle, Advanced, plus 100 equipment level, LV70 durability, 5577 damage, 790 to 915, plus 6.77 million, additional, penetration plus 10, plus 50, strength plus 20. Ignore defense plus 10% trajectory correction plus 5 special, luck 50% chance to deal double damage, 30% chance to deal triple damage, 18% chance to deal quadruple damage. 1.99% chance to deal quintuple damage, 0.01% chance to deal 100 times damage, consuming 200 energy points per second. Stripped down after dealing critical damage. The next attack ignores the opponent's defense. The additional attributes, as Lin Chen said, are quite ordinary, but the special attributes are simply outrageous. Even if his luck is poor, having 3 critical hits out of 10 should be considered normal. Plus, with the second ability, 6 out of 10 shots deal extremely high damage, especially the ignore defense effect. Lin Chen almost always targeted special A-class and S-class monsters first, triggering the effect before immediately turning the gun towards SS class. It can be said that under Lin Chen's gun, no one could withstand a second shot. The only drawback is that it can't fire continuously, and the magazine isn't large enough, which somewhat wastes time. Ling Chi smacked his lips. This damage, I doubt anyone could use it. They have all used Lin Chen's weapons, and everyone is quite clear about the consumption of his weapons. That's not the case, I think everyone can use it. This one uses ordinary bullets, so there shouldn't be a problem as long as that special state ability isn't activated. Ling Chi put down the binoculars. How much does it consume? Not much, just 200 points per second. Ling Chi's mouth twitched. 200 points per second isn't much? Although he wasn't clear about his specific energy value, according to the official conversion, it was just 2,000 points. Even for a magic-type profession, it wouldn't reach 4,000 points. That's already 8th tier data. He was initially excited to hear Lin Chen say it could be used, but this is it? You might as well use it yourself. We can only use cold weapons, and we hardly consider hot weapons. With Lin Chen's addition, Chen Luo and the others felt much less pressure, keeping these monsters controlled within a 600-meter range. Did he prepare long-range weapons in advance? I remember that previous sniper rifle was sold to the higher-ups, right? It should be. It can't be a temporary enhancement. There isn't enough time. Chen Luo shook his head. 10 vehicles approached rapidly from a distance, and after stopping, 10 small teams quickly joined the battlefield to take over the work. The support troops had arrived, and Lin Chen did not stop his hunting plan. This is all points. Bang! Minus 26.52 million, 4 times the damage. The suddenly appearing number startled the support personnel. How could there be such a high number? Captain Chen, what's going on? What secret weapon did you bring out? Over 20 million damage? Is that something a person can achieve? It's the weapon from above for support. Let's see the effect, Chen Luo quickly replied. Not many people knew about Lin Chen's news. The support team this time was all nearby squads, and it wasn't yet time for them to know. However, seeing the continuously emerging high numbers, Chen Luo was also shocked. What kind of weapon is this, with such a large damage fluctuation? Just now, there was even a damage output of over 60 million, simply unbelievable. Hiss, how is there even an 80 million? Lucky, I actually got a 10-fold damage burst, Lin Chen said with a slight smile. Then aimed the gun at the SS level monster. Points plus 80,000, experience plus 80,000.
Unfortunately, the experience requirement is too high now, even with an additional
2 million experience. Lin Chen only leveled up 1.5 times.
Is this something a person would say? Others at 7th tier can level up once in over half a month and be grateful, yet he isn't satisfied.
Of course, Lin Chen isn't satisfied. His goal is level 95, and then he can directly wear red mythic equipment.
However, his goal has changed now. Because before, he always thought that 9th tier, level 9 should be the limit.
It wasn't until he encountered the Azure Dragon that he
realized there was a 10th tier above 9th tier, level 9. But that experience value should be very high. Looking at the Azure Dragon's appearance, it should
be at least 35 years old, 7 or 8 years older than Chen Luo and the others. Lin Chen glanced at his panel. His points had reached 3 million, so it seems
the refinement of forbidden weapons should be put on the agenda.
Just thinking about having so many forbidden weapons made him both happy and troubled.
Refining
once costs 500,000. If he refines them all, this amount of points would be gone in an instant. If he wants the attributes he desires, it might cost more than 500,000, but now isn't the time to think about these things. First, deal with these monsters and strive to get 5 million points.
Bang! Bang! Bullets whizzed past
Lin Chen's eyes, and boxes of bullets were loaded into the magazine. 2 hours later, Lin Chen stood up and stretched.
It's over.
At this moment, his points directly
reached 6.32 million, all thanks to the continuous emergence of monsters from this domain gate.
Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to accumulate so
many points. Lin Chen, you're amazing. You single-handedly killed more than half.
In Ling Qi's eyes, Lin Chen was like a major bug.
If it weren't for the other
party's identity, he would really want to throw him directly into the disaster gate.
Once the gate was closed, wouldn't that be a simple matter? Keep a low profile? It's all just a small matter.
If you could go to the disaster gate to hunt monsters, I think closing these gates would be quite easy, and then the pressure on our
Huagua would be greatly reduced.
Ling Qi's face was filled with longing.
Huagua has a large land area, which means there are many domain gates, and among them,
the number of disaster-level domain gates exceeds 100 and is increasing year by year. The number of closures can't keep up with the number of new openings. This has also led to a shortage of professionals in Huagua. However, every once in a while, Huagua would quickly clear out a batch of disaster domain gates, always keeping the number of disaster-level domain gates at a relatively safe value. This point puzzled other countries in the outside world. Every time they saw Huagua suffering from the troubles of disaster-level domain gates, these countries were very happy, but before they could be happy for long, the number of these gates would decrease. They investigated for a long time but couldn't find the reason. They could only attribute it to Huagua mobilizing national strength, and that was the only
way to think about it.
Lin Chen stroked his chin. He definitely couldn't go. Although the Eye of the Mind could dispel a bright area after seeing those monsters withstand the Eye of the Mind last time, Lin Chen knew that the Eye of the Mind was not omnipotent.
He didn't dare to go in again.
The reason he was so strong was
because of this weapon, right?
The previous plus 100 Grelin machine gun had already been given to the upper management, and now they could close a domain gate every month without any damage, which was enough.
Let's wait a while longer. I'll think of a way for you. But this matter can't be rushed. At the earliest, it will take
half a year, and at the slowest 2 to 3 years. Lin Chen had already planned to find a product similar to the Wisdom Crystal, strengthen it, and give it
to them.
With this, not to mention a plus 100 weapon, even a plus 151 could be used.
Really? Lin Chen. Zhang Lingyu was filled with excitement. If there really was
a way, then Huagua might truly rise. Unfortunately, what she didn't know was that Huagua had always been in a position to rise, it just hadn't revealed itself. Otherwise, why could Huagua always sit around the 5th position?
Do you think controlling points is really that simple?
Of course it's true, but I still need some time. Besides points, Lin Chen also needed to level up and enhance his own safety.
Relying solely on these troops, Lin Chen didn't feel safe. Only by becoming powerful himself could he truly be strong. Whoosh! Chen Luo and his group flew over. With other teams helping, they could temporarily withdraw and rest. Moreover, the
frequency of monster appearances in the domain gate was decreasing, indicating that it was time to wrap things up.
At that time, they would send someone from the capital to close the domain gate, and this incident of the Fongjing disaster gate would be perfectly concluded.
Lin Chen, how did your sniper rifle have such
exaggerated attributes just now?
Chen Luo immediately asked about the weapon, as he was very curious.
Oh, that's a rather special attribute. If it weren't for that attribute, my attack would probably only be between 4 million and 7 million. Chen Luo's face stiffened. Just what? What damage did their weapons deal? This comparison was simply not comparable at all. Can we use this? Although it was highly unlikely, what if? I think it can be used. It only costs 200 energy points per second, which should be manageable for you. As long as the energy point recovery speed is fast enough, there shouldn't be any problems. As for turning it off, that was out of the question. It was a constant ability. Ah, you should use this yourself. We can't use it. Even though he already knew the outcome, Chen Luo still felt a bit disappointed. He then perked up, thinking that he could have Lin Chen enhance cold weapons next time. He looked at his wand. It should count as a cold weapon, right? Should, right? Lin Chen followed Ling Qi and the others to the domain gate. Looking at the scene of his shop, Lin Chen's mouth twitched. It had already become a ruin. The domain gate had landed just right next to Lin Chen's shop. The entire shop had collapsed due to the aftershocks. It was clearly impossible to reopen the shop. The people here won't be back for a while. To close the disaster gate, we need to call people from Kyoto. Based on past speeds, it will take at least a week at the fastest. If the area inside is large, it will take at least a month. Chen Luo had already started contacting Kyoto. Am I going to have to change shops again? Or should we just go back to that broken shop? Lin Chen had already begun to deal with the shop situation. He didn't plan to get involved with the domain gate. After visiting once, he had lost much interest in it. It can be reused. After what happened last time, those organizations shouldn't come back here. They suffered heavy losses that time. Any normal organization wouldn't return. Zhang Lingyu replied after some thought. Moreover, even if those organizations did come, they wouldn't expect Lin Chen to return to that place to continue running a shop. Normally, Lin Chen would have to move to Kyoto, but who said Lin Chen was a normal person? The follow-up cleanup work was much simpler. The support team would guard the domain gate, preventing the monsters inside from escaping. After that, it was just a matter of sending people from Kyoto to resolve it. Kyoto's response was quick. The next day, they sent 10 teams to take over the disaster-level domain gate. As for Lin Chen, he had already arrived at the old shop. I didn't expect to end up back at this shop. Fortunately, they didn't do any damage to it last time, otherwise it would need to be renovated again. Now it was fine, he could use it directly. It might be small, but it would serve as a base. Suddenly, a mask appeared in Lin Chen's hand. He had enough points, so it was time to start working on the forbidden items. But before that, he should first take one forbidden item for an experiment. However, just thinking about the experiment costing 500,000 points made Lin Chen's teeth ache. But for the future, he still had to spend it. He then placed the recently obtained forbidden items on the table. This mask definitely can't be used for the experiment, and the keyboard of the sprayer can't be used for pseudo-rule systems either. Just like that, only 2 items were left on the table, a thief's gloves and an empathy doll. 2 extremely inappropriate items, especially the empathy doll. Who would use that in a normal situation? Without a second thought, Lin Chen took out the enhancer. He directly tossed the empathy doll into his backpack. It's not that I like the empathy doll, it's just that its function is actually quite interesting. I'll see how it goes after using it once. Fortunately, Ling Qi and the others didn't know the function of this doll. If they did, who knows what they would think of Lin Chen. Especially Zhang Lingyu, she might become wary of him. Lin Chen took a deep breath and tossed the thief's gloves into the enhancer, directly choosing to refine them. As for locking attributes, it wasn't necessary. His experiment was simply to see what changes would occur after refining the forbidden items. If the name has changed, it can only mean that the item is merely a vessel. If only the attributes have changed, it indicates that the attributes can be updated, thus increasing the operability of the forbidden item. As Lin Chen began the refinement, the forbidden item emitted a glow. Ding! Refinement complete. After taking out the forbidden item, Lin Chen looked at the attributes with wild joy. The name had not changed. Thief's gloves quality, forbidden item level, none effect, within a 1 meter range of the opponent, can steal 20% of the opponent's attribute points. CD 1H cost after 1 hour, personal attribute points decrease by 40%, lasting 2 hours. The effect was really quite average, but the cost was acceptable. Overall, it was a usable forbidden item. Lin Chen glanced at his points, steeled himself, and decided to experiment once more. Thief's gloves quality, forbidden item level, none effect, within a 1 meter range of the opponent, can steal any item from the opponent, including but not limited to lifespan, attributes, equipment, skills, etc., and give it to a designated target. CD 1H cost, the designated target loses double the amount gained. Lin Chen was taken aback by the text on the panel. This thing seemed to have no use for him at all. If the designated target was himself, he would gain 1 and give away 2, which was clearly not suitable. He stroked his chin, hypothesizing that if he stole something from Ling Qi and gave it to Zhang Lingyu, both would lose 1 item, and he would gain nothing and lose nothing. Hiss! It seemed quite useful after all. Unfortunately, the randomness was too great, but he could enhance it and see if a better effect might appear. This experiment showed that refinement would not change the original nature. The abilities produced were related to the name. No matter how many times it was refined, as long as the item and name remained unchanged, the ability would be useful. Based on this, Lin Chen might be able to turn some of the official trash forbidden items into more powerful ones. Unfortunately, he still didn't have enough points. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Next, he would work on the King of Hell's mask. He believed this mask was the most cost-effective forbidden item. Although he already had a shield, passively taking hits was not his style. Counterattacking was the best defense. Lin Chen tossed the mask into the enhancer and locked the effect. Start refining.
Beside him, Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu were quite envious.
If I'm not mistaken, those should be forbidden items. Lin Chen didn't have any special equipment, and things that didn't resemble equipment or weapons were generally only forbidden items that could be placed in the enhancer. That mask is a forbidden item. The others are likely so. If Director Chen knew Lin Chen had so many forbidden items, he would probably be on edge every day. Thinking of this, Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but chuckle. If she took a photo and sent it over now, ha ha ha. However, as Lin Chen was refining, his expression grew darker. Damn, do you have to do this? It's already 1.5 million points. How come the attributes are still so poor? He felt like he was having a bad luck day. His luck was simply too terrible. Last try. If it still doesn't work, then forget it. Minus 500,000 points. Ding. King of Hell's mask quality. Forbidden item level. None effect. After being attacked, 50% of the damage is reflected back to the attacker. Cost. Each time attacked, the opponent's realm will increase by 1 level, lasting 30 seconds. If not attacked, it will drop 1 level every 5 seconds, returning to the level at the time of the attack. What? The opponent increases by 1 level? This cost is too favorable for the attacker. Although it only lasts for 30 seconds, if there are too many attacks, won't the opponent just level up directly? Wait. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, but there was still one thing he needed to confirm. System, are you there? I need your help with something. Although the system rarely spoke, after he obtained it, he knew it was definitely there. Host, please speak. Is there a level after the 10th tier? Currently, there is none. Then if I wear this mask and someone attacks me, will they break through this level? What will be the impact? Lin Chen thought about the rules. If this planet had rules, then this mask would have 2 functions. It will break through the limit of the 10th tier, but will be subject to the rules attack. The higher the level, the greater the damage, and it could even lead to direct erasure by the rules, making it impossible to revive. From the system's words, Lin Chen received 2 pieces of information. One was that breaking through the level could lead to erasure, and the other was that there was a revival ability. Wow, there's actually a revival ability. He had never even heard of it. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that his idea had come true. Brother Ling Qi, come with me for a moment. Lin Chen called Ling Qi outside while holding the mask. Ling Qi followed him outside without suspicion. You attack me. Ha? Ling Qi looked at Lin Chen in confusion, thinking, are you trying to set me up? Attack you? Am I crazy? Just do it lightly. I'm worried you can't handle it. Lin Chen reminded him again after putting on the King of Hell mask. Ling Qi's mouth twitched. He hoped you meant attack and not something else. He didn't even take out a weapon and just lightly punched Lin Chen with his fist. Ha! Ling Qi suddenly felt like his attributes had increased a bit. What was going on? Check if your attribute panel has changed. Hearing Lin Chen's words, he realized he wasn't imagining things. Ling Qi quickly opened his data panel and his eyes widened. There was a +1 next to his level in parentheses. His attributes also had parentheses showing his growth attributes. Come on, brother Ling Qi, continue. Remember, you must not exceed the 10th tier. Absolutely not. Ling Qi nodded and then threw a punch at Lin Chen. He didn't close his panel and watched his level rise and his attributes increase. This was simply unbelievable. He took out a blue weapon that could only be worn at level 90 from his space and held it in his hand. He could actually use it. Wow! Ling Qi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Chen. What kind of ability is this? I actually reached level 100. It's just the ability of this forbidden item. Lin Chen shrugged. No side effects? Ling Qi asked with some concern. You leveling up is the side effect. What? That's not a side effect, it's simply an amazing effect. Slap. Lin Chen looked at the somewhat forceful fist in front of his chest. What's your level now? Level 101. Why? Boom. Lin Chen looked up at the sky. He didn't know when a dark cloud had gathered above. If he remembered correctly, it had just been clear skies. How did it suddenly? He suddenly thought of what the system had said. System, 1 more level shouldn't be a big deal, right? Not a big deal. That's good. Brother Ling Qi, didn't I just say? Pay attention to your level. Exceeding it could lead to bad things happening. I just lightly tapped you with my fist. I didn't attack you. Ling Qi blinked. That punch was even less forceful than the previous attacks. How could that be considered an attack? Lin Chen shrugged. I'm not sure about that either. Wait, what bad thing is it? Ling Qi suddenly felt a sense of crisis. I'm not sure. Let's see what happens. Crack. A bolt of lightning struck directly at Ling Qi while Lin Chen moved away. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed as if the task was completed. Lin Chen looked up at the sky. Is this what they call not big? This is lightning after all. But it does seem not very big. Cough cough. Ling Qi only felt a tingling sensation all over his body, a bit sore, but otherwise felt nothing. Zhang Lingyu had been watching the whole time and quickly walked out of the room. What happened? Why did he get struck by lightning? We were just testing my new forbidden device, but there was a little mistake. Fortunately, it was only 1 level higher. If it had been 10 levels higher, it probably wouldn't be like this now. Phew, a cool breeze blew by, and Ling Qi felt a chill on his head but didn't pay it much mind.
Zhang Lingyu and Lin Chen stared blankly at Ling Qi. You don't have to look at me like that. The lightning just looked powerful, but it didn't actually cause any harm, Ling Qi said while brushing off the wrinkled clothes on his body. Tai Sun and the other three also walked out from the adjacent room. What just happened? Captain, where's your hair? Ha ha ha, how did you become bald? Tai Sun couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, and the other team members couldn't help but chuckle as well. Hair, hair. Ling Qi reached up to touch it. So damn smooth. My handsome hair. Ling Qi cried out in despair, thinking it was just a simple test. How did he end up losing his hair? Lin Chen, you owe me my hair. Ling Qi looked at Lin Chen with resentment. If there was going to be a problem, why didn't he tell him earlier? It's just hair, if it's gone, it'll grow back in a few days. Lin Chen stifled a laugh and patted Ling Qi on the shoulder. Ling Qi raised his hand, wanting to hit Lin Chen back. Don't make a move, be careful of more lightning coming down from the sky. Lin Chen pointed at the sky. Ling Qi hesitated and then lowered his hand. What if he got struck again? He was too focused on his hair to notice his own strength. He had already dropped to the 8th level and didn't need to worry at all. Zhang Lingyu was a bit afraid to look at Ling Qi's bald head and quickly turned to Lin Chen. Is this ability a result of the forbidden device? No, it's a side effect. The corner of Zhang Lingyu's eye twitched. Such a powerful ability, and you tell me it's a side effect. I think this ability could let everyone attack you once, then we would have a lot of 9th level professionals. Zhang Lingyu was already imagining a scene where everyone was at max level. You're thinking too much. This level can only last for 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, you need to attack me again to maintain it. Even if it's enhanced, it's not permanent. Lin Chen didn't think much of this ability. What he valued was the lightning from earlier, as the system had said it could lead to direct death. February 2nd, with 8 days left until the new year, Lin Chen's shop had become quiet. The professionals had fought for a year, and it was time to take a break. The last domain gate incident had passed a week ago, and Lin Chen had returned to that old shop again. As for the domain gate, it still stood there, and the crowd within a 5-kilometer radius had been temporarily settled in a makeshift community. Once the domain gate was lifted, some would be relocated back first. After the damaged houses were repaired, the remaining people would be moved back. People had long been accustomed to this way of handling things. They had been living like this for so many years, and fortunately, such situations didn't occur often. It's almost New Year. Lin Chen looked at various New Year videos on his phone. The closer it got to the New Year, the stronger the festive atmosphere became. But due to the influence of the domain gate, the festive spirit wasn't very strong. Lin Chen, I think you should just come with us to Kyoto. After all, Fongjing is still small. In a few days, there probably won't be many people left here. Those with some strength as professionals yearn for larger cities, because only in big cities can you encounter even more powerful professionals. Meeting a 7th tier in Fongjing is already impressive, but in places like Kyoto, Magic City, and Deep City, 7th tier professionals are everywhere, and you might even see 8th and 9th tiers. And blacksmiths and tailors who can forge rare weapons and equipment are as common as grass there. Golden enhancers are even more numerous, with one shop after another. Because of this, a portion of the population in Fongjing has homes in other cities, coming here to make money. After all, with low levels, they can't grab many tasks over there. Another part of the people takes advantage of the New Year to go to those big cities to buy equipment and supplies for the New Year. After all, the New Year is the time of the year with the biggest sales, and with a bit of luck, a piece of golden equipment might only cost 10 million. I'm not going. Lin Chen had already decided he would spend the New Year alone at home, quietly watching the Spring Festival Gala, enjoying a good meal. That was enough. Ling Qi shook his head. On February 9th, the day before the New Year, Lin Chen walked down the street. Vendors selling New Year goods were everywhere along the road, mostly couplets and colorful lanterns. Finally, he arrived at the market, where there were even more stalls. Are you really not going back for the New Year? Lin Chen asked the two bodyguards beside him. Zhang Lingyu shook her head. We're on a rotating break. Chen Luo and Fan Yu will be back on the 5th day. We'll rest after they return. Chen Luo and Fan Yu had gone back to Kyoto yesterday. Even professionals need to rest. There are 365 days in a year. They should at least have a few days off. Even the official people should have the right to rest. Lin Chen didn't care about this. With so many forbidden items, was he afraid someone would come after him? He actually hoped someone would come after him so he could let them experience what it means to lose out while trying to steal a chicken. Moreover, he was quite eager to try that empathy doll. He felt the effect should be good. It was just that the cost gave a somewhat unseemly feeling. Lin Chen took the two of them to buy a cart full of ingredients to prepare for this year's New Year's Eve dinner. Originally, he planned to make fewer dishes, but he didn't expect them to stay, so he couldn't be stingy, right? On the way back to the villa, he said, by the way, those organizations outside shouldn't have any thoughts about me anymore, right? Although after that incident, no organization had entered Huagua. Lin Chen was a bit worried. After all, that Qin Xiaoming could directly create a passage, and he believed there should be people like that in other organizations, too. They still have thoughts, especially during combat, that kind of oppressive feeling.
they definitely won't give up, but for now, they probably don't have time to come here. After all, no organization would risk casualties to force their way in here. According to the information sent back by Chintiani, their organization has gone to Gaul, Sakura, and Kimchi countries. Hearing Ling Chi's response, Lin Chen didn't know why, but while feeling relieved, he also felt a bit of disappointment. The next day, where's Sister Zhang? Lin Chen came downstairs in his pajamas and found only Ling Chi and a few others there. Her? I don't know. Either she left in a hurry this morning. I asked, but she didn't reply. Ling Chi shook his head. Forget it, then let's prepare ourselves. Let's get lunch ready. First, as for breakfast, it was already 10 o'clock. What breakfast was there to eat? An hour later, Lin Chen looked at the cutting board in the kitchen. None of you five can cook? Lin Chen was at his wit's end. Nope, the five shook their heads confidently. They dealt with monsters every day. When would they have time to cook? Isn't takeout delicious? Isn't dining out delicious? Life is tough. Lin Chen had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. But just seeing so many prepared ingredients gave him a headache. If he finished this, it would probably take 2 hours. For the last dish, 8 dishes for lunch should be enough. 8 dishes were already Lin Chen's limit. He wouldn't be able to make one more. How about I have someone from above send a chef over? Ling Chi felt quite embarrassed. It's fine, at worst we can order a table for New Year's Eve dinner tonight and make a little something ourselves. Cooking wasn't something Lin Chen minded too much, it was all trivial. After a simple bite at noon in the afternoon, Ling Chi and the others helped Lin Chen clean the entire villa from top to bottom. Now this feels like celebrating the new year. Lin Chen remembered that when he was young, his family would always clean the house together for the new year, even taking down the lights from the ceiling to wash them. They wouldn't miss any corners. Yeah, I can't even remember the last time we did such a big cleanup. Ling Chi fell into reminiscence. Speaking of which, among us whose parents are still alive? A comment from Tyson made everyone fall silent. Now that you mention it, it seems none of us do. If I remember correctly, we're all commoners, right? Gu Nua rubbed his chin. Are your parents the same? Lin Chen was surprised to find someone like him. How fresh. We're just an ordinary family. For combat professionals like us, dying at the hands of monsters is just too normal. Tai Soon said with a relaxed expression. Yeah, compared to those from families, we are in more danger. Family members have protectors who can save them in times of danger. But for us, we are almost always on the edge of life and death. At the beginning, Ling Chi was almost testing the limits of life and death every day. All for the sake of standing out. And he didn't let his deceased parents down, directly crossing over from the garrison to the secret mobile team. Although there were still dangers, it was much better than fighting alone before. It wasn't until he came to Lin Chen's side that he truly understood what safety meant. Creek, what are you all talking about? After finishing her tasks, Zhang Lingyu hurried back. As soon as she returned to the villa, she saw several big men sitting together, all looking contemplative. Sister Zhang, you're back. Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was almost 7. Yeah, I finished up. Your stuff has arrived. Zhang Lingyu held a bright red revolver in her hand, which even had a scope on it. The gun was quite long, similar to Lin Chen's previous revolver. This can't be. Lin Chen's heart raced. It couldn't be what he thought it was. That's right, a red myth equipment, but unfortunately it's level 85. It's too hard to forge anything above level 90. It will probably take some time. Zhang Lingyu was also quite surprised. She didn't expect it to come out so quickly. Had it only been a few months? According to Qin Junjiang, they had directly dispatched 20 senior blacksmiths from above, and it was the combined effort of these 20 that created this equipment. Of course, luck played a big part too. Lin Chen quickly took the weapon, and his eyes lit up when he saw the stats. Red Dragon Revolver S1017, Myth, Equipment Level, LV85. Durability, 110 of 110 damage, 1150-1408 additional. Fire Attribute Attack Critical Hit Rate, 20% explosive bullets. Every 2 attacks, the third bullet deals double damage as an explosion effect. Strength plus 60 special. Fire Dragon Form. The gun body is covered in red flames, dealing 300% damage, lasting 1 minute. CD. 5M. Lin Chen was most excited about the explosive bullets and the additional attributes, followed by the Fire Dragon Form. As for the others, they were ordinary and had no impact on Lin Chen. But that wasn't important, he could always refresh the attributes. Moreover, based on the previous refinement of the forbidden weapon, he just needed to lock these 2 attributes. No matter how he refreshed it, the fire attribute attack would definitely remain. So, how about this attribute? In Zhang Lingyu's view, this attribute was much stronger than Ziyang's Bao. Regarding that Bao, Ziyang had also mentioned that it was the worst among all myth-level weapons. But there was nothing to be done. When it was her turn, that was the only longbow left, and she couldn't just take someone else's weapon. The attributes are great, I really like them. I didn't expect it to come so quickly. I thought it would be good to receive it by June this year. Zhang Lingyu conveyed Chen Juanjing's words to Lin Chen. So that's how it is. Why didn't you all do this from the beginning? If it could be done in 2 months, then surely 6 could be done in a year. Wasn't that faster than before? Why insist on doing it this way? Sigh, it's not that the higher-ups don't want to. It's just that these blacksmiths are top-notch and have their own ideas. It's also because hot weapons are almost fixed items, so they don't have much room for creativity. Zhang Lingyu had one more thing to say: the stronger the person, the prouder they are. Those who can do it themselves will never collaborate with others. Lin Chen stroked the gun body and glanced at his level. It seemed he needed to speed up his level up process. There was still a way to go before he could use it, and by then he would arrange for enhancement and refinement. He finally owned his first myth-level weapon. I'm so envious. I don't know when I'll be able to have a myth-level weapon, Ling Qi said sourly. As a member of the mobile unit, there were quotas for myth-level weapons. However, one needed to reach level 9 to apply, and then there was a queue for review. Whether it would be approved was still uncertain. In short, the application for myth-level weapons was very complicated. It's okay, with me around, even ordinary weapons can be turned into myth-level weapons. At 7 o'clock, Lin Chen turned on the TV on time. The annual Spring Festival Gala had begun and the card games were bound to take place. Come on, let's play mahjong. Lin Chen took out a mahjong machine and set it up in the living room. You all play, I won't. Tai Sun, just give it a try, we'll watch from the side. The other three pressed Tai Sun into a chair and they quickly stepped back. Then I'll give it a go. Tai Sun glanced at the three and sighed inwardly. This task was a bit difficult. Lin Chen watched TV while playing mahjong. Tai Sun looked at the cards on the table and casually discarded 1, 2 dots. Pawn, 3 strips. 5 dots. Pawn, 3 characters. Lin Chen pushed his hands forward. He didn't expect to win so smoothly. He glanced at his next player. Tai Sun, your card skills still need practice. Playing like this will lose you money. Yeah, I really need to practice. Ling Qi's eyes twitched as he looked at the thick-browed, big-eyed Tai Sun. You, an honest person, how come you have so many tricks? Who was it that won me 200,000 in a day last year? Who was it that had a pure hand every round? What kind of lousy cards were those? Yeah, mahjong is really hard. The three standing behind Tyson exchanged glances. Tyson really knew how to play. Throughout the evening, Lin Chen stole a few glances at the gala. It was really hard to watch until 10 o'clock at night. The game ended. Lin Chen looked at the chips in front of him, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sigh, I didn't expect I was so good at mahjong. Almost all the wins were Lin Chen's, and the one who lost the most was Tai Sun. I'm going to the kitchen now. I'll come help you in a bit. When Lin Chen walked into the kitchen, Zhang Lingyu glanced at Ling Qi and said, I didn't expect your teammate to be so clever, much better than you as the captain. After saying that, she also walked into the kitchen. Tai Sun, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. With this ability, why don't you use it on me? Tai Sun glanced at him. Using it on you wouldn't be of any use. You can't give me a plus 50 weapon. On the 5th day of the new year, Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi's team left, and it was their turn to rest. Fan Yu took over Ling Qi's job, closely protecting Lin Chen. As for Chen Luo, he was leading the team members to guard the entire villa nearby. However, Lin Chen did not open for business. Anyway, there was no one around, and opening for business didn't have much significance. So he called Fan Yu's team to play mahjong. Ever since winning on New Year's Day, they had been playing mahjong almost every day. Lin Chen grew more confident with each game, directly calling himself the mahjong god. However, on this day, Lin Chen looked at Fan Yu winning again and couldn't help but question his life. Seriously, how many times have you won? There's nothing I can do, my luck with the tiles is just that good. After playing for 2 days, Lin Chen no longer mentioned mahjong. All the money he had won in the past few days had been lost. Until the 10th day, Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu returned. I'm telling you, Fan Yu is too good at mahjong. He wiped me out. The others exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. It was better not to mention this. What do you think about the last incident? A man with white hair and blue eyes looked at the four below and asked, Lord Orland, this is unavoidable. There are too many people sent by Huagua. We haven't obtained any useful information. All the people sent by that organization died inside. A man in a black suit quickly defended. Orland waved his hand. I'm not here to listen to your defense, but to discuss. What do you have to say about the authenticity of the weapon enhancement issue in Huagua? He was tired of hearing excuses. The four straightened their faces. We believe this matter is true. We reviewed that battle. The strength of the people from the Shura Temple is very formidable. Even we, the Eagle Sauce, cannot win outright in a 3v3 situation. And Huagua can be said to have either drawn or even crushed the victory, which is an unimaginable fact. That's right. Moreover, those people entered through the border, and most of them were reportedly left at the border. You should know that the strength at the Huagua border is not actually strong, and this time it clearly exceeded common sense. There were too many puzzling aspects regarding the battle that had occurred. Earlier, they had sent out foreign organizations, but the results were not significant. Only one team had gone in, but they all fell in Kyoto, and not a single message came back. If it weren't for their hidden line in Fongjing, they might not even have received any information about the Shura Temple. Orland tapped the table. Since we can confirm this, then send spies. But the checks on international flights
Since the domain gate appeared, international flights had been cancelled. By more than half, aside from a few large cities, there were no international flights from other cities.
And wanting to enter another country via international flights faced extremely complicated checks.
So generally, no one was willing to take international flights to other countries.
Even international flights might not
even make 10 trips in a year.
Why not send a delegation to discuss the international alliance with Hwagwa? Can't you think of that? But if there are fewer people, can't you go for tourism? Hwagwa has various attractions, right? Alright then.
After the 15th day of the new year, Lin Chen finally opened his little shop but still had no customers.
Lin Chen no longer cared.
On the 15th day of the first month, the Eagle Sauce sent a delegation to meet with the Elder
Council regarding the International League.
Lin Chen looked at the news that popped up on his phone, puzzled.
The Eagle Sauce came to Hwagwa? Sister Zhang. Brother Lingqi, when was the last time the Eagle Sauce came to Hwagwa?
It should have been 4 or 5 years ago, I can't remember.
Now, very few countries visit.
And we rarely visit other countries either.
Zhang Lingyu shook her head.
Everything was still because of the domain gates. I don't know how many businesses engaged in import and export have completely given up on foreign markets, causing their entire company's output value to shrink by more than half.
What's wrong?
Lin Chen picked up his phone and pointed the news at the two of them. It's nothing, just saw this news. They both looked at it and understood why Lin Chen would ask.
But what were they doing here at this time?
It should be noted that it was still the first month, and normally they would choose to come in February.
Moreover, today happened to be the 15th day of the first month, an important day for Hwagwa. Zhang Lingyu thought there must be something wrong with this. Lingqi, do you think they might be coming for Lin Chen? No way, they don't even know about Lin Chen, how could that be possible? Lingqi shook his head, he didn't believe Lin Chen could attract a country to send a delegation. Zhang Lingyu thought for a moment and decided to call Qin Junzheng. The Eagle Sauce isn't coming for Lin Chen, right? Skipping the pleasantries, she got straight to the point.
Qin Junzheng stroked his chin. The Eagle Sauce? He knew about this news and the Grand Elder should be meeting with them now, but he wasn't clear on the specifics. However, to say they were coming for Lin Chen seemed a bit far-fetched.
I'm not sure about that. After today, I'll ask the Elder Council. At 8 in the evening, Qin Junzheng arrived at the Elder Council. 7th Elder, have you figured out their purpose for coming? The Grand Elder looked at the elderly man wearing sunglasses beside him.
The 7th Elder nodded, although I can't see it very clearly. There was a lot of inner turmoil when they were speaking. The 7th Elder's ability is the eye of the heart, allowing him to see what ordinary people cannot perceive. Of course, the 7th Elder prefers to call his ability heart communication, but unfortunately, this ability is far from what he calls heart communication.
What about the 6th Elder? The 6th Elder frowned and said, I can't tell, I can only see that they stayed in Hwagwa for 7 days before leaving. However, they did leave a team behind to travel within Hwagwa. Travel? They actually have the mood to travel?
This is indeed strange.
Knock knock knock, come in. Qin Junzheng walked into the room. Grand Elder, what is the purpose of the Eagle Sauce's visit this time? On the surface, they are discussing matters regarding the International League, but we are not clear about what is happening behind the scenes for now. The 6th and 7th Elders haven't figured it out either, but one thing is indeed surprising, which is that they actually want to travel within Hwagwa. This was indeed too unexpected, but they couldn't stop people from traveling. As long as these people didn't approach military areas, they couldn't interfere too much. They are Hwagwa, not Eagle Sauce. Travel. Qin Junjing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If he remembered correctly, Fongjing should also be considered a tourist city. Although the domain gates are rampant outside now, and many scenic spots have been damaged, Fongjing has also undergone emergency repairs. Is Fongjing one of their destinations? Chen Junjung quickly asked. The 6th Elder trembled all over. It seems so. The image flashed by, so I'm not very sure. But there was a building that looked like it should be Fongjing, and it indeed seemed to be a tourist attraction. He could only say what he knew. The specific situation still needed others to analyze. Are you worried that their target is Lin Chen? The Grand Elder thought of this point when Chen Junjing asked. If it weren't for Lin Chen being in Fongjing, it generally wouldn't appear in such a situation. It was Zhang Lingyu who suddenly inquired. I thought she was just overly nervous. But now it seems that the purpose of this Eagle Sauce delegation isn't pure. There are so many tourist spots nationwide, yet they specifically chose Fongjing. Chen Junjiang had considered the possibility of coincidence. After all, Fongjing is indeed among the top tourist cities. But for someone in a delegation to be sightseeing, that just doesn't make sense. It's not impossible. Tell Chen Luo to be a bit cautious. 14 should be enough, right? We don't need more manpower. The new year has passed, and the demon-slaying army and the secret mobile unit are about to get busy. The number of disaster gates has exceeded expectations. It's time to reduce some. 4 teams are sufficient, there's no need to add more. Moreover, Zhao Guang Yuan has made breakthrough progress. Soon we will have a new unit, the demon army. After the demon energy is cleared, will the effects still exist? The Grand Elder Knew this but didn't expect the speed to be so fast. It seems Lin Chen really is a blessing for Huagua. Yes, besides the abilities possessed by the professionals themselves, there is also a capability to apply demon energy. However, due to the removal of the demon energy, its effects are far inferior to what Qin Xiaoming and Chen Tianyi can produce. Although it falls short in some aspects, at least it won't be controlled by demon energy, which is already enough. You all can handle this yourselves, just make sure nothing goes wrong with Lin Chen. You know what he represents. Alright, I understand. Zhang Lingyu hung up the phone, her face revealing a look of as expected. If it weren't for her call, who knows how long they would have been in Fengjing by the time they found out. However, she looked at Lin Chen, who was sitting there drinking tea, munching on sunflower seeds, and watching videos. It seemed there was no need to worry. Who would have thought that such a lazy boy would be the maker of those enhanced weapons? In the evening, Chen Luo, Fang Yu, and Xiang arrived at the villa together. You received the call from over there, right? What call? Ling Qi looked blankly at the other four. He glanced at Zhang Lingyu, hoping to see confusion on her face, but there was none at all. This meant he was once again in the dark. It's about the eagle sauce matter? Chen Luo looked at Ling Qi in confusion. It shouldn't be. Wasn't everyone supposed to be notified? No, Lin Chen hadn't been informed. At this moment, Lin Chen had already fallen asleep, completely unaware that a meeting was taking place downstairs in his home. Sorry, I forgot to mention it. It's fine, it's not important. Zhang Lingyu genuinely forgot. After all, the meeting was that night, and knowing or not knowing made no difference. So, what is it that I don't know? Besides Zhang Lingyu, who among them wasn't more capable than him? He had thought about leaving to improve his strength, but the higher-ups wouldn't allow it. The reason given was that the other three teams could be called away at any time, and he had to protect Lin Chen closely. Of course, the most important point was that he had been with Lin Chen for so long, and their relationship was definitely closer than with others. It's about today's news. The Eagle Sauce sent a delegation. Zhang Lingyu recounted the entire situation. The key point is that one team will stay in Huagua, claiming they want to see the scenic spots. And we have no reason to refuse this. Of course, we could refuse firmly, but they haven't shown any malice on the surface. Upon hearing this, Ling Qi thought it wasn't a big deal. Although the other three had also been notified, they only received a general overview. Chen Junzheng hadn't elaborated on the details. This shouldn't have much to do with us, right? Xiang was somewhat confused. Isn't it just tourism? How normal is that? But Fengjing is also one of their destinations, and it's said to be the city where they will stay the longest. The expressions of the group instantly turned serious. It was not unusual to consider Fengjing as a tourist spot, but now it was different. Lin Chen was in Fengjing. Moreover, the fact that they had set this place as one of the cities with the longest stay raised suspicions about their intentions. After all, among those previous organizations, there must be some with connections to the Eagle Sauce. No, that would be impossible. Do we know when they will arrive? What good does it do to? No, the surface team is definitely just a distraction. What we need to pay attention to is their hidden lines. We should take this opportunity to eliminate their hidden lines. Chen Luo had a fierce look. The higher-ups were aware of the hidden lines from other countries, but taking out just one hidden line was meaningless. If we are going to strike, we should shatter their entire network. That is the key. It really is useless. Currently, the ones we know are coming are all locals. From Eagle Sauce, not a single person from Huagua. If such people appear in public, the target becomes too obvious. Zhang Lingyu also thought this point was meaningless. In that case, we will just wait. The garrison troops will spread out and track any discovered targets. As for Lin Chen's safety, I believe with you all. Here, there shouldn't be any problems. Also, we should inform Lin Chen about this. I think the weapons he has on him are enough for self-defense. Ling Qi knew Lin Chen well. Trying to harm Lin Chen would be less effective than trying to harm him. In Ling Qi's view, there should be no one capable of killing Lin Chen at the moment. The next day, Lin Chen got up and went downstairs, finding Chen Luo and the others there as well. What's going on with you all? Lin Chen was a bit bewildered. After so many days, they had only been together during the New Year, and they usually didn't come around. It's like this. Zhang Lingyu recounted what had happened yesterday to Lin Chen. Oh, it's nothing. He thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be this. Compared to the tourists from Eagle Sauce, Lin Chen was more worried about those large organizations. Just like the poker club where Chen Xiaoming and the others were, it was filled with a group of sorcerers, each possessing bizarre abilities. What if someone could restrain him? Of course, the possibility of that was minimal. Since there are no issues here, let's just proceed as normal. Chen Luo was actually skeptical about whether the Eagle Sauce people could find Lin Chen. Although Fengjing was not large, it still had 3 ring roads spanning at least 50 kilometers. Finding Lin Chen within such a vast area was clearly challenging, unless they had professionals with exploration abilities, but that would make it easy for them to be discovered. There was also one other possibility. There were people from Eagle Sauce in Fengjing. The Gu family had already been eliminated, so only the hidden lines remained. It seemed this was a large-scale mission. Since they were to act normally, Lin Chen and his group naturally returned to the shop. A week passed and the so-called people from Eagle Sauce still had not arrived. By the way, they should have returned home, right? Lin Chen looked at the news on his phone. The tour group had already boarded a flight back home, but there was no mention of the tourists. According to the information, the tourists are still staying in the country. They should be in Xuanfu right now. However, it seems their planned itinerary is different, and they have been delayed for 2 days. Ling Qi was also puzzled, wondering if there had been a mistake with the timing. Half a month passed, and one day, 4 foreign men arrived at Lin Chen's shop. "Boss, how's your enhancement technology? I have a piece of equipment I want to enhance." The leading man, a blonde in a suit, asked with a smile. Lin Chen was taken aback by the appearance of the other person, realizing they were a foreigner. Could they be those tourists from Eagle Sauce? They came here so openly? He had only moved back a month ago, and in that month he had only received 10 guests, all of whom were newly awakened professionals. Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu exchanged a glance, equally confused by the scene before them. What were they thinking? If it was for Lin Chen, shouldn't they have sent someone in secret? And weren't they here for tourism? What was this nonsense about enhancing equipment? The technique is decent. How much do you want to enhance it to? Hearing such a confident statement, the others' eyes lit up. This was indeed the source of those enhancement equipment. They just didn't expect the owner to be so young. As for Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu, they were completely ignored. "I want to enhance this equipment to 16, is that possible?" Of course. Lin Chen took the weapon and approached the enhancer. Ling Qi started to speak but was pulled back by Zhang Lingyu. The blonde man glanced at Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu quickly put on an apologetic smile. Ling Qi was pulled back again by Zhang Lingyu, his eyes filled with warning. He then took out his phone and typed, "Trust Lin Chen, he must know something about them. How could he not know such an obvious target? But he's going to enhance it for them. Even if it's just 16, if he succeeds, won't it be a self-detonation? Just trust him." The two were frantically communicating on their phones below. Outside, Chen Luo's 3 teams surrounded the place. "The ones who just went in are those tourists from Eagle Sauce, right? Is it really okay to let them in?" Ziyang frowned and asked. "From the photos, it is indeed them. But I didn't expect them to come in so boldly. It's quite strange. As for letting them in, this isn't a military-controlled area, and they haven't committed any crimes. They're just going to an enhancement shop. We shouldn't worry about safety, we should trust him." Of course, the most important thing was that these individuals were quite average in strength, only at the 6th tier. Ling Qi alone could handle them, not to mention Lin Chen, who was like a cheat code in this situation. If only we could act like Eagle Sauce, arresting people without evidence. Ziyang thought that China was still too conservative. Then what would be the difference from Eagle Sauce? We believe in reasoning and virtue. Inside the room, ding ding, each sound represented a successful enhancement, and the intervals were particularly short. "Thomas, this person is amazing, it must be him. Sierra, it should be him. We must trust our sources." Soon, Lin Chen enhanced to 10 without a single mistake. Ling Qi was already starting to get nervous, his right hand resting on the weapon beside him. If Lin Chen really enhanced to 16, he would immediately kill these people in front of him, never allowing the news to spread. Ding plus 11, ding plus 12. Ling Qi swallowed hard, his left hand gripping the gun handle, ready at any moment. Crack! A crisp sound made both Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu freeze. Failed? This was the first time they had seen Lin Chen fail. "I'm sorry, your weapon enhancement failed. If you want to enhance it again, you can come back at this time tomorrow," Lin Chen said apologetically, handing over the somewhat dim weapon. Thomas awkwardly looked at the weapon in his hand. "Weren't you just so confident earlier? How did it fail? Didn't you say you could enhance it to 16? I can. Then how did it fail?" Thomas was confused, he had clearly agreed earlier. Why can't I fail?" Lin Chen looked at Thomas with a confused expression, like a child who has lost their purpose in life. You promised." "Yes, that's true. But I never said I could guarantee success. You asked me if I could enhance to level 16, and I can. But you didn't say it would definitely succeed in one attempt. If you had asked that way, I definitely wouldn't have agreed." Lin Chen looked helpless. "It's all your fault, it has nothing to do with me." Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu exchanged glances, realizing they had been waiting for this, and that Lin Chen knew how to play the game. Thomas was starting to doubt whether the Dark Line was just messing with him. This person didn't seem like a master enhancer, capable of enhancing equipment to level 16. He was clearly just a lucky enhancer. 12,000 for the service. "What? If the enhancement fails, you still want me to pay?" Thomas's mouth twitched. "That's how it is in Huagua shops. The service fee must be paid. Whether it succeeds or not depends on fate. You can't say that buying a lottery ticket must result in a win, or that playing mahjong must lead to a win, or, well, just pay up." Lin Chen placed the card machine in front of Thomas, looking as if he wouldn't let him leave without payment. Ling Qi also cooperatively blocked the doorway. With Ling Qi's tall stature and serious bald head, it made the place look like a black market. Seeing this, Thomas was even more convinced that the Dark Line had messed up the information. With a dark expression, he took out his bank card and paid. He turned around and left with his companions. TSK, easy money, $1,000 for nothing, nice. The moment the other party left, Lin Chen wore a smile. You scared me, I thought you were really going to enhance him to level 16. Ha, how could that be? In fact, Lin Chen wanted to fail the enhancement early, but who knew he would be so lucky and succeed every time? Even if it wasn't 100%, he still managed to succeed. He was worried the weapon would reach level 15. Fortunately, it finally failed at level 13. They shouldn't come back this time, right? Ling Qi looked out the window at the departing group. Not necessarily, they will definitely go ask the Dark Line, and it's just right for Chen Luo and the others to follow and see. Outside, Chen Luo had the same thought. Fang Yu, take your team and follow them. Be careful not to alert them, wait until the time is right to act. Don't worry, we'll follow the plan. Fang Yu led his team members to chase after them. Lin Chen sat back in his chair. Why do you think they came so boldly? It wasn't just Lin Chen who was puzzled, the others were too. Of course, even if someone else came, Lin Chen wouldn't enhance to such a high level. At 7 in the evening, Fang Yu's team waited at the hotel where Thomas was staying. Boss, their itinerary information has come through. A team member looked strange. After receiving the information, Fang Yu fell silent. After a moment, he said, it says they stayed in Xuanfu for 10 days? They didn't visit any attractions, just kept eating? Didn't they have a mission? How could they be just eating, and every day with different dishes? Are they really a team here for a mission? Did they guess wrong? But they did come to find Lin Chen today. Maybe there are too many delicious foods in Xuanfu and they got distracted. If it weren't for the mission, these people probably wouldn't even leave Xuanfu. At 11 at night. Boss, that Thomas has come out. Fang Yu opened his eyes. A man wrapped up tightly walked out of the hotel. Doesn't he think he looks quite conspicuous like this? Fang Yu really didn't know how to comment on this Thomas. You all stay here, I'll go take a look. After Fang Yu finished speaking, he disappeared from the sight of his team members. I have to say, our boss's stealth skills are really high. Well, otherwise how could he be the captain of Team 2? I think no one understands stealth better than our boss. That organization that has been assassinating officials from various countries should be more powerful than our boss, right? Fang Yu didn't know that his team members were discussing him, and it didn't matter if he did. He had already followed Thomas for 2 blocks. Half an hour later, Fang Yu had been trailing behind him for quite a while, but they were still only 2 kilometers away from their hotel. They had just circled from the east to the west. Keep circling, let's see where you can go. Perhaps feeling it was about time, Thomas began to speed up, eventually arriving at an old, run-down building. When they reached a building, Thomas glanced back, lowered his hat, and walked straight into an entrance. Fang Yu did not follow him inside but looked up, listening to the footsteps coming from within. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor. The footsteps stopped. Fang Yu took a running leap to the 3rd floor, plunged a knife into the wall, and then quickly moved to the 4th floor. He leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and listened carefully. It wasn't these 2 rooms. He hurried to the rooftop and climbed down from the other side. Impossible. It's that shop. That owner is just a lucky enhancer. The weapon enhancement broke at level 13 today. How could it be that enhancer? It was Thomas's voice. Fang Yu leaned against the wall, looking inside. He didn't know the Dark Line and would have to let the local garrison check this person later. I said, you wouldn't go so directly, would you? Of course. With such an obvious target, why would they enhance you? Can't you send a local instead? Thomas was taken aback. No, we were just traveling and enhancing our gear. Who could think so much? The Dark Line was really amused by Thomas. Think whatever you want, but you need to leave quickly. I don't want to be discovered. Don't worry. I took a long detour to get here. No one will know I came here, I can guarantee that. The Dark Line looked at the confident Thomas, really not knowing what to say. If it weren't for that 5 million, he wouldn't want to do this at all. But he had to admit, the money was too tempting. He took a deep breath. You have to believe me, it's that shop. It's just that you exposed the target, and the other side is now on alert. But I still suggest you leave quickly, otherwise if the people here find you, you won't be able to go back. Thomas thought for a moment, felt the other party had a point, but he didn't want to admit his mistake. Otherwise, he would be punished when he returned. Let's just say you're right, we'll talk about this later. Bang! Fang Yu was stunned outside the window. Just like that, he gave up? What about the Dark Line? After all this time, he found just this one Dark Line. What about the others? Fang Yu called Zhang Lingyu and told him their location, then followed Thomas again. He thought the other party had really given up, but unexpectedly, this time he took Fang Yu to another place. And this time, there were many people inside. Sister Zhang, have those people given up? Lin Chen asked. Not sure. From what Chen Luo said, these people are going in and out of various restaurants every day, and they even go to various snack streets. They hardly ever stop, as if they really came to travel. If Fang Yu hadn't followed them, one might really think they were just here for tourism, and that day was just an accident. Then they should leave quickly. They shouldn't stay here, it's putting a lot of pressure on me. Sometimes Lin Chen thought about just going to Kyoto,
but thinking about how he didn't know anyone there made him feel uncomfortable. All over. And the food isn't quite to my taste either. He glanced at his slowly rising points and experience. It seemed he still needed to work hard to strengthen his equipment. Sister Zhang, when you prepare for me, make sure to choose those who are on the front lines. They work so hard, we need to provide them with support. Right? Ah, okay. Although Zhang Lingyu didn't understand what it meant, she nodded in agreement. According to the higher-ups, the front line only received a portion. After all, some ordinary equipment could still be useful. It wasn't necessary to have the best gear. But the border defense, demon-slaying army, and covert operations were different. They had to deal with both monsters and humans, so high-strengthened equipment would be more useful for them. Unfortunately, for Lin Chen, killing people was of no use at all. Lin Chen had already decided that as long as he had enough points, he would have the higher-ups prepare a batch of equipment that could increase energy. If he couldn't find that, he would settle for equipment related to energy. By then, if he could assemble a 100-man team, wouldn't fighting in the domestic domain gates be like child's play? Unfortunately, the points were still not increasing enough. A week passed and that group of American tourists remained in Fengjing, but they never came back to Lin Chen's place. Dingling Lin Chen glanced at the door as a mature woman walked in. Boss, I have a piece of equipment that needs your enhancement. It just needs to be upgraded to level 10. The woman's voice was sultry and Lin Chen felt a momentary daze. Ling Qi, beside him, glanced at the woman, sensing something was off. Ah, okay, just give it to me. The woman handed Lin Chen a pair of white gloves and he frowned upon seeing them. Troublesome. Hormone-filled gloves equipment level, special durability, 12-20 seconds bonus, agility plus 80 hardness plus 50% special equipment. Should he enhance this successfully or fail? Chen Luo and the others said those people were still in Fengjing, although they were currently on vacation. Who knew if this person was sent by them? However, was this special equipment a bit too bizarre? What was that bonus attribute? May I ask what your profession is? The woman looked at Lin Chen with sultry eyes, her gaze filled with seduction, and a sweet scent wafted from her mouth as she spoke. What, little brother, are you going to take care of my business? I'm at the Honglingman Club in the back. If you come, just say you're looking for number 98. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. So these gloves are your work's support, huh? Are you also a professional? Isn't it enough to just enhance equipment without checking my background, boss? The woman crossed her arms. Ah, I was just asking. After all, this is a special piece of equipment. There are certain requirements for its creation, and I just wanted to confirm if it's yours. The woman shook her head helplessly. It's mine. I was once a professional too, but now I've gone into this line of work. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. You've really gone all in, huh? He discreetly glanced at Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu, who had walked out of the room with her phone. Ling Qi, however, was staring intently at the woman. Ahem. Lin Chen quickly coughed. What kind of look was that, brother? In Lin Chen's eyes, Ling Qi seemed like a lovesick fool. It was too much. Ling Qi lowered his head, but his mind was still lingering on that feeling from earlier. This woman's profession seemed not simple. It wasn't just about her potential but the uniqueness of her profession. Lin Chen held the gloves in his hand. Should he enhance them or not? After all, this was special equipment. This big sister. Call me sister. Hey, sister, why did you come to me for reinforcement? Lin Chen pointed at his shabby wall and counter. It's just that you look a bit handsome, so I thought I'd let you reinforce. Who knows, we might even develop something and take care of sister's business, the young woman said as she approached Lin Chen, her last words whispered in his ear with a breath. Lin Chen felt as if he had been electrified, shivering all over. He came to his senses, looking at her in shock, wondering why he hadn't dodged just now. Beside him, Ling Qi had already placed his hand on his weapon, but it was clear that this woman meant no harm. She was just teasing Lin Chen. Otherwise, his spear would have already pierced through. However, Lin Chen agreed with her assessment of him. At least he was a little bit handsome. Just wait a moment, this special equipment needs a bit of time. If you're in a hurry, you can go shopping first and come back to pick it up at 6 in the evening. Alright then, I'll come back in the afternoon to pick it up. The woman left without any hesitation. She left. Brother. Ling Qi, is this person a client or someone they are looking for? Once she left, Lin Chen was completely confused, unsure whether to proceed or not. What was this person's situation and why did they come to his shop? Ling Qi shook his head. I'm not sure either. Zhang Lingyu has already gone to make contact. But I do know one thing, this person's profession is most likely a succubus or a siren with charm abilities. What the heck? Wait, aren't succubi creatures? Why would it be a profession? Ling Qi glanced at Lin Chen. Don't you understand about professions? Not really. Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He only knew about mainstream professions, and as for others, what did it have to do with him as a reinforcement master? After all, he wasn't teaming up with anyone else. Whether it's a siren or a succubus, they both belong to the shapeshifting category. Some animal ability practitioners are also shapeshifters, and most shapeshifters are combat professions, with a few being support professions. Sirens are combat professions, while succubi are half combat, half support. Ling Qi stroked his chin. If it's One of these two professions, their potential should at least be A. At her age, she should be able to reach the 8th tier, but I didn't expect her to only be at the 6th tier. And she even went into the industry. I don't understand. Ling Chi was also puzzled, unless the person wasn't one of those two professions. If not, then only an animal fox would fit this woman's characteristics. Confusing. Soon, Zhang Lingyu returned. I found out she is indeed from that club. Her profession is A-grade succubus, level 5, 9th rank. As for why she was there, I couldn't find out, but one thing is certain, she has no connection with those people. From Eagle Sauce. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt relieved. Reinforcing to 10 was definitely doable. By the way, didn't you investigate why a level 5, 9th rank person would go into the industry? There wasn't enough time, we can only find out this much. Lin Chen shrugged. Alright, then reinforcing to 10 should be no problem. Shouldn't be an issue. Lin Chen directly tossed the item into the reinforcement device, reinforcing it to 10 in less than 5 minutes. Hormone-filled. Gloves equipment level, special durability, 12-20 seconds additional, agility plus 80 hardness plus 50% temperature regulation, automatically adjusts within a range of 2 to 40 degrees. Looking at the newly appeared additional attributes, Lin Chen's eyes twitched. What on earth had he reinforced? As 6 o'clock approached, the woman arrived. Lin Chen handed over the special equipment in his hand. Sister, how did you find me here? Please don't say it's because I'm handsome. Although I really am handsome, that's not the reason for choosing this place. Ling Chi and Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen in shock. How can you say that with a clear conscience? The woman's eyes twitched. How could you take my casual remarks seriously? Do you remember Zhao Qianyu, whom you met before? She introduced me to this place. Zhao Qianyu? Lin Chen searched his memory and recalled. She was the first person he met who had enhanced special equipment. He remembered her wearing stockings. Could it be? She isn't working at the same place as you, is she? Correct, but unfortunately, there's no reward. The woman finished paying and packed the gloves back into her backpack. By the way, remember to look for me when you go. I can show you what paradise is like. Remember, Zhao Ziyu, number 98. I'm off now, little brother. By the way, why is it that all the good-looking ones get in? Lin Chen murmured. He remembered that Zhao Qianyu was also quite attractive. He thought she was a fighter in the outside world. He didn't expect her to be fighting on another battlefield. Who knows? Anyway, this kind of thing isn't our concern. Zhang Lingyu shrugged. She wouldn't look at such people through colored glasses. The authorities wouldn't impose too many restrictions in this regard. After all, the fighters also need to indulge a bit. Moreover, the other party was a succubus ability user. Perhaps she was doing better inside than outside. Days passed, and that group of Eagle Sauce people seemed to be captivated by Feng Jing, showing no signs of wanting to leave. Lin Chen's shop closed down. If you're not leaving, then I won't operate. Right? Ding ding, another weapon was taken out by Lin Chen from the enhancer. Phew, all the work for today is done. Lin Chen casually stored the weapon in his spatial backpack. This batch of weapons was for frontline fighters. The weapon levels ranged from level 50 to 70. As for the enhancement levels, Lin Chen thought for a long time. One consideration was the success rate bonus provided by his own system level, and the other was how to respond after the weapon enhancement level was discovered. He ultimately decided that the lowest enhancement level for this batch would be level 14, with the highest at level 20. Depending on the weapon level, the enhancement level would also vary. In Lin Chen's view, the higher the level of the fighter, the lower the possibility of their weapon being taken away, which also meant a lower probability of being discovered. It's just a pity for his experience points. However, the next batch of weapons seemed to be from the demon-slaying army, and Lin Chen planned to enhance all of them to level 20, with the captain directly assigning a level 50. With more points, he felt more confident, and Lin Chen's ideas began to multiply. Of course, the main reason was still that red mythical weapon. To level up quickly, he needed to arrange for more talented people who could enhance his weapons. He glanced at his own strength level, now at level 7, 5 stars. 2 of those levels were from his own upgrades, unrelated to the fighters using his weapons. Lin Chen looked at his personal information. The experience progress bar was advancing at a rate of 1.5% per day. At this speed, leveling up would take over 60 days, and it would take a year to reach level 8. Too slow, too slow. Others, awakened for less than a year, level 8. What more do you want? When he got downstairs, Lin Chen handed the storage backpack in his hand to Zhang Lingyu. Sister Zhang, this batch of weapons is complete. Remember to bring back another batch when you return. The quantity can be a bit more. Zhang Lingyu's mouth dropped open. If she remembered correctly, this batch was 200 weapons. It was originally expected to be completed in a month, and you finished it in a week. And you want to continue. Lin Chen, sometimes you need to balance work and rest. You should take a break and relax a bit. How about going on a trip? Zhang Lingyu felt a bit sorry for Lin Chen. Although the higher-ups wanted him to strengthen some weapons, they didn't expect the speed to be so fast. If Lin Chen got worn out, those above would become the culprits. Lin Chen shook his head. Forget it, there's no rush for a trip. It's March now, let's wait until June. The weather will be just right for traveling then. Lin Chen actually wanted to go on A trip. He had just been to the northern region to see the snow before the new year and wasn't in a hurry. In June, he could go to the southern island to see the sea. As an inland person, both snow and the sea were obsessions. Well, fine, but there won't be too many weapons next time. Even if you want them, they won't give you that many. Lin Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say that he needed to strengthen the weapons to level up, but that was too outrageous, so he decided against it. Explaining it later would be troublesome. Although the country provided him with strong protection, who could guarantee that such words wouldn't leak out? Otherwise, his weapon strengthening wouldn't have been discovered by so many organizations. For his own safety, Lin Chen didn't plan to speak about it. Alright, fewer is fine. Lin Chen comfortably leaned back on the sofa with his hands behind his head. Okay, I'll go deliver the weapons, and you just stay at home with Ling. She is for the shop. Let's not open for now. There aren't many customers anyway. For a while after that, Lin Chen's life was very regular. He woke up in the morning to exercise. After breakfast, he started working, took a break at noon, and continued in the afternoon. He finished a week's work in a day. It wasn't that he was fast, it was just that Zhang Lingyu had only brought him 50 weapons, which he could finish with his eyes closed. In the elder's office in Kyoto, recently, everyone knows about the weapons provided by Lin Chen, right? The Grand Elder felt refreshed upon hearing this news. Perhaps he would be able to see that scene while he was still alive. Yes, but isn't the workload a bit too much? He's our treasure now. It wouldn't be good if he got worn out. The sixth elder expressed some concern. Don't worry, with Zhang Lingyu around, Lin Chen's health is not a problem. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Lingyu had met with the Grand Elder some time ago, and he had expressed their concerns. This was why Zhang Lingyu wanted to limit the number of weapons Lin Chen could strengthen. The eighth elder nodded. That's good, that's good. What do you think about arranging a marriage for Lin Chen, finding a good girl to take care of him? The eighth elder's words immediately piqued the interest of the old men, who began to suggest how good their own children were. After a moment, the Grand Elder quickly interrupted them. The conversation was getting more and more absurd. Soon, they would be talking about age differences. Alright, let's not bring this up. Zhang Lingyu has learned that Lin Chen doesn't want to get married so early. This matter came to a close. Now, let's talk about serious business. Xinglong and the others have spotted a batch of new tasks. The people who issued them come from various countries, and they asked me if we should eliminate these people. The Grand Elder distributed the documents to everyone. I say, just kill the people who issued the tasks. TSK, these countries really haven't given up. They want to pull this again, do they? Still think China is the same as it was 100 years ago? Everyone was truly amused by their yo, long time no see, where is it this time? The Silver Wolf's mouth twitched. What does where is it this time mean? They are an overseas organization, not a terrorist organization. Well, internationally they are indeed classified as a terrorist organization, but who told them to set off such a big firework? However, this time seems not much different from the last. Thinking of this, the Silver Wolf immediately felt unhappy. So they are just doing this kind of work, huh? This time I didn't bring you here to enhance nuclear bombs, but for some bombs. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. I understand. It must be that nuclear bombs are hard to make, right? So we can only make do with bombs. Don't worry, I will definitely enhance them properly for you. Even if it's a bomb, I can make it have half the effect of a nuclear bomb. In fact, he wanted to say the same effect, but a bomb is not a nuclear bomb after all. If he could really make it the same, he probably wouldn't have enough points on hand. Although his points have increased quite a bit recently, they have only returned to 4 million points. After all, he has used quite a lot recently. By the way, what is your target this time? The Silver Wolf's eyes twitched. Brother, we don't need to do this. I'm just executing a small task. Every country in the world has it, not Sakura. Not Sakura, huh? Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed. Since it's not there, then just enhancing it to 50 will do. The Silver Wolf took a deep breath, not responding to Lin Chen, but directly took out 10 bombs from his spatial backpack and placed them on a counter. Just 10, the price is negotiable. We're all acquaintances. I'll give you a discount price, 10 million each. Discount? 10 million? The Silver Wolf's cheeks twitched. Although he was wearing a mask, Lin Chen could still see from the other party's somewhat hollow eyes that this price had a significant impact on him. In the past, he would charge 100 million, okay? Alright, after all, it's not his money. Lin Chen cheerfully walked to the counter and picked up a bomb. G777 liquid bomb, rare, durability, 1/1 damage, 240,000 additional. Effective kill radius 50m, explosion power plus 30%, penetration plus 50%. Lin Chen weighed it in his hand. The entire bomb weighed less than a pound and could actually reach a damage value of 240,000. Why is this bomb so powerful? He glanced at the other bombs, all of the same model. This indicates that they can be mass-produced. It contains unique materials from the domain gate, which is how this explosive was made. Then why not use it against disaster-level domain gates? In Lin Chen's view, as long as they prepared a few thousand of these, even without high-level professionals, they could easily deal with a domain gate.
You're thinking too much. The production capacity simply can't meet the demand. Alright then, let me enhance one for you to see. It's just enhancing to 50, which is easy for Lin Chun. An hour later, the first enhanced bomb was completed, and Lin Chen looked at the data on it, nodding in satisfaction. For a bomb weighing 1 pound, this data is sufficient. As for points, Lin Chen only spent a little over 4,000, and if he was lucky, he probably wouldn't even need to spend 4,000. This time, the silver wolf was prepared and wasn't shocked by the data, but it was still astonishing. This is a bomb, pure and simple, a missile, okay? G777 liquid bomb, rare, plus 50. Durability, 1-to-1 damage, 240,000, plus 17,400,000, additional, effective kill radius 50 m, plus 50, explosion power, plus 30% penetration, plus 50%, infrasound, 95%. Mortality rate within 200 meters, 60% within 300 meters, 30% within 400 meters. Flame, a high temperature of about 4,000 degrees is formed within the lethal radius. For 1 minute. Just as Lin Chen said, the damage has almost reached half of that of a nuclear bomb. But when he saw the additional attributes below, Silver Wolf couldn't hold himself back. The first 3 were fine, but what the hell was the 4th one? They were really just going to complete a simple task. Why was the mortality rate so high within a 300-meter range? Wouldn't that mean they had really become a terrorist organization? Their target this time was a total of 10 people, but the dead were probably over 10,000. Silver Wolf took a deep breath. This attribute is really too good. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. I knew you would like it. This effect is definitely more useful than a missile, so don't worry. At 4 in the afternoon, all 10 bombs were enhanced. Alright, thank you. I need to leave quickly. This mission is a bit urgent. When I come back next time, I will definitely treat you to a meal. Okay. Silver Wolf left and got into the car, driving away from there. After Silver Wolf left, Ling Chi finally spoke up after holding back for a long time. Wait, this is our partner? Isn't this a terrorist organization? Ling Chi really couldn't imagine how the higher-ups could cooperate with such an organization. At first, Ling Chi thought the other party was like Chen Tiany's organization just doing a task. This guy, either a nuclear bomb or a bomb. Maybe it's just a characteristic of their organization. Zhang Lingyu also couldn't understand. Silver Wolf, I don't want to either, but that's how the higher-ups arranged it. Let's not talk about him for now. I want to ask about that succubus's ability. That day I felt my mind wandering sometimes, I don't know why. Lin Chen suddenly remembered the succubus from that day, and through this succubus he realized he seemed to be lacking a piece of mental defense equipment. The abilities of a succubus are basically related to charm and illusion, which are all related to mental power, so it's normal for you to have such a reaction. Is there any equipment to defend against such abilities? There is, but it's very rare. And most of it is quite poor. It doesn't really matter to you, but if you want, I can get one for you. Zhang Lingyu had never thought of giving Lin Chen this kind of equipment. The effect was indeed, as she said, very poor. But she suddenly remembered that Lin Chen could enhance things, so it seemed that being a bit weaker didn't matter. If there were any powerful equipment, Zhang Lingyu would have prepared it for him long ago. Physical attacks can be defended against by anyone, but mental attacks are hard to guard against. But they were also prepared for this, as there was a mental profession in Fang Yu's team. A 9th-tier mental profession is enough to block most mental attacks. It's fine, whether it's equipment with built-in mental defense or those with names related to it, just bring them to me, and I'll choose myself. Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Are you saying that names related to it are also okay? What use is a name related to it? Although she didn't understand, it was definitely fine to do as instructed. With a clatter, Lin Chen pulled down the roller shutter and locked it, turning to see the red sign at the end of the street. That was Hong Langman. How about we go for a massage? Ha? Ling Chi looked at Lin Chen in surprise. You want to go to Hong Langman? Yeah, just for a massage, Lin Chen emphasized. He really just wanted to go for a massage. He had never had one before, just wanted to enjoy it. Ling. She looked at Lin Chen with some suspicion. At this age, it was indeed a bit necessary, so he might as well accompany him. Tianyi, I'm doing this all for work. Just go with him, but be careful, Zhang Lingyu said meaningfully. Got it. Zhang Lingyu wouldn't go to such a place. The Ling Chi team accompanied Lin Chen into the brightly lit club. In the distance, the 3 teams that had been protecting Lin Chen looked bewildered as they watched him and his group enter the establishment. Wait, how did they get in there? Chen Luo blinked, a bit confused about the situation. If you ask me, who should I ask? Maybe it's about age. After all, Lin Chen is 19 now, maybe he, right? Fang Yu could only think along those lines. Last time, Zhang Lingyu said Lin Chen didn't want a date, so how did he end up here? Should we introduce him to a girlfriend? This place is dangerous, I'm afraid he won't handle it well. Once inside the Red Romance Club, Lin Chen was awestruck by the opulence. This was the second ring road, not the city center. He couldn't believe such a luxurious place existed. Gentlemen, what services do you require? We have ordinary and special services at 12 different price points. Ahem, we just need the ordinary one, Ling Chi said, his expression serious. They were on a mission after all and couldn't request special services. Okay, what price point would you like? What's the highest for the ordinary service? 888 for an hour and a half full package. Ling Chi's mouth twitched. He hoped they were indeed talking about the ordinary service. However, at that price, the special service should be out of reach. Alright, let's go with that, but I request technician number 98. He wasn't here for a massage, he wanted to see Zhao Ziyu. He wanted her to use her mental abilities on him. He had always had a suspicion but could never confirm it. As for mental-type practitioners, Lin Chen had encountered them before. He didn't believe no one had ever used their abilities on him, but he had never felt anything in that regard. The front desk checked and looked apologetically at Lin Chen. I'm sorry, sir, technician number 98 is still 2 hours away. How about, I'll pay extra. Isn't running a business about making money? Just give it to me. Sir, it's not just about the money, we have our rules. 10,000, sir, it's really not about the money. 50,000, sir, it's very difficult for us. 100000, please wait, I'll contact you right away. Someone will definitely be here in 3 minutes. Xiao Zhang will take the customer to the Supreme Heaven private room. Fruit platters and drinks will all be arranged. Ling Chi couldn't quite understand Lin Chen. Why was he so anxious? But thinking about it, that woman was indeed quite charming. It turned out Lin Chen preferred older women. She looked at least 9 or even 12 years older than him. This needed to be reported up the chain. Lin Chen didn't want to date, he just liked dating those older than him. The group arrived at the top floor. Ling Chi followed Lin Chen, wanting to go in. Hey, you don't need to follow me in. Lin Chen quickly stopped Ling Chi. No, there are 2 beds inside. Besides, I have to protect you closely. You guys are next door. Besides, this isn't suitable for others to be present. Ling Chi was even more convinced of his thoughts. Did he dare to say it was just a massage? He patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Be careful, don't cause any accidents. Ha? Lin Chen looked at him in confusion. What kind of accident could he cause? He just wanted to test the waters. We'll be next door. Take this, as long as you press the button on it, I'll break through the wall. Xiao Zhang, who had been trying to speak several times, ultimately held back. These people clearly looked like practitioners. It was better not to say too much. If he offended someone, he could just pack up and leave. Lin Chen took a small remote control with a red button on it. Don't worry. Lin Chen walked into the room and closed the door. Ling. She had no choice but to go to the adjacent room. Boss, I'm already 19. It's time to try something new. Tyson stifled a laugh. His boss actually wanted to go into a room with someone. Was he going to give you a live broadcast or what? I'm just worried, and besides, this room is a suite. I can just wait outside. Ling Chi felt a bit frustrated. If only he could install a surveillance camera in that room. As for live broadcasting, that wasn't important. What mattered was safety. But, thinking about it, with their strength, they wouldn't need a second to break through the wall. The most important thing was Lin Chen's gear. No one should be able to touch him. Lin Chen sat quietly on the sofa, waiting for Zhao Ziyu. Just as the person downstairs said, it really didn't take 3 minutes. Knock knock knock. Come in. Zhao Ziyu, wearing white gloves, was momentarily taken aback when she saw Lin Chen. Little brother, I didn't expect you to really come to take care of my business, but why not order some special services? Lin Chen ignored Zhao Ziyu's teasing and looked at the gloves on her hands. They were indeed used for that purpose, weren't they? Just thinking about how many people those gloves had touched, he was actually holding them to enhance himself. Actually, I'm not here for a massage, I need your help. Zhao Ziyu sat down beside Lin Chen. Little brother, tell me, as long as I can help, I will. Ahem, just talk, no need to be so close to me. Lin Chen quickly moved back a bit, looking at Zhao Ziyu, who was less than 20 centimeters away. Well, you should be an A-level succubus, right? Zhao Ziyu was taken aback. You investigated me? Ha, sort of. I have an older sister who was afraid I might get scammed, so she checks on any woman who appears around me. The prettier they are, the more she investigates, so your information came up. Lin Chen quickly explained. Zhao Ziyu was initially quite angry, but after hearing that, she became even happier. Since that's the case, I don't mind. I really am a succubus. What do you need me to help with? Do you have an ability to directly invade my mental world? Zhao Ziyu looked at Lin Chen with a strange expression. You? Zhao Ziyu's odd expression made Lin Chen a bit confused. What's wrong? Zhao Ziyu shook her head, smiling, and said, it's nothing, I just didn't expect you to like this kind of method. I'm worried you can't handle it. Don't worry. Since I'm here, I have ways to avoid it. Lin Chen was confident in his judgment. In that case, I'm coming. Succubi could indeed enter the mental world. It was both their method of attack and their way of assisting. Energy swirled in Zhao Ziyu's eyes, and then she entered Lin Chen's mental world, while Lin Chen's spiritual body was also pulled in. You, why are you naked? Lin Chen's fingers trembled uncontrollably, clearly shocked by the scene. Ah, didn't you want to merge spiritually with me? Lin Chen blinked. What is spiritual merging? You don't know? Zhao Ziyu looked at Lin Chen in confusion. From his eyes, she could tell he wasn't lying and truly didn't know. Since that was the case, a mischievous smile crept onto her lips as she leaned closer to Lin Chen. She extended her right hand.
and gently touched Lin Chen's spiritual body from top to bottom. Lin Chen felt a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, and before he could say anything, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Warning! Warning! Mental space is under invasion. A golden octahedron appeared above Lin Chen's head, and a golden light shield enveloped his spiritual body, causing the strange sensation to vanish instantly. Lin Chen felt a sense of dullness. Why did it disappear so quickly? He looked up at the object above him. Could this thing be the system? Host, this is just a manifestation of my protective mechanism. The golden octahedron began to glow. Warning! Mental attack launch preparation 3, 2. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Don't shoot, it's our own. Just as Lin Chen's words fell, the attack was already fired, but it seemed that its power had indeed diminished significantly. Power reduced by 99%, not lethal. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't fatal, that was fine. Standing in front of Lin Chen, Zhao Ziyu tensed up completely when the golden octahedron appeared. She wanted to run out, but it seemed the opponent had locked onto her. When the octahedron emitted light, the overwhelming power made Zhao Ziyu give up on resistance. As the attack landed on her, the imagined death did not come, and the damage was not very strong. Zhao Ziyu took the opportunity to exit Lin Chen's mental sea, but this mental attack also made her feel uncomfortable for a moment, causing her to collapse onto Lin Chen. Lin Chen also exited the mental sea. He saw where Zhao Ziyu's hand was placed and quickly shouted, "Don't move your hand." Zhao Ziyu raised her slightly swollen head, looking at Lin Chen in confusion. What's wrong? Beep. The red button in Lin Chen's pocket was pressed. Bang! Crash! With the first foot pressed, the wall behind was broken through, and the 5 members of the Ling Chi team instantly surrounded Lin Chen. What happened? Ling Chi's eyes twitched. With your posture, am I interrupting something? Lin Chen glanced at the 5 people around him, then at Zhang Ziyu, who was lying there with a dazed expression. This is a disaster. You guys, let me explain. It's not what you think, it's because... Lin Chen shut his mouth. How could he explain this? Looking at Lin Chen's flushed face, Ling Chi said ambiguously, I understand, no need to explain, you two continue. Just don't accidentally press that button next time. What if next time, you know what I mean? Ling Chi quickly led the team back, blocking the hole with a screen. Lin Chen held his forehead. This was impossible to explain. Sister, aren't you going to get up? This posture is really... sorry. Zhao Ziyu blushed and quickly got up. She really didn't mean to. Although the previous attack wasn't very strong, she felt dizzy. Zhao Ziyu quietly sat to the side, not daring to speak. The scene from just now had stunned her. What exactly was this Lin Chen? Running such a shabby shop, yet someone was protecting him. Could it be? Lin Chen closed his eyes, trying to enter his mental world, but he couldn't get in no matter what. If he couldn't get in, then so be it. At least he knew he wouldn't be subjected to mental attacks, which was enough. But how was he supposed to explain this to Ling Chi and the others? Social death. Mainly, if he had really done something, it would be one thing, but he truly hadn't done anything. That was the most frustrating part. After a moment of silence, Lin Chen opened his eyes. Thank you very much today, but I have a question to ask you. How do you enter the mental world? Zhao Ziyu tidied her disheveled clothes. Only mental-type professionals can enter the mental world. You can only go in under the guidance of a mental-type professional. What if you are subjected to a mental attack? Zhao Ziyu thought carefully and said, then there's no way, you can only endure it. Actually, there's no need to worry. Mental attacks also require a certain distance. Although the mental type is powerful, it also depends on what kind of enemy you are facing. As a mental type professional, she certainly knew the strength of the mental type. But no matter how powerful a profession is, it has its own weaknesses. Otherwise, it would become an invincible profession. Distance is one aspect, and a fragile body is another. Assassins can be said to be the lifelong enemies of the spiritual profession. Lin Chen nodded, suddenly stood up. Thank you, I'll take my leave. You're leaving already? The time isn't up yet. It's fine, I'm going. Ling Chi walked to the wall hole and directly pushed aside the screen to go through. From the other side of the wall came teasing voices, which gradually faded away. After Zhao Ziyu could no longer hear the voices, she slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that scared me to death. Who on earth is that person? Just as Zhao Ziyu was about to leave, she paused. Elder 8. Zhao Ziyu's face showed respect. The voice of Elder 8 echoed in her mind. How's the search for the dark lines of eagle sauce going? I've almost found them all. There shouldn't be any omissions. Very good, Nightingale, you've worked hard these past few years. Elder 8, you're joking. They're just a bunch of broken meat, nothing much. Besides, I'm a succubus. I won't suffer losses. By the way, Elder 8, I found a strange enhancer. He can enhance special equipment, and he has bodyguards around him, looking quite powerful. Zhao Ziyu's expression was serious. Even if Elder 8 hadn't contacted her today, she would have reached out. After a moment of silence, Elder 8 said, Is his name Lin Chen? If it's him, then there's no need to worry. He's a key person under national protection. Understood. The next day. Ahem, Lin Chen. Be moderate. If not, how about I introduce you to a girlfriend?
I didn't know your preferences before, but now that I do, it's easier. I have a sister, she's 29 this year, I think she's just right. Zhang Lingyu said while stifling a laugh. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Lingyu in shock. When did he ever say he liked older women? He quickly turned to Ling Qi. You said you wouldn't tell anyone. This is a breakdown. We're all on the same side, and besides, I'm just speaking the truth, without embellishments, right? Ling Qi chuckled inwardly. But he was also speaking the truth. It was indeed necessary to inform Zhang Lingyu about Lin Chen's situation, to always ensure Lin Chen's physical condition, mental state, and personal safety. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and glared at Ling Qi. They will all have higher enhanced weapons in the future, and you won't. Ling Qi, who had been chuckling, widened his eyes at Lin Chen. That's not fair. If she needs to know, I can't help it, can I? You should talk to your sister Zhang about this, not me, right? Lin Chen glanced at Zhang Lingyu. Lin Chen, isn't this for your own good? It's just about finding a girlfriend. If you don't want to, I won't introduce anyone, okay? Lin Chen's eye twitched. Is this about finding a girlfriend? This should clearly be about that misunderstanding the other day. But he couldn't explain, and Lin Chen felt frustrated. 3 days later, the previous incident passed just like that. No one mentioned it again, mainly because whoever brought it up would lose their future enhanced weapons. That day, the three were watching TV in the store when Chen Luo walked in. I'm going out with Fong Yu in 2 small teams for a while. Right now, only the Xiang team is outside. If there's anything, just contact. Horror. What happened? Zhang Lingyu looked at Chen Luo nervously, hoping it wasn't someone else targeting Lin Chen again. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with Lin Chen. Chen Luo paused. Director Chen provided a list. This list contains all the dark lines of eagle sauce in Fongjing. He took out a piece of paper with hundreds of names written on it. There were people from all walks of life, even within official institutions. So many? Who's that powerful? Ling Qi was also stunned upon seeing the list. Finding dark lines was something Ling Qi had done before, but that was following a single dark line to search. At most, he would find a few. But this many clearly couldn't be found in a short time. Chen Luo shook his head. This Director Chen is also clear. It should be someone from another unit. There are actually quite a few secret forces in Huagua, and if people know about them, it means they are not secret enough. Alright, we'll leave first. You all be smart about it. After Chen Luo left, the three returned to their original positions. At that moment, a news segment interrupted the television. Recently, there have been 3 consecutive terrorist attacks in Eagle Sauce, resulting in over 5,000 deaths and more than 10,000 injuries. Next, please watch the video. A video shot from a fixed position appeared, showing a massive hemispherical fireball suddenly erupting, engulfing a large area. Following that, a series of crisp sounds, and the surveillance footage went dark. Then came another angle, this time from a great distance, apparently filmed from a tall building far away. One could see that at the moment of the explosion, the glass of surrounding buildings shattered, and the hemispherical flames lasted for a long time. When the fireball disappeared, all the surrounding buildings were ignited. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen thought of the batch he had given to Silver Wolf. He murmured softly, if I had known, I should have reinforced it a bit more. This effect could have been amplified. Silver Wolf, I really am not a terrorist organization. By the way, this couldn't be the work of that mad hunt, could it? Ling Qi recalled the fireworks from the last Cherry Blossom Festival. It should be, it looks very much like it. It seems they are indeed going down this route. It's really peculiar. One must know that foreign organizations usually package themselves very elegantly, executing tasks cleanly and neatly, without drawing attention. However, this organization does not play by the rules, but it must be said that through the events of these past few days, people's impression of this Mad Hunt organization has deepened. At the end of the news, there was still a speech from Mad Hunt. Foreign Mad Hunt base. Silver Wolf checked the news on his phone, and the comments made it increasingly difficult for him to control his expression. Leader, we have almost been labeled as a terrorist organization. This goes against our original intention. The young man sitting behind the desk looked helpless, unconsciously playing with a golden mask in his hands. This is unavoidable. The task issued from above is like this. Killing the target in a non-targeted way can only be achieved with such large-scale destructive weapons. He flipped the mask over, revealing an eagle head carved on it. "So didn't we say we would go with a small team mercenary model at first? Will anyone still come to us for tasks in the future? Don't worry, we have already received orders, and there are many." The man's lips curled up. This was something he hadn't expected. Silver Wolf, wait for me a moment. Elder 8 has sent a message. Okay, Captain. Call me leader outside. The man shot him a sideways glance. Yes, I'm used to it. Silver Wolf shook his head, leaning back on the sofa while fiddling with his phone. The man closed his eyes and began a dialogue with Elder 8 in his mind. Elder 8, what instructions do you have? Golden Eagle, you are doing very well. Now all countries have turned their attention to you. As for the remaining few, wrap it up within this half month, and then go find Qinglong. He will tell you what the next target is. Qinglong? Golden Eagle was taken aback. Who is that? Oh right, I forgot to tell you. Qinglong is another foreign organization of ours. You need to coordinate with each Other. Just like this time, the cause of this task is because of them. Golden Eagle's lips twitched, so the reason they became a terrorist organization is because of this Qinglong, right? Okay, I will contact him. After hanging up, Golden Eagle recorded the contact information he received on his phone. Captain. Leader. What instructions do we have from above? Golden Eagle said irritably, keep bombing. Silver Wolf leaned weakly against the sofa. He missed the days back home. Not if he could have a second chance, he would still choose to come. What the country needs. What I pursue. In the following period, the mad hunts seemed to have flipped. Some strange switch. Almost every day, they lingered in the news of various countries. Lin Chen could see news about the mad hunt almost every day. But, how many times has it been? Lin Chen asked Ling Qi, looking at the news on TV, somewhat uncertain. The 14th time. Lin Chen recalled carefully, he indeed had set off 10 of them, so why were they still exploding? But from the videos, the explosions afterward were clearly not as powerful as the one he had enhanced. Since you all like to blow things up so much, why not just tell me? Zhang Lingyu walked over, holding her phone. Look, the Mad Hunt's ranking has improved. They are now at 18th place. Although their threat level is still A, the change in position shows the impact they have caused. They should be the first to raise their ranking. In this way, other organizations either had 4 people destroying a city or 1 person slaughtering a border squad. Only the Mad Hunt was causing explosions everywhere. TSK, I have to say they really are a peculiar team. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. It was indeed a bit strange. Just as they were discussing, the shop door opened and a black snake slithered in. Brother Ling Qi, I missed you so much. Hey, where's your hair? Ling Qi's previously happy expression froze on his face. That's not important. Did you come for something? The black snake's eyes kept darting around Ling Qi's head, and it didn't speak for a long time. Lin Chen laughed out loud. Ling Qi glared at Lin Chen. Not that it was your fault. Ahem, Sister Zhang, the weather is really nice today, huh? Crack. A bolt of lightning struck down, and a light rain began to fall from the sky. It really is nice. The feeling of rain is so comfortable. Zhang Lingyu controlled her expression, trying not to laugh out loud. In fact, they had gotten used to it over the past few days. It was just Chen Tiany's gaze that made them want to laugh. Ling Qi's mouth twitched as he turned to look at the black snake in front of him, unsure if it was his imagination, but he seemed to see a smile on the snake's face. Tiany, what is it? Ling Qi raised his voice. Well, our organization is preparing to send someone to Fongjing again, but this time it's not us. You all need to be careful. It's said that the team is led by the Ace of Hearts and the Ace of Diamonds. They are said to be 9th-tier professionals, very strong. Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu frowned. Why were they coming again? Ling Qi was equally puzzled. It's been so long, and they still haven't given up? According to news from Eagle Sauce, that enhancer can create weapons far exceeding level 16, and they have already made contact. Eagle Sauce has started cooperating with that enhancer and is ready to rise. There are also reports that the Mad Hunt organization managed to obtain weapons enhanced to level 20, which is why they could carry out so many incidents. After hearing this, Lin Chen's mouth twitched. This is pure nonsense. But he had to admit that what the other party said was quite accurate. That thing was indeed provided by him. I've run out of energy. You all must be careful. The black snake transformed into magical liquid and dissipated in the room. Ling Qi pondered over this information. Do you think that Eagle Sauce's travel group left just to spread this news? But I have to say, the news they spread is actually quite unfavorable for Lin Chen. Based on the last situation, the other party clearly didn't believe that Lin Chen was that enhancer. The reason they spread such news was merely because of the last incident. As for the accuracy of the information spread, who would care? Weapons beyond the enhancement level 16, even if there's only a 1% chance of being real, are worth a shot. Moreover, those organizations had previously entered Huagua and indeed went to Fongjing City. Just this piece of information is enough for them to take action. Lin Chen, you should move. This time, there will probably be even more organizations than last time. The entire Fongjing will become the center of the battlefield, and then, yes, Lin Chen, go to Kyoto. The defensive power there is not something we can compare to here. Even if they send a team from above, they won't be able to send too many. Ling Qi also joined in the persuasion. Last time, the target was Kyoto, and the defense here was a bit lacking, which wasn't a big problem. But this time, the information said Fongjing, so Lin Chen couldn't stay in Fongjing no matter what. Zhang Lingyu saw that Lin Chen didn't respond and continued, don't worry, going to Kyoto is actually no different from here. It's still, who said I'm not going? Of course, I'm going. I just wonder if I should leave some gifts behind. Lin Chen was really angry. Why were they fixated on him? Although every word didn't mention him, every word pointed at him. We found you, you're in Fongjing. We will turn Fongjing upside down to find you. Look, isn't this pushing someone to a dead end? Zhang Lingyu had already prepared for a long battle. This time, she had to take Lin Chen away no matter what. She was even ready to knock Lin Chen out. What she didn't expect was that Lin Chen actually agreed this time. Are you saying you will go to Kyoto with us? Zhang Lingyu asked uncertainly. Yeah, But before we go, you need to get me some things. I want as many sensing bombs and landmines as you can get. He wanted to leave a huge gift, preferably leaving everyone behind. Lin Chen glanced at his points, which were about to reach 5 million. No one could survive. He wanted to do it again. Zhang Lingyu thought for a moment and nodded, no problem. As long as Lin Chen went to Kyoto with them, she wouldn't mind getting him bombs or landmines, even missiles, but that wouldn't work. She walked out of the shop and quickly called Chen Junjiang. Hello, what's up? The eagle sauce is spreading. I know about this, I was just about to find you. We must get Lin Chen to Kyoto. This time is different from last time. Chen Junjing's tone was serious. Lin Chen's safety was of utmost importance. Fongjing could be destroyed, but Lin Chen had to be safe. Lin Chen has already agreed, but he wants a batch of sensing bombs and landmines. He probably wants to leave them for the incoming professionals. No problem, I'll send a truck over. But be careful when placing them, don't exceed the safety distance. 1 hour ago. The eagle sauce has really given us a big problem this time. The elder had a bitter smile. He didn't expect the other side to come up with such a move. Yeah, we thought they had given up. Just after we finished dealing with the dark lines, they started spreading the news. This news has been spreading for almost 10 days. Most foreign organizations in other countries have probably received the information. Elder 8, how's the situation? Everyone looked at Elder 8. I'll ask. Elder 8 closed his eyes and began to make contact. Half an hour later. The situation is as we expected. Almost all organizations have received the news. However, most organizations dare not enter Huagua, but those well-known organizations will still come. Elder 8 sighed. These organizations will eventually destroy them. Their strength is still not strong enough. Even just the well-known organizations number around 40 to 50, not to mention some countries. Even if one organization sends 6 people, that's over 200. Moreover, some organizations and countries will definitely send even more people. Let the Azure Dragon and Golden Eagle each send a small team back to stir up this mess. The Grand Elder's face was filled with killing intent. Grand Elder, I don't think it's necessary for them to come back. We can let them go to the other side's headquarters. Maybe they can take down a few organizations. The 6th Elder suggested. Not seeking to annihilate the opponent, but causing them some pain would be good enough. Alright, domestically, the demon-slaying army and the secret mobile team can handle it. By the way, let the demon troops move out. It's a good opportunity to train, and Fongjing might need to be rebuilt this time. The Grand Elder shook his head. It's fine. At most we'll destroy half a city. It's not a big deal. The Grand Elder took out a communicator. Chen Junjiang, come to the office. A day later, a soldier from the garrison delivered a backpack. Lin Chen took it, and inside were 500 sensing bombs and 500 landmines. G101 sensing bomb, advanced, durability 1:1. Damage 20,000 additional, effective kill radius 5m, explosion power plus 10%. Almost all the bombs had this data. Even if there were some deviations, they weren't too far off. He then took out the landmines. D56 marble landmine, advanced, durability 1/1, damage 30,000 additional, effective kill radius 2m, acceleration. Initial speed of marbles plus 50%. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, looking at these two items. The attributes were average, but they could still be used. Given the current situation, it would be a bit difficult to inflict damage on a 9th-tier professional. But after enhancement, Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen, who wore a sinister smile and swallowed hard. He looked somewhat terrifying. What kind of trick is Lin Chen planning? It's the first time I've seen him show this expression. Sigh, what a sunny and cheerful kid, all forced into this. He was living well, then suddenly those organizations targeted him, and after that, the dimensional gate smashed his house, and then the eagle people came. This time, they even spread the news, and he can't even stay in Fongjing anymore. Ling Qi understood Lin Chen very well. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to stand it either. Now that you mention it, Lin Chen is indeed a bit miserable. Lin Chen turned to Ling Qi. Brother Ling Qi, can this landmine be buried on a concrete road, or can it only be used in the wild? No need to bury it, you can hang it directly on the wall and modify a sensing activation device. Of course, if you want to bury it, you can arrange for a terrain-type professional when the time comes. As long as the terrain is changed, the landmine can be used. Got it, prepare to close the shop. The store won't be open for a while. Make sure to arrange these things for me. Don't let my hard work go to waste. Lin Chen was holding back his anger. This time he would make sure these people would never dare to enter Fongjing again. After closing the shop and returning to the villa, Lin Chen locked himself in his room. If it weren't for the insufficient points in his hands, he would have wanted to reforge these attributes. Let's get to work. Plus 10 plus 20. 50. Lin Chen took out the bombs. G101 sensing bomb, advanced, plus 50 durability, 1/1 damage 20,000. Plus 1,490,000 additional, effective kill radius 5 meters plus 15 meters, explosion power plus 10%, special, sensing enhancement, explodes within 0.01 seconds of detecting a target. I have to say, this attribute is far better than that liquid bomb. However, this damage value is definitely sufficient, even if they were level 90 defensive. gear, they won't be able to withstand this damage. They are humans, not monsters. 4 days later, all 500 bombs were enhanced, reaching a level of plus 50, and the points directly consumed were 2 million. Lin Chen didn't care at all, it was just points, and if worse came to worst, he could take a 2-month break. You all want to strengthen your weapons, right? I'll just give you one. If one isn't enough, I'll give you 10. 4 more days passed, and the landmine was finally enhanced. D56 Marble Landmine, Advanced, plus 50 durability, 1/1 damage, 30,000, plus 2,230,000, additional, effective kill radius 2 meters, plus 4 meters, acceleration, initial speed of marbles plus 50%, plus 50%. Penetration plus 20 special, secondary damage, marbles will cause an additional 10% explosion damage upon contact with objects. Lin Chen stroked his chin. It was just an extra explosion damage, but it was still acceptable. He could find a place to test the effect. This time, let's see how you deal with it. Let's test it here. Set up that test target. Ling Chi commanded the garrison to place a humanoid target near the landmine. This type of humanoid target was made of material similar to human structure. Whatever damage the weapon inflicted on it would be the same as on a person. Of course, this was under the condition that the professionals did not use their abilities. Although there were slight differences, it still had reference significance. 3, 2, 1, boom. The landmine exploded, and the marbles scattered. The humanoid target was blown to pieces, fragments flying everywhere. Ling Chi's mouth twitched. The power was a bit too much, wasn't it? Even professionals would find it hard to protect themselves against such an attack. So, how effective is this power against 9th-tier professionals? Lin Chen quickly looked at Fong Yu and Chen Luo. The two felt a threat of death. Fortunately, this thing was enhanced by Lin Chen. They should never encounter something with this level of power in their lives. The two were quite relieved that Lin Chen was Chinese. If it were someone from another country, they really wouldn't know how to deal with such a thing. Very powerful. Based on this power, a typical 9th tier should not withstand a round of attacks. According to Lin Chen, 10 at a time. Who could withstand a round without getting hurt? That would be a god. Continue testing the next one. The power of the bomb was even more formidable. Especially that infrared sensing device. As soon as the humanoid target entered the area of maximum power, the bomb would explode instantly. Its kill radius was much larger than that of the landmine, making it impossible to evade. After the smoke cleared, only iron pipe fragments remained, while the humanoid target had vanished without a trace. Chen Luo and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. They felt sympathy for the foreign organizations that would soon come to Fengjing. Why provoke him of all people? Now look what happened. Not even a complete corpse would be left. If they provoked the authorities, at least there would be a body to bring back. If they provoked Lin Chen, they would just turn into fragments. Report: the special forces from Kyoto have arrived at the garrison base. A week later. Ling Chi, Lin Chen is in your hands. Take him to Kyoto now. Yes. In the villa, Lin Chen looked at his suitcase, which only contained a few changes of clothes. As for anything else, he hadn't brought anything. Mainly, Lin Chen didn't have anything he wanted to take. Over the past year, Lin Chen had indeed made quite a bit of money, but he had no place to spend it. He lived in the villa provided by the authorities, and meals were prepared by Ling Chi, Zheng, Ling Yu, and the others. As for clothes, he didn't need any. Every day was just a 2-point line between the villa and the shop, whether he had a girlfriend or not. He couldn't even spend 1,000 a month. Is this how you're leaving? Lin Chen sat in the living room, surveying the room. He wondered if this house would still be here when he returned. According to Chen Luo, this villa might become a battlefield. Even his 3 shops could become battlegrounds. This was not only information leaked by the Eagle Sauce but also from several organizations that had participated in the Fengjing incident last time. In short, there were many places that could become battlegrounds, perhaps between foreign organizations, or between them and foreign organizations. But they would not choose other places, they would only guard Lin Chen's shops and this villa. And Lin Chen's bombs and landmines would only be arranged in these 2 locations. After all, with 10 in a group, that's just 100 groups. Too many places would lead to dispersion. That afternoon, Lin Chen boarded a plane to Kyoto. Upon arriving in Kyoto, Zhang Lingyu took him directly to where he would be staying. Isn't this a bit too luxurious? Lin Chen looked at the enormous villa with a large courtyard, feeling a bit bewildered. He had thought it would just be a regular 2-bedroom apartment, but he didn't expect it to be arranged so lavishly. You're here, of course, we need to arrange a better place for you. Just rest assured, this isn't bought with money. The owner was just arrested a couple of days ago, Zhang Lingyu said, pulling Lin Chen towards the house. Lin Chen twitched his mouth. It wouldn't be for treason, would it? How did you know? This hasn't been mentioned to anyone else. He knew it. Not to mention treason in Fengjing. This definitely was treason as well. After all, if such a house were to be confiscated, it could only be for treason. As for bankruptcy, that was still quite rare at this time. Even if it happened, such houses would be sold directly. It's nothing, but how did the other party commit treason? This is somewhat related to you. He wanted to organize people to kidnap you. Ah, is it that simple? Lin Chen never expected that this would actually be related to him. But this wanted word, wasn't it not implemented? Zhang Lingyu looked at his expression and knew what he was thinking. Although he didn't implement it, his family has already arranged quite a bit of work, so it's not unfair to him. As for why he wanted to kidnap you, it said that he purchased a +16 weapon from a professional. I'm not clear on the specifics afterward. Lin Chen sighed lightly. Why did everyone have their thoughts on him? Lin Chen was relaxed, but Chen Luo and the others in Fengjing were busy. Have the personnel in Area A evacuated? Chen Luo asked, looking at the map on the tablet. They have evacuated. The special forces have already stationed there. Good, then continue. Strive to evacuate everyone in the city within 3 days. Yes. Trains and planes were heading from Fengjing to various parts of the country, dropping off dozens of people in each city who then moved into temporary housing. But the people in the city showed no signs of a decrease. During the day, there were still people shopping on the streets. At night, the lights were bright and restaurants operated as usual. Chen Luo and the others stood atop a tall building. TSK, there's not a hint of a flaw. If there were flaws, they wouldn't be special forces. Each team leader is an SS-level illusionist. How could there be flaws? Chen Luo was very satisfied with this team. Under this illusion, it was actually an empty city, so they wouldn't have to worry about accidentally harming civilians during their battle. Next is just waiting. I hope those people can be a bit quicker. According to the information, these organizations had already set off and were expected to arrive in Fengjing within a week. Very soon. One night a week later, Lin Chen, turn on the TV. Those foreign organizations and people from other countries have arrived. Through some technical support, they connected the surveillance data from Fengjing to Kyoto. Of course, only Lin Chen's villa and shops could be seen. Other places were not visible. Lin Chen turned on the TV. The screen divided into 4 sections, showing 3 shops and his villa. I'm going to get some drinks and snacks. Do you want anything? Yes. You have to have sunflower seeds while eating. Melon seeds, Lin Chen hurriedly replied. He had seen the effects of that experiment that day. But a target is just a target. He wanted to see what it would be like to hit a professional. At 10 o'clock at night, outside Fengjing City. Your organization is here too? If you can come, why can't we? There are so many organizations appearing this time. I've heard there are people from various countries on the west side. There were about 300 foreign individuals outside the city, all having broken and using various abilities. They had lost over 1,000 lives at the border. As the lights in the city gradually went out, the members of these organizations stealthily moved towards their objectives. Chen Luo sat in a chair, watching the city's surveillance. These people are really bold, just coming in like this? On the screen, professionals were crouching, moving back and forth in the shadows. However, everything was captured clearly. In their minds, they believed that Huagua wouldn't be able to detect them. After all, they hadn't announced when they would come. Chen Luo stood up and stretched. I'll leave this to you. Keep an eye on them. After we eliminate the first batch, don't let the other small fries escape. Keep them all here. After giving his orders, Chen Luo ran towards the location of their team. On the way, he took out his phone and made a call. Yun Lu, what's the situation at the border now? There are too many people. Over 1,000 have been eliminated this week, yet some still slipped through. At this rate, you'll probably face at least 500 more. Yun Lu had a bitter smile. He had used all the troops he could mobilize and still couldn't stop them. In the past, after so many deaths, they would have left long ago. But this time, they were clearly not afraid of death. Chen Luo had anticipated this situation. It wasn't just them this time. Fu Chunyu and Lin Dazhuang had also come, along with the demon-slaying army and the secret mobile team from the 10th to the 15th. The strength this time far exceeded the previous one. Outside Fengjing, a 10-person team did not enter. Red Heart A, why aren't you going in? Other countries and organizations have already gone in. If we don't hurry, we won't even get the soup. Red Heart J, calm down. Have you forgotten our organization's situation last time? You're newly promoted, you have no say here. Red Heart it didn't even look at him. Red Heart J lowered his head, his eyes filled with madness. Aren't you ranked A? Give me a year and I can get there too. A person with Diamond A beside them asked in confusion. What are you worried about? The target is too big. There are too many organizations and countries appearing this time. Huagua must be prepared, that's for sure. I just don't know who is protecting Fengjing or Kyoto. If they are only protecting Kyoto, then it's not a problem. But if they are protecting Fengjing, then it might be a trap inside. Red Heart certainly knew that other organizations weren't fools. They must have answers in their hearts, but that information was just too tempting. They would rather take the risk to go in. Stop overthinking it, let's go in. With our strength, even if something goes wrong, we can still get out. Hearing Diamond A's words, Red Heart A turned around and the two exchanged a glance and nodded. Let's go. Kyoto Villa. Why hasn't it started yet? Lin Chen slumped on the sofa, the TV screen still showing the same 4 images without any movement. It should be starting soon, it's already past midnight. I believe these people should have entered the city by now, but I don't know how many organizations will choose these 4 locations. Ling Qi glanced at his watch. It's moving. It's moving. The screen is moving. Zhang Lingyu pointed at the television. The 4 screens on the TV merged into one, showing the villa where Lin Chen lived. 5 people climbed over the wall and landed in the yard. Finally, someone has arrived, but how did they find this villa? Seeing this scene, Lin Chen felt a bit doubtful about life. Is it really safe to live in this place? No wonder Chen Luo and the others still had to protect him around. That's quite normal. We also have the addresses of all the leaders of the Eagle Sauce, just that we haven't used them before. As long as there are people, information will eventually leak out. It's just that Fengjing is more prone to leaks. If it were in Kyoto, there would definitely be no such risk. Zhang Lingyu took the opportunity to recommend Kyoto to Lin Chen, suggesting that if they could stay in Kyoto, their work would be much easier. Lin Chen didn't respond, just quietly watching the screen. After that, 5 people landed in the villa. They didn't rush to enter. Captain, isn't this a bit too easy? We just came in like this, one man said incredulously. It is indeed a bit too easy. Maybe they didn't expect us to find this place, the captain thought. After all, this address was something only they had uncovered through their undercover work. But it was a bit too quiet around here, wasn't it? Not to mention people, they hadn't even seen a dog. Whatever, let's go in first. The 5 crouched down and slowly approached the house. Click click, the captain's expression stiffened. It shouldn't be what he thought. See, Captain, I think I stepped on a landmine. The teammate beside him twitched at the corner of his mouth. The captain looked down. The two of them were barely half a meter apart. Who installs landmines so close together? Click, Captain, I stepped on one too. Don't move. The captain quickly stopped the other two. You guys go back to the wall. This distance is 10 meters, very safe. The kill radius of this landmine isn't that big, and with our 8th tier professional speed, we can definitely outrun its explosion. In the captain's mind, it's just a landmine. Who hasn't stepped on one before? Lin Chen, watching the scene on the TV, couldn't help but laugh as he heard their conversation through the receiver. The landmine's range indeed couldn't reach 10 meters, but the explosion speed would definitely catch you off guard. Moreover, it's coming. I was the one who directed the installation back then, Ling Qi said excitedly. The installation of this villa was all done by Ling Qi and Lin Chen together. What's there to be happy about? Chen Luo even said you were sneaky back then, Zhang Lingyu bluntly criticized. How can that be called sneaky? It's clearly called cleverness, okay? Ling Qi didn't care at all about Zhang Lingyu's words. Captain, let's retreat together. You count to 3, and we'll run back together. Okay, I'll count 3, 2, why? Wait. The captain directly grabbed the shoulders of the two and held them in place. One of the members was about to lift his foot off the ground. Captain, my foot almost left. The member whose foot was about to leave the ground broke out in a cold sweat. If he had been a moment later, his foot would have been gone. We have to go together. I just had a bit of a stiff leg. The captain wiped the sweat off his forehead. Then I'll start over. 3, 2, 1. The 3 lifted their feet and turned to run in one go. However, just as their feet left the ground, 3 landmines exploded simultaneously. Then, steel balls exploded one after another on them, producing a series of explosive sounds, and within a second, the 3 of them were directly melted. Following that, there were 2 more loud explosions, instantly enveloping the 2 people standing by the wall, melting them once again. It can be said that the interval between the explosion of the landmines and the explosion of the proximity bombs was no more than 1 second. In just 2 seconds, a 5-man team was completely melted. Of course, after the flames and smoke dissipated, the camera revealed that there were no other items left except for the craters on the ground. Not even a scrap of cloth or a shoe remained. But it can't be said that nothing was left. There was still a little something. This bomb's power is still a bit lacking. The steel plates under their feet actually remained. Lin Chen magnified the image and pointed at the dark shoe-shaped object. This power is already quite large, 8th tier, instant melting. Ling Qi really couldn't understand Lin Chen's line of thought. That was steel, after all. What kind of power could melt steel plates? If Lin Chen knew what he was thinking, he would definitely tell him. Of course, it was fireworks. Is this how you let it go? No wonder Chen Luo said you were insidious. What kind of good person would set things up like this? There was no way out. Sigh, this time the enemy's strength is relatively strong, so we have to make more preparations. Ling Qi firmly refused to admit he was insidious. That was not a compliment. It was only Lin Chen's enhanced items. If they weren't enhanced, even setting off 100 wouldn't be useful. The screen was then divided into 2 parts, one showing the shop he had purchased and was currently using. The other was the shop that had almost been destroyed by the domain gate, which had been mostly repaired. Wait, are they also going to this place? Don't they know that a domain gate once appeared here? Lin Chen was puzzled. Even if these people went to the super large shop they had rented before, he could understand that. But this was truly incomprehensible. A place that had been hit by a domain gate. What were they thinking? However, the voices coming from the screen left everyone present in silence. Firefox, why are you here too? Ah, of course, I followed you here. Big brother, I only have this one piece of information. Do you really need to compete with me for it? The two looked towards the leader of another team. You guys from the Joint Construction Society are. I came here. Following the two of you, we're just a small organization, we really don't have any information channels, so we came to try our luck. The three exchanged glances, realizing that everyone was in a similar situation. Both groups had come without any news, one with only a shallow piece of information. The three groups looked around. Apart from them, there were no other organizations present. It seems like no one else has come to this place. Should we leave? Since we're here, let's go in and take a look. I think there might be something inside, a member of the Joint Construction Society said, looking at the shelves inside through the window. Everyone thought it made sense, so they decided to check it out. They violently broke down the door. Boom! The 10 bombs placed at the entrance exploded simultaneously, and the 15 members of the external organization evaporated instantly. Lin Chen rubbed his chin, looking at Zhang Lingyu with confusion. Sister Zhang, are you sure this is an overseas organization? Not some idiots hired from somewhere? What the hell, a small organization without information sources? This could still be called an overseas organization. Cough, cough, it's quite normal. Some organizations are indeed relatively weak. After all, there are too many overseas organizations and they can only take on contracts from small countries. Generally, a contract won't exceed 100,000. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. How did such an organization get in? That's relatively speaking. In fact, overseas organization professionals are generally at the 8th tier, and their strength is indeed quite strong. It's just that they are suppressed by other organizations, so don't underestimate them, Ling Qi quickly added. He didn't want Lin Chen to underestimate these organizations. The sounds of explosions echoed throughout Fengjing, with most of the casualties being 7th and 8th tier professionals. Of course, there were also some unfortunate 9th tier professionals. As for Chen Luo and the others, they remained on standby. It wasn't yet time for them to take action. Meanwhile, several members of the poker club had arrived at the villa area. Just as they reached the vicinity, they heard explosions coming from the direction of the villa. Red Heart stopped and said, "Wait a minute, I feel something is off. Haven't you noticed that we haven't encountered a single enforcer along the way? Isn't that normal? Our stealth skills are quite impressive," Red Heart J replied, not sensing anything wrong. "Let's listen to Red Heart A. There was an explosion inside just now, and things might not be that simple." Diamond A also felt that something was amiss. Red Heart J looked at the two of them with some dissatisfaction. He had come for this mission with the intention of promotion. No one could stop him. "If you're not going, I'll go in myself. If you're not coming with me, I'll go alone." As an advanced 8th tier professional, he wasn't afraid of danger. The other poker club members exchanged glances, and 3 professionals stepped forward to follow Red Heart J as they ran towards the villa. After completing this mission, they would all have a chance for promotion. Red Heart A and Diamond A exchanged a glance. "Let's wait outside the villa gate. If there's no problem, that's best. If there is, we'll retreat." As for the mission, staying alive was more important than the mission. Zoom in on the villa area. "Doesn't this mask look a lot like the ones Chen Tianyi and the others have?" Lin Chen pointed at the enlarged screen. "It does look similar. The patterns on it seem to be the same as theirs. This should be the person Tianyi mentioned." "That's good. If it were Chen Tianyi, they might accidentally harm him." In the footage, Red Heart J hesitated as he looked at the large pit in the yard. "Red Heart J, maybe we should back off. This looks like it could be a problem." Although they hadn't seen anything else, those 2 large pits were somewhat discouraging. Red Heart J's expression darkened. Asking him to back off was equivalent to asking him to back down. That was not an option. "It's fine, we'll take the middle path. Just be careful and we'll be fine." For moved slowly, encountering no issues along the way. They reached the front door of the house without any problems, and Red Heart J wiped the sweat from his palms. "See? I told you there was no problem." The other 3 remained silent. "Don't think no one saw you wipe your hands just now." Outside the yard, Red Heart A, "It seems there's no danger. Should we go in?" Diamond A asked. The two were of the same rank, so either could give orders. However, Diamond A preferred to say less, to make fewer mistakes. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't make any decisions. Even if something went wrong, it wouldn't concern him. This was also why, despite several changes in codenames, Diamond A had remained in this position for 30 years. "Let's wait a bit longer, there's no rush." Diamond A glanced at Red Heart A inside, his eyes filled with regret. In front of the villa door. "Victory is within reach, let's go in." One of the 4 approached the door, placing his hand on it, and black tendrils appeared, aiming at the keyhole. "Wait!" Red Heart J shouted. The person halted, turning back with a puzzled look at Red Heart J. "Go check the window next to it and see if there's anything behind this door." A drop of sweat fell from Red Heart J's forehead. Since there were signs of an explosion here, that door. The person nodded and went to the right side to look through the window, his pupils suddenly constricting. Behind the main entrance hung 3 or 4 bombs. If he forced his way in, he would definitely be blown up. Although he wouldn't die, he would be seriously injured. There are bombs behind. Upon hearing this, Red Heart J let out a sigh of relief, then revealed a confident smile. "I guessed it, let's go through the side window, not the front." Door. Red Heart J led the remaining two to the side window and directly smashed it. The presence of bombs here means there's something we want inside. Red Heart J climbed over and entered the room. Beep, boom, boom, boom. Like a chain reaction, explosions went off one after another. The entire first floor was instantly engulfed in flames. 5 seconds later, a member ran out from the fire, with only a third of his mask remaining on his face. Cough cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly injured. Click. A crisp sound came from beneath his feet, but he could no longer control his left foot, which was about to leave the ground. Boom. Outside the villa. Let's go, we need to withdraw from this operation. This is clearly a trap. If Red Heart A couldn't see that, he didn't deserve the title. Diamond A's right hand moved uncontrollably. Then let's go. You didn't set this up too, did you? How many bombs are there? And how long has this villa even been occupied for it to end up like this? Zhang Lingyu looked at the villa, now a sea of fire, somewhat astonished. The yard could explode, but why blow up the villa? That's not my business, it's Lin Chen's. Ling Qi quickly explained. Zhang Lingyu had been the one to handle the villa the whole time. If it caught fire, he couldn't bear the consequences. Just look at her fiery red hair to know how fiery she is. Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen helplessly. Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze. I was thinking that it might be the people from the Azura Hall coming. I just wanted to see if they could survive such an attack. He just hadn't expected that. So far, he hadn't seen anyone from the Azura Hall. Perhaps this time, the organization hadn't participated at all. Zhang Lingyu sighed and shook her head. It was quite a waste. However, it was just right to see if she could keep Lin Chen in Kyoto. This matter needed careful planning. Fang Yu, take care of your area. I'll intercept a bit. Most of the bombs are used up now. Don't let the remaining people escape. Eliminate them all. Chen Luo led the team straight towards the villa area. In the distance, Red Heart A was sprinting towards the outskirts at full speed. You guys go ahead, I'll take a look at that shop location. When they reached the city center, Diamond A stopped. This is a trap, there must be people there too. Red Heart A didn't think it was a good idea to leave the team at this time. You still don't know my strength? I'll definitely catch up to you in 3 minutes. Diamond A said nonchalantly. Red Heart A thought for a moment and could only nod in agreement. He led the other 5 towards the outskirts, while Diamond A stood in place, watching them leave. Running out? Seems a bit difficult. Whoosh! Chen Luo descended from the sky. The ones you want to chase are them, not me, Diamond A said casually. Chen Luo was a bit unsure of what the other meant when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Shenshan. Wan run. Squad, move out with me, continue the pursuit. Diamond A shook his head and walked into a nearby street. Is that the special illusion unit from Kyoto? It seems their strength has improved quite a bit. Very good. At that moment, a woman stepped out from the shadows. Upon seeing her, Diamond A couldn't help but smile. Nightingale? Uncle Yelong, long time no see. Zhao Ziyu looked at Yelong with a smile. It has indeed been a long time. The last time I saw you, you had just started college, right? Last time, it seems you were still wearing open crotch pants. Time really flies. Yi Lang rubbed his chin and couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Ziyu's mouth twitched. It was supposed to be a pleasant reunion with an old friend. So why bring up open crotch pants? She sighed. Uncle, Elder 8 said you were looking for me. Is there something you need? Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask how you left that team back then. He had arranged everything well for Zhao Ziyu when he left. It's nothing really. There was a demand from above. So I just withdrew. It's that simple, Zhao Ziyu shrugged. Although that unit was great, that kind of comfortable life was not what Zhao Ziyu wanted. Alright. Then, your strength should be quite high now, right? Yi Lang looked at Zhao Ziyu. In his perception, Zhao Ziyu was only at the 5th level. Logically, the last time he saw her, she was already around the 4th level, 8th rank. And now, 10 years had passed, she should at least be at the 8th level. Zhao Ziyu smiled. And then put away a ring from her finger, a surge of energy leaking from her. Does 9th level, 9th rank count as high? That's pretty good. Was that a forbidden device you just used? Yeah, it suppresses 4th level, but the cost is that during the suppression, I can only exert the strength of my current level. This cost wasn't really a cost, and that's why Zhao Ziyu had been using it all along. It seems you really like this job. Since your strength is so strong now, I won't worry. At least I can give your dad an explanation. I'm much more at ease now. Yi Lang stretched lazily, feeling much more relaxed. At that moment, a voice from Elder 8 echoed in his mind. He waved to Zhao Ziyu and stepped aside. Elder 8, have you seen Nightingale? Are you at ease now? Yi Lang smiled. Of course I'm at ease. Does Elder 8 have any instructions this time? How much information have you gathered about this organization? Yi Lang's expression turned serious. This organization has existed for over 100 years, but it has always existed under another identity, and no one has paid attention to it. Or rather, it is just a branch of an organization, which is the most important piece of information I've gathered over the years. Elder 8 was taken aback. It was just a branch? Which organization? The Fools Collective. That organization that was about to drop out of the top 50? Quite unexpected. I understand. Just stay safe and focus on gathering information.
If there's nothing else, proceed as per your original plan.
After ending the call, Yi Lang walked back to Zhao Ziyu. I have to go now. There's still work to do over there. Zhao Ziyu stood still, silently watching Yi Lang walk away. Half a minute later, a figure flickered beside her. Sister. Ziyu, is that person the uncle you've been thinking about? But he's from your parents' generation. A teasing voice appeared in her ear. Zhao Qianyu, do you want to die? I only regard him as an uncle. What nonsense are you thinking? Bang. Zhao Qianyu held her forehead. Ouch, 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 what are you doing? Stop messing around, we need to go back. There are still many things for us to do in the next few days. By the way, why didn't you strengthen yourself more when you were with Lin Chen? Oh, back then I didn't have any money and I was attracted by the sign at his door, so I didn't know anything at all. In a villa in Kyoto, Zheng Lingyu was in a bedroom. What? This Zhao Ziyu is actually someone from above? Looking at the information just sent over, Zheng Lingyu felt a bit dazed. The last time she checked, there wasn't this much information. Why did it suddenly turn out she was one of their own? Well, what that means is that there are now more combat professionals around Lin Chen, and it's time to arrange for someone talented in mental abilities. Don't be fooled by their low level, their mental skills are quite impressive. Of course, the premise is that Lin Chen returns to Fengjing. If he doesn't come back, then there's no need. Whether it's Qin Junjing or the 12 elders above, they all hope Lin Chen stays in the capital. But whether Lin Chen stays or not ultimately depends on his own will. Chen Luo led the team to catch up with the Hearts A, and the battle was resolved quickly. In less than 5 minutes, the entire poker club organization was eliminated. Hearts A initially wanted to stay, but the opponent's demonic energy ability really annoyed Chen Luo, so in the end, they had to be killed. This battle lasted until 4 in the morning, resulting in 288 kills and 36 captures. Among them, as many as 200 were killed by Lin Chen's bombs and landmines, mostly at the 8th level. The 9th level was only seriously injured, but not far from death. In a combat conference room, the 36 captured individuals were detained here. In the adjacent room. I didn't expect you to be one of them, Chen Luo said, looking at the woman in front of him with disbelief. I also didn't expect that the people around Lin Chen were actually from the covert mobile team, Zhao Ziyu said with a smile. At first, Zhao Ziyu was a bit confused. After the explanation, she finally understood what was going on. It was all a matter of fate. I'll leave the next part to you. I hope you can extract more information. Although she didn't know why a 5th level person was sent over since she was here, it meant she must have some exceptional qualities in a certain aspect. After everyone left, Zhao Ziyu took off the ring on her hand. Then, a surge of energy emanated from her, pulling everyone in the adjacent room into a pure white space. White walls descended from the sky, separating the 36 individuals. Zhao Ziyu stood above in the sky. Welcome to my mental world. Outside the room, Chen Luo and Feng Yu stood together. You remember that woman inside, right? I didn't expect her to be one of them. I just don't know which department she's from. How would we know? But it really was unexpected. Isn't she working at Honlingman? How did they infiltrate there? Isn't that a bit too much of a stretch? Feng Yu joked. As for Zhao Ziyu, the two only regarded her as someone sent by the higher-ups. But which department she belonged to and what her role was, the higher-ups hadn't specified. Even Chen Junjun was unclear. Forget it. Why think so much? It doesn't really concern us anyway. In Chen Luo's view, it was just a matter of cooperating this once. After that, Zhao Ziyu would leave. She might not even return to Honlingman. Chen Luo had a suspicion that Zhao Ziyu was an intelligence officer. After all, only intelligence officers would have such a low level. In the next 2 days, Fengjing still had organizations coming, but there weren't many large ones. Only the poker club members from the top 10 came, while there was no news from the Shura club outside the borders. The speed isn't good. It's already the 3rd day, and we've just dealt with the 3rd organization. Jining frowned as he dealt with the leader of the organization in front of him. There's no way around it. There are too many people left behind in large organizations, and with our situation, we can't take them down. But taking care of these few is still good. After all, they have Sakura and Eagle Sauce behind them. Qinglong said, putting away his dagger casually. Alright, so what now? We've only dealt with a total of 8 organizations. Jining contacted Qinglong after receiving news from above. However, after 3 days of cooperation, his own organization had been thoroughly understood by the other side, while he had no idea what organization they were. He only knew a name, and that name was hardly known in the outside world. But Jining did not think the opposing organization was weak. After all, he was instructed to listen to Qinglong. Let's end this, there's no need to worry about the rest. By the way, don't forget to arrange your bombs, they're quite useful. The corner of Jin Ying's eye twitched. He had explained countless times. They were really not a terrorist organization. The White Wolf behind him naturally took out a stack of bombs and began arranging for people to place them. He was too familiar with this task now. The first 7 organizations were all arranged by him. Jining glanced at Yin Lang, sighed, and thought, well, it is what it is. Being a terrorist organization isn't necessarily a bad thing. An hour later, everyone withdrew from the camp. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions signified that this organization had been completely eradicated. Alright, our mission is complete, so let's part ways here, Qinglong said to Jining while looking at the distant flames. Let's collaborate again if there's a chance in the future. After watching Qinglong and the others leave, he took his team and also left the scene. Captain, what kind of person is this Qinglong? There's no mention of him in the outside world, yet his strength is clearly formidable. The White Wolf had been trying to pry for information these past few days, but the other party's people were too tight-lipped, he couldn't get a word out of them. In what situation would a strong person not have their name spread? Those who know are all dead? Exactly, which means that anyone who received their tasks didn't survive. Jining looked enviously. When would he be able to achieve that? Yin Lang, seeing the expression on his leader's face, couldn't help but comfort him. We've done it too. All our targets don't recognize us. If it weren't for our self-detonation, no one would know. Jining, who had been lamenting, suddenly couldn't control his facial muscles. However, he wasn't wrong. If they were all blown to ashes, how could anyone know anything? Just now there was an external news report. You guys should take a look. Behind the two, another silver-masked individual was holding a phone. What happened? There was a bombing incident in Sakura this morning. The Sakura officials believe it was us and are strongly condemning it. Jining looked up at the sky. It was too difficult. In a villa in Kyoto, Lin Chen leaned on the sofa, staring blankly at the television. Just now, Chen Luo had informed Zhang Lingyu that the situation in Fongjing had been completely resolved. The citizens were returning, asking whether to go back or stay in Kyoto. After hearing this news, Lin Chen sat on the sofa and became like this. Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu were watching Lin Chen from a distance in the dining room. What's wrong with him? Ling Qi scratched his buzz cut. His hair was finally growing. I just told him that the situation in Fongjing is over and asked him whether he wants to stay in Kyoto or return to Fongjing, Zhang Lingyu said helplessly. She really hadn't said anything. Lin Chen was indeed troubled by this matter. Fongjing was a place he was familiar with, and being suddenly told to leave was somewhat hard to accept. He knew every corner of Fongjing, but coming to Kyoto, he felt it wasn't as convenient anywhere he went. However, in these 3 or 4 months, he had already encountered 2 attacks from foreign organizations. Although he hadn't been harmed in either instance, it was quite disgusting. One of them even involved a sudden dimensional gate. That's right, a dimensional gate that rarely appeared in a year had shown up for him. Who could he complain to about this? He was starting to doubt whether it was because he had gained an advantage that the heavens were looking down on him. Fongjing, to be honest, he wanted to return to Fongjing more. The guard force in Kyoto was indeed strong, but there were just too many wealthy and powerful people here. He didn't want to get involved with these people. He was most annoyed by interpersonal relationships. After thinking for more than an hour, Lin Chen suddenly stood up, back to Fongjing. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu immediately began to take action. After receiving the news, Chen Luo also rushed to the capital with Fang Yu, as they still needed to provide some protection on the way from the capital. That afternoon, everyone returned to Fongjing. Lin Chen first went to his small shop, which was now reduced to a pile of ruins. The shop will probably take about a week to recover, but the house, it may never be restored. That house was heavily used and has become a wasteland. Lin Chen waved his hand. The villa doesn't matter, I have a house nearby to stay in. It's just you guys. Don't worry about us, your house is surrounded by ours, they assured him. Lin Chen was not surprised by this. He even suspected that they might have bought it long ago. During the time we rebuild the shop, how about we go on a trip? Is that okay? Lin Chen looked at Zhang Lingyu. Last time, Zhang Lingyu had mentioned traveling, but he had been focused on strengthening weapons, experience, and points. Taking the opportunity to wander around now seemed nice. They could continue working hard when they returned. A balance of work and rest. Of course. Let's go to the southern island to see the sea. It's the province with the least domain gates in the country, perfect for tourism. Zhang Lingyu had always wanted Lin Chen to relax a bit, but he had been too busy. This situation also caused some headaches for the higher-ups. They believed Lin Chen was sacrificing so much for the country, and if he wore himself out, they would be the culprits. Fortunately, after such a long time, Lin Chen had been in good condition, which relieved them. Of course, I haven't seen the sea yet. Lin Chen had planned to visit the southern island, and Zhang Lingyu's suggestion was just what he wanted. With a goal in mind, everyone sprang into action. There wasn't anything specific to do. This trip would not only be accompanied by Chen Luo and Fang Yu, but also the Xiang team. The next day, everyone headed straight to the airport. While waiting for the flight, 2 members of the Xiang team were replaced. You 2 stay in the Xiang team. I don't think Lin Chen will notice you, Chen Luo whispered to the 2. Yeah, I know, Zhao Ziyu nodded. Since Lin Chen had returned to Fongjing, Zhao Ziyu was also on duty. Along with her was Zhao Qianyu. The 2 stood at the back of the line, watching Lin Chen in the distance. Ah, I didn't expect those people we met then to be from the secret mobile team, Zhao Qianyu suddenly realized.
She had been puzzled at the time, as those people didn't look like enhancers. Yeah, just know it, make sure Lin Chen doesn't remember you. Don't worry, it's been almost a year, he has long forgotten. Sure, this time those organizations suffered heavy losses. Should we take the opportunity to recruit some? King Che suggested. Old Che, what do we need those weaklings for? Their strength is too poor, King Fu scoffed. Shura, sitting above, looked helplessly at the two below. Alright, stop arguing. We can talk about those organizations later. Right now, there's a task that requires 2 kings to handle. A disaster level boundary stone has appeared in the black market of the southern province of Huagua. Who will go take a look? Just to buy something, 2 people would be enough. If it weren't for the fact that it was in Huagua, Shura would have only sent 1 king. I'll go, I'm familiar with the southern province, King Fu quickly said. I'll go, I spent a year there, the widow said at the same time. The two exchanged glances and turned their heads away. Since the last mission in Huagua, they had been at odds with each other. Sighed the Azura above side. How about we swap out 2 kings? I don't want these 2 anymore, is that okay? But whether it was King Fu's soul ability or the widow's poison ability, they were simply too powerful. If you don't mind, you 2 can go. I won't interfere with the process, I just want 2 results. First, both of you must return in one piece, and second, bring back the items. I disdain to lay hands on a woman. An ugly man is not my type. King Fu's breath caught. Did she just call him ugly? Meeting adjourned. You 2 set off now. Yes. The 2 exited the conference room and walked downstairs together. After stepping out of the building, King Fu casually remarked, the last piece of information was leaked by you, right? Otherwise, how could Huagua have reacted so quickly? The widow laughed. It was clearly you. A soul entity leaking information is simply too easy. Besides, you moved the battlefield at the first opportunity, hee. King Fu shot her a sidelong glance. You know whether you did it or not. The sea. I'm coming. Lin Chen stepped out of the airport, stretching out his arms and shouting loudly. No one who has lived inland could refuse the sea. Let's go, the car is already here. I've prepared a sea view room for you. You can always see the sea, and the beach is just a short walk away. The scenery is particularly beautiful. 5 off-road vehicles were parked in front of them. Zhang Lingyu placed the luggage in the trunk and sat in the back seat with Lin Chen. A sea view room? I've only seen pictures online, never the real thing. Ding ding ding. Just as Zhang Lingyu was about to show Lin Chen the room pictures, a call from Chen Junjing came in. Director Chen, is there something wrong? You should have arrived in Nan province by now. I wanted to inform you that a disaster-level boundary stone has appeared in Yunhai City, which is where you are traveling. When you take Lin Chen out to play, just stay by the seaside in the nearby snack city. Avoid a few blocks in the city for the time being. Don't worry, we won't go there. We're only visiting tourist spots and have no plans to go anywhere else. After hearing about those places, Zhang Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. None of them were on the itinerary, and they were quite far from where they planned to go. A boundary stone, huh? Zhang Lingyu glanced at Lin Chen. Did this kid have a bit of bad luck? Boundary stones are something the authorities are most unwilling to let circulate among the public. Even a disaster-level boundary stone is not allowed. The danger of this thing is simply too high. The last time the Azura Hall used a disaster-level boundary stone was in Fengjing. If it weren't for Lin Chen's intervention, Fengjing would have been devastated beyond measure. Zhang Lingyu now only felt a headache. Fortunately, all the places they planned to visit were not near those black market blocks. But why isn't anyone sent from above to buy the items? It's not that they don't want to buy, but they can't find the person. They had just received the information and had already sent someone over. But the person selling the boundary stone was as elusive as an eel, making it impossible to find. It makes sense, selling this thing in Huagua is illegal. In the black market you can buy materials, weapons, and even forbidden items. The management of these is quite lax from above. After all, these things aren't considered too important. Some might think forbidden items are very important, but in reality, less than 10% of them are usable. Is something happening? Ling Qi asked Zhang Lingyu through the rearview mirror. Zhang Lingyu rubbed her forehead. It's fine. According to our itinerary, there shouldn't be any major issues. She planned to discuss this matter with others after settling in. As for Lin Chen, it was better not to tell him. He was here for a vacation. Let them handle this troublesome matter. Soon, Lin Chen saw a stretch of beach. The scenery here is really nice, Lin Chen said happily as he looked at the view outside. This was the ocean, the blue ocean. It was his first time seeing the real sea. By the way, there shouldn't be any monsters in the sea, right? Not that we've discovered for now, so it should be fine. At least within a 20-kilometer radius, we haven't found a single domain gate. If there was anywhere safe in the world, it might only be the ocean. For 300 years, domain gates had appeared everywhere, but not a single one had emerged in the sea. After a great war 200 years ago, the authorities had issued a proposal that, in desperate situations, the people of Huagua could be relocated to the sea, which would become humanity's last pure land. Fortunately, things gradually improved, and Huagua never had to take that step. Looking at this scenery, I almost want to move my shop here.
If one day he really had to leave Fongjing, this would be his first choice. Compared to snow, he preferred the sea. Zhang. Lingyu opened her mouth but ultimately didn't say anything. Although the ocean was indeed safe, that was only for enemies, the monsters. The most dangerous thing in the South Province wasn't the monsters but people. This was the location of the maritime border. Arriving at the seaside house, Lin Chen looked at the beach. Not far away, listening to the sound of the waves crashing, and his excited heart inevitably calmed down. There were a total of 4 seaside houses. Lin Chen and Ling Qi stayed in the middle house by the sea, and of course, Ling Qi's team and Zhang Lingyu also stayed here. The other teams were in the other 3 houses, perfectly surrounding Lin Chen's house. Is something happening? Several team leaders including Chen Luo came to Zhang Lingyu's room. Since the situation wasn't very serious, Chen Junzheng only informed Zhang Lingyu. He believed she could handle it well. On the way here, Director Chen called me. A disaster-level boundary stone. Yunhai Airport. It's much more comfortable here than in those deep mountains and forests, a young man in beachwear and flip-flops said lazily as he stretched. Poof. The woman beside him shot him a cold glance. The young man, unfazed, approached her and whispered in her ear, "We entered through official channels this time, so it's best not to provoke me. If you embarrass yourself and it goes viral, don't blame me. I could say the same to you." The woman squinted at the young man's profile, surprised to find him somewhat handsome. "What should I call you here, widow?" She hadn't heard that name in years. Lin Wanru. Fu Qing. Let's just complete this mission peacefully first. This time they had come in through official means, and Fu Qing didn't want to create unnecessary trouble. After all, it could be quite troublesome. Lin Wanru nodded, sharing the same thought. "Let's go, I've already booked a place. A seaside house with a stretch of golden sand," Fu Qing casually said. Lin Wanru paused for a moment but continued walking as if nothing had happened. The two got into a car and headed straight for the seaside house. They each returned to their own rooms. Elder 8, I've arrived at the location. I volunteered for this mission, otherwise it wouldn't have been my turn. What? They came too? Why do they always pick such a time? Yeah, I'll be careful. It's just that the Shura Hall sent 2 people this time, and I'm worried. What? That's basically the situation. Zhang Lingyu explained the general circumstances to everyone. A few exchanged glances, and Fong Yu couldn't help but say, "Why don't we take Lin Chen to pray to the gods? I feel like his experiences in a year are almost catching up to my 5 years. Their dangers are all brought by the mission. But for Lin Chen, danger finds him. If we say the itinerary is exposed, or that the target is Fongjing, they would have nothing to say. But this time, having clearly run all the way here, they unexpectedly encountered a disaster-level boundary stone. In the entire Huagua, having 3 or 4 pieces in a year is already considered a lot. With such a small number, how could he encounter it so precisely? We really should go pay our respects. With over 20 provinces nationwide, only a few pieces appear each year, and we can still run into one." Chen Luo truly didn't know what to say. Moreover, this is still in the civilian sector. Generally, the boundary stones that appear each year are in the hands of the authorities. It's already good if one appears in the civilian sector every 3 to 4 years. This luck is unmatched. Ling Qi and Zi Yang both nodded in agreement. Especially Ling Qi, who had been oscillating between surprise and terror throughout the year. Actually, the problem isn't as serious as imagined. There are 5 black markets in the entire Yunhai city, and the closest one is still 3 or 4 kilometers away. The chances of encountering one are very low, and besides, the places we are going to are quite far. According to Chen Luo's plan, as long as they didn't get close to the ghost market, it shouldn't be a big problem. They couldn't possibly have such bad luck, right? In that case, let's start according to Zhang Lingyu's arrangements. Speaking of which, I haven't had such a relaxed trip in years. Let's treat this as a vacation. Fong Yu was filled with anticipation for the upcoming journey. That said, they still needed to be vigilant when necessary, just a bit more relaxed than usual. In another villa less than a kilometer away from Lin Chen's seaside villa, Fu Qing and Lin Wanru sat facing each other, the atmosphere around them quite subtle. A variety show was playing on the television, but neither had the leisure to watch. Fu Qing glanced at the woman in front of him with a complex expression, and the words of Elder 8 floated in his mind. Lin Wanru is the undercover we sent this year. You two communicate well. For an organization, we usually deploy 2 undercover agents, but I didn't expect there to be such a misunderstanding between you. Just these 2 simple sentences nearly shattered his resolve. The king who always sought trouble was actually a companion? Lin Wanru on the opposite side felt the same. The one who always caused her trouble was actually a companion. Is this really necessary? Don't mind me. I just wanted to make the Shura Hall lose a few people, Fu Qing said as he removed the mask from his face. It's fine, I thought I had been exposed, Lin Wanru replied. Looking at Fu Qing's even more handsome face, even if she wanted to be angry, she couldn't muster the energy. You didn't wear a mask? Lin Wanru also took off her mask. It couldn't be said to look better, but it had more charm. Face masks were almost standard for undercover agents like them. As for
The people from the Shura Hall, they also had masks, but in terms of quantity and quality, they couldn't compare to those in their hands.
It seems the things I left behind, they taught quite well. Hearing Fu Qing's words, Lin Wanru was taken aback. You can't be the commander of the garrison, right? Lin Wanru looked
at Fu Qing in surprise.
Ha, there are still people who know me?
Fu Qing was somewhat surprised, knowing he had left that position for decades.
Yes, we all know about your deeds.
At that time, I was still wondering why such a good person sacrificed so early.
So he went to be an undercover agent. Let's not talk about these things. Since we're all from the same side, it will be much easier.
After we go back this time, let's not change our way of getting along, but we can ease it
a bit. For safety, some behaviors couldn't be too deliberate. Yes, I understand. So this mission, just do it normally. People have already been sent from above.
I originally planned to interfere with your mission, but it seems that's unnecessary now. Regarding the matter of the boundary stone, Lin Chen was not
clear. Even if he knew, he wasn't very interested. Competing for something is quite meaningless. It has to be delivered to you. Early the next morning, Lin Chen and
his group set off, their destination being the nearest bathhouse, the Yunhai Bay Undersea Tunnel Bathhouse. It was a one-stop shop for eating, drinking, and having fun. Everything related to the sea that you could think of was available here. The entire ocean bathhouse covered nearly 15 kilometers, including parts of the sea. The closer they got to the bathhouse, the more vehicles there were. Lin Chen looked out at the scenery, feeling increasingly cheerful.
The feeling of the sea breeze is really wonderful. How about we stay here for half a year and then half a year in Fengjing?
Zhang Lingyu and the others did not respond.
Mainly because it was a difficult topic. What if the other party really opened a shop here?
Soon, a huge beach appeared before Lin Chen's eyes.
There were many people on the beach,
which made Feng Yu and the others frown. It was only April, not the peak tourist season. Even so, the number of people here far exceeded expectations.
Fortunately,
they had made arrangements in advance, and many members of the garrison were mixed in throughout the bathhouse.
Even if an unexpected incident occurred, they could respond quickly.
After parking the car, everyone unloaded the tents, beach chairs, and other items they had purchased. They moved to a spot less than 20 meters from
the sea. Lin Chen, how about setting up here?
Their chosen location was relatively close to the edge, where there were significantly fewer people than in the
middle.
Sure, right here. Lin Chen glanced around. There were indeed fewer people, which was just right for him.
Fewer people meant more fun. He picked up a swimming ring and ran towards the sea. Ling Qi, come along.
Okay. To handle Ling Qi's unexpected situation, Chen Luo also sent one of his water-type team members.
Over.
You don't need to go into the water, just keep an eye on things.
Don't worry, boss. Lin Chen walked into the sea, using the buoyancy of the swimming ring to float. As for swimming like others, he'd rather not. Swimming was a skill he had no connection with.
When he was young, his father had taught him how to swim, and he had studied hard. However, after choking on water once, he refused to learn swimming anymore. Every time he got close to water, he felt he would choke. So, by the age of 18, he still hadn't learned to swim. Ling Qi accompanied Lin Chen in the water, always paying attention to the situation nearby. Although this location was relatively remote, there were still a dozen people swimming nearby. The 4 members on the shore had already spread out, surrounding the area.
Zhao Ziyu, are there any suspicious individuals nearby?
Chen Luo asked, standing next to Zhao Ziyu, who was several dozen meters away from Lin Chen.
It's known that mental type
practitioners are also skilled in reconnaissance. Not to mention the succubus profession, which can sense human emotions, a rather unique profession. So far, there doesn't seem to be any, at least within the range I cover. I haven't found anything.
Then it seems we are lucky. In front of the tent, Zhang Ziyu and Xiang set up a barbecue grill.
People playing nearby occasionally glanced over.
Isn't this a bit too attention-grabbing? Xiang looked around. It could almost be said that everyone nearby was looking this way.
It should be fine, this bathhouse allows it. Moreover, we've already arranged for people nearby to do barbecues as well.
So I believe it will be fine soon.
Sure enough, not long after, several more people set up barbecue grills nearby.
People stopped paying attention, and many even
went to the street to rent barbecue grills and buy barbecue ingredients.
See, I told you there wouldn't be any problems.
Since Lin Chen loves the seaside so much,
let's just let him enjoy himself.
Zhang Lingyu thought simply, wanting Lin Chen to have a comfortable time playing.
Lin Chen didn't stay in the water for too long. Although the water temperature was just right, he couldn't bear to be submerged for too long. When he returned to the shore, Lin Chen was surprised to see the barbecue grill. You guys even prepared this. How about we get an oxygen tank and dive for some fresh seafood? He had seen many short videos of people catching seafood themselves. Lin Chen had always wanted to try it. No problem, let Ling Qi take you. However, when Lin Chen suited up and walked into the water, he looked at the water that was already up to his chest. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Ling Qi, is this thing safe? He glanced at the oxygen tank behind him. Don't worry, as long as you hold on to it, there won't be any problems. Remember, you must keep it in your mouth and not spit it out. Ling Chi noticed Lin Chen was a bit nervous and patted his shoulder. It was just a shallow dive, the water wasn't even 20 meters deep. Lin Chen calmed himself down, he just couldn't swim, but he could manage to hold on to this thing. I'm ready, then let's go. The two put on their goggles, placed the mouthpiece in their mouths, and dove into the water. However, Lin Chen sank straight to the bottom. Blub 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 blub, a stream of bubbles burst from Lin Chen's mouth, rising to the surface. No matter how much Lin Chen tried to swim, he could only move half a meter before sinking again. Ling Chi scratched his head in confusion. This wasn't right. Even someone who couldn't swim should be able to float. Moreover, this was seawater, how could he sink? Even if he didn't move, he shouldn't be sinking. Ling Chi had no choice but to swim over to Lin Chen and pull him up. Standing straight, he saw that the water level was only up to Lin Chen's neck. Phew, you scared me. I thought I was going to drown. Lin Chen quickly patted his chest. Ling Chi looked at Lin Chen speechlessly. I was right next to you, how could you drown? Why don't you go up? I'll handle it myself. It was just about getting some seafood, not a big deal. Lin Chen shook his head. It's fine, if I sink, I sink. It's easier to find me down there. Just, you have to pull me up later. As long as he didn't drown, it would be fine. Alright, just give me a signal if you need anything. The two dove back into the water and Lin Chen sank immediately, making Ling Chi marvel. Lin Chen lay on the seabed, crawling forward with his hands. Just like a frog, he pushed off the ground a little and then sank back down. Ling Chi followed closely behind Lin Chen, keeping an eye on him. As soon as he signaled, he would pull him up right away. Lin Chen was happily collecting various shellfish, busy and content. The whole process went smoothly, and nothing unexpected happened. When they returned to the shore, Lin Chen handed a bag of seafood to Zhang Lingyu. I got quite a bit, and Ling Chi has some too. If it's not enough, we can buy more. That's enough, it's just us for dinner. Huh, aren't the others eating? Lin Chen was surprised. There were more than 20 people who came this time. They'll take care of their own meals, no need to worry. Zhang Lingyu took out a portable power bank from behind and plugged in a small pot. She directly cooked the seafood, eating seafood barbecue, feeling the sea breeze and watching the slender white figures in the distance. Life is nothing but this. So pleasant. After finishing the barbecue, Lin Chen lay on the lounge chair, feeling an indescribable comfort. By the way, Sister Zhang, how's the preparation for the mental protection gear and the equipment or accessories that enhance intelligence going? We've managed to get quite a few items, but the quality is somewhat lacking. The best is only purple rare quality, and most are just blue high-grade equipment. The most important point is that the additional attributes are not very ideal, and some are even poor. The items had been mostly gathered over half a month ago, but just thinking about the fact that these pieces of equipment needed to be enhanced to at least level 20 made him feel a bit of a loss. Whether it was the quality or the additional attributes, they did not meet expectations. But there was nothing to be done about it. The additional attributes of weapons are innate and cannot be controlled artificially. During this time, the blacksmith directly under him had been working overtime to produce them. A considerable amount of golden equipment had been made, but none had suitable attributes. Lin Chen pondered. While high quality was certainly good, he was most likely going to have to refine them. Refining a purple item costs 50,000, and to achieve the desired additional attributes, it could take 4 or 5 tries, if lucky, or even a dozen or more if unlucky. In that case, he might as well go for blue equipment. Of course, if it was just for enhancement, higher quality would be better. High grade is high grade, the quality issue isn't a big deal. Just give me everything. Mental protection can be equipment, but for mana recovery and intelligence increase, it's best to focus on accessories, though I can take a few pieces of equipment too. According to the experiments with forbidden items, the nature and name of the items are very important. If a heavy armor has recovery or intelligence attributes, it is highly likely to be lost during refinement, and the chance of it reappearing is very low. Of course, all of this was just his speculation. No problem, after we go back this time, I will have them send the items over. Lin Chen nodded. It was time to put some matters on the agenda. The weapons that had been enhanced during this time had already been distributed, and his points acquisition speed had increased significantly, growing by 70 to 80,000 points a day, enough for him to start enhancing weapons to level 50. Along with that came the increase in leveling speed. Based on the current situation, reaching level 8, tier 5 by June was not a big problem. He could finally use that level 85 red mythic weapon. 10 kilometers away from the bathhouse where Lin Chen was, on a street. Fu Qing, are you sure that person is here? Lin Wanru looked at the bustling street, which didn't seem like a hiding place at all. Hiding here would be pure suicide. The information we received is indeed that he is here, but that information is 3 days old. Anyway, our purpose is not really about the broken boundary stone. We might as well treat it as a trip, Fu Qing said nonchalantly. He remembered the last experience vividly. The people from the Shura Society were really daring to use it. If they dared to use the broken boundary stone in such a prosperous city, what wouldn't they dare to use? The leader of the Shura Society, Shura, was too high level, which made Fu Qing hesitant to use his abilities. Easily. Controlling Shura was not feasible at this stage. The two arrived at a small and called Linhai Hotel. This is the place, let's go in and take a look. If he's not here, we'll check the black market tonight. They walked into the shop. Boss, is the guest in room 214 still here? 214? He left yesterday, the young boss said, putting down his phone and glancing at the two. I see, thank you. The known answer was not surprising. Just as Fu Qing and Lin Wanru were about to walk out the door, the boss's voice came from behind them. What do you want with him? He doesn't seem like a good person. It's nothing, he has a peculiar stone that looks pretty good, so we just came to ask if he's selling it, Fu Qing said, looking closely at the man in front of him, feeling a bit strange. The boss, after hearing the answer, picked up his phone again and started playing with it, completely ignoring Fu Qing's gaze. The two walked out of the shop. Do you think that boss is a bit strange? What's strange about him? Lin Wanru looked at Fu Qing in confusion. To her, he was just an ordinary boss. Although he was a professional, it was normal for a professional to run an inn, right? Would a decent person care about a guest? Maybe that person is very special? All they knew from the information they had was that the person was male, but they didn't have a clear idea of his appearance. Forget it, let's hope that stone doesn't fall into someone else's hands. Let's find a place to eat first and talk again at 12. Inside the inn, the young boss was still playing with his phone. The screen had switched from short videos to a chat interface. Sun Xiao, I think you should just throw that stone away. The authorities don't allow buying and selling. Keeping it is just asking for trouble, right? Sun Xiao glanced at the message on his phone and pouted. Bro, this thing is worth 100 million. I'd be crazy to throw it away. The key is that someone has to buy it. In the ghost market these days, have you seen it sold? I've heard the officials have come. Am I scared? My invisibility skills are unbeatable, okay? Ha, you're just a little thief, and you're this cocky? After replying with a couple of sentences, Sun Xiao closed the chat box. He then produced a black stone covered in strange patterns. Catastrophe level rift stone durability 1-to-1 effect opens a small scale catastrophe level rift for 10 minutes. 50% chance of summoning a special A level monster, 40% chance of summoning S level and special S level monsters, 8% chance of summoning SS level monsters, 1.9% chance of summoning SSS level monsters, 0.1% chance of summoning other monsters. Just this one stone could sell for 100 million. What a huge profit. Sun Zhao's lips curled into a slight smile. He had found this from a dead person. He had to admit, his luck was really good. I'll go to the ghost market again tonight. I refuse to believe this thing can't be sold. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Chan and the others left the bathhouse. I feel like I didn't eat enough. Should we find a place to try some local specialties? Lin Chan rubbed his stomach. He had eaten enough during the barbecue, but after 2 hours he was a bit hungry. Again. Okay, I'll arrange a place, Zhang Lingyu said quickly. As long as she found a good spot, there would be no problem. Zhang Lingyu eliminated the areas where the ghost markets were located and chose a commercial street that wasn't too far away. It was only about 5 kilometers from there, and the location wasn't far. After deciding on the location, the 5 cars turned around and headed out. Upon arrival, they found a seafood restaurant. There were no private rooms available, so the group found 4 tables in the hall to eat. In the distance, a man and a woman were taken aback as they watched the newcomers. Fu Qing, did I see that wrong? Are those the people we met last time? That's right, it's them. I guess that little boy must be the enhancer. But what are they doing here? Is it for that rift stone? But this team shouldn't be here. Fu Qing picked up a crab, puzzled. These 4 small teams, except for the one they hadn't seen before, were quite strong. But with that enhancer, something felt off. Were they just passing by? Fu Qing suddenly felt a gaze upon him. A woman was staring directly at him. Fu Qing's heart skipped a beat. This feeling. As a Soul Emperor, he actually felt a mental threat. This woman was not simple. What's wrong? Lin Wanru asked, noticing Fu Qing's unusual demeanor. If I space out later, don't mind me. Just let me act a bit more natural. Fu Qing spoke hurriedly, but his eyes were not on Lin Wanru. Instead, they were fixed on a woman in the distance. Zhao Ziyu had spotted Fu Qing the moment she entered the shop. Although she didn't know who he was, the faint spiritual fluctuation emanating from him was anything but ordinary. She glanced at Lin Chen, noting that the golden octahedron he possessed seemed unafraid of spiritual attacks. That saved her some trouble. However, encountering a special situation this time, she had to be a bit more cautious. Logically, there shouldn't be such powerful professionals in the southern province, so the man before her was definitely after the stone. That was unfortunate. Fu Qing's expression stiffened, and his eyes became hollow. The crab in his hand fell onto the plate. Seeing this, Lin Wanru quickly pressed Fu Qing down onto her lap, pretending he was drunk. In Fu Qing's world of spiritual power, he asked, "Who are you?" He looked warily at the woman before him, wondering why such a young woman had such strength. Had he been away too long, and now the people below had become so powerful? Who I am is not important. What matters is who you are, Zhao Ziyu said with a smile, looking at Fu Qing. Surely, you can't have that golden octahedron too. Sorry, that's my personal privacy, I can't tell you. Fu Qing thought rapidly. What to do now? This undercover business couldn't be revealed. Even if they were both from the Huagua military, he couldn't let her know. Fu Qing had never felt such a tricky situation before. Although he was a special profession, the sole emperor, this woman in front of him felt very dangerous. I knew you wouldn't say. Zhao Ziyu waved her hand casually, and a pink gas floated towards Fu Qing. He tried to dodge, but the pink gas was incredibly fast and curved directly to hit him. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and as he released his aura, a transparent light curtain appeared, driving the pink gas out of his spiritual body. Your strength is quite strong, but it's useless. Zhao Ziyu, originally at 170, suddenly grew a bit taller, her legs becoming wider, her upper body more perky, and she became even more alluring. Her hair, which had been tied up, fell naturally down to her waist. A red gas instantly reached Fu Qing, covering his shield. Seeing the red gas blocked, Fu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it couldn't get in, she should give up, right? However, in less than 5 seconds, red gas seeped in, and then more and more, all the gas drilling into Fu Qing's nostrils. Crack! The shield shattered, and Fu Qing stood there in a daze. Perfect. Where are you from, and what is your identity? Fu Qing struggled, but he couldn't resist Zhao Ziyu's ability. I come from the Azura Society, my identity is Soul King, and I am an undercover agent for Huagua. Zhao Ziyu's expression stiffened. Oh no, it seemed she had heard something she shouldn't have. Zhao Ziyu quickly snapped her fingers, releasing her control over Fu Qing. Once he regained his senses, Fu Qing's face turned pale. He had actually been controlled, and by someone younger than him. You clearly are just an A-level succubus. Why? Zhao Ziyu raised an eyebrow. Fu Qing's face turned ashen. He was an SSS-level Soul Emperor, a specialist in spiritual power, yet he had been controlled. He couldn't even react. Wasn't this a bit unreasonable? Zhao Ziyu looked at Fu Qing oddly, not expecting him to be an undercover agent. She had encountered quite a few undercover agents recently. She cleared her throat. Who said I was an A-level succubus? Since you are an emperor, can't I be a queen? Fu Qing's face changed wildly. Succubus queen. Damn. Is this really how it's going to be? No, the person you sent is probably a bit too strong, isn't she? With someone like her around, there's no need for anyone else to take action. Who could possibly deal with Lin Chen? The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves, while the front waves crash onto the beach. Fu Qing sighed, never expecting this. The Demon Queen had appeared before, almost considered another super strong SSS level mental profession aside from the Soul Emperor, primarily focused on charm. He never thought he would actually see the living Demon Queen. I'm sorry for exposing your identity. Don't worry, I absolutely won't say anything. I still have some professional ethics in this regard. Upon hearing this, Fu Qing's expression improved a bit. Your level. Fu Qing frowned, knowing he was currently at level 6 of the 9th tier, almost at the highest level. He was only 4 levels away from the 10th tier, and logically, someone so young shouldn't have a high level. I'm at level 9 of the 9th tier, so your loss isn't unjust. Fu Qing's whole body shook. Level 9 of the 9th tier. Soon to reach the 10th tier, and once at the 10th tier, he could sprint towards the King tier. At his level of understanding, there were currently 4 King tier professionals in Huagua, all over 100 years old. Even the youngest among them was already 120 years old. It was said that they reached the King tier at 70 years old and the 10th tier at 45. This woman before him seemed very likely to break that record. It's indeed not unjust, it's already the era of the young. He was already 48 this year, and his level hadn't changed in over a decade. It seemed he had no chance of reaching the 10th tier unless the Shura Hall was destroyed. Fu Qing suddenly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying on Lin Wanru's lap, and quickly sat up straight. Ahem, how long has it been? Fu Qing felt quite embarrassed. Lin Wanru didn't mind. 3 seconds. Fu Qing nodded. It was about what he expected. The speed of mental communication was indeed faster than the outside world. He looked up at Lin Chen, where Zhao Ziyu was already chatting and laughing with others, as if nothing had happened just now. You eat first, I'll go to the bathroom. He left his seat and headed straight to the back of the shop. After Zhao Ziyu glanced at him, he continued to joke with his teammates. Elder 8, I met Lin Chen and the others today. There's a woman inside with particularly strong mental power. She, Zhao Ziyu, right? It's quite normal for you to be defeated by her. After all, you have so many things to attend to. It's understandable if your strength is a bit lacking. Fu Qing's expression stiffened, suddenly realizing the other party knew his name, yet he hadn't asked for hers. However, Elder 8, that statement was a bit excessive. He was a force to be reckoned with. Outside, how could he be called weak? Elder 8, I'm not weak, okay? This was just an accident. Ha, but if it happens again, can you withstand it? Fu Qing fell silent, as if he really couldn't withstand it. Alright, enough nonsense. She won't leak your identity, and you should erase her information yourself. I think it should be quite simple for you. You should know, she is one of the 2 people with hope of reaching the King tier. Fu Qing was taken aback. 1 of 2? Not the only one? Who is the other? It's not time for you to know yet. Fu Cheng nodded and ended the communication with Elder 8. He then immersed himself in his mental world, materializing his memories, and using his Soul Emperor's ability, he cut out that segment of memory. When he opened his eyes again, his face was slightly pale. A part of my memory is missing? It seems some trouble has arisen again. Back at the table, Lin Wanru, come to my room tonight. Lin Wanru paused with her chopsticks. It's something important. Fu Cheng took out his phone and recorded the time and location. I'm so full, this is way better than the seafood we had in Fongjing. Lin Chen felt that the seafood here was sweeter and fresher, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Of course, after all, this is a seafood production area. Dingling at that moment, Sun Xiao walked in from outside. Lin Chen and the others just glanced at her and didn't pay much attention, but Fu Qing noticed Sun Xiao. After scanning the room, Sun Xiao headed straight for the second floor, disappearing from view. Let's go back, Zhang Lingyu said, holding a tablet. Then let's go. The group left the shop, and Zhao Ziyu lagged behind to glance at Fu Qing. Was that young man who just came in their target? What's wrong? Chen Luo followed her gaze to a man and a woman sitting there. Are you interested? Then go ahead and steal her partner. Zhao Ziyu's eyelids twitched. You're really funny, I was just taking a look. She touched the ring on her hand, relieved that no one had noticed her during those 3 seconds. Once they returned to the seaside room, Zhang Lingyu sighed in relief. It had been a perfect day. Indeed, this route choice was the right one. Tomorrow we're going to the rocky area to catch seafood. The location is a bit close to that ghost market, only about a kilometer away. But I think they won't be trading during the day, so it shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Lingyu looked at the tablet on her phone, her expression relaxed. Although the location was close, the timing was different. She had yet to hear of any ghost market operating during the day. The next day, at 5 in the morning, the group set off. Since it was only a little over 2 kilometers away, they didn't drive but walked instead. Lin Chen carried a bucket, looking excited. I've watched a lot of videos on catching seafood. I've been wanting to try it for a while. If we catch a lot, we could have a seafood feast. Doing it themselves was different from buying it outside. Since it was just past 5 in the morning, there were very few pedestrians on the road, which saved them a lot of trouble. Chen Luo and Fan Yu occasionally looked around. I don't think anyone would choose this place for trading. It gets really crowded at night. To Fan Yu, this place was just a tourist spot. There were plenty of travelers coming and going, especially at night when it was almost packed with people. So the nearby ghost market didn't need to be considered at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen this place to catch seafood. They passed by a villa. How does it feel? A little painful. It's fine, it's like this the first time. You'll get used to it. I'd rather not, once is enough. Lin Wanru waved her hands repeatedly. The feeling of having that memory cut away was really unpleasant. Even now, there was still a slight stinging sensation. Of course, there was another way to make that memory disappear, which was to seal it. But the probability of the seal being discovered was quite high, so it was better to cut it off directly. Look, isn't that Lin Chen and the others down there? Lin Wanru pointed at the group outside the window. Fu Qing looked out and confirmed it was them. At that moment, Zhao Ziyu casually glanced at him before turning back to look ahead. Fu Qing frowned. I don't know why, but that woman gives me a sense of crisis, even though she's not even at the 6th level. Maybe it's just your imagination. I think there aren't many who can give you a sense of crisis. With his identity as the captain of the garrison, he could easily ignore other professionals of the same level. Maybe. By the way, today we're going to check out that nearby ghost market to handle some business. If you play every day, it would be hard to explain. They still need to mix well in this Azura hall in the future. Splash splash. Sun Xiao turned around and glanced. 2 black figures were chasing him. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? After midnight last night, he came here to sell the boundary-breaking stones. However, there wasn't a single person who could afford to pay. Just when he was about to give up around 4 o'clock, a man inquired about him and showed him the money in his bank card. It turned out to be a black market deal. He glanced at his backpack, then took out the boundary-breaking stones inside and threw them far away. Then he turned left and ran wildly. Isn't he a 4th-tier assassin? How can he run so fast? It's precisely because he's a 4th tier that he can run so fast. We can't catch up at all. What now? What else can we do? Let's go back. Look what I found, such a big oyster. Lin Chen held up the oyster in his hand, which was even bigger than his palm. I have one too, look at this. Ling Qi picked up a crab. Thud, damn, who lacks public morals like this? Why are they throwing stones? Where's your quality? Your quality? Ling Qi rubbed his head. Zhang Lingyu looked at the black stone wedged in the crevice. Under the faint sunlight, it reflected strange patterns. Zhang Lingyu's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. It shouldn't be. What shouldn't be? This is clearly someone throwing stones from above. No way, I need to go up and see who threw this stone. Saying this, Ling Qi prepared to jump up. Wait a minute. Zhang Lingyu squatted down and pried the stone out from the gap. Sure enough, catastrophe-level boundary breaking
Stone durability 1-to-1 effect opens a small-scale catastrophe-level domain gate lasting 10 minutes. 50% chance of summoning special A-level monsters. 40% chance of summoning S-level and special S-level monsters. 8% chance of summoning SS-level monsters. 1.9% chance of summoning SSS-level monsters. 0.1% chance of summoning other monsters. The boundary-breaking stone everyone was looking for just fell down? She glanced up. It seemed like this thing had fallen from the reef above. It looks like finding this person will be quite difficult. I think we should contact the people above, Zhang Lingyu said somewhat helplessly. This stone. Ling Qi rubbed his head while looking at the stone. It looked very familiar. The boundary-breaking stone, the catastrophe-level boundary-breaking stone mentioned above. Chen Lifanjiu and the others approached, and upon seeing the patterns on it, they could confirm it was indeed that stone. Boundary-breaking stone? What? Boundary-breaking stone? What happened? Lin Chen blinked. Why does it feel like they all know something, but he doesn't? Zhang Lingyu handed the stone to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the text on it, lost in thought. After a moment, he asked, so, this thing is a one-time use item for opening a passage? Yes, that's right. You remember the monster that came out of the shattered space last time, right? This is that thing. Hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. If he used it, wouldn't he gain a lot of points? Don't think about using it. Using boundary-breaking stones is prohibited within the borders of Huagua. Zhang Lingyu could tell what Lin Chen was thinking just by looking at his eyes. Lin Chen pouted. If I can't use it, then why rush to say it? This thing should be usable abroad, right? It can be used abroad, but the key is you can't even go abroad. Lin Chen could play anywhere in the country, but going abroad was absolutely not allowed. In the country, we can still stop foreign organizations, but abroad. Lin Chen stopped speaking and began to play with the stone in his hand. A disposable item with the words, effective. Perhaps it could work. Just leave the stuff here with me. Don't worry, I won't use it. I'll just do an experiment. Zhang Lingyu opened her mouth and then nodded. As long as it's not used, doing an experiment is fine. It's just enhancement. This kind of experiment has been done before, and given Lin Chen's situation, there shouldn't be any accidents. An hour and a half later, everyone had half a bucket of seafood in their hands, a bountiful harvest. Let's go back and cook the seafood. In fact, Lin Chen had wanted to go back as soon as he got the stone, but faced with the allure of the tide, he ultimately chose to chase the tide first. After all, it wouldn't take long. The return trip was much faster than the journey there. Upon arriving at the villa, Lin Chen set the bucket down and hurried upstairs. What do we do with these now? There were more than a dozen buckets of seafood on the ground. Just leave them for now, they won't spoil anyway. Chen Luo, why don't you guys go up and keep an eye on them? I'm afraid something might happen. If it were anything else, Zhang Lingyu wouldn't be worried, but that was a boundary-breaking stone. After Lin Chen returned to his room, he took out the enhancer directly. He rubbed his hands together. Let me see if this thing can be enhanced. As long as it could fit inside, it could be enhanced. He took the boundary-breaking stone out of his backpack and slowly placed it into the enhancer. Nothing came out. It can be enhanced. He quickly looked at the enhancer. Catastrophe-level boundary-breaking stone success rate 82.4% enhance? Confirm, 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 must confirm. I have to say, after the system upgrade, it's great, a casual 80% success rate, and the points cost is minimal. Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder if his success rate would be 100% in the future? But thinking about it, that shouldn't be possible, right? After enhancing it once, Lin Chen took the boundary-breaking stone out of the enhancer. However, there was no change at all. Lin Chen scratched his head. It shouldn't be like this, even a 0.1 change would be fine. Does it mean I need to enhance it to 10 for any change? That doesn't seem impossible. Thinking about it makes sense, after all, it's a very special piece of equipment different from forbidden items and other disposable equipment. Moreover, it stated effects, not additions. So, let's continue. Ding ding. After enhancing it to 10, Lin Chen took the boundary-breaking stone out again. Catastrophe-level boundary-breaking stone plus 10 durability 1/1 effect opens a small catastrophe-level domain gate lasting 11 minutes. 45% chance of summoning special A-level monsters. 43% chance of summoning S-level and special S-level monsters. 9% chance of summoning SS-level monsters. 2.5% chance of summoning SSS-level monsters. 0.5% chance of summoning other monsters. There was a change, but not much. Lin Chen wasn't very satisfied. If it could be enhanced to 100, this thing might actually be somewhat useful, right? At that point, the minimum would be S-level monsters. If released in a city. To be honest, Lin Chen was quite curious to see that. With this in mind, Lin Chen went outside and found Zhang Lingyu. Sister Zhang, can we discuss something? Seeing Lin Chen with a flattering expression, Zhang Lingyu became secretly vigilant. Let me be clear, if it's something prohibited, that won't work. Going abroad is also not allowed. Going to dangerous areas is not allowed. Nuclear bombs are not allowed. In short, anything dangerous is not allowed. Lin Chen's eye twitched. Why so serious? Why so serious? I haven't even said what it is yet, and you're already on guard. If you want to hit, just hit. Why so much fuss?
Ahem, don't worry, it has nothing to do with me. How could I possibly do something so dangerous? I just want to see if I can find a country to release this thing. Lingqi took out the stone he had just reinforced. Release a disaster-level boundary stone. This is strictly prohibited worldwide. If it were known that it was released by Huagua, it would provoke global outrage. They are not like those. Well, it might not be impossible. Let me ask, but why do you want to release this? I just want to see the effect, purely out of curiosity. Mainly, he wanted to see what kind of monsters would appear from it if it wasn't too problematic. He planned to request some lower-level boundary stones from above, then assemble a few teams to go abroad, release them, and hunt. Using this method, the points would definitely increase faster. After all, in disaster-level domain gates, their combat style would be severely restricted since they couldn't recover energy. But outside, that wouldn't be a concern. Zhang Lingyu hesitated for a moment. Let me ask. Alright, you hurry and make the call. If possible, the sooner the better. If it was feasible, he would start making preparations. Zhang Lingyu nodded and found a secluded spot to call Chen Junjiang. What? Release a disaster-level boundary stone. Chen Junjiang felt his blood pressure rising. This was something that was explicitly forbidden. But since it was Lin Chen's request, it might not be impossible. I understand, I'll ask. Moments later, Chen Junjiang replied to Zhang Lingyu. The people from Kuanglia will come to find you, probably the day after tomorrow. After hanging up, Zhang Lingyu was still thinking about the name from earlier. Kuanglia? Why them again? Did the higher-ups favor this organization so much? But it must be said, this task really suited them. If they could launch nuclear bombs, releasing a boundary stone would be a piece of cake, right? When Lin Chen learned that the higher-ups had agreed, he said, alright, I'm on it. Lin Chen hurried back to his room to start reinforcing. Since he was going to test the effect, he needed to reinforce it to a higher level. After returning to his room, Lin Chen didn't come out again. Chen Luo and Fong Yu leaned against the wall. The higher-ups just agreed like that? Probably abroad. Anyway, it can't be used domestically. I didn't expect this thing could be reinforced. Someone has reinforced it before, but they all failed. Silver Wolf, go to Nanqing Yunhai City to find Lin Chen. He will give you a boundary stone and you can use it on Eagle Sauce. Golden Eagle rubbed his temples, thinking that after the last mission they would return to a normal path. But now this came up. They really didn't want to be a terrorist organization. What? A boundary stone? Are we really preparing to go down the path of a terrorist organization? Boss, after all this time, we finally managed to shift away from those bomb-related missions. If we do this again, I'm worried we will truly become an organization that specializes in bombs. After going through those bomb missions, their organization had been dealing with explosives almost every day. If they didn't take the missions, they wouldn't have much funding. If they did take them, it would almost confirm their status as a terrorist organization. They had worked hard to change their image. And now, with the boundary stone, wasn't this just a joke? Enough, this is a task issued from above. Where's all the nonsense coming from? Besides, it's just to let you release it, not to make you go public. No one will know. Golden Eagle didn't want to either, but this was the task given from above. Oh, I see. That seems doable. By the way, what level of boundary stone is it? Disaster level. Silver Wolf looked at Golden Eagle in confusion, clearly doubting he had heard wrong. It's just disaster level. Don't think too much, just use it and retreat. The Silver Wolf nodded slightly. What else could he say? At noon, Lin Chen looked at the enhancer in front of him with satisfaction. Catastrophe level boundary stone plus 99 success rate, 36.9% enhance? Just one last step, perfect. As Lin Chen spent over 7,000 points, a plus 100 catastrophe level boundary stone appeared. In total, he spent over 300,000 points on enhancements, which was acceptable overall. Because the previous data was simply too perfect. He took out the boundary stone, looking at the perfect data with a smile at the corner of his mouth. In Lin Chen's view, this item could no longer be used as a tool for gaining points, but that didn't matter, because this boundary stone could completely serve as a tool for destroying a large city. Catastrophe level boundary stone plus 100 durability 1/1 effect opens a small catastrophe level domain gate that lasts for 25 minutes with a 20% chance of summoning S-level monsters and special S-level monsters, a 50% chance of summoning SS-level monsters, a 25% chance of summoning SSS-level monsters, and a 5% chance of summoning unknown monsters special. Heavenly Descent. After the small domain gate disappears, 2 catastrophe level domain gates will fall from the sky within a 50-kilometer radius centered on it. That's right, it was because of this special attribute that Lin Chen believed this boundary stone had become a tool for city destruction. As mentioned before, the Heavenly Descent domain gate is different from the normal appearing domain gates. The Heavenly Descent domain gate has no reaction time. Once it lands, monsters will emerge from it. It's easy to imagine that this boundary stone is no longer just a simple boundary stone. When Lin Chen enhanced it to 50, the special attribute appeared, and at that time, it was a single gate that descended within a 25-kilometer range. 100 is the current one. So what about 150? 200?
The most important thing is that these 2 domain gates appear after the summoned domain gate disappears, which is almost equivalent
to having no breathing time at all. Lin Chen casually placed the stone into an empty backpack. He went downstairs. I guessed you would come out at this time. The seafood is almost ready.
Zhang Lingyu and others were bringing out plates from the kitchen filled with the seafood they had gathered from the sea.
However, the quantity was still a bit lacking, so they bought a little more outside.
In the next 2 days, Lin Chen toured various tourist attractions and natural scenery
in Yunhai City.
Meanwhile, news about the disappearance of the boundary stone gradually spread.
Alright, let's retreat,
Fu Qing said with a relaxed expression, not expecting that they hadn't even started searching and the item was already gone.
Although I don't really want to go back now.
We have to, Lin Wanru said, having had a great time these past 2 days. Being companions, she no longer had to be cautious every day.
Yeah, back to the deep mountains and forests again. This organization, why not switch to a more developed country?
On the other side, Lin Chen met the Silver Wolf.
Ah, it's you.
So your organization specializes in this?
Lin Chen said, surprised since Zhang Lingyu hadn't mentioned the wild hunt. The Silver Wolf's cheeks twitched.
Who would want to specialize in this?
It was not by choice. Who wouldn't want to do assassination work like the Azure Dragon or invasion work like the Poker Club?
Forget it, thinking more about it was pointless. Give me the item, I'll do a remote live broadcast later, the Silver Wolf said somewhat helplessly. It was the first time he had heard such a request.
Oh, then.
Remember to find a clearer device. I'm afraid it won't be clear from too far away.
5 or 6 kilometers is about right. What device do I need? Alright, I'll arrange for you an 8K setup.
That'll do,
Sister Zhang. Can we use satellites for real-time synchronization? Zhang Lingyu thought for a moment and nodded. Shouldn't be a problem.
Then there's no need to film, just pay attention to safety when the time comes and remember to keep a safe distance, Lin Chen advised seriously. Although Silver Wolf was a bit confused, he nodded. Lin Chen watched Silver Wolf leave and couldn't help but sigh. This kind of work really suits them.
A day later, Silver Wolf returned to headquarters and handed the backpack to Golden Eagle. I brought the stuff back.
I'm going to rest for a day and tomorrow I'll head
to Eagle Sauce.
Thank you for your hard work, Golden Eagle's eyes widened as he took out the broken boundary stone from inside.
He knew Lin Chen's enhancements
were impressive, but he didn't expect them to be this powerful.
Even the broken boundary stone could be enhanced? Are you sure this is meant to be released? Is there no intention of leaving that city a way out? Which city are you planning to go to? Of course, I have to choose a big city, otherwise it would be a waste. I'm planning to go to Angel City. Golden Eagle nodded silently. Not bad, it's indeed very suitable.
It will definitely bring out the effect of this broken
boundary stone.
By then, Eagle Sauce probably won't have time to cause trouble for our country.
Silver Wolf looked at Golden Eagle with a puzzled expression. It's just a disaster-level broken boundary stone, right?
The effect is strong, but it shouldn't make Eagle Sauce that uncomfortable. Just take a look for yourself, and
remember to run far away when the time comes. Run far away again? What's going on?
Silver Wolf approached the desk and picked up the broken boundary stone.
After
seeing the information on it, a drop of sweat trickled down his temple. He forced a smile.
How about we switch to a golden team instead? I think I'll pass. The lowest level is at least S rank, and most are SS rank. Isn't this a joke?
Yes, he is indeed a 9th tier professional, but using this thing will immediately summon
monsters. Isn't that too dangerous? It's fine, it's not a big deal.
After using it, just run with all your might.
I believe those monsters won't be able to catch up with you. Alright. Early the next morning, Silver Wolf set off with his team.
Along the way, he occasionally glanced at the backpack in his hand. They say their organization is a terrorist organization. He thinks Lin Chen is the real terrorist organization.
How can the things enhanced after that be so outrageous? That afternoon, they arrived at Eagle Sauce. After finding the contact person, they switched to new transportation and continued on their way. It wasn't until noon on the 3rd day that they finally reached Angel City. Finally, we made it. Let's take a break first and we'll act tonight.
At 1 p.m., Zhang Lingyu hurriedly
walked out of her room.
She had received a call from Silver Wolf yesterday saying they would act at midnight today.
That would be around 1 p.m. here in Huagua.
The satellite has been adjusted to the right position. We can watch it now, Zhang Lingyu said as she connected her computer to the TV. When she turned on the TV, the screen was pitch black.
Just a moment, the picture will adjust soon.
After about 5 minutes, the picture slowly became clear and even brightened significantly.
Although it wasn't as good as during the day, it was definitely much better than at the beginning.
Brother Lingqi, there are snacks I bought in the fridge, and
there are also quite a few on the dining table. Just bring them all. Should I notify Chen Luo and Fang Yu so everyone can watch together? Knowing that they would start acting today, she hadn't gone out. I'll notify them. By the way, Lin Chen, how much did you enhance that stone?
The soundproofing of the house was excellent. So Chen Luo and the others didn't hear the specific sounds. Just the usual plus 100.
Usual? What the heck? You enhanced this thing by plus 100? This is just a broken Foundry stone, something that can hardly be used, and you actually enhanced it by plus 100? Zhang Lingyu's mouth twitched. You really don't take your abilities seriously, do you? She couldn't help but think of the plus 10 attributes she saw that day. Hiss. Angel City, will it disappear? It shouldn't be, even if the reaction is slow. There are actually quite a few professionals in Angel City. It shouldn't be, right? Kyoto Elder Council Office. It's time, it should be starting soon. Yes. Let the satellite department adjust the visuals a bit better so we can see what the plus 100 disaster-breaking stone looks like. At that moment, Elder 8 was completely stunned when he heard Jining mention this. He had seen all kinds of storms and waves, had encountered plus 100 weapons, and had even seen nuclear bombs. But the breaking stone, this was truly unimaginable. He had indeed heard about the effects from Jining, but it felt somewhat unrealistic. It wasn't that he doubted Lin Chen's ability to enhance it. Even if he were told now that Lin Chen could enhance Blue Star, he would believe it. It's just that enhancing the breaking stone seemed a bit absurd. We need to take a close look at the effects later. If the effects are good, we must contact Lin Chen to enhance the stones in our warehouse, the Grand Elder said seriously. There were quite a few disaster-level breaking stones in the warehouse that had never been used, mainly because, in 10 minutes, the monsters released would only destroy a few streets at most, and it felt somewhat unprofitable to deliberately release them in other countries. But now, it was different. Lin Chen had actually enhanced it to that extent, and it would be a shame not to take advantage of it. Yes, and that plan can also be carried out. Then, that's right. After laying the groundwork for so many years, we have almost planted undercover agents in all organizations with Chinese nationals. It's time to make use of them, otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of all this time? At that time, it won't just be the Mad Hunt taking action, but a dozen organizations will also join in, which will significantly increase their safety. This plan had already started from the last Elder Council. Planting undercover agents was not an easy task. Indeed, many had been placed in the last term, but many had not been activated. However, it couldn't be said that they were completely useless. At least the subsequent placement of undercover agents had become much easier. With Lin Chen's addition, the speed of clearing the domestic domain gates will increase exponentially. The Grand Elder shook his head. As for the domain gates, we will have to see the situation then. We must know that the materials for our weapons are almost all obtained from the domain gates. Therefore, closing the domain gates still requires a selection process. It can't be a one-size-fits-all approach. The domain gates have both advantages and disadvantages for humanity. If there were no domain gates within Huagua, there would be significantly fewer weapons. In future battles with other countries, they would not hold an advantage. Alright, let's talk about this later. For now, let's see the effects of this thing. The Grand Elder shook his head. Things must be done step by step. After waiting so many years, they weren't in a hurry. Moreover, they now had Lin Chen, this super genius. It's about to start, Lin Chen said while munching on sunflower seeds. Besides the Ling Qi team and Zhang Lingyu, the captains of other teams were also present. They saw the silver wolf crush the breaking stone in his hand, and then they saw the space shatter, forming a hollow that was 50 meters high. Everyone stared in shock at the screen. How big is this space passage gate? 30 meters or 40 meters? Chen Luo couldn't believe what he was seeing. They had experienced breaking stones before. By proportion, the height should be around 50 meters, and the width should be about 20 meters. But this, Fang Yu was at a loss for words. It should be noted that the last time they encountered the Shura Hall, the height after using the disaster-level breaking stone was only about 4 meters. Even if it were fully opened, it would barely reach 5 meters, not even 6. And even that kind of hollow was already quite overwhelming. And now, what was this? Not only the height but even the width was outrageous. Far away in Angel City, the silver wolf quickly ran 100 meters away the moment he crushed the dimensional stone. Only after getting far did he dare to look back. When he saw the size of that opening, he was stunned. Isn't this a bit ridiculously large? A team member looked at the distant spatial rift with confusion. Of course it's a natural disaster-level dimensional stone. Let's hurry up, I suspect this thing will get bigger soon. The silver wolf began to curse inwardly. No wonder they told him to run further away. Who wouldn't? With such a large spatial rift, the number of monsters that would come out could easily be in the thousands or even tens of thousands. At that moment, huge spatial rifts appeared simultaneously in various natural disaster-level gates around the world. The monsters sensed the aura emanating from the rifts and became excited. However, an A-level monster charged towards the rift and was instantly bounced back, while an S-level monster easily rushed out. After trying a few more times, the A-level monster, unwilling to accept defeat, roared angrily and turned to leave. Dozens of monsters rushed out from the spatial rift in Angel City, and as their numbers increased, the entire gate was pushed wider. The silver wolf looked back from a distance, cold sweat pouring down. Despite being a 9th-tier professional, he didn't dare to confront so many monsters head-on. TSK, this time Eagle Sauce is in trouble. If they react a bit slower, the entire Angel City might be cleared out. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps echoed as
giant monster, standing 20 meters tall, pushed aside the monsters in front of it and walked out. Roar! The monster casually swung its hand, creating a large hole in the middle of a building. Nearby people, hearing the noise, rushed to the windows and were stunned by the sight before them. Once they regained their senses, they began to curse angrily and ran downstairs. What the hell is this? Where are those old men in Congress? Why haven't they sent anyone over? This is about to turn into a hell. Help me, take me away, my legs are weak. In a seaside villa in Yunhai City, it was silent. Lin Chen's hand, holding sunflower seeds, froze in place. He was clearly stunned by the effect. He remembered that the information only mentioned the time and the level of the monsters, but it didn't say the gate would be this large. The effect was a bit too strong. Lin Chen felt a bit fortunate. He had said he would find a place to use it for points. If things went wrong, he might only have been able to escape. Zhang Lingyu swallowed hard. How did Lin Chen turn this into such a powerful weapon? Originally, it could only destroy a few city blocks, but now it could destroy an entire city. In just a short time, around 500 monsters had come out? Was it even a minute? I want to ask what that 20-meter-tall monster is? Lin Chen spoke up. Everyone snapped out of their shock and looked at Lin Chen with strange expressions. In their eyes, Lin Chen was no longer a genius enhancer but had become a symbol of terror. Ahem, that should be an SSS-level monster, Chen Luo replied. Lin Chen nodded. It did look like it. Lin Chen, next time you enhance some strange things, remember to show us. I'm worried you won't be able to handle it. We can help you keep an eye on it. Feng Yu couldn't help but say. This time, it was about releasing it outside the country. If it was used within Huagua, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Chen nodded, but inwardly thought that even if he showed them, they probably wouldn't be able to tell anything, because it wasn't written down at all. Monsters were walking out of that spatial rift one by one every second, and there was even a flying monster. This was Lin Chen's first time seeing a flying magical creature. Are there flying magical creatures here too? Why haven't I seen any before? Lin Chen had been in contact with magical creatures for almost a year, but whether outside the city or in the domain gates, he had never seen a flying magical creature. Flying magical creatures are rare within the borders of Huagua. Many are eliminated as soon as they appear. In countries with a bit more strength, there are no flying magical creatures at all, and even if there are, they are only found in some domain gates. Flying magical creatures can interfere with aircraft operations, so whenever such creatures appear, they must be eliminated immediately. So that's how it is. 5 minutes passed and the magical creatures they could see were already densely packed, while many more had disappeared from the screen. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that they saw the appearance of the professionals. It's the professional army from Eagle Sauce, but their reaction speed is too slow. Chen Luo shook his head. Clearly, he was not optimistic about Eagle Sauce's team. This speed is abnormal for us, but it's normal for Eagle Sauce. Their so-called army is there to protect the upper class. They don't care about the lives of civilians at all. If it weren't for the excessive appearance of magical creatures, these professionals probably wouldn't have shown up. Good. The effect of this boundary-breaking stone is just too great. The Grand Elder looked excited. Yes, the effect is simply amazing. It may not be as fast as a nuclear bomb, but we have plenty of boundary-breaking stones. The second Elder was also very pleased. Out of 33 nuclear bombs, only one succeeded, while for boundary-breaking stones, there are 3 or 4 each year, and with good luck, 5 or 6 isn't impossible. Not to mention, as long as one boundary-breaking stone can destroy half a city, that effect is good. After their trip is over, send Shen Junjing over, or let Lin Chen come by. We need to finalize the boundary-breaking stone matter. Those countries should be weakened a bit too. The Grand Elder's eyes were filled with hope. Look, this spatial rift has lasted for 15 minutes and is still ongoing. The 7th Elder was a bit anxious. He had insight, but he couldn't see the images on the television. No, can someone give me some data? I can't see. You old men are just teasing me. Don't worry, I'll tell you. The 8th Elder smiled and began to explain the situation above to him. The more the 7th Elder listened, the more he smiled. Damn, what's going on? It's already been 20 minutes. Why hasn't this spatial rift disappeared? When they saw the levels of these magical creatures, the professionals knew that someone in Eagle Sauce had used a disaster-level boundary-breaking stone. However, contrary to their expectations, why hadn't this boundary-breaking stone's passage disappeared, and wasn't the size of this rift a bit outrageous? Dozens of magical creatures had come out at once, and during this time, at least 6 or 7,000 magical creatures had emerged. George, could this be a higher-level boundary-breaking stone? Andy, that's impossible. The highest level of boundary-breaking stone is disaster level. There is no higher existence. George shook his head. Although it was indeed different from an ordinary disaster-level boundary-breaking stone, a higher-level boundary-breaking stone did not exist. Maybe it has mutated. Anyway, there absolutely cannot be a higher-level boundary-breaking stone. But what do we do now? We only have 100 people, and the highest level among us is just the 3 of us at the 9th rank. We can't cope at all. Andy felt a bit helpless. 9th rank isn't something you can just find anywhere. They weren't like Huagua, which had such a large population.
I'll contact the parliament and ask them to send reinforcements. We will try to stop it. As for the civilians, those who hadn't awakened and those who had but were useless as professionals, if they died, so be it. 50 kilometers away from here, atop a high tower, Silver Wolf was using binoculars to observe the direction of the rift stone. Unfortunately, the binoculars didn't have a very long range and he could only vaguely make out the general situation. But getting closer to take a look? That was out of the question. Boss, isn't this thing a bit too fierce? It's been 22 minutes already and it still hasn't shut down. This is just the beginning. Just wait, there will be something even fiercer soon, Silver Wolf chuckled. If it weren't for the last special attribute, he wouldn't have run this far. Ah, and that eagle sauce is pretty unlucky too. TCH, is that considered unlucky? If you ask me, it would be better if this rift never closed and just stayed open. Silver Wolf ignored the team member behind him and looked up at the sky. The time should be almost up. As the 25-minute mark arrived, the spatial rift created by the rift stone closed. The professionals led by George and Andy breathed a sigh of relief, but their faces turned grim again when they saw the monsters scattered everywhere. Isn't this number over 10,000? 10,000 isn't scary. What's scary is the sheer number of SS-level monsters, and there are even many SSS-level monsters. George couldn't understand why there were no A-level monsters. Logically, there should be many A-level monsters, right? Why were the lowest ones all S-level? This didn't make sense. George, you contact. Put. Andy's body fell sideways. Behind Andy stood a figure cloaked in black robes, holding a long sword, with a dark aura enveloping its face. You are. George's pupils constricted. Bloodsword, LV-99? Title? Nickname? Name? Regardless of which, it indicated that the monster before him was not an SSS-level monster, but an X-level monster. X-level. The highest rating in the Blue Star system, with the highest danger level. It was simply beyond his capability to deal with. Hazizi. A series of meaningless syllables came from the monster's mouth, but George had no idea what it was saying. All he knew was that his life was about to end. Buzz. Buzz. An abnormal sound rang out, but George didn't dare to look as the monster before him launched an attack. Just because he didn't dare to look didn't mean others didn't. Silver Wolf grinned. Something fiercer is coming. You all see it, right? Two beams of light appeared in the sky, heavenly domain gates. The beams were bright against the night sky. Without Silver Wolf's reminder, the team members also saw the descending beams. It's the heavenly domain gates. Damn! Don't tell me this is from that disaster-level rift stone. A proper rift stone shouldn't have this kind of effect. There are 2 disaster-level domain gates. This is invincible. After today, the City of Angels can just change its name to the City of Ruins. To them, this place was already ruined. They had to remember that this was Eagle Sauce, not Hua country. The attitude and speed of both sides in handling matters were simply incomparable. You could say they were powerful, but for the civilians. Meanwhile, in the city center, George could no longer care about the heavenly domain gates above. The X-level monster before him was beyond his ability to handle. Fuck, why hasn't anyone from the Congress sent help yet? This is an X-level monster, and it's humanoid. What the hell can I do? George was almost in tears. This monster already possessed a certain level of intelligence, and none of his luring tactics worked on it. He glanced at the professionals behind him. You all run quickly and find the station troops for help. If they don't help, just forget about these monsters. Since you all want to watch the show, then let's all watch it together. After all, this wasn't his home. It didn't matter. The professionals behind him nodded and fled in haste. George, I'm here to help you. Sith, you finally returned. Sith had led a team to intercept a group of monsters. He thought the enemy would hold their ground, but unexpectedly they came over. That side has already been breached by the monsters, so I came over here to take a look. I didn't expect this situation to arise. It's really strange. As for the impact of the breach, that wasn't something he needed to consider. Such matters were best left to the parliament. The two exerted their strength together. Although they couldn't kill the monsters before them, they could at least block their advance. How long do we have to hold on? Sith felt the power emanating from the enemy. It was clearly beyond what they could handle. Hold on? Let's run. After repelling the monster's attack once more, George took Sith and fled in a direction completely different from that of the main force. With their 9th tier strength, their speed far exceeded that of 8th tier professionals. The blood sword was somewhat dazed by this sudden turn of events. How could the people just disappear in the midst of battle? He glanced around and directly pursued the main force of the Eagle Sauce. Great. Amazing. I didn't expect the effect of a broken boundary stone after enhancement to be this strong. The Grand Elder was visibly excited. At this point, a single broken boundary stone could almost destroy a city rather than just a few streets or buildings. Especially in a country like Eagle Sauce, its effects were even more pronounced. Yes, it seems that starting this year, it will be the rise of Huagua. No, I suggest we shouldn't be too optimistic. This is a country that has already given up 5 states. It wouldn't be impossible for them to give up another. If they do, their strength will rise another level, so we shouldn't be overly optimistic. The Eighth Elder's words brought the excited crowd back to reality. Indeed, dealing with Eagle Sauce was quite challenging. The more they gave up, the more surplus power they had, leading to more teams harassing other countries. Who knows how many nations have been destroyed because of Eagle Sauce's disturbances. It's fine, if they really give up, then we will implement the new plan. Clear out some of the domain gates within our territory and release more professionals, the Grand Elder said calmly. Although this was just an incomplete plan, or rather an idea, it shouldn't pose much of a problem to implement. Look, those two domain gates have already started releasing monsters. It's a pity that these two gates landed in the same direction. From the visuals, the two domain gates were in the same direction, less than 10 kilometers apart. Such a configuration clearly have the damage caused. At least the side without the domain gates would suffer much less impact. Lin Chen, how come you brought a heavenly domain gate with you? Ling Qi scratched his scruffy head, unable to comprehend. This is the most ridiculous broken boundary stone I've ever seen. Eagle Sauce really drew the short straw, but I like it, Fang Yu said with a smile. That's true, I don't know why, but I really want to laugh. Zhen Luo stifled a laugh. There was no helping it. There were only a few strong countries in the world. Huagua had always been the patient one, repeatedly provoked by other nations. But the higher-ups, in order to accumulate strength, only drove the invaders away without any further plans. This left these professionals feeling pent-up. Chen Luo and the others, though they knew some things, didn't have access to particularly important information. They weren't very clear about the deeper plans. Their grievances with Eagle Sauce ran the deepest, as Eagle Sauce was the country that had invaded the most times. However, in recent decades, the invasion by the Eagle Sauce has had little effect on them. It's just two falling domain gates, nothing to worry about. Lin Chen waved his hand. This was not wrong. In his estimation, if this stone were strengthened to 150, it should be 4 falling domain gates. That would be a truly lethal weapon. Unfortunately, the cost was something he could hardly bear. Lin Chen and his group had been watching from 1 o'clock in the afternoon until 3, a full 2 hours, without anyone going to the restroom. During these 2 hours, most of Angel City had been occupied by monsters. At this time, the Eagle Sauce's troops had just barely arrived to set up a defense line. By the way, isn't their speed a bit slow? Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled. If this were in Fengjing, the defense line would have been established in 10 minutes. Although they couldn't win, these professionals were not afraid at all. Half an hour was enough for those powerful professionals to come to support. In 2 hours, most of the national reinforcements would definitely be in place. The country is different, the handling methods are different. Chen Luo understood the situation on the other side. It was already good that they could arrive in 2 hours. At least it showed they hadn't given up. However, considering that the other side couldn't afford to give up, the area ravaged by monsters was in the slums of Angel City, while the positions guarded by these professionals were in the wealthy district. The battle continued until 6 in the evening. The monsters were held back by the second defense line, but monsters continued to pour out from the domain gates. While the Eagle Sauce was fighting, Lin Chen had already started preparing today's meals. I didn't expect they would actually hold them off. Lin Chen looked at the scene on the screen in surprise. Most of those were SS-level monsters, with levels generally between 80 and 90. In terms of level, they were indeed inferior to the 9th tier, but the sheer number was overwhelming. Moreover, there were so many SSS-level beings, which were monsters above level 90. Holding them off is normal. No matter how high the level, they are still monsters. Humans have intelligence, while monsters do not. Dame Ling Zhonglingyu's phone rang. Director Chen, okay, I will switch the line now. Zhonglingyu approached the television and adjusted the receiver. Then the image shifted from an overhead view to that of a handheld device. The clarity of this image far exceeded that of the satellite image and could also receive sound. Boss, we're very close now, we can't get any closer. I'm not stupid, I'm just adjusting the angle of the image. The image then zoomed in on a black figure fighting alongside a group of professionals. Those professionals fell like paper, unable to withstand a few attacks before collapsing. Why is that monster so strong? Lin Chen looked at the black figure on the screen in confusion. At this time and place, only monsters were fighting to the death against humans, without needing anyone else to answer. Silver Wolf's voice came through. He had only wanted to take a closer look at the situation and hadn't intended to broadcast live. However, the higher-ups wanted first-hand information, so he had no choice but to continue getting closer and transmit back with the machine. Ahem, let me introduce the situation. On both sides. On the opposite side are the Eagle Sauce's professionals. It seems that most of them are 8th tier professionals. As for the 9th tier, they haven't come this way. The 9th tier professionals are blocking the monsters on the other side. As for this black shadow, it is a named X-level monster, level 99. Its strength is beyond what an ordinary 9th tier professional can handle. At least a high potential professional would be needed to deal with it. A 5-person team is coming from a distance. It looks like they are 9th tier professionals from the Eagle Sauce. I wonder if they can win. Good, there is a fire-type professional. This single-target attack is very lethal. Oh no, what a pity, it slipped away. Lin Chen's eyes twitched. At first, everything seemed normal, but then he started narrating, which felt a bit awkward. The others, however, did not share Lin Chen's thoughts and were seriously watching the scenes on the screen. After a moment, someone said, "This X level is a bit strong, I can't kill it alone. Whether it's the level difference or in terms of combat, it's not possible unless we drag it until it exhausts itself." But that was clearly impossible. An X-level monster with a name, while not as intelligent as a human, was much stronger than other monsters. They wouldn't let a human drag them to death, they would escape to a nearby domain gate at a critical moment. Even if they went to a lower-level domain gate, it would help them recover their energy, which is the magic energy in their bodies. Yeah, this monster should be agile, most people can't handle it. But it's a bit slower than me. If the two of us work together, we can kill it within an hour, Fong Yu said after a moment of thought. As the top two ranked teams, their strength was clearly superior to others. But monsters couldn't be measured by human standards, their high-speed movement ability was quite tricky. In the outside world, if they encountered an X-level monster in a domain gate, who knows how many people would be needed to eliminate it. Lin Chen stroked his chin. What if we use a rapid-fire machine gun for fire coverage? Not hearing a response, Lin Chen turned to the others. Why is everyone so quiet? Speak? What to say? You've already mentioned fire coverage, what else is there to discuss? If someone else had suggested fire coverage, they would definitely have been mocked. But when Lin Chen said it, there was nothing to refute. A bullet with 10 million damage was almost equivalent to a small nuclear bomb's damage. Not to mention X level. Even triple X level would be useless. Of course, there was no such thing as triple X level. If it's the gremlin machine gun you provided earlier, it probably wouldn't last 10 seconds. That's right, just 10 seconds, with 5 seconds of missed shots. Oh, that's not very strong then. Lin Chen shook his head. The others exchanged glances, wondering why they felt like hitting someone. But it was Lin Chen in front of them, they couldn't act. The group sat at the dining table, watching the live broadcast on TV while eating. This X-level monster is very strong, it actually matches 5 9th tier professionals. 5 who just entered the 9th tier? How could they manage? Just being able to reach this point is already impressive. The group occasionally glanced at the TV, focusing on their meal. The changes on the battlefield were not significant. However, whether it was due to bad luck for the eagle sauce, things seemed to get complicated. Boss, another X-level monster has appeared in a large gate. That thing is probably 5 meters tall. Hearing this, everyone looked at the TV, where the scenery on the screen was rapidly passing by. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the rooftop of a building. Silver Wolf looked at the towering monster. Dark Butcher, LV-94? The danger level didn't seem very high. But Silver Wolf didn't plan to stay here any longer. There were simply too many monsters. Given the current situation with Eagle Sauce, it seemed they would have to give up this route. Even if they wanted to, it would probably take a long time. Everyone, this live broadcast ends here. The number of monsters has exceeded expectations, we need to evacuate. The screen went dark. Hey, why are we withdrawing? I haven't seen enough yet, Lin Chen said, looking speechless. He hadn't even confirmed the power of this broken boundary stone, and it was over? Did he enhance it to 100 or 150? The difference in cost between these 2 points was not trivial. There's nothing we can do. Even if we encounter such a situation, we can only avoid the sharp edge. Chen Luo actually understood the person recording the video. Being able to live stream until now is already quite impressive. By the way, does the person being released have any connection to the higher-ups? How can they still live stream? Did they pay for it or? Fong Yu was somewhat puzzled. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Some things are not for us to know. Chen Luo shook his head. The satellite was still focused on the Eagle Sauce area and they could still watch through it. However, the subsequent battles were completely meaningless. Lin Chen had been out enjoying himself for 2 days. On the 3rd day, the monsters in Angel City of Eagle Sauce were finally cleared out. But Angel City was no longer what it used to be, leaving behind more than half in ruins. Rebuilding it to its original state would likely take several years. Look at these videos. We missed out on a super powerful weapon. In the Shura Hall, the Shura sitting at the top turned on the projector and the screen displayed various video clips. Below, a group of kings stood, including Fu Qing and Lin Wanru, who had returned from the southern province. Since their return, they had reverted to their previous disdainful attitudes towards each other. The footage was of what had happened in Eagle Sauce 2 days prior. As time passed, the expressions of the kings below grew increasingly astonished. Is this really the power of a disaster-level breaking stone? Could it be that each breaking stone has different effects? Everyone saw that, right? Breaking stones have different effects. So the more breaking stones, the better. Next time we encounter a breaking stone, we must get our hands on it. Shura's expression was serious. Such an item was incredibly useful for their organization, whether it was to destroy a city or to create distractions. During an evacuation, it was very beneficial. However, over the decades, many breaking stones had been used, but none had achieved such effects. Lord Shura, could it be that breaking stones are classified? Yes, this doesn't look like the usual disaster level breaking stone. Could it be of another level? From the footage, it was hard to believe that this was the effect caused by a disaster level breaking stone, but the highest known level was indeed disaster level. I thought of what you are thinking, but according to the data, the person selling the breaking stones was indeed holding a disaster level 1. At this point, Shura looked at Fu Chung and Lin Wanru. Soul and Widow, when you went to the southern province, did you not find that person? My lord, we found that hotel, but the person had already left. Later, we went to several ghost markets but did not encounter that person. However, I heard that there seemed to be an organization that turned on each other. And after that, the breaking stones disappeared, Fu Qing said softly. Yes, I originally wanted to drug those people and interrogate them, but King Fu stopped me. Lin Wanru shot a sideways glance at Fu Chung. Hee, if your abilities were discovered by Huagua, neither of us would probably make it back. How can you still say that? Everything is for the organization, even if discovered, it doesn't matter. King Che looked at the two in front of him and felt a headache coming on. He thought that having the two work together on a task would ease their relationship, but it seemed he was overthinking it. Shura, sitting above, also looked helpless. Were these two naturally at odds? Why did they start arguing as soon as they met? Alright, stop arguing. I don't mean to blame you, I just want to know why this item appeared in the hands of the Mad Hunter. Aren't they a terrorist organization? A terrorist organization can just play with explosives, using breaking stones for terrorist activities seems too wasteful. I'm not too sure about that. When I was in the southern province, I didn't find anyone of a high enough level. Everyone knows the situation in the southern province. If an unknown high-level practitioner appeared, it would be obvious at a glance. Boss, did you see that video? Silver Wolf excitedly arrived at the office. He felt incredibly awesome for daring to livestream 2x level monsters so closely. Although he almost wet himself at the time, looking back, it was indeed exhilarating. I saw it, Golden Eagle replied helplessly. Don't you think that broken boundary stone had a spectacular effect? If we set one up in their capital, the effect would be ha ha ha. At first, Silver Wolf was quite reluctant to go, but once that effect came out, he felt he could handle it. Golden Eagle said nothing but pointed a dark web interface at Silver Wolf. Take a look at what the designated missions are. Destroy cities, blow up bridges, demolish the enemy's office buildings, blow. Silver Wolf's eyelid twitched. Why was everything about blowing things up? Have we turned into a terrorist organization? Yeah, not just a terrorist organization, but we've been rated as S-class. The number of deaths caused by all our actions exceeds that of any other organization. We are now called the most terrifying organization in the world, though our ranking hasn't improved much. Improved ranking and threat level were good things, but the term terrorist organization was hard for them to accept. No, they must have made a mistake. How could we possibly be the ones causing the most deaths? Those organizations that have been around for hundreds of years must have caused more than us. We've only been established for less than a year. Sure, they had set off a few bombs, but it couldn't have been that many, right? The nuclear bomb in Sakura City, right? That alone caused nearly 200,000 deaths at the start, and in the following period it caused nearly 1 million deaths. Those 14 bombs also caused around 60,000 deaths, right? As for this time, half the city turned into ruins, with the death toll around 100,000. This is still because Angel City has a small population, otherwise, the number would be even higher. Of course, this number might still be inflated, the real number could be even more. When Golden Eagle saw these statistics, his head was spinning. They were just an organization established by Huagua, originally meant to deal with some enemies. The number of people involved wasn't that much, just 300 to 500 at most, and even if there were collateral damages, it wouldn't exceed 5,000. Yet now, over 1 million. Silver Wolf swallowed hard. Could it really be that many? Suddenly, he had a flash of insight. This actually has little to do with us. Most of it was caused by Lin Chen's enhancements. If it weren't for the enhancements, there wouldn't have been so many deaths. Speaking of that nuclear bomb, there were actually very few people in that area. Without enhancements, the death toll would have been around 200,000 at most. Not to mention the bombs, subsequent bombs only caused a few dozen deaths. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's bomb directly killed over 10,000, most of whom died from shockwaves and infrasound. Golden Eagle looked at Silver Wolf speechlessly. Of course, you have to take responsibility for that. You were thinking of exposing Lin Chen. I was just saying that. How could it be possible? He felt somewhat helpless about this blame. Alright, it's not a big problem. Give us half a year and we can turn this situation around. At least for now, they didn't need to think too much about it. In the Elders' conference room, the statistical results are out. As of midnight yesterday, Eagle Sauce has cleaned up all the monsters. A total of over 150,000 civilian deaths, half a city turned to ruins, plus 2 disaster-level domain gates. Heck, it seems the other side suffered heavy losses this time. If this were in their Apple City, that wouldn't work. Apple City's defense forces are the strongest, so the effect might not be as good. The Grand Elder put down the report in his hand, looking satisfied, then turned to Chen Junzheng. Junzheng, this time you need to personally take action. Take out 10 disaster level
boundary stones and 20 calamity-level boundary stones from that warehouse and give them to Lin Chen, asking him to help strengthen them.
The price is negotiable. Whatever he wants, just give it to him. Chen Junjing nodded. Rest assured, Elder, I will handle it properly. Even if he had to beg, he would get it. But remember one thing, if the other party is unwilling, then forget it.
You should know what Lin Chen represents, keep that in mind.
Elder, you can rest assured, I understand this point.
In the ruined shop in Fongjing, Lin Chen lay on a recliner. After this repair, he also bought the house next door. Now the entire shop has expanded to 120 square meters. Lin Chen lying there took up no space at all. This trip was really nice, next time let's change the place. He was in a good mood, but others had been on edge for several days. Luckily that boundary stone was found. Otherwise, they would have been worried the whole way. By the way, Sister Zhang, when will the items arrive? I want to start the experiments. Now that the points were sufficient, it was time to give back. Equipping those professionals with a +50 weapon would make taking down the domain gate upgrade completely unproblematic. I've already notified them, they are looking in the warehouse these days. But most of them are accessories, there aren't many weapons. It's fine, didn't I say last time that as long as it has that ability, it's fine, even names related are okay. Then there's no problem.
The next day at noon. Dingling Lin Chen, long time no see.
Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Chen tilted his head to take a look and quickly jumped down from the chair.
Director Chen, what brings you here? Aren't you looking for equipment? I personally brought it to you. Chen.
Junjiang had a smile on his face and his gaze towards Lin Chen was increasingly gentle.
Please sit down, couldn't you just have someone else deliver it? Lin Chen
quickly pulled over Ling Qi's chair and placed it in front of Chen Junjiang.
Chen Junjiang felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem, well, there's something that I might need your help with.
Don't worry, the price is negotiable.
Ling Qi, Zhang Lingyu, you two keep watch outside.
Yes. The two walked out of the room and stood at the door, leaving Chen Junjiang and Lin Chen inside.
What's the matter, so serious? Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. It wouldn't be another nuclear bomb, would it? Here, take a look at this.
Chen Junjiang took out a small backpack and handed it to Lin Chen.
Lin Chen looked and his eyes widened instantly. 1, 2, 3, 10, and there are 20 more. Wow, what did he just see? 30 boundary stones, both disaster level and calamity level.
Thinking back to the boundary stone he had previously strengthened to 100, he couldn't help but wonder if they intended to use this against the eagle sauce. For some reason, thinking of this made Lin Chen a bit excited. That's right, those 30 boundary stones must be strengthened to 100 no matter what. You can set any conditions. They were worried that anything below 100 wouldn't have such a good effect.
No problem, as for conditions.
Lin Chen rubbed his chin. He didn't need money right now. He found that within the borders of Huagua he had no place to spend money at all. Whenever money was spent, it was all Zhang Lingyu paying, giving him no chance at all. Since then, he also didn't plan to charge for official strengthening. As for other things, he really had no needs. Forbidden items? He had already looked through the official forbidden items, and there really wasn't anything useful. Rune crystals? That wasn't something to just ask for. There was no need to waste that condition. By the way, can I ask which place in the world has the most monsters? Chen Junjiang was a bit confused. Wasn't he supposed to set conditions? Why was he asking about monsters? Although he didn't understand the meaning, he still had to answer. If we're talking about places with a lot of monsters, it must be those 5 states abandoned by Eagle Sauce. The monsters in those 5 states add up to nearly 1 million, right? Although they clean them up every year, the symbolic meaning is greater than the actual significance. 1 million is a conservative estimate, it could even be tens of millions. The Hua country is actually quite worried about that. If those monsters were to escape, it would be very dangerous for Hua country as well. Even though there are so many countries in between, with the strength of these countries, they might not be able to withstand the impact of so many monsters. Eagle sauce? Sounds pretty good. I've thought about the conditions, I don't need the money. As for the forbidden devices, those are no longer useful to me. You see, could you get me a nuclear warhead, one with a larger yield, something that can be enhanced? Ahem, he meant no other intentions, just to enhance a bit and earn some points, while also leveling up. Chen Junjing's eyelids twitched and his hands clenched tightly. A nuclear bomb? You really dare to ask for that? He then sighed. Wait a moment, let me ask. Chen Junjing walked out. Director Chen, are you done? Zhang Lingyu was a bit surprised. It had only been 5 minutes and he was back so soon? Not yet. This Lin Chen's request has me a bit confused. How to understand this? He came right out asking for a nuclear bomb. Coupled with his earlier question about where there are many monsters, one can't help but wonder what he intends to do. Surely, he can't be thinking of using a nuclear bomb to blow up monsters. But that place is Eagle Sauce. It could very well lead to an international crisis. Don't be fooled by how many states Eagle Sauce has abandoned. Their overall strength has been increasing. Although Hua country has now surpassed Eagle Sauce, Hua country also has many restrictions and cannot act as recklessly as Eagle Sauce. This is the most troubling aspect for Hua country. Arriving about 20 meters away from Ling, she and the others, Chen Junjing called the Grand Elder.
A nuclear bomb?
That's not a problem, it just takes a bit longer to make.
Chen Junjing listened to the Grand Elder's voice, feeling a bit lost.
That's eagle sauce, wouldn't they go crazy over this?
Don't worry, this will be handed over to the Mad Hunt to handle.
Their reputation is already what it is,
So it doesn't matter.
Chen Junjing's mouth twitched, that statement really had no flaws.
Any organization in the world doing
such a thing would be suspected of taking on a task from some country. But Mad Hunt wouldn't be. After all, the first shocking event in the world was delivering a
nuclear bomb to Sakura. So delivering one to Eagle Sauce seems fine too. He hung up the phone. Chen Junjing returned to the shop. I've agreed to the nuclear bomb matter. It might take a bit of time.
At least half a month, at most a month. With the success of the last case, making another one shouldn't be a big problem.
That's fine, leave it to me, but it might take a bit longer.
Lin Chen was excited. As long as he got the nuclear bomb, enhancing these things would be a piece of cake.
How could he not be excited? That meant a lot of points and experience.
According to Chen Junjing, if Lin Chen didn't earn a few tens of millions of points this time,
it would be a shame for that nuclear bomb.
In mid-May, Chen Junjing came to Fengjing again. This time he was here to deliver the nuclear bomb. He didn't trust
anyone else with it.
Lin Chen, the item is here, take a look. Chen Junjing had a smile on his face. If the previous nuclear bomb was a prototype, then this one was a properly made finished product.
Lin Chen took the nuclear bomb out of his backpack.
Hiss. Big. Really big. Too big.
This nuclear warhead was a full 2 meters tall and 1 meter in diameter. This was much larger than the last one. Are you satisfied? This is the large yield you wanted. If Lin Chen was going to throw
it at a densely populated area, it wouldn't need to be this big, but bombing the abandoned states of Eagle Sauce, that didn't matter.
Just in time to help deal
with those monsters, otherwise, leaving them there would be a disaster.
Satisfied, very satisfied. How could he not be satisfied?
This data completely outclassed
the last nuclear bomb.
H037, rare, durability, 1/1 damage, 250 million additional, effective kill radius 30 kilometers, explosion power plus 20%, shockwave range plus 30%. Still a purple rare quality, but that's not important. What matters is the damage reaching 250 million.
Not to mention S-class monsters, even X-class monsters could be killed.
As long as you're satisfied, those stones can wait. Take your time to enhance.
Okay, I understand.
Lin Chen happily took the nuclear bomb back and was ready to start enhancing. He glanced at his current points. Let's use them. After all, this explosion would yield tens of millions of points, a huge profit. If positioned correctly, over 100 million points wouldn't be impossible.
But would Blue Star be blown up? It shouldn't, right? However, this question lingered
in his mind for less than 5 seconds before he dismissed it. With the items in hand, it meant there was no problem. Chen Junjing shook his head. He really was a diligent child. Just got it and immediately started enhancing, truly wasting no time at all.
Ha!
Jining suddenly stood up. No, I'm still trying to change
outsiders' impressions of them, and now you tell me we're going to detonate another nuclear bomb? Anyway, you haven't changed your image yet, so doing it again isn't a big deal. Elder 8's voice echoed again. But if this continues, even if we want to change later, we won't be able to. Jining was somewhat at a
loss for words. Where could he argue this?
Well, actually being a bomb fanatic isn't so bad.
At least you don't have to risk your lives. Solving problems from a
distance is much safer than other organizations. Elder 8 stifled a laugh.
Although this organization wasn't initially meant to be a terrorist group, it seems to be doing quite well now.
Jining sighed lightly. I understand.
I'll send Silver Wolf over.
The task will definitely be completed within a week, but can we not do this kind of thing in the future?
Elder 8 thought of those boundary stones. That might not be possible, but don't worry, we will also look for a few other organizations to issue tasks. This way, you won't be fighting alone and you should feel much better. Jining looked at the sky in silence. What's there to
feel better about? It's still the same, isn't it?
That's right, it's indeed much better. Since he had asked, what else could he say? After cutting off the call, Jining called for Silver Wolf. Boss, what's up? You, go to Fengjing and bring something back. Silver Wolf, who had been all smiles, instantly became alert.
Fengjing, just hearing the name didn't sound like a good place. You're not going to get something from Lin Chen, are you? Silver Wolf prayed inwardly, hoping it wasn't him.
It's him. Bring back a nuclear bomb, then go to the abandoned areas of Eagle Sauce and detonate it.
Silver Wolf looked at Jining in shock. Another nuclear bomb?
Don't look at me like that. This is a requirement from above, just go.
No, are we really going to be a terrorist organization? Shouldn't we ask them to change someone? At first, Silver Wolf thought he would be an elusive assassin. Now, he felt like a madman wanting to destroy the world. This was completely different from what he had initially imagined.
Jining glanced at him and casually said, gather all the weapons, Lin Chen will enhance them to 50.
Silver Wolf's expression became serious. Cough, cough. Boss, is it just one nuclear bomb? Should we arrange for some more explosives? I'm familiar with this work. I can detonate a few more. What? An assassin? Does the assassin have a +50 weapon? Isn't it just about planting some bombs and being a terrorist organization? Sounds pretty good. Stop joking around. Bring my weapon too. Let's hurry up. Got it. The Silver Wolf left in an even better mood than when he arrived. Don't mention blowing up abandoned cities now. Even if he were asked to install a nuclear bomb in Apple City, he would go. H037 rare +100 durability 1/1 damage 250 million +2.16 billion additional effective kill radius 30 kilometers +90 kilometers explosion power +20% +40% radiation intensity +50% radiation range +50% shockwave range +30% special raging inferno flames burn together within 2 times the effective radius for 72 hours cannot be extinguished within this range. Scorching hell within 3 times the effective radius every hour for 72 hours. A flame pillar with a diameter of 1 kilometer and a temperature above 7,000 degrees rises straight to the sky, lasting 10 minutes. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at the text above, slightly different from the previous one, but not by much. As for that 2 billion damage, sorry, he had no concept of that, really didn't know what 2 billion meant. But he knew one thing, the experience points were definitely enough. He believed that with this nuclear bomb, not to mention reaching level 5 of the 8th tier, even level 8 of the 8th tier was possible. Lin Chen stroked his chin, looking at the data. Should I enhance it by 50 more? After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. This value was already sufficient. Investing more points would just be a waste. Making reasonable use of points was the hard truth. Having enhanced it to this point, he had spent less than 150,000 points, but to enhance it to 150 would cost at least 2.7 million. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't add up. 150,000 for 50 million points was a huge profit, while 2.7 million for 50 million could only be considered a small gain. Early the next morning, the Silver Wolf arrived in Fengjing, heading straight for Lin Chen's shop. I'm here. The +50 weapon has arrived. Taking a taxi, he reached Lin Chen's shop. Dingling Lin Chen, I've brought the stuff, let's get started. Lin Chen looked at the man in front of him, completely bewildered. Were customers now this familiar, and how did he know my name? May I ask who you are? The Silver Wolf's expression stiffened, then he remembered he was wearing a human skin mask this time. Whoosh! A silver mask appeared in his hand. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The tool, the partner, had arrived. You came quickly, I just finished it yesterday. For your matter, we must be fast. Bang! A large nuclear bomb fell to the ground. Ling Qi and Zhang Ling Yu widened their eyes. When did this thing arrive, and why didn't they know? Could it be that yesterday? The two exchanged glances. Good heavens, they even started making nuclear bombs for Lin Chen to play with? Weren't they afraid that one day Lin Chen would blow up Blue Star? Even more shocked than them was the Silver Wolf. He knew the power of the nuclear bomb best. After all, he had placed it, and all the attributes were clear. But this time it seemed a bit too much. The last one was only half a meter. This was a damn 2-meter tall warhead. What a huge difference in damage. The Silver Wolf swallowed hard. You can't be telling me this time it's such a nuclear bomb, right? That's right, it's this one. Lin Chen nodded. He had gained nothing from the last nuclear bomb explosion. After all, it was released in the cherry blossoms. At that time, it only blew up some people, and not many monsters died, totaling less than 10,000 points gained. But this time was different. I'll tell you this, you'd better place it in the core area. It must be the core area with the most magical creatures. The explosion radius is quite large, and the core area is the most effective. Core area? Those abandoned lands seem to be core areas everywhere. That's not the point is, you said this explosion radius is large? Silver Wolf placed his hand on the nuclear bomb, weapon data floating before his eyes. He rubbed his eyes. Was this unit definitely not a mistake? What the hell is a trillion? Which weapon's damage value is calculated in trillions? Are you sure this thing won't sink the continent? Where Eagle Sauce is located? Won't it blow Blue Star off its orbit? Is it really okay? Silver Wolf asked cautiously. It should be fine, since I gave it all to you. It should be fine. It's just a nuclear bomb. What danger could it pose? Alright, well, I brought you these weapons. Take a look. Give it to me. It's just over 50 weapons. It's a day's work. That afternoon, Lin Chen enhanced all the weapons to level 50, and Silver Wolf took a night flight to the border, heading straight for headquarters. This is the data for that nuclear bomb. You all, take a look. Elder 8 distributed the papers with a strange expression. Every elder who received the paper fell silent. After a moment, ahem, everyone, let's discuss whether this thing can be detonated. The Grand Elder cleared his throat. This was somewhat absurd. Hey, can you at least read it out loud for me? What exactly are the data? Elder 7 said with dissatisfaction. Recently, these people haven't been considerate of him, a blind man. Don't worry, I'll read it for you. Elder 8 read the various data to Elder 7. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. Can this thing really be used on Blue Star? Will it? It shouldn't. Ever since the domain gate appeared, it seems like the entire blue star has been transformed. The strength has increased by an order of magnitude.
Otherwise, the damage caused by those magical creatures would have long
destroyed blue star. Everyone nodded. This statement was indeed correct.
It can be detonated, but now we need to consider another question. Should we mass produce it? The previous lack of mass production was because there had been no success, and even if they succeeded, what they produced were all small scale.
Not very useful.
But now it was different. They could make large scale ones.
I think we can produce it, but not too many.
We need to consider Lin Chen's situation.
We
need to see how much he can enhance, otherwise, just producing it is useless. I agree on this point, but we still need to see the effects before we decide.
The Grand Elder nodded. How about we let Lin Chen be in charge of this matter?
You're thinking too much. He wouldn't do that.
They understood a lot about Lin Chen.
In summary, he hoped that someone would use the enhanced weapons to hunt magical creatures, clearly hoping to resolve the domain gate and save the people.
But his own strength was limited, so he could only go about it this way. Moreover, he was indifferent to worldly affairs, not wanting to participate in anything. Humble and gentle, loving peace, scratch that.
In short, for the country, he was a highly virtuous and respectable enhancer.
Fengjing.
Lin Chen, just how powerful is
that nuclear bomb of yours?
Ling Qi was quite curious. Last time, they knew Lin Chen was behind the cherry blossom nuclear bomb, but they didn't know how this one
compared to the last. Power? I'm really not sure.
But one thing is certain, this will definitely be stronger than the last one.
That's right, just a bit stronger.
Ling Qi nodded. It seemed the nuclear bomb production above was still lacking a bit. Zhang Lingyu, beside him, looked at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth curling
up and felt that things might not be that simple. Every time Lin Chen was humble, the outcome was always too outrageous. What he meant by strong should be a bit stronger. Lin Chen, wrong, it's trillion.
Outside, Silver Wolf has already rushed back to the base.
The excitement on Silver Wolf's face was hard to conceal. Boss, you have to see the equipment.
All the equipment has been upgraded to 50, the damage is off the charts.
What are you panicking for? Just think about the
disposable items Lin Chen made.
Boss, is it really okay for you to say that?
Silver Wolf rolled his eyes, but he had to admit that Lin Chen upgrading disposable
items to 100 was indeed a bit hard to understand.
In his view, whether it was the nuclear bomb or the last broken boundary stone, upgrading to 50 was enough. There was no need to upgrade to 100 at all.
But maybe that's just Lin Chen's hobby?
Golden Eagle stroked the weapon in his hand, forcibly suppressing the corners of his mouth that were about to betray him. This time you will act with the Golden Butterfly team. They have 2 professionals with flying abilities. You can drop directly
from the air. Got it. Boss, do you want to check the attributes? I won't check. Hurry up and go. Silver Wolf opened his mouth and nodded. If he doesn't check, then when the power comes out, let's see if he's surprised or not.
No, it should be fear, not surprise.
Stepping out of the office, Silver Wolf headed straight
for the training ground in the backyard. If he guessed correctly, Golden Butterfly should be here at this time.
On a platform, a woman stood facing 5 men.
The woman instantly disappeared from her spot, and then the 5 men fell to the ground one after another.
Big sister, your strength doesn't match your level. Yeah, your strength probably wouldn't even be beaten by a 9th tier level 9.
A gentle female voice rang out. If you're weak, don't make excuses, practice more. Silver Wolf's eyelids twitched. The female war god was indeed the female war god, and one must be cautious when executing tasks with her.
Golden Butterfly, come here. Silver Wolf waved to Golden Butterfly. You guys train well, I'll go over for a bit. The 2 moved to a corner. What's the matter? Golden Butterfly's delicate face was expressionless. Silver Wolf's mouth twitched. Who would believe it?
This woman, who looked to be in her 20s, was actually over 50. This is the benefit of being a professional, unlike him, who only advanced to the 9th tier in his 30s. He looked much older than the woman in front of him. Big sister has a task. You take your team and come with me to the Eagle Sauce Abandoned Land.
This time you were smart, you didn't call me Aunt. When do we leave? Do we need to prepare anything? Aunt? He wouldn't dare to call her that even if he was beaten to death. The last time he almost got half killed. Women are so sensitive about their age. No need to prepare anything, we'll set off tomorrow. Okay. Fengjing.
He's been back there for 2 hours already, and I haven't heard the
enhancer go off. What is he doing?
Ling Qi looked at the distant screen with some confusion. He's probably researching something. Just do your own thing.
Zhang Lingyu shot him a glance. Lin Chen's antics were simply too many to guess. Say my own thing. I don't really have anything to do.
Besides wiping the weapon
over and over again, what else could he do? By the way, when will that nuclear bomb be detonated? I'm quite curious. Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu's eyelids twitched.
She still vividly remembered the last fireworks. Probably in the next few days. The Mad Hunter is quite skilled in this area.
Even if it's detonated in the Eagle Sauce Abandoned Land, there should be a way.
In their view, the Mad Hunter was professional in this regard.
However, the term Mad Hunter didn't suit them. A hunter implies calmness, restraint, and a single deadly strike. And they
They were just madmen, blowing things up all over the place with no relation to hunters at all. Mad hunt, we don't want this either, we are all being forced into it. Behind the screen, Lin Chen looked at the leather armor in his hands, lost in thought. Originally, it had a recovery attribute, but after refining it once, the attribute was completely gone. After refining it 10 times in a row, 50,000 points were spent, equivalent to the points for a plus 50 weapon just like that. And that recovery attribute never returned, not even an increase in intelligence. And there were already 6 pieces of such equipment placed beside him. This meant that 9 pieces of plus 50 weapons were gone. It seems that the path of equipment is not feasible. Through these pieces of equipment, Lin Chen also understood a principle. The name of the equipment has nothing to do with the additional attributes. He just didn't know if jewelry was the same. If it was, he could only honestly enhance it. However, this attribute is really too poor. Blue crystal earrings, advanced. Equipment level, LV50 durability, 1515 attribute, energy recovery, 1%/30s additional, magic damage reduction 10% magic penetration plus 5%. Does this match its level of 50? By common sense, this is definitely not a level 50 equipment. According to the game's terminology, equipment with the same name is definitely of the lowest quality. Lin Chen stroked his chin. Logically, these things should be made by blacksmiths or jewelers. Why are recovery equipment so rare? This is completely unreasonable. Shouldn't there be a mature theory for this? Just use whatever materials are needed. He didn't understand. Forget it, let's refine it once and see. Lin Chen directly placed the earrings into the enhancer. Refining began. A flash of light. Lin Chen took the earrings out. Blue crystal earrings, advanced equipment. Level, LV50 durability, 1515 attribute, energy recovery, 1%/15s additional, magic damage reduction 20% casting cost -20%. Huh? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This effect seems quite good. This is much stronger than before if it can be enhanced a bit. Without hesitation, he decided to go for it. He didn't expect the first piece of jewelry to be this powerful. He placed the earrings back in to start enhancing. Ding ding ding. Hearing the sound, Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu turned to look at the screen. It started. I guess he figured something out. I have to say Lin Chen is really a genius. Yeah, if he can advance to the 9th tier, his lifespan will extend to 200 years. And his appearance will be fixed at the youngest age. It's really enviable. Zhang Lingyu was already in her 20s and only at the 4th tier. She didn't know when she would reach the 9th tier. It might be that she would never reach it in this lifetime. Ling Qi shook his head. The 9th tier is too difficult. The experience required is absurdly high. He has to enhance equipment and research. Where does he have that much time? Then tell me how Lin Chen's current level came about. Zhang Lingyu said irritably. Comparing people makes one angry. He enhances equipment every day and his level skyrockets. Like a rocket. He's already at the 8th tier. And in less than a year he's at the 8th tier. When she learned this news, she was shocked. Back in the day, she only reached the 3rd tier in a year. And she was a combat profession. Maybe he's a mutated enhancer. As long as he enhances equipment, he gains experience? Enhancing weapons gives even more experience? Listening to Ling Qi's words, Zhang Lingyu fell into silence. Reflecting on this year, it indeed seemed like what Ling Qi said. Lin Chen was only willing to enhance equipment. Even when going to the domain gate, he only wanted to test weapons. As for the claim of avenging his parents, she didn't believe it. Monsters are endless, and the monster that killed his parents had long been dead. In addition, Lin Chen specifically emphasized that he would only enhance weapons and that it would be at the very beginning. Hiss. What you said seems to make some sense. From the very beginning when the contract was signed, Lin Chen mentioned that he would only enhance weapons. Maybe it's just as you said, enhancing a single weapon could give him tens of thousands of experience points, and the higher the quality, the more experience he gains. Zhang Lingyu nodded. It must be so. Ling Qi stroked his chin. It really seems that way. He should be the safest practitioner to reach the 9th or even 10th tier in history. 10th tier, huh? It's hard to say. A weapon enhancer reaching the 10th tier, I doubt anyone would believe it. What about the king tier? Ling Qi shook his head. The 10th tier is already outrageous. The king tier is a bit excessive. You must know that advancing from the 10th tier to the king tier is not just a level increase, but a progression in ability, comprehension, domain, and so on. What exactly it is, perhaps only those at the king tier would know. The king tier requires insight, not brute force. Once, the upper echelons of Huaguo wanted the king tier to share their successful experiences. The result was obvious, it had no effect. Blue crystal earrings, advanced, plus 50 equipment level, LV50 durability, 1515 attributes, energy recovery, 1%/10s additional, magic damage reduction 20% intelligence plus 20 casting cost -20%, -10% special, surge, within 60s. Energy limit doubles and automatically fills energy, skill CD -90%, CD, 12H, hiss. The others are average, but this surge effect is a bit too good, right? CD -90%. You might as well call it unlimited firepower. What a pity. Even if there is recovery, these two effects probably won't last long.
If he were to unleash it fully, 30 seconds would be the limit. Of course, if it were used by him, it would be invincible. But he has no skills, so it's useless to have it. However, it is now known that the refinement of accessories does indeed have some relation to their names. Of course, it might also be related to the materials. What exactly it is still needs more experimentation. Then Lin Chen tried different accessories, rings, necklaces, bracelets, earrings. Each one retained its original attributes after refinement. There were changes, but not significant. Only the points spent varied slightly. Some could achieve the best effect in one go, while others might take 7 or 8 tries to produce quality attributes. Lin Chen put away all the accessories and went outside. By now, it was already dark and he glanced at his phone. It was already 8 in the evening. Sorry, I got too focused and lost track of time. That's nothing, it's just that this isn't good for your health. Zhang Lingyu had always been concerned about Lin Chen's health. After all, this kid often forgets the time. Let's go find a place to eat first. We still need to discuss the equipment. The group arrived at a barbecue restaurant's private room. Inside the room were only Ling Qi, Zhang Lingyu, and Lin Chen. The others were in other private rooms, surrounding Lin Chen tightly. Ahem, you don't need to collect equipment. This effect isn't very good. As Lin Chen spoke, Zhang Lingyu took out a notebook to start recording. Lin Chen was already used to this. For the next experiments, we only need accessories. The first category is based on names, still the one I mentioned before. The second category is based on materials. Any materials that can produce recovery equipment, regardless of their names or effects, can be used. This way, the available accessory equipment would be even more. He didn't believe that there was only one accessory like the blue crystal earrings. That was simply impossible. Zhang Lingyu paused her movements. Are you saying that as long as the material is the same, it doesn't matter what the data is? She was very confused. What did this have to do with response and intelligence? Could it be? Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen in shock. If that were the case, then Lin Chen was more than just a reinforcement master. Lin Chen certainly knew what she was thinking, but it didn't matter now. He was aware of how the country treated him. In the future, when things were known, it wouldn't matter either. As for how to explain it, he certainly couldn't say it was the system. Just saying he had comprehended a skill would suffice. It was that simple. He thought the higher-ups wouldn't inquire about it. He was still certain of that. That's right, as long as the material is the same, it's fine. Besides, in terms of quality, white quality ones can also be brought over in batches. Perhaps the cost of reinforcement was the same, but refining it was different. The price for white refinement was much cheaper than blue, only 500 points. Even if he refined it 100 times, it would only be 50,000 points. He didn't believe that out of 100 times, there wouldn't be a suitable one. Even if it was worse, it was still much stronger than some blue equipment. Okay, these things will definitely arrive within 3 days. If it were the same requirements as before, Zhang Lingyu wouldn't dare to say such things. On a hillside, 100 kilometers away from the abandoned land of Eagle Sauce. We're about to reach the abandoned land ahead, Silver Wolf said, looking at the monsters in the distance. This place hadn't even reached the edge of the abandoned land, and there were already monsters everywhere, including some special A and S grade monsters. It was unimaginable what it would be like inside. Eagle Sauce's approach is really quite deceptive. The monsters have already come out. If left unchecked, these monsters would eventually come out. Although it didn't have any impact on China for now, what about 10 or 100 years later? Don't worry, there's still Maple Leaf Country. Even if Maple Leaf Country disappears, there's still Bear Country. Anyway, it was right that China wasn't the first to face such danger. What do we do now? Although the monsters in front weren't high level, their numbers were overwhelming. Even though Golden Butterfly was powerful, she couldn't face so many monsters at once. Of course, we fly over. Don't you have 2 wind-type professionals in your team, and you have skills like wings, right? Golden Butterfly squinted her eyes, a dangerous glint in them. Silver Wolf swallowed hard. Sister, can you calm down a bit? Don't make a move. So this time, our team is here to be your transportation? Silver Wolf showed an awkward expression. It's not that I want to. If you have any complaints, go find the boss. I'm just a small soldier executing a mission. In front of Golden Butterfly, he didn't dare to call himself the captain. Of course, when the other party was in a good mood, it was still acceptable. I can't be bothered to argue with you, then let's go. A rope appeared in Golden Butterfly's hand. Sister, what are you doing? I brought tools. I don't need a rope. He could see that the rope was stained with a lot of blood, clearly used for dealing with enemies. Silver Wolf quickly took out something resembling a hot air balloons basket from his backpack and placed it on the ground. The basket has weight and isn't suitable for use. The rope is light. Just say whether you want me to help you tie it or if you want to do it yourself. Golden Butterfly looked at Silver Wolf calmly. The corners of Silver Wolf's eyes twitched. It seemed this rope had to be tied. Is this sturdy? Don't worry, it's definitely sturdy. Even 9th tier professionals can't break free. It was confirmed. It was meant for dealing with enemies. What else could he do but tie it? He tied the rope around his waist, and then the 2 wind-type professionals cast lightness skills on him. With the combined effort of the three, they lifted Silver Wolf into the sky. However, as time passed, Silver Wolf felt like his waist was about to break. He wanted the other party to hurry up, but he didn't dare. They arrived at the designated location at 10 o'clock at night. Right here, stop for a moment. The four floated in the air, and Silver Wolf suddenly froze. What the hell do we do now? The nuclear bomb is so heavy, can it withstand it? The timer isn't set yet. Golden Butterfly, can something that weighs 2 tons hold up? Golden Butterfly looked into Silver Wolf's eyes, and he was indeed not joking. 2 tons. What on earth is this mission about? She turned to the other 2 team members. Can it hold up? The 2 team members calculated in their minds. The lightness technique should be fine. You do it, it can hold up. Okay, then I'll start. With Golden Butterfly's words, that was enough. Whoosh! A nuclear bomb, a meter in diameter, appeared in his arms. The 4 began to descend rapidly. 2 lightness techniques targeted the nuclear bomb, and the 4 barely managed to stop. Golden Butterfly looked at the object in his hands in shock. This thing should be a warhead. What does this mean? Although she knew the organization had been playing with explosive modes recently, they couldn't keep doing this, right? What power can a killer exert in this situation? Hide and plant a bomb? Silver Wolf had no idea what the other party was thinking. His main task now was to activate the nuclear bomb. The timer was set for 12 hours, plenty of time. He then opened the small parachute on the warhead and let go. Due to the lightness technique and the parachute, the nuclear bomb fell very slowly, and those monsters didn't even glance at the falling nuclear bomb. To them, it was just a useless piece of metal. Retreat, retreat, retreat. We only have 12 hours, let's head to a location 150 kilometers away. Golden Butterfly had questions, but now wasn't the time. An hour later, they arrived at a hillside 150 kilometers away. Silver Wolf, about that just now. Don't ask me yet, just install the receiver. He fixed a black box and a camera here, pointing the lens at the spot where the nuclear bomb was dropped. Then he took out a power supply and placed it below, connecting it to the camera. Let's go, keep moving, to a location 200 kilometers away. 3 hours later, the last camera was installed, and they were a full 300 kilometers from the core area. This should be safe enough. Golden Butterfly frowned at the camera in front of her. Are you broadcasting this live to the country? This distance is a bit too far. Silver Wolf shook his head. You know nothing about things in the country. I'm even worried here. If the distance is enough, that should be a nuclear bomb, right? Didn't Golden Eagle say recently that we need to change the outside world's perception of us? Perception? It seems quite hard to change. That's what they say, but you can't just ignore the tasks from above. The nuclear bomb is required by them, although we don't know what the significance is, we just need to execute it. Besides Lin Shen, no one understood the significance of releasing this nuclear bomb. The only guess was that it might be to clear out the monsters. But today was different. Golden Butterfly looked into the distance with a worried expression. Had she known, she wouldn't have come out. Staying in the country would have been just fine. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she felt. A killer could do nothing. Had she known, she might as well have gone to find Qinglong. Earlier, Qinglong had sought out Golden Butterfly, but at that time, she only wanted to stay in the country. Then this organization was established, and she was assigned here. Thinking it was all for the country, it shouldn't matter where. But what happened? She hadn't completed a single mission. All bombs. Silver Wolf looked at the dark mass in the distance, unsure of what the explosion would look like afterward. Should they continue to retreat? The explosion range was 120 kilometers. The shockwave should stop at 200 kilometers, right? 300 kilometers seems more than enough, but this thing was provided by Lin Shen, and for some reason, I feel a bit anxious. He glanced at his watch. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and there are still 8.5 hours until the explosion, which means it will explode at 1:30 in the morning, and it should be noon back home, so the timing is fine. At Lin Shen's home in Fengjing, it was 11:30 in the morning. The projection effect is really great, so don't worry, Ling Chi said as he set up a projector in the middle of the living room. With the curtains drawn on both sides, the visual effect instantly came alive. Ling Chi checked the time. There were still half an hour until the explosion. By the way, this nuclear bomb, it really won't sink that continent, will it? Ling Chi knew the size of the nuclear bomb. Although he didn't know how big the last nuclear bomb was, just looking at the newly formed inland sea in Sakura made it clear how powerful it was. This time, it should be about the same. The wasteland does have a coastal position. It shouldn't. I had them place it in the core position, Lin Chen said, stroking his chin. Even if it did sink, it wouldn't matter. After all, it's not Huagua, so it doesn't really matter. Just wondering how the nearest maple leaf country would fare. At most, they would just feel a little earthquake, right? Just then, the 4 screens turned into 5, with the extra screen showing satellite imagery. It seems the higher-ups are also paying attention to this matter, wanting to know how effective this will be. Do they want to use the nuclear bomb? Of course they do, otherwise, why would they research it? The question is how to use it. Even though so many years have passed, pollution still exists. Once a nuclear bomb is used, that area can almost be said to be unusable. That's not a good thing.
As for using it in the domain gate, it was indeed used 300 years ago. The effect, the domain gate did disappear, but all the monsters inside were released.
This is vastly different from closing the domain gate manually. Time passed second by second and soon it was 12 o'clock.
In the bottom screen, a few people could be vaguely seen. Compared to them, it was the Mad Hunt placing the nuclear bomb. It seems Mad Hunt has quite a few people deployed this time. That should be another squad, all wearing golden masks. Zhang Lingyu pointed at the screen and said, "It should be." At this moment, Silver Wolf came to the camera, placing his watch in front of the lens, showing a countdown of 10 seconds. Lin Chen sat up straight, his eyes fixed on the screen. A flame appeared on the screen, surging in all directions. 10 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers. The diameter of the flame reached 240 kilometers. A pillar of fire shooting straight into the sky. Boom! A huge roar sounded as the first camera shattered. However, in less than a second, the second screen disappeared. 10 seconds later, the third screen also went dark. Only the fourth screen, 300 kilometers away, and the satellite in the sky were still capturing the scene. But from the footage, the Mad Hunt personnel on site were already half-crouched on the ground, the image shaking violently. The people in the room were startled. Is this a nuclear bomb? You call this a nuclear bomb? The enormous pillar of fire in the entire scene far exceeded that of Sakura. This power, are you sure it won't sink? Ling Qi looked at Lin Chen. It should not, right? The Silver Wolf and others on site were in disarray. Already 300 kilometers away, this sudden shockwave still caught them off guard. Damn, this dust is really something. Silver Wolf quickly spat out the dirt from his mouth. Golden Butterfly looked in shock at the hellish scene in the distance. Are you sure we can restore our reputation in the future? If that could be restored, she would carry the bomb around and blow people up. That's not important. I think we should move a bit further away. Don't you feel the ground shaking? Suddenly, they saw the ground crack in the distance, the fissure growing larger, about to reach their position. Retreat! Jean Dai shouted, leading the group to run away. The 6 of them hurriedly fled the scene. The fourth scene also disappeared. Only the satellite in the sky remained. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Chen's face turned red. The effect was amazing. Of course, he wasn't looking at the screen but at the system panel in front of him. Ding! Killed an 88 level SS class monster. Experience plus 70,000 points. Plus 70,000. Ding! Killed a 95 level SSS class monster. Experience plus 250,000 points plus 250,000. Ding! Killed a 73 level S-class monster. Experience plus 8,000 points. Plus 8,000. The speed of the notification information was so fast that Lin Chen's eyes couldn't keep up. But it didn't matter because his level had already reached 8th tier, level 5, and the experience bar was still growing, its speed not slowing down much. Compared to Lin Chen's excitement, the others were in a daze. That was 300 kilometers away, and what did they see? A huge crack. The ground split? A nuclear bomb split the ground? Did you all see that too? The ground split. Could this turn that piece of land into 2 pieces? Ling Qi rubbed his eyes, somewhat in disbelief. Maybe. Zhang Lingyu glanced at Lin Chen, who was flushed and excited beside her. Should she find a psychologist for him? Did this kid have thoughts of destroying the world? But thinking of her previous speculation, she became more certain that her thoughts were correct. If further speculating, would killing these creatures bring Lin Chen any benefits? This matter should be reported to the higher-ups. If Lin Chen reached the 10th tier, it would be good news for the country. At least his lifespan would be longer. What was the lifespan at the 10th tier? 250 or 300? Zhang Lingyu forgot. After all, the 10th tier was too far away, and she hadn't bothered to remember. Kyoto Elders Conference Room. Turn off the TV. There's no need to watch anymore. The power of this nuclear bomb is a bit too great. Moreover, its practical value is not high and not suitable for mass production. Indeed, this thing is not suitable for large-scale use. Not to mention its harmfulness. Just the international public opinion is a huge problem. If it goes unnoticed, that's fine, but once discovered, Huagua would become the enemy of the entire world, not just a few countries. From now on, let Lin Chen use this thing. The others can forget it, the Grand Elder concluded. Everyone nodded. Jun Zhang, do you have anything to say? The Grand Elder looked at Chen Junzheng. This is a report from Zhang Lingyu regarding Lin Chen's situation. I think it's very likely true. Chen Junjing distributed the paper. It contained an analysis of Lin Chen, including the initial contract and the use of weapons to the domain gate up to now. It also detailed Lin Chen's level changes. One must say, if you really want to investigate a person, Huagua's power is very strong. Very good. The Grand Elder slammed the table. He used to worry that Lin Chen wouldn't be able to continue when he reached 50 or 60, but now he didn't need to worry about that at all. Indeed, it seems that Huagua's rise is inevitable, the second Elder said with a smile. The others were in a similar situation. For a country, the quantity and quality of professionals are fundamental. And for professionals, weapons are their foundation. enhanced the security forces in Fongjing to the same level as Kyoto.
No member of any foreign organization entering Fongjing can be let go, understand? The Grand Elder's expression was serious.
The safety of Lin Chen is now the most important thing.
After all, what self-defense capability does a reinforcement master have?
Relying solely on those weapons, he seems to be okay. Originally, the Grand Elder was planning to arrange 2 more teams of members around Lin Chen, but thinking about it, it was completely unnecessary. That's how it is. From now on, whatever Lin Chen wants, we will give it to him.
If he wants
to become an elder, I can even establish a 13th elder position for him.
Chen Junjing nodded seriously. 2 days passed. The news of the nuclear bomb
was known to all countries. Especially in Maple Leaf Country, the cities near the wasteland suffered severe casualties, with cities collapsing and almost becoming
ruins. A huge crack split a city into 2.
According to incomplete statistics, the death toll exceeded 200,000. The massive fireball from the nuclear bomb had indeed disappeared, but the flames were still burning, and this trend was already spreading towards Maple Leaf Country.
In addition, there were sporadic fire columns
shooting up into the sky, causing even more headaches for Maple Leaf Country.
They were unclear about the situation regarding the flames in the wasteland and did not want to understand it.
However, they could not ignore the flames near their border. Firefighters and professionals stood guard at the border, always on alert for flames that might reach the cities. One city had already been destroyed. They could not allow these flames to annihilate more cities.
The Global Federation
organized a temporary meeting in a neutral area.
It was actually just a small country. This is the information we obtained from several countries through this mask and this incident. We can determine that this was a destruction plan executed by the Mad Hunt organization. I suspect they purchased nuclear bombs from some country. This was just a test, and their real target is our country. A representative from Eagle Sauce projected images onto the screen. The representative from Hua Country took a sip from his teacup, looking serious and attentive as he watched the television. He had an expression of being very serious and in agreement. The Eagle Sauce representative turned his gaze to the representatives from Hua Country and Bear Country. Did you provide weapons to the Mad Hunt? The representative from Hua Country frowned. We can't produce nuclear bombs of this magnitude. The raw materials are strictly controlled by you. Even if we wanted to, we couldn't make them.
I think you should investigate yourselves. After all, you have a precedent.
The Eagle Sauce representative paused, realizing there was a possibility. But don't look at me. Since the domain gate appeared, who has the time to study such things? It's a waste of time. The burly representative from Bear Country shook his head. Trokoyevsky, your Bear Country launched a nuclear bomb 10 years ago. Don't forget that. The Eagle Sauce representative's gaze was fixed on him. Mr. Ski spread his hands, but the power of that bomb is like comparing a handgun bullet to a missile. You know our technology. I would say it's highly likely that your research weapons were lost. I think you should give the world an explanation. After all, who knows if this explosion will have any impact on the entire planet? The Eagle Sauce representative was at a loss for words. According to his understanding of these 2 countries, it was indeed like that. But they couldn't produce that kind of power themselves. What on earth was going on?
Then it means this organization has the capability to produce nuclear bombs on its own.
Put. The representative from Hua Country couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Eagle Sauce representative shot a sharp look at the representative from Hua Country. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? You can't produce it, so who else could it be? How could we possibly use a nuclear bomb to bomb our own territory? Although that place was their abandoned wasteland, it was still Eagle Sauce's territory. How could they do such a thing to their own country? Cough cough, it's nothing, I just remembered something happy. The Eagle Sauce representative's expression darkened. What does that mean? Are you happy because my home was bombed? Representative of Hua Country, you really shouldn't say that. It's just short of celebrating with fireworks. I suggest elevating this organization's ranking to 5th place and increasing the wanted level. The number of deaths they have caused has multiplied beyond measure. I propose the threat level be raised to SSS. Hearing this, the representative of Hua Country frowned. I cannot agree to that. Even the Shura Society is only rated SS. How can an organization primarily engaged in terrorist attacks reach SSS? At most, it should be SS. I share the same opinion as the representative of Hua Country. It can only be rated SS. Mr. Ski also opposed. Eagle Sauce glanced at the 2. Then it will be ranked 5th, rated SS, with an increased wanted level. Poker Society, Mages, ranked 10th, threat level S. Wild Hunt Terrorist Organization, ranked 5th, threat level SS. Shura Hall, ranked 3rd, threat level SS. Unknown Assassination Focused, ranked 1st, threat level SSS. Golden Eagle looked at the rankings and ratings, nodding in satisfaction. But upon seeing the words in parentheses, his heart skipped a beat. You are the terrorist organization, your whole family is. If it weren't for those missions, how could they have received such a rating? Alas, there's nothing to be done. The other side has given too much. Golden Eagle touched the weapon on the table. That careful feeling made one think it was his wife. Boss, our level has increased again. This is indeed a good thing, Silver Wolf said with a grin. Beside them, Golden Butterfly crossed her arms tightly, her lips pressed together, looking somewhat displeased. Golden Eagle helplessly glanced at Silver Wolf. What's so good about it? This time, the terrorist organization has been thoroughly defined. Previously, it was only mentioned in the wanted notice. Now, it's directly labeled behind it. Now, it's just short of writing down the number of deaths caused. He had once asked Xinglong how many people had been killed over the decades. Xinglong told him that in all those years, they had killed fewer than 500 people. Not even as many as one bomb. The bomb provided by Lin Chen killed more. Boss, that's not important. Look at our weapons, not to mention one nuclear bomb. Even if 10 more came, I could still deploy them. Plus 50 weapons, worth it. Golden Eagle nodded. It was indeed worth it. Isn't it just a title? Isn't it just a mission involving terrorist attacks? Not a big deal, right? Golden Butterfly thought for a moment. It did seem to be the case. Next time, I can also take action. Golden Eagle looked at Golden Butterfly in surprise. He never expected her to say such a thing. You, ahem. I'm doing it for the mission. Don't think too much. Silver Wolf rolled his eyes. Isn't it because of the plus 50 weapons? Golden Butterfly turned her head, her eyes revealing danger. Silver Wolf, I see you've been slacking off lately. Come, train with me for an hour. Golden Butterfly grabbed Silver Wolf's arm and dragged him outside. Boss, save me. Golden Eagle shook his head, ignoring him. That's what you get for being mouthy. An hour later, Silver Wolf lay on the ground like a dead dog, motionless, his face bruised. Today's training ends here. We continue tomorrow. Ha, we're doing this again? Silver Wolf really wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to say anything? After Golden Butterfly left, the waiting priest practitioner used a few skills to heal Silver Wolf, but his face still bore injuries. Hey, buddy, you should heal me completely. What's the deal with only half? Silver Wolf moved, still feeling some pain in his face. Captain Golden Butterfly ordered that the injuries on your body can be healed, but not your face. You're ruthless. My handsome face, please don't ruin it. On the other side, Golden Butterfly sat cross-legged on a rooftop. He was talking to someone through the headphones. I can't compare to you now, I'm just trying to catch up to your footsteps. Jean Dai had a smile on her face, completely devoid of the coldness she had before. Master, you shouldn't say that. If it weren't for your teaching, how could I have reached this height? Jean Dai looked at the distant scenery, her face beaming. Qinglong, this is your talent, and I merely brought you through the door. Being able to teach a disciple like Qinglong, Jean Dai felt that her life had been worth it. Master, please don't flatter me, I'm about to float away. By the way, Master, do you want to come to our place? The reputation of Quang Lai has spread throughout the foreign forces. It will be nearly impossible for you to take assassination missions in the future, so come. There's no need to mention that. I'm quite fine here. No matter where I am, as long as I can help the country, that's enough. Alright then. Fongjing. Lin Chen was lying on a lounge chair. 3 days had passed and the last effects of the nuclear bomb had faded. His points and experience were no longer increasing. When he saw his data, Lin Chen felt his mouth almost drop open. Level 8 of the 8th tier. Who else could compare? He was the fastest person in history to reach the 8th tier. No one could have done it faster than him. Just a few more times and reaching level 9 of the 9th tier or even the 10th tier would be no problem. His points had reached 78.52 million. A single nuclear bomb contributed 75 million points. That was 75 million. He was practically rich. Then Lin Chen pouted. Yesterday he called Chen Junzheng to ask for a few more nuclear bombs. The other party said they wouldn't give him any, saying to talk about it next year. However, after seeing the news and the latest wanted notices from foreign organizations, he thought, fine, if they won't give it, they won't. What a pity. He had thought he could enter the 9th tier early this year, but Dingling Lin Chen, everything has been delivered. This should be enough for you to use. Zhan Lingyu placed a small handbag on the table. Lin Chen jumped up and quickly grabbed the backpack. When he saw the number of items inside, he couldn't help but swallow. So many? There were over 200 pieces of jewelry inside. So many? There's still a part that hasn't been delivered. Wait until you decide what you want. The blacksmiths and jewelers in Kyoto will work together to make as many as you need. Lin Chen swallowed again. There was more to come. What was he waiting for? Time to experiment. You all chat, I'm going to the back. Lin Chen hurriedly went to the back to take out the enhancer, then pulled out a piece of jewelry. Shattered blue crystal ring, normal, equipment level, LV50. Durability, 1515 attribute, energy recovery 10 points / second additional. None. Looking at this attribute alone, the effect was decent. Recovering 10 points per second seemed better than the previous 1% / 10s, but one had to remember this was a level 50 piece of equipment. This attribute was almost negligible. For a level 50 professional, a single set of damage could take away a quarter of their energy. With this little attribute boost, it was of no use. Since it was useless, he might as well enhance it. He didn't plan to refine something that directly had recovery abilities. He placed the item into the enhancer and began the enhancement. 10 minutes later,
Shattered blue crystal ring, normal, plus 50 equipment level, LV 50 durability, 1515 attribute, energy recovery 743 points / second additional. Intelligence plus 20 magic resistance plus 5% magic strength plus 5% special energy burn. Each skill attack will cause 50 plus 0.5 intelligence burn damage lasting 3 seconds. Not to mention, the special ability looked pretty good. It was just a bit of a pity to put it on this equipment. But this recovery speed was still acceptable. This piece of jewelry could be kept. Lin Chen threw the equipment back into the enhancer, directly enhancing it to 100. The attributes changed to 86,800 points per second. With this attribute, using his machine gun would be somewhat difficult, but that kind of rifle submachine gun would be absolutely fine. Or using the active ability of the cold weapon wand would also pose no problem. Not to mention, just wearing this ring would allow him to become a perpetual motion machine when going to the domain gate. If there were 500 such professionals paired with the weapons provided by Lin Chen, which domain gate could possibly remain closed? He glanced at the points he had just used. Enhancing to 100 only cost about 350,000. Even for 100 items it would only be 3.5 million, and with refinement it would be 4.5 million. He should first get 100, he couldn't afford more. It was too difficult. This didn't even account for the weapons, which would require another 3.5 million. Wasn't this just going back to square one? But thinking of that effect, it was worth the investment. To close the domain gate, he would have to fight monsters, right? It couldn't possibly be over in just one day, it would take at least 4 or 5 days, maybe even 7 or 8. So, during that week, even if his points and experience were cut, it would still be a big profit. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together. What was he waiting for? Let's get started. This would take a whole week. Out of 200 pieces of jewelry, in the end, there were only about 40 that were suitable. Although the quantity was small, each piece had an extraordinarily strong effect. Another week passed. A total of 100 pieces of jewelry were fully enhanced. Zhang Lingyu had provided over 700 pieces of jewelry in total. This showed that the selection process was not easy at all. The ratio seemed fine, but there was one problem to consider. Lin Chen was the only one doing this, and the workload was still quite large. Sister Zhang, do we really need to close the domain gate? These equipments are prepared for closing disaster level and calamity level domain gates. Low-level domain gates were not within Lin Chen's consideration. Killing one of those would only give him dozens of experience points and 100 points. What good was that? We definitely need to close the domain gate, but there hasn't been an opportunity. Here, take these first and then give me some firearms later. I'll arrange for these people to start closing the domain gates. Zhang Lingyu took the backpack. She knew Lin Chen was conducting experiments, but they didn't know exactly what kind of experiments he was doing. When she took out a piece of jewelry from the backpack and saw the numbers on it, her eyes widened instantly. Who has a recovery of 80,000 per second? The total amount of energy in a person's body is at most around 20,000 to 30,000, and that's for a mage class. And at the 9th rank, the average is only about 4,000 to 5,000. Isn't that a bit excessive? Ling Qi, how much intelligence do you have? Mine? Only 1,500. After all, my intelligence growth is only 3. Lin Chen looked at Ling Qi in confusion. How much? Intelligence growth of 3 already gives 1,500. Why is that? Wait, I'm a bit confused. Didn't you say last time that the total attribute growth is 5 to 20? Even if you add all the free points, it shouldn't be this much. Ling Qi stroked his chin. I didn't put in the free attributes, it's just natural growth, and I'm only at the 8th rank, not yet at the 9th. How could it be so much? Even if I'm not good at studying, I can still do addition and subtraction. 1,500, isn't that ridiculous? He had indeed thought that at the 9th rank it wouldn't exceed 10,000. Wasn't that just wishful thinking? But now you tell me it's really possible. If that's the case, my pathetic attributes could cry to death in the toilet. 4. Every major realm a combat profession advances, the attributes will be multiplied by 1.5. My base intelligence is only 10. When I level up to the 2nd rank, it becomes 10 plus 30, then multiplied by 1.5. In other words, my intelligence has already reached 60 at the initial 2nd tier. For his first free attribute points from the 2nd awakening, he didn't allocate any to intelligence because it was simply unnecessary. Ling Qi waved his hand. This isn't anything. Just look at those who specialize in certain areas. Their intelligence attribute has increased to 7, and with the free attributes from awakening added on, their future growth is beyond human. With that said, not to mention 10,000 intelligence, even 15,000 was possible. Wait, why didn't I awaken? Then Lin Chen thought, the enhancers don't have skills either. What a joke. Indeed, combat and support professions are better, their attributes grow rapidly. He didn't even have that 1.5 multiplier, and the more he thought about it, the sadder he became. Don't be upset, maybe this is just a characteristic of your profession. After all, you don't need to go to the battlefield. By the way, why did you ask me about intelligence? You'll know when you see it. Zhang Lingyu handed over the accessory in her hand. 80,000? Ling. She stared at Lin Chen, his eyes burning with intensity.
What are you doing? Although I'm not in a hurry to find a partner, my orientation is normal. Lin Chen protected his chest with both hands, slowly backing away from Ling Qi. I've never heard of anyone having such high energy. You're invincible. Does this mean I can use that gremlin machine gun now? He still remembered only firing 3 shots last time. You can fire it, but it might jam. Late at night, in the office of the Kyoto Elder Council. At this moment, besides the 12 elders, there was also Chen Junjiang. The report on the abandoned land of Eagle Sauce was delivered this afternoon. Let's take a look together. There weren't many sheets of paper, only 3 per person. But the content written on them made one gulp. It was indeed a bit too exaggerated. If they hadn't sent someone personally, they would have suspected it was a joke. Cough, cough. Great Elder, is this real? Chen Junjiang wasn't doubting but couldn't believe it. That nuclear bomb was something he had held in his hands. Even if it was enhanced to a higher level, it couldn't be this outrageous, right? It's not all true. I knew it. They only probed the periphery. They didn't go to the core area. After all, that radiation level is hard for even professionals to bear. Chen Junjiang was speechless, so the real situation was even more absurd. Let me summarize. From the periphery, there are at least 12 fissures, each 30 kilometers long, and the number of shorter ones is too many to count. The widest part is about 50 meters, with a depth of around 40 meters. According to the information obtained from Maple Leaf Country, the earthquake was at a magnitude of 6, with a focus at a depth of 70 kilometers and over 30 aftershocks. At this point, the Great Elder's mouth twitched. It should be noted that this location is not on a seismic belt. An earthquake might not occur even once in 100 years. This time was purely triggered by the nuclear bomb. As for the others, everything is written above. Compared to these impacts, the others are not very serious. But I want to say that this nuclear explosion shows that the effect of the nuclear bomb enhanced by Lin Chen far exceeds normal standards. What I want to say is, this nuclear bomb should not be provided in the future. Even if it is provided, there should be an interval of more than 6 months or limit the enhancement level. Although Blue Star has undergone some enhancement after the appearance of the domain gate, if this continues to be destroyed, I'm worried that Blue Star might explode. He wasn't being alarmist. This time Lin Chen wanted one. What if next time he wanted 10? If it really exploded in the same place, the Great Elder even doubted whether Blue Star would be blown off its orbit. The more Chen Junjiang looked, the more alarmed he became. Initially, he had planned to provide Lin Chen again next year, but it seemed this matter needed serious consideration. Cough, cough. Put. The 6th Elder took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his mouth. 6th Elder, you won't be using your abilities, will you? The Grand Elder was taken aback. The 6th Elder's body was already on the verge of collapse if he used his abilities again. It's fine, I just took a look at the situation a year from now. We can provide nuclear bombs, just limit the enhancement levels. After multiple nuclear explosions, our Huagua will be able to rise. At this point, the 6th Elder had a strange expression. He wasn't sure what the connection between nuclear bombs and rising was, but what he saw on the long river of history was indeed like this. The other elders exchanged glances. If this was true, it meant that the document reported by Zhang Lingyu last time was real. Is there no problem with Blue Star? Although the development of Huagua was important, if something happened to Blue Star, it would be useless even if they rose. Blue Star is much sturdier than imagined. There haven't been any issues. At most, a small piece of land has disappeared. Chen Junjiang looked at the relaxed 6th Elder, his eyelids twitching. A piece of land disappeared? No problem? The Grand Elder nodded. Junjiang, you should prepare. We need to start dealing with the surrounding countries this year. You might get busy with the domestic domain gates. Understood. At the end of May, the last batch of plus 100 firearms was successfully enhanced. Thus, all 100 sets of weapon accessory combinations were completed. This took Lin Chen nearly a month. Finally done, I can hand it over. In addition, he also took care of those 30 boundary stones. One of the boundary stones was enhanced to plus 150, completely draining his points. He wanted to enhance it to plus 200, but between plus 150 and plus 200, every 1% required 10,000 points. It was simply impossible. Disaster level boundary stone plus 150 durability 1-to-1 effect opens a small disaster level domain gate lasting 60 minutes with a 40% chance of summoning SS level monsters, a 40% chance of summoning SSS level monsters, and a 20% chance of summoning X level monsters. Special Heavenly Descent. After the small domain gate disappears, for disaster level domain gates will descend from the sky within a 50-kilometer radius centered on it. Demonic energy rising within a 200-kilometer radius for pools of demonic liquid with a diameter of 1 kilometer will randomly appear, releasing a large amount of demonic energy lasting for 72 hours. Lin Chen swallowed hard. Even after seeing this data for the second time, he still felt terrified. A 20% chance of summoning X-level monsters meant that out of 1,000 monsters, there would be 200 X-level monsters? However, it shouldn't be that many. After all, there weren't that many X-level monsters in a disaster level domain gate. Unless this boundary stone directly broke the final location of the monsters, that might be possible. Besides, there was that pool of demonic liquid. Monsters were easy to kill in the outside world because they couldn't recover without demonic energy. But with the demonic liquid, the difficulty of killing these monsters within that 200 kilometers would double. To be honest, Lin Chen now suspected that this one boundary stone could leave the entire 200-kilometer area barren. However, this had nothing to do with him. After all, it wasn't him using it, why should he worry? Lin Chen casually picked up his phone and called Chen Junzheng. Director Chen, I've prepared everything. Will you come to pick it up or should I have Sister Zhang deliver it? Ah, is it done already? Chen Junzheng glanced at the calendar. How could it be finished so soon? This speed was a bit too fast, wasn't it? If it was just enhancement, Chen Junjing didn't think much of it. But wasn't it agreed to conduct a test? This test seemed too easy to complete. Yeah, it's done. Wait for me, I'll be there tomorrow. Chen Junjing didn't dare to delay, and rushed to Fengjing early the next morning. Everything is here. Since the backpack is too small, I also enhanced it for you. Check it out. Lin Chen handed over the backpack in his hand. After this enhancement, he would need to rest for a while. His points were all used up, and even if he had ideas, there was nothing he could do. Chen Junjing glanced over. There really was a lot of stuff. Why is there one less disaster-level boundary stone? Chen Junjing looked at Lin Chen. This kid wouldn't be planning to release stones again, would he? That can't happen now. Eagle Sauce holds meetings every few days, searching for the manhunt everywhere. It can't happen again. That one is here. I just suggest you use it with caution. Use with caution? Could it be that something strange is happening? Again? Taking the boundary stone, Chen Junjing's eyes widened when he saw the enhancement number on it. 150. Hiss. For descending domain gates. For 1 kilometer. Pools of magic liquid. What are you doing, big brother? No wonder they advised caution. How could one not be cautious? I understand. I'll take these back first. The domain gate closure plan will start soon, so don't worry. After saying that, Chen Junjing hurriedly left. The rest didn't matter much, but this plus 150 boundary stone made him a bit anxious. If mishandled, it could wipe out a small country. Lin Chen watched Chen Junjing leave. Was it really that urgent? At the beginning of June, Lin Chen had awakened for a year, reaching level 8, level 9, and was about to level up again. In terms of level, he far surpassed Ling Qi, but in terms of strength, he was no match for Ling Qi at all. Life is tough. Lin Chen lay on the lounge chair watching the news on TV. As in previous years, most of the early June news was related to professionals. The inland sea formed by cherry blossoms has become a new landscape. Indeed, there were also some bizarre news. This year, a total of 10 professionals in Huadwa successfully advanced to level 9 for more than last year, which is commendable. The descending domain gate in Magic City was closed within 14 days under the leadership of a level 9 professional, making it the fastest closure this year. The new awakening day is about to begin, hoping for more outstanding professionals to emerge. If it were before, Lin Chen wouldn't have thought much of this news, but now, it seemed a bit absurd. Didn't it? Last time he personally experienced the descending domain gate, and the closure time was only 3 or 4 days. He didn't believe that Magic City only had one level 9. Is there something wrong with this news? How could there be so few level 9s in our country, and the speed of closing the domain gate shouldn't be slow, right? Zhang Lingyu looked up at the news. It's normal. These are for foreigners to see. As for domestically, it's just for those low-level people. So how many level 9 professionals do we have this year? Lin Chen wasn't very clear about the situation of professionals in the country. Level 9. There should be at least around 100. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. 100? 10? Isn't that a huge difference? This is a year. He even suspected that the number of level 10s in the country was probably not small. After all, if level 9s can live to 200, then level 10s living to 300 shouldn't be a problem, right? Don't think that's a lot. You have to know that there are at least 300,000 professionals in a year, so 100 is really not much. Moreover, in some years, there are only less than 40, which is really very few. Ling Qi added from the side. You might as well not say anything. Looking at it this way, reaching level 9 actually isn't that impressive. It was all for nothing. June 6th. National Awakening Day. In the next 3 days, a large number of awakeners will be born. In the afternoon, Lin Chen's business began to improve. After all, they were all newly awakened professionals. As a silver enhancer, he was considered a relatively good choice for them. Boss, I've upgraded to level 6. Boss, can we upgrade to level 8? Boss, Lin Chen smiled as he collected the money, nodding his head. Sure, absolutely no problem. Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi exchanged dry smiles and shook their heads. Lin Chen really was eager to run the shop. Lin Chen didn't see any issue with it, although the points and experience provided were a bit less. Even a small mosquito was still a piece of meat. Moreover, it didn't take up much of his time. He could finish all the equipment collected in just under an hour. Lin Chen didn't have to work hard for long, just about a week. Those who could come had basically come, and after this week, business returned to its usual state. Lin Chen became leisurely again.
He glanced at his system information. The rate of points accumulation had clearly increased, indicating that they must have started to close the domain gates, which was good. Boss, the domain gates in this country have been cleared. Where are we heading next? Silver Wolf and Golden Eagle stood on a mound, looking at the desolate city in the distance. This was a country less than 500 kilometers from the border of Huagua, with only 4 cities in the entire nation. The people inside had long since disappeared. Some died at the hands of monsters, while others fell victim to attacks from other countries. Such countries were countless in this land. This was the price of insufficient strength. On to the next one, we need to handle another country. Within a month, Golden Eagle sighed inwardly. This was different from what was initially said. Before he set out, they mentioned becoming an organization that would instill fear in the upper echelons of other countries. Wasn't that the assassination route? Wait, something seems off? Golden Eagle stroked his chin. Instilling fear? It seemed they already were, but this method was not what he had in mind. Sigh, how disappointing. 5 groups of golden masks and 5 groups of silver masks, led by Golden Eagle, set off towards the next destination. Meanwhile, in another country, Boss Qinglong, I've got the schedule of this country's leader. Today he's going to this hotel for a meal. The entrance is our best ambush spot. Yao Hu pointed at the map on the computer. Qinglong nodded. Is the heavy artillery in position? It's already at the designated location, 5,000 meters away. The guards here would never expect someone to shoot from that far. Yao Hu couldn't help but marvel. After the sniper rifle was upgraded, not only had its power increased, but its range stability had also improved significantly. It was practically a dedicated assassination weapon. Especially the silencing effect, it was ridiculously strong. That's good. Once the mission is complete, we'll withdraw and head to the next country. Our task is 4 countries in a month. The more chaos, the better. Don't worry, I've already gathered information on the leaders and important officials of other countries. Yao Hu pulled up a file that detailed the main personnel of nearby countries. It even clearly noted when they would be home for dinner or using the restroom, and suitable locations for executing the mission were marked. Whether it was a long-range kill or a direct assassination, there were analyses for both. This plan was quite comprehensive, and that was Yao Hu's ability. He was neither a combat profession nor a support profession, but a mixed-type profession. His ability was simple, a boost to mental capacity. Perhaps this ability was useless in the hands of others, but for this 150 IQ youth, it was tailor-made for him. I trust you with this. Qinglong looked at the distant buildings. Now it was up to the domestic arrangements. He hadn't expected such determination from above. A temporary organization of the Global Federation was holding an international conference. In the small countries in the western region of Huagua, multiple organizations are attacking, and I suspect they want to establish small nations. I suggest deploying troops to intercept them. The representative from Eagle Sauce had a tough attitude, glancing at the Huagua representative beside him. Lu Qingzhou, don't you have anything to say? This is happening near your country, aren't you worried? Lu Qingzhou set down his teacup. You're going to send troops, what can I say? But that's to the west of your Huagua. Aren't you worried that they might pose a threat to you? In the eyes of the Eagle Sauce representative, it should be Huagua that sends troops. But it seemed that Lu Qingzhou had no thoughts on the matter at all. Was Huagua already prepared, or did they simply not want to get involved, preferring to guard their own little piece of land? Although he proposed the plan to send troops, Eagle Sauce did not intend to send anyone. At least not now. After all, in terms of numbers, Eagle Sauce did not have a significant advantage. Their strength lay in quality and weaponry. There's no threat, after all. Our border defense forces are quite formidable, wouldn't you agree? Lu Qingzhou said with a smile. Ahem, you can handle it as you see fit. It's not near our country anyway. We can also take action. We need to take over the land close to our country, otherwise, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? After saying this, Lu Qingzhou took a sip of tea, completely unconcerned about the others' unpleasant expression. Before attending the meeting, the Elder Council had already briefed him. The purpose this time was to expand territory, not much, just to bring in a few nearby countries. Otherwise, those domain gates would have been cleared for nothing. As for Eagle Sauce, if they made the same request, it was a given. They would agree without hesitation. According to the Grand Elder, Eagle Sauce would most likely propose the same demands. The Eagle Sauce representative stood up, indicating he would step out to make a phone call. No one had any objections. Mr. Ski, sitting next to Lu Qingzhou, was somewhat curious. What do you need so much land for? The larger the area, the more manpower it consumes. It's not worth it. Work always requires payment, otherwise who would work in the future? As for the land, it's just to make the territory look good. Mr. Ski from the Great Bear Country shook his head, not believing Lu Qingzhou's words at all. There must be things they didn't know. Lu Qingzhou smiled. It was right that he didn't understand, because he didn't understand either. Although he represented Huagua at the international conference and held a sufficiently high status, there were many things he had no right to know. Moments later, the Eagle Sauce representative returned to the conference room. Sitting down, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Well then, how about this? We send troops over and the territory belongs to us. Is that okay? Such a request was something no country could agree to. This Hwagwa person actually thought of refusing to send troops in this way. He was dreaming. Those damned foreign organizations had to be curbed. After all, these were not organizations they controlled. Good. You see, you're different. What? You agreed? The Eagle Sauce representative looked at Lu Qingzhou in shock. This was not what they had expected. Hadn't they always strongly refused before? Here. I must thank Eagle Sauce for sending troops, otherwise we really wouldn't have any way to manage these organizations. After all, our country is vast, with many domain gates, and the number of professionals is insufficient. Thank you, so grateful. Lu Qingzhou excitedly shook the Eagle Sauce representative's hand. Up and down, his expression making it seem as if he regarded Eagle Sauce as a benefactor. No wonder it's the world's strongest country. The vision is indeed grand. To send professionals for the safety of our countries is truly magnificent. Until the international conference was over, the representative from Eagle Sauce had no idea how things had turned out this way. After returning home, the Eagle Sauce representative immediately reported the situation to Congress. Although the development of events was somewhat unexpected, it was not necessarily a bad thing for Eagle Sauce. This is a perfect opportunity. We can build a military base there and send some professionals over. Exactly, this way we can strengthen our control over Hwagwa. Yes, although Hwagwa's strength is average, it is still among the top 5 in the world and deserves some attention. Thus, a team of 10,000 set out from Eagle Sauce, expected to arrive at the battlefield outside Western Hwagwa in 2 days. On the other side, Lu Qingzhou immediately went to the elders' meeting room after returning. Eagle Sauce has agreed to send troops, but they want land from those countries. He was puzzled. This was not a good thing for Hwagwa. He had studied history well, and long ago, Eagle Sauce had done something similar. For Hwagwa, this was a significant hidden danger. And now, the higher-ups were surprisingly unconcerned about the other side sending people near the country. This was somewhat beyond his comprehension. The Grand Elder nodded. You can leave now, you don't need to worry about the rest. After Lu Qingzhou left, the Grand Elder instructed the 8th Elder to notify Golden Eagle and Qinglong to temporarily halt their tasks. Although this deviates somewhat from our plan, it can be considered an unexpected gain. Knock knock knock, come in. Elders, what are your instructions? Chen Junjing sat down at the table. The Demon Legion should be mobilized to find Manhunter abroad. He will arrange for those people. Grand Elder, the Demon Legion has never been used before. Will it be okay? Chen Junjing looked worried. This was an overseas operation. If something went wrong, that would be a big problem. The Grand Elder waved his hand. You know Mad Hunters. Combat style, I'm just concerned they are too few, so we will provide some support. We are not fighting on the front lines. What more do we need for a sneak attack? Chen Junjing twitched his mouth. A sneak attack? You leaders really know how to play. By the way, have them produce more of the bombs from last time, and if possible, go to Fongjing to ask Lin Chen for help in strengthening them. Eagle Sauce likes to meddle in everything, right? They want to claim every territory. If that's the case, then fine, just hope you dare to take it. Okay. Chen Junjing swallowed hard. This was getting serious. They were about to start using bombs on a large scale at a domain gate abroad. Everyone stop, we are retreating. Golden Eagle raised his hand to halt the attack. Boss, we are about to reach the energy body. In half an hour, this domain gate will close. Silver Wolf quickly said. 500 meters ahead of them, the demonic energy was thick, with red light flickering in and out. We received news from above. The domain gate doesn't need to close in a hurry. In 2 days, a batch of bombs and demons will come. Our mission has changed. Everyone present looked at Golden Eagle. Did they hear that right? Bombs. More bombs. Their organization was about to evolve into a wholesale bomb organization. Silver Wolf couldn't help but complain. Why not have them get us a few nuclear bombs while they're at it? Bombs are so generic. We've already been labeled anyway. Golden Eagle sighed. Forget it. From now on, we will just use bombs. We can put away the weapons. With bombs, who needs weapons? Why learn any skills? Just blow things up. On the other side, Qinglong also led his team to retreat from the battlefield, waiting for new orders. Fongjing. Lin Chen was staring at a backpack at that moment. I know it's a bit difficult, but we really need to use these urgently. We can send them over in batches, no problem. This time, it's for an overseas battlefield, so you see. Chen Junjing felt a bit embarrassed. There were a full 500 bombs inside. Ah, it's fine, isn't it just 500? Give me 2 days, that should be enough. Lin Chen wasn't concerned about the quantity, he was simply curious about what kind of battle required so many bombs. Were they going to bomb for 500 days straight? 2 days. Chen Junjing looked at Lin Chen in shock. Shouldn't it take 10 days? How could 2 days be enough? Yes, 2 days will be enough. I'm closing the shop now. Once I'm done with the enhancements, I'll call you. He hadn't intended to do it so quickly, but hearing it was for an overseas battlefield, he had to speed things up. After returning home from the shop, Lin Chen locked himself in his room. One could say that this arrangement had
Everyone, both domestically and internationally, busy.
On the third day, a 1,000-person demon squad set off for overseas with 500 bombs. The moment they arrived overseas, they contacted the Golden Eagle of the Mad Hunt.
Welcome to your arrival. Let's divide the 1,000-person squad into 10 teams. Silver Wolf will handle
the personnel distribution.
All right. Silver Wolf took each team to find others and distribute the personnel. After arranging everyone, Silver Wolf returned to the office and saw Golden Eagle sitting there in a daze. Boss, isn't it just dropping bombs? It's not like we haven't done it before. Golden Eagle looked at him
and said slowly, yes, we have done it before, but this first batch is 500 bombs and there might be a second and third batch.
Silver Wolf's cheeks twitched. Boss, I didn't hear you clearly. How many did you say? 500, and that's just the first batch.
After this, don't call it the Mad Hunt anymore, just call it the
Bomb Maniacs. Who uses bombs in battles anyway? Is this appropriate? Let's not talk about that. The Azure Dragon and the others won't participate in this frontal ambush operation, but they can provide support.
This time, Eagle Sauce has sent over 10,000 professionals, including 59th tier professionals, 1,500, 8th tier, and the lowest being 5th tier beginners.
Hiss. Does that mean they intend to keep all these people? Yes, that's the idea. The 9th and 8th tiers
are our main targets, the rest should be killed if possible. At this point, Golden Eagle's gaze was firm. Killing these people, even if they turned into a terrorist organization, it wouldn't matter if they became a world-destroying organization.
This is the bomb, the same as the one used last time. Silver Wolf took the bomb. It was still that 777 liquid bomb,
the one that claimed the lives of tens of thousands with a single bomb.
Boss, don't tell me all 500 are like this? Didn't you say this type is hard to produce?
It is hard to produce, but ever since we used it last time, we've been producing it continuously.
6. At night, the
1,000-person squad set off towards the country where Eagle Sauce was located.
Golden Eagle followed along with the team. They arrived at the first destination at 3 in the morning, and the 10 teams dispersed into 10 groups to surround the city. Golden Eagle covered his ear with the headset. Remember, the targets have been sent to you.
You must remember, all bombs must be set to explode at 5:30 in the morning, which means you only have 2 hours.
Now move out. With Golden Eagle's
order, the 10 teams swiftly moved through the city, dropping a bomb at intervals.
An hour later, a total of 100 bombs were left scattered throughout the city. Azure Dragon, confirmed that this country has sent 3,000 people, right? Confirmed, you can rest assured. The information provided by the Fox Demon has never been wrong. Golden Eagle nodded. He wasn't in a hurry to leave.
He wanted to see what kind of destruction 100 bombs exploding together would cause to this city.
As soon
as the clock struck 5:30, the silent city was instantly filled with flames. The roar of explosions erupted simultaneously, and towering hemispherical flames appeared throughout the city. At that moment, the voice of the Azure Dragon reached Jin Ying's ears.
You are not unjustly labeled as a terrorist organization. That hit hard.
A week later, Fengjing,
Lin Chen lay on a recliner, watching television. Finally done with the busy work,
Lin Chen stretched lazily.
He had been
busy for 5.5 days this week, with bombs, and more bombs every day. Including the previous 500, he had reinforced a total of 1,500 bombs.
Now,
he had no interest in those bombs at all. Zhang Lingyu and the others were not clear about this operation. After all, it had nothing to do with them.
They did know about Lin Chen reinforcing the bombs.
If you feel tired, you can take a break for a while. The weapons from above are not that urgent now. With those 100 sets,
any domain gate in the country was enough to handle it.
So the demand for weapons had decreased significantly. Some of the border defense troops had also started using the weapons Lin Chen reinforced. Although there were only 20, it was enough to deal with most situations. It really is time to take a break. If I don't rest now,
I'll be completely worn out.
This time, he had exhausted all the points he had just earned. According to reports, the team of 10,000 professionals sent to the central region by the Eagle Sauce encountered an attack from a terrorist organization. The one that caused the most damage to the Eagle Sauce was the terrorist organization, the Mad Hunt. The Mad Hunt issued a statement strongly condemning the invasion by the Eagle Sauce, claiming their resistance was out of necessity. The newly emerged organization, the Mad Hunt, has caused 50,000 deaths and 150,000 injuries within half a month.
The International United Organization
strongly condemns the Mad Hunt's disregard for life. On the television, news about the Mad Hunt was being reported one after another.
The Mad Hunt had now
become completely famous, and its name was known worldwide. Lin Chen stroked his chin. It seems they haven't used all the bombs. This quantity should be enough
to blow up with 800, right? Ahem, if it's the kind of bomb that had that previous effect, I think 300 or 400 should be enough. After all, the total population of the countries they went to was only about 200,000. Ling Qi speculated.
At that moment, the screen changed to the spokesperson of the Eagle Sauce, strongly
condemning the Mad Hunt. Do you think they will?
Looking at the spokesperson of the Eagle Sauce, Lin Chen had a sudden inspiration.
Do you think the Mad Hunt will directly rush to the eagle sauce and bomb them wildly? Ling Chi stroked his chin. They probably won't. If they did that, it would be a direct slap in the face to the eagle sauce. Then this organization would have to face the eagle sauce's crazy retaliation, and surviving abroad would be very difficult. Lin Chen shook his head. Let them retaliate. What's the worst that could happen? Next time, just call them the madman, arrogant, or Gale, and that's it. To be honest, there was some truth to that. The people of the Manhunt all wore masks, with gold and silver masks being their trademarks, but no one knew who they really were. Black-haired people weren't exclusive to Huagua. However, had this organization killed a bit too many people? It's infuriating. How can they say that about us? We only killed a few of them. Is it necessary to belittle us like this? Silver Wolf looked at the words of the Eagle Sauce spokesperson on the television, anger boiling inside him. What does it mean to be inhumane? What does it mean to be a global tumor? What does it mean to promote terrorism? Golden Eagle glanced at Silver Wolf, then hung up the call in his mind. There's an opportunity now. Do you want it? What opportunity? Go to the Eagle Sauce and kill this spokesperson. The Golden Eagle's expression was calm, as if discussing the killing of a chicken. The Silver Wolf was taken aback. Is this a task from above? Not exactly. They just said we did a good job on our mission. They told us not to pay attention to external comments, but if you feel uncomfortable, then do whatever makes you feel better, just don't expose anything. The Silver Wolf stroked his chin, feeling as if the higher-ups really wanted them to do this. He cautiously looked at the Golden Eagle. Boss, what do you think we should do? Going to take out this spokesperson was just a casual remark. This guy was in their lair, and the defensive power. There was no joke. They could get in, but it would be a waste of time. Go ahead, they probably have a lot of dissatisfaction bottled up inside. It wasn't just because of this spokesperson, but also due to the organization's nature. It's really hard to manage. If they didn't release some pressure, he was worried that the organization would really turn into a so-called terrorist group. Then I'll contact them now. After all, there are so many bombs left, might as well use them. The Silver Wolf dashed out in a flash. Clang! The steel pen in the Golden Eagle's hand fell onto the table. The remaining bombs? What the hell are you planning to do? If he remembered correctly, there should be over 1,100 bombs left. Are you sure you don't want to keep a few? He trembled as he took a box of cigarettes from the drawer and pulled one out to light. Cough 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 cough. This was his second time smoking. The first was after the first nuclear bomb exploded. It's really hard to smoke. But his emotions had stabilized. 1,100 bombs. The Silver Wolf shouldn't use them all, right? Should not, right? The temporary organization of the Global Federation, Lu Qingzhou, arrived here again. As soon as he sat down, Mr. Ski leaned over. Is it really that dangerous in the West? Did the Eagle Sauce lose a whole professional team? Lu Qingzhou shrugged. I'm not really sure. After all, the enemy is still hundreds of kilometers from our border. I haven't paid much attention. This time the Eagle Sauce is in trouble. I heard there are several 9th-tier professionals among them. Their higher-ups must be heartbroken. Put. That's true. Die. The more that die, the better. At 9 o'clock, the meeting began. Regarding the situation on the western battlefield of Huagua. You must have seen the news. Those foreign organizations are truly despicable. Therefore, they must be eradicated. We absolutely cannot let them grow stronger. The Eagle Sauce's voice grew louder, and his expression became increasingly grim. How long has it been? Just a week, and everything is gone. I agree with this. Lu Qingzhou was the first to voice his support. I have no objections either. These organizations really need to be dealt with. The Eagle Sauce representative looked at Lu Qingzhou. Isn't it time for Huagua to step up? After all, it's near your territory, and it would be convenient for you to provide support. Lu Qingzhou nodded. Of course we can help, but that territory has to be given to us. Otherwise, how do we explain it to others in the country? Of course, if you want to continue, we have no objections. After all, Blue Star belongs to everyone. It doesn't matter who comes. The Eagle Sauce twitched his mouth. Are we crazy? Sending people over? If something goes wrong, we won't even be able to provide support. Cough cough. We at Eagle Sauce won't send anyone over. I still think you Huagua are the closest, so the territory will be given to you. You don't need to eliminate these organizations, just don't let them occupy the land. In the Eagle Sauce's view, although Huagua had become stronger, they were definitely not as powerful as them. Just being able to hold on to their territory would be good enough. That shouldn't be a problem, but I still think it's better to issue an official document on this matter. No problem. 4 tubes. Bang. 1 chicken. At Lin Chen's house, Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu, along with Chen Luo, who was dragged in to make up the numbers, were playing mahjong with Lin Chen. Today marked the 3rd day of their mahjong games. Since no weapons were provided from above and the shop's business was poor, Lin Chen decided to take a break for a while. With no entertainment options, Lin Chen recalled the mahjong games played during the new year. So he called them to join him. By the way, a team of 100 level 8 professionals is being formed from above, and the plan to close the domain gates officially starts today, Chen Luo suddenly said. Ha! It's just starting now? Lin Chen remembered he had sent the weapons a long time ago. It was surprisingly slow. It is indeed a bit slow. I remember the previous operations were quite fast. Maybe there are some arrangements after all. This is considered a large-scale operation. Level 8 professionals were already quite high in rank. It is said that this operation will last for 6 months until the end of the year, with an expected closure of about 50 gates. That meant an average of 1 gate every 3 days, which was already quite fast. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. This was not what he expected. He thought they would close at least 200 gates, but it was only 50. At this rate, how many years would it take to close them all? Don't think that's too few. There are only 150 days left until the end of the year, and closing one every 3 days is already an overestimation. Many of them are disaster-level gates, which are not very high in level. Closing low-level gates was straightforward since many of them produced very limited materials. If it weren't for training the newly awakened professionals, they wouldn't want to keep those useless gates at all. I won, Lin Chen said happily. He had finally won after losing 5 rounds. By the way, how many domain gates are there in the country now? Lin Chen didn't know much about this. Zhang Lingyu took out her phone and opened a document. According to statistics from the beginning of the year, there are 2,124 disaster-level gates, 1,322 disaster-grade gates, 878 calamity-level gates, 487 disaster-level gates, and 102 natural disaster-level gates. And these are the statistics which are the closest to various cities. There are still various levels of gates located farther from the cities, but there are no disaster-level or natural disaster-level gates among them. As long as these 2 levels appear in the wild, they must be closed. This meant that there were more gates of other levels than the statistics indicated, but not by much. Wow, so many? That added up to nearly 5,000 gates. Closing 200 gates a year would take 25 years. This didn't even account for the gates that would appear. Chen Luo sighed lightly. Indeed, that's quite a lot. Mainly, in the first 10 years after the gates appeared, there were 500 gates each year. It started to decrease later, with about 30 gates appearing each year in the last 100 years. 100 years ago, the number of gates in the country peaked at 8,000. That was the most difficult time for the country. Internal and external troubles were very serious. Over the past 100 years, the country had worked together to control the number of gates to below 5,000. If they wanted to close them all, it would take at least 100 years. And that was thinking optimistically. In reality, it was very difficult to close them all. At least before Lin Chen appeared, the higher-ups had never considered closing them all. If they closed them, other countries would still suffer from the invasion of gates. How could those countries let go of Huadhua? But now it was different. They had actually started a plan to close the gates, which meant the higher-ups had already thought through their next strategies. Zhang Lingyu added from the side, actually, the number of gates in our country is not that many. In the Great Bear Country, there are about 8,000 gates. In Eagle Sauce's territory, there are also around 7,000 gates, with over 3,000 just in that abandoned land. Looking at it this way, there aren't actually many domain gates within Huadhua. Even in a small place like Sakura, there are nearly 1,000 domain gates, so there really aren't that many. But that's still close to 5,000. Lin Chen thought differently. He had expected it to be much less. This isn't something we need to consider. There's someone above us. Lin Chen thought about it and realized that for the people in front of him, closing some disaster-level gates wouldn't be an easy task. The thoughts from above, we don't understand. Since Eagle Sauce has agreed, let's start the cleanup. The domestic plan will officially be implemented, the Grand Elder said with a serious expression. Yes, the 100 professionals have already set off. However, it will take at least 3 days to close one domain gate, and some may even take 4 or 5 days. Traveling in between will also take time, Xinjun said after pondering for a moment. The Grand Elder shook his head. This speed domestically is acceptable. Going too fast would attract attention. Those people from Eagle Sauce wouldn't want the things that restrain us to disappear, so this is just fine. Yes, then I'll increase the manpower. Xinjun had already notified a team of 1,000 planning to fight on 2 fronts. Although it might not be possible to close 100 gates, closing 80 shouldn't be a problem. It seems these people won't be needed now. By the way, how is Mr. Situ and the others doing? The Grand Elder suddenly asked. I visited 3 months ago. The situation was fairly good, and there shouldn't be any major issues for now. That's good. Go tell Mr. Situ that in another year he can be assigned a portion of his subordinates. Yes. After Xinjun left, the Grand Elder looked at the 8th Elder. Tell Qinglong that they can go to Eagle Sauce's Gaul countries to create some trouble. The other undercover agents should also start moving and take on some tasks. It's time for everyone to get moving. Okay, I'll contact them right away. As for Kuanglie, the 8th Elder was a bit unsure how to arrange Kuanglie. After all, the organization was initially created to build another group like Qinglong, but now it had deviated quite a bit. The Grand Elder's eyelids twitched. Let them act freely. The target remains those countries. In short, just create some chaos. Understood. The 8th Elder closed his eyes and began to make contact. Days passed, and Lin Chen also started to reinforce his equipment again. With the departure of those 100 people, Lin Chen's experience and points were rapidly increasing every day.
Looking at this speed, Lin Chen was quite satisfied. However, he was also worried about what would happen to his points if all the domain gates in the country were closed. Just as he was concerned, the system panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Lin Chen was taken aback. This was the first time the system had popped up automatically. Close 1 disaster level domain gate, reward experience plus 10 million points plus 10 million. Lin Chen suddenly stood up. Something was off, very off. It wasn't that he was unhappy about receiving experience and points for closing the domain gate, he was certainly happy about that. It was just that he didn't believe there hadn't been any domain gates closed before. Why hadn't he been notified earlier? System, you hardly say anything in a year. Now quickly tell me what the situation is. Host. Only when a disaster level domain gate is closed will it automatically prompt a host with special text. This can be turned on or off at your discretion. Did I receive any rewards before? In the past year, only 2 domain gates have been closed using the weapons enhanced by the host, and they have now been extracted and displayed. 2 pieces of information were displayed separately, their font size just slightly larger than the other text. Close 1 disaster level domain gate, reward experience plus 100,000 points plus 100,000. Close 1 disaster level domain gate, reward experience plus 100,000 points plus 100,000. Sorry, I shouldn't have spoken so loudly. Lin Chen looked frustrated. If he had known that closing a domain gate could also earn experience and points, he would have done whatever it took to achieve it. But aren't these points a bit excessive? He gets over 200,000 points for killing an SSS level monster, yet closing a domain gate only gives 10 million points, which is just equivalent to 50 monsters. System, aren't these points a bit too low? Host, these points are not few. The hardest part of closing a domain gate is clearing the monsters, while closing the gate only requires smashing the energy body controller. This was indeed true, but Lin Chen felt he was at a loss. Just 10 million? He couldn't be satisfied with that, it should at least be 10 billion. Lin Chen was now enjoying himself. With a large amount of points and experience coming in every day, there would also be a big influx of points later. The only pity was that this time they seemed to be dealing with a low-level domain gate, mostly yielding dozens to hundreds of points and experience. Although it was a bit less, it was still better than nothing. At this moment, the Eagle Sauce territory was in chaos. Tell me what the situation is. Why are so many organizations coming to our Eagle Sauce? Their leader looked furious. Commander George, it should be because our Eagle Sauce is too powerful. There are many tasks about our country. On the dark web, said a middle-aged man with 5 stars on his shoulder. He looked at George, thinking that if it weren't for this leader making enemies everywhere, there wouldn't be so many tasks about. Eagle Sauce on the dark web. Someone should quickly take him out so that our faction can rise to power. Strengthen the border defenses, don't let these people in. If they can't do it, then have them roll back and send another group over. Yes. Silver Wolf, is this going to work, just swaggering in like this? Silver Wolf waved his hand. Trust me, it will work. I've come in this way countless times. He led a team of 100 demon warriors swaggering towards the Eagle Sauce border, making sure everyone could see him. The demon warriors behind him said nothing, knowing that with their abilities, they could just start a battle if necessary. Beep, beep. Silver Wolf pressed his earpiece. Silver Wolf, many organizations have already sent people to Eagle Sauce, so be careful. Remember to check the code before starting a fight. Don't hurt your own people. Ah, got it. When they were 100 meters from the border, a few Eagle Sauce professionals approached. Who are you? This is a border checkpoint, please leave immediately. Hey, it's me, Charles. Silver Wolf and his group had already taken off their masks. Oh, it's Canty. What brings you here this time? Brother, long time no see. I'm here for a vacation and to visit my Uncle Charlie. A backpack was hanging on the other person's shoulder. Charles checked the backpack, smiling. Make sure to say hi to your uncle for me. Next time, let's take a plane. It's not very safe here lately. Thanks, my brother, I will definitely do that next time. The demon warriors behind were confused, following Silver Wolf as they swaggered in. After walking a kilometer, Silver Wolf, I don't quite understand. We could have sneaked in through other places, why expose ourselves like this? Don't worry, this way won't expose us, at least not at this checkpoint. As for why not go through other places, it's because this checkpoint is the closest to the city. Silver Wolf just wanted to complete the mission quickly and then return to the organization headquarters. Checkpoint. Captain, why let the other side go? Those people are clearly foreign forces, should we report this? Charles glanced at the team member who had just been assigned this month. Because they are foreign forces and pose a threat to our national security. Charles handed a stack of knives to the other party. Look at their pass. But they pose a threat to our country. Charles sighed lightly. You still don't understand. With a swift motion, a long knife appeared in Charles's hand, instantly ending the other party's life. Mark, bury this body and write the report as having encountered an SSS-level monster and met with misfortune. Today we were lucky, they gave us a lot, 200,000 each. Thank you, Captain. Long live the captain. Don't be so polite, we all earn money together. Charles looked at the 10 million in his backpack, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Earning a few bucks working for the higher-ups while collecting tolls here is worth so much more, even a fool knows how to choose. It can be said that most organizations within the Eagle Sauce have been sent over by him, and in just a few days he has made over $1 billion. Isn't this better than risking his life for those higher-ups? Close 1 disaster level domain gate, reward experience plus 5 million, points plus 5 million. Lin Chen shook his head. Life is as lonely as snow, and the points gained are just too easy. In just 6 days, his level has already reached 8th tier, 9th level, and his experience has also reached 50%. He believes he will soon reach the 9th tier. Lin Chen glanced at his points, which had returned to 17 million and were still increasing. At the current rate, he could gain 6 to 8 million points a day, though he didn't know how long it would last. Just a few days ago, he was only gaining a few thousand points a day. It seems that high-level domain gates are indeed the best place to earn points. Take out your phones and check the news, Zhang Lingyu reminded, looking at her phone. Lin Chen took out his phone, opened the news channel, and a bold, large, top news headline appeared before his eyes. In Eagle Sauce, multiple cities have experienced large-scale explosions, with the death toll reaching 80,000. Currently, multiple foreign organizations have entered Eagle Sauce. Commander George has unfortunately been shot and killed. A new generation of commanders is currently being elected. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Is Eagle Sauce really this chaotic now? But this bomb, could it be from the Wild Hunt? After Ling Qi finished reading, he glanced at Zhang Lingyu, and they both shook their heads. They already had their suspicions. If they thought about the recent events together, they could roughly guess some situations. But knowing is one thing, it's better not to speak of such matters. TSK, Eagle Sauce is really chaotic. It must be because they have made too many enemies, causing dissatisfaction. Lin Chen shook his head. This situation is actually good for him, at least with Eagle Sauce in chaos. They have no time to think about those messy things. By the way, who did the mythical weapon go to last time? Lin Chen was a bit curious. Just the day before yesterday, Chen Junzhang had come here again, specifically bringing a level 95 red mythical weapon for him to help enhance. If it had come with other weapons, Lin Chen wouldn't have been so curious, but since it came alone, it piqued his interest. Regarding this, Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu really didn't know what was going on. Even though this weapon was unique, they still had no impression of it. I don't know, I haven't heard of anyone using this kind of weapon. It's probably kept as a reward. Keeping it as a reward is actually quite absurd. In the southern city of Anzhou, amidst a great mountain, Chen Junzhang swiftly weaved through the woods alone. Half an hour later, he arrived at a flat area surrounded by mountains. There were 5 wooden houses here, with several white-haired elders sitting at the entrance. Opposite the houses was a pitch-black domain gate trapped by a formation. Instead of demonic energy surging, it was oozing demonic liquid. From the doorframe on the ground, some demonic liquid occasionally flowed out, slowly disappearing over time. Xiao Chun, what brings you here? An elder holding a pipe looked at Chen Junzhang with some surprise. Old Master Situ, I came to bring you some good stuff. I'm just an old man. Why would you bring me good things? If anything, it should be for those little fellows outside. Situ Nan shook his head. That can't be said. If it weren't for you king-tier guardians at this domain gate, who knows what would happen to Huagua? Looking at the domain gate before him, Chen Junzhang felt a wave of fear. The danger of this domain gate far exceeded that of a natural disaster-level gate, with X-level demonic creatures making up half of it, highlighting its peril. This is what we should do. Only king-tier can deal with divine-level domain gates. At the very least, it requires a 10th tier practitioner. Situ Nan looked worriedly at the gate before them. Although their lifespans were long, they would eventually die. As long as this gate remained, they would never feel at ease. Old Master, you can rest assured this time. We have already found a way to deal with it, but we are still in testing. If the results are good, we will send people over as soon as possible. The higher-ups were very eager to resolve this domain gate, but they wouldn't act until they had a foolproof plan. The weapons enhanced by Lin Chen were indeed powerful, but it also depended on the user. Now, they were observing whether these 8th tier practitioners could exert their maximum potential. So far, it seemed there were no major issues. Oh, you found a way? Yes, indeed. The weapons I brought this time are the solution. Take a look. Chen Junjing took out 2 large hammers from his backpack, their surfaces gleaming gold, with hammerheads the size of a human head, and the long handles just over a meter. Situ Nan reached out to grab the hammer handle, and a panel appeared before him. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It indeed displayed as such. Heaven-burning earth-destroying hammer, mythical, plus 100 level, LV 95. Durability, 115 damage, 1550 to 1988, plus 1345.3 million. Additional, fire attribute attack critical hit chance, 20%, plus 40%. Shockwave, each attack deals 50% damage within 5 meters, critical damage plus 50%. Armor penetration, ignores 50% of the opponent's defense strength plus 60, special, heaven burning, each attack has a 5% chance to form a 2 meter wide, 10 meter high fire pillar engulfing the target. Earth destroying, each attack has a 5% chance to create a 3 meter diameter magma area at the target's location. Unmatched, attributes X3 for 1 minute. 24H, this. Situ Nan was deeply shocked.
Had he been away from the outside world for too long? How could it be enhanced by 100? Junjiang, have enhancement masters become this fierce now? They can directly enhance such powerful equipment? Has our country equipped this now? If he had this equipment back in the day, he would have charged right in when faced with such situations. Impossible, only a small portion have it, the rest still use ordinary equipment. Plus 20 should be considered ordinary equipment, at least in today's context. A small portion is still good, at least the strength has increased. With us king tier not in the country, have other nations stirred up disputes again? Chen Junjing shook his head. Minor conflicts are constant, but major conflicts are quite rare. Don't worry, old Master Situ, the country now is not what it used to be. He silently thanked Lin Chen in his heart. He had never thought that a reinforcement master could change the world's landscape. Lin Chen did it. That's good. This god-level domain gate we can only suppress it for now, and we can only wait for you to come over. Don't worry. A month passed. During this time, the Eagle Saw suffered torment from various organizations, and many cities were destroyed. It was clearly difficult to capture members of these foreign organizations. In a month, most large organizations had already retreated. Only a few small organizations, which didn't even have a ranking in the world, were caught. Besides Eagle Saws, countries like Gaul, John, and the White Elephant also suffered attacks from unknown organizations. Important personnel from several large countries were attacked. Lin Chen looked at the news on his phone, his facial muscles almost twisted together. The Prime Minister of Gaul was attacked by unknown organization personnel and has been admitted to the intensive care unit. 3 senior managers from John were assassinated and unfortunately died. Almost all were major recent events, and among them were a few pieces of information he couldn't understand. On July 12, Commander Chen Junjiang of Huagua was assassinated, and his life and death are uncertain. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, the two had even spoken on the phone that day. On July 15, Jelly City in Huagua was attacked by suspected manhunter organization. 3 high-rise buildings collapsed. Nearby residential buildings were damaged to varying degrees, with casualties of about 10,000 people. If he remembered correctly, Jelly City seemed to be a small city, and weren't the collapsed buildings around 40 to 50 years old? Besides these 2 pieces of news, there were 5 or 6 others, detailing various attacks Huagua had suffered, with their number exceeding those of other countries. Although Lin Chen didn't know too much, he understood that there were movements from above. He glanced at his nearly 100 million points and thought, Big brother, do you want a nuclear bomb? How about giving Eagle Sauce another nuclear bomb? Unfortunately, the last time he mentioned it to Chen Junjiang refused to consider it. Wasn't it just reinforcing to 150? He stretched lazily and sat up, looking bored at Zhang Lingyu. Sister Zhang, are we really not reinforcing weapons anymore? Perhaps it was related to some policies from above, or maybe due to international circumstances. In this past month, not a single weapon had been brought out. They might be fully focused on dealing with the current situation. Recently, we won't reinforce for now. The covert mobile team is capturing spies nationwide. It's better for us to keep a low profile. Due to the members of these organizations, countries were suspicious of each other, and many hidden pieces that had been dormant for years were activated. It could be said that every country had spies in other countries. In the past half-month alone, Fongjing had captured 7 spies. Huagua had also lost more than a dozen spy members in other countries. Dingling. A black snake slithered in. Lingqi, it's bad. Tianyi, what happened? Although Lingqi had a lot to say to Chen Tianyi, it was clearly not the right time. The poker club. It has merged with the Fool's Crowd. There are also 3 other unknown organizations that have merged in. Fool's Crowd? The few exchanged glances. Wasn't that the organization at the bottom of the rankings, always on the verge of dropping out of the top 50? You guys reported quickly. I just found out that these 4 organizations actually separated from the Fool's Crowd. Although the other 3 have poor rankings, their practitioners' levels are not low at all. Each organization has a tier 10. Chen Tianyi's voice was urgent, clearly shocked by this matter. Okay, we'll report it right now. Yelong, what happened? Elder 8 was somewhat surprised to know that these undercover agents generally do not contact him easily. What is the situation today? Elder 8, the poker club is returning to the Fool's Assembly. Elder 8 was taken aback. That ancient organization? His eyes were filled with worry. What are they planning? Unclear. The Joker just notified us core members. Besides the poker club, there are 3 other organizations. However, they are not highly ranked in the world, but their strength cannot be underestimated. Their leaders are all tier 10 professionals. I even suspect they might be at the king level. Yelun's voice was very serious, clearly not having anticipated this. Elder 8's expression changed. Who are those 3 organizations? The Wooden Man Club ranks 67th, the Science Church ranks 71st, and the Beast Alliance ranked 99th. I understand. You, be careful, communicate anytime if something happens. After hanging up, Elder 8 rushed to the Elder conference room. 10 minutes later. Elder 8, what happened? The other 11 elders arrived one after another. The Fool's Assembly is about to appear. The 4 foreign organizations have already gone to merge with the Fool's Assembly.
Elder 8 briefly explained the situation of the organizations.
The faces of the crowd looked somewhat grim. The Fools' Assembly has been dormant for so many years, how can it reappear? Are they going to provoke war? The Grand Elder slammed the table hard. They had thought that after suffering a heavy blow, the Fools' Assembly would cease to exist. Unexpectedly, it had returned. The specific time of the Fools' Assembly's reappearance was unclear, only known to be around 30 to 40 years after the Domain Gate's arrival. At that time, there was only this one foreign organization. Decades of development had allowed it to become a force capable of contending with any country. All its members were super strong individuals from different countries, including some destructive elements from Huagua. 150 years ago, several countries on Blue Star united to attack the Fools' Assembly, annihilating 90% of the organization. Although there were still occasional reports about the organization later, the level of threat was clearly not as high as before. However, finding this organization was impossible. A coalition of countries searched for 5 years without success and had no choice but to give up. With the emergence of various foreign organizations, its name had remained at the bottom of the rankings. Yet now, unexpectedly, it had reappeared. The Fools' Assembly, this is a bit troublesome. Why does it have to appear at this time? Elder 6 looked worried. He had only seen the development of Huagui in the River of Time but had not seen the emergence of the Fools' Assembly. Could it be that the Fools' Assembly had no impact on Huagua? He felt his physical condition and looked perplexed. Yes, the domestic domain gates are being closed in an orderly manner, and the territories of other nearby countries are also being taken over. According to our current plan, Eagle Sauce will no longer be a threat in 50 years, but now, the appearance of the Fools' Assembly had directly disrupted their plans. Other organizations were not a concern, but this Fools' Assembly had to be taken seriously. Although the war had long been over when they took over the Elder Council, they had all seen those SSS-level files. Sigh Elder 8, do we have any people in the other 3 organizations? The Grand Elder looked at Elder 8. The undercover plan had been ongoing, but the exact number of people was not clear to the other elders. Elder 8 shook his head. The Wooden Man Club has one undercover agent, but just a small team leader, unable to access any high-level information. The other 2 organizations are too low-level. They never even considered placing undercover agents. Another reason was that some organizations did not have Huagua people, making it impossible to place anyone. This time it could be troublesome. We can only rely on them. Hopefully, the Fools' Assembly won't cause any more trouble. This time. Knock knock knock, come in. Chen Junjing rushed in, Elder's phone jingling, and the others have sent news. The Fools are many. In a small country, there is an area densely covered with a thick forest shrouded in mist all year round. From above, one can only see the treetops within these several dozen square kilometers, but what lies below is unknown to anyone. The locals dare not enter. Anyone who has gone in has never come out. Over time, the nearby residents have long since moved away. In the midst of this, there is an ordinary village. At this moment, in the central square of the village, hundreds of people are standing. Welcome back, Fools. We will recreate the glory of the Fools from years past. In front stands a woman with white hair, wearing an ice crystal mask. Her voice is crisp and pleasant. Praise the Ice Emperor. The woman smiles, her lips curling up as she looks at the people below. Clown, how have you gotten fatter after all these years? The Ice Emperor seems a bit surprised. Ice Emperor, I'm sorry, I forgot to change my form. The slightly chubby and short clown says apologetically. Then, his body transforms, slowly becoming tall and slender, no longer the short and plump figure he was before. You look better like this. Puppet, you are still as beautiful as before. Doctor, you have aged quite a bit. The 2 nod but say nothing. Meanwhile, the Dragon King beside them seems a bit dissatisfied. Ice Emperor, you haven't said anything about me? You've turned into an old man. It's obvious you haven't been training properly. The Ice Emperor rolls her eyes. The Dragon King pouts. That old man doctor looks older than me. The doctor smiles at the Dragon King. Do you want to experience the feeling of being modified? Behind the doctor, 2 mechanical tails extend towards the Dragon King, the tips of the tails opening like claws, revealing eyes that stare intently at the Dragon King. The Dragon King adjusts his black mask on his face, awkwardly waving his hand. Are you kidding me? Hurry up and take that thing away. It's creepy. Once the tails retract, the Dragon King breathes a sigh of relief. This doctor is still as strange as before. He even has eyes inside that thing. What exactly do you want to turn yourself into? Standing in the crowd, Yelong observes the few people in front of him, silently taking notes in his mind. The leader of the Fools, the Ice Emperor, white hair, ice crystal mask. The clown, tall and slender, about 1.8 meters, wearing a clown mask. The head of the Wooden Man Society, the puppet, about 1.5 meters tall, wearing a wooden mask. The head of the Scientific Society, the doctor, about 1.8 meters tall, likely self-modified, wearing silver metallic glasses and a silver metallic mask covering his face. Finally, there is the Dragon King of the Beast Society, wearing a black mask. Yelong feels a headache coming on. The combined number of the 4 factions is already around 200. The Fools themselves should not have many members, only about 30 or 40, but their strength is considerable. This is troublesome.
The situation is far more serious than he had thought. In the back, Chen Tianyi and Chen Xiaoming stand together quietly,
conversing in their minds.
This situation is a bit grim. If these four organizations unite, even the top-ranked organization wouldn't stand a chance.
You're overthinking it. I feel they want a deal
with other countries, not those organizations. Chen Tianyi scans the nearby people. The Poker Society members all wear masks and are codenamed, while those without codes remain at headquarters. As for the other organizations, the Scientific Society members all appear refined and elegant, looking nothing like foreign organizations, more like a group of scholars and teachers.
But what is that hand that can change into various shapes? Have you all modified yourselves?
The Wooden Man Society members wear black hoods, making it hard to discern any characteristics. As for the Beast Society, their traits are obvious. They are tall and strong, mostly male.
Sigh, this is really troublesome. What exactly do these people want to do?
The Ice Queen in front nodded in satisfaction.
Since we've decided to come out, we
must announce to the whole world that the fools are back.
So I've decided that our first stop will be Eagle Sauce.
As the world's #1 superpower, it's the most fitting place to declare our existence.
In fact, her idea was inspired by the Wild Hunt.
Below, Chen Tianyi and Chen Xiaoming were left dumbfounded, as if it had nothing to do with Huagua. If that's the case, being the #1 superpower
doesn't seem like a good thing. No, this matter must be quickly reported back home.
That night, in a conference room in Kyoto, everyone gathered. In that case, we must halt our plans, the Grand Elder sighed. Plans are all well and good, but the actual appearance of the fools is really not timely. Then I'll have Qinglong and Genie Ying stop her now, and let them go to Eagle Sauce to scout the situation.
The main purpose this time is to gather information and send suitable people.
After arranging matters abroad, the Grand Elder looked at Chen Junzheng. We need to strengthen the manpower for closing the domain gates.
Since Eagle Sauce will be held up, we should take the opportunity to act quickly. Dispatch all the troops we can. As for the fools, I hope they can come to us a little later.
The Grand Elder hoped that the fools would come back in half a year. By then, he would have plenty of energy to play with them.
Alright, I'll arrange that right away. Grand Elder, do you think we should let this 100-man team go deal with that god-level domain gate first?
Mr. Situ also experienced the fools back in the day, so he should be quite interested in this.
Chen Junzheng pondered and said. The Grand Elder was momentarily lost in thought. Those king-tier professionals?
That could work.
Are you sure this 100-man team can handle the god-level domain gate? Chen Junzheng nodded. The weapons provided by Lin Chen are extremely powerful, and they can clear monsters quickly with very low risk. Then go ahead.
What was happening outside had no impact on Lin Chen.
Lin Chen continued to go to the store every day, clocking in and out on time.
During this time, Lin Chen took over a batch of 100 sets of level 100 enhanced weapons and accessories.
Isn't this a major cleanup of the domain gates? Weren't they not doing this before?
Looking at these equipment, Lin Chen was quite puzzled.
Not sure, maybe it's because of the last incident.
Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu didn't know much about the fools. Not to mention the two of them, even the top-ranked Chen Luo and Feng Yu knew very little about the fools.
After all, it was an SSS level file, something they couldn't know.
For Lin Chen, anything happening outside was of little concern. What mattered to him was closing the domain gates. After all, by casually closing a domain gate, he could gain a lot of experience and points.
This was very important to him. A week passed, and the 100 weapons and accessories were taken away.
With the delivery of these 100 sets of equipment, Lin Chen's points and experience began to rise sharply. At the current rate, reaching
level 9 tier 9 by the end of the year was a certainty.
One day, the television hanging on the wall was broadcasting the news. Lin Chen and the others were having lunch.
Eagle Sauce has been attacked.
Again, and this time the organization claims to be the fools, ranked 49th.
But from some video records, they seem to be stronger than some higher-ranked organizations. A new round of rankings for foreign organizations has emerged. The fools have been rampaging in Eagle Sauce for a week now and have yet to withdraw.
Lin Chen looked at the television in shock, which displayed several cities in Eagle Sauce, most of which had been half destroyed. It could be said that this time, Eagle Sauce's losses far exceeded those from the last incident involving the Wild Hunt.
How can the fools be this powerful? In Lin Chen's view, the organization led by the Azure Dragon should be the strongest.
After all, the Azure Dragon is a tier 10 professional. At the very least, it should be the Mad Hunt. They are using the bombs he enhanced. However, the strongest now turns out to be this fool's alliance.
The rankings have been announced. Let me show you. Zhang Lingyu sent a picture to the two. Lin Chen immediately checked his phone. Fools Alliance, World Destruction Organization, Rank 1, Danger Level X, Unknown, Assassination Focus, Rank 2, Threat Level SSS. Mad Hunt, Terrorist Organization, Rank 3, Threat Level SSS. Azura Hall, Rank 4, Threat Level SS. Lin Chen's eyes widened. What the hell? Level X? What kind of organization is this that can be rated as X by these countries? And it specifically labeled as a World Destruction Organization? Could it be that this organization's strength is capable of destroying the world? As for the rankings of Mad Hunt and Azure Dragon, they seem quite reasonable, but their descriptions are clearly weaker than that of the Fools Alliance.
Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi, seeing the rankings above, also frowned. Clearly, the ranking of the Fool's Alliance was beyond their expectations. It seems this is the real big boss, able to make these countries define an organization to such an extent. One must know that an organization's ranking must be recognized by multiple countries before it can be elevated in classification. This shouldn't affect us here, right? Ling Qi expressed some concern. An X-level organization, the World Destruction Organization. This is not like those previous small fries. Even the Azura Hall has to lower its head in front of them. If this organization were to come to Fengjing, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing Ling Qi's words, Zhang Lingyu indeed felt quite worried. No matter how incompetent the Eagle Sauce is, it is still the first on the surface. Even his city was destroyed to that extent. It really is quite troublesome. I'll step out for a bit. Zhang Lingyu walked directly out of the shop. To be honest, Lin Chen felt a bit flustered at this moment. He wasn't afraid of other organizations, but he was somewhat afraid of the Fool's Alliance. That's right, he indeed had a lot of equipment, but what if the other side was too strong? Outside, Zhang Lingyu was on the phone with Chen Junjiang. I know what you said, I'm arranging it. Is it really okay? Although he didn't know much about the Fool's Alliance from the news, this organization was not ordinary strong. Don't worry, absolutely no problem, but recently don't take Lin Chen out for travel, just stay in Fengjing. Okay, I understand. After hanging up, Zhang Lingyu still felt anxious. Then she shook her head. Since Chen Junjiang said there was no problem, then there should be no problem. That day, Lin Chen arrived at the shop as usual. Recently, the business had been getting worse and worse, to the point where there hadn't been a single customer for 3 consecutive days. Lin Chen had already adopted a nonchalant attitude towards it. After all, the country was currently clearing the domain gates, and his points and experience were already sufficient. Eagle Sauce had been quiet lately. The Fool's Alliance had left there and was recently in Gaul. Perhaps one day they would come to Huagua. Lin Chen had just sat down when the system panel suddenly popped up. He initially didn't pay it much attention, but when he noticed the message on it, he froze. He rubbed his eyes hard. That message was still there. What is this? Close 1 God level domain gate. Reward. Experience plus 500 million. Points plus 500 million. 500 million. He quickly opened the system panel. Host, Lin Chen, age 18 points 574 million, skills, absorb, refine, enhancement success rate, plus 310%. It really is 500 million. Lin Chen gasped, his emotions hard to calm. Doesn't that mean he can enhance his weapon to 200? He then opened his personal information panel. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, Enhancer. Potential, B level 9 stage 2, 58.82%. Attributes, Strength 59, Stamina 133, Agility 142, Intelligence 159 plus 203. Distributable points 10. Exclusive skills, Enhancement, Inlay General. Skills, None 9 stage 2, 58% experience bar. He leveled up by more than 2 levels at once. Awesome. No wonder they all say many people get stuck at the 9th stage. The experience required is just too high. If it weren't for his ability, he really wouldn't have been able to level up so quickly. But what exactly is a divine level domain gate? Why haven't I heard of it? Zhang Jia, Ling Qi, do you know about the divine level domain gate? The two shook their heads in unison. Never heard of it. Where did you hear that? I was just wondering if there's something higher than the disaster level domain gate. Maybe it's called something like that. Lin Chen scratched his head awkwardly. The disaster level domain gate is the highest known level of domain gate. There's nothing higher than it. Ling Qi shook his head. Oh, I see. It seems they aren't very knowledgeable about this either. Lin Chen looked at his points, feeling a bit restless. I'm going to study weapon enhancement. You guys just sit here. After saying that, he headed straight for the screen. He quickly took out the enhancer and placed the weapon inside. Red Dragon Revolver S1017 Mythical plus 150 success rate 25.63%. Enhance? Minus 743,700 points. Looking at the deducted points, Lin Chen's heart raced. According to his current points, enhancing to 200 would cost at least 37 million. Fortunately, he hadn't enhanced before, otherwise those points wouldn't have been enough for anything. For a whole day, Lin Chen was holed up behind the screen. Until 7:30 p.m., the weapon was finally enhanced, costing a total of 39.55 million points. Ouch. So painful. Although it hurt his heart, his system leveled up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for enhancing plus 200 equipment for the first time. System level increased. Attribute transfer and replacement function activated. Attribute transfer. It can't be the kind of transfer he's thinking of, right? He casually took out equipment from his backpack, but how should this thing be used? Should he put 2 pieces of equipment inside? He first stored his weapon safely. If he accidentally messed it up, he would be devastated. He placed the first weapon inside, then put the other weapon in as well. Wow, it really is like that. Then a semi-transparent screen appeared in front of him, with the attributes of the 2 weapons listed on either side. As he focused, 2 of the attributes swapped places. Wow, that's amazing. But when he tried to swap other attributes, he couldn't do it at all. Lin Chen quickly checked the introduction of this ability.
Attribute transfer and replacement. Each piece of equipment can only replace one attribute and only once.
Having limitations is normal. If all the strongest attributes were put into one, that weapon would definitely surpass all others.
He looked at the weapon's latest data. Red Dragon Revolver S1017 Mythical plus 200 equipment level LV 85 durability 110 damage 1150 to 1408 plus 16.79 billion additional fire attribute attack critical hit rate plus 20% plus 100%. Critical hit damage plus 80% explosive bullets. Every 2 attacks produce an explosion effect with double damage. Shooting speed plus 50% strength plus 60 plus 120 special fire dragon form. The gun body is covered in red flames. Damage 500%. Lasts for 3 minutes. CD 30M. Psionic bullets. The user's energy automatically fills the magazine. Twin stars. Use energy to replicate the same weapon. Rapid fire. Within 1 minute. Damage increased by 200%. 1H. Fire Dragon Dance. 5 Fire Dragon form bullets each can cause 500% damage and adds a flame explosion effect. Explosion range 100 plus strength. Explosion damage is 200%. Lin Chen swallowed hard. Was this gun really something he could use? This attribute was simply too domineering. He believed that even if the strongest of the Fools Guild stood before him, now he would dare to take action. He looked at the ordinary red revolver in his hand. Fire Dragon form. The revolver remained the same without changing form. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. It seemed the required intelligence was even higher. In the southern city of Anzhou, deep in the mountains, the mythical domain gate slowly faded from people's sight. In front of the domain gate stood 200 professionals, all holding firearms, their gear a mix of ordinary and high-grade equipment. They were the 200 personnel responsible for closing the domain gate. Jun Zhang, has this world changed so much? Situ Nan looked at the weapons in the professionals' hands, momentarily unable to accept it. 200, or rather, 400 pieces plus 100 of weapon equipment. Was this reasonable? If this was the case, wouldn't there be tens of thousands of such equipment outside? The world hasn't changed much. We just have an invincible enhancer, and all these weapons and equipment came from him. Chen Junzheng waved his hand, signaling the professionals to move to the next location. Once everyone dispersed, Chen Junjing sat down in front of Situ Nan. Old man Situ, I have something to ask you for help this time. Logically, these dozen or so king-tier professionals should have been able to rest for a while after guarding here for so long. But with the Fools Guild appearing, some precautions had to be taken. Moreover, the other side might also have king-tier professionals. You say it, this old bone of mine can still fight for decades. Situ Nan said with a smile. Whether to rest or not was irrelevant to him. I want you to help protect that enhancer, preferably 3-4 people. 4 should be enough. Oh, in the country, is protection still needed? Logically, you should have dispatched enough professionals. Situ Nan was somewhat puzzled. Alas, the Fools Guild has appeared. A glint flashed in Situ Nan's eyes. The Fools Guild had appeared. They actually still exist. This shouldn't be the case. Chen Junzheng explained the general situation to Situ Nan. We also hope this isn't true, but that organization has indeed appeared. It is said that there are several tier 10 professionals inside, even king tier professionals. Situ Nan nodded. No problem, I'll take 3 old buddies to protect him. The others don't need to rest, they can go to the border or to Kyoto. Really? Chen Junzheng initially thought that protecting Lin Chen alone would suffice. As for the others, they weren't without tier 10 professionals, and there were even king tier ones. He just didn't expect an unexpected gain. After all, there was still a gap between newly promoted and established king tier professionals, unless they were super geniuses. Can I still lie to you? Let's set off now. The next day. Dingling Director Chen, what brings you here? Is there something you want to enhance again? Lin Chen quickly stood up. This time, no, I am here to bring you someone. This is our Elder Situ, and he will protect you here from now on. Chen Junzhen quickly invited Elder Situ to the front. Ha! Lin Chen looked at the old man in front of him, with a head full of white hair, dressed in a tang suit, and somewhat thin. He could be his grandfather. Protecting him? Surely, there must be a mistake. Are you sure you didn't say it wrong? No matter how Lin Chen looked at him, he felt this was just an old man practicing Tai Chi in the park. Ahem, Elder Situnan became a king-level practitioner 150 years ago. I don't need to say much about his strength. Everyone present looked at Situnan in shock, achieving king-level 150 years ago. That was incredibly formidable. Oh dear, Elder, please don't just stand there, come and sit down. Lin Chen stepped forward to help Situnan into a chair. He busily served tea and water, thoroughly engaged. Situ Nan smiled and enjoyed everything. This Lin Chen felt quite nice, without that arrogant attitude. Chen Junzheng felt a bit envious. Although he wasn't a 10th level or king level practitioner, he was the overall head of the 4 major forces, a director of the country. He had never enjoyed such treatment even once. Chen Junzheng glanced at the teacup in Situnan's hand, then at his own empty hands. He sighed softly. What a difference. Director Chen, is there anything else you need to instruct? Lin Chen looked at the stationary Chen Junzheng in surprise. Chen Junzheng's mouth twitched. No, nothing else. Just that the other three have already settled in. Remember to meet them tonight. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Are they also king level? Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu swallowed hard. No way, 4 king level practitioners? That's right. Don't worry, I'll definitely arrange everything tonight. That night, he directly took the 4 elders out for a feast and entertainment. Lin Chen also planned to take the 4 to the Red Romance massage parlor, but was stopped by Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu. They were king-level practitioners. Was it appropriate to take them to Red Romance? In the end, Lin Chen had to give up that idea. At 10 o'clock at night, Situ Nan and the 4 sat together. What do you all think of this young man? Situ Nan looked at his old friends. He's a good person, just a bit too lively. In personality, said a middle-aged man with red hair quietly. Yenmo, your standards are too high. After all, he's only 19 years old. Should he be as dull as you? Shui Gue, who's dull? Can you speak properly? Yenmo looked at another middle-aged man with blue hair, dissatisfied. Alright, you're all over 100 years old. How can you still act like children? Situ Nan said helplessly. Emperor? After so many years, I've long gotten used to it. These two have been arguing for nearly 100 years. A young man beside him shook his head. Shadow, you're in charge of the city's safety issues. Only your abilities can support the entire city. Understood, Emperor. Shadow nodded. Emperor, what about us? Yenmo and Shui Gue looked at Situ Nan in unison. Situ Nan glanced at the two. You can stay next door. You can support at any time. Alright. Although they didn't want to be together, they still had to listen to Situ Nan's words. TSK, I doubt anyone remembers the name Emperor anymore. Situ Nan said with a smile. Emperor, don't say it's now. Even back in my time, there was no news about you. The country has done quite well in this regard. Our generation of king-level practitioners has had our information gradually erased. Shadow, enough already. You're not even 100 yet, calling yourself the old generation. You're part of the new generation, alright? The old generation is us. Yenmo quickly said. Brother Yenmo, you're only 50 or 60 years older than me. That's still a lot. Situ Nan smiled and shook his head. These people were all taciturn while guarding the domain gate. After coming out, their words had certainly increased. He looked out at the brightly lit city, which had really recovered quite quickly. The imagined invasion had not occurred, and the various border defenses had not detected any trace of the Fool's Guild members. Yet, the defensive forces had not weakened at all. As the only organization to enter China's SSS level files, they did not believe things would be so simple. In the Elders' conference room, what do they say over there? Currently, there are no preparations to come to China. The Fool's Guild's visits to so many countries are merely incidental. The only one they are serious about is Eagle Sauce. From what Yelong means, they plan to absorb some foreign organizations before they truly begin to implement their plans. As for what the plan was, even the undercover agents inside were unclear. The only one who could be considered high-ranking was Yelong, and if he didn't know, there was no hope for the others. The Grand Elder nodded. This matter is somewhat difficult. Given the current strength of the Fool's Guild, there shouldn't be many organizations that would dare to refuse. It was estimated that a refusal would lead to a great battle. Elder 8 shook his head. Yelong speculates that they will choose the top 5 organizations as targets, most likely the one where Qinglong is in the manhunt, as well as the Scorpion organization, controlled by Eagle Sauce. Do you think we should send someone over? After all, the Fool's Guild is suspected of having king-tier professionals. It was said to be suspected, but it could almost be confirmed that the other side indeed had king-tier professionals, though the number was still in doubt. Don't forget, the weapons they use are not ordinary weapons. If they really come to blows, who can defeat whom is still uncertain, the Grand Elder said with a smile, shaking his head. Let's ask Lin Chun if he can help them strengthen a bit more. It's a pity we still have an undercover agent in the Fool's Guild. Otherwise, I would really want Lin Chen to send over a nuclear bomb. Old gentleman, I've enhanced all your weapons for you. Elder Situ, I've strengthened yours a bit more. Lin Chen distributed the 4 weapons. All were of the same red equipment. No wonder they were king-tier professionals. The weapons they used were indeed good. The 4 looked at the weapons in their hands, speechless for a long time. Lin Chen hadn't actually enhanced them too much. They were only at plus 150. After all, at this stage, it was almost a matter of touching and dying. Further enhancement had little meaning, unless facing magical creatures. After all, X-level magical creatures were much stronger than humans. They could withstand a couple of attacks, right? Little brother, you're amazing. Yenmo held back for a long time, but his cultural knowledge was limited. The world really is different now. Can enhancement levels be this high? Shui Gui's expression was complex. If they had this equipment before, they wouldn't have been guarding anything. They could have just charged through the domain gate and started fighting. Alright, you should return to your respective posts. Although there haven't been any issues during this time, still be a bit cautious. You must know that it's the Fool's Guild. Situ Nan said seriously. The other 3 nodded. Okay, we'll return to our posts now. After everyone left, Lin Chen approached Situ Nan, pouring tea and water in one go. That level of skill showed he had practiced. Lin Chen even set up a tea table in the shop. Elder Situ, can you tell me what the situation with the Fool's Guild is? It feels quite formidable.
Although various countries had defined the Fool's Guild as X-level dangerous, to Lin Chen it was just a term. He couldn't intuitively feel the strength of the Fool's Guild. The Fool's Guild is one of the oldest organizations, appearing about 40 to 50 years after the domain gate descended. But at that time, the higher-ups speculated that this organization should have appeared long ago. It just wasn't discovered then. Their goal was to dominate the world, but they did not succeed.
At that time, the Fools had already possessed 10 king-tier professionals, considering
that the domain gates had only just descended 100 years prior. The country had only 2 king-tier professionals, yet they had a full 10, which shows their immense strength.
Ultimately, 150 years ago, the Fools were annihilated by the coalition forces of various countries. However, it was unexpected that they had survived until now. Situnan briefly recounted that when he participated in the battle, he was a 10th-tier professional. That being said, the Fools were quite formidable. According to Situnan, the Fools were undoubtedly a super powerful force at that time, and their downfall was merely due to inciting public anger. Indeed, they were quite powerful. That war nearly inflicted severe damage on all the countries involved. It was also because of that incident that Huagua fell into peril once again. The Great Battle 100 years ago was inextricably linked to the Fools. 100 years ago, the Eagle Nation allied with 5 countries to launch an invasion against Huagua, which included the Sakura Nation. That war nearly wiped out 1/5 of Huagua's combat power. However, the other countries did not gain much benefit either. A 3-year war cost Sakura half of its combat strength, and the other countries fared no better. The only one to benefit from this war was the Eagle Nation, as their deployed troops were few and their casualties were the least. This is why the countries have maintained a conservative policy ever since. Experiencing 2 wars in 150 years is already the limit. But now, things have improved. Some king-tier professionals have returned, and the number of 10th-tier professionals has also increased. The number of professionals at all levels is much greater than before. Thinking of this, Situnan glanced at Lin Chen. With the addition of this peculiar enhancer, Huagua is truly on the rise this time. If given the chance, he really wants to lead a team to Sakura and the Eagle Nation to take revenge for the past. Lin Chen stroked his chin, surprised that an overseas organization could stir the entire world. This was truly unprecedented. It made him think of the Wild Hunt. If Silver Wolf and the others had a few king-tier professionals, they might also reach that height, especially with him providing enhancement consumables. Actually, there's no need to worry too much. After all, the main force back then was the Eagle Nation. Even if the Fools seek revenge, it would be directed at the Eagle Nation. At that time, he felt that the coalition forces were weak due to their small numbers. But now, it seems that this might not be a bad thing. It appears that the 7th Elder at that time must have anticipated this day. It is said that shortly after the war ended, the 7th Elder passed away due to illness, which is truly a pity. Well, it will eventually come to us. I wonder how the higher-ups will arrange it. Lin Chen currently had one thought: to upgrade all the weapons of the people around him to level 100, ensuring his own safety first. After that, he would enhance the weapons of those facing the Fool's main forces to level 100 as well. If there were any surplus, it wouldn't be impossible to enhance them to level 150. Fortunately, the domestic domain gate closure plan was still in progress, otherwise he would be at a loss. After about 2 or 3 days, Chen Junjing asked him if he could enhance the weapons of Qinglong and Jinying. Without a doubt, he could. On the 5th day, Qinglong led a team to come. The weapons are all here. Leave it to me, I'll have them all ready for you by this afternoon. Just a dozen or so weapons. It was a piece of cake for him. Lin Chen took the weapons and began the enhancement. Situnan looked at Qinglong. Did you once work at a place called Dark Sting? Qinglong's pupils constricted. Who was this old man before him? How did he know about Dark Sting? You are Zhang Lingyu, introduced the old man beside her. Lord Situ, I indeed spent 10 years in the Dark Assassins. Qinglong's face was full of respect. This was a royal tier practitioner, far more powerful than he was. Shadow, come here. As Situnan's voice fell, Shadow slowly walked out from the shadows. This is the little guy you knew from the Dark Assassins. Do you recognize him? Shadow shook his head. How would I recognize anyone? I've been gone for decades. Upon seeing Shadow's appearance, Qinglong showed even more respect. Lord Shadow, I am Dark 13 from the Dark Assassins. Shadow nodded. Position 10, huh? That means your strength is decent. It's not bad. I just reached the 10th tier 5 years ago, Qinglong said humbly. Shadow. And Situnan looked at Qinglong with interest. A 10th tier, and he looked quite young. How old are you this year? 47. Situnan nodded. Not bad. Entering the 10th tier at 42 can be considered genius. You should know that Chen Luo and the others reached the 9th tier at 27, which sounds quite talented, right? But being able to reach the 9th tier at 35 is already considered fast, and it might even take until 39 to reach the 9th tier. As for the 10th tier, it requires even more time. Because to level up quickly, one must face SSS level and X level monsters. Only by defeating these monsters can your advancement speed increase. Among so many people, the one with the highest talent is Zhao Ziyu, who is 29 and at the 9th tier. As for when he can reach the royal tier, that depends on his comprehension. Dingling, a man and a woman walked into the shop. The woman was taken aback upon seeing Shadow, then her face lit up with excitement. Master, when did you come back? Xinglong beside her opened his mouth but said nothing. He didn't expect Shadow to be his master's master. Should he call him Grandmaster then? Dark too? Shadow was also surprised, not expecting his disciple to come. Yes, I am Dark too. Jean Dai was full of excitement, not expecting to see her master again. When Shadow left back then, she thought she would never see her master again. Shadow glanced at Jean Dai. Your strength has been improving a bit slowly. Shadow remembered that when he left, she was already at the 9th tier, level 1. How had so many years passed without her improving? Oh, you can't blame me, can you? After all, the Dark Assassins had a lot of work to do back then, and there were only opportunities to level up later. Shadow shook his head. What could he say about this? He had said before that management and action should be separated. Otherwise, it would delay the practitioner's advancement. But some teams had no choice but to let practitioners manage. And the Dark Assassins were one of them. Alright, you all get on with your equipment, I'll take my leave first. Although Shadow was somewhat happy, he wasn't as excited as they were. Jean Dai watched Shadow leave, biting her lip. Was her master not happy? Once this matter is over, you'll have plenty of time to catch up, Sitanan said with a smile as he watched the scene. He then shook his head. His own disciples must have all died by now. After all, 100 years had passed. Master, please sit. Xinglong stood up and offered his chair. Jean Dai waved her hand. You sit, I can stand. Situ raised an eyebrow. Oh, you two are still master and disciple? That makes your relationship quite interesting. Doesn't that mean Shadow's little guy is practically a grandmaster now? Xinglong's mouth twitched. I suppose so. At 6 in the afternoon, Lin Chen came out from the back. Oh, you all are here too? Lin Chen returned the weapon in his hand to Xinglong. Xinglong took it, momentarily stunned, then returned to normal. With this weapon, the Fool's Alliance is not a concern. Just a few days ago, the Fool's Alliance had already made contact with them. They set a deadline. If they do not comply within a month, they should prepare for annihilation. He looked at Jean Dai, thinking that the Wild Hunt must have received the same news. Well, we also need to upgrade our weapons. The quantity is a bit much. The number of the Wild Hunt is greater than that of the Azure Dragon and the others, not including the weapons of the Demon Team. But there are still more than 50 weapons. It's fine, just come to pick them up at this time tomorrow. It doesn't matter how many there are, as long as they can get rid of the Fool's Alliance. He had heard from Chun Junzhang that it was precisely because of the existence of the Fool's Alliance that the plan to close the foreign domain gates was halted. Isn't that cutting off his source of income? Even if the foreign domain gates are fewer, there should still be at least 100, which could yield 1 billion experience points. It's just delaying matters. Alright, we'll come to pick them up tomorrow. A week passed in a flash, and the Azure Dragon and Jean Dai had long returned. Lin Chen did not idle away his time but continued to strengthen and upgrade the weapons. He even used the refining and attribute swapping abilities to enhance some equipment's attributes. What a pity. If only I could transfer the damage. If it were possible, he would directly transfer the plus 100 weapons attributes to a regular weapon, then strengthen that weapon by 100, spending the least points to achieve the maximum damage. Unfortunately, the system wouldn't allow it. In Huagua, everything was peaceful, but the Eagle Sauce was having a hard time. Perhaps after negotiating with many organizations, the Idle Fool's Alliance found the Eagle Sauce again. They were causing trouble in Eagle Sauce's territory almost every day. Now, almost every news report was related to Eagle Sauce. This situation made the elders very happy. From the current situation, the number of personnel lost by Eagle Sauce is not small at all. Their strength has at least regressed by 5 years. If the Fool's Alliance continues like this, Eagle Sauce will probably be eliminated soon, the Grand Elder said with a smile. The 7th Elder nodded. No wonder I saw information that Huagua would rise in a year. It turns out to be for this reason. But we still need to be cautious about the Fool's Alliance. In half a month, they will make their move. After they deal with those organizations, it will be our turn. Don't worry, with the equipment provided by Lin Chen, the Fool's Alliance won't stir up any trouble. Perhaps by then, the Fool's Alliance will change targets, and we can speed up the cleanup of the domain gates. Maybe we won't need to be low-key then. No, there's one more thing that needs to be resolved in advance, and that is the nuclear weapons of Eagle Sauce. The Grand Elder's expression was serious. If it were just the professionals fighting, Huagua would not be afraid of Eagle Sauce at all. But with the weapons involved, Huagua's concerns multiplied. In fact, the biggest limitation is in the weapons aspect. This matter is quite tricky. They have 4 launch zones for their weapons, and we don't know if there are any others. The 7th Elder shook his head. Relying on manpower to solve this issue is clearly a difficult problem. Several elders fell into deep thought. The Fool's Alliance is a danger, but it is just an organization. Wanting to annihilate them is merely a matter of time. They will eventually be destroyed in 3 to 5 years. But to eliminate Eagle Sauce, it is not just a matter of time. It requires completely stripping the other side of its ability to pose a threat. This, in fact, is the most challenging part. The Grand Elder sighed lightly. Is it only possible to develop nearby? Is our goal so difficult to achieve? Our goal is a bit too ambitious. It would be good enough to accomplish it within 100 years. The 2nd Elder shook his head.
Their goal is not to make Huagua the world's number one, but to make Huagua the ruler of the planet.
Being the world's number one and being the ruler are entirely two different concepts.
Beside him, Ba Chang stroked his chin. You guys say that since Lin Chen can upgrade any weapon with attributes, even nuclear bombs, then what about air defense?
Air defense? How could I forget that?
But the flight altitude of a nuclear bomb is very high, and even if it gets blown up upon detection, it will still affect the nearby area.
Is that reliable? You have to know that.
The flight altitude and speed of a nuclear bomb are not the same.
Have you forgotten the strange attributes of those nuclear bombs? Maybe after Lin Chen's enhancement, not to mention 5,000 meters even,
10,000 meters of defense could be achieved.
Hiss, it really seems feasible.
I'll notify Chen Junzhang right now and have him quickly get some anti-aircraft guns.
After Lin Chen handed the weapon to
Jin Dai, they hurried back to the organization headquarters. Looking at the news report on the wall-mounted TV, Lin Chen really wanted to help.
Situnan looked at Lin Chen's expression and knew what he was thinking, putting down his teacup. Are you thinking of helping?
Of course I want to help. These fools are being overly arrogant. Although they were causing trouble for the Eagle Sauce, they would
eventually come to Huagua. Moreover, in his view, the damage these people caused was really quite ordinary. Any weapon he casually used would be stronger than theirs. If he donned a full set of equipment, he could easily eliminate each one of them. The only concern was the defense issue.
Although his defense was already very strong, it could only hold for 3 hours. What he wanted was invincible defense. If you want to help, just enhance some equipment more. If it were before, we might still worry, but now with your weapons, there's no need to be concerned at all.
Even a plus 50 weapon would be enough to deal with those fools. Alright then, enhancement it is. Who told him he was just an ordinary enhancer? However, he approached the table and took out an A4 sheet from his backpack on which he had drawn something resembling a mech. I wonder if this kind of thing can be made. If it can be made, that would be awesome. This idea came to him while watching movies and anime. He suddenly thought of a question.
That is, an object often becomes outrageous after his enhancement.
Since that's the case, why not piece together a mech? Maybe after enhancement it would really turn into something from the TV? Without nuclear fusion power, then use a generator.
Without a pulse lightsaber, there must be a pulse scalpel or laser scalpel. In short, everything would be replaced with ordinary items, then enhanced as a whole.
Perhaps it could really create something remarkable.
The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He directly took a photo of the drawing and sent it to Chen Junzhang.
Director Chen, try to make this thing.
No need to pursue high technology, just make it functional. Chen Junzhang had just hung up the phone with Ba Chang when Lin Chen sent him a picture.
Looking at the image, Chen Junzhang fell into self-doubt. Can this thing even work?
But regardless of whether it could be used or not, it still had to be done. After all, it was what Lin Chen needed. At the same time, the temporary
organization of the Global Federation.
Lu Qingzhou sat helplessly in a chair. He had been in meetings here for a week straight.
He really didn't know what there was to discuss. Qingzhou, Eagle Sauce is in big trouble this time.
That fool's group has set their sights on Eagle Sauce. The people from the other countries have already retreated. Mr. Ski from Bear Country had a smile on his face.
Sayu, say there's only one target. What's the point of holding this meeting all the time?
The domestic side had already informed him that they would not participate in the fool's group matter.
This week, Eagle Sauce kept trying to drag other countries down with them. Other countries are not foolish. How could they possibly get involved? Only his lackeys would echo him. The meeting began at 9 o'clock. Still the same point.
The purpose of the organization known as the Foolish Crowd is to destroy the world, and as the masters of this world, we absolutely cannot allow.
The representative from Eagle Sauce spoke
passionately while Lu Qingzhou calmly looked at his notebook, writing meaningless words with his pen. Half an hour later, the head of Eagle Sauce nodded towards several other countries that had been attacked by the Foolish Crowd.
We agree, we should unite. Yes, we absolutely cannot let this organization grow. They are now targeting other foreign organizations, and we cannot let them succeed.
Eagle Sauce glanced at Siki and Lu Qingzhou, determined that these two countries must not be allowed to stand alone.
We have been hit so hard, you must suffer too. Lu Qingzhou, what is your country planning to do?
We are fully prepared. We have arranged personnel at the borders.
Anyone who comes will definitely face our strikes. There is absolutely no way we will help. The representative from Eagle Sauce was not satisfied with Lu Qingzhou's words. This time, the higher-ups had instructed them to take the initiative. You see, this Foolish Crowd is already quite powerful. If they absorb more organizations, it will be a disaster for us. Therefore, I believe we should form a coalition and launch an attack, just like 150 years ago. Lu Qingzhou sighed lightly. We want to, but we have too many domain gates within our territory, and we need a lot of manpower. After the battle 100 years ago, we suffered too many losses. We really can't manage it. The representative from Eagle Sauce's cheeks twitched. 100 years ago, you can still mention that battle. That battle was still led by Eagle Sauce, aimed at undermining the strength of China. And now, Eagle Sauce is well aware of China's strength. There isn't even a king-level practitioner, and there are hardly any at the 10th level. But that's not an excuse. He shifted his gaze. Since that's the case, then forget it. After we return, we will apply for a nuclear strike. The target will be their current location, and we plan to launch 50 nuclear warheads with a yield of 15 million. Lu Qingzhou suddenly stood up. Are you crazy, Eagle Sauce? The damage from these nuclear explosions is greater than the losses caused by this organization. The representative from Eagle Sauce leaned back in his chair, looking indifferent. We have no choice. If we don't eliminate their headquarters, our country will be finished. Lu Qingzhou took a deep breath and then sat down, expressionless, looking at Eagle Sauce. Then you do what you want. That area will be uninhabitable in the future, and you, Eagle Sauce, will be the culprit. Mr. Siki, sitting nearby, wanted to say something but shook his head upon seeing the representative's face. After the meeting, Lu Qingzhou hurriedly took a plane back to Kyoto to report to the elders. Do you think this matter is true or false? The elder was genuinely uncertain this time. Eagle Sauce could really do such a thing. Well, I'm not very sure either. After all, when I looked at the river of history, I only focused on our China. The seventh elder shook his head. He wanted to see other things, but his lifespan was truly limited. He felt that if he looked 1 or 2 more times, he would be on his way to the afterlife. Actually, we can ignore it. I remember that the Research Institute developed a tool called a nuclear radiation absorption device, the 12th elder reminded. The elder also reacted. Are you talking about that device with very mild effects? The nuclear radiation absorption device can clear about 10 square meters of land in a month. It seems effective, but facing contamination that spans dozens of kilometers, this effect can be said to be negligible. But now it's different. After Lin Chen's enhancement, the effect is certainly impressive. Yes, that's it. If the Eagle Sauce wants to bomb, let them. After all, there aren't any countries there, and several of their secret bases are located there. For us, it's not a loss at all. The elder nodded, as if it really made sense. Then let's inform Chen Junzheng about this matter and let him handle it. In the office, Chen Junzheng silently hung up the phone and walked to the window to open it. He took out a cigarette from his pocket. What day is it today? This is a bit too much. Although somewhat troubled, he knew he had to do what needed to be done. That afternoon, he called together all the relevant departments, including the Research Institute, the Blacksmith Department, and the Materials Department. These 3 items, you must produce them for me within this month. Director Chen, the other 2 issues aren't a big deal, but this mech, isn't it a bit too much to ask? After so long in technological development, no country has claimed to invent something like a mech. I know it's difficult, which is why I noted it for you. Use the most advanced items available now as substitutes. The crowd hesitated but nodded. Since they were told to substitute, they would do so. After all, it was just about making it, not that it had to be usable. The most powerful logistics department in Huagua began to operate, with different materials being transported to Kyoto from all over the country every day. Different parts were produced and assembled daily. Far away in Fengjing, Lin Chen was still unaware that a batch of other equipment was waiting for him to enhance. During this time, Lin Chen had the rare opportunity to rest, as events happening abroad did not affect him here. The weapon enhancement work had also temporarily stopped, partly because the combat departments had their own tasks and could not send weapons for enhancement. Another reason was that the logistics department was busy producing items and had no time to deal with new weapons. Not enhancing was fine with Lin Chen. After all, his points were safe here and wouldn't be lost. Moreover, his points and experience were skyrocketing every day, already sufficient. However, the happy days did not last long before a news report was repeatedly broadcast. Eagle Sauce warns the Fools organization that if they continue to act recklessly, they will carry out a nuclear strike on the location of the Fools base tomorrow. Lin Chen was stunned when he saw this information. Did Eagle Sauce really dare to use nuclear weapons? Although he had indirectly triggered a nuclear weapon, that target was in an abandoned area, a place with no people. Furthermore, the one releasing the nuclear bomb was the manhunt, which had nothing to do with him as a citizen of Huagua. And now, what was happening? A country was openly using nuclear weapons, and had the support of several other countries. Although these countries weren't exactly good, they were indeed recognized nations. Old Master Situ, does the other side really dare to launch a nuclear bomb? Eagle Sauce, of course, dares to launch it. They probably communicated with the higher-ups, otherwise they wouldn't be so bold. But aren't those areas going to be nuclear contaminated? Aren't they concerned about that? Lin Chen didn't understand. If it were released in an uninhabited area, it wouldn't matter, but that area must have at least 20 to 30,000 people, right? Just like that, they would release it? Even if they didn't care about those people, the land would be unusable after nuclear contamination. You are still too young. On what grounds would you intervene? Their target is the Fools organization. Do you want the country to confront them directly? Sometimes, a little sacrifice is unavoidable. Situnan shook his head with a smile, thinking Lin Chen was still too naive. Lin Chen opened his mouth, recalling some bombs and nuclear weapons he had made before, which seemed no different from this matter. But he really didn't mean it that way. If the wild hunt is a butcher, then he is the one handing the knife to the butcher. Lin Chen sat there in a daze. As a seller of kitchen knives, what does it have to do with him if others take action? It shouldn't, right? After all, it wasn't him who acted. Situnan frowned when he saw Lin Chen's condition. He hadn't said anything, so why was he like this? He quietly stood up and walked over to Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu. Old man. Situnan waved his hand. I shouldn't have said anything wrong just now. What's going on? Ling Qi scratched his head. I don't think there's a problem. It's quite normal. Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Chen, thought for a moment, and said softly, I'm not sure what he's thinking, but let me first talk about his situation this past year. After awakening last year, he has been strengthening weapons and moving between several domains, almost without participating in any conflicts with others. Then, before the new year, simply put, he hadn't directly participated in any battles with people, and even if he did, it was in an adversarial relationship. The only truly innocent people who died because of him were from the first nuclear bomb incident. Well, if that's the case, this kid is quite stubborn. Has he never heard the saying, those not of my kind will have different hearts? Perhaps due to his extensive participation in wars, Situnan's words were filled with killing intent. But he is not a combat profession. Zhang Lingyu said helplessly. Lin Chen came back to his senses and looked at Old Master Situ. Did we get our wires crossed? Ha? Aren't you worried about those ordinary people? Situnan asked. Ha? No, I never mentioned ordinary people. I was talking about that land being unusable after nuclear contamination. That's what I'm worried about. Although I have released nuclear bombs before, that was wasteland, and contamination is contamination. No one would use it anyway. But the area where the fools are located isn't too far from us, is it? 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers? It might belong to us in the future. Listening to Lin Chen's words, the three fell into a daze. Even Situnan didn't react. So they had been worried for nothing? They thought Lin Chen was concerned about those ordinary people, but he was actually thinking about whether that land in Huadhua could still be used. Of course, whether the land could be used was just a euphemism. His real thought was that if it got contaminated, wouldn't the domain gate be unable to close? How would he earn points then? Severing his financial path was like killing his parents. Lin Chen increasingly disliked this eagle sauce. Although he had disliked it before, he now disliked it even more. Your idea is good, but it probably won't be considered. Situnan shook his head. At this time, it was better not to attract the attention of the fools. Lord Ice Emperor, Eagle Sauce. The clown stood beside the Ice Emperor, his tone revealing concern. That was a nuclear bomb, 50 of them. It's just a nuclear bomb, nothing to worry about. But you four will need to protect me for a while. I will have a period of weakness, the Ice Emperor said nonchalantly. The four exchanged glances, somewhat puzzled. If he remembered correctly, the Ice Emperor was just an ice-type practitioner. Could ice really freeze a nuclear bomb? We understand. The next day at noon, the Ice Emperor stood in an open area, looking up at the sky. What's the situation? The clown looked at his phone. It seems they really are about to launch. In the video, their national defense spokesperson was issuing commands in a panic. As for the fools left in Eagle Sauce, they were waiting for notification. Let them launch. It seems some people have forgotten the strength of the fools back in the day. The Ice Emperor took to the sky. Half an hour later, 10 missiles appeared in her sight, and she flew directly towards them. Only 10? You really underestimate me, don't you? The Ice Queen's pupils gradually turned blue, and her white hair floated without wind. She extended her right hand, domain ice seal. An invisible wave of light surged outward from her, and the 10 missiles that had come close instantly turned white. The missiles, now devoid of power, could only fall helplessly. Upon landing, they shattered into fragments. As for the explosion, it did not occur. After using her domain ability, the Ice Queen's skin turned pale. As expected, I still can't forcefully use royal level abilities. The side effects are quite severe. She had only entered the royal level for half a year and still couldn't flexibly use her domain ability. But she had no choice but to use it. In the base Joker, it seems the Ice Queen has just begun to master her domain. The doctor adjusted his glasses. The Joker glanced at the doctor. What, do you have something in mind? Don't test me. We are all part of the Fool's Guild. Do you think I'm that person? The Fool's Guild shouldn't have so few members. One person had refused to return. That person, let's not mention him for now. But you should know, the previous leader Ice Queen died 150 years ago. This is the new Ice Queen. And we are remnants of the old era. Haven't you thought about? The Joker's words were filled with temptation. What would the coexistence of the new and old eras be like? Who could know? The doctor took off his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on. Joker, you wouldn't have any ideas, would you? Who knows? At that moment, the Ice Queen walked in. Uncle Joker, Uncle Doctor, I need to rest for a week. If they plan to launch nuclear missiles again, we will evacuate directly. Understood, Your Majesty. Ice Queen. The Ice Queen removed the ice crystal mask from her face. Uncle Joker, it's good that no outsiders call me by my name. Got it, Mu Jing. Mu Jing smiled slightly and walked into the inner room. Watching Mu Jing leave, the Joker and the doctor stepped out of the room. Why did the previous Ice Queen choose a Chinese person as her disciple? The doctor sighed. Aren't you Chinese? Am I not Chinese? But that's different, she is now the leader. The doctor's expression darkened. Humph. The Joker scoffed. What's the difference?
Puppet Alina is still a person of Eagle Sauce. She's even more ruthless
than us when it comes to action.
Alina is like that because Eagle Sauce experimented on her, but I must say, Alina is my proudest creation. The doctor's face revealed madness. How genius was it to transform a person into a wooden puppet?
You're a madman.
Whether it's about being Chinese or not, it doesn't matter. When the time comes to act, if you dare to hold back, you're finished.
The Joker's gaze was fixed on the doctor.
The doctor shifted from madness to calmness, looking at the Joker with a peaceful expression. I will also pass that sentence to you.
I am leaving.
Since the Fool's Guild has
returned, Alina should return to her original form as well.
He turned and walked away, while the Joker stood in place watching him leave.
Uncle Joker, come here, there's something I need you to handle.
That day, the eyes of the world were focused on the area of the Fool's Guild, and the result was astonishing.
What kind of ability could cause missiles to shut down and fall? It could be said that the
Fool's Guild had given Eagle Sauce a resounding slap in the face in front of everyone.
In an office of Eagle Sauce.
I said to use 50, why only 10? The new leader of Eagle Sauce said, looking exasperated. Most countries in the international community strongly condemned it. If we really released 50, they couldn't accept that level of power.
10 is already the limit, the old man with 5-star white hair said calmly. So what do we do now?
The fools are still in our country, but they have nothing going on there.
No, maybe there is a way. We can let the foreign organization attack them. Through the satellite.
He clearly saw the situation after the other side used their abilities. Sitanan nodded at the phone screen. Indeed, it's a king-tier practitioner, but their use of this field is still quite immature.
If the new Ice Emperor only has this ability, then the fools are not that strong. It's just that he doesn't know what the situation is with the other four. And whether there are hidden people is also a question. Isn't this powerful enough?
Lin Chen was a bit curious. In his view, this freezing ability was already quite strong for an individual.
Sitanan smiled and shook his head.
No, it's not strong enough. This is just the beginning of entering the king tier. If it were a king tier practitioner with over 10 years of experience, a freeze could cover everything within a radius of at least 10 kilometers.
This is still far from that.
Lin Chen's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt that his weapon might not be that strong.
10 kilometers? A distance of 10,000 meters? His firearms didn't seem to have
that kind of range. A distance of 100,000 meters seemed impossible to hit. Indeed, he felt he wasn't suited to face such situations.
Dingling, Ling Qi's phone rang. Director Chen, what's wrong? Clang.
Ling Qi's phone fell to the ground, and he stood there in a daze, his eyes reddening. The others exchanged glances, wondering what was going on.
Situnan seemed to ponder. Had the fools made a move, or was it someone he knew?
Half an hour ago, in the Elders' conference room. Everyone has seen the video. The other side is indeed a king-tier practitioner, but it seems they haven't been in for long. But it can be confirmed that the previous Ice Emperor is dead. This was good news for them. At least the person they were facing this time was weaker.
But we can't let our guard down. Among those four,
aside from the Dragon King, the other three are not to be underestimated.
Especially that doctor. Sigh that matter.
The elder shook his head.
Jun Zhang, have you looked at the file on this doctor? The elder looked at Chen Junzhang.
I've seen it. I just didn't expect he was once a person from our country. Chen Junzhang had always thought that the organization was made up of foreigners, but he
was astonished to find that a core member was actually from Huagua. The doctor's real name is Gong Linxian, a mechanic who once taught mechanical engineering at the Huagua Practitioner University. However, he was dismissed due to his overly advanced ideas. Later, he conducted human experiments privately and was wanted. The end result was that he ran to the foreign organization, the Fools, and became an extraordinary mechanic practitioner.
He firmly believed in the theory that flesh and blood are useless, transforming people into machines, making them stronger than humans, easily defeating monsters. Ultimately, his idea was correct. The mechanical army he modified was almost invincible, able to withstand even X-level monsters.
Faced with numerous practitioners attacking, he could easily retreat.
The reason Huagua did not agree was that the practitioners he modified would lose any sense of humanity. To put it extremely, they were left with only combat and even slaughter. According to the file, he was only a 9th tier practitioner back then. He should be a king tier now. The elder shook his head. 9th tier was already so difficult. If he were king tier, the combat power of his mechanical army would
likely double again. Elder, what do we need to do now?
Buzz. A spatial rift appeared here, with spatial turbulence swirling around. Chen Juanjing's face turned ugly. There was a spatial stabilizer here.
So how could this happen?
A clown poked its head out. Ha, finally found the location. This little friend, you mustn't make a move, or if this space tunnel breaks, it could turn into a spatial bomb.
Chen Juanjing's mouth twitched. Was he a little friend?
However, looking at the unstable spacecraft, he didn't dare to act.
TSK, the layout here hasn't changed in so many years. You really are nostalgic.
The 12 elders frowned tightly. This person in front of them should be the clown.
But why did his words sound like he frequently visited the elders' conference room? Ah, don't be nervous. By the way, I'm here to deliver something this time. In the future, don't throw things around, got it? Otherwise, I might not bring anything next time.
Also, there are too few space stabilizers, although I exerted
A bit of effort, it was still easy to open the space. Bang bang. 2 blood-stained bodies were thrown onto the ground and the clown retracted his head, closing the space crack, not daring to waste a moment. Chen Juanjing's face turned ugly. Those were 8 space stabilizers. What kind of spatial ability was this? How outrageous. Quick, see who it is, Elder 8 shouted anxiously. It better not be Yelong. The others could be of low status, but Yelong was the last trump card. Chen Junzheng hurried forward to check, and when he saw that face, his heart tightened. It's Chen Xiaoming and Chen Tianyi. Elders, I'll go arrange for doctors. He picked up the phone and quickly called for help. 2 minutes later, 8 medical staff arrived. Among them, 2 priests immediately released various healing abilities onto the 2, but the effect was indeed minimal. Director Chen, the magic energy surging within them should be the cause. We should send them to the Magic Energy Treatment Center. In the Magic Energy Treatment Center, Zhao Guangyuan conducted a thorough examination of the 2 and placed a +50 mind's eye in the room. He shook his head. Someone triggered their magic energy explosion. It's already remarkable that they've held on this long. As for whether they can wake up, I'm not sure, and I can't guarantee they will survive. But even if they do survive, they will become ordinary people and can no longer be professionals. Chen Xiaoming and Chen Tianyi were connected to various devices to monitor their life status. Chen Junzheng looked at Chen Xiaoming with a complex expression and nodded. I understand. The Grand Elder shook his head at the door. It seems others need to be careful. Logically, they shouldn't have been discovered. Elder 8 shook his head. I'm not sure about that either. After all, Yelong didn't provide me with any information. It seems the situation in other countries isn't much better. Undercover operations are common, every country does it, but whether they can succeed is another matter. Grand Elder, one of them has some connection to Ling Qi. I'll notify him. Go ahead. After watching Chen Junzheng leave, several elders returned to the conference room. What's the situation with those 2 now? Their lives are saved, but what will happen next is still unclear. The foolish are giving us a warning. The Grand Elder frowned and shook his head. Do you think this is the Ice Emperor's idea or Gong Linquan's? It should be Gong Linqian. Brother Ling Qi, what happened? Seeing Ling Qi's unusual state, Lin Chen felt worried. Ling Qi trembled slightly, slowly calming his heart. He exhaled slowly. Chen Tianyi and Chen Xiaoming have been discovered. They are now on the brink of death in a hospital in Kyoto. As for whether they can survive, it's still unclear. That shouldn't be. They were fine for so long. How could it be like this as soon as they returned to the foolish? Ling Qi shook his head. I'm not sure either. On the side, Situ Nan wore a contemplative expression. After a moment of thought, he said, it's highly likely that they've encountered a mental-type profession and they haven't tampered with their own memories. Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, these mental-type professionals are troublesome. Fortunately, he has system protection, otherwise any random mental type could extract secrets from him. Brother Ling Qi, why don't you go to Kyoto and see Sister Tianyi? Lin Chen suggested. After all, he already had 4 royal-level protectors, so it wasn't a big deal whether others were present or not. Moreover, according to the arrangements above, whether the Fools Guild could enter was still a question. Ling Qi shook his head. It doesn't matter whether I go or not, it won't change anything. This is my mission, and even if she dies, I cannot leave. Situ Nan was quite satisfied with this statement. This is the awareness that a national professional should have. The mission is above all else. In the Shura Hall, you shouldn't have refused them. A humanoid shadow stood above a stone. Shura shook his head. I don't have a high opinion of the Fools Guild. Their ideas are too naive. Moreover, I am now the lord of the Shura Hall. There's no need to lower myself. The shadow smiled. Dragon Sovereign, it seems you've forgotten who helped you get to this point. Shura calmly looked at the shadow before him. Of course, I remember. The Dragon Sovereign is always the Dragon Sovereign of the temple. That will not change. The shadow nodded in satisfaction. That's good to know. Don't forget your identity. If the Fools Guild doesn't go, then so be it. Although that organization has strength, they are too high profile. Once the Fools Guild leaves Eagle Sauce, our temple will enter Eagle Sauce. While the world's attention is focused on the Fools Guild, our temple's opportunity will come. One more thing, try to avoid Hua country. It's very dangerous there. Shura nodded. Yes, Lord of the Hall. Then the shadow slightly swayed and disappeared into the back hall. Shura stared blankly at the stone before him. TSK, I didn't expect you to become the Dragon Sovereign. A once weak organization has grown to such a level. You shouldn't have come, Shura said. Don't worry, my main body is in the space. This is just a shadow. He still needs props, but I don't. Shura turned to look at the person behind him. Clown, you know how difficult it is to implement this plan. The temple was indeed an organization with little presence back then, but it was very low-key. The clown nodded. Of course I know, otherwise I wouldn't have suggested you infiltrate them. I knew 150 years ago that the Fools Guild was destined to fail, so I don't want the temple to become an uncontrollable factor. You are a very important link. Shura sighed lightly. The temple has 1 hall master and 12 sovereigns. I am one of the hall masters. All 13 of us are royal-level professionals. How do you think such an organization can ensure the other side remains controllable? The clown was taken aback. Things had exceeded expectations. He stroked his chin, pondering. If what you say is true, it seems this organization is too strong. Tricky. Exactly, and this is just what I know. I'm not sure. How many royal level and 10th tier professionals are secretly involved? Shura looked at the clown. I don't need to go back to the Fool's Guild, right? The clown shook his head. No need, they all think you want to establish your own sect, so there's no need to return. What about the new Ice Emperor? It has nothing to do with the Ice Emperor, just take care of this matter and I will handle it later. Time quickly arrived at the day when the Fool's Guild was engaged in battle with the Madhunt and the Qinglong. The people of the Fool's Guild had long since withdrawn from Eagle Sauce, which relieved Eagle Sauce. On August 10, the eyes of the entire world were focused on this chaotic region. At noon, satellites from various countries detected the Fools gathering. A full 300 people appeared on the satellites, flying leisurely towards the east, stopping in a territory of a country that had vanished 100 years ago. Half an hour later, over 100 masked individuals arrived from the other side. The hunter took everyone aboard. Boss, our weapons are so powerful. Do we really need this many people? It's better to be cautious. After all, the other side has royal tier professionals, and it's still unclear whether our weapons can affect them. We could always just drop a nuclear bomb. The Golden Eagle turned to look at the Silver Wolf, his cheek twitching. Did you just say nuclear bomb? Yeah, I specifically brought a nuclear bomb that day, and Lin Chen has already enhanced it to 100. Its power is definitely not small. I just don't believe a royal tier can withstand a plus 100 nuclear bomb. The Golden Eagle took a deep breath. He didn't know if the other side could withstand it, but he knew that he and his companions definitely could not. Far away in Fengjing, Lin Chen had already closed his shop and brought a few people to his home, turning on the TV to connect to the satellite feed. Old man Situ, do you see anyone you know in this fool's gathering? Situ Nan nodded as he looked at the screen. Indeed, there is an acquaintance, and I recognize a team as well, but I'm not sure if their leader is the same person as before. Lin Chen looked at the screen. Which one? The metallic person in front, named Olina, a manipulation-type professional SSS-level puppet controller. And those in black robes were modified by someone called the Doctor. He used to be a teacher at a school in Huagua, but I don't know if he is still around. Soon, Lin Chen found the metallic person and that team. So, does this mean that the people in this organization have lived quite a long time? Are you trying to say that these black-robed individuals and Olina have lived for a long time? What if I told you they could live forever? Situ Nan said with a smile. Lin Chen looked at Situ Nan in shock. Isn't that immortality? How could that be possible? Even a 10th tier professional only lives to about 300 years. Even royal tier professionals, no matter how long they live, will eventually die. They can indeed live forever, but their souls may have long since changed. One could say their bodies are alive, but as for who is actually surviving, only that doctor would know. Dingling Situ Nan's phone rang. He answered the call, and Chen Luo's voice came through. Old man Situ, there are strong spatial fluctuations in the neighborhood. It must be the clown. After that incident, Chen Junzheng had notified Chen Luo and the others, deploying 16 spatial stabilizers. 8 were placed near Lin Chen's shop and 8 near his home. 8 stabilizers in one area was already the limit, but it still couldn't stop this spatial professional. Chen Luo was also a spatial professional, but even with 8 stabilizers, he couldn't break through the space. Yet this clown could still do so. Don't worry, with the 4 of us old fellows here, he won't be able to stir up any trouble. After hanging up, Situ Nan reminded a few people and then flew out the window. Not long after he left, Yan Mo and Shui Gui entered the room. Aren't you two going to help the old man? Lin Chen was a bit surprised, knowing that the other side was likely a royal tier professional. It might not even be just one person. The two shook their heads. Not for now, the title of emperor is not given lightly. Moreover, the emperor has been a royal tier for many years and his current strength is very strong. What does very strong even mean? Seeing Lin Chen still confused, Yan Mo explained, there are distinctions even among royal tiers. The 1st to 9th tiers are divided into 10 levels. The king's rank is divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfection. Each level represents a tremendous leap, so there's no need to worry. Although I didn't quite understand, it sounded impressive. Excuse me, I have a question. A 10th tier professional has a lifespan of around 300 years. What about the king's rank? The beginner king's rank has a lifespan of 500 years, the intermediate 600, the advanced 800, and the perfection is unknown. Yan Mo shook his head. After all, at this stage, Huagua has not yet reached anyone at the perfection level of the king's rank, and even abroad, there should be none. Just then, a distorted spatial passage appeared in the sky outside, and a man wearing a clown mask stepped out. Behind him was a white-haired man with a silver mask covering the lower half of his face and glasses. The two were the clown and the doctor. Your defenses here are really strict. I wonder if the person we're looking for is here. The clown ignored Situ Nan in front of him and looked at Lin Chen through the window behind him. Found him, doctor, you go bring him out in a bit. Humph. Why don't you go? Deal with this old fool first. Situ Nan's frail and aged appearance indeed made him seem easy to bully. He didn't mind the comment. After all, he was still young when the two fought back then. Gong Lin Xian, you're still the same, your words are still so harsh. The doctor almost didn't react upon hearing that name, Gong Lin Xian. is a thing of the past. I am now called the doctor. The doctor squinted at the old man in front of him, knowing his name, but who exactly was this person? The clown looked at Situnan in confusion, wondering how this person knew the doctor's name. Did he look at the doctor's file? Doctor, your information has already been exposed. Unlike me, no one knows my name. Ha ha ha. Stop laughing. Hurry up and take action. Get rid of him. All right. The clown smiled and extended his right hand, a black, twisted blade of light appearing in his hand, which then flew out. Situnan waved his hand casually, and the black blade of light vanished. The clown was stunned. Although his spatial blade was a basic ability, it was still released with his king's rank strength, yet it was blocked so easily. Kid, your strength still needs improvement. You haven't been doing well all these years. Situnan's clothes moved without wind, and then his hair slowly turned black, and he became younger. Boom! His clothes ripped apart, revealing his muscular physique. He transformed from a height of over 1.7 meters to a burly man over 1.9 meters tall. 2 giant hammers appeared in his hands. Lin Chen in the room gaped. This was definitely a transformation, right? No, why are you pretending to be an old man when you look so young? Yenemo shook his head. The fools don't seem as terrifying as imagined. These two are merely intermediate king's rank. Looking at it this way, they might not even possess advanced king's rank. Let's observe for now. There are some equipment that suppresses realms, after all. Outside, the clown looked at the increasingly familiar face in front of him, his expression darkening. Aren't you supposed to have been dead for nearly 100 years? If he remembered correctly, the morning information about Situnan had been broadcast for a week. Then, recalling some of Huagua's past operations, he twitched his mouth. The clown understood this was another illusion. But who would use such a morning event to hide a person? Aren't you going too far? A passage slowly appeared behind the clown. It was better not to have people around. Huagua was better off without them. Want to run? Watch the hammer. Situnan didn't expect that as soon as he restored his true form, the other party would try to escape. The hammer instantly swept across the clown's body. The clown patted himself. Fortunately, I was prepared. See? Tunan frowned tightly. Space distortion? Very perceptive, but we have to go now. Goodbye. The clown quickly dove into the space passage, followed closely by the doctor, and the passage closed instantly. Situnan looked at the closed passage inside. The royal rank is indeed not so easy to kill. Although each realm represents a significant leap, it is still impossible to achieve a one-hit kill. He turned and walked towards the window, and with each step, Situnan underwent a slight change. By the time he returned to the house, he had transformed back into the appearance of a frail old man. Old man C2, why have you changed back again? Lin Chen was somewhat confused. Clearly, he could be a young and handsome strong man, so why turn into an old man? Hee, I am already quite old, and I prefer the old man look. The nearby flame demon bluntly undermined him. Don't listen to the emperor's nonsense. It's simply this appearance that makes people look easy to bully. I once used this trick to trick no less than 10 royal rank professionals. Lin Chen's eyelid twitched. What a good method, a model for our generation. He couldn't help but think that he could do the same. Wearing tattered gear, casually pulling out a plus 200 weapon and shooting someone in the head. To be honest, thinking about it this way really seemed feasible. Alright, you all go back. The situation with the Fool's Alliance is worse than expected. The royal rank mid-level is not a big problem, but this clown is a bit troublesome. After this, they probably won't come to Huagua again. No worries about strength, just worried about not being able to hit them. Space-type professionals are indeed a super troublesome profession. The two clowns returned to the battlefield on the other side. Clown, how is the emperor still alive? The doctor felt that things were somewhat beyond expectations. Don't ask me, the memorial service lasted a full 7 days, and people all over the world believed the emperor was dead. The clown was also at a loss. He had thought that Huagua was a relatively easy country to handle. After all, back in the day, Huagua sent the fewest troops and was the weakest. Moreover, for nearly 100 years, the pressure from those countries on Huagua was not ordinary. It was precisely because of this that a great nation was brought down. But now it seems that in the battle 150 years ago, Huagua did not exert much effort. Even in the invasion battle 100 years ago, Huagua only aimed to clear out the invaders. The idea of counterattacking was never considered. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's go find them and regroup. Huagua can't fight back. Can we not even handle a small foreign organization? Old man C2's strength has been exposed. Let it be exposed. We are no longer the Huagua of 100 years ago. I must say, the elders back then had great foresight. If they had been high-profile 150 years ago, they wouldn't have given us such a good opportunity for development. The Grand Elder nodded, recalling. When he took this position, the Grand Elder back then had everything arranged. During the 100 years of the Domain Gate's arrival, foreign forces continuously invaded Huagua, causing severe damage. At one point, Huagua fell from the second place in the world to outside the top 10. And it was precisely because of the drop in ranking that other countries withdrew their invading forces. Thus, 150 years ago, Huagua became the country that sent the fewest troops against the Fool's Alliance. Back then, the Eagle Sauce believed itself to be the strongest, sending the most troops, yet it also had the highest death toll. After the Fool's Alliance incident, there was the Cherry Blossom Invasion War 100 years ago. At that time, the Grand Elder pushed against the majority opinion, allowing only 2 royal rank professionals to go to the battlefield. No other royal rank professionals were permitted. That battle seemed extremely brutal, but in terms of death toll, it wasn't that high. Many figures were inflated. Reporting 10 deaths as thousands was a common practice. Those dead people have all disappeared and scattered to important departments across the country. Indeed, at that time, the Grand Elder's trick of deceiving the heavens fooled all the nations. Even now, Sakura country still believes they achieved a great victory, thinking we dare not counterattack, the 7th Elder said with a laugh. Let's not dwell on the past, let's focus on the present. The exposure of old Master Sidhu's strength has given the fools a chance, and they will likely spread this news to divert Eagle Sauce's attention. The 8th Elder shook his head. I don't think this is a problem. Even if they suspect, at most, they will only suspect we are hiding more than a dozen professionals. After all, that memorial service only had 12 professionals. The Grand Elder nodded. That's right. As long as the other side doesn't take action, we can continue to develop steadily. However, we need to hurry with the anti-aircraft artillery. Once we get that up and running, we won't have to fear anything. Only the elders know how many royal ranks there are. Even Shen Junjing isn't very clear about this. After all, as a major power, there are many secret departments in Huagua, most of which are directly overseen by the Elder Council. Overall strength surpassed Eagle Sauce 50 years ago. But just in case, Huagua has been spreading the narrative that its national strength is only above average, whether through news reports or grassroots dissemination. Whether you believe it or not, this is how I promote it. The more it is publicized, the more other countries will believe it. In such a situation, professionals are working even harder, which the Elder Council never anticipated. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The clown looked at the retreating members of the Fools, unable to accept it. Even Alina, the mechanical puppet, couldn't withstand the damage. Clown, doctor, what do we do now? Ice Empress Mu Jing expressed her panic. She clearly sensed that the opponent's highest strength was only a 10th rank, yet the damage they caused was definitely not something a 10th rank could inflict. Even royal ranks couldn't cause such damage. Over 300 professionals, and in just 5 minutes, only a little over 100 remained. This was completely incomprehensible. They had a bunch of 9th rank level 5 professionals in their organization, yet most were killed in one round, with no chance to retaliate after death. Let's retreat first. The strength of the Manhunt is higher than expected. These officials can't even get their rankings right. How can they be ranked behind us with a threat level of SSS? The clown was about to curse. If he believed the rankings again next time, he would be a fool. What about the organization where the Azure Dragon is? Mu Jing looked at the clown. That organization is fine. It's said to have only 12 people, an easy task. Under the watchful eyes of Jining and others, the fools quickly retreated. Is that it? Just leaving? Silver Wolf stroked his weapon. He had only killed 2 people before it ended. Of course, if we can't win, we leave. Jining glanced at his weapon. Without enhancements, it would take at least 15 minutes to kill so many. Should we pursue? Forget it. The weapon only increases our attack power. If it weren't for their speed not keeping up, it would have completely wiped them out. Although they had killed most of them, unfortunately, the 2 high-ranking members of the opponent were truly hard to kill. Royal ranks are royal ranks. They are not something ordinary people can deal with. Even that modified person was actually a royal rank, which was simply unbelievable. After returning to the base, the clown let the others rest while several high-ranking members sat in the room. The opponents' weapons should be sold by Huagua, the clown said. Their target today was Lin Shen, but unfortunately, they encountered Situnan and had to give up. It seems the rumors are true. The weapons they are using are all equipment that surpasses the enhancement limits, probably around 20. Mu Jing thought about today's situation and couldn't help but sigh. Clearly, when dealing with the Eagle Sauce, it felt like they had divine assistance. Why was it so difficult to handle a newly established organization? No, it could be equipment enhanced to 25. But no matter how many, the opponent's combat power far exceeds our imagination. The Joker shook his head. He hadn't anticipated today's situation either. Over 200 people just died here. This was a huge blow to the Fool's Society. Xinglong and the others should be fine, right? Mu Jing asked with some concern. She had just taken over the Fool's Society. It's fine, didn't I say? They only have 12 people. The next day, the same location, but different people. The outcome was similar, except this time they only brought 100 people and returned with 20 left. The entire process took no more than 10 minutes. But the result looked even worse than yesterday. Yesterday, no matter what, the opponent still had 100 people. Today, the opponent only had 8, not 12. Yet the result was still so tragic. Back at the base, the Joker and the others fell into silence. Beside the doctor, a broken body lay there, the remains of Olina. However, Olina was not dead, her brain was well protected. How many weapons is this Huagua selling abroad? The opponent's weapons are simply invincible. It could be said that the weapons were untouchable, whoever touched them would die. Only they, the royal level ones, were fortunate enough to withstand the opponent's attacks using their domains.
Olina simply had her domain open too slowly and was successfully ambushed. Otherwise, the result wouldn't have been so tragic. Ice Empress Mu Jing looked outside. Once there were people coming and going. Now there were only a few stray cats. In 2 days, nearly 300 people had died. The organization, which once had nearly 500 members, now only had over 200 left. 2 days seemed like a lot, but the actual fighting time was only about 15 minutes. Let's change our target and go to Gaul. Let's deal with another country, the Joker said seriously. If these 2 organizations were so strong, what about the others? What if they were just as strong? The doctor glanced at him but said nothing, turning to gather Olina's remains. Notify me when you're leaving, I have to get busy. 3 days later, the rankings of various foreign organizations were updated again. Madhunt Terrorist Organization ranked 1st, Threat Level X Unknown Assassination Organization ranked 2nd, Threat Level X Full Society ranked 3rd, Threat Level SSS. Shura Hall ranked 4th, Threat Level SSS. Life had its ups and downs, and the Fool Society demonstrated this vividly. They dropped directly from 1st to 3rd, and their threat level fell to SSS. This was still because a few royal-level professionals from the Joker had not died. If there had been deaths, perhaps the ranking would have continued to drop. Lin Chen, did you see? This is your role. Without the weapons you provided, Xinglong and Jining would have suffered even more losses. Chen Junjing stood opposite Lin Chen with a smile. You can't imagine how happy he was. He never expected that the Fool Society was just a silver gun with a wax head, looking good but useless. Even coming to Feng Jing through the spatial passage, they gained nothing. It must be said that closing the divine level domain gate was the right move, otherwise he really wouldn't know what the consequences would be. I just did what I was supposed to do, Lin Chen said, scratching his nose. He glanced at his points. He felt embarrassed saying that. He really was just in it for the points and experience. Everything else was incidental. I came this time to take you to enhance some equipment, Chen Jun said, rubbing his hands together. He knew Lin Chen liked to stay in Fengjing, but the equipment that needed enhancement was located at the border, requiring Lin Chen to go in person. Take me to enhance? Can't you bring the stuff over? I could bring it over, but the quantity is a bit large and somewhat scattered. The main issue is that some of it is indeed not easy to carry. In addition to the small anti-aircraft guns, they had also designed a giant anti-aircraft gun. It couldn't really be called an anti-aircraft gun. In his view, it should be considered a giant ground-to-ground cannon. If it weren't for this thing, he could have brought it over. Since it's not easy to carry, I'll go then, consider it a trip. With Situnan and the other 3 around, Lin Chen wasn't worried about his safety. Don't worry, every border is guarded by royal-level professionals. Your safety is absolutely guaranteed. I believe that. By the way, how are Chen Xiaoming and the others doing now? Upon hearing Lin Chen's question, Ling Qi also became anxious. He said it was useless to worry, but his concern didn't lessen at all. Sai, as of now, their lives are safe and they are waking up soon, but they probably won't be able to become professionals in this lifetime. Hearing this, Ling Qi finally relaxed his tense heart. Not being able to become a professional was fine. Being alive was better than being dead. It's a blessing that nothing happened. When are we setting off? We can go now. Old Master Situ, what do you think? Situnan shook his head. You don't need to ask me. I only take responsibility for Lin Chen's safety. What do you think, Lin Chen? Since there's nothing else to do, let's set off now. The weather in the northern border in September was very cool, and Lin Chen felt exceptionally comfortable walking in the forest. Behind him was a secret military base. Lin Chen, all the screws have been removed. You can enhance it now. Coming. Lin Chen jogged back to the base. There were over 30 anti-aircraft gun platforms laid out on the ground. Let me introduce you to the F-1183M anti-aircraft gun, 30mm caliber, with a maximum firing rate of 2,000 rounds per minute and an effective range of 2,000 meters. The only difference from the F-1183 is that it has added materials from the domain gate, which slightly increases its power, Chen Jun said, patting the big guy in front of him. Although it was a small anti-aircraft gun, its overall weight reached 5 tons and its length was 3 meters. As for its power, that was normal. After all, the goal this time was to modify it to display data, while its power still relied on the shells. Lin Chen stepped forward and placed his hand on it. F-11A3M anti-aircraft gun, advanced, equipment level, none durability, 900 effective range, 1800 M additions. Armor piercing plus 5% rate of fire plus 5%. Lin Chen stroked his chin. This was different from enhancing firearms. It's important to know that firearms have level differences, but this type of equipment actually does not. Moreover, there were no damage bonuses, only effective range. Director Chen, is this how this type of equipment is? Lin Chen had enhanced firearms before, which were consumables, but this was his first time with this kind. It's always been like this, so this type of equipment has never been considered for forging with domain gate materials. This time, it's also because of the eagle sauce dropping nuclear bombs, so we want to enhance some for defense. Not to mention much, just the range enhancement would be enough. Lin Chen nodded. That's fine. I estimate enhancing it to 20 should be sufficient. If 20 wasn't enough, 50 would do. As for 100, it was completely unnecessary. If the range was too far, it would become an intercontinental anti-aircraft gun.
Upon careful thought, it seemed not impossible. After 2 minutes, the plus 10 data appeared. Lin Chen shook his head, not very satisfied with such numbers. He continued to strengthen it, and only when it reached 50 did he nod in satisfaction. This kind of data makes sense. I wonder if the others will be the same when strengthened. He consecutively strengthened 3, and the attributes that came out were basically similar, with the special attribute almost fixed to this one. It seemed that for the same equipment, the probability of the same attributes appearing was very high. F11A3M anti-aircraft gun, advanced, plus 50 equipment level, none. Durability, 900 effective range, 1800 m, plus 133, 700 m, additional, armor piercing plus 5% rate of fire plus 5% plus 10%. Stability plus 15% special, 100 steps to hit, 100% hit on targets aimed at within range. Without saying a word, Lin Chen took out his weapon, the Red Dragon revolver. He placed it alongside an anti-aircraft gun in the enhancer and directly swapped 100 steps to hit attribute with Fire Dragon Dance. Such good attributes, of course, needed to be exchanged. After all, every anti-aircraft gun here had such a special attribute, swapping it wouldn't delay anything. Looking at the newly swapped attributes, Lin Chen smiled. He hadn't forgotten that clown. He wondered if this skill could kill the opponent through space. After all, it mentioned within range. Even if this weapon's range was short, it should still be at least 1,000 meters, right? After all, this attribute referred to range, not effective range, right? If it weren't for the concern that others might be killed outright, he would have wanted Ling Chi to help test it. Thinking of this, it wasn't impossible. He turned his gaze to another anti-aircraft gun, then took out a bow and arrow from his backpack, strengthened the weapon to 50, and then swapped the special attributes. The damage is only 500, just right for testing. Ling Chi, can you come over and help? Not far away, Ling Chi looked at Lin Chen, who had a smile on his face, and for some reason felt a chill run down his spine. He walked over to Lin Chen's side. What do you need my help with? Testing a weapon. Ling Chi's expression stiffened. You want me to test your weapon? Do you have something against me? That thing of yours probably could kill me with one arrow. He forced a smile. Lin Chen, do you have something against me? Who can withstand the damage from your weapon? You have to know that the Wild Hunt people wielding plus 100 weapons nearly toppled the Fool's League. That weapon in Lin Chen's hands would surely send him to his grave. Brother Ling Chi, how could that be? This weapon only does 500 damage. It won't kill you, Lin Chen hurriedly said. Hearing this, Ling Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Only 500 damage, then it was fine. Then no problem, feel free to try. Lin Chen looked at Ling Chi and thought for a moment. How about you wear a helmet? My weapon is a bit special. Without a second thought, Ling Chi took out a motorcycle helmet from his space and put it on. He might not listen to others, but he had to listen to Lin Chen. The consequences of not listening were dire. Seeing Ling Chi ready, Lin Chen stepped back, moving to a position over 100 meters away. 4. An archer, shooting an arrow 200 meters is like child's play, but for someone like Lin Chen, who wasn't an archer, it was just a simple bow and arrow. Being able to shoot at 50 meters was already good, with a strong shot, maybe 80 meters at most. Ling Chi was quite puzzled by this. Why did you run so far away and still need me to wear a helmet? However, he soon realized he was overthinking it. Why wasn't that thing dropping? An arrow flew from Lin Chen's hand without any sign of dropping, heading straight for Ling Chi's helmet. The visor on the helmet was instantly pierced, and the arrow firmly lodged itself in place. Ling Chi stared blankly at the arrowhead so close, swallowing hard. Is this really a bow and arrow? Whoosh! 3 more arrows flew out, and Ling Chi dodged them directly. However, those 3 arrows turned halfway around and struck the back of his head, embedding themselves firmly into his helmet. Fortunately, the helmet was sturdy enough that the arrowheads only penetrated halfway. Just as Ling Chi reached out to call for a stop, he saw Lin Chen shoot an arrow into the sky. Ling Chi quickly looked up. Where's the arrow? Where's the arrow? The sun was so bright that he could hardly see. He should just leave this troublesome place and hurriedly ran towards Lin Chen. While running, he shouted, "Stop testing, this thing is too scary." Lin Chen had already intended to end it. Everything that needed testing had been tested, and the effects were quite clear. At that moment, an arrow fell from the sky, landing directly on top of Ling Chi's head. Bang! Ling Chi stopped, reached up to touch it, and was surprised at how accurate it was. Right on the Baihui point. This was still because Lin Chen was using only ordinary arrows. If it had been one with attributes, it could have pierced the helmet in one shot. Ling Chi took off his helmet, touched his head, and took a look. Phew, thankfully, there was no blood. This thing was too frightening. The others watching this scene were also amazed. This arrow actually has an automatic tracking effect. It's a lethal weapon. What a pity it's on a bow. It would be so much better on an anti-aircraft gun. Chen Junjing shook his head repeatedly. C2 Nan beside him had the same thought. This bow was simply outrageous. It even had a turning feature. Lin Chen glanced at Ling Chi. Good, he wasn't injured. Then turned to Chen Junzhen. Ling Chi opened his mouth. What else could he say? Were they just going to ignore him? Forget it, he wasn't hurt anyway. All the anti-aircraft guns have been fully upgraded. Director Chen, would you like to see the attributes? Then let's take a look. This bow looks really good. If this ability. Chen Junjing's eyes widened, quickly turning to Lin Chen. These attributes That's right, they're basically all this attribute, I think. It's enough to intercept missiles. Chen Juanjing's face was filled with excitement. This was not just about intercepting missiles, it was enough to intercept royal-level professionals as well. At a distance of over 130 kilometers, what could possibly enter the national borders? It's standing up. It's completely standing up. Looking at that special attribute, Chen Junjing couldn't be happier. No, this thing must be paired with an electronic targeting system. That would be even more intimidating. One must know that the maximum radiation zone of a nuclear bomb is only about 10 kilometers. Even if the Eagle country wanted to detonate one outside the borders of Huagua, it would have no effect on Huagua. I'll report this first. Lin Chen, you've worked hard during this time. As long as we finish upgrading these, Huagua will no longer have to worry about other countries. At that time, they could annex a few unwanted territories next door, moving the anti-aircraft guns every 100 kilometers, and Huagua would be invincible. What? 130 kilometers hitting every shot? The Grand Elder's face turned red. Do you know what this means? It means Huagua can be fearless. Hanging up the phone, the Grand Elder looked at the Sixth Elder. Now I finally understand what you meant by Huagua's rise next year. Our biggest concern, nuclear bombs and other high-tech weapons, have completely become ineffective against us. What long-range nuclear strikes, what high-altitude planes, sorry, they can't get through. The Sixth Elder looked confused. What does this mean? Although he had seen the future of Huagua in the River of Time, he didn't understand the specific reasons. It wasn't that he couldn't see, but that he didn't dare to look. Looking meant almost certain death. The Grand Elder looked at the bewildered elders and lightly coughed, repeating what Qin Junzheng had just told him. Good. This is really great. All our concerns are gone. Then should we speed up the clearing of the domain gates in the country? There shouldn't be a need for secrecy anymore, right? By the way, let the arms factory produce more anti-aircraft shells. It would be best if they could fire continuously for 24 hours, enough to last for 3 months. 3 months? That's too little. I think we need at least a year. Several elders exchanged words, their faces beaming with happiness. However, the atmosphere slowly changed. I think we should set up 100 anti-aircraft guns in every city and directly replace the border with nuclear warheads. All cities should prepare millions of anti-aircraft missiles, and once a target is detected, we should concentrate fire. Install these on the ships too, and just sail straight to the Eagle sauce. The corner of the Grand Elder's mouth twitched. These people were quite outrageous. But it wasn't impossible. 2 months later, with the last anti-aircraft gun reinforced, it also meant the end of this trip. In fact, the total time spent on reinforcement didn't even add up to a week. Most of the time, Lin Chen was sightseeing and enjoying the scenery. At this moment, he realized that Huagua had so many beautiful landscapes. The primitive forests of the northern region, the vast grasslands of Meng province, the Gobi Desert and poplar forests of the western region. These were sights he had never seen before. The last few were the outskirts of coastal cities. Lin Chen, we will take back these radiation absorption devices, and these 12 are the space stabilizers. 6 of them have been reinforced by you, and the other 6 are what Old Master Situ wants. Chen Junjung was puzzled. With the reinforced ones capable of stabilizing the space within 5 kilometers, why still need the unreinforced ones? Lin Chen also looked at the Old Master in surprise. Situnan smiled. What's wrong? Can't you understand this? Everyone shook their heads. If there were good things, they would definitely use the good ones, and the bad ones would naturally be discarded. The reason for upgrading equipment was the same. No one would choose to use inferior equipment. Situnan shook his head. The 6 unreinforced stabilizers will definitely have poorer stability. But precisely because of this, the clown can open a passage through this point. But what if we activate the reinforced stabilizers after he comes over? Hiss. Understood. This time it was truly understood. Situnan smiled and shook his head. However, after the last time, the clown probably won't come looking for Lin Chen again, unless he wants to show off. After all, in that state, the clown probably wouldn't be able to fight back. Why would he come over again? Old Master Situ, this method of yours is really great. I'll arrange it like this when I go back. The clown wouldn't dare to find Lin Chen, but he would dare to cause trouble in Kyoto. This still needed to be guarded against. Moreover, regarding the identity of the clown, Kyoto had been investigating, but after reviewing all the documents, there were no clues at all. But what he said last time seemed to indicate he had been to the elder's office. However, no one had any impression of it. Thinking about it, he became famous 150 years ago. Whether there were any records was uncertain. In fact, there is already a lot of information now. The range of Huagua people, space professionals, and those who have been to the elders' conference room is already very small. I believe it won't be long before we can find out the identity of the other party. Lin Chen, I'm going back first. If you want to travel here, then travel. If you want to go back, then go back. With what you provided, Huagua is very safe now. Unless they entered through regular channels, but those people wouldn't be able to get close to Lin Chen. Not to mention his high-level reinforced equipment, even the 4 of Old Master Situ wouldn't be able to break through. The title of Emperor Lord is not something just anyone can call. Okay, I understand. Director Chen, how is the design of the blueprints I gave you coming along? Chen Junjing twitched the corner of his mouth. That's too sci-fi. I can only say it was designed, but it's quite clumsy. It's fine, as long as it works. Chen Junjing nodded, then I'll take my leave. More than a month later, Lin Chen returned to the long-lost shop. At this time, Fengjing had already entered December. The weather was cold, and snowflakes were scattered in the sky. Lin Chen opened his personal information. Name, Lin Chen, occupation, enhancer, potential, B grade, level, 9th stage 6th level, 77.16%, attributes, strength 59 stamina, 163 agility, 142 intelligence, 159 plus 203, available points 0. Exclusive skills, enhancement, inlay, general skills, none. After several months, Lin Chen finally reached the strength of 9th stage 6th level, and he was not far from the 10th stage. This was all thanks to the several disaster level and natural disaster level portals that had been closed during this time. If it weren't for those high-level portals being shut, it would have taken him quite a bit longer to reach 9th stage 6th level. He then opened the personal information in the system. Host, Lin Chen, age, 18 points, 1.164 billion, skills, absorption, refinement, attribute exchange, enhancement. Success rate, plus 310%, his points had reached 1.1 billion, and that was after spending some, otherwise, it would have been another 1 or 2 billion more. However, Lin Chen was not very satisfied with this. He had thought that by December he would at least reach 9th stage 9th level, but he had only leveled up 4 times, which was quite a gap from his expectations. Should he drop a couple more nuclear bombs? Lin Chen's thoughts turned again to the abandoned land of Eagle Sauce. The abandoned land, after the last cleansing, had seen the monsters disappear, but they had recovered during this time. After all, the portal had not been closed, and the monsters could replenish at any time. This was a very good leveling spot for Lin Chen. He didn't need to lift a finger, he could just drop a nuclear bomb and gain over 50 million experience, and since this was a consumable weapon, no one would take his share, allowing him to directly obtain 50% of the experience. With just 3 or 4 nuclear bombs, he could level up directly. Where else could he find such a good deal? The next day, Lin Chen called Chen Junjing. No problem, but don't make the enhancement intensity too high, space them out. Lin Chen was taken aback. Wasn't he previously not allowed? Why was it okay this time? He had prepared to plead and negotiate, but the outcome was somewhat unexpected. But this was a good thing. How high is not high? About 50. Lin Chen rubbed his chin. That number seemed a bit low. Would 80 be okay? 50 seems a bit too low. The damage was indeed sufficient, but the area coverage was still lacking a bit. Upon hearing this number, Chen Junjing felt a headache coming on. It's not that I don't want to let you enhance to a higher level, but I'm worried that Blue Star can't handle it. Although Blue Star has also been cleansed and its strength has increased quite a bit, it can't withstand this kind of creation. Last time. Chen Junjing recounted the data from the last time to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. The continent cracked? There were signs of disappearance? Was that definitely his nuclear bomb? But thinking about the 2 million damage, it indeed seemed possible. Alright, then let's go with 50. Can I drop 2 at once? Since one area wasn't enough, 2 should make up for it, right? That should be fine. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen let out a breath. He hadn't expected that the nuclear bomb would be so powerful, nearly splitting the continent. He glanced at his attribute panel again. The experience had only increased by about 4%. Looking at it this way, leveling up once a month shouldn't be a big problem, even if the experience growth increased significantly later on. In June, reaching level 9 was unexpected. If we add nuclear bombs, perhaps we could speed things up a bit. Elder Lin Chen wants nuclear bombs again, and I've already promised him. Did you tell him the enhancement level? The elder asked anxiously. They were planning to conquer the world, and if they damaged the planet, what would they conquer? Conquering planets was something every country dreamed of, but no country believed it could succeed. After all, so many nations were watching closely. The Hua country had never dared to think about it before, but with Lin Chen's air defense and the weapons he provided, it would be unreasonable not to consider it now. I told him the maximum is no more than 50, but he wants to release 2 at once. I don't think that's a problem. The elder nodded. With a level 50 enhancement, not to mention 2, even 3 would be fine. These 2 are not even in the same league of damage. Let's talk about the Fools group first. They have disappeared since that incident. The hunters have gone to the Misty area, which is already deserted. It had been 3 months since that battle. The Fools group was indeed not strong anymore, but that was in relation to the Hua country, which had high-level enhanced weapons. For other countries, the Fools group was still quite powerful. Not to mention others, just the clown and the doctor were difficult to deal with. Elder, the Fools group seems to have evaporated. We can't find any trace of them. I suspect the clown used his spatial abilities to move them away. Chen Junjing had sent out a large number of intelligence personnel, but they had gained nothing. Logically, as long as they had existed, there should be some clues. However, the reality was that there was nothing. Nearby countries had not appeared, and even the distant Eagle Sauce country had not discovered anything. Could they have given up? Preparing to hide again, the 7th elder said.
After all, after reaching the king level, one's lifespan could become very long. This thought was not impossible. The scene fell silent. If they really wanted to hide, it would indeed be troublesome. Forget it, let's not worry about the Fools group for now. Our primary goal is to consolidate the nearby territories. After that, we will carry out a large-scale domain gate cleanup operation. Still, following the previous method, some important material-type domain gates do not need to be touched. The Elder did not want to deal with the Fools group. No matter how much they stirred, they were just an organization. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't be that powerful. Alright, since the domain gates closed, many personnel have been freed up, so we can send them out again this time. Should we ask Lin Chen to help enhance a batch of equipment? If enhanced, 100 people can clear one domain gate, and the speed can be even faster. Closing a domain gate could at least free up 200 people, not counting the mobile personnel. This shows how many idle professionals the Hua country currently has. You go try it. Lin Chen must be treated well. He hasn't been idle for more than a year. Almost all of our current equipment comes from Lin Chen's hands. Don't worry, we even sent out old Master Situ. With the Emperor there, Lin Chen's safety can be assured. Did you ask when you went if there are any leads on the next Emperor? How could I dare? Old Master Situ's level is so high and his lifespan is very long. Chen Junjing felt a toothache. The Elder seemed to be afraid of getting beaten. It's fine, just ask Eagle Sauce Angel City. Master, things are not as we thought. The Fools group failed too quickly. There is already no news of them, and Eagle Sauce's defensive forces have returned, making our plan difficult to carry out. A short man said with a distressed expression. The plan was originally set to be implemented smoothly, but then these fools came and caused such a scene. Mouse Elder, find a way to infiltrate. The Lord of the Temple glanced at him. But there are no buts. We have been planning for 200 years. It's time to close the net. Haven't your people infiltrated yet? The Lord of the Temple scanned the 10 people before him. Well, not really. There are quite a few infiltrated, but as you know, in this country, even if they infiltrate, it's useless. They can't manage among themselves. The Mouse Elder said, both amused and exasperated. The Lord of the Temple twitched his lips. He really regretted choosing this country. He thought that with the arrival of the domain gate, this country would change a bit. However, this country was truly stubborn, still maintaining its old governance methods. This made things difficult for him. In fact, the most suitable country was Huagua, but he didn't dare to go there. Even though Huagua's ranking had dropped significantly over the years, he believed it was definitely false. Alright, no matter what, things have come to this point, let's continue. Yes. After the 10 elders left, the Lord of the Temple stood atop the abandoned building, looking down below. Is Dragon Elder reliable? He was one of the fools before. Don't worry, Lord. He was the one who backed out at the last moment, which led to the failure of the fools. He can't go back. Then I can rest assured. The matters regarding Snake Elder will be left to you. Remember, you must keep a low profile. Understood. The world returned to calm once more, and the daily news returned to normal reporting. Which domain gate was closed today? Which country suffered a monster riot? Which practitioner successfully advanced to the 9th rank? Lin Chen stood behind the screen, enhancing weapons. Today was the 4th day of his hard work. When Chen Junzheng came, he looked conflicted, fearing that Lin Chen would refuse. However, for Lin Chen, this amount was simply too little. How about this, Director Chen? Let's do it all at once. I'll enhance another 500 sets of equipment for you. How does that sound? Chen Junzheng was dumbfounded. He had only brought 200 sets of equipment, and unexpectedly, Lin Chen offered 500 sets right away. Today was the 150th to 200th set he was enhancing. Lin Chen, why don't you take a break? Director Chen isn't in a hurry. Taking advantage of Lin Chen's free time, Zhang Lingyu quickly called out. It's fine, I'm not tired. Lin Chen continued enhancing. Situ Nan watched Lin Chen enhance inside. He remembered that the last time Lin Chen enhanced the anti-aircraft gun, he wasn't this hardworking. Has he always worked this hard? Not even taking breaks? Not really, he works in bursts. Sometimes, like now, he enhances from morning till night, and other times, he only enhances 20 items a day, not more. Zhang Lingyu also expressed her confusion about Lin Chen's situation. She had no idea when he would suddenly start working diligently. Inside, Lin Chen was enhancing and didn't hear their discussion. Even if he did, it didn't matter. Was this fast? Not at all, if it weren't for the reaction time needed for enhancement. He would even wish he could enhance successfully once every second. After all, these were the equipment Chen Junzheng used to close the domain gates. How could he not be anxious? The sooner he sent out the equipment, the sooner a batch of practitioners would head to the domain gate to fight, and he would gain a batch of points and experience. The first batch of equipment was sent out the day he completed it. At that time, Chen Junzheng meant there was no rush to wait until everything was enhanced before picking it up. Lin Chen immediately became anxious. This is about closing the domain gate. It's a matter of benefiting the country and the people. How can we wait? It should be taken away immediately and delivered to the practitioners. We can't waste if we want to develop. Lin Chen rambled on for 10 minutes. Chen Junzheng, amidst Lin Chen's outpouring, blankly took away his weapon.
Lin Chen's words made Qin Junjing feel as if being a second late would make him a sinner of humanity. So terrifying. This was Qin Junjing's true thought as he left. Dingling Lin Chen stretched his head to take a look and an old man with white hair walked in. He didn't pay much attention as customers like this usually just wandered in to take a casual look. Situnan squinted at the old man in front of him, feeling a strange familiarity, but he couldn't figure out why. Brother, how come you don't recognize your little brother? The old man with white hair had a smile on his face. Abe? Situnan was a bit surprised. Yes, brother, I didn't expect you to remember me. Sitube looked around the shop. Is this your shop? It shouldn't be. It's not mine, it's a shop opened by a friend of mine. I just came to sit for a while. You, how have you been all these years? Looking at Sitube, Situnan felt complicated. Back in the day, Sitube, young and impulsive, had killed the child of an important official. The Situ family had begged and pleaded, managing to get his death sentence commuted to 20 years in prison. After serving his sentence, Sitube left and hadn't returned for nearly 200 years. Situnan had always thought his brother was dead, but it turned out he was alive and seemed to have advanced to a king-level practitioner. Not bad, I've been traveling the world all these years, living quite well. I just returned recently and saw you that day, so I came to take a look. Sitube shook his head nonchalantly. Hearing this, Situnan felt even more guilty. How about I help you get introduced to the officials? No, I think this peaceful life without conflict is quite good. You know me, I don't regret what happened back then. What I want is an equal living environment. Situnan's expression was complex. The great way is for the public and the world is for all. This was Sitube's ideal, but the reality was that such a country, such a world could never exist. And that incident back then was also because that person abused their identity to do some illegal things. Normally, people wouldn't care, as everyone had gone through similar experiences. Some people just had that privilege. But Sitube, he couldn't stand it and accidentally killed someone during the struggle. Was it his fault? Or not? There were 3 or 4 innocent people who died at that person's hands, and there were also deaths at the scene. If one had to say, it could at most be considered excessive self-defense. In any case, this incident left a shadow on Sitube. Alright, how long will you stay in Fongjing? Want to go home and pay a visit to your parents? Sitube paused and shook his head. I'll be going abroad in a few days. I'll come back after I handle my matters. Situnan nodded. Alright, then we'll go next time. He knew that Sitube still held some resentment towards their father. But what could be done about it? Sitube took one last look at Situnan. Brother, I'll be leaving now. Next time we meet, I'll go back with you to see our parents. Situnan nodded, watching him leave. After Sitube left, Ling Qi cautiously asked, Is this your elder brother? Can you tell his strength? Ling Qi's level was too low to discern the other's strength, but he believed it was definitely at the 10th level. However, as Situnan's brother, his level should be quite high. If I'm not mistaken, he should be at the intermediate king level and not far from the advanced level. He believed that in another year, his brother would be able to reach the advanced king level. Hiss. No wonder he's your brother, his strength is surprisingly strong. Situnan smiled, aside from being a bit rigid in his thinking, he's quite good and his talent is not bad. Rigid? I didn't notice that, he seems pretty good to me. Situnan thought for a moment and then shook his head. It was better not to mention it. Too embarrassing. His thoughts were good, but he was just too naive. Shura, in a couple of days, take the Shura Hall to Eagle Sauce and help us attract some attention. Shura nodded. Alright, Lord Hall. Master. By the way, have you ever been to Fongjing for a mission? Fongjing? Mission? Shura recalled that there indeed was a mission. It was about information on weapons surpassing the current enhancement levels. I sent 3 kings there. It was a very shabby shop. Although we didn't get exact information from the encounters, it was clear that the other side had super enhanced weapons. Okay, I understand. Inside the shop, Lin Chen initially wanted to lie down on a recliner to rest, but seeing Situnan sitting there, he felt a bit embarrassed. In the end, he still sat up straight. At this point, it had been a month since the enhancement of equipment. 5 more teams had joined the ranks of closing the domain gates. Lin Chen originally planned to continue enhancing, hoping that more professionals would close the gates, which would speed up his acquisition of points and experience. But Chen Junzheng refused to agree to anything. Ultimately, Lin Chen could only helplessly stop his enhancement efforts. With less than a month until the new year, Lin Chen had already decided to close the shop for the holidays. Lin Chen, are you planning to spend the new year in Fongjing or go to Kyoto or somewhere else? Probably in Fongjing. This time, it wasn't that Lin Chen missed home, but simply that he was lazy and didn't want to move. He had been to many places this year, and he could say he had visited all the places he wanted to go. The only places he wanted to visit now were those that existed only in books. However, he had now returned to a primitive state. Whenever all the domain gates were closed, he would definitely want to see the places once called beautiful landscapes. Fongjing it is, then. After all, no matter where Lin Chen was, these people would surely follow, rotating in and out just like last year. Outside Fongjing City. This should be the last one, right? 100-person team stood at the entrance of a domain gate, which was over 200 kilometers from Fongjing. It was the last disaster level. Domain gate near Fongjing. Yes, this is the last one. Once we close this gate, all the domain gates that need to be closed in Fongjing will be finished. The rest are material domain gates which do not need to be closed. In half a year, Fongjing had closed a total of 58 domain gates, 3 of which were disaster level. It could be said that half of the domain gates in Fongjing City had been closed. And closing these gates only required 100 people. I feel like with so many people for such a long time, we should have closed at least 1,000 gates, right? Not 1,000, but we should have closed around 600. After all, the subsequent teams appeared relatively late. We are among the earliest batches. Based on their current situation, with a total of 8 teams, they could close about 70 gates a month, which would be roughly 800 gates a year. Excluding those material domain gates that needed to be preserved, it was estimated that all could be closed in just over a year. After all, every time a domain gate was closed, a batch of living forces would be liberated, and the more that were liberated, the more teams would participate in closing the gates. That's great. Maybe before I die, I can see the country return to normal. Then your life is really short. Not just Fongjing, other important cities also had teams closing domain gates. Even several border areas were also closing gates. Every time a domain gate was closed at the border, the entire borderline would advance a bit. Kyoto Elder Conference Room. Since the implementation of the plan to close the domain gates, we have gradually closed 673 domain gates. Up to now, the team has transformed from an initial single group into 12 groups, and it is still increasing. The border should be fully consolidated in about 3 months, with an expected expansion of about 300 kilometers. The Grand Elder put down the report in his hand. One could say that what has happened this year is equivalent to the development of the previous 50 years. The Grand Elder was very satisfied with this. After all, this was something that happened during his tenure. A 300-kilometer border expansion is indeed a great joy. Has the Eagle country said anything this time? It doesn't feel like their style? The Grand Elder was also puzzled. Although a document was issued at that time, it is common for the Eagle country to breach contracts. Elder 8 had a strange expression. I just received news that people from the Shura Hall have entered the Eagle country and started infiltrating the upper echelons. The upper management of the Eagle country is currently in some chaos, and they are not clear about our information. Several elders fell into deep thought. How could an overseas organization target a country? This shouldn't be the case. Do you know the specific situation? Not clear. The order from above is just to infiltrate and control. Nothing else was mentioned. Elder 8 was also quite puzzled, as Fu Qing and Lin Wanru were both kings and already high-ranking figures. Yet the Shura said nothing but to let them infiltrate. Forget it, let's not worry about this organization for now. The Shura Hall has been very low-key recently. They haven't participated in anything since that time, so the danger is not great. Moreover, their actions save us from dealing with the Eagle country's disturbances, which actually makes things easier for us. The Grand Elder paused for a moment and continued. This year, our task is to close all useless domain gates domestically and free more professionals. Their next location will be the border. It's time for the king-level professionals to mobilize. So soon? The number of king-level professionals should be enough now, right? Elder 8 frowned tightly. The king-level professionals that have come out so far are just the 15 from Situnan's group, 5 of whom are resting. You should let them rest a bit, right? Let the first generation of kings come out. The Grand Elder shook his head. All right then. After the Elder meeting concluded, a group of professionals who had been silent for nearly 100 years reappeared before the public. A total of 42 king-level professionals, one dispatched from each province, with the rest heading to various borders. Situ, long time no see. A middle-aged man entered Lin Chen's shop, tall and with a rugged face. Old Wang, you actually came out? Hey, what do you mean by that? What do you mean I came out? Forget it, I'm here anyway. From now on, Fongjing will be under my jurisdiction, so just find me if you need anything. Wang Mingyi scratched his head. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with any other words. Old man, who is this? Lin Tian asked cautiously. Given the familiarity, he should also be a king-level professional. Let me introduce you. Don't be fooled by his youth. He's actually older than me. His strength is also greater than mine. He is one of the earliest king-level professionals. Lin Chen looked at the middle-aged man in surprise, not expecting him to be even earlier than Situnan. But that was 150 years ago. Young man, I know what you want to say. Back then, there were fewer than 10 king-level professionals. There were many things to do 150 years ago, and only 3 professionals participated in the war. As for the invasion 100 years ago, king-level professionals could not participate. You have to understand that the coalition at that time was made up of several countries, and the strongest among them was only at the 9th level. But if king-level professionals had participated, how many do you think the other side would have sent? Wang Mingyi shook his head, saying that back then many people didn't understand the arrangements above, but it was the most reasonable arrangement. Actually, not many people died in that battle. Those people are still alive now. Lin Chen nodded, as if he understood a bit. Let's not talk about that anymore. Has our generation of kings come out? Wang Mingyi always felt that the phrase come out sounded awkward. They have come out. The higher-ups mean it's time to show some muscle. Situnan nodded. He guessed that the higher-ups would choose to show their strength, but he didn't expect them to release the first generation of kings. But thinking about it, it made sense, as the number of first-generation kings was indeed the smallest. Every province has arranged for a king? Yes, every one, even provinces with only 2 cities have arranged for one, the rest are on the borders. Lin Chen silently calculated. When he added it up, the number was quite considerable. Just the provinces alone added up to more than 20, and with those on the borders and a few around him, there should be more than 30. So many had been hidden? 2 years ago, there were only 4 kings officially recognized. Now it had multiplied nearly tenfold, which was somewhat absurd. Wang Mingyi glanced at Lin Chen. He had already received information about Lin Chen before coming, and now his gaze towards Lin Chen was filled with satisfaction. Truly, a lucky star. He knew that the reason he could be exposed to the public eye was precisely because of Lin Chen. Alright, I'll take my leave now. Come find me at the tower when you have time. Situ Nan nodded. Got it. After Wang Mingyi left, Lin Chen hurriedly asked, what is a first-generation king? Are there other generations? Are there many in the first generation? He hadn't dared to ask earlier. As they were reminiscing, hearing Lin Chen's question, Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu also leaned in. After all, their positions were there, and they weren't very clear about these matters. Like Lin Chen, they had always thought that Huagua's strength was weak, with only 4 kings. Other countries had at least 7 or 8, and some had more than a dozen kings. Eagle Sauce could become the world's number 1, not only because of its weapons but also because they had 22 king professionals. However, it seemed that the other side had counted all the kings without holding back. Looking at the 3 in front of him, Situnan thought for a moment and decided there was nothing wrong with saying it. The first batch of kings were those who became king professionals between 100 to 200 years after the domain gate descended. Because for the first 100 years, the situation in the world was quite similar, king professionals began to appear gradually starting from that time. The total number of the first batch of professionals should be around 55, which is considered the smallest generation. After that, every 50 years counts as a generation, so there are a total of 3 generations. For example, Shadow is considered an early king of the 3rd generation. The few exchanged glances. Could it be that there were nearly 200 king professionals? So Huagua wasn't actually weak, just pretending to be? However, recalling some previous situations, hiding was also a good thing. At least for now, the world's number 1 Eagle Sauce seemed quite miserable. If being first was this miserable, then it would be better not to have that ranking. Regarding the matter of Huagua having more king professionals on its borders, other countries gradually received the news. But facing the strengthening Huagua, other small countries didn't dare to speak up. Meanwhile, Eagle Sauce was also silent, busy dealing with internal affairs and had no time to manage this matter. Huagua was also happy to be at ease. At this time, there was still a week until the new year, and people in the country were excitedly preparing for the new year goods. It was livelier than any other year. Lin Chen and his group also began preparing for the new year goods. This time there were more people, so they prepared more than last year. Old man, why don't you just stay at home? Let us young people handle this, Lin Chen said, looking at Situnan, who was about to follow them, feeling both amused and helpless. Going out to buy things, visiting various places, it was utterly pointless, and one could even say it was quite troublesome. Situnan waved his hand. I've been in the mountains for decades, and I haven't celebrated the new year in a long time. I just want to experience the festive atmosphere with you all. Arriving at the suburban market, seeing the crowd, Situnan couldn't help but sigh. Their efforts in guarding had not been in vain. Old Zhang, you're at the market too. You've bought quite a lot this year. I had to buy more to celebrate properly. So many domain gates have been quietly closed, and my son has a 3-month vacation this year. My son too. I've heard that many professionals across the country are on holiday. The number of closed domain gates this time is quite considerable. Just a few days ago, the news had extensively reported on the closure of domain gates. People celebrated the news for 3 days straight. It was said that after the new year, various construction companies would begin building cities, expanding the isolation zones by 50 to even 100 kilometers. Situnan listened to these words, nodding in satisfaction. What these people said was enough to prove that the preparations over the years had not been in vain. They had prepared for this day for nearly 100 years, showing weakness to the enemy, losing the power of discourse, allowing people to suffer bullying from the enemy country. And starting this year, it was time to reap the rewards. This year, cities will begin to expand, and those cities that have turned into ruins will be rebuilt. By then, everyone won't have to squeeze into such small spaces anymore, Zhang Lingyu said. This matter had already been communicated to the heads of various cities, and Zhang Lingyu had seen that notification. It really is quite crowded. Just look at the population density. In such a small city, how could so many people survive without being cramped? This is the meaning of our existence as professionals. Wherever the group went, they could hear discussions about domain gates. 2 hours later, they had bought everything they needed and headed straight home. On the way, Sister Zhang, so many people this year cooking. Lin Chen couldn't help but recall last year when it was almost all Zhang Lingyu doing the cooking. Later, they had to order food to relieve the pressure of meals. I have to participate in the cooking this time. Oh, old man, how can we let you cook? We younger ones can handle it. Not to mention his king-level strength, just his age was a reason to not let him. Look, I just want to participate a bit, make a couple of signature dishes. It's the new year, after all, it's all about the atmosphere. Alright, just 2 dishes, okay? No more than that. Situ Nan nodded happily, looking out at the bustling street. This was his first spring festival after coming down from the mountains. This year he definitely wanted to explore the city properly. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lin Chen, who was communicating with Zhang Lingyu beside him. If possible, he could take him to Kyoto for a visit. The new year had arrived in Huagua. Whether at the borders or the domain gates, all work had come to a halt. Even the foreign hunters and the Qinglong had stopped. Even the Eagle Saw side had seen a significant reduction in activities, as if the whole world was celebrating the spring festival. Lin Chen had moved into a new villa. It was actually the location of the old Gu family's villa, which had been rebuilt by the authorities. The house had long been completed and had been ventilating. It was just right for moving in recently. A little lower on the left, yes, that's the height, go ahead and stick it on, Situnan directed Ling Chi with his hands behind his back. Looking at the couplets pasted on the front door, Situnan nodded in satisfaction. Now this feels like the new year, doesn't it? Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, the atmosphere was much better than last year. Not only were there couplets, but the main door was also adorned with 4 large red lanterns, and even the second floor had 4 hanging. In addition, from here to the big iron gate, a string of red lanterns was hung on a frame. It was hard to see during the day, but it would definitely look great at night. Beep beep. An off-road vehicle drove in and stopped beside the two. Tyson got out of the car. Old man, this time I've swept through quite a few shops. He opened the back door and boxes of fireworks were unloaded. They were much better than what they bought last year. Last year, they only set off a few as a formality, but this year they planned to set them off for an hour. Not bad, not bad. This is what the new year should look like. Chen Luo and Fong Yu's team had already taken leave. Only the Ling Qi team, Ziyang team, and the 4 of C2 Nan remained here. Zhao Ziyu had also gone back to Kyoto to report after C2 Nan arrived. As for where he was assigned later, no one knew. Noon. Hey, you all should get out of here. If it's really not possible, just move a table or a chair. Zhang Lingyu directly chased all the members of the Ling Qi team out of the kitchen. They were not here to help. They were simply causing trouble. In the kitchen, only the Ziyang team members, Zhang Lingyu and Lin Chen remained. However, this year, the main force had shifted from Zhang Lingyu to both Zhang Ling Yu and Ziyang. Even Lin Chen was just helping out. Can you believe Ling Qi and the others can't even handle a dish? I think they are doing it on purpose, they just don't want to work. I think so, too. Lin Chen looked at the dishes in front of him, wondering if he should also cause some trouble and go play with them. But maybe not, it was more about participation. Halfway through preparing the dishes, C2 Nan walked in. How are you all doing? Give me some space, I want to make a couple of dishes. Old man, you really want to come? Lin Chen said in surprise while peeling potatoes. He thought old man was joking, but it turned out to be true. When I say I'm going to cook, of course I will. The taste may not be that great, but it's all about participation. The 5 members of Ling Qi in the living room sighed. Captain, it's just the 5 of us in the whole villa who haven't helped at all, Tyson buzzed. How can you say you haven't helped? Didn't you just go buy fireworks? And I even put up couplets, Ling Qi defended. But anyone can do that, right? The 5 of them sighed in unison, but they really didn't know how to cook. At 1:30 in the afternoon, all the dishes were served on the dining table. Everyone, come eat. The tables and chairs were already set, just waiting to be filled. Old man, would you like a drink? Then let's have a drink. Lin Chen casually took out a bottle of white liquor from a plastic bag, opened it, and poured some for C2 Nan. Help yourselves, there's plenty bought over there. After everyone had poured their drinks, Lin Chen looked at C2 Nan. Old man, would you like to say a few words? C2 Nan waved his hand repeatedly. We don't do that here, don't make it seem like I'm some kind of leader. This is your home, you should start. Old man, then I'll go first. I want to thank everyone for these past 2 years. If it weren't for your protection, I might have encountered all sorts of troubles. I wish everyone could reach new heights. And I also wish the 4 old men good health. I won't say much more, it's all in the drink. Lin Chen directly downed a shot of liquor. Come on, let's eat. Once Lin Chen recovered, C2 Nan began to speak. Lin Chen, the reason they protect you so much is that you are worth it. Whether it's Ling Qi, Ziyang, or Chen Luo and Fong Yu who are in the first position, it's precisely because they are worth it that they choose to do so. Lin Chen scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed by his own words. It could be said that these people standing by his side meant they had to give up their own level advancements. 2 years was enough for them to level up by 1 or 2 ranks. Especially Zhang Lingyu, in 2 years, she could have advanced from the 4th to the 6th or 7th rank. But because of Lin Chen, they chose to stay here. Don't think too much about it. When the time comes, just give each of us a good weapon and we'll be satisfied, Zhang Lingyu said with a smile. Ling Qi's eyes lit up. Right, just upgrade our weapons by 1 level when the time comes, we're not asking for much. Lin Chen patted his chest and replied, no problem, I will definitely give you the most satisfying enhancement level. It's just weapon enhancement, a small matter for him. In the conference room of the elders in Kyoto. Today is the spring festival, let's try to finish early, the Grand Elder said, tapping the table. Grand Elder, the national domain gates have been closed since the day before yesterday, and the plan to close the domain gates will restart after the 15th of the first month. As for the borders, all the territories that can be collected have already been taken. If we continue, we might face protests from other countries, Chen Junjing said, looking at the summary document in his hand. Do you have anything to say? The sixth elder shook his head. I have nothing else to say, but the sixth elder hesitated for a moment. What's wrong? Has something happened? Not really, but you might need to prepare to find a diviner, the sixth elder said nonchalantly. Everyone in the room looked at him. Although they had anticipated this day, they didn't expect it to come so soon. Don't look at me like that. I've lived much better than the previous generations and I'm already content. The Grand Elder nodded. I know, but it doesn't mean you can't live longer. Chen Junjing, arrange for a few more priests when the time comes. Sixth Elder, from today on, you cannot use your abilities. The sixth elder sighed. It's not about whether I can use them or not. I can already feel my body slowly deteriorating, and it's not something a priest can fix. His body felt as if it were being slowly destroyed by an invisible force. In the sixth elder's view, this should be the backlash of the river of time, something that couldn't be cured. Alright, enough about my problems. The country's issues are more important. Ahem, let me say something. Fu Qing has replied to me. The Shura Hall has now taken control of several important institutions of the Eagle Sauce, and they should be looking to control more officials in the future. What exactly they plan to do is still unknown. Upon hearing the eighth elder's words, everyone furrowed their brows. What exactly are they trying to do? The foolish crowd has already disappeared, and now this Shura Hall is causing trouble again. When will it end? Since their target is Eagle Sauce, then we should just ignore it. We just need to keep an eye on the borders. Let the counter-espionage department monitor the internal affairs of the country. As for Jin Ying and Chang Long, let them do nothing for now and wait for further notice. All right. The Grand Elder surveyed the room. Is there anything else? I have nothing here. Chen Junjing shook his head. The others also had no issues to resolve. Good. Maintain the status quo before the 15th. After the 15th, actions will continue. At night, Lin Chen and Ling Qi were playing mahjong, while Si Tu Nan and the four elders sat together chatting. The room was filled with the festive atmosphere of the new year. Emperor, it's been a long time since we've lived like this, Yen Imo said, looking at the young man sitting in the center of the hall and the program on the TV, unable to help but sigh. Yeah, we've been guarding that god-level domain gate for almost 50 or 70 years, Shui Gui replied. Si Tu Nan nodded. It's indeed been a long time since we've seen it. Usually, the spring festival just passes by with a simple barbecue. But doesn't this also show that our lives have improved? If it weren't for the higher-ups starting to close the domain gates, they should still be guarding the gates in that great mountain. Until 10:30 at night, the meals began to be prepared, and by 11:30, they were served on the table. We're getting ready to set off fireworks, Si Tu Nan said with a smile. Outside the door, the four of them stood at the entrance, while Lin Chen and the others placed the fireworks in the center of the yard. As soon as the clock struck 12, they ignited a string of firecrackers that made 100,000 sounds, followed by one firework after another. With the sound of firecrackers, the fireworks exploded one after another in the sky. Besides their location, the entire city was filled with the sounds of fireworks and firecrackers, much more than in previous years. This year was the most special year, the most worthy of celebration. The festive atmosphere lasted until the 15th day of the first month. On the 6th day, Chen Luo and Fong Yu's two teams returned, replacing Ling Qi and the others. Director Chen, why did you come here today? Lin Chen looked at the visitor in surprise, not expecting Chen Junjing to come over. Isn't the new year almost over? So I came to take a look. Just to take a look? Didn't you bring any weapons that need strengthening? Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed. He was hoping the country could speed up the closure of the domain gates. Chen Junjing shook his head. The weapons you've strengthened are already enough. Even the newly added team for closing the domain gates is using your weapons, just at a lower level, but they are sufficient. The current method is quite simple. Those using lower-level strengthened weapons are closing low-level domain gates below the disaster level. Other specialized teams using high-strength weapons are closing disaster level and natural disaster level gates. So there was no problem. But I did come to deliver something to you, all the things you wanted. Let's go outside. Lin Chan's eyes lit up. The nuclear bombs had arrived. Bang bang. 2 nuclear bombs were placed on the ground. These are the nuclear bombs you wanted, the same model as last time, but the strengthening level cannot exceed 50. No problem, definitely. Won't exceed, Lin Chen nodded repeatedly. As long as they could cause damage to the monsters, a slight difference in strengthening didn't matter. Besides this, there's also this guy. Bang! As the item appeared, the lawn in the yard instantly collapsed. A robot standing 15 meters tall appeared before everyone. According to your blueprints, this is the limit of what can be made. Although it could be made smaller, that would mean sacrificing many parts, which would be meaningless. C2Nan and the others looked at this giant with disdain. Any one of them could easily destroy it. What was the use of making something like this? Lin Chen walked around it. This dark and bulky thing did look a bit rough, but who cares if it could be strengthened? Thank you so much, Director Chen. This thing is really too useful for me. Chen Junjing smiled wryly and shook his head. I know your thoughts, you want to strengthen this thing. But even if it is strengthened, it shouldn't be too good. The target is too large and easy to target. The production department had conducted systematic calculations based on the weapons Lin Chen provided. Strengthening would at most increase defense and attack power, but the size could not be changed. No matter where it appeared, it would definitely be the first target. So in their view, this thing was just a useless ornament. An ornament is just an ornament, as long as Lin Chen is happy. That's enough. Lin Chen didn't care at all about what Chen Junjiang and the others said. Indeed, the size was large, and even if he strengthened it, he couldn't make too many changes. But he can refine it, can't he? It would be good to refine a suitable attribute. Isn't invisibility possible? Isn't a high-intensity shield possible? Alas, no one can truly understand him. Chen Junjiang saw that the items had been delivered, so he planned to leave. Wait. Situnan walked over and pulled Chen Junjiang aside. What are the arrangements from above this year? The plan will proceed as usual. First, we will close the domain gates that need to be shut down domestically. By the end of the year, we expect to close all unnecessary domain gates. As you know, it's very important for professionals to upgrade to disaster level gates, so half of the gates will still need to be kept. Therefore, the number of closed gates may only be half. After that, we will focus on the borders. All areas that are adjacent to us are our targets, aiming to double our territory this year. He glanced at Lin Chen, who might need to continue strengthening a batch of anti-aircraft guns. As the territory expands, the demand for anti-aircraft guns will also increase. Not only anti-aircraft guns, but this year the Research Institute, Blacksmith Department and Materials Department will also upgrade the shipborne cannons. I don't know how to say it. He might have to run around a bit this year. Thinking of this made Chen Junjun feel a headache. Don't worry, Lin Chen is still easy to talk to, especially in this regard. Hearing the arrangements from above, Situ Nan was quite satisfied. Let's hope so. Then, old man Situ, I'll take my leave. Situ Nan turned and walked over to Lin Chen, patting him on the shoulder. I want to return to Kyoto. What do you think? After all, he needed to protect Lin Chen, and the best way was to take him along. If the old man wants to go, I certainly have no problem. The next day, the group arrived in Kyoto. Lin Chen originally planned to strengthen that mecha, but since he promised the old man, he had to come. Upon arriving at the destination, Lin Chen was shocked to see the villa before him. No, it should be called a manor, a garden, or a courtyard. Old man, is this your home? Yes, I haven't been back in decades. I don't know what it's like now. Situnan took out an old key and opened the gate, revealing a large courtyard before everyone. A path paved with bluestone, flowers and plants on both sides, and a pavilion in front. The group followed Situnan around and found that there was not a single person here. Lin Chen and the others exchanged glances. Something felt off. This looked like a place belonging to a large family. How could there be no one? Are you wondering why there is no one here? Situnan said with a smile. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and nodded. Even if many professionals had died, it shouldn't be completely deserted. My parents died in a domain gate and I have no children. So there aren't many people here. As for the former housekeepers and servants, I dismissed them, and now only a cleaning company comes by once a year to tidy up. Situnan spoke lightly, as if discussing someone else's affairs. The others didn't know what to say. There were too many families like this in Huagua. Don't mind it, this is all from a long time ago. It's all in the past. In the future, there shouldn't be families like mine anymore, and even if there are, there won't be many. And all of this will be brought by you, Lin Chen. Lin Chen blinked. He felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Come on. I'll take you to explore this garden. I used to. They walked around the pavilions and corridors. Lin Chen had only one feeling. Big, too big. This was much larger than his villa. And the environment was much better than his place. The group arrived at a pavilion. This pond was my favorite place. I used to relax by watching the lotus flowers and feeding the fish. Unfortunately, I don't know if the lotus flowers and fish are still here. The timing is just not right. In February, Kyoto was still covered in snow, with a layer of ice forming on the water's surface, obscuring everything. That evening, Situnan took Lin Chen out for an authentic Kyoto meal. Unfortunately for Lin Chen, the taste was no different from his usual meals. Knowing that Lin Chen had come to Kyoto, Chen Junjiang also came over after work. I think you should just stay in Kyoto, Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook his head. It wouldn't make a difference where I am in the future. That's true, Chen Junjing nodded. A year later, the safety levels of cities across the country would be about the same. It wouldn't be significantly better than now. But he still wanted Lin Chen to come to Kyoto. Safety was just one aspect. More importantly, he wanted to be able to strengthen any new creations with Lin Chen right away. For example, the anti-aircraft guns they forged and the naval guns that would be released later could be strengthened first before being taken away. That way, Lin Chen wouldn't have to run around. However, if he wasn't in Kyoto, sending things to Fongjing first before delivering them would waste a lot of time. After all, weapons weren't made all at once. Each one had to be taken away to be replaced. But clearly, this idea was difficult to implement. The time spent in Kyoto wasn't long, just 3 days. Situnan was only back to check on the house. We'll head back tomorrow. I'll take you to a place. This time, Situnan brought along 3 other king-tier individuals and Lin Chen to a park. The others didn't come. Upon arriving at the park, Lin Chen saw professionals in uniform standing guard at the entrance. Walking into the park, they passed through buildings until they reached the innermost area, which was a series of graves, along with 5 massive stone tablets. This is the resting place for all the professionals who sacrificed themselves for the country, and those 5 stone tablets commemorate 5 major battles: the initial defense battle during the Domain Gates descent, the counterattack battle 50 years later, the battle against the foolish masses 150 years ago, and the self-defense counterattack 200 years ago. Among the 4 tombstones, the one with the most text and the largest design was the first one. It was the battle with the highest number of casualties. When the Domain Gate descended, people were still in a state of confusion. By the time they could fight back, half the population had already perished. In that battle, both civilian and professional death tolls were historically the highest. Lin Mu pointed to the smallest stone tablet and asked, "What about this one?" Situnan mentioned the first 4 but left the last one unspoken. "This one is about the confrontation with a Domain Gate. An unexpected one. The number of deaths in this battle wasn't very high, but the strength of those who died was indeed the strongest. Otherwise, the number of king-tier professionals would be much greater than it is now. Not just more, but doubled. Among the professionals who participated, there were many talented individuals who had the potential to become king-tier professionals. But if they weren't sent over, it simply wouldn't work. The number of king-tier professionals was indeed large, but still far from enough. Hearing Situnan say this, Lin Chen realized it must have been that divine-level Domain Gate. He hadn't expected so many people to die. Of course, many of the people here weren't combat professionals. Situnan led Lin Chen to a section of graves ahead. These professionals weren't combat or support types, but were like you. Lin Chen looked at the tombstones before him, which bore their photos, names, and professions. Among them were enhancers like him, as well as blacksmiths, tailors, and even a gardener. So I say, you have changed the direction of the entire country. This is not an exaggeration. In fact, because of your existence, this place should soon see no more visitors, which is a good thing. Lin Chen nodded silently. Although everything he did was mostly for himself, the benefits extended beyond him to those who used his weapons. As I grow older, I find myself becoming sentimental, without even realizing it. I brought you here because I want you to know how many people you will save. Many of the people here are known to Situnan, some even his comrades. He not only wanted Lin Chen to see but also wanted these people to see Lin Chen. Let's go, it's time to head back. After the Lantern Festival, the newly revitalized machine of Huagua began to operate at full speed. Every day, domain gates were being closed, and every day, a group of professionals headed to the next battlefield or took a break. As time passed, more and more domain gates were closed, and the areas where ordinary people could move expanded. People no longer had to be confined to a 50-kilometer radius for their lives. In late spring of April, an activity began to rise nationwide. Do you want to go for a picnic? Recently, many people in the city have gone out to picnic. Zhang Lingyu asked while looking at her phone. With more domain gates closing, there were not many left near Fongjing City. Since early April, more and more people had been driving to areas that had just been designated as quarantine zones, just for a picnic, an activity that used to be limited to certain parks. A picnic sounds good, but we have to wait until tomorrow. I still need to study this thing today. Zhang Lingyu's lips twitched. She knew what Lin Chen was up to. It was that heavy machine. Although Lin Chen was a very powerful enhancer, this machine probably wouldn't be of much use even if enhanced. In the yard, Situnan and the others were lying on lounge chairs while others patrolled the surroundings. Your Majesty, do you think that big guy of his will be useful? Yan Nemo was not optimistic about this ornament. This thing wasn't a weapon, and power was a significant issue. I'm not sure, I heard he drew this himself. Situnan also had his doubts. Lin Chen didn't care whether others doubted him, he enhanced it first. He directly enhanced the mecha to 100. Mechanical Model 01 Ordinary plus 100 Equipment Level None Durability 999/999 Defense 500 plus 4.34 million Weapon Greatsword Damage 5000 43.4 million Laser Cannon Damage 10,000 86.8 million Power 15 km per hour plus 1500 Special Energy Force Field opens a shield with 3 times the defense value until broken. 30 m Charged Attack. Charge for 10 seconds to gain 10 times laser cannon damage. 30M. The name is just the name of this machine, plain and unadorned. The entire machine's attributes are like this, a very special attribute panel. There had been no similar equipment before, so Lin Chen didn't know if this attribute panel was correct. One could say that the basic attributes of this machine were quite poor. He could understand that. He had told Qin Junjing back then that as long as it could move, it was fine. The greatsword was just a long knife forged from pure steel, with no special qualities to speak of. Lin Chen had thought this knife would have all the attributes like weapons used by humans, but in reality, it did not. The same went for the laser cannon. There was a discrepancy between this and what Lin Chen had imagined. Lin Chen wasn't a professional. He wasn't very clear on why this situation occurred. He had asked Qin Junjing. Qin Junjing also didn't know. The production side believed this thing should follow a certain rule. When this item falls into a certain category, its attributes would be classified according to that category. Just like an anti-aircraft gun, its attributes are those of military equipment. Weapons are the attributes of weapons used by humans, and consumables are the attributes of disposable items. If explained scientifically, it means that everything must conform to its own characteristics. But none of this mattered. Lin Chen was already very satisfied with this attribute. The only possible dissatisfaction might be the speed, which is only just over twice the speed of sound. As for the energy consumption, it is not the fuel type that Lin Chen initially designed, but rather the nuclear fusion energy that Lin Chen later mentioned. Aside from its unique appearance, it has no other drawbacks. Bang! A matte black machine appeared in the courtyard, with a large nuclear fusion device on its back. When it was delivered, it was exposed, welded together with various steel plates. But after reinforcement, the entire shape had undergone a significant change. The nuclear fusion device was encased in thick steel plates, and the whole thing was protected. If Qin Jun were here, he wouldn't be able to tell that this resembled the original at all. Aside from the same size, there was no trace of the original left. The people present also didn't notice. Situnan stood up from his chair and walked over to Lin Chen. Is this the machine you made? If he remembered correctly, what was delivered was a shabby black machine. How did it become so refined? It shouldn't be like this. Yes, that's the one. But how did it change? Lin Chen stroked his chin. It had indeed become a bit too large. Weapons undergo changes after reinforcement. Every 10 levels of enhancement results in a small change, and every 50 levels results in a significant change. I think that's why it looks different. He had noticed this when he reinforced weapons before, but at that time, the items were small, so the changes weren't as obvious. Situnan nodded, thinking of his own weapon. When he first received it and after Lin Chen reinforced it a second time, there were indeed some changes. Especially the position of the hammerhead. The patterns had become increasingly complex. The hammer handle also had some additional decorations. However, it was nowhere near as obvious as this machine. Can this be used? Of course it can, but there's no way to test it. The damage is quite significant. Even with a giant sword, a casual strike would have the base damage of a nuclear bomb. Not to mention the laser cannon, which hadn't even been charged. Situnan looked at the machine, pondering whether he should find a place to test it. Going to other countries would be easily discovered, and the ocean had no reference targets. How about the wasteland? That seemed feasible. Do you want to test it? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Where to test? With nuclear fusion as the energy source, there was no need to worry about energy consumption. The wasteland. Lin Chen nodded. That place was indeed suitable for testing and could also yield resources and experience. So when do we set off? Situnan looked at Lin Chen with a strange expression. You definitely can't go. If anyone goes, it should be Ling Qi or someone else to test it. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. He couldn't go. This was a 4 million shield, not to mention he had the wisdom crystal, which was a forbidden item, equating to countless mega shields. He also had the traveler's jade pendant, the king of hell's mask. With so many forbidden items, his safety was absolutely forget it. Saying more wouldn't help. Even if he were allowed to go, he wouldn't want to go out. Those foreign organization professionals had bizarre abilities. What if someone appeared? Who could ignore forbidden items? However, Lin Chen couldn't help but think that this thing could be considered a type of equipment, so it shouldn't count as a weapon, right? If this thing killed monsters, could he gain the maximum experience and points? It didn't seem impossible. Alright then, let's have someone go after tomorrow's spring outing. After all, this thing was fast. It was only about 13,000 kilometers from here to the wasteland. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Lin Chen and his group arrived at a lawn 30 kilometers outside the eastern suburbs of Fongjing. This was one of the most popular spots collected by Zhang Lingyu. Once, this area was outside the quarantine zone, accessible only to professionals. Now, with the domain gates cleared and the quarantine zone expanded, this place had been included. Around them, there were many families out for a spring outing, mostly 3-person households. Ling Qi and the others spread out a cloth and set up a sunshade. Lin Chen immediately took out a tea table, a TC, and various tea utensils from his backpack. Lin Chen, no way, you brought all this? Ling Qi looked at Lin Chen in surprise. What was supposed to be a picnic turned out to be so elaborate. Old Master Situ and the others like to drink tea, so I had to bring this. Ling Qi's mouth twitched, he simply couldn't compare. Situnan also smiled, this Lin Chen was quite interesting. However, he didn't ask Ling Chen for help but took the teapot and other items himself. You young people can hang out together, us 4 old guys will stick together. Lin Chen thought that was fine. After Lin Chen left, Emperor, look at these people. When was there ever such a scene? Ordinary people living in the city is already good enough. When could they come to such a lush place? Due to the domain gates, people could only huddle in the cities, and no matter how large the city was, it couldn't go far. They could only use various vacant lots to build new residences. Over time, aside from a few parks, the greenery had all turned into buildings. Places like this could only be visited by professionals. Indeed, I've never seen this before. Even people from Kyoto might not be able to witness such a scene. But there will be more in the future. I've heard that passenger transport is about to resume. There were indeed airports, but they were for the rich. The price of tickets was something ordinary people couldn't afford. Any route started at 100,000, with some going as high as 1 million. It could be said that the earliest ordinary people had stayed in one city since birth and never visited other regions until death. The resumption of passenger transport is good, it means we succeeded. Lin Chen ran over to the cloth where Zhang Lingyu and the others were preparing lunch. Hey, you guys aren't planning to cook something fresh, are you? On the cloth, besides some ready-made fruits and cakes, there was also some raw beef and lamb clearly intended for grilling. Of course, a picnic is all about cooking and eating fresh in the wild, Ling Qi said as he took out a grill and a pile of charcoal from his backpack. Lin Chen thought about it, that made sense. Half an hour later, the 7 of them sat there while the others remained on guard around them. No matter how safe it was said to be, precautions still had to be taken. Leave the testing of this to me, I can definitely handle it, Ling Qi quickly volunteered upon hearing Lin Chen say he wanted to test that big machine. Then you go ahead, but be careful, this thing hasn't been tested yet and I'm not very clear on the specifics, Lin Chen replied. It didn't matter who went, it wouldn't change the ratio of points earned. But data was data, and practical experience was practical experience. He couldn't be sure how effective it would be. I'm still very reassured about the things you've enhanced. If it were that initial machine, Ling Qi wouldn't dare to test it. But now, he was willing. Lin Chen shook his head, these people had already started to blindly trust him. But he liked it. The next day, Lin Chen took out the mech. You should get used to it first before flying at full speed, okay? Lin Chen wasn't sure if human reaction speed could keep up in supersonic conditions. If the fighter pilot Lin Chen was not worried, then Ling Qi was. Don't worry, I know. Lin Chen approached the mech, pressed a button on the side of his leg and entered a password. Creak, the central part of the mech opened, revealing the cockpit inside. Ling Qi jumped straight in and then, Lin Chen, where's the control device? Ling Qi looked around and found no control stick, no steering wheel, no buttons, nothing at all. Lin Chen shrugged, I don't know either, you'll have to figure it out yourself. He had never been inside, and this thing didn't come with a manual, so how would he know? There was indeed a manual, but the current setup inside had already changed from what was in the manual. Then how do I control it? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Ling Qi was dumbfounded. There had to be something to control it, it couldn't be voice controlled, right? First, find something to close the hatch, maybe once it's closed, you'll figure it out. Lin Chen suspected that this mode of operation relied on brainwaves or was linked to the pilot's movements. Seeing that he couldn't count on Lin Chen, Ling Qi had to search for himself. On the side of the seat, he found a red button with the words open/close written on it. He pressed the button, clicked the hatch closed, and then his view instantly became transparent. He was amazed, this thing should be a screen, but I can't feel it. Before he could finish his thought, strands like electric wires attached themselves to him. Then, iron rings instantly bound his arms and legs, and the chair beneath him retracted. His whole body was suspended in the air. Ling Qi was completely stunned. Hey, Lin Chen, I'm stuck in the air, what's going on? He was feeling very anxious. Ling Qi's voice came from inside the large mech. Oh, this thing can transmit sound too? There should be a speaker inside. It really looks like something out of science fiction. I didn't expect you to actually make it. Situnan watched as Ling Qi entered and the hatch closed. The subsequent change was that the mech's eyes lit up and blue lights appeared all over its body, especially the nuclear fusion device on its back, which was operating at high speed. In their eyes, Ling Qi was like the key that started the machine, making the mech come to life. Ling Qi helplessly looked at the outside through the screen in front of him. Are you going to do something about me? I'm hanging in the air. Brother Ling Qi, if you ask me, I don't know either. Maybe it's because it just started up, it should be fine soon. Ling Qi sighed lightly, what else could he do but wait? After waiting for a while, Ling Qi showed no signs of starting, so Lin Chen directly took out a few chairs from his backpack and placed them in front of the mech. Everyone sit and wait, I don't know how long it will take. Then he took out a long table and a lot of snacks. Everyone sat down there, waiting for the mech to operate. Ling Qi was stuck inside the mech, both angry and helpless. Just then, a voice sounded, biological information extraction complete. Preparing to start. Buzz zing after a burst of static, the voice gradually faded and Ling Qi relaxed, but the iron rings On him did not leave. Instead, the wires were removed. Biological connection successful. Bang, bang, bang. The dark surroundings around Ling Chi transformed into the external environment. He turned his head and looked around. This was the neighborhood environment. Weapon system self-check complete. Energy system self-check complete. Mechanical transmission system self-check complete. Then, several lines of text appeared in the upper left corner of Ling Chi's view. Integrity of the machine, 100% energy integrity, 100% laser cannon charge, 100%. Ling Chi smacked his lips, wondering if this was a bit too advanced. Is this really something that can be possessed now? The technological development of Blue Star has almost stagnated since the arrival of the domain gates. Even if there has been some progress, it hasn't been significant. The main reason is that the collection of various materials is a challenge. Even if people want to research, they lack the materials to do so. Furthermore, in order to deal with the creatures from the domain gates, materials from the domain gates have become the primary research focus. Cold weapons have become mainstream and technological development has been temporarily abandoned. Preparation complete, ready to depart at any time. Is this all it takes? Ling Chi raised his palm and the machine outside synchronized with him, raising its palm as well. Lin Chen and the others saw this and knew it was ready. Everyone quickly stepped back, including Situ Nan. He was aware of the properties of that thing. He even opened his domain just in case Ling Chi made a mistake. He could still defend himself. Brother Ling Chi, can you control it now? That's right, I can control it now. It seems to respond to my movements, but I can't fly. He could walk and jump, but he just couldn't fly. How was he supposed to control that? Try to control it with your mind. It might be brainwave controlled. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Ling Chi looked at the rings on his body. Shouldn't brainwaves be in the brain? He reached out and there were 2 patches stuck above his ears. Alright, maybe it really is like that. Ling Chi thought about flying. Suddenly, 2 flames shot out from his back, igniting the grass below, and he slowly ascended into the air. Wow, I'm really flying. This was different from piloting a plane. Piloting a plane was about manipulation, while this was about thought. I'm off. I've transmitted the real-time footage. Boom. Ling Chi accelerated directly, slowly turning into a black dot and disappearing into the sky. Zhang Lingyu watched Ling Chi disappear. It should be fine, right? Lin Chen stroked his chin. It should be. The power source is nuclear power, so it should be okay. This was the strongest power source on Blue Star. If this didn't work, he really didn't know what would. Even though it's nuclear power, it has its limits. This thing has been enhanced, so, Situ Nan said skeptically. Lin Chen paused, realizing there might indeed be a possibility there, but if the machine was enhanced, shouldn't the nuclear power be enhanced too? Thinking of this, he quickly took out his phone and called Chen Junzheng. Director Chen, did the nuclear fusion device behind that machine use materials from the domain gate? No, it didn't. Lin Chen looked at the distant sky. It seemed there was a problem. Then how much electricity can this nuclear fusion produce in an hour? Chen Junzheng found a report from the documents. This nuclear fusion device is a minimum model. Under normal conditions, it can produce 100,000 kilowatt-hours in an hour, and considering losses, it should be around 70,000. Okay, I got it. Lin Chen hung up the phone. So how long can that thing run? Lin Chen shook his head. I'm not sure either. 100,000 kilowatt-hours should be quite a lot, right? 100,000 kilowatt-hours would only last a factory about a month, and it might not even be enough. But this mech clearly consumes more power than those factories, Zhang Lingyu said. Forget it. Let's connect to the first-person view first. I think flying shouldn't be a problem. At least I should be able to reach the destination. Mainly, he hadn't expected that the nuclear fusion device was actually external. He should have thought of that when he saw the welding. After all, with the industrial level of Huagua, it is entirely possible to install it using other methods. It can't be as simple as welding. Of course, others also didn't think that this thing was meant to fly into the sky. Although it was the engine of an airplane that was installed, it was only thought to be used for running assistance and aiding jumps. Turning on the television, he adjusted the receiver. Soon, the first-person perspective of the mecha appeared before Lin Chen and the others. They all had one feeling: this speed was really fast. Ling Chi was very happy at this moment. He personally witnessed the speed reach 1,500 kilometers per hour, and the sound couldn't keep up with him. He just didn't notice that the fuel level had already dropped to 95%, and it was known that they had only been out for less than half an hour. He performed various aerial maneuvers in the air, which did not affect the speed at all. 2 hours later, Ling Chi had already flown out of the border. This is the kind of toy a man should have. His voice also came from the television in Lin Chen's villa. The real-time video feed also transmitted the mecha's status back. Mecha integrity, 100% energy integrity, 92.5% laser cannon charge, 100%. Seeing this energy value, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nuclear fusion has been continuously generating energy, enough for this mecha to use. 2 hours only consumed 8%, which was already acceptable. Situnan said softly, did you forget about that laser cannon? Lin Chen's expression Stiffened, one shot had 80 million damage. It shouldn't consume too much energy, right? The more Lin Chen spoke, the more uncertain he felt. Let's hope so, but it's not a big deal. At worst, we can just let Ling Qi rest there for a while before moving on. That made sense. 4 hours later, the sky in the footage had already darkened. It seems he has reached the location. It's now. For in the afternoon, so over there it should be around 3 or 4 in the morning. Lin Chen glanced at the fuel status on the screen. Energy integrity, 77.3%. Flying didn't consume much energy, but next he was going to conduct a real combat test. At this moment, Ling Qi's voice came from the television. The real combat test officially begins. The first item is unarmed combat. The footage slowly descended from the air and crashed onto the ground with a loud noise. The sound attracted the monsters, but facing a mecha like this, they completely ignored it. Ling Qi recklessly charged into the horde of monsters and began to attack. At first, his movements were a bit clumsy, but gradually Ling Qi was able to use some fighting techniques. Low-level creatures were almost taken down with a single punch, while higher-level ones required several hits before they could be killed. This result could be said to be very good. A minute later, wisps of demonic energy began to seep into the cockpit. Unarmed combat damage is considerable, but the demonic energy will seep into the cockpit. He then drew out a giant sword and swung it. With a casual sweep of the 10-meter-long giant sword, a group of monsters disappeared. The monsters had no way to deal with such an iron lump. They could only instinctively attack the iron lump. The damage caused by this giant sword is much more powerful than unarmed combat, but it doesn't work against monsters within 3 meters. This mecha can be placed in the domain gate. Having such a thing to clear the way would greatly reduce the pressure on the professionals. Situnan immediately thought of the domain gate. If they had had this thing back then, they wouldn't have needed to guard. They could have just led the team straight in. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Lin Chen stroked his chin. The damage of this giant sword was indeed high, but due to the height of the mecha, a large portion couldn't even sweep the monsters. Unless the mecha squatted down, but then it wouldn't be able to sweep at such speed, which was indeed a bit tricky. After this simple test, some issues with the mecha had already emerged. The close combat ability is too poor. If the weapon is lost, it's almost equivalent to hitting someone with a block of iron. Would it be better if every punch had a lightning effect? But this attribute is different from the weapon attributes. The only place to swap is in the special attributes. However, both special attributes are quite suitable right now, unless it's enhanced to level 150. Thinking of this, Lin Chen shook his head. This is just a rough draft, and enhancing it that high is completely unnecessary. It's better to wait until the tests are done and let Chen Junjing take a look. Maybe some modifications can be made. Next, we proceed to the third item, the laser cannon. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. They had finally reached this stage. The screen on the TV slowly rose, and then beams of laser shot out. The monsters pierced by the lasers fell one after another. The lasers hit the ground, creating a huge crater. This damage is good. If a squad is equipped with this, Huagua could almost dominate the world, Situnan said with a smile. That should be quite difficult to achieve. We can't rely on Lin Chen to enhance every single one, right? Zhang Lingyu asked. You underestimate our craftsmen. It might not be possible to produce it in half a year, but a year is feasible. Even if it's not exactly the same, achieving 70% similarity is still doable. Even if it's just 70%, that's already enough. Even the technologically advanced Eagle Sauce can only produce missiles, planes, and aircraft carriers. Asking them to create a mech is simply impossible. I think we should put this matter aside. Take a look at the data on the screen. Mech integrity, 97%, energy integrity, 82%, laser cannon charge, 65%. He hasn't even used those 2 special attribute abilities yet. If he does, it seems the energy might not be enough, Lin Chen said, his mouth twitching. When Situnan reminded him, Lin Chen indeed thought about the possibility of insufficient energy. But he didn't expect it to be this insufficient. How many times did he fire just now? 20 times or 30 times? In any case, it wasn't too many. It seems this thing can only fight for a short time. Has it only been a few minutes? Situnan shook his head. The energy is insufficient unless a larger energy source is replaced. But that would make the entire mech larger. It seems we need to have Director Chen add domain gate materials in the nuclear fusion. Situnan shook his head. Your idea isn't very feasible. Domain gate materials can't just be added whenever. They need to be tested. Especially with nuclear fusion, it's not the same as nuclear bombs. If it were just cold weapons, it wouldn't matter, but nuclear fusion is not an ordinary thing. Just researching nuclear fusion, who knows how long it would take. Testing the fourth item, special attribute energy field. With the use of Ling Qi, Lin Chen saw that the energy was instantly depleted by 50%. 1 minute later, the TV screen lost signal. The energy is gone, but don't worry, the mech has been enhanced by me, and its defense is still very strong. Plus, it has plus 50. Mind's eye, so there won't be any problems. Lin Ran was not worried about Ling Qi's safety. There won't be any problems. Monsters attack humans because of the scent on humans. He won't be attacked while in the mech. Knock knock knock. There was a knock at the door, and Zhang Lingyu hurried over to open it. Oh, you're all here. Huh, where's Ling Chi? Chen Junjung walked in with a smile on his face. Director Chen, what brings you here? Lin Chen, I need your help again this time. The border has expanded a bit, so there are some anti-aircraft guns in the western region that need your help to enhance. Chen Junjing felt a bit embarrassed. It had only been a short time since the new year, and he was asking Lin Chen for help again. This matter is simple, just a trip will do. Besides this, there's also the ship's cannon that needs your enhancement. No problem, of course no problem. That's great. Chen Junjing didn't expect it to go so smoothly. You see, Director Chen, since I've already agreed to you, how about you agree to one thing for me? What is it? Go ahead. I have something I need to test. Don't worry, it's definitely not in the country. The location I've chosen is an abandoned area. And it's definitely not a nuclear bomb. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't mentioned this test to Chen Junjing yet. It's the same as getting on the bus and buying a ticket later, right? Is it dangerous? Don't worry, it's absolutely safe, and the lethality isn't very high. How does it compare to your nuclear bomb's power? Lin Mu silently calculated in his heart. In terms of damage, it's probably equivalent to a nuclear bomb enhanced to level 40. Maybe. The energy accumulation is just 10 times the damage, which is only over 800 million, really not that much. Then it's fine. Hey, can you hear me? Is the connection successful? A voice from Ling Chi came through the TV, and at that moment it was already bright in the abandoned area. Chen Junjing heard the voice and quickly looked at the screen. Those densely packed monsters, if he didn't know where this was, he would be a fool. Did you forget? Anyway, you already agreed just now. Besides, Old Master Situ asked me to test it. Chen Junjing's mouth twitched. You've already started the test. Even if you disagree, can you still call people back? Moreover, you even brought out Old Master Situ. What else can I say?